I, the long-standing male idol who has topped the charts all year at number 1 high school, became a doting dad in everyone's eyes after awakening. On the day of the job change conference, everyone had high hopes for me, believing I would awaken a powerful combat profession. Watching the crowd cheer as Manhwa awakened the rare sword cultivator profession, I also looked forward to my own shining moment. But when my palm covered the light orb, although the phenomenon was earth-shattering, the result was utterly unexpected. I awakened to a support-type skill, Dawnlight Technique. The classmates who were just full of anticipation were instantly dumbfounded and started whispering among themselves. On the surface, I remained calm, but inside, waves were stirred by the system prompts ringing continuously in my mind. The seemingly ordinary support profession actually hides an incredible reward of gaining 1 skill point every second. Chapter 1, 1 skill point per second? Ridiculous. Nanjiang number 1 high school. The playground was filled with senior students. Among the crowd, Muchen stared at the words job transfer conference on the high platform, his feelings complicated. This was his second year after crossing over to this parallel world. At the age of 18, everyone will have the opportunity to awaken their abilities, to choose a new path for the future and fight for the human race. In this world, the theme for humans is no longer working, reproducing, and enjoying life. Endless invasions of ferocious beasts, ravages of ancient legacies, and the covetousness of unknown civilizations. Inspiring every generation of passionate youth to step onto the battlefield and defend the honor of their race with their own strength. Today marks the new starting point for a generation. Muchen was used to standing at the very back of Class 7's team. His calm demeanor made him stand out from the noisy and restless crowd around him. Hey! A bottle of soda was suddenly handed over, making Muchen withdraw his gaze. The big white chubby guy in front of him was smiling foolishly, named Luby. 195 centimeters tall, beady eyes, crew cut, nicknamed Iron Bull by Class 7. He was considered Muchen's only close friend in the class. Muchen chuckled lightly, took the cola, then glanced at the super-sized hot dog in Ruby's hand and teased. You have a good mindset, not nervous at all, and still have such an appetite. Ruby took a big bite of the hot dog, chewing it deliciously, mumbling. Where? The more nervous I get, the more I can eat. Eating helps me distract myself. If you ask me, Chen, this is what true calmness looks like. I've known you for a year, and I've never seen you flustered. You usually ace exams with ease. Aren't you even a little worried? What if you awaken and your life career changes? Muchen shrugged. At worst, I'll go back and work the forge with second uncle. Luby ate voraciously, wearing a nonchalant expression. Come on. Brother Chen, you're the male idol who topped the charts for a whole year in our cohort. If even you haven't awakened a rare profession, wouldn't our entire cohort be doomed? I don't have that many expectations. My grandfather said, as long as I can awaken a warrior, it would be a great honor for the family. Muchen glanced at his large frame and teased. Don't worry. You'll definitely be fine. If even you can't become a warrior, then these 3 years of hot dogs were all wasted on you. Luby got excited and took another big bite, finishing in less than a minute what others would eat in a whole day. Quiet. On the platform, the principal's voice rang out. Students whose names were called went up to begin the test. The noisy chatter faded away, and the students listened intently, their eyes burning with anticipation, as one fate-deciding announcement after another was revealed. Ma Debiao from Class 4, Senior Grade 3, Awakening Skill, Mastery of Cooking. Recommended Profession, Life Category, Chef. Nyo Bagua from Class 8, Senior Grade 3, Awakening Skill, Mastery of Vocal Techniques. Recommended Profession, Life Category, Live Streaming Sales. Su Xiaokun from Class 2, Senior Grade 3, Awakening Skill, Mastery of Basketball. Recommended Profession, Life Category, Physical Education Teacher. Soon, more than 200 people took the stage for testing one after another, but only 8 awakened combat skills. There wasn't a single special rare combat profession. On the high platform, the school leaders each wore a somber expression. This awakening rate was far below expectations. The trainees waiting for awakening below grew increasingly nervous. Are you kidding me? So few battle professions? The odds are way too low. What should I do? My mom is still hoping that I'll awaken as a mage or a support warrior, but now it looks like that hope is slim. Next up, Class 9, Grade 3, Huamanqin, come on stage for the test. The crowd stirred once again. Countless eyes focused on the front of the Class 9 lineup. The girl in the white dress has a kind of ethereal charm. A touch of coolness, a hint of indifference, giving off an aura of abstinence that warns strangers to keep away. With a perfectly proportioned tall figure and a flawless, delicate face, the group of teenage otakus around her stared wide-eyed, unable to help swallowing their saliva. Goddess, keep it up. Wei Ran, the class monitor of Class 4, was loudly confessing as usual, completely oblivious to others. He was recognized throughout number 1 high school as Huamanqin's number 1 simp. He had been simping for her for a full 3 years, making it known to the entire school. The exaggeration was that Huamanqin hadn't spoken a single word to him in those 3 years. From time to time, Wei Ran would roll his eyes coldly, and that could excite him for several days. Hua Manqin stepped onto the podium, and the school leaders all relaxed their smiles, their eyes full of anticipation. It was not only because she had consistently ranked second in the grade for years, just behind Muchen, the transfer student. It was also related to her unfathomable mysterious background. Hua Manqin's expression was calm as her cool palm touched the light orb. Intentionally or unintentionally, her gaze swept downward, landing on Muchen. In her usually serene eyes, a trace of ripple appeared. Beside her, Lubi Tongling's eyes were wide open in astonishment. "Brother Chen, it seems like Hua Manqin is looking at you." As soon as this loudmouth spoke, people around all turned to look at Muchen. The two most famous people in this year's first high school class usually keep their distance from each other as competitors. Could there be some hidden story? Clang! Above the light orb, a blue-white strange light soared to the sky. It transformed into a huge sword energy shadow, flashing past in an instant. The whole scene was stunned. Class 3-9, Hua Manqin. Awakening skill, Dustless Sword Heart. Profession category, Combat type, Special class. Oh my gosh! A swordsman! He is actually the highest-ranking sword cultivator among the rare professions. The playground instantly erupted in excitement. On the podium, more than a dozen school leaders clenched their fists excitedly, embracing each other to celebrate this outcome. A swordsman, 1 in 10,000. The most elite branch of humanity's main battlefield today. A great fortune that doesn't appear even once in several generations. Awakened ones, each and every one a heavenly prodigy leading the crowd. Hua Manqin still wore a calm demeanor that warned strangers to keep away, but a trace of pride and expectation flashed in her gaze as she looked at Muchen. In fact, the only one in the entire number 1 high school who can captivate Wamangsan is Muchen. This is the young man who parachuted into number 1 high school a year ago and firmly took second place in the grade. She wants to win once, to win at this most important moment. Senior year, Class 7, Muchen, come up for the test. All eyes on this moment. At this moment, the entire playground's attention was completely focused. Lubi slapped Muchen's shoulder hard and said with a smile, "Bro, pick a forbidden profession and blind their dog eyes." Muchen stepped forward with a faint smile. Facing the scorching gazes from all around, he walked toward the stage that would decide his fate. Passing by Hua Manqin, he heard her voice, very soft and light. "Keep it up." Muchen paused slightly, gently curling the corners of his mouth, and raised his head to step onto the stage. The moment his palm covered the light orb. Boom! Deep within the summit clouds, a thunderous roar shook the heavens. The sky, which had always been clear, was covered by dense dark clouds, losing that momentary brightness. Unseen, it seemed as if a twin force of light and darkness quietly descended. Muchen was suddenly enveloped by a fierce tearing sensation, his body trembling uncontrollably. The energy of the light sphere flickered with boiling sparks, twitching violently. The leaders on stage were dumbfounded, and the students in the audience were even more stunned on the spot. Never seen a scene like this. What is going on? Is this really a taboo profession? The intense pain was still tearing at Muchen's brain nerves. It seemed as if he heard the call of ancient gods and demons. Muchen suddenly raised his head to gaze at the blazing sun overhead. The golden red sunlight stung his eyes, yet also shone from the deepest part of the extreme brilliance. He saw a gigantic angel totem, its wings broken amidst the ruins of the dilapidated temple. On the androgynous perfect face, a single golden tear fell. Breaking free from the shackles of the temple ruins, it shattered through the endless clouds, descending into Muchen's spiritual world. Smack! A deep ripple spreads across the lake of the spiritual world. The strange vision disappears, and all the restlessness returns to calm. No one clearly saw what exactly happened to Muchen just now. The boiling energy of the light sphere before them also completely freezes. No one saw a black and a white beam of light, in that instant just now, transform into a pair of wings and dissolve behind Muchen. Like a fallen angel with broken wings, crashing into the mortal world. Hua Manqin's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Only her. A sharp swordsman, the owner of the pure sword heart, caught that glimpse of the meeting of black and white shadows. That just now was. Class 3-7, Muchen. Awakening skill, light bathing technique. Profession category, support. What? When the principal announced Muchen's test results, the entire audience of teachers and students was once again shocked. Just now, with the great thunderstorm and strange phenomena, everyone thought it would be the birth of a forbidden profession, but it turned out to be a stay-at-home dad? He is Muchen, the male god, the top student of the entire year at number 1 high school, a favored prodigy. He is not even in the combat category? Damn, are you kidding me? Is that it? Everyone was dumbfounded, whispering and discussing among themselves. Only Muchen remained calm, as an echo suddenly rang in his mind at that moment. Ding! Achievement unlocked, an angel descends. Reward obtained, 100,000 skill points. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the identity of angel spokesperson. Exclusive privilege, from now on, you will receive 1 skill point every second. Oh? Muchen frowned, murmuring, "This hanging open, it's a bit ridiculous." Chapter 2. This pastor seems a bit different. After confirming that he was not seeing things, Muchen fell into deep thought. 1 skill point per second? That's way too overpowered. It should be noted that, except for very special items, the only way to increase skill strength is almost solely by accumulating proficiency. Constantly farming monsters and repeatedly using skills day after day is the only way to raise skill levels. This undoubtedly consumes a great deal of time and effort from the awakeners. The level of a skill directly affects the effects triggered when the skill is used. Take Muchen's only skill, Mu Guangshu, as an example. The healing effect of the first level Mu Guangshu is vastly different from that of a high level healing skill. It can be said that skill level is the most crucial measure of strength among awakened individuals of the same profession. On the other hand, with such a powerful golden finger, Muchen's growth cycle will be greatly shortened. As long as he awakens a new skill, he can instantly max out the level. Just the time saved from mindlessly grinding levels to improve proficiency is countless. As expected, living a life with cheats is truly enjoyable. Dare not think any further. Muchen tried his best to calm himself down. Little did he know, his posture was interpreted in countless ways by the students from the same school watching on the playground. As the old saying goes, comparing yourself to others only makes you angry. Hua Manxin, who just awakened the rare swordsman combat class, was originally the best candidate to rival Muchen. But now, as the top of the grade and the most highly anticipated, Muchen not only hasn't awakened a special class, he is actually just the most ordinary secondary priest. It really feels like pain for loved ones, joy for enemies. How could this happen? Luby gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, standing up for his best friend. However, Wei Ran in the front row, Hua Manxin's loyal follower and also Muchen's #1 hater, couldn't help but sarcastically sneer loudly. Sigh. Just now there was thunder and lightning. I thought our top student awakened some incredible profession, but it turned out to be just a secondary class, even less impressive than mine at the bottom of the class. Boring. Wei Ran shrugged, the smile at the corner of his mouth was hard to suppress. Actually, Muchen and this sycophant had almost no interaction. It's just that over the past year or so, too many people have been comparing Hua Manxin and Muchen, this surprise player, which made Wei Ran feel deeply inferior. Now that Muchen's awakening has been a huge disappointment, it truly hit Wei Ran's sweet spot. Unexpectedly, just as he turned around, Luby, with his massive, wall-like physique, stepped forward, exuding a strong sense of pressure. "Kid, you're just a mage, yet you dare to mock my brother? After being a simp for 3 years, you can't even speak like a normal person?" Luby's eyes became unusually sharp and domineering. With his right hand, he grabbed Wei Ran, who was a head shorter than him, and lifted him up. This immediately caused a commotion among the people around. "Damn you, big guy, put me down. You must have forgotten, this is class 4. Wei Ran showed a ferocious smile and suddenly shouted, "Attack together." Saying that, Wei Ran waved his hand. As a mage, his newly awakened basic skill was ice magic. In an instant, a shard of ice formed, wrapping around Ruby's feet. After all, he was a rookie newcomer, and this ice magic was only level 1, able to trap only Ruby's legs. But even so, they achieved impressive results. At the same time, in the formation of Class 4, the 6 students who had awakened to the combat profession surged forward, rushing towards Ruby. Damn it! Ruby tried to turn around to respond, but found that he couldn't move his legs at all, and was about to be surrounded and beaten. On the high platform, Muchen's eyes sharpened, and he held up 2 fingers together. "Touch my brother? You think you're worthy?" Whoosh! Luby is wrapped in a layer of dazzling light. The ice beneath his feet instantly melts. Not only that, at this moment, Luby feels as if he has transcended, an unprecedented feeling like being bathed in a spring breeze. It's as if an inexhaustible power is surging out. Light bath technique. It's still the effect after being blessed with a certain special golden halo. This is. Hua Manxin and the leaders on the high platform were all astonished. Bang! Ruby was no longer restrained. With a single arm shake, he threw Wei Ran behind him as if tossing out the trash. Those combat department students from class 4 were all blasted more than 5 meters away, lying scattered and disorganized among the crowd. Enough! On the high platform, the principal let out a cold snort, putting an end to this farce. Only Hua Manxin, along with the test master protecting the light pearl, cast a profound glance at Muchen. Just now, was that the Mu Guang technique? It seems quite different from the basic skills of an ordinary priest. Hua Manxin gave Muchen a meaningful glance. Her intuition told her that this opponent, who had topped the rankings for an entire year, was probably not so simple. Instead, the principal sighed lightly and looked at Muchen. "Muchen, you have excellent grades and are the most outstanding student in this year's class at our high school. But job changes are inherently highly random, and the minor specialization is also a combat class, so the future is equally bright. You." Muchen smiled calmly. "Principal, rest assured, I understand." After stepping down from the platform, Muchen smiled and walked back side by side with Ruby, still walking calmly and leisurely within the group. Feeling the various looks of regret or complexity cast by everyone along the way, he didn't take them to heart at all. Little did they know, at this moment he was not the least bit disappointed. Instead, he had a mindset of I laugh because others can't see through me. What's wrong with the priest? Who says only combat types can shine brilliantly? It won't be long before Muchen, this dad, will surely make a stunning breakthrough. Finally back, you kid. So, what profession did you awaken? Second uncle came out of the yard from afar, his face full of hope as he approached. Priest. Muchen spoke calmly, staring into his second uncle's eyes, truly catching a fleeting glimpse of disappointment. Not bad, kid. You get the benefits of a combat unit but don't have to risk your life on the front lines. Later, your second uncle will give you a cane full of style. My nephew is still the brightest star. Muchen felt the strong palm on his shoulder from his second uncle, warming his heart. When I was a child, my parents divorced and my blacksmith second uncle raised me. This fact did not change even after crossing over. But Muchen felt fortunate. Coming to a parallel world, it seemed there were more ways to honor this only relative. Come on, let's go inside and have a drink, just the two of us. Muchen nodded, his smile full of happiness. Changing professions is a life-defining event for every young person living in this parallel world. When emotions run high, Muchen and his grandfather both got completely drunk. When he woke up again, it was already the next day. Muchen, who was weak with alcohol, opened his eyes and immediately felt a severe headache. Right, the light absorption technique. Snap. Muchen snapped his fingers, and a halo instantly enveloped him. The original heavy and tired feeling vanished in an instant. Not to mention, the skill of being a dad is really convenient in daily life. Let's take a look at the stats first. Chapter 3, Crazy Skill Points. Light Angel Amplification. Name, Muchen. Awakened profession, Priest. Current level, 0. Health, 500,500. Energy, 100,100. 5-dimensional attributes, affecting growth rate. Current remaining attribute points, 0. Strength, 5. Stamina, 10. Endurance, 8. Agility, 3. Willpower, 8. Skill points remaining, 172,500. Skill, Light Bath Technique Level 1. Seeing the current data on the panel, Muchen was very excited. It seems that from now on, there is no need to worry about the skill strength being insufficient. Muchen locked onto the Light Bath Technique skill, and the corresponding skill interpretation appeared. Light Healing, core skill for Priest-type Awakeners. Restores 3 health points to the target grade bonus 0. Skill points required for the current advancement, 500. Muchen gasped sharply. Previously, Lu Bai and the others said that even for battle-type Awakeners at the Grind King level in the early stages, they could only earn at most a few dozen to 100 skill points per day. Looking at it this way, relying solely on leveling up to increase skill strength, when on Earth will I ever max out my core skills? But now, I don't have to do anything. I can gain in the time it takes to take a nap what others earn in skill points over several days. The value of the cheat code is still increasing. Muchen excitedly rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed on the panel for the skill point allocation feature. The stakes are all laid out in front of you, no more nonsense, let's get straight to it. First, level it up 1 rank to get a feel for it. Ding! Consumed 500 skill points. Congratulations host, Mugwang technique has been upgraded to rank 2. Ding! Congratulations host, Mugwang technique has evolved into Light of the Mind. Oh! The core skill has advanced, and it even produces a qualitative change in the skill's effect. There's even such an unexpected surprise. Muchen's eyes were full of excitement as he quickly checked the introduction of the Soul Light skill. Light of the Soul restores 7 target HP. Increases the caster's base defense, effect lasts for 3 minutes. Reduces physical damage taken. Has a 10% chance to be immune to enemy critical strike skill effects. My god! Muchen looked at the interpretation in disbelief, his heart surging even more. Not only does it more than double the original healing amount of the Light Bath technique, but it also adds defense boost, damage reduction, and a chance to be immune to critical hits, 3 effects in one. This is just too incredible. And this is just the skill transformation brought by advancing once. Unbelievable. Muchen murmured, usually calm and composed, but facing this mind-blowing, game-changing experience, even he couldn't help but breathe a little faster. Level up again. At this very moment, Muchen, whose mind was dizzy with the joy of being overpowered, had only this single thought. He wanted to see how strong he could make the basic skill of the Light Bath technique today. Ding! Consumed 2,000 skill points. Congratulations, host, the Light of the Mind has been upgraded to level 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, the Light of the Mind has evolved into Holy Light Prayer. Ding! Consumed 5,000 skill points. Congratulations host, Holy Light Prayer has been upgraded to tier 3. Ding! Congratulations host, Holy Light Prayer has evolved into Ancient Hymn. Ding! Consumed 50,000 skill points. Congratulations host, Holy Spirit Covenant has been upgraded to tier 6. Ding! Congratulations, host. Holy Spirit Covenant has evolved into Radiant Dust Life. With the continuous transformation of his core skills, Muchen's room was filled with an incredibly surging aura of peace. Outside the window, birds kept gathering. In a daze, even the grass and trees in the yard became more lush, bursting with stronger vitality. Uncle Air, who was forging iron, wiped his sweat and turned his head. Seeing the faint glow inside the house, his eyes brightened. This aura is so pure. The furnace doesn't even feel as hot anymore. Unbeknownst to him, during the skill upgrade process, Muchen's entire body was also strengthened and tempered. His perception of light became even more intense. 7th level light bathing technique. Muchen was finally satisfied and spent all his skill points. To transform to the 8th level, a staggering 450,000 skill points are required. It should be noted that the core skills of an awakened can only be transformed up to the 9th level. At least within the power levels Muchen can currently access, the 9th level is the limit. And right now, it was only the second day after Muchen changed his profession, and he had already reached the 7th level strength of the celebration skill. Terrifying. Muchen took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. It must be known that the priest's core skill is one of the few percentage-based bonus skills. This means that the later it gets, the more obvious his role becomes. Just imagine applying this advanced light bathing technique on a high-level warrior. One skill could restore thousands or even tens of thousands of health points. How terrifying that would be. Compared to those earth-shattering combat skills, Muchen's ability is truly the foundation of a team. Because in this world, only the living have the right to output. Muchen felt refreshed, stepped out of the room, and let himself bask in the sunlight of the courtyard. Mimi stretched lazily, and Muchen glanced up at the sky. In the dazzling sunlight, the faint outline of an angel appeared once again. Ding! Light angel awakening state. Charging. Suddenly, 2 silver-white angel wings slowly formed behind Muchen. These wings were very faint, resembling the outline of an angel in the daylight. Muchen opened the panel again and made an astonishing discovery. All the text on the panel had turned golden. What is going on? Could it be that my profession has some hidden form? Is it related to that angel totem in the sky? This is getting more and more ridiculous. Muchen's face flushed slightly, his eyes full of incredible shock. Unfortunately, it seems that he still hasn't figured out how to trigger this hidden power. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Second uncle, who was forging iron, looked completely baffled. Because in his eyes, Muchen at this moment was radiating a sacred aura from within. How could he still look like an ordinary family's child? It's simply like a noble heir from a royal family. Stern, pure, and indescribably noble. Muchen smiled calmly and made a casual swipe. Whoosh! The dazzling bathing light technique actually produced a pale golden halo. In just an instant, second uncle seemed to be injected with adrenaline, feeling incredibly refreshed and invigorated. Oh my god! What is this? He looked at his arms in disbelief, then slammed his fist down with a bang, producing an incredibly crisp echo. Ha! Kid, your skill is too strong, huh? My second uncle has been forging iron all morning, and now he suddenly feels like he has endless energy. At this rate, I could forge 10 weapons a day without any problem. Muchen looked at his second uncle's hearty laughter, feeling a warm sensation flow through his heart. Really? Second uncle, then how about forging me a full set of armor? That big guy Lubina suddenly appeared, chuckling mischievously, carrying a big box of materials, and didn't he forget to wave at Muchen in the yard. Shengu, why haven't you gone to level up? Many awakened combat classes have already started grinding monsters. Muchen smiled faintly and shook his head, pretending to tease. I'm a healer, Dad, what's the rush? Whether it's a day earlier or later doesn't make much difference. Luby hurriedly came over and switched to big persuasion mode. No. Even a stay-at-home dad can't slack off, okay? As long as you work hard enough and level up your skills, you'll still be a cornerstone of the team. Otherwise, when your level is high, other priest skills heal 1000 HP, but yours only heals 200 with one skill. That would be so awkward. Muchen smiled faintly, secretly mumbling to himself. I wonder what kind of expression Ruby, that big goof, will have when he finds out the level of my light bath skill. At that moment, a row of black luxury cars approached from afar and stopped outside the courtyard gate. Naturally, they caught the attention of Muchen and the others in the yard. The man in the lead, wearing a suit and sunglasses, carrying a gilded large box, walked up to the second uncle. Excuse me, is this the Muchen family's blacksmith shop? Second uncle was stunned for a moment, wiped his hands, and hurriedly nodded. That's right, you are. The burly man with a poker face directly handed over a card and patted the box. Help me craft 3 swords. The materials and blueprints are inside. The card contains the deposit, and I will come to pick them up on time in half a month. After speaking, the group of burly men quickly left. The grand scale was something Muchen and the others had never seen before. Luby was stunned, his mouth agape as he stood there dumbfounded. Damn, which noble big shot is placing an order? Does it have to be such a huge spectacle? Second uncle was also completely baffled. He swiped the card through the machine, and the balance displayed shocked him into shouting out loud. 5 million rupees. Second uncle and grandpa exchanged glances, so frightened that they couldn't close their mouths. Muchen's eyes were clear as he gazed at the departing line of vehicles. The air was filled with an indescribable fragrant scent. Could this aura be hers? Chapter 4 Dark Knight Asura. A dad can also deal damage. Luby only stayed at Muchen's house for half an hour before joining a team to grind monsters through a task group chat officially set up by the high school. All students who successfully awaken combat-type professions are in this large group. More than 90% of people have already taken action, unwilling to fall behind. As for Muchen, he was lying on the grandmaster chair in the courtyard, drinking tea, basking in the sun, and scrolling through the shared chat records in the group. Class 3 Wang Taichu Archer, everyone, brothers, we found the Angry Bird's boss coordinates. It respawns roughly every 2 hours. It just dropped an experience pill, rewarding me with 30 skill points. Class 6 Li Ernio Axe Warrior, shocking JPG Duoshao? 30 skill points? That reward is way too exaggerated. I spent the whole morning farming level 1 alpacas at the flock point and only got 18 skill points. Wiping sweat. Class 8 Wang Jiani Fire Mage, Wang Taichu, Wang is so competitive. Already able to clear the Angry Birds mob so quickly? I remember that SA level 4 monster grew, and the boss is even stronger than level 5. As expected, a top student is just unbelievable. Starting to kill level 5 bosses on the second day after changing class. Watching the lively sharing, chatting, showing off, and bantering in the group, Muchen smiled slightly. Opening the panel, he glanced again at the cold number 87530 lying in the skill points balance position, feeling a bit lost in life. Suddenly, Muchen had an epiphany. It turns out that before traveling through time, back on the ancestral star, those young CEOs who had achieved financial freedom at a young age truly experienced a kind of confusion about life. It wasn't just showing off, it really existed. Others couldn't understand because their abilities were simply not on the same level as those big shots. At this moment, Muchen could truly empathize. Watching his classmates in the group tirelessly working like beasts of burden on the beginner map for just a few skill points, Muchen felt such comfort that it surprisingly stirred a trace of guilt within him. Evil capitalism. So good. Saying this, he poured himself another cup of tea, while urging the middle-aged man not far away, who was already drenched in sweat and gradually weakening. Second uncle, put in more effort. There have been too many orders these days, we can't delay the shipments and ruin our family reputation. Whether I can be a rich second generation depends entirely on you. Second uncle wiped his sweat bitterly, turning his head just to complain. Muchen didn't even look, just pointed casually with 2 fingers together. Whoosh! A pale golden halo appeared out of thin air, instantly bathing second uncle's entire body. Second uncle, this level 15 blacksmith, has doubled his strength attribute. Various aura buffs powerfully enhance him. They directly make this middle-aged old man rage wildly as if injected with adrenaline. Both arms are wrapped in 2 incredibly transparent crimson flame halos. It's as if an endless supply of strength is about to burst forth from his entire body. Damn, your second uncle really is born to be a beast of burden. Just can't stop. Saying that, second uncle immediately switched to the big hammer, swinging with both hands, pounding fiercely on the iron block in front of him, increasing the forging efficiency by several times. Not bad. In his 40s, the prime age for hard work and struggle. Muchen stretched lazily, basking in the sunlight, feeling so comfortable that he soon dozed off. Unconsciously, Muchen fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, he seemed to see the totem of the Angel of Light becoming clearer and clearer deep within the blazing sun in the sky. Carrying an unimaginable pressure, like a god descending to the mortal world, it rapidly approached him. But when Muchen in the dream instinctively tried to see that face clearly, it became twisted and grotesque. Wings shining with golden light suddenly turned into a cold blood red. The cold night filled with the wails of vengeful spirits quietly arrived. The angel, full of glory, in this endless dark night, fell into an Asura deep within the nightmare. Ding! Achievement unlocked, Dark Knight Asura. Reward, 200,000 skill points. Ding! Knight Asura state activated, charging. Muchen suddenly broke free from the dream and woke up, dense beads of sweat remaining on his forehead. The blanket left by his second uncle fell to the ground. In the courtyard, only he remained on the rattan chair, and the endless long night stretched across the sky. Knight Asura. Muchen recalled the dream and immediately opened the panel, discovering a scene that shocked him greatly. Sure enough, the panel had turned blood red. It was different from the golden color that appeared during the day. Could it be that during the day, I am protected by the Angel of Light totem? And at night, the angel transforms into an Asura. I will also enter the so-called Asura form. Muchen immediately locked onto the skill range. The core skill of the original priest profession, Light Bath, evolved into the 7th level intensity skill Radiant Dust Life, has already been replaced by a brand new skill. Bloodthirsty Asura passive. When the host releases any skill, there is a 10% chance to absorb 2% of the target's current health. Asura mark passive. When the host releases a skill in Night Asura state, the target will receive one layer of the mark. Note, this skill only takes effect when in Night Asura state. Skill strength is influenced by the evolution level of the Asura totem. Blood killing technique tier 1, sacrifice 3 health to unleash a spell attack. Causes the target to continuously lose health. Adds 1 layer of Asura mark. It's actually a completely independent second set of stats. So this means I've essentially awakened a dual hidden class. Angels and Asuras. They correspond to the 2 states of day and night. So this is the true power I've been hiding beneath my identity as a stay-at-home dad. Muchen clenched his fists tightly, exhilarated to the extreme. Who says being a stay-at-home dad is just a secondary role? Who says priests have no offensive abilities and can only rely on others to level up? What kind of existence would it be if a healer dad possessed the power to attack and kill? Perhaps, in this parallel world's endless battlefield, the real nightmare for the monsters is about to arrive. No more talking, just keep leveling up. Muchen waved his hand again and started to lavish skill points on his second set of panels. Ding! Consumed 2,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host, blood killing technique has been upgraded to tier 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host, blood killing technique has evolved into nightmare prison. Ding! Consumed 5,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host, nightmare prison has been upgraded to tier 3. Ding! Congratulations, host, nightmare prison has evolved into the scythe of judgment. Ding! Consumed 50,000 skill points. Congratulations, host, execution death ray has been upgraded to tier 7. Ding! Congratulations, host, execution death ray has evolved into soul desecration. Whoosh! With the continuous evolution of the brand new night skill. Around the courtyard of Muchen's family, a sudden murderous storm arose. Dark clouds obscured the faint light of the waning moon, making the night chillingly lonely. Beneath the dark, oppressive hunting wind, there was also a faint scent of blood. No one noticed that at this moment, Muchen's eyes in the dark night turned blood red like scarlet. Why did the wind suddenly pick up? Inside the house, second uncle turned over and was about to close the window when he saw Muchen carrying a backpack, pushing the door open, and walking out of the courtyard. Xiao Chun, it's already 11 o'clock, where are you going? Muchen waved his hand behind him. Get some rest early, second uncle. I've been lying down all day, I'm going to the leveling area to stretch my muscles. Damn, not working hard during the day, pretending to be active at night. Second uncle grumbled irritably, just about to close the window. Suddenly at that moment, faintly illuminated by the weak night light, he saw behind Muchen a pair of black and red glowing wings spreading out. How is that possible? Chapter 5 First Kill. The Desperate Soul-Eating Leopard. On the outskirts of the Nanjiang safe zone, the nearest leveling area is the Watchful Pasture. It's also the newbie map with the most guides in the group. Usually, awakening players who have just changed their class and are between levels 1 and 10 will grind monsters here. Basically, within a week after changing class, most stable teams of awakening players can reach above level 5. Some high-end teams, with many special classes and abundant resources from privileged backgrounds, can repeatedly farm at the boss coordinates and reach level 8. Of course, teams with this level of efficiency are few and far between throughout the entire Nanjing region. I'm afraid only a prodigy like Hua Manxin could achieve that. At this moment, although Muchen was still only a level 0 awakener, with the support of a powerful system and his skills reaching the 7th tier, he was obviously not satisfied with just guarding the monsters in the Watch Ranch area. If he was going to fight, he wanted to fight in a higher level area. Muchen opened the map and then headed straight for the 2nd tier map, Silent Valley, deeper within the Watch Ranch. The monsters active on this map are generally at level 11-20. There are 8 common types of monsters. And their names are prominently marked in red. Red-named monsters. Their most notable feature is automatically locking onto human presence within a certain range and actively launching attacks. Of course, higher danger means higher experience and richer rewards. 1 hour later, Muchen passed through the novice area and stepped into the outskirts of the Silent Valley. A chilling aura hit him in the face. The heavy smell of blood complemented Muchen's current state as the Night Asura. As expected, compared to the novice map of the pasture, this was the real danger. Muchen did not dare to be negligent. He took out a vial of red potion from his backpack and gulped it down in one go. The red aura flashed and disappeared. Ding! Consumed a basic strength potion, host's maximum HP increased by 300. Duration 30 minutes. Muchen glanced at the stats panel, and sure enough, his HP had reached 600 points. Fortunately, there are no counterfeit goods in this parallel world. Muchen chuckled teasingly and stepped forward with even more confidence. At night, he transforms into an Asura, unable to use the light bath technique, and his skills consume health. While other skills consume energy, his directly consume health. Right now, since I'm soloing a high-level map again, I have to be very careful and cautious. I can't take any risks. As a priest, Muchen understands that principle better than anyone. Survive first, then deal damage. Muchen slowly advanced deeper. Passing through the dense forest on the outskirts of the valley, and by the babbling, flowing stream, he arrived in front of a tranquil lake. Because tonight's moonlight was very faint, the visibility of the lake was very low. Ordinary people could not possibly detect the danger hidden beneath it. However, Muchen's pupils glowed red as he entered the night azure state, granting him an extremely powerful night vision. In the depths of the tranquil lake surface, two giant crocodiles with bloodshot eyes were also lurking. Level 13 ferocious beasts, bloodthirsty crocodiles. Just in time. Muchen pretended not to see them, standing motionless by the lake, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty crocodile remains still until it locks onto its prey, then it charges out like a thunderbolt. Just at the moment Muchen was about to make a move. Swish! Below the jungle behind, a light arrow shot through the air, precisely hitting the center of the bloodthirsty crocodile's head, killing it instantly. In the middle of the night, to actually have monsters stolen? Muchen turned around with suspicion and saw a man and a woman, both awakened individuals in their 30s, emerging from the jungle. The man was tall and sturdy, carrying a bow and arrows on his back, while the woman appeared to be a support class, without any weapons. The two hurriedly rushed in front of Muchen, acting as a shield, then launched a coordinated attack. A white light flashed from the woman's fingers, illuminating the view inside the lake. The man swiftly shot two more arrows at the lake surface, killing another bloodthirsty crocodile. "What are you doing?" Muchen was about to speak when the big man looked fearful and said, "Little brother, what's going on with you? How does a level 0 priest as a secondary class end up in Silent Valley? Where are your companions? Or your guardian? This place is too dangerous for you, leave immediately." The woman also spoke seriously and earnestly, "That's right. Without us, you would have been in serious danger just now when that bloodthirsty crocodile ambushed you." Muchen was speechless. "I am the mighty Knight Asura. A 7th tier core skill expert, do I need protection from you too?" But these two are indeed kind-hearted, so Muchen naturally wound T-mind and smiled. "I appreciate your good intentions. However, this mere bloodthirsty crocodile is unlikely to pose a threat to me." After speaking, Muchen turned and headed deeper into the more dangerous valley. "Hey! Brother, you!" The burly man still wanted to persuade him but was stopped by the woman beside him. "Forget it, that person seems a bit strange. Don't you think his aura is very different? And his eyes were actually red." The big man fell into thought. Could it be a special profession? But no matter how special, I've never heard of anyone daring to storm the Silent Valley alone at level 0. Both shook their heads and quickly left in another direction. Little did they know, just 2 minutes after they parted ways, Muchen encountered an even more terrifying opponent. 3 level 15 spirit hunting leopards. They stood on the branches of 2 large trees facing the dense forest, their expressions cold as they locked onto Muchen, emitting hoarse low growls. That was their exclusive way of communicating. Coming in groups? Then let's have a clash. Muchen remained completely calm, standing in place with an indifferent expression, whispering quietly. Clearly, it was a provocation. In the next moment, the 3 spirit-devouring leopards simultaneously stretched their bodies and pounced toward Muchen. Each opened their fierce, bloodthirsty jaws. The speed was extreme. A sense of crisis instantly surged in his heart. This was the first time in Muchen's life that he had left the safe zone and come face to face with these terrifying real creatures. Dangerous thoughts kept surging, meaning the 3 leopards possessed the threat of devouring Muchen in one round. Don't forget, he is only a level 0 awakener. At most, he only has a maximum of 600 health. However, forbidden. Muchen let out a light chuckle, his 2 fingers extended together. 3 blood-red halos descended simultaneously. Blood-killing technique, 3rd stage evolution skill, Nightmare Prison. Roar! 3 spirit-devouring leopards simultaneously lost their ability to move. At their foreheads, each formed a blood-red Asura mark. They struggled desperately, screaming in agony. An unimaginable sense of oppression and despair ravages their souls. The power of Asura. It has awakened within this boy. Is that all? The leopards went completely mad. However, immediately after, Muchen waved his hand again. "Explode for me." Whoosh! Another streak of blood-red light spread out, and in an instant, 3 Asura marks detonated simultaneously. Bang! A mist of blood instantly covered an area of several meters around this jungle. 3 level 15 spirit leopards shattered into 3 streams of blood mist. A level 0 priest wiped out 3 spirit leopards attacking together in the blink of an eye. Is this damn guy still a healer? What happened to the promised support role that adds health? At the same time, 3 blood-red light dots flew toward Muchen, merging into his body. Bloodthirsty Asura passive triggered. The 80 points of bloodline burned by the 2 powerful skills just now were instantly replenished. Daddy? Can kill monsters? And it doesn't even consume energy. Where the hell can I reason with this? Muchen's face was full of surprise, feeling the refreshing sensation throughout his body after passive healing, and an incredibly strong desire to fight surged in his heart. Chapter 6 Frenzied Attribute Boosts, Leveling Up Made Too Easy. Ding! Achievement unlocked. First character level up. Reward, Advanced Experience Guide X3. For beginners only. Ding! Gained 2,750 experience points. Ding! Gained an additional 875 experience points as a bonus. Ding! Obtained Leopard Pattern 3. Ding! Obtained 3 broken leopard bones. Congratulations host, character level has increased to 3. Reward, 15 character attribute points. Whoosh! A colorful aura flowed all over. An incredibly comfortable sense of advancement spread throughout Muchen's body. Leveled up. He actually leveled up 3 times in one go. Muchen didn't expect that the experience of defeating monsters above his level would be this good. It should be noted that during the day, Ruby and the others, for safety reasons, guarded the pasture killing level 0 alpacas, and after more than 4 hours of grinding, they only reached level 3. But on Muchen's side, with just a wave of his hand, in no time at all, he closed the gap. And this seemed to be just the beginning of tonight's Asura feast. Due to the characteristics of the priest class, every time Muchen levels up, his base health increases by 50 points. From the previous 600 points, it has increased to the current 750 points. Still not enough. Muchen waved his hand, adding all 15 attribute points to the health section. Ding! Points added successfully. Host's base health increased to 750 points. A sudden increase of 300 health points. With the effect of the basic strengthening potion, Muchen's current health limit has broken through the 1000 mark. What Muchen doesn't know is that this health value has already far surpassed any combat class of the same level. Even Ruby, that big health tank, a true blood warrior tank class, only has less than 800 health at level 3. Visible improvement. Having tasted the benefits of the upgrade, Muchen felt more confident as he advanced through this silent valley. Thick blood means confidence. Relying on his passive blood-sucking talent as a bloodthirsty Asura, Muchen was confident that as long as he wasn't surrounded by groups or faced with high-level boss monsters, even alone, he wouldn't have to worry about life-threatening danger in this valley map. After completing the skill point allocation, Muchen took out a high-level experience guidebook and burned it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for the next hour, experience gained from killing monsters is increased by 30%. This achievement reward is pretty reliable. They all give practical items that speed up growth. At this rate, I should be able to get through the newbie phase soon. Muchen raised the corner of his mouth and continued to delve deeper into the valley map, starting a new round of monster grinding mode. Ding! Gained 300 experience points. Ding! Gained an additional 100 experience points. Ding! Gained 450 experience points. Ding! Gained an additional 150 experience points. Muchen advanced quickly, clearing some spirit-devouring leopards and level 13 red name monsters armor bears along the way, reaching level 4. This process took about half an hour. As the level increases, the speed of upgrading naturally slows down. But even at this speed, it's enough for the students in the group to look up to. Whoosh! One streak after another of red blood light merges into the body. The passive skill of Bloodshed Asura kept activating, replenishing his own health, while Muchen inexplicably felt a burning power surging within his body. Ding! The Night Asura totem has finished charging. Awaiting activation. Muchen stopped in his tracks, immediately opening the panel with a puzzled look. To his surprise, at the edge of the panel interface, a pulsating blood-red glow appeared, flickering continuously. The frequency was completely in sync with his own heartbeat. At the same time, Muchen felt his desire to kill monsters grow stronger than ever before. Activate. The next moment, the faint Shura twin wings on his back suddenly burst with a surge of bloodlight. Behind Muchen, a nearly 3-meter-tall Asura totem slowly took shape. It was exactly like the outline of the Asura he saw in his dream. However, unlike the oppressive aura in the dream that seemed to judge all beings, the totem behind him was far less imposing. It resembled more a young form still in swaddling clothes, waiting to mature. Even if it is just a primal form, it still carries a terrifying aura that shakes the valley. Goodness, are you sure this isn't the true form of the martial soul? Muchen turned around and saw the huge Shura totem following behind him, existing like an energy entity. It suddenly reminded him of a famous scene from an anime in his previous life. Ferocious face, fierce aura, eyes filled with bloodthirsty desire. And the striking Shura mark on the forehead. It seemed that at this moment, it was the ruler of this valley. Is this also a special ability of the Shura form? Could it be that the so-called charging and activation is triggered by the passive skill of bloodthirsty Shura, absorbing a certain amount of bloodline power to summon this totem? Don't say it does look pretty imposing, but how exactly do you use this thing? Muchen activated the panel again and sure enough saw the exclusive attribute interface of the totem in the skill bar. Asura totem activated. Killing intent burning state, 959. Evolution strength, unevolved. Health, 30,000. Energy, none. Strength, 300. Body? Endurance, 300. Agility, 300. Mental power coverage area, radius of 10 meters. Skills, Bloodbath. Dark Knight Lord. Dominator's Domain. Undead Puppet. Currently unavailable. Bloodbath passive. The Asura totem comes with a bloodthirsty skill, absorbing bloodline power after killing monsters to enhance itself. Dominator's Domain expands the area covered by mental power, suppressing all dangerous targets within the area and applying the Asura mark. Dark Knight Lord. The Asura totem can enter exploration mode, actively attacking any dangerous targets appearing within the coverage area. How much health? 30,000. Muchen thought he was seeing things. Isn't this just a divine auto-farming artifact? Such high health, and also comes with a bloodthirsty talent, attacking while sucking blood. The main thing is, it can automatically fight monsters. This is ridiculously powerful. Shura totem, enter exploration mode. Muchen eagerly gave the order. Boom! A terrifying aura of slaughter exploded instantly. The blood-red glow in the eyes of the Asura totem became even more dazzling. The next moment, it actually broke away from behind Muchen and rapidly advanced deep into the valley ahead. Fatally, Muchen saw a blood-red aura about 10 meters in diameter surging beneath the foot of the Asura totem. That was the coverage area of the Dominator's Domain. Let's follow and take a look. Muchen firmly resolved and hurriedly chased after it. He wanted to find out exactly how strong the battle power of the Asura totem he summoned was. Soon, Muchen chased the totem into an open plain within the inner valley. As far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of red-named monsters marked on the map. The previously encountered spirit-biting leopard, bloodthirsty crocodile, and armored battle bear were all there. The quantity must be at least close to 100. Muchen quickly stopped and hid under a big tree to observe secretly. He didn't dare to foolishly rush into that plain area. However, the Asura totem not only did not slow down its advance but instead charged even more excitedly into the monster group. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelmingly powerful wave of energy exploded out as the Shura totem actively unleashed its Dominator Domain. The domain aura began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the monsters covered by the aura, whether passively or actively, roared wildly and charged toward the Shura totem. Boom! The totem let out a fierce roar, quickly forming a 2-meter-long blood-red scythe in its hand, wildly swinging it to harvest these feeble yet ferocious prey. Ding! Gained 3,750 experience points. Ding! Gained an additional 1250 experience points. Ding! Gained 2,700 experience points. Ding! Gained an additional 900 experience points. Ding! Gained 1,800 experience points. Congratulations, host, character level has increased to 5. Gained 5 attribute points. Congratulations, host, your character level has increased to 6. You have gained 5 attribute points. Congratulations, host, your character level has increased to level 9. You have gained 5 attribute points. This is simply outrageous. Muchen stood there dumbfounded, motionless. The upgrade notification ringing repeatedly in his mind left him numb. Just 1 minute. Level 9? Seeing the monster corpses scattered all over the plain, Muchen pinched his own face. Confirmed, this is not a dream. So it turns out, upgrading is this simple? Chapter 7, Asura Totem. The Awakening of the AFK Artifact. Muchen muttered in a Versailles style, then opened the panel again. Name, Muchen. Awakened profession, priest. Current level, 9. Health 13,501, 350 temporary increase in max by 300. Energy, 0. 5-dimensional attributes, affecting growth rate current remaining attribute points, 30. Strength, 20. Stamina, 27. Endurance, 15. Agility, 10. Willpower, 15. Skill points remaining, 35,200. Skills, Asura Totem activated blood-killing technique Nightmare Prison Judgment Scythe Verdict Death Ray Soul Desecration Bloodthirsty Asura Passive Asura Mark Passive. Keep maxing it out. Muchen forced a smile, adding all 30 attribute points to his physique. Ding! Points added successfully. Host's base health increased to 1650. Nearly 2,000 health at full status. Extremely comfortable. Muchen looked at the panel showing 1950 health and felt completely at ease. It's not that he's scared. But this world, although it looks like a huge game battlefield, life, really, only happens once. Once the health points drop to 0, everything turns to nothing. As a traveler through worlds, Muchen deeply understands the principle of the careful sailor sails 1,000 years. Playing cautiously and developing steadily is the key to victory. The stats of the Asura Totem have changed. Kill intent burning status, 949. Health, 32,250. Undead puppet currently usable. Seeing these 3 data changes, Muchen's understanding of the Asura Totem deepened. As expected, the so-called burning killing intent should be the duration maintained by this Asura Totem. Such a bug-like existence cannot be used endlessly. But the blood-sucking effect of the bloodthirsty talent itself also provides a certain proportion of killing intent bonus. As long as monsters keep being killed, the totem's duration will also be extended. In addition, the amount of blood swallowed will be partially returned to itself, further enhancing the totem's combat power. It seems like the sky size is also growing. Looking at the totem's silhouette, which was broader and more solid than before, Muchen felt increasing joy and satisfaction. Undead Puppet, burn part of the totem's health to revive the fierce beasts marked with the Asura mark that were killed within the Dominator's domain, turning them into followers. The Asura mark disappears, and the puppet perishes. Release the puppet. With strong anticipation, Muchen issued the command once again. Buzz. In an instant, the Asura totem on the battlefield not far away emitted a dazzling blood-red light from the mark on its forehead. The totem let out a furious roar to the sky. The blood light spread and expanded once again. The marks on the foreheads of the ferocious beast corpses lying scattered around also lit up simultaneously. Immediately, the pupils of all the corpses turned scarlet, and they each rose to gather around the Asura totem. HP, 24,550. Oh my god. They actually turned the monsters they killed into puppets. The cost is merely losing a portion of the totem's health. Doesn't that mean the Asura totem is killing monsters while simultaneously strengthening its own team? If the totem's duration is long enough, wouldn't that mean the entire Silent Valley will become my territory? When this thought appeared, the usually calm Muchen couldn't help but feel his blood boiling with excitement. Who would have thought that this time, I would awaken such an unbelievably powerful professional ability? The Dark Knight Asura is terrifying beyond words. Isn't this damn script about a dragon-slaying youth who ends up becoming the evil dragon? So thrilling. Dark Lord of the Night, exploration mode, continue. Give me endless kills. I want to see if tonight I can rule the entire Silent Valley. Muchen's command issued. In an instant, within the inner circle of Silent Valley, the spiritual power of the Asura totem shook violently. All the ferocious beasts marked with the Asura seal roared in agreement. For a moment, the sounds of the ferocious beasts echoed through this valley battlefield, shaking the entire night sky. At the same time, the southern side of the Silent Valley, about 2 kilometers horizontally from Muchen's location, the silhouette of a woman in a sleek black outfit with an excellent figure kept darting through the dense forest. She held 2 short blades shimmering with silver light in her hands. Any fierce beast that encountered her blades would have its throat cut and be killed in an instant. Under the faint light of the night moon, the woman's face was reflected. Heart full of flowers. Level 7 Swordsman. Leveling time, 13 hours and 38 minutes. A battle-type awakener from the large group of Ijon, currently ranked 3rd in real-time level standings. A sudden beast roar from afar interrupted Huamanshin's advancing rhythm. Where did that beast roar come from? She cautiously leaned against the root of a large tree, replenishing supplies and recovering her status while scrolling through the ranking data in the group chat. That guy is still level 0. He can't really be planning to just give up, can he? Giving up so easily, and here I was thinking he was a worthy rival. Oof. Once my sword is finished, I'll definitely have to confront him face to face. Huamanshin looked at the name of Muchen, who was still offline, feeling dissatisfied. There was a hint of frustration, like being disappointed in someone who failed to live up to expectations. She didn't want to see Muchen, who had suppressed her for a whole year and whom she had regarded as her only rival, just quietly drop out of the competition for the top tier. Moreover, whether Huamanshin harbored some personal feelings toward Muchen, no one knew. Such a strong scent of blood. Huamanshin stood up again, her sharp eyes sweeping fiercely toward the north. There must have been a large number of ferocious beasts wiped out. Could it be that a powerful protector from a major faction has taken action? Huamanshin was full of curious thoughts and suddenly whispered a few lines of a chant. In a moment, more than a dozen spirit butterflies emitting a pinkish-white glow appeared. These are guardian pets that only heirs of noble families can afford to use. Go, check out the situation over there. Huamanshin raised his hand, and more than a dozen spirit butterflies, as if understanding his words, quickly flew towards the north side. Roar! The terrifying and deep beast roar continued. The bloody smell lingering in the air was growing stronger. The spirit butterflies that had just flown out a short distance all retreated back at once. They trembled as they flapped their wings, looking utterly terrified, no longer daring to investigate recklessly. Is there some great terror? How could that be possible? It's just a second-level map, there shouldn't be any high-level guardians appearing here. The Nanjiang family clan probably isn't as familiar to me as this one. Let's go take a look. 5 minutes later, Huamanshin broke free from the jungle boundary enclosing the valley and entered the plain battlefield. He was immediately completely stunned by the scene he saw at the edge of his vision. A rare, indescribable shock flashed across her stunningly beautiful face. My god, what the hell is that thing? The massive Shura totem has now grown to over 5 meters tall. The aura radiating from it has turned into a chilling and terrifying black-red color. A huge blood-red scythe wielded in hand, ruthlessly cutting through the ferocious beasts lurking in the plains. What is even more incomprehensible is that those slain beasts could actually be resurrected to become his puppets. This is literally a moving netherworld purgatory. Hua Manxin's face gradually turned pale. I originally planned to keep observing for a while. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of pressure and a suffocating, despairing fear hit me head-on. Damn, it's coming this way. Run. This is the only instinct that Hua Manxin has. She originally wanted to capture this moment and send a screenshot to the elders of the family to clear up their doubts. But now, she deeply feels that her life is under a severe threat. Damn it! Where the hell did this ghostly thing suddenly come from? A low-level leveling area actually allows such a taboo to exist? I must not let it and those puppets catch up. Hua Manxin was sprinting wildly while muttering to herself. Where was there even a trace of the cold, aloof demeanor of the school beauty goddess? Meanwhile, on the other side of the valley, there were also two onlookers hidden in the shadows. They were the husband and wife who had earlier snatched the bloodthirsty crocodile from Muchen. Oh my god. Honey, look, that big guy is so terrifying. Is that the boss of the Silent Valley? No. He's much more terrifying than the boss. This damn thing looks like a forbidden level monster. How did it end up here? Look next to it, there are still many small monsters around. Could it be a beast uprising? The women are chattering nervously, clearly terrified by the scene. The men are calmer, frowning deeply as they take out their phones and snap a dozen photos. What time is it, and you still have the mind to take close-ups? Hurry up and get out of here. If they target us, even if we had wings, we couldn't escape. The man growled, you don't know anything. I'm going to report the situation here to the garrison. If this thing keeps killing, I'm afraid the entire Silent Valley will be wiped out tonight. If it rushes out of the map, it will be dangerous. Soon, the awakened members responsible for related work at the guard duty area quickly gathered together. The crew-cut middle-aged man in military attire who led the group had an imposing presence and brought them to the surveillance monitors. Someone triggered the emergency red alert? What's going on? Reporting, sir. A suspected forbidden-level creature has been found in the Silent Valley. It is advancing toward the inner battlefield. The middle-aged leader's cold gaze fixed on the screen. Zoom in the image. After a moment, when the massive Asura totem appeared in the middle of the screen, more than 20 awakened individuals from various professions in the duty room all changed their expressions drastically. What the hell is this? This is too terrifying. Officer Lee, do you recognize this big guy? Such a terrifying aura. The middle-aged man pondered for a while, his expression changing and turning gloomy. It must be Asura. What? Inside the duty room, there was a deathly silence. Chapter 8,000 achievement unlocked. Alerting the big shots of the garrison area. Asura. Wasn't that an epic figure that only appeared in the ancient mythological era? Could it really exist? Yes. Besides, even if these taboos really appeared, there is no way they would show up in a second-tier battlefield full of newbies. Oh my god. This thing is an Asura? Who can possibly beat it? The awakened started shouting back and forth. Officer Lee sternly reprimanded, enough, everyone return to your posts and be on standby at all times. No one rests tonight, stay alert and be ready for battle. Xiao Wang notified the guard commander Su Yang at Silent Valley to immediately seal off the 4 entrances and forbid anyone from entering. Understood. Everyone began to take action. The middle-aged man rubbed his buzz cut and stared fixedly at the Asura totem on the screen. Judging by the situation, it probably isn't a true forbidden incarnation, but some kind of totem or summon creature. But he hadn't heard of anyone in Nanjiang having the ability to summon such a forbidden entity like an Asura. Forget it, let's go over and take a look first. Hope nothing big goes wrong. Everyone, move faster. Can you take responsibility if something happens? At this moment, the entrance on the west side of the Silent Valley. The chief in charge, a level 48 blood warrior named Su Yang, was shouting urgently with a flushed face. Just after receiving Officer Li Ming's order, he immediately mobilized his manpower to take action. On the outskirts of the entrance, the special armored car drove over. Su Yang was about to get into the car when a large ice blue bird sped over in the distance with its wings spread out. The person on its back was clearly the flat-headed middle-aged Li Ming level 62 Axe Warfare. Mr. Li. Why did you personally come? Su Yang had a batch of kind faces, completely different from the way he treated his men. Bull. If you don't come, can you handle it? What's going on in there? Give me first-hand data. Su Yang smiled playfully and rounded off the scene. Mr. Li, aren't you making it hard for me? That's Shura. Our detection instruments are useless, you have to go in and see for yourself. Li Ming did not talk nonsense, single-handedly carried Su Yang and threw him onto the back of his bird, accelerated at full speed and flew into the Silent Valley. Everyone stand by, no one is allowed to leave. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later, the blue bird carrying the two, close to the depths of the valley inner perimeter, a long way away, they saw the huge totem that had swollen to 8 meters, still constantly slaughtering all kinds of ferocious beasts. Vaguely, the two of them discovered that dozens of meters behind the Shura totem, there was a silhouette shrouded in blood-colored light. If it wasn't Muchen, who could it be? Su Yang had a serious face and lowered his voice. Is it really summoned out? Mr. Li, when did a big brother who can summon Shura appear in Nanxiang? Li Ming rolled his eyes in disbelief. Who told you it must be Nanxiang? This Shura totem's blood volume is at least over 80,000 meters. The level should have reached over level 80. That silhouette, I'm afraid it's not a big shot that we can mess with either. Raider? Level 80. Su Yang was trembling. One should know that he had been transmogrified for over 10 years, and he was only over level 40. An awakened who was over level 80. According to the power level division given by the Awakening Alliance, it was at least a 5-segment, or even a 6-segment big shot. The segment level is actually equal to the Awakened One's medal. It is also the most intuitive symbol of the status of the Awakened in this field. The requirements for upgrading the level were very strict. Take Li Ming, who is at level 62 in front of him, in the entire South River Safety Zone management system is also considered a high level, but now it is only the peak of the 4th segment. Generally, awakened people have to reach level 65 before they can participate in the 5-segment promotion examination. What is the concept of a 6-segment awakened person? A position of strength that could almost be equated with the governor of South River. Such a big shot, coming to a 2nd rank map to brush monsters? Su Yang really couldn't figure out what was going on in front of him. Li Ming sighed and gruffly said, "A reasonable interpretation I can think of, this mysterious strongman should be a protector of a certain big family, coming to collect some sort of prop or skill book amongst other resources for the sake of the family heir. If that was the case, then his purpose must be the boss in the core area of Silent Valley. Looking at the path they were advancing on, it shouldn't be an outer safety zone either, so for the time being, they didn't have to worry too much about posing a security threat." Su Yang sniffed and nodded furiously like a chicken pecking at rice. "That makes sense, Mr. Li. I'm relieved to have you say this. But then again, if it's really an intruder, this level of existence, it's not something we can block." Rumble. Below, Muchen was still controlling the Shura totem, steadily advancing towards the inner side of the valley. By now, the undead puppets controlled by this person and totem were approaching 1,000. Ding. Gained 3,350 experience points. Ding. Gained an additional 1,120 experience points. Ding. Gained 2,400 experience points. Ding. Gain an additional 800 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Thousands of Decapitations achievement. Rewarded with an achievement gift pack. Oh. Killed 1,000 monsters so quickly. I can't believe I'm getting a gift pack. It's really conscientious. At this moment, Muchen was purely in the state of a street sneak. I don't have to do anything, I'm just following behind Shura totem, licking the packs, eating the experience, and receiving the rewards. But this is the main person who's lying down, and he's already leveled up to 14. Where could this be justified? You have to know that the person who is currently at the top of the group's rankings is only at level 8. If Mu Dust had been a bit more high profile and opened the online function of the large group to share his level data, it was estimated that in just a split second, the large group in the first center would directly blow up. Continuing to advance. After taking the map and observing it for a while, Mu Dust updated the Shura totem's command once again. This time, his target was the strongest person in Silent Valley, the center area boss Tarzan. As Mu Dust and a large group of undead puppets completely moved away, a male and a female husband and wife awakenings ran out of the inner perimeter in a panic and immediately had a feeling of having survived a robbery. Phew, finally there is no danger, scared to death old lady. The woman stroked her hand on her chest, calming her agitation. The man is a little more sensitive, see the sky constantly approaching the blue bird, hastily raised his arms and called out. "Hey! Big brother, requesting for support. Quick, draw your bow and shoot that bird." Li Ming then observed the two people below and maneuvered the flying bird guardian spirit to land beside them. "It's Officer Li. Great, we're saved." The woman cheered excitedly. Regarding the identity of this middle-aged man with a flat head, none of the awakened who had been around the South River were strangers. Li Ming said seriously, "You guys were also targeted by that suspected Shura monster?" The man hurriedly shook his head, it was almost locked. "Officer Li, that big guy is sucking blood while killing monsters and growing itself. It hasn't reached its upper limit yet." "What are you saying?" This time, Su Yang next to him also changed his face drastically. "It hasn't reached its limit yet? How is that possible?" The two couples nodded their heads frantically, with a look of fear on their faces. "It won't be false. The two of us didn't dare to make a move for fear of being locked by that big guy's aura, and had been observing and gathering its data. Now that big guy's blood level has exceeded 100,000. This time Li Ming also panicked, tightly locking his brows and blatantly saying, "Trouble. The one controlling the Shura totem is probably a grand summoner of the patriarch level." "What?" Su Yang and the couple were shocked. A patriarch-level awakened person of 100 levels or more, a 7-stage giant. Chapter 9, Patriarchal Stone Hammer. Officer Lee panicked. The so-called master teacher. As the name suggests, amongst the realm of the awakened, the group that stands at the tip of the pyramid. The true watershed of the awakened. In a tertiary city like Nanjing, with tens of millions of people and nearly 100,000 combat awakened, not even a single master could be found. One could imagine what 100 levels, 7 stages patriarch-level grand summoner meant. It was even more unimaginable to Muchen that the gold content of this Shura totem he had summoned, the natural ability that came with the hidden profession, was still rising. He clearly didn't do anything, yet he had already opened up and turned the entire South River upside down. Duty office? This is Li Ming. Turn on the Silent Valley Regional Alert immediately. Notify all awakened in the area to quickly disengage from the battlefield. There's a suspected unidentified master awakened. Nanjing Safety Zone, enter a state of first-degree alert. Li Ming ordered one. Su Yang and the two couples in front of him looked at each other, serious to the extreme. Soon, an incomparably ear-piercing alarm loomed over the Silent Valley. Hua Manxin, who was hiding in the depths of the valley, had just calmed down a bit when her emotions once again became grave. Surprisingly, it was a level 1 alert, an area alert. Could it be because of the appearance of that big guy just now? No, we have to contact home quickly. Hua Manxin wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead and pulled out her cell phone. She, who had just broken free of the Shura totem domain aura, suddenly regretted coming in alone at night a bit. Damn it. I was thinking of eating experience books at night to catch up on my progress and rise to level 8 to punch the list, but I actually stumbled upon this mess. Ding. Right at this moment, someone in the large group of the first middle school started to send a message. Everyone, what's the situation with Sticky Door? Why is the first level alarm going off for good reason? My second brother is from the Safe Zone Enforcement Division, and I heard that something happened over in Silent Valley. It seems that a 7th stage summoning master is here. He's got a big monster called the Shura, and he's killing everything in there. If you run into it, you're dead. Kneeling. Kneeling, are you serious? You're bluffing upstairs, aren't you? A Grandmaster? What are you doing here in Nanjing? We don't have a single level 100 Grandmaster in the entire city of Nanjing. Panicked. That's right, it's not that serious, it's probably just a beast riot, what a fuss. Grimaces. Hua Manxin looked at the crazily refreshed discussion information in the group, and couldn't help but once again gather courage and grope towards the center area. Is it really a 7th stage Grandmaster? No. It couldn't be. If there really was a 100-level Grandmaster coming to Nanjing, Grandpa would never have been unresponsive, he should have sent someone to contact me long ago. The fact that the family hasn't moved proves that it won't be a truly strong person. But how does this totem explain it? Hua Manxin suddenly recalled the figure she saw following behind the Shura totem when she was hiding just now. Since it was too dark at night, she couldn't see Muchen too clearly. Together with the shelter of the blood-colored light wings in the Shura state, it made Muchen even more mysterious. After ruling out the biggest threat, Hua Manxin was once again bursting with curiosity. She followed over to take a look. This time, she put away her double blades and summoned the spirit butterfly to guard her side, while taking out her cell phone to turn on the video recording function. And at the same time, Muchen also manipulated the Shura totem and arrived at the center of this empty and quiet valley in the central area. This place actually looked like a huge stone mountain that had been hollowed out. It was very similar to the hinterland of the mysterious island in the movie called King Kong in his previous life. Empty, solemn, mixed with a sense of mystery. The deeper part of the hinterland was a deep and ancient jungle-like appearance, but the aura fluctuations of the boss could not be detected. Shepherd Dust carefully looked at the map several times, confirming that the coordinates were correct before tilting his head and frowning slightly. Wasn't Tarzan sleeping? Why isn't it moving at all? Suddenly, right at this moment, in the area where Mu Dust and the group of ferocious beasts and undead puppets were located, countless ancient trees and vines spread out on both sides. They filled the sky and formed a huge net. It seemed to completely encircle all the creatures here. Maxin recovered his usual wisdom and calmness, and hummed and laughed as he said, "Stage fright." Not panicking, Maxin immediately opened his chant in place. Clang! In an instant, thousands of undead puppets, the Shura seal at their eyebrows, were lit up at the same time. A purple halo, like a river of purple stars, converged with each other to form a huge light array that covered hundreds of meters around. Li Ming, who was observing the situation from the sky viewpoint at the moment, just happened to see the overlooking viewpoint of the battlefield. Looking down from the sky, all of the purple marks of light formed a huge and incomparable complete Shura mark. It was actually ignited in the trajectory of a formation. Wow! What a beautiful trajectory. Is this a formation pattern? It should be an enlarged version of the seal. On the back of the big bird, the two couples murmured. Li Ming was the only one who was locked in deep thought. This is bad, hurry up. Suddenly, Li Ming tapped into a certain forbidden cognition in his memory, and his face paled in alarm. Quickly! Blue, evacuate at full speed. It's going to explode down there. When Su Yang and the two couples saw Li Ming's face, they were scared out of their wits. What's going on here, Mr. Li? Li Ming cursed and yelled. It can be confirmed. It's a true 7th order forbidden spell. If we don't leave, I'm afraid we'll be in danger. Rumble. When Muchen finished chanting, the blood-colored red light in his pupils turned into a fuse for the huge seal formation. It instantly ignited the entire grand formation. Undead soul profanation. Explosion. Boom. In an instant, under the activation of Muchen's 7th order skill Undead Soul Profanity, all the undead puppets, the marks at their eyebrows were detonated at the same time. The fire of a star suddenly rose up to start a prairie fire. The localized power that erupted from each seal fused together, creating a catastrophic vortex that swept and engulfed the entire periphery of the valley's hinterland. The destructive outburst of power completely destroyed all the surrounding vines. Deep within the vast valley, the dormant Tarzan finally revived at this moment, slowly stepping out from the dark shadows. The 5-meter-tall Silent Valley Center's own boss Tarzan. The strongest person in the entire second rank map stood in front of the Shura totem, humble as a child. Tarzan? That's it? Mu Dust stared blankly at this little guy that only reached the waist of the Shura totem and fell into deep thought. The huge Shura totem, whose height had exceeded 10 meters, also fell into silence. As for Tarzan, I'll roar. It desperately pounded its chest, and without saying a word, it turned its head and skipped. Tarzan didn't dream that the TM sky had collapsed once he woke up. Originally, the vines outside were the prey net he had set up. Wherever there is an intruder, it will be blocked and surrounded by vines, falling into their own trap. But he never thought that this time, actually fished out a great cultivator. And right at this moment, in the corner hundreds of meters from behind Muchen, Miss Flower Full of Heart, who had already been blown up in the dust, took a huge risk and held her cell phone, capturing this incomparably precious scene and sending it to the large group of the first middle school. Flower Full of Heart. Miss Flower, you were actually at the scene? My goodness. What is this thing? Xiao Luo. Is it really the Grand Master of Summoning coming to Nanzhang? Is this the Grand Master's summon? It's horrible. The large group in the first middle school completely exploded. The young minds of the awakened rookies who had just been turned were overwhelmingly shocked. But they couldn't even dream of imagining it. In front of them, the mysterious sect master in the screen of Flower Full of Heart, who was revered as a god, was simply a level 0 milestone in their eyes. It was simply the level 0 Milk Daddy Maction who had fallen from the altar in their eyes. Chapter 10, Boss Drop, Solid as a Rock. Wipe it out. Mudus stared at Tarzan's panicked fleeing back and coldly gave the order. In the next moment, the huge Knight Shura totem's gigantic arm waved, and with one hand, it grabbed Tarzan's head. The strongest boss of the entire Silent Valley second rank map was played with in the palm of his hand. Tarzan's 5-meter-tall figure roared hysterically and resisted. This tragic sound wave shook the entire valley hinterland. On the periphery, Hua Manxin, who was secretly filming this scene with her cell phone, was even more horrified as she watched. It was horrible. Is this the power of forbidden means? A second-stage battlefield juggernaut-level boss actually had no room to resist at all. Bang! With a wave of his big hand, Muchen completed the release of the blood spirit art together with the Knight's Shura totem. However, with a single thought, Tarzan's head directly crumbled. It turned into a puddle of bloodlight that merged into the totem and Maction's own body at the same time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the boss first kill achievement. Achievement Gift Pack 1. Ding! Gain 30,000 experience points. Ding! The host has reached the highest level of the current segment and is unable to gain experience value advancement. We suggest completing the segment promotion task as soon as possible. A series of beeps rang out, and Muchen's attention was clearly not on it. He saw a crystal that glowed with a pale yellow light flickering on top of Tarzan's corpse. It was shipped out. Players in the game world were well aware that the drop rewards of a boss being killed were definitely much more lucrative than that of a small monster. Right now was the most exciting moment to lick the bag. Look at what it is. Shepherd Dust excitedly came forward. He was immediately attracted by the bright light. Good guy actually dropped so many rare materials. Just the parts on this Tarzan's body alone could sell for a lot of gold coins. With a wave of his hand, he collected all of them. What's this? What is this thing? Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill book firm as a rock. Mu Dust immediately showed a joyful expression on his face. A great harvest. Not to mention how strong this skill was. Any skill book dropped by a boss is the hottest auction house material. High-end skills were even more expensive and could not be bought with money. Because of the low burst rate and wide audience, it was definitely a top-notch gain. However, because most of the Awaken's growth cycle is too long, the resource income is limited, it is impossible to take into account the development of a variety of occupational skills at the same time. Therefore, most of the skill books that popped out were hung up in the auction house. However, for Muchen, there was simply no problem of a lack of skill points. Shield class skill. Auxiliary combat system gospel. Without saying a word, Mu Dust ate the book on the spot. Congratulations to the host, comprehending the new skill firm as a rock. Initial endurance increased by 20 points. Solid as a rock, the chosen one gets a 15-point increase in endurance. Occupation, general purpose. Duration, 600 seconds. Release condition, 50 energy. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Scope of effect, group. Makoto quickly understood the attributes of the skill. It was not a rare skill. A relatively common auxiliary combat system gain. But for a milkman of the priest profession, it was definitely an excellent choice to enrich the skill tree. These days, high-level awakened people almost always mastered several different types of abilities. For example, a priest, after reaching a higher level, must have other types of gain abilities. The kind that only adds blood, at most, just hit a normal map to brush up on supplies. The elite priests of expedition teams, world boss teams, and even high-level unions all possessed fairly comprehensive support abilities. Now that he had mastered the rock-solid basic technique, Mu Dust was confident that he would be able to obtain a superb defense increase ability in the shortest amount of time. After licking his bag, Mu Dust opened his panel. It's level 20 so soon. Hanging up to fight monsters was just too much. The corners of Mu Dust's mouth curved. This wave genuinely couldn't be suppressed. The second day of transferring, helicopter level 20. What concept? In the entire Grand Xia, I'm afraid that only a few chief-heavy towns and the giant heirs of those mysterious hidden families possess this kind of upgrading speed. The family sent out 5 and 6 stage-level awakened seniors to personally lead the team to brush the high-level dangerous maps. All kinds of increased scrolls and large medicines were full of kryptonite. That's purely sitting on the ground and taking off. But it's like the starting point of an ordinary family like Mu Chuan's, a priest auxiliary combat profession, one person brushing alone. If you want to get to level 20 in a day, you won't believe it. Compared to his level, the so-called level rankings in the first middle school awakened group were simply a joke. What's the point of ranking a bunch of rookies who can't even reach double-digit levels? Originally, it was to motivate everyone to strive to become a segmented big brother as soon as possible. But now? It was only ironic that Mu Dust, a fallen genius who had given up on himself in everyone's eyes, had ed his way up to a level they couldn't even dream of overnight. Afterwards, Mu Dust directly added all of his attribute points to blood. Name, Mu Dust. Awakened profession, priest. Current level, 20. Blood, 27502750. Energy, 0. 5-dimensional attributes, affects adult length. Current remaining attribute points, 0. 5-dimensional attributes, affects adult length. Strength, 42. Body, 89. Endurance, 65. Sensitivity, 27. Mental power, 40. Skill points remaining, 267,250. Skills, Shura Totem Active Blood Killing Technique Nightmare Cage Scythe of Judgment Deathlight Undead Soul Desecration Blood Chattering Shura Passive Shura Seal Passive. General Skill, Rock Solid. Very good. Counting the primary potions, the blood volume would be able to break through 3,000. I don't have to worry about being killed in seconds even if I go through the 4th rank maps. Blood quantity is the bottom line. The current Muchen was full of confidence. There are also 2 achievement gift packs, let's see what they are. With curiosity, Mu Dust directly opened the 2 achievement gift pack rewards that he had previously obtained. Open achievement gift pack 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've received a skill point reward of 200,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining random guardian spirit 1. Swish! A light flashed. A dirt-colored guardian spirit puppy appeared out of thin air beside Muchen. It looked like a 3-month-old small earth dog. It was more or less cute and adorable, rubbing itself fatly against Mu Dust's feet and sniffing at its scent. Can this thing be a guardian spirit? Wasn't it just a pet dog? Just when Mu Dust questioned it, this little fellow, Tuzai, ran to the edge of the valley and barked towards Mu Dust. Aha! Can't it be that there's something else in here? Go in and take a look. Mu Dust followed Tuzai, one person and one dog cautiously moved towards the inner side of the valley crevice. The flower fullness on the outside also had a curious look on her face. The boss has been killed, why do we still need to go in? Could it be that this mysterious big brother came here just for this valley? Is there a hidden treasure inside? As this thought arose, Hua Man Xin also became restless. Just as she was hesitating whether or not to continue following up. Boom! The Knight's Shura Totem spiritual power swept out, immediately interrupting Hua Manxin's thoughts. This totem power is too strong, I'm far from a match, withdraw first. After saying that, Hua Manxin quickly detached from the battlefield and quickly disappeared. Unbeknownst to Muchen's side, after going deeper into the valley's hinterland, he really did make a big discovery. Chapter 11, Restricted Shop? Kryptonite 1 straight up. Woof woof. The Earth Boy jumped to the edge of a mountain stream and stopped in front of a damp depression. Makoto fixed his eyes on it. This was the product left behind by the life essence of a crystallization, boss? If you've never eaten pork, you've always seen a pig run. Shepherd Dust understood that the so-called crystallization was more or less the same principle as the clam beads of the parallel world in his previous life. For every kind of boss, there was a crystallization of life essence that was born exclusively for itself. It's just that this material is quite rare and can't be sought without it. I didn't expect that he, the O Huang possessor, had stumbled upon it. This is good stuff. Shepherd Dust directly dug out 3 crystallized stones that were glowing with an earthy yellow light and pocketed them. Comfortable. Muchen let out a long breath of relief. This time, brushing the Silent Valley was too worth it. After exploding the skill book and unlocking the guardian spirit, he now got the crystallization stones. Pets, strength, and funds blossomed on 3 fronts. It's a proper flagship victory. Shepherd Dust's first monstrous journey has come to a successful conclusion. It's time to go back. It's too late for second uncle to get anxious. I'll have to hurry back and collect the segment promotion quests. In a flash of light, Mu Dust directly disappeared in place. At the same moment, the Night Shura totem disappeared, and Mu Dust lifted the Night Shura's awakened state. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Dust's side instead lifted his butt and walked away. Several entrances and exits of the Silent Valley had long been on standby, with their defenses stretched to full strength. Li Ming brought Su Yang and the couple, and walked into the exit and entrance safety zones with palpitations in his heart, letting out a long breath of relief. Scared the hell out of me. Mr. Li, what the hell kind of monster is that TM? It's actually so scary. Li Ming didn't have a good mood to grunt. Forbidden existence, do you take it as a joke? Forget about it for now. I'll notify the top and send a high segmented powerhouse to support it, and see if I can negotiate with the inside to understand the reason for the other party's entry. You don't have to worry too much. As far as we can see, the other party has no malicious intent. It should be with some kind of special purpose, and it won't pose too much of a threat to my Nanzhang. All the guards were secretly relieved. Su Yang with a bitter face skimmed his lips and said, I hope so. The next day, Muchen didn't even eat breakfast and went straight to the auction house. Today, he had 2 purposes. One was to bid on the monster materials he had swiped out yesterday and fill up his wallet. Secondly, he planned to make a trip to the registration office to apply for a section of promotion quests. The auction house was considered to be the liveliest place on the commercial street in the city's safety zone. Shepherd Dust took a broad step up the stairs, and after registering his information, he was guided to the treasure appraisal area. Crystallized stones are rare items dropped by bosses, and their quality and attributes are very different, so they need to be appraised before they are priced for sale. In front of this appraiser with white hair, a look of an old scholar, holding 3 pieces of crystallized stone carefully screened for half a day. Little brother, this crystallization of yours, it doesn't look like a boss product from a first-order safe zone. Shepherd Dust smiled blandly and said, Master has good eyesight. This is the Silent Valley's final boss Taishan's Valley Crypt shipment. What? The old man was stunned on the spot, nearly exploding with an expression, and looked at Mu Dust's identity registration information again. Are you sure you've only been transferring for 2 days? Auxiliary Warfare Department, level 20? The old man felt that his cognition had been refreshed. Having lived for a long time, it wasn't that he hadn't seen strong people before. It's just that in this part of Nanzhang, there aren't many big families that can be named. An auxiliary combat system priest who could have the reserves to rise to level 20 in one day was really the first time he had ever encountered one. Good boy, the younger generation is fearful. The old man took off his glasses, his person was much more invigorated, and said while waving his pen, What you dug up is the Yuan crystal of Taishan. It's more valuable than ordinary crystallized stones. Hanging it directly on the auction house, the value is at least a tenfold loss. I'll make a registration for you. You take this card and sell it in the treasure's consignment area inside. It'll probably sell for around $800,000. $800,000. As calm as Mu Dust, he couldn't suppress the upward curve of the corners of his mouth. To know, the second uncle ironing for a month, tired to earn less than 50,000 gold coins. He just went down to the battlefield and casually killed a boss, which is more than what uncle earned in a year. It's really a world where strength is honored. No wonder everyone wants to be an awakened, everyone wants to become a war profession. Monster hunting and explosions, this money comes too easily. 10 minutes later, Muchen was personally escorted out by 2 demurely dressed bunny girls. Your honorable black gold card user. Your transaction has been completed, and the entire fund income will arrive within 3 minutes. For your next transaction, you can go directly to the VIP Gold channel, no need to queue up, one-on-one service by the Rabbit Girl team. Shepherd Dust looked at the fawning smile spreading from the 2 young maidens and nodded his head indifferently. I'm grateful to the 2 of you. Ding! The transaction has been completed. The amount arrived is 7,600,000 yuan. Ding! Special achievement, first time a single transaction earns more than 500,000 gold coins. System functions are being upgraded. Ding! Unlocked a new function, skill point package limited purchase mall. Oh, there's actually a good thing about welfare upgrades? Shepherd Dust decisively opened the panel and really opened the new function option of the limited purchase mall. After clicking into it, 6 big shiny gift packages appeared. Good guy. It was actually possible to directly use gold coins to purchase additional skill points. It was simply a gift from the snow. Makoto was overjoyed. He had the experience of leveling up his priest and cultivator skills in seconds before. Nowadays, he couldn't wait to pull up the rock-solid skill as well. Yesterday, because he didn't have enough points, it made Muchen stay up all night. Now it was good that the kryptonite system was online. In his previous life, as a top player of a certain Goose Company's game, the word kryptonite was something that Mu Dust was more than familiar with. Not enough skill points? Krypton is done. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Spend 50,000 gold coins and buy 50,000 skill points gift pack 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Spend 100,000 gold coins and buy 120,000 skill points gift pack 1. Shepherd Dust skimmed his mouth and spat in his heart. This system wouldn't be produced by a certain goose, right? The way to stimulate consumption is the same. The same mall limited gift packs, the more expensive the higher the discount. For a top Kryptonian like Mu Dust, it was just one sentence. Empty the shelves. Buy. Ding. Spending 50,000. Current card balance 710,000. Ding. Spending 100,000. Current card balance is 610,000. The corners of Mu Dust's mouth twitched, and it was really a bit painful. He had just become rich, and it was only a blink of an eye that half of the money on his card had cleared out. However, after seeing the panel data, his heart was comforted. Current skill points remaining 525,430. Not bad, not bad. Kryptonite is good for a while, but kryptonite is good all the time. Men. What's wrong with spending some money? With the skill points in place, the next step is the exciting upgrade. Shepherd's Dust locks on to the rock-solid skill. Do not spend money like a wild point. Ding. Consuming 3,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, Firm as a Rock has been upgraded to the second level. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Rock Solid has evolved into Echo of Thorns. Ding. Consuming 6,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, Echoes of Thorns has been upgraded to third level. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Echo of Thorns has evolved into Spirit Shelter. Ding. Consuming 80,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, the Lava Barrier has been upgraded to the 7th rank. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the Lava Barrier has evolved into the Battle Spirit Monument. Chapter 12, Old Earth, Battle Spirit Monument. Seeing the increasingly lush skill tree blossom into new branches, Muchen was extraordinarily satisfied. One defensive skill after another continued to evolve, enriching his professional heritage. It meant that from now on, Muchen would be able to open up new space in terms of strengthening and assisting defensive attributes. He was able to better use it with his own priest recovery class core skills. A more comprehensive enhancement of the team's attribute strength and greatly increased the ability to survive. Among them, the most pleasing to Mu Dust was the Thorn Echo and Battle Spirit Monument skills. Thorn Echo, the target is covered in thorns, bouncing 20 of the attacker's physical attacks back at them. Occupational limitation, general purpose. Duration, 900 seconds. Release condition, 80 energy. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Area of effect, 5 meters around the target maximum of 5 people. Range of effect, 5 meters around the target maximum of 5 people. Duration, 900 seconds. Anti-injury technique. It was known as one of the rarest functional additions to the auxiliary combat class. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Thorn Echo's standalone general skill book would sell for at least 5 million or more at the auction house. And it's a percentage anti-damage effect. Once you fight a high-intensity boss and put on such a layer of skill protection, even front rows like auxiliary combat classes or blood warriors will be able to contribute a super high amount of percentage output effect. Thinking about it makes people excited. As for the current evolution of the highest ranked stance of the Granite system, the Battle Spirit Monument, it possessed an even more astonishing effect. Battle Spirit Monument, a monument that seals the soul of an old Earth warrior from the sky. It will serve as a guide to awaken the unyielding will. Increases resistance shield to at least 6 friendly targets. Reduce your magic damage by 30. Randomly revives an ancient war spirit, giving it a special enhanced form. Profession, General. Duration, Random. Release requirements, 100 energy, 50 spirit power. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Scope of effect, locks the target in a 100-meter radius. Old Earth. When Muchen saw these 2 words, he was already filled with anticipation for this divine skill. Cognitively, all existences that had a relationship with these 2 words were cloaked in a veil of mystery. The so-called Old Earth was the ancient history of this parallel world tens of thousands of years ago. No one could give a clear answer as to what exactly happened during that era of the gods' chaotic war. Perhaps one would have to wait for Muchen to become a high-level awakened to explore more answers. summoning the power of an old Earth War spirit to intervene in the battlefield. Whether it was a mere attribute increase, defense enhancement, or the intervention of an external force that could influence the direction of the battle, all of them will be important leverage to break the balance of victory. It's very strong. The more Muchen stared at the panel, the more excited he became. Already, he couldn't wait to go down to the battlefield for the second time. Unable to do so, a section of the promotion quests hadn't been done yet, and killing more monsters wouldn't yield any profit right now. Thinking of this, he also instinctively reversed his direction and headed towards the segment management organization. Even if this was the first time that Muchen had come here, the destination was easy to find. This was because this was the only tower-shaped building in the entire Nanjiang city. It had a name full of glory, Tower of Promotion. In a social system where awakened ones were honored, its status could be imagined. Those who traveled to and from this place were almost all the most prestigious group of people in society. When Mu Chuan arrived at the entrance, he could hear the murmurs of people mingling near the street. Oh my god! Such a young promoted awakened one? He looks like a high school student. Judging by his appearance and temperament, he is most likely the heir of a big family. It would be great if he could be my son-in-law. Save your breath. How can a young man of this caliber lack admirers? Shepherd Dust took these admiring gazes and murmurs in stride and walked towards the door. Within the Tower of Promotion, there was a strict hierarchical management system. Just the workers who worked here as attendants all had to have the status of awakened ones. Soon, under the leadership of the staff, Muchen arrived at a section of the promotion task collection area. There were still a dozen or so people lining up in front of them. With nothing else to do, Muchen walked over to the rest area and took a seat. However, he was attracted by a gilded machine next to him. Twisted egg machine. There was actually this thing? A youngster reading the newspaper next to him came up with a smile and said, "Brother, are you also an awakened who was going to be promoted to the first stage?" Shepherd's Dust swept a calm glance at the other party. Isn't this bull? The way of picking up is too cliched, right? Over there is a lottery twisted egg, the latest new thing introduced by the auction house. To put it simply, it's spending money to draw a prize. Those who are lucky will be able to produce high-grade equipment and rare skill books. Shepherd Dust smiled and flirted as if he had seen through everything. What about the unlucky ones? Thanks for participating? Little brother was shocked. Can brother? This is all guessed? Shepherd Dust smiled bitterly, not really wanting to bother with this middle-aged youth anymore. This person is not bad-looking, dressed in a sophisticated manner, oil head and powdered face appearance, most likely an uninitiated second-generation ancestor. How? We have to queue up anyway, do you want to go over and have some fun? Shepherd's Dust was indifferent. The kryptonite experience in his previous life made him not reject this so-called lottery trap. Even if he already knew the outcome, he was still willing to gamble his luck to find some excitement. As for this kid's purpose in encouraging himself, Muchen didn't care at all. Mostly, he just wanted to borrow the results of his own gains to explore the path for him. $50,000 a time? Not cheap. Mu Dust stared at the machine to think for a moment. Still brush 100,000. The main is a hunting experience. Ding. Congratulations, player, for obtaining a blue twisted egg and a purple twisted egg. This kid, good luck. Is he an emperor? The delicate gentleman who grabbed the newspaper and skimmed over to the twisted egg side, his eyes almost flew out of his head. Ding. Congratulations to the player who opened the blue egg and obtained a crystal of light. Ding. Congratulations to the player opening the purple egg and obtaining a primary skill scroll. The two rewards detached from the egg twister and appeared in Muchen's hands. Crystal of light, how does this thing work? As Mu Dust was wondering, his palm pressed on top of the ball of light. Whoosh! In an instant, the dense flow of light rapidly incorporated into Muchen's body. Invisibly, the shallow invisible silver light feathers behind his back became even more translucent. Ding! The Angel of Light totem is fully charged, entering an activatable state. Machen's spirit shook. I see, this orb of light has accelerated my absorption of the power of light, completing the totem charge ahead of schedule. I wonder how this Angel of Light totem compares to the Night Shura's totem. There are too many people here, let's wait until we get home to explore. Makoto was filled with excitement. This was one of his two strongest hidden abilities as an angel advocate. Last night, he had just mastered the power of Shura, allowing Machen to kill in the Silent Valley. The totem of light that corresponded to him, it was thought that the increase effect would never be too bad either. With this strong expectation, Muchen looked at the skill book scroll in his hand again. Let's see what it is. Swish! The scroll melted and the corresponding skill book appeared. Paperman, an entry-level witchcraft inherited from the Old Earth Age. Upgradable. Muchen's mind moved, and he once again revealed a look of anticipation. Upgradable. Then this gold content, it's very different. Chapter 13, Old Earth's only inheritance guile puppet. With a shake of his hand, Muchen's scroll melted into his palm. Ding! Congratulations, host, on realizing the new skill Paperman. Paperman, in the Old Earth era, an entry-level sorcery evolved from the ancient method of living spirit sacrifice. Effect, has a certain pulling effect on undead creatures. Bosses are ineffective. If you set fire to a corpse, you can summon a projection of the undead. If you ignite yourself, you can briefly detach your soul from your body and enter a wandering state. Occupational limitation, general purpose. Duration, 12 hours. Release requirements, 10 spirit power, 20 energy points. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Scope of effect, single body. Soul leaving the body? Do you want a place so big? Shepherd Dust fell into deep thought. Is this Twister's skill this outrageous? But on second thought, Muchen had an epiphany. One must know that high-level monsters and bosses of some special races had the means to ignore defense and directly launch soul attacks. Perhaps this Paperman skill would have a surprising effect against those soul-based means. As for the exact usage, Muchen swept a glance around and truly didn't dare to test it haphazardly in this kind of place. After all, this soul thing wasn't the same as blood, and if one really played with it, no one was sure what consequences would arise. But after pondering about it, a new problem came up. Should I upgrade? Shepherd Dust looked at his abundant skill point reserves, and the problem of chopping off hand files was back, and his hands were itching to not have a bit of kryptonite. However, when he poked at the skill upgrade option, a brand new prompt appeared before his eyes. Ding! The current skill upgrade requires a whopping 500,000 skill points. Taking less? 500,000 points. Moo Dust confirmed that he had read it correctly. Come on, do you really think I got these skill points from the wind? I've traded them for real money, right? If I had spent the points I had previously, I would have spent them. But just now, he had a wild kryptonite wave clearing out the limited purchase store of Moo Dust. At this moment, really a little bit of meat pain. Investing 500,000 points for a skill with an unknown effect. A truly huge gamble. After a moment of shaking his head, Muchen finally finished his mental construction. Not for anything else, with the support of the system's powerful skill point renewal, it was a stable income of nearly 100,000 points a day. Even if he pitched in this time, the big deal was that he could make up for this loss by staying away for a week. But in case this Paperman skill is strengthened and evolves into a more powerful effect, that would be a big profit. Dry and it's done. Ding! Consuming 500,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host, Paperman has been upgraded to the highest level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Paperman has evolved into a trickster puppet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the complete Old Earth era legacy for the first time and obtaining Achievement Gift Pack 1. You have become the sole owner of this Old Earth inheritance skill in the current world. Unlocking Paperman Old Earth and Trickster Puppet Old Earth. Ding! Makoto's eyes were glowing, and his entire being almost had his soul leave his body. What the hell? Could it be that I'm the only awakened person in the world who has cultivated the Paperman skill to the highest level? It can't be that exaggerated, right? Is the witchcraft of this era so unappreciated? I can't believe that I've even unlocked this so-called Old Earth mode skill enhancement as a result. Epic enhancement. This wave of 500,000 skill points, it was too worth spending. For Moo Dust, this wave of unexpected surprises came too suddenly and was too inspiring. After calming down and analyzing the wave, Moo Dust quickly came to a conclusion as well. The reason why he had become the only full-ranked inheritor of the Paperman technique by chance was because this skill looked too ribbed. And the cost of cultivating it to the highest rank was too high. 1 can't fight, 2 can't assist in battle, pure and simple as a small trick to pull hatred. Who would have thought that there is another mystery here? It was only by Shepherd's Dust that he picked up a big leak. While lamenting, Shepherd Dust checked the evolved skill introduction. Artistic Puppet summons a puppet double that looks exactly like oneself. Possesses 30 panel attributes of the host and carries all current hate values. Cannot release skills. Remarks, in the Old Earth version, the puppet double of this skill has 50 panel attributes of the host and can release skills. Occupation, general purpose. Duration, 10 minutes. Old Earth version is 30 minutes. Release condition, 30 total blood. Old Earth version, 50 total blood. Cooldown, 24 hours. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Range, none. It's too strong. This trickster puppet was originally used as a stand-in to save his life. But after unlocking the Old Earth version, it can be used directly as a diversionary divine skill. It's the same as having 2 of me in the battle at the same time. This was a bit too buggy. The gold content of the 500,000 skill points spent on this wave was still rising. Muchen forced down the excitement in his heart and tried to calm himself down as much as possible. It seems like this egg twister, it's really a blessing for me. No, I should say that it's this rash person who brought good luck to me. Shepherd Dust returned to his senses, swept a glance at this greasy-haired male brother beside him, and laughed blandly. Brother, I've already tried it for you, this egg twister has a good return, so you try it too. After saying that, Moo Dust took the first step into the reception sequence, preparing to receive the promotion task. The young man with the slicked back hair, looking at the full harvest of moo dust, his own heart was also energized. That kid just drew 2 twisted eggs, it looks like he's making a solid profit. I'll give it a try. After saying that, this dude drew out his black gold card, and with a wave of his hand, he directly swiped a wave of 10 consecutive draws. Ding! Please wait a moment as we are drawing eggs for you. A few moments later, the cockney stared at the white eggs on the big screen and was petrified on the spot. There's no mistake about it. Why is it that when it's my turn, it's all thanks for your cooperation? Not far away, Muchen heard the sound of sadness coming from behind him and hurriedly pressed himself. It seems that this thing is indeed a spell of character, the lottery, or to be careful. Soon, it was Muchen's turn to handle the relevant task collection. This OL dress girl in front of the counter appeared mature and charming. It seemed that she was attracted by Muchen's young and handsome appearance, and her smile became more and more alluring. Hello, young and promising awakened lord, how can I help you? Muchen lightly smiled and blandly said, I would like to receive a section of Awakened 1 promotion tasks. After saying that, he handed over his campus card. That's right, this was currently the only official credential of Awakened 1 status for Muchen. The girl inserted her credentials, and a moment later, the entire person was directly stunned, her beautiful eyes staring round and staring blankly at Moo Dust. You. What's the problem? Moo Dust asked with a gentle smile. It's only the 3rd day since you changed professions, and you're already at level 20? Moreover, it's still an auxiliary warfare profession. But according to the background data on our side, there were no applications for a section of promotion from other combat system awakened in the past few days. Understanding where her shock lay, Muchen blandly said. That's right. I was brushing alone and didn't form a team. What? A priest, solo brushing monsters, 3 days to full level 20? This TM would be unbelievable to the ghosts if they said it. How can you kill the monsters with a blood-boosting priest? Is it hard to smash them with your fists? The girl realized that she had lost her temper and quickly recovered her seriousness. At the same time, she also felt a touch more awe towards Makoto. It was only that, in her concept, she was treating Muchen as the heir of some big family and didn't want to be too high profile. As for the claim that a priest had single-handedly swiped, even if she was in a dream, she would never believe that it was true. Honorable Awakened 1, your registration is complete. Place your hand on top of the awakening crystal, and the system will match you with the appropriate promotion task based on your talent potential. The more difficult the task, the more generous the reward. There is also a probability of triggering a hidden mechanism. Muchen grabbed towards the awakening crystal. In an instant, along with the screen flickering with light, a prompt sounded once again. Ding! Awakened person Moo Dust, profession, priest. Rank 20 is selecting a section of promotion quests for you. Ding! A promotion quest has been locked. Quest name, The Burial Ground of the Avenging Flame. Mission difficulty, Epic. Mission tip, this mission is extremely dangerous. It is recommended to form a team of 510 or more high-intensity awakened to take joint action. Requirements, kill the vengeful flame and capture the soul spark. Time limit, 72 hours to complete. How is it possible? The Imperial girl's face brushed white, and with unbelievable shock, she stared at Makoto's calm as usual face. A promotion quest, and she drew a world boss of epic difficulty. This little handsome boy, it's too exaggerated. Chapter 14 paragraph promotion, epic level difficulty quest. Hey hi. Bro, epic level promotion quest? Can you? You really are possessed by the Emperor. After Muchen had just finished receiving it on his side, the young male child who had just egged him on to draw the twisted egg came up again. He didn't know if he was really envious of Moo Dust or if he had a bit of gloating in his heart. However, in Moo Dust's opinion, this so-called world boss vengeful flame soul was just average. It was far less exaggerated than what these onlookers saw. One must know that the battle power of the Knight Shura totem that he had summoned before was not inferior to this vengeful flame soul at all. The unattainable epic quests in other people's eyes, for Moo Dust, it's just a matter of handholding. Brothers, are you interested in forming a team together? I'll help you kill this boss. Shepherd Dust glanced at the male and shook his head with a calm demeanor. No need, brother, I'll see you later. After saying that, he took his student card and quickly disappeared into the envious vision of the crowd. The first is the student card of the first middle school, and the second is the student card. Isn't that the student card of the first middle school? Could that kid have just graduated? Not simple. It seems that I should also take advantage of this and follow along to make a scene. With a twinkle in his eyeballs, after quickly receiving his promotion mission, he also hurriedly set off towards the same target area as Moo Dust. Unbeknownst to Moo Dust, after leaving the Tower of Awakening, he immediately retrieved world boss-related documents from a large group. He soon found the background information of the vengeful flame soul. In the old Earth-era civilization forbidden area of Rockfar, there was once a sea marauder called Novel, who passed by a mysterious island on his way to navigate the Arctic Ocean, opened a forbidden treasure, and was pulled by a flame crystal full of seductive power in the hiding place. It was the soul fire of some unknown and powerful ancient being that invaded Novi's body. Since then, he has wandered alone in the old Earth era, devouring the beings of countless civilizations. The next Pure Land would sooner or later be reduced to ashes, and it wasn't predestination that burned everything up, but sinful hands stained with desire. As Muchen read the relevant information, he felt more and more familiar. This passage seemed like the confession of a certain Alliance character in that world before crossing over. After sighing for a moment, he continued to retrieve the most crucial few pieces of information and managed to extract the key contents. First, the target of this quest, a world boss named Vengeful Soul Flame, had a level strength of around 70. Second, the location, in the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins map more than 80 kilometers away to the east of the Nanjiang Safety Zone. The map's intensity had reached the 5th rank, and its name was red. It represented that it existed as a public danger zone and was not under the jurisdiction of the relevant organizations in the Nanjiang Safety Zone, which meant that the so-called newbie protection function did not exist. By implication, awakened people from other cities could also come to this place. After all, it was a map with the existence of a world boss, the danger level was generally high, and there was the risk of awakened ones fighting with each other. Usually, in this kind of dangerous area, without a fixed team and a high-level protector of the way to lead, very few people dared to enter alone. As for the refresh time, there were corresponding table tips in the group. As a level 70 world boss, the refresh frequency was once every 5 weeks. The table also detailed the specific time of each refresh. Vengeful Soul Flame, currently refreshed. Time, new calendar 8542, November 3rd, 12 o'clock. Muchen's face flushed. It had actually been refreshed 2 hours ago. It took no time at all to get there. It should be just in time to rush over at this time. Originally, Mu Dust was worried that this boss had already been killed by the major guilds or exploration groups, so he would have to wait for at least 10 days and half a month. During that time, there was no way for him to brush monsters and upgrade. For himself, who had a fixed amount of skill points every day and didn't need to practice any additional skills, it was purely a waste of time. Right now, he had just saved himself this trouble. He had to hurry over there as soon as possible. If there are too many elite awakens surrounding the boss, I won't have much time to hurry at all. Shepherd Dust sped along, heading towards the Safe Zone's flying machine rental line. This was the only type of long-distance transportation he could access at his current level. Those powerful sons of large clans could directly use high-grade teleportation scrolls or even some ancient teleportation spell formations. Utilizing the power of divine inscriptions, they could be sent thousands of miles away in the twinkling of an eye. But that kind of thing was not something that commoners could afford to use, and there were very few avenues that were open to ordinary people. However, when Mu Dust arrived at the rental house and saw the list of rental listings, he was speechless for a moment. The most expensive Heavenly Fire Phoenix Guardian Spirit cost 500,000 gold for a single ride. The other cheaper ones would take at least 4 hours or more to get to their destination. The heart was really black. 500,000 gold for one trip, having this money is enough for me to buy as many supplies as I want. Shepherd Dust couldn't help but spit out his words, clearly not intending to spend this wasted money. After thinking for a moment, he chose the Flying Heavenly Horse Guardian Spirit of 150,000 gold a trip. Although the 4.5-hour rush time was still a bit slow, this was already the best option. Ding! Payment successful, queuing for you now, estimated departure time in half an hour. Shepherd's Dust. This would be great if it could fly. Earlier, I heard Ruby say that high-level wind mages and summoners have the ability to fly. It's a pity that I'm a milkman. Makoto entered the waiting area with a hint of sadness. This hall was very open, yet there weren't many people in the queuing sequence. Nanjiang was a small city after all, and those who could afford to do tens of thousands of gold a time for transportation were in the minority. Might as well take advantage of this and try out the effects of my Angel of Light totem. It's also good to have one more preparation for preparing for the world boss. Muchen sat in the corner area and opened the panel. Angel of Light form, activate. Boom! Brilliant golden hoarfrost light poured down. The dark golden light around the panel shone exceptionally brightly. At the same time, the panel of the Angel of Light totem finally appeared. Angel totem in activation. Light energy consumption time, 29:59. Evolutionary strength, unevolved. Spiritual power coverage area, 100 meters around. Skill, strengthened in the name of light. Just this? Shepherd Dust had a puzzled look on his face. Compared to the overbearing and powerful Dark Shura totem, this Angel totem's functionality seemed to be rather singular. Reinforcement in the name of light, Angel totem first rank basic technique. After awakening the Angel of Light totem form, the effect of all occupational skills will be strengthened by 10. Compared to the killing effect of the Shura totem, the Angel totem seems to be more focused on gaining benefits. That's not bad at all. I wonder if it can evolve into something new after upgrading. Ding! Is it time to consume 30,000 skill points to advance this skill? Damn, it's so expensive. What about the promised endorsement, not even a discount? People's Shura totem is much more inexpensive. Shepherd Dust more or less broke his defenses and viciously spat a wave of words in his heart. But still did not begrudge the remaining 100,000 or so skill points, decisively upgraded. Ding! Consuming 30,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, strengthening in the name of light is upgraded to the second stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host, reinforcement in the name of light evolves to soaring in the name of light. Oh! When Shepherd Dust saw this name, he immediately brightened up, and without waiting to check, he decisively allened the remaining skill points. Then proceed to ascend. Let's see if there are more surprises. Chapter 15 Invitation to ride with you? Sorry, I can fly. Ding! Consuming 80,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, soaring in the name of light has been upgraded to the third level. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soaring in the name of light has evolved into insight in the name of light. After upgrading twice in a row, Muchen completely emptied his current skill points and decisively checked these two harvests. Soar in the name of light, the power of light transforms into angel wings. May allow the target to gain the ability to fly. Occupation limited, exclusive to the host. Duration, capped at the length of time the light energy is consumed. Release condition, Angel of Light Totem awakened. Cooldown, none. In the name of light, the power of light is transformed into the golden eye, which can break through visual barriers such as delusion, disguise, and fog, and probability locks on the target's weaknesses and attributes. Profession, exclusive to the host. Duration, unlimited. Release condition, current 10 light energy consumption hours Angel of Light Totem awakened state. Cooldown, none. Makoto smiled. This wave was really a wishful thinking. Just after muttering about being in a hurry, he actually evolved the angel wings. Dust had a premonition that this section of the promotion quest would definitely be very rewarding. Without saying a word, Dust decisively went to the front desk to refund his ticket, took back 150,000 gold, and went straight to the east-facing wilderness passageway in the safe zone. Walking out of here, he officially entered the range of the wilderness map. It just so happened that right at this moment, a familiar voice once again rang out from behind. Hey, brother! What a coincidence, meeting again. Dust's poker face swept behind him, and without looking, he knew that it was still that greasy-haired, powdered-faced young man. Only what made Dust slightly moved was that what this dog thing was riding underneath was exactly the same type of phoenix that was 500,000 gold once. And it was only a green wind guardian spirit. The grade should be a bit rarer than the rented phoenix. Trenchless. Oh, coincidentally. Muchen smiled back with a leathery smile. A second-generation ancestor like him, an elite cultivated by a large family, had more hard eyes than anyone else, and Dust had no intention of befriending him. Just about to continue rushing, this bastard did not have the intention to let go, still rubbing over like a dogskin plaster. Aren't you going to fight that vengeful flame soul? That thing is in the scorched earth soul ruins, far from here. Are you really going to go alone? I mean, with your legs, how long will it take you to get there? You'll be surrounded and killed by the guild. Why don't I use the phoenix to give you a ride? I'll give you a discount of 400,000 gold. The rental side is $500,000 a trip. Shepherd Dust suddenly stopped and looked back at the male with a smile. Thanks a lot for your kindness. Take a step first. After saying that, two bright silver-colored light wings swished out from behind Muchen's back, baking his entire person into the sky. He was directly above the head of this young man by nearly 100 meters. His entire body was sheltered by a seemingly divine radiance. Just like the gods of the old earth that had landed on the earth. Sacred and sacrilegious. Whoosh! In the next moment, Muchen didn't even look at the ant-like young man under his feet and turned into a golden stream of light, disappearing at the end of the map in the twinkling of an eye. Holy! What did I see? That kid who just graduated can actually fly. His light wings, where the hell did he get them from? The eunuch's expression was almost distorted as he stared blankly at the far side where Makoto disappeared and began to doubt his life. Snap! This big brother suddenly had a desperate feeling of being ashamed of himself, and fiercely smacked himself. This face had indeed been slapped by Dust. Still thinking of taking advantage of others, he didn't expect the human Dust to fly away directly in front of him. The speed was far from something that he, a high-grade phoenix, could compare to. With a bitter face on top of his head, the eunuch silently took out his cell phone and sent a message to his father. Dragon Masterless, merciful father, Pops, I've been humiliated. Crying face JPG. Compassionate father? Dragon Masterless, I just saw a priest who just graduated from high school and was level 20 on the third day of his transfer. He also took on an epic section of promotion quests. Su Fu, heh. That's normal. Maybe it's the heir to one of the big families. Calm down. Dragon Masterless, but that kid just suddenly grew wings on his back and flew away in a flash. I couldn't even see his taillights. Sishi, shocked face JPG. Growing wings? Is it a rare flying prop? Dragon Masterless, the props are all solid, the one he has is a wing of light condensed from energy. Poor guy. Merciful father, panicked JPG. It can't be the legendary 7 Dan sect master Big Brother appearing, right? 100 level awakened person, if they want to hide their strength, you can't tell at all. Dragon masterless, impossible. I saw with my own eyes a section of the promotion mission he took at the Tower of Awakening. That kid is holding a student card from the first middle school, there can be no mistake, he is level 20. Father CI, don't say anything else, kid, hurry up and follow. That kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Hold on to his thighs for me. Whether or not our family can return to the top depends on you. Dragon masterless, hey dad, you don't have to tell me what to do. I'm going to help him kill the monsters. Pops, lend me another million gold, Sorry, your message has been rejected. Dragon masterless. At that time, Shepherd Dust sped all the way, leaving golden residual shadows in the sky. It was only after traveling through this second order map beneath his feet that he was able to reach the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins territory. Below, one could vaguely see some level 20 to 30 segment 2 awakened people brushing monsters. There were constantly people looking up. Gosh! What was that thing that suddenly flew past? It's so fast. I didn't even see it clearly. It couldn't be an awakened, could it? No way. It's hard for an awakened to fly that fast, isn't it? It's like a ray of light. Is it possible that he's a 7 Dan master? He's too strong. Is this the existence of a legendary master? It's divine. I'm at level 38 and I can't even see his silhouette? The spectators each talked, their eyes filled with envy. Yet they couldn't even dream of thinking that it was just the figure of an auxiliary battle priest who had just been turned for 3 days. Is this what flying feels like? No wonder everyone wanted to fly. This was also too exciting. Muchen realized the first flying experience in his life. He really didn't expect that the angel wings with the soaring skill unlocked would actually be able to be so fast. It looked like, in less than an hour, he would be able to reach the target area without any problems. Muchen's heart was pleased to the extreme. Of course, the pleasure was really pleasurable. But the length of light energy consumed by high-speed flight was also exaggerated. The original half an hour of totem endurance was quickly consumed for 10 minutes. Fortunately, today the sky was clear and the sun was shining, so flying while bathing in the power of light to replenish the duration of the flight was also quite an enjoyable experience. It's just that there's one thing that Mu Dust hasn't understood yet. It was the issue of the evolution level of the 2 Angel Shura totems. How can the totems themselves evolve? Fundamentally enhancing the strength of the 2 hidden professions. However, Mu Dust was not concerned. Now that he had gotten enough, the prospects for future enhancement were great, and there was no rush to use this moment. It was always better to boost to a section first and continue upgrading. Chapter 16, just like a savior. Monument, rise. During this period, the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins that were the destination were far from being as calm as these places that Mu Dust had passed through. Roar! Scorching heat coated this vast and boundless giant rocky wasteland. The concave area in the very center was like a huge deep pit piled up by rocky caves that burned to a crimson color. The goal of Mu Dust's trip, the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins Master Vengeful Flame Soul, was guarded in the middle of it. On the periphery, the skeletons of countless fire attribute beasts were piled up, and there was no lack of the remains of a large number of awakened ones. 1,000 meters away from the grotto, some level 60 or lower fire spirit monsters could occasionally be seen floating around. Everything here seemed to be labeled with the word forbidden. There was no smell of blood, no despairing darkness, only flames and nothingness that burned out everything. It was worth mentioning that 3,000 meters away from the core coordinates was the gathering place of all the major guilds and awakened teams. At this moment, standing in the innermost part of the safe zone, there were more than 20 awakened of various professions dressed in black leather power suits. Each of them had 2 badges on their chests. One was the awakening badge that represented their segment. There was also the hexagram mark that belonged exclusively to their guild's identity. Go! Anyone who isn't from the Eastern District Guild Alliance, lean back. The black-robed bald guy at the head, who was very much in appearance, yelled with a ferocious look on his face, blocking the formation passageway in advance, blocking most of the people from approaching. Black armor. Surprisingly, it was one of the 3 major guilds of the Lin City's Eastern Sea City. They actually sent people as well. Many of the awakened on the periphery who were crowded into the front rows were each talking about it. Why did they come from East Sea City? Even if this place isn't under the jurisdiction of Nanjiang, it's still within Nanjiang's territory, right? They've gone too far. Alas, let's level our minds. This is the era of guilds. Resources are already starting to tilt towards the top. If we can't join the top guilds or the elite exploration groups, we, the casuals, won't be able to get our hands on the high-end resources. As the black armor lined up, many of the casual cultivators who had come over to join in the fun had already begun to beat a retreat. There were only a handful of people from the group of elite exploration corps that stood shoulder to shoulder with them. In this world, the arm could not be twisted. People's forefront teams, almost all of them had more than one 7-segment Zongshire 100-level Big Brother sitting in their ranks, and there was no absolute fairness to speak of. 10 minutes later, the black-clothed bald man looked at his watch and swept his gaze to the next few 5 to 1 or above expedition leaders and laughed. Everyone, it's time, let's do it. Rumble. More and more black armored members in the front row and other high-stage awakened people struck out and killed their way into the grotto's hinterland. Carrying hundreds of degrees of heat, they began to surround the vengeful flame soul. The fight was on. The crowd was noisily rhythmic. Quite a few bold ones directly rushed out of the blockade area and also entered the inner high-temperature area to kill monsters. Countless skills of various professions flew recklessly. The sound of energy explosions that ruptured the sky and the earth continuously exploded. The scene of the world boss siege was still very spectacular. However, half an hour later, rumble. In the center area of the grotto, the earth suddenly trembled violently for no reason. Destructive flames rose up into the sky, forming a huge devouring aura that enveloped the core coordinates in a 1,000-meter radius. No! Miserable screams continued to emanate from the inner perimeter. Retreat quickly. The intelligence is wrong. There's something strange about this boss. Someone used a skill to transmit sound from the ruins of the inner perimeter, informing the situation in the frontline battle zone. What? Black Armor and the others are in trouble? The hundreds of awakened in the outer perimeter were abuzz with chatter. 1,000 meters away from the central area, the faces of more than 23rd stage, level 40 plus awakened from the Grand Guilds changed drastically. No! How could that be, close to 100 levels of devouring flame? This is not right. Quickly go! Suddenly, the bald group leader in black armor, holding up his crippled shield, rushed out of the aperture, his body burning with scorching flames. The entire person was ravaged by the furious and incomparable flames. Boss Tang. Black Armor's batch of team members completely panicked, tearing their hearts out and crying out. Baldur was their big brother, always taking them around to upgrade and helping to lift them up. But right now, it seemed like he was going to fall here. 100 levels of devouring light flame. There was simply no auxiliary warfare system on the scene that could silence it. In an instant, Boss Tang turned into ashes and fell from the sky in the state of a skeleton. Before he was silenced, he said in a weak voice, "Quickly, go back and inform the president." The biggest difference between world bosses and unusual copy masters was that most of them possessed a bloodline or inheritance of power from the Old Earth period, and even had accompanying Old Earth artifacts and remnant artifacts present, meaning that they possessed the possibility of their bloodline returning to their ancestors. It was usually collectively referred to as mutation or evolution. Once this occurred, their original strength would increase drastically, and their rank, i.e. battle power, would exceed perception. Only high-level awakened ones who were personally present on the battlefield could collect the mutation data and provide clues for those who came after them. Often, when this happened, it meant a large number of sacrifices. As a result, the core coordinates of every world boss would be filled with a large amount of awakened skeletons and leftover materials. But not many people dared to hit on this so-called loot. Hell little guys, since you're here, let's all stay. The deepest part of the scorched earth grotto. Vengeful Flame Soul's flame body that was as high as 5 meters slowly emerged. Countless fiery fire spirits gathered around it, forming an army of flames that devoured everything and began to cover rapidly towards the outside. Quickly escape. Mutated, the vengeful flame spirit had mutated. 100 levels. It broke through 100 levels. Countless awakened began to flee. However, the speed at which they fled was far from being able to match the speed at which the fire spirit army was diffusing and advancing. Flee? Then listen to the judgment of fate. The vengeful flame spirit stopped and opened its chant. In an instant, huge flaming stars coalesced in the sky and crashed down. Along with it, there was a dense rain of fire that covered the sky. The earth was burning. The valleys were trembling. The awakened ones, in wanton cries, ran away. It's like the end of days. The end of the world is upon us. More and more awakened ones were covered by the light of the flames, crazily devouring their bloodline. Almost instantly, their blood level was zeroed out, and they flew away in ashes. Despair became synonymous with the battlefield at this moment. Monument, rise. At this very moment. Above the void of the scorched earth battlefield, 6 huge tens of meters high stone monuments emerged, slowly descending from the depths of the sky. In the depths of the cloud tops, there appeared to be remnants of old earth relics gathering and scattering. Above the monoliths, runic light shone brightly, and from 6 directions, they ruthlessly smashed down in the center of the scorched earth battlefield. The energy spread out from each of the stone monuments crushed a large number of fire spirits, blocking the further spread of the devouring fire waves. And at the top of the last and tallest monolith, vaguely, it appeared as if a golden glittering angelic totem was slowly approaching, shrouding behind a young man. Sacred, haughty, and unbeatable. Avenging Flame Soul stopped in his tracks, his eyes glaring into the void. That was the totem of the Angel of Light. Chapter 17, Weakness Insight. If you can't beat it, you can bounce back. The runes of the 6 stone tablets shone at the same time. The light spread to the further outskirts of the battlefield, enveloping the bodies of those awakened who were in the midst of running away. Guardian barriers of various attribute auras continued to unfold. Everyone seemed to have regained their senses in the midst of despair, and together they looked up at the mysterious powerhouse that had suddenly descended. Oh my god! It's him who saved us! The legendary angel had descended? Where is this epic big brother from? Just now, this was the 7th Order Divine Skill Battle Spirit Monument, wasn't it? It really is an epic powerhouse. The awakened ones couldn't see the face under the guardianship of the angelic totem. However, it didn't affect in the slightest their thoughts of worshipping shepherd's dust from the bottom of their hearts. They looked up at the savior-like existence of Mu Dust with a hot gaze that was like honoring a god. At the same time, they were also waiting for further changes in the battlefield situation. The crowd that was frantically fleeing gradually stopped their movements and stared at the subsequent operations on Mu Dust's side. Good fellow, actually fighting so fiercely. From the looks of it, there were more than a dozen of the guild's 3rd and 4th stage powerhouses who had hung up their colors. Not panicking in the slightest, Mu Dust swept a glance at the surrounding area and quickly detected something strange. He then landed his gaze on Vengeful Flame Soul's body. Sure enough, it wasn't too far off from the image of the fireman from his previous life, and it looked a bit more ferocious as well. But this data wasn't quite right. Shepherd Dust spent 10 light energy reserve to open the insight in the name of light skill. The complete information of the Vengeful Flame Soul quickly surfaced. Vengeful Flame Soul mutated. Level, 130. Blood, 2.5 million 2.5 million. Energy, 500,495,000. 5-dimensional attributes. Strength, 5,000. Body, 10,000. Endurance, 7,000. Sensitivity, 2,000. Mental power, 9,999. Skill, Flame Branding. Fire Spirit Summoning. Scorched Earth Forbidden Zone. Sky Fire Meteor. Flame Storm. Weaknesses, Water, Physical, Seal and Confinement. Weaknesses, Head, Energy Core. Remarks, the Energy Core is the cohesion point of its flame power and the center of its bloodline mutation. Smashing it will greatly reduce its attributes. Attacking the head can ignore a large number of its defense attributes. And there is a probability of explosive killing. Mu Dust was speechless. The information of this large group of one medium was too unreliable, wasn't it? A paragraph of promotion task details also had data deviations. The promised level 70 has become 130? Directly doubled. But if there wasn't such a data discrepancy, I'm afraid the scene wouldn't have been as chaotic and tragic as it was. Instead, it created more room for Mu Dust to play. I see. Luckily, I've awakened the Angel of Light totem and evolved the skill of insight in the name of light. Otherwise, this big guy with more than 2 million blood, rashly going hard would only be a death sentence. Right now, it wasn't darkness, and I couldn't awaken the power of the Shura totem. If I were to intervene as an auxiliary combatant, the 3 or 4 segments present would not be useful at all. It seems that I can only utilize my rock-based skills in conjunction with my old earth special techniques to attack his cracks. Although I'm of the auxiliary combat system and don't have the ability to directly attack and kill, I can counterinjure. With a movement of his mind, Muchen had already made a preliminary battle plan. From the looks of it, today, this behemoth, it really is not something he can't handle. At this moment, the 2 major governors' mansions of the South River and the East Sea directly launched a high-level connection. Dozens of official bigwigs from both sides gathered together with a serious face. The news has been received on your side of the East Sea, right? The Scorched Earth Soul Market's Vengeful Flame Soul has mutated. It should have awakened the old Earth power and broken through to over 100 levels. With the current battle power stationed in our South River safety zone, we can't handle this kind of threat. On the other side of the big screen, those bigwigs from the Eastern Sea also had bitter faces. Understandable. Let's not talk about your Tier 3 city of Nanjiang. Even a Tier 4 city like ours, East Sea, can't handle it in the short term. Alas, before the Resource Management Agency side, there are high-segment appraisers have monitored Scorched Earth region in recent years land qualification active. There is a high probability of boss mutation return, actually appeared at this juncture. Tricky. Governor Nanjiang said seriously, 5 minutes ago, I had already requested support from the Upper Alliance. It's just that according to their response, the closest 7-segment clan master level awakened who can come to support us will take 3 hours at the earliest to arrive at the center coordinate area. The current situation is that in case the mutated fire thing invades towards the safety zone, with their advancement speed, 3 hours is estimated to bulldoze through half of the southern river. If they go east, your East Sea won't be able to handle it either. How can we ensure the safety of both jurisdictions before the crisis is lifted is the key. As soon as the words fell, the bigwigs were all worried. The screen side said, for now, we can only evacuate the people in the bordering area first. Have the awakened break off and evacuate the general population. Avoid causing widespread catastrophic casualties. The moment these words came out, immediately the guild leaders objected. Doing so would consume a large amount of teleportation transit materials, and the tossing and turning would also have an impact on the reputation of the relevant organizations and the Awakened Alliance. In fact, such a concern was reasonable. Under such a social system, the Awakened enjoy too many privileges, and it is also the core barrier that protects ordinary people. Now that the crisis has come, you tell everyone that no one can guard against the strange invasion and can only lead the run. Isn't this a joke? Once the prestige of the Awakened was damaged, it would have an impact on the stability of the entire society. The two major governors were both looking worried. Forget it, it can only be done for safety's sake. We can't gamble with the lives and safety of the people just because we're considering prestige and influence. I suggest that the bordering districts organize an immediate evacuation. When the governor of the East Sea finished speaking, the people on the South River side nodded their heads as well. This can only be done. Immediately notify the major guard agencies in the safety zone to organize the evacuation of the people. Nanjiang sent out an alert red signal, and all the Awakened mobilized. Make sure to get through this crisis safely. Yes, sir. Soon, the red signal alert over Nanjiang swept across the entire city. Another person jumped out to spit in the big group of first grade. What's going on, guys? What's with the red alert? Didn't Silent Valley just make a scene 2 days ago? It's only been a few days and the city's red alert coverage is out. It's been an eventful year. Everyone, hurry up and upgrade. I think I'll be able to break through level 20 in another half a year. At that time, I will take you all flying. Lupe saw the message in the group, heard the ear-splitting alarm outside, and decisively dialed Mudust's cell phone video. This Nanjiang can't stay any longer. Where did all these crisis alerts come from? Why don't we hurry up and pull MacDan and run? How come no one is answering? This kid is not still sleeping at home, right? Chapter 18, War Spirit Combination, Rock Colossus. Seize the time and retreat backward. Those who don't want to die, evacuate quickly. The Awakened team sent down by the South River's top management was carrying out an emergency evacuation at the edge of the crisis battlefield. Civilians, including the non-leveled Awakened, are all being evacuated. The safe zone bordering the scorched earth soul ruins is filled with clamor, a scene of total chaos as the end of the world descends. What the hell? Evacuation and evacuation every 3 days, red alerts ringing out every day. What's the point of having a group of awakened ones like you? Some of the assassins wrapped in the evacuation stream yelled desperately. Most of them were traitors who had their interests shaken. One should know that the borders of the safe zone, as the densest place for awakened people to travel to and from, usually gathered a large number of traders and cargo warehouses. These people were usually the beneficiaries of profiteering transactions, and behind them were the head chambers of commerce and even the awakened guilds for support. But what they feared the most was the emergence of such emergency beast riots, beast tides, and other troubles. The frequent alarms in recent days had already caused the people to be on edge. Rumble. Violent explosions were still coming from the direction of the scorched earth soul ruins. One after another powerful and incomparably high-level skill erupted, shaking people's hearts and minds. Gosh, it really is the movement from the scorched earth soul ruins side. Was it really the world boss going berserk and about to invade the safe zone? The already agitated populace became even more panicked. You guys, look, there it is. Suddenly, at the end of the sky, the fragmented projections of the old Earth era filled the void and flickered. The uncountable populace saw ancient and mysterious totems from myths and legends floating one by one. There were actually legendary angels. Were there patriarchal awakened great men descending? It was the power of the angelic totems. The savior, the real big man has come. Dense and cluttered streams of people began to gather towards the middle of the road. Everyone tilted their heads to watch the vision deep in the cloud tops, and great expectations and hopes were born in their hearts. Was it really the power of the legendary angels? Were there really awakened people in this world who had cultivated to that level? Those low-level awakened who were responsible for the transfer and evacuation work revealed shocked and longing gazes as they gazed at the dome of the sky. No one could imagine that it was just the power exerted by a 16-year-old priest who had just switched jobs in his senior year. However, very soon, all the visions in the depths of the sky gradually disappeared. After only a moment of tranquility, the earth began to tremble and shake violently again. What's going on? It's happening again. Is this an earthquake? No. Is the world boss coming to kill us? The panic in the crowd is back. Everyone screamed and mourned wantonly, trembling in a confused roar. The incomparably strong elemental forces deep within the earth's veins were surging. And thousands of meters outside the center coordinates of the scorched earth soul ruins. Those awakened ones who had already evacuated down from the first line position felt an unprecedentedly violent tremor fluctuating. It was the power of that mysterious big brother just now. He's using his incomparably strong earth attribute defense technique to open up a guardian barrier for us, isolating the spread of those fire spirit powers. The surviving black armored members shouted in excitement and at the same time attracted the gazes of more people around them. However, they could only see Shepherd Dust's illusory back. It was too far away. They also wanted to see more clearly, but their strength didn't allow it. Leaning further forward, the firepower spreading in the air would completely melt them. At this moment, Muchen remained exceptionally calm as he confronted the incomparably powerful vengeful flame soul below him. He murmured enchanted under his breath as he continued the manipulation of the battle spirit Fingbei's 7th grade divine skill. Ka! Suddenly, under the traction of Muchen's spiritual power, the first Fingbei cracked. Boom! The monument exploded, sending up a violent vortex that swept across thousands of meters. Countless fire spirits were blown away. Within the shattered monument, a nearly 8-meter-tall old earth battle spirit coalesced. A form similar to an energy body manifested. It was dark blue in color, clearly a water attribute battle spirit revived. Boom! As the giant palm shook, hundreds more fire spirits flew away. It was continuously gathering towards Mu Dust's position. However, this was only the beginning of the obliteration prelude. Ka! The second, the third. Until the 6 monuments exploded at the same time, and the 6 old earth battle spirit totems sealed within them completed their gathering. Energy with different attributes escaped, bringing unimaginable killing effects to those level 60 plus fire spirits in this battlefield. This was the power of a 7th rank skill. A random power fluctuation was crushing hundreds of thousands of damage. Above the 6 great war spirits, Shepherd Dust looked down on the vengeful flame soul like an old earth god. So what if you've revived the old earth bloodline? Today, you will die. Mu Dust's expression was as indifferent as a king's, and his mouth once again gave orders. 6 domain battle spirit, fuse. Open the granite colossus. Ka-ching! In the next moment, the 6 majestic old earth battle spirits, their respective energy bodies twisted once again. In an extreme amount of time, they were actually compressed and assembled in a strange and inexplicable manner, condensing into an incomparably strong energy battle armor that wrapped around Muchen's body. The ultimate battle armor that was uniquely created by the fusion of 6 7th order battle spirits. At this moment, Muchen was tightly wrapped within the body of this huge stone statue that was more than 10 meters tall. He felt an unprecedented sense of security enveloping him. This is the strongest stance of the War Spirit Monument's 7th grade divine skill. I'm sure it's reliable. Let's begin, War Trample. Boom! Rumble! The incomparably huge rock colossus took a step, and wherever it passed, huge footprints crashed down. Just the aura that was shaken away by the aftermath of its power wiped out countless fire spirits. Outrageous! The vengeful flame spirit was in full fury. Similarly, he began chanting. Strong and incomparable flame essences split out from his body and merged into the earth of the scorched soul ruins. A few moments later, endless fire spirits rose from beneath the earth veins and broke out of the earth. This should be a fire spirit summon, and it's really powerful. Shepherd Dust locked onto the boss again and observed his panel through the Colossus shelter. Blood, 1.8 million 2.5 million. Sure enough, it's just as I guessed. The additional fire spirits he summoned were all sacrificed at the cost of his essence of fire. Looks like I've figured out how to obliterate this guy. With joy in his heart, Makoto manipulated the Colossus to move towards the center of the grotto while chanting a new powerful skill. Rumble! Suddenly, a huge petrified energy shield armor merged into the outer edge of the Colossus body. Rock-solid 5th rank evolutionary skill Maddening Firmament Shield. Skill effect, enhances the target's base defense by 35. Enhanced target's attribute defense by 20. The terrifying firmament shield coalesced and took shape, causing the granite colossus resistance ability to climb once again. It should be known that this giant statue itself was empowered by the power of the 6 great war spirits, and the resistance it possessed already exceeded the strength of an ordinary level 80 monster. Coupled with Muchen's skill boost, at this moment, he was like an invincible giant that fell apart wherever he passed. Chapter 19, Are You Afraid of the Darkness? Boom! Boom! A moment later, the colossal statue-added Machen entered the interior of the grotto and leapt down without hesitation. Want to kill me? Then come in. Mu Dust's sound wave resounded through the heavens. It instantly swept across the entire scorched earth soul ruins battlefield. It was likewise heard by those peripheral awakened who were watching the battle. Everyone immediately perked up. Heavens! That mysterious big brother was really going to single-handedly kill the mutated vengeful soul flame? This was too strong, right? In the end, what kind of god is it? Stone Hammer-hatted brothers, it must be the nearby 7-Dan sect master Big Brother who had rushed to provide support. The uplifting news spread out, and the crowd's emotions settled down quite a bit. And at this moment, Mu Dust, who had entered the depths of the grotto, continued his maneuvering handiwork. Very well, so far it's all gone well. Then the next step is to invite the king into the jar. With a cold smile, Mu Dust chanted his special skill Paperman Old Earth. The only enhancement to the Old Earth version of the Paperman skill was that the original single person's range of effect had become a group. At the same time, the skill consumed 10 mental energy, which became 5. In the blink of an eye, Muchen continuously produced 10 paper figures. According to the circular division of the range of spiritual energy, they covered the inner walls of the grotto in all directions to the greatest extent possible. It was just enough to completely envelop the bottom of the grotto. A few moments later, endless fire spirits came densely under the aura pull of the paper figures. A large number of flaming individuals piled up in the deepest part of the grotto, right in the middle of what Shepherd's Dust had in mind. Very well. Vengeful Flame Soul, I'm afraid you wouldn't have dreamed that these fire spirits you summoned would be the ones to start the process of destroying you completely. Soon, nearly 1,000 fire spirits were assembled, almost completely sealing off the bottom of this grotto. They recklessly spewed out flame power, attempting to completely refine the rocky giant statue. But this required time. And at this moment, Muchen had already begun a new skill chant. In a flash of effort, an exact duplicate of Mu Dust appeared in the stone statue. Trickster Puppet Old Earth. Maction's blood level was reduced to below 2,000. This was the cost of the Trickster Puppet divine technique, but he wasn't worried in the slightest. It was just at this moment that the incomparably huge giant statue suddenly let out a heaven-shattering roar and began to frantically pound the surroundings of the grotto. Countless boulders shattered and collapsed, attempting to completely seal this grotto. In the midst of the chaos, the vengeful flame soul essence also jumped into the lowest part of the grotto's deep pit, joining its own people in attacking the rocky giant statue. Suddenly, the angelic wings of Maction's main body bloomed once again, taking advantage of the collapse of the chaotic boulders to travel upwards against the flow, quickly flying out from underneath the deep pit and recircling in the sky. The 10 paper figures detonated at the same time, helping the granite colossus firmly attract the hate values of the surrounding monsters, allowing Muchen to stage a wave of golden cicadas in broad daylight. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, the one who was still in the granite colossus, circling around with these terrifying flame monsters, was no longer Mu Dust's main body. War Spirit of the Old Earth, suffer death. The vengeful flame soul continued to release its skills. The entire battlefield in the center of the grotto, the scorching heat intensified once again. The giant statue's main body had already begun to crack and could not support it for much longer. After all, this guy's strength is too strong. Level 130 mutated world boss. However, Muchen remained unperturbed. For him, time was already enough. It's too slow, I'll help you guys. Mu Dust looked down at the grotto battlefield below. The huge deep pit was far from enough to completely cover that area even though countless rocks had fallen. He began a new chant. Granite's 6th grade evolutionary technique Lava Barrier. Ka-ching. Large swathes of boulder energy bodies grew crazily. At the opening of the grotto that was hundreds of meters in circumference, it rapidly bridged towards the center. A huge stone wall that blocked out the sky, completely sealing off the only passageway to the grotto. Like a tomb of desire. Let all the evil souls born from the flames be buried a little bit deeper into the earth's veins. Are you afraid of the darkness? At the very bottom of the grotto, from within the body of the granite colossus, Muchuan's puppet emitted a cold and merciless voice. It was as if it was judging this unrivaled flame king. It was now. Once again, Maction's main body's spiritual energy surged, manipulating the trickster puppet that was sealed deep within the grotto from across the air. Under the divine skill of Old Earth transformation, this puppet was able to actualize all of the skills of Mu Dust's main body. And it possessed a panel attribute of 50. In the next moment, at the center of the rock giant statue's brow, the Shura seal began to blossom with an incomparably bright purple light. The Knight's Shura totem awakened. Rumble. A killing aura that was so strong that it instantly vaporized, and behind the back of the granite colossus, the Shura totem once again appeared. Light and darkness. Angels and Shura. Within the two worlds that were completely isolated under this rock seal, they appeared at the same time. Maction's main body manipulated the angelic totem of light, and the Old Earth puppet doppelganger manipulated the Shura totem of night. Such a perfect layout caused him to explode with unprecedented pleasure at this moment. Who said that a milkman could only hug other people's thighs? Who dared to say that a section of rookies were not qualified to enter the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins? Epic promotion difficulty? Mutated world bosses? Today, it is you who will behead. At the same moment, the puppet doppelganger gave an order. The incomparably strong Shura totem on its back unleashed the dominating domain. All the surrounding fire spirit individuals were all inflicted with a Shura mark. It is now. Lock on the energy core. Detonate. Rumble. Shepherd Dust finally gave the final command that was like a judgment. The Old Earth-based trickster puppet, together with the awakened Shura totem, instantly detonated thousands of Shura marks. All the fire spirits exploded in an instant. The entire deepest part of the grotto, the space sealed under the lava barriers, became a terrifying battlefield inferno in a second. It felt like detonating a giant bomb buried deep underground. All the energy instantly vaporized. It was bound to bury everything here. Boom! Rumble! 2 or 3 explosions in succession shot up into the sky. The lava barrier crumbled. A pillar of flaming light that was more than a few hundred meters in size rushed up into the sky. The sky-destroying energy exploded and coalesced into an aura of flame that took the center of the grotto as its origin, diffusing and engulfing towards the entire scorched earth soul ruins battlefield. Goodness, what was going on there? Is this going to stab through the entire sky together? What a terrifying pillar of flame light. No, you guys, look, the flames are rushing over, hurry. The earth, covered and engulfed by endless flames. It was as if a volcano had erupted, and all that was being vented was the life force of the vengeful flame soul. That's right, Muchen's tactic succeeded. Detonating the Shura seal was exchanged for thousands of fire spirits blowing themselves up. The self-destructive energy, the fusion of the energy from the explosion of the granite colossus, plus the detonation of the Shura totem and the old earth puppet split. The self-destruction of all this energy all turned into a fatal blow that obliterated the vengeful flame spirit's energy core. The energy core finally shattered. Chapter 20 World Boss First Kill Achievement. Fully loaded. It was only then that vengeful flame soul realized that he had been tricked. Unfortunately, he simply didn't have the ability to resist this fate. Standing proudly above the void, under the shelter of the angelic totem's radiance, Muchen looked down with incomparable condescension at the grotto battlefield, which had been reduced to flaming ruins, and coldly said, "Vengeful flame soul, your time to die has come." A sharp gaze locked onto the grotto below. Shepherd Dust discovered that the vengeful flame soul, which had its energy core shattered, had already become a fragmented remnant, and was still struggling a little bit to climb upwards. The insight in the name of light skill was cast once again. Blood, 85,362.5 million. This wasn't even dead. Surprisingly, there's still a breath left? Shepherd Dust was speechless. It was worthy of being the mutated form of a world boss. In fact, it was precisely because there was a large dispersion of the power of the flames in the surroundings that the vengeful flame soul, whose energy core had shattered and whose head had blown up, was lingering on, hanging on to his last breath. His blood was still slowly recovering a little bit. But unfortunately, at this moment, his fate could only be controlled by Mu Dust. Still recovering? Over there, I'll show you how I'm going to end this. Scorched Earth Soul Ruins, it's time to fall silent. Rumble. Shepherd's Dust opened his chant once again. The priest's 7th grade evolutionary technique, Light Shining Dustborn. In an instant, all the dense clouds in the sky instantly dissipated. Light shone once more. A large golden rain of light fell from the sky, spreading all over the entire Soul Ruins land. Oh, my God. Look. Is that the redemptive power of the angels? Those golden lights actually extinguished all the flames. Some of the fleeing awakened ones cheered. Everyone stopped running to look behind them. The waves of flames that had originally swept away madly were actually silencing rapidly. Light shines on dusty life, the great priest prayed to the heavens and sang of the virtues of all beings. The sky was moved by this, and a divine rain of light descended to illuminate the earth, sheltering the people of the gods. Skill effect purifies the destructive power of all elemental attributes within range, restoring the balance of the elements to space. Occupation, priest. Duration, 300 seconds. Release condition, 100 energy. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Range of effect, 100 times the range of the spiritual power limit. A true purification technique. A technique that came from the faith of countless priests and awakened people. The rain of light descended, completely erasing the raging flames. The last flames of energy from the vengeful smoking soul were also completely purified. No! Roar! Even though it was 10,000 times unwilling, the vengeful flame soul eventually fell silent. The amount of blood completely returned to zero. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully killed the world boss mutated version Vengeful Flame Soul. Ding! Gained 1.3 million experience. Ding! The mutated form of this boss has been detected, an additional 1 million experience bonus. Ding! World boss exclusive item, Dead Soul Spark. Ding! A promotion quest has been completed and can now be submitted. Ding! Obtained purple teleportation scroll 1 non-binding. Ding! Obtained blue teleportation scroll 3 non-binding. Ding! Acquired epic fire spirit crystals 1 unbinding. Ding! Ding! Gained materials. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the world boss first kill achievement. Obtain achievement gift pack 1. Hiss. Mu Dust sucked in a breath of cool air. Worthy of being a world boss. This reward prompt after killing it was a whole lot. Just listening to it made one's blood boil. Unfortunately, it wasn't the highest quality golden scroll, and it only gave a purple one. Shepherd's Dust was thinking to himself about the Versailles wave. Unbeknownst to him, if these words were heard by those awakened ones in the distance, they would probably be spitting blood in their mouths. Purple teleportation scrolls, just this one non-binding prop, is casually priced at millions of dollars. Usually there is no market for it. Most of them were in the hands of the top guilds or centuries-old families. Not to mention the epic fire spirit crystals and other top materials. Of course, these are just the bound rewards, the appetizers. The truly maddening random rewards that belonged exclusively to the world boss were the main event. Shepherd Dust didn't panic, and first got high on a bottle of spiritual strength potion and a bottle of advanced body strengthening potion, pulling his blood energy up to full capacity. Avoid encountering some unexpected special circumstances, one more point of safety guarantee. Then flew to the lowest part of the grotto. Sure enough, a casual glance revealed a flash of light at the bottom. They were all trophies waiting to be collected. There was no time to take a closer look, as Muchen swept up all the loot, and the angel wings once again dragged him up into the sky, pulling his speed right up to full. He quickly disappeared into the end of the sky above the map. The fight is over. You guys, the Vengeful Flame Soul boss has entered its refresh cooldown. The Black Armor members on the periphery made the first announcement. The crowd cheered excitedly. Great! The crisis is lifted. Then we don't have to retreat, right? Ha! Where's the mysterious big guy who just saved us all? Let's go to the center coordinates and take a look. The flames have all been purified, there might be something else left. After the crisis, the greedy lust of the crowd revived again. This time, even if the Black Armor's people wanted to control the scene, it was pointless. The awakened who had previously gathered at the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins map all ran wildly in the direction of the grotto. The funny thing was, by the time they rushed in, they couldn't even smell a fart on the scene. Idiots! Can you wait to pick up something good? At the end of the crowd, Long Wushu, who had just arrived not long ago, had a sneer on his face, and riding on the back of a phoenix, his only focus was on the direction of Mu Dust. It couldn't be that it was really that kid who killed him, right? He looked at the constantly refreshing messages in the South River Awakened exchange group, as well as the various screenshots sent in by those people, and more had this speculation. The angel totem should be exclusive to that kid. It seems like he should really have awakened a hidden profession other than priest. Sure enough, he's deep in hiding. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a golden light flashed overhead, so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to clearly capture it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a shooting star. It was him. That brat, Muchen, has come out. Little Phoenix, hurry up and chase after him, but don't lose this big leg. 10 minutes later. In the sky above the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins battlefield, 3 elder seniors dressed in high-level Awakened One equipment arrived. Each rode a very rare flying guardian spirit and gazed at this battlefield area with a stunned expression. This really was the trace of the 7th Order Priest Divine Skill Light Shining Dustborn. The elemental environment of space was close to being conserved. The fire spirit monsters that were originally refreshed in the vicinity were delayed in appearing, being that the soil environment had all been altered. I'm afraid it will take at least half a month to recover. The bearded middle-aged man in the opening, dragging a crystal ball in his hand, did some monitoring and lamented. The white-haired old man in the middle showed a look of surprise. How? Didn't the eyewitnesses say that only one person came to the scene? If this 7th Order Purification Divine Skill came from him, it could only mean that this person was an auxiliary warfare system priest. But that Vengeful Flame Soul guy had already been killed. Is it possible that a priest could kill a mutant strength world boss alone? Chapter 21. Are you sure there's only one person here? Right at this moment, that third strongest person on the outside gazed sharply around the grotto. Senior Xian, Nanjun, the two of you, please look here. Obviously, it was the effect caused by the powerful skills of the rock system. The earth veins around this grotto have been forcefully altered. The bearded Nanjun quickly came up with a crystal ball and indeed measured a large amount of earth attribute energy fluctuations again. Battle Elder, you are also a high-level rock system mage, can you see what means the attribute power here comes from? Battle Elder said seriously. The elemental energy here is too complicated, there is a large amount of fire attribute power remaining, and it has been baptized by a high-level purification skill. I can't tell exactly which skill has been used, but I can determine that the rock-based means of that strong person must at least be above the 6th rank. Not also the 7th rank. The pupils of the old Xianhua man with white hair shrunk violently. I sensed the remnants of the old earth battle spirit's aura. It's the power of a 7th rank divine skill. The 3 great masters were dumbfounded. This was strange. A 7th ranked priest's purification divine skill, a 7th ranked rock-based battle spirit. Could it be that the 200th rank clerics had joined forces? Nanjun couldn't wait to say, go to the bottom again and take a look. This battle, I'm afraid it's not as simple as we thought. The 3 figures landed at the same time. However, in the next moment, the crystal ball in Nanjuan's hand was enveloped by an incomparably dense bloodlight, which instantly became pitch black. What's going on? Elder Battle and Elder Xianhua were dumbfounded. The top grade appraisal crystal that said it could test all attributes, how did it go wrong? While the bearded southern monarch was embarrassed, he was more shocked. This is the power of the darkness attribute. It was still the old earth inheritance. Xianhua was shocked. Are you sure? The bearded man surveyed the crystal ball again and again, still nodding his head gravely. It can be determined. It is indeed a dark attribute power, and there is also a strong bloodline aura. It was very different from the two means found earlier, as well as the flame power that this boss came with. Xianhua and Battle Elder looked at each other, both shocked to the core. How was it possible? It was hard to believe that three patriarchs had joined forces all at once. Nanjun suddenly raised his head to look outside. Who's in the neighborhood? Come out. Soon, a dozen or so silhouettes appeared. They were all nearby awakened who had rushed over here with the intention of picking up the pieces. I didn't know that the three excellencies were here to investigate, so please forgive me. The leading black armored guild member respectfully clasped his fists, then hurriedly opened his mouth to conceal his intentions. When the Great War opened, one of our guild's captains was obliterated by the vengeful flame soul, and I'm here to take his corpse. The three bigwigs naturally wouldn't count on it, and Nanjun looked at him and inquired. You were all present just now? Several others nodded their heads warily. Yes, Your Excellency. Recapitulate what you saw, be truthful, do not conceal or exaggerate. The pressure of the three big brothers was no more than that since. A few of the black armored members looked at each other in dismay, slightly organizing their emotions, and carefully began to retell. It was a person who suddenly appeared and then. A few minutes later. The three big brothers were even more confused. A person? The angel totem. A violent explosion. Was it really just one person? No, it was never possible. Xianhua was decisive. Not to mention this tiny Nanjiang. Even in the entire Grand Eastern Dragon, there were not many people who could cultivate so many skills to the 7th rank at the same time. A forbidden powerhouse of that level would never easily appear in a place like this. There must be something strange about this matter. The War Elder tightened his brows and retreated. Then, what if it's two people? One of them is a dual-cultivated 100-level patriarch, so perhaps that would explain it. Nanjun sighed and put away the crystal in his hand. It's just. There's no point in us speculating wildly here. It's always better to go back and resume our orders first. Don't keep the governor and the others waiting. The fact that these rookies didn't die proves that they don't have any malicious intent. My Great East Dragon, strong heritage, that is, some powerful ancient clans within the hidden awakened celebrity out of the world, but also reasonable. Three big brother exchanged eyes at the same time to rise up in the air, strong aura, but also let the surrounding these awakened three people secretly shocked. All of you, disperse. There's nothing for you guys to pick up over here. The hot fire attribute energy destroyed everything that was left behind earlier. Do not stay long again. After saying that, the three big men quickly disappeared at the end of the sky. The black armored members and the awakened who were gathering around were reluctant, but the big brothers had already spoken, so I guess there really wasn't anything left. Alas! Not to mention a wasted trip, the captain even ended up with no bones left. If I also have that angel totem shelter, also have that mysterious master's powerful strength, and why would it be like this? Swish! A golden light dissipated out of thin air, and a silhouette slowly descended from the sky. Shepherd Dust was speechless. He was about to fly back to the safe zone within Nanjiang City when the light energy ran out and the angel totem automatically disappeared. However, this was reasonable. Just now, in order to avoid a long night's sleep, his flight speed was directly pulled up to full, and his light energy reserves were burning crazily, so it was impossible to make up for the balance by virtue of a single light, and it was only a matter of time before he lost his ability to fly. Someone was coming. Strong people. Shepherd Dust was suddenly alert, his insight quite sharp. Perhaps it was related to the skill mastery of insight in the name of light. Even if the angelic totem was not in the awakened state at the moment, that instinct was likewise much sharper than an ordinary person. Unbeknownst to him, it was the three big men who were skimming over the top of his head. The bearded Nanjun holding the crystal ball in the center position fiercely looked aghast. Eh? His gaze was incomparably sharp, locking onto Mudue's back below as he rapidly approached. The two big men on the left and right followed up at the same time, and could not help but follow suit with suspicion. Did you discover something? Nanjun said seriously, the aura that little fellow exudes fits perfectly with the elemental state that was just monitored by the scorched earth soul ruins. Xianhua's gaze was like a torch, and he immediately pulled out an insight scroll to lock onto Muchen. Oh, much to be concerned about. It's just a level 20 newbie priest. It's probably the same as those scattered awakened ones we met on the road, all of them coming back from the scorched earth soul ruins to join in the fun. After Xianhua finished speaking, the war elder next to him also laughed lightly. Nanjun, you are too sensitive. It's hard to believe that you think that this little waif can unleash a 7th rank divine skill? Nanjun looked deeply at Muchen and also shook his head with a bitter smile. That's just it, I'm getting a little jumpy, let's continue on our way. With that said, the three big brothers accelerated at the same time and flew past the top of Mu-Dust's head. Unbeknownst to them, just now, Mu-Dust was secretly vigilant for the entire process. It wasn't until the three people's spiritual energy completely dissipated that he was able to breathe a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, they should be high-stage powerhouses who had rushed to provide support. There were three of them at once. I guess the South River safe zone has blown up again. Shepherd Dust smiled bitterly and shook his head, not panicking as he continued to rush forward in a practical manner. Chapter 22, Promoting a Paragraph. Trauma Art Comprehension. Half an hour later. The topmost floor of the Tower of Awakening in South River. The governor, with a group of executives in tow, greeted the approaching Big Three with great vigor. Our savior has come. The great savior of South River, the great meritocracy has come. The governor's crying voice was taken out, and he shook hands with the three big men with immense excitement. The crowd of followers behind him bowed and saluted the three. This was the highest form of etiquette to show respect and gratitude to a strong person. This time, the boss mutation of the scorched earth soul ruins had really given the executives of the two major regions of the South River and the East Sea a heart attack. Once the situation got out of control, the casualties and losses caused would be incalculable. In that case, it could be far from as simple as removing and replacing someone. On the contrary, now that such a big crisis has been easily resolved and the two regions have collaborated and joined forces to suppress the storm, the top brass are all bound to get a big credit. And these must be thanks to these three high-segment Big Brother. Nanjun the bearded, six-segment peak great elemental mage shook his head with a bitter smile. Lord Governor, you are afraid that you have misunderstood. The two patriarchs, Xianhua, Battle Elder, and I did rush to support. But this crisis was not lifted by the three of us. By the time we arrived, that vengeful flame soul had already been killed. What? The governor and the crowd of high-level powerhouses were more than a little confused. You guys didn't kill it? Xianhua also had a face of shame. Indeed, it was not our doing. It's just that the person who struck was treacherous and his cultivation was unfathomable. According to eyewitnesses, the probability is that it's coming this way towards Nanjiang. However, the three of us have finished examining the battlefield. This person has no malicious intent. You can rest assured that the crisis has been completely lifted. The bigwigs then stepped down and were filled with solace. The governor took a long breath of relief and commanded with a sideways glance. Pass on my order. Tell Li Ming to bring people to carefully monitor the major passages in the security zone. Once you find a Zhongshan powerhouse entering the city, immediately invite them to the top of the tower. I want to personally express my gratitude. Understood, Lord Governor. Nanjiang East District Teleportation Port. When Muchen returned, almost 4 hours had passed since he encountered the three big brothers. The red alert in the city had long since been lifted, and the people had resumed their normal order of life. The low-level awakened, the patrol guards, were almost all discussing today's turmoil. Shepherd Dust took out his cell phone and saw the dozens of video calls from Ruby and second uncle, and was speechless for a while. What's wrong with all of this? Wasn't it just a red alert, to be scared like this? Casually dialed the video call to Ruby. The other party decisively answered in seconds, and then began another wave of chattering and yelling. Brother Dust. What is the situation? You finally call back the video. Where did you go? Why can't I find you? Did not wait for the Pastor Dust to reply. Next to another figure to come, it is their second uncle. Small Dust, you can scare uncle, this is where to go? Moo Dust bitterly smiled, just go to the city to stroll around, buy some supplies and so on. Lupe spat, you're really a big brother. What kind of chaos is the city in today? I heard that during the transfer, there was a stampede at the north entrance of the safe zone. Almost all of us in the city had to be transferred. I heard that the world-class boss of the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins suddenly mutated and almost pushed all the way over here. There's no patriarch in the city, tens of thousands have awakened, and not a single one of them can stop it. The populace had almost gone crazy. Shepherd Dust was stunned. To actually make such a big commotion? Unaware that he was deep within it, coupled with his own strong strength, he did not feel the terrifying pressure from the other party. I'm fine, don't worry, the crisis is lifted. Luby hee smile rushed to say, you guess who I just saw in your home? Shepherd's Dust is again full of question marks. In addition to the second uncle, there is not even a mouse at home, who else can see? It's the big flower of our first high school, Huamanshin. Those black-robed people who came to deliver the materials to build the sword before were actually people from their family. Look at her appearance, as if looking for you have something, waiting for you for an afternoon also cannot contact you, which took away the sword first went back. Shepherd Dust's eyes stagnated, and he muttered in his heart. Can it be that she recognized me as the owner of the Shura totem that night in the Silent Valley? Forget it, so what if I recognized her? I didn't intend to hide this kind of thing. It's just that if it's too high profile, it's not conducive to the current development. Shepherd Dust returned to his senses and casually said without any concern. Come as you please, I don't seem to have much of an encounter with her. Ruby's eyes were wide open, full of shock. It's still you, my brother. Facing a great beauty like flowerfulness and still being able to be so calm. Muchen shook his head. Not with you, is to report a piece. I will go back later, you accompany my second uncle drink it. After saying that, Moo Dust directly hung up the video and went straight to the Tower of Awakening. At this time, the staff in front of the counter for reception is no longer the OL-suited Imperial sister in the morning. Hello, I'm here to submit a section of promotion tasks. Hello, Your Excellency the Noble Awakened One, please wait. A moment later, a crystal surfaced in the center of the light screen in front of Muchen. Landing his palm on it, a brilliant light flashed, and corresponding information quickly surfaced. Ding! It has been detected that you have completed a segment of the promotion quest. Ding! The system has successfully collected the mission materials. Submitted successfully. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the epic level 1 segment promotion quest. The Awakened has been promoted to the priest rank. Ding! Your priestly attributes have increased. Ding! You have gained the new skill, Trauma. Ding! Obtained a high-level Union Recommendation Letter 1 Epic Difficulty Reward. Ding! Obtained Advanced Guardian Spirit Pet Egg 1 Epic Difficulty Reward. Ding! As expected, the epic difficulty really did give extra compensation. Makoto was quite satisfied with the rewards from the promotion. Although the Guardian Spirit himself already had one. However, that little guy, a Huang, could only be used for treasure hunting and pathfinding, and his functions were really average. This advanced pet egg, if it could open up a combat system Guardian Spirit, it would be a huge profit. In addition, the Advanced Union Recommendation Letter was also very rare. With this thing in hand, even with a mere level 20 section priest status, Muchen could be directly accepted by the former Grand Guild. Of course, what attracted him the most was the reward for the core basic skill of Trauma Technique. With it, Muchen would be able to unlock the second set of skill trees for the priest system. Traumatization Technique increased the damage dealt to the target by 10. Profession, Priest. Duration, 30 seconds. Release condition, 10 energy. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Scope of effect, 100 meters around the target area. Pastor Dust immediately lit up. It was actually a debuff that increased damage. With this first rank core skill, if the skill points are pulled straight to full, I'm afraid that more damage enhancing skills will evolve. In this way, in conjunction with my Trickster Puppet Old Earth Divergence, it will greatly increase my ability against the enemy. Chapter 23, Harvesting Unclassified Divine Clothing. Name, Mu Dust. Awakened Profession, Priest. Awakened Segment, 1 segment. Hidden Profession, Angel of Light Knight Shura. Current level, 28. Blood, 39503950. Energy, 1000 energy. 5-dimensional attributes, affects adult length current remaining attribute points, 0. Strength, 69. Body, 147. Endurance, 93. Sensitivity, 55. Spirit power, 88. Skill points remaining, 294,756. Skills, Cleric exclusive, Traumatization skill tree expandable. Traumatization skill tree. Angel of Light exclusive, Name of Light skill tree expandable. Knight Shura exclusive, Blood killing skill tree expandable. Generic skill, Rock solid skill tree expandable. Old Earth sorcery skill tree expandable. After the segment promotion was successful, Muchen realized that his panel data had changed in a new way. The boss experience reward from the promotion quest was also replenished at the first opportunity, allowing him to ascend 8 levels in a row in a single breath. As for the skill points he received, there was no suspense, all of them were used for blood leveling. After this Vengeful Flame Soul World boss hunting experience, Muchen was even more convinced of one thing. Live to have output. How about that bald captain from Black Armor? Any more famous superiors, in front of a truly powerful monster, it would be nothing more than a one-round cast. This even made Muchen strengthen his own sense of crisis. As long as one's blood was thick enough and one had enough means of preserving one's life. Even if he really encountered an unexpected crisis, he would definitely be able to survive until the end. The current him was more and more glad that his apparent awakened profession was a priest. Having a higher blood growth than any other awakened was an advantage in itself. Walking out of the Tower of Awakening, Shepherd Dust looked at the gradually graying sky and let out a long breath. It was time to go home. Otherwise, Second Uncle will be rambling again. A long way away, Muchen heard the sound of Second Uncle thumping the iron in the courtyard. I'm back. Mu Dusty into the courtyard, in front of the Guardian Spirit also followed the small A Huang. The little guy didn't recognize him, and ran to the front of the Second Uncle and sniffed. You kid, you still know to come back? All day long, you run around blindly, not letting people worry about you. Shepherd's Dust lightly smiled and touched his nose, and could see that the Second Uncle was really worried about him today. After all, the whole city was on red alert. After all, the whole city is on red alert. This kind of scene is too much for the average person to handle. Shepherd Dust looked at Second Uncle's laborious appearance and said with a sour heart. Second Uncle, after this batch of work, you should stop taking on missions and retire in peace. In the future, our family won't have to worry about money anymore. Saying that, Shepherd Dust waved his hand and shook out a dozen pieces of loot from this world boss. The blue and white light almost blinded Uncle Two's eyes. I've got a heavenly master. Dusty, you've gone robbing? No, you're a priest, and you don't have any output ability. What is going on here? Second uncle had a confused look on his face and seemed to be even more flustered than when Mood Dust didn't come back. Mood Dust laughed breathlessly. It's just some low-grade loot. These you pick and choose, and if there is something you like that you can use, keep it for yourself to remodel your tools. If you don't have any, I'll turn around and sell them all. Second uncle was like a child who saw his favorite toy. As a high-level blacksmith with good craftsmanship, he had no other hobbies in his life but these equipment. You can play by yourself, I'm going in to rest. The second uncle didn't return his head and yelled casually, eat your meal first. Returning to the room, Muchen first shook his hand and released the priest's third-order evolutionary technique Holy Light Prayer. The room was immediately enveloped by a radiant light. With this layer of energy sheltering the room, all energy sources in the room would not escape to the outside, and the outside could not easily pry into it. It wasn't that he was deliberately hiding it from second uncle. Muchen was worried that these few truly valuable trophies that he had gotten would have special enchanting effects. Something like a powerful corrosion or burning type of passive attribute would ensure that the entire house, and even second uncle, would have to suffer the repercussions. Under the shroud of light, Muchen counted the loot at ease. With a wave of his hand, 3 pieces of equipment that emitted a purple glow and 1 piece of equipment that erupted with a dazzling golden light came into view. In terms of equipment quality, the way this parallel world was divided was similar to the settings in some online games in the previous world. From low to high, it consists of 7 colors in order: white, green, blue, purple, gold, colored, and black, which correspond to the 7 equipment qualities of ordinary, excellent, fine, superb, legendary, epic, and old earth, respectively. The ones that Mood Dust threw to second uncle to play with just now were green and blue light-colored equipment, and in Mood Dust's eyes, they could only be traded as trophies for money. As for the purple or above extreme equipment, only then would Mood Dust consider using it personally. The first thing that Mood Dust did was lock his eyes on that legendary grade gold outfit. Soul Market Fire Spirit Helmet. Equipment type, helmet. Quality, legendary. Level requirement, no level restriction. Occupation requirement, none. Attributes, blood 5000. Defense 800. Physical strength 180. Endurance 80. Fire damage resistance 20. Exclusive effect, can transform the fire attribute power around the wearer into a blood recovery effect. No level restriction. Muchen's eyes widened abruptly. Divine weapon. This world boss quest was simply a huge profit. Even if Mood Dust hadn't carefully understood the equipment market in the auction house. But with his eyes closed, he could guess what unranked equipment meant. Any player who had played a certain game in their previous life was aware that the rarest special attribute of equipment was the no-level restriction. This meant that a level 1 awakened could wear a powerful piece of equipment with attributes comparable to the very best of level 80 and above. Usually, those who could afford level less equipment were the direct descendants of the true nobles of the most mysterious hidden mansions in East Dragon. Now that Mood Dust was bursting with luck, he had actually exploded a grade less helmet. What's more, the attribute increase fit almost perfectly with what he was seeking. Simply perfect. Shepherd Dust was ecstatic, and without saying a word, he directly put this helmet on. Ding! The Soul Market Fire Spirit helmet has been worn. Mood Dust looked at his panel attributes. Blood, 125-501-2550. My god, over 12,000 blood. It's really worthy of being a legendary grade defense artifact. Right now, my blood quantity should be able to reach the level of an unusual 4th stage or higher priest. A massive boost. Makoto could no longer suppress the curve of his mouth. He also finally understood how exaggerated the increase of a high-quality equipment was to himself. It directly increased one's survivability by several times. What's more, the special effect of this helmet was a fire attribute automatic blood recovery, which was almost like transplanting the vengeful flame soul's talent onto his own body. It was simply outrageous. Afterwards, Muchen hurriedly locked his attention on the skill book again. He vaguely had a hint of anticipation. This skill book was most likely related to some kind of ability of the vengeful flame soul. Let's see what it is. Chapter 24 Exclusive Skill Book. Imperial Grade Rarity. Skill, Fire Spirit Summoning inactivated. Occupation limitation, Mage, Elementalist, Summoner, Priest Staff Holder. Skill level, First Order. Skill quality, Exclusive, Skill quality, Exclusive. Skill level, Level 30, 1 step up. Use level, Level 30, 1 step up. Skill level, Level 30, 1 step up. Remarks, the success rate of learning this skill is 100. Actually, I really guessed it. The exhilarating emotions that Muchen had just suppressed ignited once again. First, it was the levelless legendary helmet, and then the vengeful flame soul's signature skill book. This time, the gold content of a section of the promotion quest was still rising. It was important to realize that this kind of world boss's exclusive skill book was often the skill class with the highest rarity. This was because it meant that the skill's provenance was fixed. Unless one brushed the vengeful flame soul world boss, there was hardly any channel to obtain the skill. Refreshed once a month, the probability of dropping a book could not even hit 5. It's no exaggeration to say that I'm afraid the entire Eastern Dragon Empire wouldn't be able to find a few masters of this skill. However, Dust's eyes flickered, and he was a little unsettled by the words "not activated." Let's try to see if we can learn it first. Ding! Unfortunately, the conditions for using the skill book are insufficient. Skill learning failed. Tip: to learn this skill, you need to use Dead Soul Fire Seed or Extreme Source Fire Scroll to quench it. Makoto. Dead Soul Fire Seed? This thing was familiar to Dust. A section of his own promotion quest, the quest item submitted was this thing. It was also the Vengeful Flame Souls bound quest reward. But this thing had just been killed by himself, and if he wanted to get another fire seed, the earliest he could get it would be a waiting period of more than a month. As for the Source Fire Scroll, Muchen wasn't sure what that thing was. Forget it, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I'll go back and get rid of these supplies, and then find someone to learn about the Source Fire Scroll. Although he didn't immediately learn this exclusive skill, Dust wasn't frustrated, and others couldn't snatch things away when they were in his hands. Not to mention that he was already very strong now, especially with the unranked helmet. His survivability had increased drastically, and he wasn't in too much of a hurry to add to his battle prowess. In addition, even if he learned this skill, he didn't have enough skill points to pull it straight up. The trauma technique that he had comprehended in a section of this promotion, plus the skill tree in the Name of Light were all still waiting for resources to be eaten. One could only prioritize this fire spirit summoning later. Afterwards, Muchen took stock of the 3 purple suits and the package in the corner. That's right, these few things weren't exploded from the Vengeful Flame Soul. Rather, they were dropped from the remains of the ancient cave battlefield that remained at the core coordinates of the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins. It was equipment that belonged to other fallen awakened. Unfortunately, the 3 pieces of purple equipment were all broken. Not only were their attributes much lower, but their levels were also too high, so Dust couldn't use them at all, and could only think of a way to exchange them for gold coins along with the materials. As for this package, Muchen pondered for a moment and opened it. Good fellow, it was actually another skill book. Skill: Beast Blood Boiling. Occupation: Mutant Occupation. Skill quality: Rare. Skill level: First Order. Skill level: 1 rank. Usage level: Promote 1 rank. Remarks: the success rate of learning this skill is 50. Mutant Profession. Muchen's expression was aghast. A skill book for a rare occupation. The so-called mutants were the alienation effects that arose after a bloodline mutation occurred in a basic profession. For example, the profession of warrior was divided into blood warrior, berserker, shield warrior, and so on. This is a relatively basic type of mutation, which can also be taken as evolution. Only the above types are too common. The probability of alienation is high, and is not categorized as a rare class. But if it is alienated into a tiger war, crocodile war, or even other variant forms of the beast bloodline, it is a rare profession. Often have much more powerful growth attributes than ordinary warriors, exaggerated a little bit of innate talent to carry. Of course, at a deeper level, Dust didn't understand. It's just that none of this affects the preciousness of this skill book in front of me. Although I can't use it, the value of this thing is completely astronomical. Dust was undoubtedly ecstatic. However, when he looked at so many high-value loot in front of him, he couldn't help but fall into a stupor. There were plenty of good things, but where to sell them was a problem. These high-end equipment and rare skill books were not like other materials. Auction houses simply didn't dare to accept them. If one casually resells these things, once they are discovered, they will be directly arrested to see the governor. Right now, Makoto hadn't even had the secret of his hidden profession made public, and rashly bringing these heavy treasures to show up. There is no sin in harboring a treasure. Muchen thought carefully. Right now, there were 2 ways to consider. First, turn it into the school. Seek refuge in the school as a student of the first middle school, and let the leaders help deal with it. Second, look for Huamanshin. Ruby had said earlier that she had come to fetch the sword in the afternoon and sat there for a long time, and it seemed that she also wanted to talk to herself. If one could use the influence and channels of the flower family, dealing with this would be a breeze. However, Makoto had always disliked begging. There wasn't too deep of a bond between him and flower fullness either. Just as he was agonizing over this problem, second uncle's voice suddenly came in. Little Dust, you have a friend to find. Dust froze. A friend? It couldn't be that flower fullness had really come again. Shepherd Dust walked out of the holy light prayer boundary and pushed open the window to look outside the courtyard. Just in time, he saw a tall, skinny young man with a flattering smile waving at him. Long Lu Sure. How come it's him again? This kid won't really be eyeing me, right? Dust's eyes narrowed slightly as the young man, Long Lusher, smiled and opened his mouth. Brother Dust, I've come to look for my uncle to fight for a piece of equipment, and I heard that you're at home, so I'm looking for you to have a chat. It's not presumptuous, is it? You are presumptuous. Shepherd Dust bristled, but didn't directly rebuff him. To be able to find his own home, this kid's underlying background was by no means simple. However, since he came on his own, it meant that there was no malicious intent for the time being, so it would be better to try to make contact first. Just come. A few minutes later, Muchen and Long Wusher walked side by side on the stone corridor outside the courtyard, enjoying the quiet breeze of the night and chatting. He. Big brother Moodust, you won't be angry with me if I suddenly pay a visit, right? Moodust resumed his bland stance and calmly said. It's just the two of us here. Speak up, what is your purpose? Long Wusher playfully smiled but did not lose his respect, handing over a gold-plated name tag with both hands. My name is Long Wushu, a small warrior. Because I witnessed your angelic totem, Big Brother MacDust, I came here in admiration of your name, and I want to follow under Big Brother's banner and give Big Brother a chance to beg for a meal. Moodust stopped walking and looked at him with a thin face. You only used one afternoon to find out where I live, it's bound to be uncomplicated behind the scenes, and you still need me as a little baby daddy to shelter you? What a joke. Since you guessed it, I won't hide it, I do have the hidden profession of Angel of Light. Because I don't want to be too high profile, I didn't publicize this matter, which is also considered as my hidden card. Dual occupations are certainly rare, but they are by no means rare. At least in the eyes of a high-ranking origin like yours, it's just an ordinary proud son. I'll ask once more, what is your true purpose? This time, Muchen was no longer polite. A spine-chilling coldness coalesced in his eyes. The sky was already dark. Shuri's sharpness was already hidden in the darkness of the night. Chapter 25, Dragon Blood Warrior? Perfect partner. Long Wushu felt the terrifying aura pressure coming from Makoto's body and hurriedly took 2 steps backward, frantically waving his hand. Don't! Boops, big brother, you don't get angry, you really misunderstood me. I do come from a good background, but you really don't treat me as an enemy. Alas, to be honest with you. Long Wushu sat up towards a stone bench on the side and began to narrate his little scheme. Originally, the dragon family he came from was originally one of the 10 most powerful families in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Not to mention the tiny Nanjiang city, even in the imperial capital and even the major level 6 capitals, it was a top-tier influence. Every one of the 10 great families was a top awakened power in the East Dragon Empire with a heritage of over 1,000 years. However, Long Wushu's lineage is already the most declining side branch of the Long family, which has fallen to Nanjiang, this kind of third-level small city no one cares about. Originally, his grandfather intended to hide in Nanjiang to eat the old money, put down the feud of the family infighting. But he didn't expect, perhaps it is the arrangement of destiny, Long Wusher has awakened one of the most powerful awakened bloodline of the Long clan. This also allowed 3 generations of the family to see the hope of returning to the clan and decided to fully cultivate Long Wusher. However, they also understood that it would be difficult to gain momentum with just the little bit of heritage left in the family. If they really wanted to get out of Nanjiang and return to the imperial capital, there was still a long way to go. When Long Wusher told his father and grandfather that Muchen possessed an angel totem, the family immediately arranged for his grandson to come and hug their thighs. As long as he could team up with a worldly pride like Moodust and establish a bond, he would definitely benefit a lot in the future. Adding to the fact that this afternoon, Long Wushu had learned all sorts of news about the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins battlefield, he was even more certain that the killing of the vengeful Flame Soul was 100% related to Moodust. Either his angelic totem was unimaginably powerful, or there was a high-level protector behind him who existed and helped him complete the kill. Regardless of which one it was, it perfectly proved the value of Moodust. After listening to all of this, Moodust's expression remained calm, and he returned with a smile. First of all, I don't need a teammate. Even if I do, I can't trust. Not to mention, when we met at the teleportation point, you charged me hundreds of thousands of gold in the name of riding with me, which is more expensive than a rental line. I won't be able to trust you so easily with an oily slick like you. Long Wusher's face turned green when he heard this. This kid of his actually didn't have any bad intentions, and what he said about himself just now was all the truth. Rushing up with a helpless face, he said. That's not because I was pitted by the twister. After you drew the twister, I thought that thing was reliable, and directly swiped a wave of 10 consecutive draws, 500,000 smashed into the fart, did not hear one. That's why I'm trying to get my money back from you. Otherwise, what am I going to use to get a copy in a while? MacDust eyelids raised, copy? What kind of copy? There are very few things about copies that Moodust has mastered. Long Wusher instinctively slapped his mouth, but then also sighed and said, It's just that, I've told you everything, it's not that bad of a secret. You can promise me that you'll never tell anyone else. Within the precincts of Nanjiang, at the end of last month, I heard that a Forbidden Ruin-level secret realm had been revived. Apart from the top brass of the South River Governor's office, the heads of the major universities, and the few big clans and head guilds, almost no one outside knows about this matter. Moodust was obviously interested. Speak more carefully. Long Wushu straightened his waist and smiled with a hint of pride. The so-called Forbidden Ruins are the higher difficulty existences in the secret realm ranks. Secret realm copies you should know, right? It's the existence of some old earth relics, or mysterious void cracks or something like that. There are all sorts of unknown creatures inside, and of course, there are also rare and uncommon materials. It goes without saying that the difficulty and danger are high, but the accompanying enhancements and benefits are by no means comparable to those of ordinary maps. Every year, there are people all over the world who are lucky enough to get the resources they need to make it to the top of the world because they went to a copy of the secret realm. Listen to my grandfather said, this time because of the high difficulty of the secret realm and is the level of the forbidden ruins, the reward is bound to be quite generous. This is why the upper levels have blocked the news. In addition to the group of high-level seniors who have already been the first to enter to gather intelligence, we, the so-called younger generation of the family, can also follow in to join in the fun. Shepherd Dust suddenly opened his mouth, interrupting Long Wushur. Get me a quota. Long Wushur didn't expect this bastard to suddenly open his mouth wide, without any sign at all. Mu Dust smiled faintly. Didn't your father want you to hug my thigh? The opportunity is right in front of you, what are you hesitating for? Get me a copy entry qualification as well. In the future, you can follow me. Long Wushur's eyes lit up, incredibly excited. Really, really? Without any nonsense, Mu Dust shook his hand, and a large amount of materials immediately appeared in front of him, also mixed with 2 purple lights. I, Mu Dust, have always disliked mother-in-laws. At least until now, I have not sensed hostility in you. Although I have a hidden profession, you also know that I don't want to publicize this matter too early. Priest is still my main profession in the future. Since I'm a milkman, sooner or later I'm going to need teammates, and instead of looking for other people I'm not familiar with, at least for you, I have a few more points to learn about. These are the loot from my trip to the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins. You should understand that there's no way to go to an auction house to bid on some things openly. If you have the channels to help me dispose of these, you and I will split all the proceeds 30-70. In addition, the qualifications for the Forbidden Ruins Mystic Realm, if you can handle it, I will consider bringing you along when I have the opportunity in the future. Long Wushu looked at these dazzling materials, swallowed his saliva hard, and was dumbfounded for half a day. I knew it, that boss must have been killed by you. Long Wushu waved his hand and confidently patted his chest. Boss, you can just rest assured. My old man is the best at dealing with these materials, he's the biggest black marketeer in the North Street of the South River Safety Zone. You've come to the right person. But it's hard to say how much these things are worth, I'll contact you as soon as I'm done. Splitting the bill is not necessary, if the value is enough, I only need $500,000, more you keep it yourself. After all, our Long family, really not lack of this resource, I want a chance to change the fate of heaven. If you can really bring me to grow up, in the future I Long Wusher developed, will never forget you this boss. As he said that, this kid didn't know what unpleasant past events he had recalled, and under his uncontrollable emotions, his body's aura violently changed drastically. Herd Dust's face changed slightly, and anticipating that something was wrong, he decisively chanted an instantaneous holy light prayer. The moment the light enveloped the two of them, a heaven-shaking dragon roar boomed out. A terrifying aura swept out. Shepherd Dust saw that the dragon Wushu in front of him had transformed into a terrifying half-human, half-dragon in a state that was visible to the naked eye. His height directly reached around 2.5 meters. The muscles of his arms were covered with dragon scales. 2 dragon horns were borne on his head. The body's cohesive aura was clearly a fiery red-hot energy body. This is what you said, the strongest special occupation of the dragon family lineage, the Dragon Blood Warrior. Chapter 26, Auxiliary Second Skill Tree Life Retrospective. Long Wusher nodded his head gruffly, and after his breath stabilized, he reverted back to his normal appearance, but he dropped his butt directly onto the ground, panting heavily. Sorry, boss. Emotions got a bit out of hand just now. The strength of this dragon blood form of mine is still too low, the natural skill is only at the first rank, and the degree of dragonization, as you can see, is still only at the beginning stage. The worst thing is that the rare profession of Dragon Blood Warrior has a very fatal flaw. At the end of every transformation, it would be like this, like being drained by a pussy. Shepherd Dust held back his laughter and gently waved his hand. The moonlight art instantly surrounded Dragon Masterless. It's useless. Not to mention that you're only a paragraph, even if it's 100-level Sovereign Grand Priest, you won't be able to use recovery means to help me recover. Because this is a natural flaw in the genes of the bloodline, no external force can make up for it. Unless I can get a bloodline game variant skill book and change the toughness of the cells from the perspective of the essence of life, I can solve this problem, however. Herding Dust shook his hand and handed over the Beast Blood Boiling skill book with a flat face. You're talking about this thing, right? When Long Wusher saw the words Beast Blood Boiling, his entire body petrified off on the spot. How could it be? You even have this thing? Boss, who the hell are you? Could it be that you're also a direct descendant of some top family, deliberately hiding your identity to pretend to be a pig eating a tiger? Shepherd Dust snapped a brain slap and smashed it over. You're the pig. Don't ask more, just tell me if you can use this thing. Long Wusher nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Of course. The effect of the Beast Blood Boiling is that it allows the cellular attributes of our mutant professions to gain an increase. being able to convert cellular energy more efficiently, allowing the two forms to switch freely at will. But the value of this thing you can't afford even if you chopped me up. This skill book is worth more than $5 million on the market, and the most important thing is that no one is selling it at all. Giving it to a 6th order or master level mutant profession is definitely a huge favor. Long Wushu definitely couldn't part with it, but he thought twice about it and returned it. Although I am greedy for money, I also know that not everything can be taken. Besides, since I recognize you as my boss, I would never do anything to screw you over. After saying that, with a shake of his hand, Long Wushu put away all the materials and turned to leave. You go back first, boss, I'll give you an answer as soon as possible. Also, you have to be prepared, the copy side could open at any time. The specifics will be discussed in detail when the time comes. In short, the quota, just don't worry about it. After saying that, Long Wushu directly summoned his phoenix mount and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Shepherd Dust bitterly smiled and shook his head as he looked at the skill book in his hand and withdrew the holy light prayer around him. Just now, he was intentionally testing this Long Wushu's heart. As a disciple of a large family, Long Wushu must have props such as summoning scrolls in his possession and must also have a special means of summoning the family's higher-ups. If he really had a murderous heart and wanted to snatch the skill book, it was not without a way. But he didn't do so, and not even the slightest hint of a different emotion appeared. One must know that under the influence of the angelic totem, Muchen's insight was far beyond the ordinary, and although he couldn't do anything to see through a person's mind, his ability to read people's words and colors was not a problem. In this regard, Long Wushu had already passed Muchen's test. At the very least, this fellow's essence still passed. After seeing the Dragon Blood Warrior's fire attribute form, Muchen had already made up his mind to train this kid to be his teammate's follower. On the other hand, the source of this skill book was not clear to Mu Dust. After all, it wasn't dropped from fighting a boss, but was a relic left by someone else on the battlefield. The person who owns this kind of skill book must not be an idle person. If the outside world really knows that this thing is in their hands, I'm afraid that there will be trouble. If you can't use it and you can't sell it, you might as well do it as a favor. If he gave it to Long Wushu, this kid would most likely be able to follow him to the end. Having an extra personal melee fighter for free was the type of teammate that Mu Dust was currently most compatible with. This maneuver of Mu Dust's was definitely considered to be a multi-purpose move. After seeing Long Wushu leave, Mu Dust returned to his room and opened the system panel. Regardless of whether or not he could get a copy slot, it was time to get a skill boost. When Muchen opened the limited purchase store, he was speechless. The refreshed batch of skill point gift packs had actually increased in price again. But Krypton is still Krypton. Without any hesitation, Mu Dust directly emptied the mall interface and spent his remaining gold coins to just over 10,000. Skill point balance, 825,443. LOL. Looking at the remaining skill points, Muchen couldn't help but murmur. It seemed to have recovered the exhilarating feeling of crazy kryptonite in the game in his previous life. More than 800,000 skill points. If it was anyone else, it was estimated that if they didn't eat or drink and brushed for a few whole years, they wouldn't be able to reach this number by a long shot. Afterwards, Muchen decisively locked on the trauma technique. Rise. Pull full and it's done. Ding. Consuming 4,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, trauma art has been raised to the 2nd rank. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the trauma technique has evolved into the Dusk Quagmire. Ding. Consuming 10,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, the Dusk Quagmire has been upgraded to the 3rd level. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the Dusk Bog has evolved into Frostblight. Ding. Consuming 350,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, Voiding Perception has been upgraded to the 6th rank. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Voiding Perception evolved Reverse Life Havoc. As Muchen looked at the branches and trunks of the skill tree that had evolved one after another, his surprise overflowed. After roughly checking around, Muchen was certain that the core role of this lineage of skills was summarized in 2 words. Weakening. It wasn't a direct output ability, but it was able to make powerful monsters return to being weak by applying various debuffs. In fact, this is also a kind of reverse output. And it has a uniqueness that belongs exclusively to the profession of priest. In fact, the two-way enchantment of debuffs and buffs would always be the hallmark of the auxiliary combat department. It was also the biggest point of differentiation between them and the combat lineage professions. From the damage increase of the trauma technique, to the group slowdown of the 2nd stage evolutionary technique Duskmire. Then to the series of defense reduction, poisoning, and a series of other debuff effects supported by a series of later evolutionary techniques. The more Muchen looked at it, the more exhilarated he became. This signified that the usefulness of one's position in the auxiliary combat department had been raised by another notch. If you ask me, looking at the entire Eastern Dragon Empire, whose family's milkmen could add blood, put on buffs, and still be able to output? Not to say that it was only one of Mu Dust's family, I'm afraid that it was almost the same. Still rising to the 7th rank in one breath. Immediately, Mu Dust locked on to the 7th order divine skill. Reverse life havoc. With a divine creation that penetrates the heavens and the earth, it causes a powerful battle system creature to realize the reversal of its life form, causing the target to permanently lower its level, corresponding to all of its attributes and growth, back to the state of the corresponding level. The strength of the reversal is measured by the amount of blood consumed. Profession, priest. Duration, 600 seconds. Release condition, equal consumption of your own blood. Trigger time, 60 seconds. Target, marked elites only, cooldown, 60 minutes. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Remarks, this skill is unique to a single person. Scope of effect, single person. Simply heavenly. A truly divine skill. Chapter 27, Skill Upgrade. Another divine skill. Moving spring water? For the first time, Muchen stared at the panel and couldn't move his eyes for half a day. He, who had always been calm, was truly agitated this time. He couldn't understand why such a skill wasn't classified as taboo, but was evolved at the 7th rank. Life retrogression. Allowing an incomparably powerful peak stage boss to regress back to the mature stage, the growth stage, or even the juvenile stage. What a terrifying ability this was. It's no exaggeration to say that if Muchen had this ability in place before, it might have been much easier to fight the vengeful flame soul. It seems that I've been really lucky lately. Mu Dust adjusted his emotions and swept a glance at his current remaining skill points. There's still some left. Tomorrow morning, I'll awaken the Angel of Light Totem and strengthen the Angel skill tree again. After a busy day, Muchen didn't hesitate any longer and collapsed into a fitful sleep. He slept very deeply this night. After all, this was the first time in his life that he had experienced the decimation of a world boss. The entire person was in a tense state. When he woke up the next day, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Picking up his cell phone, Muchen realized that Long Wusher's take had actually made over a dozen video calls over. News so soon? Pastor Dust dialed back decisively and saw the image of Long Wusher's big back. Hey, boss, good noon. Long Wusher had a mouthful of large white teeth showing, looking like he was in a good mood. Mu Dust had a speechless face. You wear a suit and tie at home too? Long Wusher looked like he had been poked and prodded for pleasure, smoothing his shiny hair and straightening his lapel. Exquisite men are exquisite everywhere, not just on the surface. Makoto narrowed his eyes at the little cutie. General stared at him in silence for a few seconds. Saying things. Long Wusher's hand shook, and 2 teleportation scrolls emitting purple light surfaced in front of him. Got it. Secret Realm scrolls, 2 copies. The 2 of us can go in together. Flashes of light flickered in Muchen's eyes, but he still calmly said without changing his color. Not bad. It didn't disappoint me. That's for sure. There's also this. After saying that, Long Wushu took out another black gold card encrusted with diamonds and waved it in front of the camera. I got my old man to liquidate it overnight last night. It'll probably sell for more than $3,800,000. My old man said to give you $4 million, and in the future, shipments will go directly to him. Muchen froze again. This much? In good conscience, this revenue figure really far exceeded Mu Dust's expectations. Just by fighting the world boss once, the income would be able to buy a set of the most expensive luxury flat in Nanjiang, topping Uncle Tu's income for how many years? Just this amount of money alone, save it and spend it, is enough to cover all of Mu Dust's expenses for at least half a year in the future. It's more than that. With my old man's temperament, I'm guessing your shipment is worth at least $5 million. The rest must be in his pocket. My share is even, heh. Makoto hummed and laughed. Think I can't see it? You're selling favors all the time. You're thinking about that beast blood boiling book, right? Long Wusher panicked. With a look of concern, he didn't even dare to look at the screen. I'm not thinking about it. Muchen interrupted with a light laugh. Well, I'll keep this for you. After fighting this secret realm, if you can survive, I'll give you the skill book. Long Wushu Vines momentarily scurried up from his seat and was about to start a wave of rainbow farts when he was directly interrupted by Mu Dust. I'll ask you something. Do you understand the Source Fire Scroll? Long Wusher froze, and his expression that was dancing and celebrating his victory froze. What? Source Fire Scroll? Boss, why are you asking about this? It's something only used by high-level mages or summoners or something like that. Either it's to open a new skill system, or it's to quench a legendary or above sealed divine armor, or it's to quench a skill book or something like that. Specifically divided into qualities, medium-grade Source Fire Scrolls my father has, top grade, he has channels to get them, but the price will definitely not be cheap. As for the best quality, you don't need to plan for it, at least now our level can't even touch it. Unless your dad is a governor, or your grandfather is a patriarch. Mu Dust. My second uncle is a blacksmith, okay? Put. Long Wusher sprayed on the spot upon hearing this. Covering his stomach, he laughed wildly. Ha! Boss, you're usually so cool and low-key, but I didn't expect you to have such a humorous side? Mac Dust dozed off. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you, I'll continue to catch up on my sleep. If something, send it to my house in the afternoon, that's it. After saying that, Muchen directly hung up the video and opened the system interface again. Skill points remaining, 164,432. Awakening, Angel of Light Totem Form. Boom! The bright angelic light descended once again. The angelic wings on his back flickered. Sacredness and peacefulness enveloped itself. Shepherd Dust navigated the panel interface and locked the name of Light skill tree. Ding! The current skill upgrade requires up to 150,000 points. Whether or not to continue upgrading. Dust was speechless. Upgrade. A problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Ding! Consuming 150,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, Insight in the Name of Light has been upgraded to the 4th rank. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Name of Light has evolved into the Name of Light Sacred Fountain. Name of Light Sacred Spring, the power of light is transformed into a celestial spring, which can be proportionally converted into life force and energy to compensate for one's own consumption. Occupational limitation, exclusive to the host, occupational limitation, exclusive to the host. Duration, unlimited. Release condition, current light energy consumption duration Angel of Light Totem awakening status. Cooldown, none. Makoto instantly regained consciousness and sat up from the bed. Not sleepy anymore. Another divine skill. Isn't this just a mobile spring, free blood, and energy medicine? It's a pity that I can't directly convert light energy into physical potions, otherwise I'd be a mover of light power. Muchen flirted with the sentence to himself. He didn't realize that if this was heard by someone else, he would be so angry that he would spit out blood. Let's go up to here first. Let's wait for the money to arrive from Long Wusher's side, and then continue to get it when the limited purchase store is refreshed again. This series of skills in the name of light is too powerful. Now I no longer have to worry about supplies. Previously, Makoto was still awakening too many high-level skills, and energy consumption was a hidden danger that couldn't be ignored. In the event that it involved releasing multiple high-level skills in a row, not being able to keep up with the consumption would delay the battle. Now this problem had been completely solved. Without waiting for Muchen to recover from his joy, the cell phone video rang again. It was still Long Wusher. What's going on again? You better give me a reasonable reason. Disturbing the boss's sleep is a punishable offense. Long Wusher had an uplifted look on his face. Don't sleep, boss, get up and clean up, I'm coming over to you. My grandpa said that the Forbidden Ruins secret realm is raging with energy and not very stable, so the higher-ups have temporarily changed their plans. The Forbidden Ruins replica will open early in 2 hours. Essence flickered in Muchen's eyes, and he slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Just in time. Chapter 28, Big Brother stunned, he actually has a paragraph? 10 minutes later, Dust was together with Long Wusher, riding that aquamarine blue Great Phoenix Guardian Spirit mount, speeding towards the replica's center coordinates. Of course, this time it was a free service. Although Dust didn't admit it on his lips, in his heart, he had already taken Long Wusher as his own follower little brother, at least in the future, if it involved group actions, Long Wusher could be a reliable teammate. Nah, the card you put away, for a million a penny. There are also scrolls, you accounted for the task I can be considered a successful completion. Long Wusher had a joyful expression on his face, staring at Dust with a hint of anticipation hanging in his eyes. This bastard slept last night and was still chanting the name of beast blood boiling in his dreams. However, Dust didn't let him get what he wanted and pretended not to see this detail, still staring ahead. Speak about the situation of the copy. Long Wusher resumed his serious expression. This copy is very unstable, the energy is restless and abnormal. From what my old man said, this time, one of the executive officers of the governor's office, a grandmaster at the clan level, returned to press the issue. He was barely able to support the stability of the copy space for about 10 hours. We don't have a lot of time left, so we should complete the copy mission as soon as possible after entering and get the reward title. With the title, we'll be able to enter higher level relics in the future. Approaching the replica area. With his superb vision, Muchen saw through the scene at the end of his field of vision, 1,000 meters away, and immediately frowned slightly. Wasn't it said that there were only less than 100 spots? Looking at the heads of people scurrying below, there were no less than 500 people at the very least. Long Wusher helplessly skimmed his mouth and spat out, "You don't know. The news of a copy appearing in Nanjiang has reached the East Sea City side. They also want to get a piece of the pie, and it's not good to say so explicitly, so they sent a young generation of elite awakened people to join in the fun in the name of a college link-up. Our side, of course, is not good to refuse, after all, it is close to the college entrance exams, and before that just cooperated with the world boss crisis of the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins. It is estimated that the side of the governor's office is not good to refuse, so they let them come. Unexpectedly, this group of people is really cheeky enough to actually engage so many people to come. Those who didn't know thought that they had discovered this copy. Shepherd Dust was relieved, but he wasn't too concerned. No matter how many people came, if they weren't strong enough, they were still trash. The experience of the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins last time was a lesson from the past. In front of a forbidden boss, without a seventh order or higher means, or a strong team's underpinnings to support it, it was simply sending them to their deaths. The phoenix landed, and Dragon Masterless said excitedly, "Go, I'll take you to see my old man." A few silhouettes in the front row caused Muchen's sideways glance. On the far left, first middle school principal Chen Dafa. In the center, the old man with a white beard and hair and a very dignified appearance. Mu Dust locked onto the pattern of his robes with a glance. Someone from the Flower family? The two on the far right, on the other hand, were both melee combatants with very powerful chi and blood. This one on the left, a middle-aged man in beast-patterned armor with a dragon walk and a strong aura, was none other than Long Wushu's old man, Long Jihai. Level 85 6th Stage Blood Warrior. "Pops, this is Mu Chen, my boss." The middle-aged man profoundly sized up Mu Dust, then laughed cheerfully and patted Mu Dust's shoulder. "A hero comes out of a young man. Good job. Since you're the big brother my son recognized, then you can take care of him well, don't let this kid die in there." Mu Chen froze on the spot. He didn't expect that this old dad of Long Wushu was actually an iron being. Speaking was also straightforward enough. The moment these words came out, several people beside him had sideways glances. Chen Dafa's pupils abruptly shrank. "Mudue? Why are you here as well?" The long-robed old man, the Flower family head, Hua Chang, similarly had a look in his eyes. It turned out that he was that Mu Dust. He's the one who's been suppressing XINR for a whole year? He's not bad, no wonder XINR is on his mind. It's a pity that he's a priest, if it was a rare profession. Shepherd's Dust looked as normal and laughed blandly. "Headmaster, I've got the scroll and would like to take my chances." Immediately behind him, an unintentional cold laugh rang out. "Kid, do you think the Forbidden Ruins mystic realm is your home? A mere one-paragraph auxiliary battle, not self-conscious. Taking less? A one-segment priest? Shepherd Dust, he's level 20? That's impossible." It was only then that Chen Dafa noticed the president on Mu Chen's chest, and he was instantly confused. As the principal of First Middle School, he had paid attention to the real-time rankings in the large group from time to time. If he remembered correctly, the highest current experience in the senior class of the First Middle School should only be level 13. And the previous top of the list, Makoto, who had been given high hopes, was rumored to have directly swung for the fences. He's been lying flat at home and hasn't had any record of going out to the city to brush monsters. Why did he suddenly appear out of nowhere and directly become a section pastor? Elderflower City similarly had a puzzled look on his face. He looked at the section badge on Mu Chen's chest. There could be no mistake. But this was obviously completely inconsistent with the description of Mu Dust's strength from his own precious granddaughter's mouth. Interesting. Elderflower City didn't move and smiled, as if he was becoming more and more interested in the Mu Chen in front of him. Mu Dust swept a sideways glance at the 6th-ranked warrior leading the team from the East C 5th Middle School, the young stout man with short red sky-high hair. Frog at the bottom of the well. For such dog-eyed goods, Mu Dust naturally ignored them. Boom! Right at this moment, a violent energy throb came from the copy's teleportation channel. Immediately following, a row of extremely wretched silhouettes appeared one after another. The woman on the far left, dressed in black power suit, was clearly Hua Manqin. They were also the first batch of Awakened to enter the replica today. Ahem. Hua Manqin had her hand on her chest, her eyebrows clustered tightly, obviously suffering from a minor injury. Hua Chang immediately stepped forward and took out a whitish crystal for his precious granddaughter to take. In only a split second, Hua Manqin was healed and her voice trembled in alarm. "Grandfather, we completely underestimated the danger of this copy. This is simply the Forbidden Ruins, a secret realm of the old earth." "What did you say?" The entire audience was in an uproar. "The secret realm of the old earth? Are you kidding me? Where's the promised level of the Forbidden Ruins? Impossible. Flower family girl, speak clearly, this secret realm grade was previously examined by the adults of the governor's office, there can't be any mistake." Hua Manqin said with a face of fear and alarm. "That's because, previously, the master dreamweaver in the middle of this secret realm didn't revive, and the guardian spirit was also sleeping. Just now, the guardian spirit awoke. The secret realm mission has changed. Aside from us, there were quite a few people left in the first batch that died inside. The hundreds of awakened ones waiting in line at the scene had their faces changed drastically. How could this be? Did the old Earth bloodline appear once again? Makoto seemed to be the only existence that had instead perked up. Just at this moment, Hua Manqin looked up and saw that Muchen was also not far away from the queue, and was shocked. Why is he here as well? Chapter 29, Underworld Sea Corpse Soul Pendulum. Hua Manqin had gone to fetch the sword earlier and waited for a whole afternoon for Mu Chen, with the purpose of wanting to invite him to team up with her and break into this replica. She didn't want to see Mu Chen, a truly proud son in his eyes, give up on himself. Because of the unsatisfactory transfer, he gave up his future. The intention was to use the influence of the family to promote him a bit. However, Hua Manqin never dreamed that the Shura totem that she chased after her ass and secretly photographed and sent a video to the group was the handiwork of this handsome young man in front of her. Right at this moment, Hua Manqin walked up to Muchen and Long Wushi in front of the crowd. After seeing a section of the badge on Muchen's chest, he was even more stunned. How is that possible? You've been promoted to the first stage? Muchen nodded with a bland smile. Not bad. I just completed the promotion task yesterday. Hua Manqin's mood suddenly became incomparably complicated. There was relief, and similarly, there was also a trace of unwillingness mixed in that was very similar to the past year. Sure enough, this guy isn't going to be defeated that easily. I should have guessed that he would never give up so easily, he is simply developing in a low key. Thinking like this, Hua Manqin rarely bit her thin lips slightly, making a puffed up and sultry expression. Long Wushi looked at this scene in his eyes and suddenly puffed out a laugh. I say, Miss Flower, you're not interested in our family boss, are you? If so, you must hurry up and make your move. Otherwise, before long, our boss will be a hit, and I'm afraid you won't have much of a chance. As soon as Long Wushi's words fell, an extremely strong spiritual force suddenly erupted from Flower City's side, hardening this loudmouth and blasting him out a dozen meters away. Next to him, Long Zhihai heatedly laughed strangely twice, scratching his head and said, Elder Hua, this stupid son of mine just has a foul mouth, don't you dare to be general with him. Hua Chung coldly grunted, obviously dissatisfied with this kid for slowing down his precious granddaughter. On the contrary, it was Hua Manqin, whose cheeks blushed by Long Wushi's few words, but she still couldn't help but open her mouth with some concern. Although you've already had a paragraph, you're after all in the auxiliary battle department, so it's better not to go in. The situation inside is quite frightening. If it wasn't for that sword your family built for me, I would have died inside. Shepherd Dust didn't see any panic and still smiled lightly and said, There's no harm in it, I have my measure. Seeing that those scum in the front row 5 were slow to move, Mu Dust finally stepped forward with a broad stride and said with his head held high, Outsiders, don't go in if you're afraid of dying. The old earth, it's not something you guys can imagine. As he said that, Mu Dust lifted Long Wushi's shoulders, lined up the crowd, and stepped into the teleportation portal. Let's go, it's time to work. As soon as the words fell, 2 teleportation scrolls burned at the same time, and the 2 of them disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Hey, kid, you wait. This went straight in? Are these 2 kids crazy? What's going on with that Machen? Isn't this bringing my son in to die? Knowing that the situation inside is more complicated than expected, why don't you bring a few more teammates? Stupidity. That fiery red-haired leader of the 5th middle school mockingly sneered and said in a conspiratorial manner. Just wait and see, no more than half an hour at most, that kid will definitely die inside. The young master of the Long family may still have a chance to live, but that priest who doesn't know what's good for him, I think he's a joke. A few elites from the 5th grade team rushed to say, Teacher, when do we go in then? The red-haired leader smiled grimly and said, There's no rush, let's wait for half an hour first. Let those cannon fodder explore the way for us. This time, my 5th form will probably be the winner. At that time, the moment she entered the secret space of the duplicate, the moment she regained her 5 senses, she felt an incomparably strong spatial and temporal turbulence coming at her. His body flew backwards almost uncontrollably. Muchen swept a glance around him and realized that he was suspended in a space that was as dark as a region. Below it was a vast oceanic sea that was obscured by a light gray mist. A suffocating deathly aura filled the space everywhere. Ding, the Secret Realm copy quest has triggered Soul Pendulum. Quest content, please cross the Underworld Sea before the Dreamweaver revives. Countdown to the Dreamweaver's revival, 39 minutes and 59 seconds. Immediately, Muchen allowed himself to regain his composure, while quickly chanting the ancient ode, a 4th-stage evolution technique of the Mu Light art. In an instant, Muchen felt all the interference against his spiritual energy quickly dissipate. Afterward, Muchen once again chanted the Holy Light prayer. A boundary barrier was propped up around his body. The breath turbulence in the sky was completely blocked out. At this moment, Muchen's body also went out of control, falling towards the underworld sea below. Damn it! Without a source of light power, the angelic totem couldn't be awakened, and he couldn't use his flying technique. As Muchen was pondering, 500 meters away, an awakened who had also teleported to the side fell helplessly from the sky into the underworld sea due to isolation. In an instant, a mournful and incomparable screaming and wailing sound came out. Shepherd Dust could clearly see that the originally calm and deadly scene below the underworld sea was rapidly sprouting hundreds of grayish-white ghostly creatures. Gathering and roaming from all directions, in an instant, the awakened person was eaten into a white bone. This was a corpse spirit born from the deadly chi of the underworld sea. Even Muchen, who had always been as calm as Mu Dust, couldn't help but change his face slightly when he saw this scene. He was incomparably certain that this underworld sea was a certain relic from the old Earth era. Because it had been disturbed by the collision of the spatial rift, it had revived in the form of a secret realm in the South River. The majestic power of the dead chi was as terrifying as it was. With the previous lesson of that person's fall, Muchen quickly adjusted the direction of his descent, sought out a white bone floating above the sea surface, and stepped into it, which barely managed to keep his footing. Silky. Just as Muchen stabilized his feet, in the depths of the underworld sea, countless more ghostly creatures gathered. Muchen immediately locked onto one of them. Underworld Sea Corpse Soul. Race, Undead Soul. Level, 68. Blood, 60006000. Energy, none. Skill, Bite. Soon, Muchen realized that each face had a different level, a different soul size, and even a different appearance. It was more like the disillusionment of the souls of those awakened who had fallen into the sea of names. It was very sensitive to the vitality power emanating from living people. With a calm demeanor, Muchen once again chanted the holy light prayer to strengthen his temporary boundary. After refreshing the boundary, the light was even brighter. It directly blocked the wandering souls that had gathered around it from tens of meters away. After calming down, Muchen began to think about a way to break the situation. The environment of this place was too treacherous. The sky possesses a terrifying chi turbulence that prevents awakened people from reaching the sky. Even if I am able to open the angel totem and forcefully swim against the current, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to find the other side of the underworld sea within an hour. But if I just float on the surface of the sea and follow the waves, the other shore is even further away. Not to mention the fact that sooner or later, there will be a time when I will run out of my own energy. Without the power of light, I can't chant the sound and light prayer indefinitely. How do I break the ice? Chapter 30 Divine Lord Contract, Living and Dying Together. Makoto suddenly remembered his skill panel. Sure enough, the angelic totem of light. The knight's Shura totem and the like were surprisingly unable to awaken. It meant that this place was neither day nor was it defined as night. The forbidden land inherited from the old Earth era seemed to be under a special time rule. One could only seek a breakthrough in other areas. Muchen glanced at his current skill points. Current skill points remaining, 234,586. For a 7th rank skill to evolve into an 8th rank skill, it would take more than 500,000 skill points. The limited purchase mall hadn't been refreshed either. As expected, the first time down the replica mystery realm was a hell of a start. Muchen couldn't help but laugh at himself. He then placed his hopes on the last props column. 2 achievement gift packs, and an advanced guardian spirit egg. Forget it, let's try our luck once. Let's see if there can be a turnaround. Ding. Open the achievement gift packs. Reward 300,000 skill points. Ding. Open the achievement gift pack. Rewarded with 10 random high-level recovery potions. Ding. Use the advanced guardian spirit egg. It's hatching for you. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a high-level guardian spirit, King Xianlewa. Oh. Shepherd Dust couldn't wait to summon this advanced guardian spirit to find out. The next moment, an incomparably large body appeared underneath him. This spinning thunder frog was as large as a small elephant. Its body was flashing with greenish-blue thunder light, and it had a strong and incomparable thunder power shelter. Muchen was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. Good luck! It really was a combat faculty guardian spirit. The gold content of an epic promotion quest was indeed very high. Shin Thunder Frog. Species, Combat System. Growth, Young unable to fight. Grade, Rare. Rank, Rare. Skill, Jumping. Surprisingly, it was still a rare breed, this time it really earned a lot. Unfortunately, the current level was low, and there was no way to assist in battle, and even the panel information for attributes and battle power hadn't been updated. But it's fine, first use it as a carrier, it's much more reliable than those skeletons around. Shepherd Dust breathed a sigh of relief, and then decisively switched to the skill tree interface, locking on the 7th order divine skill Light Shining Dusty Life. Finally, there were enough 500,000 skill points, so I'll first raise the Light Shining Art to the 8th rank and see what new skills I can evolve. Without hesitation, Muchen locked the Add Points function. Ding. Does it consume 500,000 skill points to upgrade this skill? Ding. Consuming 500,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, Light Shining Dust Life is upgraded to the 8th rank. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the Light Shining Dust Life has evolved into the Divine Master Contract. Divine Master Pact, swear in the name of the ancient gods to establish a life and death pact with a friendly combat unit, sharing life value. When one side's life value reaches 0, the two of you will die together. Chanting time, 30 seconds. Occupation, Priest. Release condition, both parties are currently covered by the bloodline mingling effect. Cooldown, 24 hours. Scope of effect, spiritual area of both parties. Another divine skill. Surprise flashed in Muchen's eyes, and he seemed to have seen the way to break the situation. Once this contract was reached with a trustworthy teammate by his side, it could greatly enhance the survivability of both parties. Right now, in this desperate situation, it seemed that this skill was exactly where it could be utilized. It's a pity that Long Wushu guy didn't know where he died. Just as Muchen was spitting in his heart, another tragic scream suddenly came from the sky. Boss! Quickly save me! When Muchen tilted his head to look, that long wusher fellow was rapidly smashing towards his face. Muchen spat out a sentence and immediately ordered, "Big Frog, help me catch him." In the next moment, the guardian spirit underneath Mu Dust's feet swiftly opened its own bloody mouth and directly took the long wushu fellow in its mouth, only revealing its two long legs, which were constantly swinging outside. After tossing and turning for a good half a day, it was only then that Muchen grabbed it next to himself with a disgusted face and sat on the Shin Thunder Frog's back. "This place is called the Underworld Sea? It's too scary. Boss, this frog of yours is not bad, lend it to me for a couple days?" Shepherd Dust ignored Long Wusher's stinky ass and spat, "You kid is so lucky. If you didn't run into me and fell directly into this underworld sea, in less than 2 minutes, you would have turned into a streak of white bones." Long Wusher had a jaw-droppingly exaggerated expression. "Really? You're not bluffing me, are you?" Just as he finished speaking, another figure landed from the sky hundreds of meters away. The screams only lasted less than 20 seconds before disappearing. After seeing the streak of white bones surfacing, Long Wusher was directly dumbfounded and sat paralyzed on the frog's back trembling. What to do? "Boss, I regret coming in. This sea is boundless, when will it end? Who is the dream weaver? And where is the other shore hidden?" Shepherd Dust, on the other hand, was sitting on the back of the frog with a calm face, carefully feeling this space. "Don't panic, there's still time." Soon, more and more awakened people who had teleported and descended from the sky. With the help of the Shin Thunder Frog, Muchen successively saved more than 20 awakened ones that were within his ability. "Damn it! This place is too terrifying. I wouldn't have come to this trip if I had known that it would kill me." The awakened rookies each complained. Long Wushu looked towards Makoto. "Boss, is there a clue? This group of losers are simply given nothing. Breaking the situation still depends on you. You're the real thigh." Mu Dust said indifferently. Since this copy quest was called Soul Swing, then perhaps the answer to getting through the Underworld Sea was hidden in the word soul. The so-called souls were the dead souls under the Underworld Sea. In other words, if you want to cross the Underworld Sea, I'm afraid that only these dead souls can guide you in the real direction. Many awakened ones around them looked at each other. Someone spat out, "They can't wait to eat us alive, so how can they get the traction of these dead souls?" Muchen suddenly landed his gaze on Long Wushu and looked at him with a smile. "If you want a fish, you naturally need to throw out bait. Long Wushu, are you willing to be the savior that helps everyone get through the Underworld Sea?" Long Wusher was completely dumbfounded and looked at Muchen with a tearless expression. "Boss, I treat you as a brother, so you're treating me like fish food? Didn't you say that you couldn't survive 2 minutes of being thrown down?" Mu Dust smiled bitterly. "It would be different if I had my help." Without any nonsense, Mu Dust sliced open his own and Long Wusher's palms and intermingled them together. The Divine Lord contract was chanted. In an instant, an incomparably radiant and gigantic old earth divine totem slowly emerged from the depths of the sky. The totem was majestic and unrivaled, its hands were folded, and it was incomparably peaceful as it bestowed divine light. It landed on the bodies of Muchen and Long Wusher. What kind of tactic is this? It's so powerful. I've never seen this kind of divine creation before. Is this a section of a priest's skill? It can't be that outrageous, right? It looks like the handiwork of a cleric. These awakened ones on the backs of the surrounding frogs were completely dumbfounded by this scene. The crowd was filled with doubts, while at the same time staring at Muchen with awe-inspiring gazes. Chapter 31, Reverse Birth Havoc. Stronger is still a younger brother. Soon, the two of them all over the place nodded to complete the Divine Lord contract. The same symbiotic mark as Muchen's was also placed on Long Wushu's body. Success! Shepherd Dust smiled blandly, and without saying a word, he kicked Long Wusher into the Underworld Sea. "Please. Boss, is there a way for you to pick your brother like this?" Long Wusher forced his way out of the Underworld Sea and desperately swam forward to struggle. Muchen laughed. "Don't worry, I'm here, I won't let you be in danger." Afterwards, Muchen once again opened his chant. The firm as a rock 7th grade evolutionary divine skill battle spirit monument was activated once again. Rumble. A violent rumble came from the depths of the terrifying sky, and the totems of the old earth battle spirits, one monument after another, descended from the sky. Under Muchen's guidance, they swiftly turned into full-fledged granite colossus armor. It surrounded Long Wusher's main body. Holy! What kind of skill is this? It's too terrifying, isn't it? Is this also what this section of priests typed out? Big brother, you are so outrageous. Who the hell is this kid? The top of the list in the 1st grade is so perverted? These awakened ones on the frog's back who were saved by Mu Dust were completely confused. If it wasn't for the section of insignia hanging on Mu Dust's chest, they would have even thought that the guy in front of them was a legendary grand priest comparable to a grandmaster. With 2 consecutive powerful guardian skills boosts, Long Wusher suddenly stopped panicking, and a full sense of security surged up. LOL he, this battle armor seems to be pretty good. Sure enough, that boss guy is reliable. However, soon, the surrounding countless soul bodies quickly drew closer to gather from all directions. Surrounding Long Wushi, they began to frantically eat away at him. It's now, transform. Upon hearing Muchen's order, with a loud rumbling sound, the Dragon Blood Warrior's transformation form opened. The entire outer perimeter of the granite colossus flashed with a fiery red light of dragon fire. This was a sign of life unique to the fire dragon bloodline physique that Dragon Masterless brought with him. Shepherd Dust was able to feel the change in Dragon Masterless' blood quantity because of the relationship he had with the other party's Divine Master contract. This fellow's blood quantity could reach a staggering 5,000 or more after transforming. However, compared to Muchen's total blood quantity of over 13,000, it was nothing. Long Wushi was being attacked by hundreds of closest soul bodies at the same time. It would lose roughly 200 blood per second. This was quite a shocking number. One must know that at this moment, he had multiple guardian buffs on him, plus the terrifying defense increase of the rock giant elephant, and he still had such a large amount of blood consumption. It could be seen how terrifying these level 60-odd undead souls in the Underworld Sea were. You guys, that guy is still alive. He's too resilient, isn't he? The awakened ones are once again confused. It wasn't that he was resistant, it should be that the priest's gain buff was too strong. Just by looking at this giant statue, it's resistant to being beaten up. Unbeknownst to him, Long Wushi himself was also confused. Is this still me? Is it so resistant to being beaten? Hundreds of souls attacking me and I'm fine? Nope, it's the boss's symbiotic contract that's at work. In fact, it's always been him who's been burning blood for me. How much blood does that guy have? Every minute, Muchen would cast the Mu Light Art to help Long Wushi recover full blood. 5 minutes later. You guys look! There are more and more corpse souls gathering. A path appeared on the surface of this underworld sea. All the souls have begun to gather and spread in one direction. As soon as Muchen said this, the fellow awakened ones on the frog's back stood up and said in surprise. It seems really ugh. Mac Dust, you are simply a genius. To actually be able to even come up with this method. Muchen turned a deaf ear to their boasting and praises. He hadn't forgotten that most of the people here were the so-called elites from the 5th middle school of the Eastern Sea. Outside, as their mentors mocked themselves, right now, they didn't even dare to let out a single fart, and the only thing left to do was to kneel down and lick. Finally, countless souls built a bridge to the other side. With a posture of controlling the entire situation, Muchen opened his mouth. Xianlei Frog, follow this path forward. Hurry, we don't have much time. Mu Dust saw the panel counting down. There were only 10 minutes left before the Dreamweaver revived. It was good that this path wasn't very far. The Thunder Frog's jump could span hundreds of meters at a time. It only took about 3 minutes before the crowd saw a lone island in front of this dead air-filled underworld sea. And on top of the island, there was a heavenly ancient tree that was nearly 1,000 meters tall. Underneath this tree, lying gripped, was a unicorn. It is him. The final level boss of this copy. Shepherd Dust said seriously, everyone, stay on the frog's back. Don't move without my order. This boss is in the hands of Dragon Masterless and I. Anyone who dares to disobey orders, if they fall into a crisis, don't blame me for seeing death. Shepherd Dust opened his mouth in a cold voice, full of majesty. The crowd nodded their heads in succession. I understand. Your Excellency, don't worry, we will never act rashly. This behemoth is not something that we can fight against. I don't think you're really planning to get tough with him, are you? Muchen snorted coldly and didn't respond at all. He only saw him suddenly leap into the air, grabbing Long Wushi and jumping into the island together. This island wasn't that big. After Muchen and Long Wushi's breath spread out, they immediately attracted the recovery of that unicorn and pressed it over this way. Crap boss, this guy is too strong. Long Wushi's brows were tightly locked in unprecedented gravity and panic. He felt a true threat of death. Muchen's gaze locked on, and the panel of this unicorn quickly appeared. Dreamweaver Guardian Spirit Old Earth. Level, 180. Blood, 17 million. Energy, 1 million. 5-dimensional attributes. Strength. Body. Endurance. Sensitivity. Spirituality. Skills, Crushing Shock, Dead Soul Intimidation, Dream Entanglement, Killing Imprisonment. Makoto silently wiped his sweat. Level 180. It was much more terrifying than the previous world boss Vengeful Flame Soul. It was so exaggerated that even the 5-dimensional data had reached an unmeasurable level. 17 million blood. Come on, how is this going to play? Waiting to die? The crowd watching the battle on the back of the Xianlei Frog was in complete despair. Long Wushu's face was pale. Because he realized that this unicorn had already rushed over to his duo. Shepherd Dust didn't panic and immediately opened his chant. In an instant, a trickster puppet Old Earth version identical to himself appeared beside him. 2 identical Muchen appeared in front of Long Wushu at the same time, scaring the guy into confusion on the spot. Holy! Boss, am I hallucinating? There are actually two of you in front of me. Muchen smiled as both bodies spoke at the same time. You're not hallucinating, there are indeed two of me. Afterwards, Mu Dust released a sheet of paper from his doppelganger and drew all of the unicorn's firepower to his body. Mu Dust said seriously. There's no time. This unicorn is even more terrifying than I thought. Next, you prepare yourself and wait for my order before striking. Otherwise, the gods won't be able to save you even if they come. Long Wushu's crying voice came out as he looked at Mu Dust with a desperate face and nodded heavily. Mu Dust laughed as he looked at him with the appearance of a goon. Don't panic, I'll let you rookies open your eyes today. Chapter 32, the only title in the world, Platoon pulled full. Trauma Technique 7th Order Divine Skill Reverse Life Havoc. Accompanied by the opening of Muchen's chant, the deepest part of the sky's endless overcast cloud slowly opened up to a huge deity's hand that covered the sky and crushed down. Probing out its index finger in a downward gesture, it locked onto the unicorn's body. In an instant, the light seemed to completely light up the entire secret world. The unicorn let out a hysterical, berserk roar. However, his body was unable to move. At the same time, Long Wusher suddenly realized that Makoto's bloodline aura was rapidly decreasing. My god! What did I see? Boss, he, unexpectedly, still possesses such a terrifyingly heaven-defying handiwork? Could it be that this is his true bottom card? This unicorn's level is actually rapidly decreasing. It's unbelievable. The awakened in the back row were petrified on the spot. What is this thing? Summoning an old earth totem without moving was just a matter of concern. This Nima even appeared as a deity. This Makshin, what kind of demon is this? Rumble. The unicorn roared in hysterical fury. At the same time, that doppelganger of the trickster puppet was constantly applying Mu Light technique and a series of other priestly recovery skills. At the same time, all sorts of potions were wildly kryptonized. Along with the effects of the Divine Master contract, the blood quantity of the Dragon Masterless was also rapidly decreasing. The unicorn's original full strength of level 180 was actually reduced to level 70 in just 2 minutes. Boss, tell me the truth, what exactly are you? It can't really be a Grandmaster level big brother, can it? The script of a full-leveled god returning to the novice zone. You can't tell me that this is a tactic that a one-paragraph priest can pull off. Long Wusher was now completely scared by Mu Dust and doubted his life. And the sound of Mu Dust's reckless, maniacal laughter also rang out at this time. Don't be such a stinker. Remember my words, there's only one chance to strike. Don't drop the ball for me. If you win this fight, the beast blood boiling is yours. Finally, Makoto came to the tipping point of weakness. The 180 level full unicorn was directly compressed by Mu Dust to a strength of 60. However, this was already the limit. The terrifying backlash of the reverse life havoc also made Muchen look incomparably weakened. Yet he still didn't give up, and after kryptonizing a bottle of advanced recovery potion, he once again added a new debuff trauma technique, Warp Frostblight, and the two major skills were released in succession. Multiple debuff auras were added, and the unicorn looked equally shriveled. His original body that was close to 10 meters tall was only 3 meters at the moment. Unbelievable, a peak stage old earth summoning spirit, an existence like a divine beast, has been made into a juvenile stage by you, boss. It's simply divine. It's up to me next. Wait a minute, that's not enough. Muchen suddenly turned back to look in the direction of the Xianlei frog. You people, do you have any that can summon light elements? Or props like the crystal of light? Quick! One of the white-robed mages stepped forward. Great God! I can summon a light energy boundary. But it's only first order strength and it can last up to 5 minutes. Shepherd Dust laughed, it's enough. In an instant, a 3-meter square aura field surfaced under his feet. Ding! Angel of Light form is charging up. Awakening! Muchen ordered with his head held high. The radiant angelic light descended once again. The outlines of the wings behind Makoto's back flickered. Insight in the name of light. Immediately, Muchen chanted the name of light third stage evolution technique. Ding! Target breakage found, the center of the summoning spirit's brow seals the Dream Weaver's Dreamland Seed. Attacking its brow center will deal 1000 bludgeoning damage. Great, the damage is increased by 10 times. Shepherd Dust once again perked up and looked at Long Wusher and said, it's now, unleash your strongest strike and attack the unicorn's brow center. It's the location below its pointed horn. Remember, you only have one chance to strike. Give me your highest damage. Dragon Masterless was already ready and let out a wild roar. Watch it, boss. Roar! The dragon roar shook the sky. Dragon Masterless put all his power into his right fist and slammed it hard into the unicorn's head. Rumble! With a loud bang, the unicorn panel changed once again. Its blood level instantly decreased from 800,000 to less than 30,000. Crap, it's still a bit short. Right at this moment, Muchen saw the sword with a flickering purple light stuck next to the tree root behind him. It was precisely the personal weapon that second uncle had built for Huamanshin. Soaring in the name of light. Angel wings condensed, and Muchen transformed into a golden light, drew off the sword, and hit the unicorn's brow. Put! Brilliant blood burst out. The guardian spirit's last amount of blood was completely cleared. The unicorn's hysterical roar came to an abrupt end, and countless silver-colored rays of light erupted from its body, merging into Mu Dust's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Secret Realm Replica Quest Soul Pendulum. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching the advancement achievement of killing the ancient tree guardian spirit. Ding! You've been rewarded with the title Ferryman of the Underworld. Ding! We've detected that you've completed the advancement achievement, and we're in the process of advancing your title for you. In an instant, Muchen's main body slowly ascended into the air, surrounded by the guardian spirit's silvery light, and arrived at the heart of this heavily ancient tree. The majestic and incomparable aura of the old earthen underworld sea gathered crazily towards the center of the tree. You guys look! That's... All of the fellow awakened ones were stupefied as they gazed into the void, gazing at everything that Muchen had experienced. Heavens! The entire aura of the underworld sea was merging into Muchen's body. All the corpse souls had dissipated. Ding! Title advancement completed. Unlocking the Secret World's exclusive title, Emperor of the Underworld. Alert, please have all Secret Realm personnel leave quickly. The realm will collapse in 1 minute. All rewards will become permanent. What? The realm is collapsing? What's going on? What the hell? I just got in. Give me back my scroll. I paid $500,000 for it. This side of the Pastor Dust unlocked the permanent only limited title, Dreamweaver Ancient Tree Soul collapsed. The entire secret realm of the Underworld Sea will also completely become history. The most miserable ones were the group of awakened ones who had just come in, and those who were guarding the outside and didn't have time to enter. Between the flashes of light, a huge silver-colored teleportation channel surfaced in the sky above the Underworld Sea, and everyone from all directions finally left this terrifying secret realm that made their lives unforgettable. Between the flashes of light and shadows, Muchen looked into the panel internally and locked onto his Underworld Emperor title to check it out. Title, Underworld Emperor. Rarity, globally unique, not reproducible. Time limit, permanent. Function, can become an entry voucher for Old Earth level Secret Realm relics. Attribute, when attacked by an undead lifeform, defense is increased by 200. When attacking an undead lifeform, damage is increased by 500. Once again, Makoto revealed a surprised smile. A globally unique title. The platoon had really pulled out all the stops. Chapter 33 Citywide Notification, Super Prohibited Ruin Level Pass. Whoosh! Between the flashes of light, a high-ranking member of the Nanjiang Governor's Office, the 7-segmented Patriarch-level Formation Master Hongyu, appeared. This basalt-colored Taoist robe, elder like senior, was the person who pressed the formation for this secret realm. Greetings, Grand Prefect. The crowd saluted one after another. Hongyu instead waved his hand with a face of shame. Alas, the old immortal did his best. The secret realm has collapsed, and within a few minutes, everyone alive will come out one after another. It is not known what exactly happened in here. Suddenly there was a collapse of order for no reason. When these words came out, Long Jihai Chindafa and these people had a change of face. Is the situation worse than we thought? Is it difficult for even you, a formation master, to maintain the energy balance of the secret realm? Hongyu also shook his head gravely. The problem of order is not something that can be fought by human hands. At least a formation master of my level is far from being able to intervene. Swish! Right at this moment, the teleportation channel streams of light rushed forth, sending out dozens of awakened ones in a brain. Some were in a trance, screaming and hissing hysterically. Some were bruised all over, gnawed and bloodied by those corpse souls, purely picking up a life back. Too scary Stygian sea. Corpse souls. No! The screams of misery passed out explosively. Several bigwigs such as Flower City had grave faces and greeted the auxiliary battle awakened around them to help heal them. There were also a handful of awakened ones who had followed by the side of Mu Dust and had obtained the reward of the passing title, but they had temporarily fallen into a deep sleep due to the soul shock of a certain intensity that they had received when they broke free from the void turbulence. One must know that just now, Mu Dust's passage, as that Hongyu Grand Formation Master had said, had changed the original order of the old Earth prohibited area Underworld Sea. These people didn't walk out from the normal teleportation channel, but were teleported back through the void rift. The slightest mishap would be the consequence of a shattered soul. On top of that, for some reason, almost every awakened who had returned from the secret realm had a grayish-white color condensed on their faces. How could this be? Those who came back alive, there were almost no conscious ones. What in the world has happened? Long Jihai's face grew more and more serious. Hua Manxin gazed at Hua Chang with a worried face. Grandpa, Muchen, he. The old man's complexion was calm, with a unique kind of calmness that was used to seeing big scenes. What, is it really possible that that little brat from the Long family has really gotten it right? Hua Manxin's cheeks turned red again and she was about to defend herself. Suddenly, with long wushu hanging from his shoulder, Muchen walked out of the teleportation entrance with a calm face. Immediately, he became the target of everyone's attention. A few bigwigs each exploded their body techniques and blocked in front of him in an instant. "You brat, why are you so reckless? Do you really think that this secret realm is a joke?" Principal Chendafa immediately rebuked him in a good-natured manner and was really scared afterward. After learning that Mu Dust had already been in a section, the old principal undoubtedly resumed the importance of Mu Dust's mentality. He was afraid that this good seedling would be tossed away in this secret realm because of his reckless behavior. Shepherd Dust didn't care either, and in front of the several bigwigs of Long Jihai, he pumped Long Wusher's cheek. "Wake up, it's coming out." Long Wusher opened his eyes in a daze, and only then did he detach himself from Mu Dust's shoulder and doze off unhurriedly. "You little brat, you're going to scare your old dad to death." Seeing his old dad so eagerly, Long Wusher strangely laughed on his face. Old dad, panic what? I told you that with the boss around, I'll be fine." Muchen seemed to have gotten used to the feeling of having such a little brother beside him who was always bragging about himself. He calmly came in front of Huamanshin's grandparents and grandchildren and handed over that extremely high-quality short sword that his second uncle had personally crafted. "Your sword." Huamanshin's complexion moved, and his eye waves were filled with unusually sparkling crystals, as if an iceberg was melting. Hua Cheng glanced at his granddaughter's expression and instantly his old face was bitter. The heart said that this is finished. "Baby granddaughter, I'm afraid that I really can't leave this kid. You actually made a special effort to retrieve the sword for me." Shepherd Dust was stunned and hurriedly explained. "No, just killed that unicorn and brought it back in passing." "Put." Huamanshin was petrified, and inwardly, she was madly spitting at Mu Chen's straight male attribute. Is that so not at all romantic? So many people are watching, I'm losing face, okay. However, in the next moment, everyone around froze and stopped moving to look this way. "What? You said you killed that unicorn? 180 level guardian spirit was killed by you?" Huamanshin's incredibly shocked expression similarly appeared on the faces of these high-ranking bigwigs around him. Level 180. That was the strongest guardian spirit of the secret realm that possessed the old earth bloodline. Killed by a level 20 priest? That's no way to brag, right? At the same time, when everyone was dumbfounded and hadn't had time to accept this realization, above their heads, the incomparably shocking transmission from the Tower of Awakening that enveloped the entire city echoed out. The latest official information conveyed. The ruin-prohibited secret realm copy of Dream Leaving Space that recently appeared in the Nanjiang precincts has been cleared. Difficulty of duplicate mission, Forbidden Ruin level. Hidden achievement difficulty, Super Ruin level. Passing evaluation, perfect. Total number of people who passed, 16. Hidden achievement achievers, 1 person. Due to this clearance, His Excellency Mac Dan, a senior from Nanjiang No. 1 High School, has reached the hidden achievement, and the Awakened League will permanently include this honor. This is hereby communicated to the people of the city for recognition. At the entrance of the secret realm, there was a moment of silence. Every face that gazed at Mu Dust was written with shock and horror. A Milk Daddy, a priest of the auxiliary combat system, actually killed a level 180 monster and suppressed the guardian spirit? Surprisingly, it was officially confirmed. The leader of that East Sea 5th High School's fat face twitched madly. This face slapping had come too solidly, hadn't it? This fellow had just wanted to say that Mu Chen was bragging, but it turned out that the official of the South River Awakening Tower had spoken. The leader suddenly wanted to find a crack in the ground and didn't even dare to meet Mu Dust's proper eyes. Unbelievable. Hung Yu, that patriarch-level Grand Formation master with the most status and authority in the entire room, spoke in person. With an expression of relief and praise, he nodded repeatedly at Mu Dust. Previously, according to our people's investigation, the origin of this secret realm is not simple. It even triggered a super Forbidden Ruin difficulty level secret realm mission due to an energy anomaly. I didn't expect such a menacing situation to be cracked by a senior. Principal Chen, this term of your first middle school, I'm afraid you found a treasure. Ha ha. Next to him, Chen Dafa's old face reddened as he nodded his head repeatedly to cater to the situation. Senior officer is right. This kid, Muchen, has been at the top of the first middle school list for the entire senior year. I've known for a long time that he's a good seedling. Hua Chang also nodded smilingly. Indeed. My ex-ANR often mentions this lad in front of me, and when I see him today, he is truly outstanding. The news of the pass was confirmed, and the bigwigs began to boast about it, unable to wait to furiously brush their presence. Shepherd Dust, the protagonist, instead stood in place, unable to interject a word. However, he was able to detect that this highest status Hun Yu big brother always had a desire to see through himself in his eyes. Not good. This old man, I'm afraid he's suspecting me? Chapter 34, Turning in the Organization? A Stroke of God. As a matter of fact, the other party did have some questions that could not be deciphered. After all, he was the only one among these high-level seniors on the scene who understood the situation of the space within the secret area. Earlier, when the senior team from the governor's office had entered, the Dreamweaver's consciousness had not revived. The guardian spirit guarding the island at the center of the underworld sea was a level 120 adult guardian spirit. However, just now, he clearly heard the first group of people who entered, such as Hua Manqin, say that the Order of the Old Earth ruins had revived and that great changes had occurred within the secret area. The unicorn guardian spirit had also been strengthened to peak level 180 strength. Such a strong and ferocious creature, not to mention Shepherd Dust, a one-segment auxiliary battle priest. Even a higher-level combat department powerhouse would have a hard time killing it. However, if Muchen had combined the strength of the other people to accomplish the kill, why was it that only Muchen himself had reached the hidden achievement? What was most incomprehensible to Big Brother Hung Yu was that after the others left the secret realm, they all fell into varying degrees of mental shock. Instead, Mu Dust came out intact. The entire exploration of the secret realm, there were simply too many doubts that made Hung Yu unable to comprehend. According to the first-hand copy information that the governor's office had gotten earlier, this secret realm was not the first time it had appeared in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Globally, the number of recorded appearances exceeded 30. There were countless high-level awakened elites who had entered this secret realm. Yet no one had ever reached a hidden achievement. Combining these scattered details, Hung Yu became more and more interested in the Muchen in front of him. Intuition told him that this little guy in front of him would never be just an ordinary one-segment priest. The odds were that he had a more powerful hidden occupation. Hung Yu was puzzled, and finally couldn't help but clear his throat and looked at Mu Dust with a smile, saying, "Little friend, I would like to ask, how was the hidden achievement of the secret realm copy triggered? And how were you people able to complete the clearance in just over half an hour?" As soon as Hung Yu opened his mouth, several of the surrounding bigwigs also perked up their ears, each with an expression of anticipation drawn out. As a matter of fact, they had all noticed this as well, and were similarly puzzled. Shepherd Dust was prepared and was about to open his mouth to respond. Suddenly, the dozens of awakened ones at the back who had suffered a mental shock while going through the healing process went berserk without any warning, screaming hysterically, "No! Don't eat me! No! Corpse spirits, all of them! The other side, where the hell is it?" A moment later, these awakened who were howling and almost collapsing mentally lost their control and started to instinctively attack the therapists around them. "Not good, everyone quickly dodge!" Muchen hurriedly shouted out to remind the crowd. At the same time, he quickly spread out his left hand and condensed a ball of energy with a light gray glow. It was more like the essence that remained after countless corpse souls crumbled and gathered in his palm. The crowd of bigwigs were stunned and stood by the side silently watching Muchen operate. Only to see that he lifted this ball of energy into the air, and with the help of his own spiritual power, he caused it to cover the heads of these mentally confused awakened ones. One after another broken corpse soul essence was extracted from the spiritual worlds of these awakened ones and converged into the energy ball. As expected, after Muchen's operation was completed, these manic souls were completely pacified. Unbeknownst to them, this part of their memories regarding the underworld sea journey was also completely erased. As a matter of fact, after Muchen killed the unicorn guardian spirit, the soul of the dream weaver in the ancient tree was then silenced and was no longer able to break free from the Order of the Old Earth through the bloodline power of the corpse soul devourer and be reborn in the secret realm copy. And with the disintegration of the dream weaver's will, this underworld sea and even the entire secret realm space collapsed. Most of the corpse souls were swallowed up by the underworld sea energy essence, which was the energy sphere that Makoto had grasped. The very few wandering souls, on the other hand, parasitized in the bodies of those weak awakened people nearby, and this was the root cause of their mental collapse. The energy ball was the essence of the power of the underworld sea, and it naturally obeyed the orders of Muchen, who had obtained the title of Underworld Emperor. This was considered an unexpected loot, and was not tied to the quest rewards of the secret realm copy. The operation was completed, and the eyes of these awakened ones who had survived the calamity also regained their usual clarity, and each quickly regained their sobriety. "Where am I? Why does it feel like my head hurts?" The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. After a few of Hong Yu's big brothers explored, they realized that these people had all lost their memories of experiencing the secret realm copy. Shepherd Dust felt the increasingly strange gazes of the bigwigs and knew that without some explanation, he was afraid that this matter would be hard to uncover. He then came to the front of the Hong Yu several people along with Long Wushi, and also handed over this one energy ball. Several seniors, the Dream Weaver space, in essence, is a plot by a certain powerhouse from the Old Earth period who wanted to break free from the Old Earth order and resurrect in the current world by devouring the life force of the awakened in the current world. The reason why no one had ever triggered the hidden achievement before was because the guardian spirit had never been able to be killed. It was because there had never been more than a very small number of people that could be randomly teleported to that island. The vast majority of people, from the very beginning, fell into the underworld sea and were reduced to corpse spirits. The reason why we were able to defeat the terrifying peak stage guardian spirit was actually due to two reasons. First, I discovered the connection between the guardian spirit and that huge ancient tree. Essentially, the corpse soul devours life force to supply the guardian spirit with growth, and then the ancient tree absorbs the souls of the dream weavers that are contained within the heart of the seal tree. They are a complete supply chain of energy. It was with that sword that I severed their contact, causing the ancient tree to go out of control and draining the life essence of the guardian spirit unicorn, causing its life to wither away in a short period of time, and then with the help of Dragon Masterless, giving the guardian spirit a fatal blow. Of course, in the end, it was me who used the sword to complete the kill. The above is the entire process by which we managed to pass that copy by fluke. When Muchen finished speaking, Long Wuxia also nodded frantically at the side. That's right. If it wasn't for my boss, I'm afraid that all of these foreign awakened people who don't know the heights of heaven and earth would have hung up. As soon as these words came out, this leader of the 5th middle school of the Eastern Sea's fat face turned red with shame, and after ascertaining that the students were not seriously harmed, he immediately went forward to express his gratitude to Mu Dust in front of the crowd. This time, thanks to Mu Dust's righteousness, he saved everyone. East Sea number 5 middle school will remember this favor. In the future, if there's anything we can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask, Mr. Mu Dust. Since the copy has collapsed, we will go back first. After saying that, this red-haired fat leader no longer refused to linger for a moment, and at the first time, he led the crowd to cross onto the flying guardian spirit and quickly disappeared. I see. Hongyu made a relieved expression. Shepherd Dust smiled faintly and pushed the energy ball in front of him over again. Elder, you are a sectarian representing the governor's office, please also accept this energy sphere. I'm just a one-period cleric. This thing is extremely dangerous, harboring the power of the underworld sea death chi under the influence of the old Earth Order. It's not something that the current me can control. After thinking it over, I decided that it might be a better arrangement to turn him over to the governor's office and seal him within the Tower of Awakening. Chapter 35, Old Earth Level Assessment, Miracles Descend. This wave of maneuvering by Muchen was definitely considered a divine stroke. The Long Wushu and Huamanxin who were watching from the side were also dumbstruck for a while. What kind of joke is this? This was a unique Secret Realm exclusive reward. You're giving it away just like that? Unbeknownst to them, in the eyes of Muchen, a piker is not guilty of harboring a jade. Being overly concerned by the old man Hongyu is never a good thing. It's better to explain everything clearly while it's still possible, so as not to cause more trouble. Right now, for Mu Dust, being down to earth, obscene development, and low-key upgrading, was the king's way. Sure enough, after some operations by Mu Dust, the glare in Honyu's eyes dissipated. In its place was an instinctive desire to explore a powerful energy in front of him. However, he collected this emotion very well, and smiled with a gentle expression on his face. Student Muchen, this is something I can't decide. After all, this is your exclusive reward after triggering the hidden achievement of the replica, and no one is more qualified than you to handle this energy. However, your concern is not unreasonable. Deadly Chi is the energy source that a recovery system auxiliary combat profession like you, a priest, is most resistant to. If you really don't feel comfortable disposing of it, I can represent the governor's office and seal it in the Tower of Awakening. In the future, if you need it, you can go to the tower and take it away at any time. You can also use it as capital to exchange it for any resources you desire in the Tower of Awakening. After Hongyu finished speaking, he shook his palm and received this energy body, while taking out a card that shimmered with crystal and light. This was the hexagram diamond card. Long Wushu's people were dumbfounded, directly exclaiming out in shock on the spot. The crowd of onlookers were even more shocked and envious. Hongyu said with a smile on his face, "Little friend, you keep this card. Having it, you can open the highest resource replacement authority within the Tower of Awakening in Nanjiang. It is comparable to the same treatment as a member of the governor's office, enjoying the highest level of exclusive services. By the way, I'd like to ask if you're interested in joining the governor's office's specially recruited internship sequence?" What? At those words, Huamanxin and the others were once again shocked. The continuous shock made these eaters beside them get their blood boiling. They were even more agitated than if they themselves were favored. Especially the proud sons of the younger generation present, each one of them was starry-eyed, almost drooling. That was the governor's office special recruitment internship sequence. What's the concept? That was the future successor of the highest power system in South River. The true chosen one. After graduation, they'll be directly recruited into the governor's office. Don't look at this world as a world where strength is the centerpiece, where fighting monsters and upgrading is the core business. But the principle of relying on a big tree is equally applicable everywhere. Join the governor's office sequence, the future development of Mu Dust is bound to be smooth, no more obstacles. Not only would he be able to enjoy the highest quality enhancement resources, he would also be able to possess rights that his contemporaries of awakened ones could only dream of. Worthy of being the top of the first high school list. This Muchen's aura is too strong, right? To be able to get the favor of a Hongyu patriarch bigwig, this kid can. I said, good reason why suddenly let out such an important exclusive resources, this Pastor Dust figure bigger. Brush a secret realm, directly exchanged for a golden rice bowl to, little brother admire. This moo dust is really 666. There were all sorts of envious and jealous mutterings all around. Not to mention the melon eaters, even if they were from backgrounds like Huamanqin and Long Wushi, they didn't say that they could get the treatment of the governor's office's special recruitment sequence. In everyone's eyes, this was a golden rice bowl falling into Muchen's arms. However, his next response once again surprised the crowd. Thank you for your love, senior, but I'm a person who's used to being scattered, and really entering the governor's office with a greater responsibility on my shoulders may not be suitable for my future development. You know, this time, I only came here by hiding it from Principal Chen, and I haven't even asked for his old man's pardon yet. With this kick of the leather ball, Muchen directly pulled out Chen Dafa as a shield. Principal Chen was stunned and didn't understand what Mac Dust was doing, but still used the opportunity to cater to him. But it's not true. You say you kid, ascending to level 20 to promote a paragraph, do not know to tell everyone, and now we have a large group of leaderboards, this brat is still 0 level it. Big brother each joke flirting a few sentences, Han Yu is also helplessly shaking his head, bitter smile. Also, after all, is my Nanjiang out of the proud son, if you have their own development considerations, I do not force. Anyway, my words are still valid, when you want to exchange resources, go to the Tower of Awakening with this card, and you can fulfill your request at any time. Shepherd Dust smiled and nodded, many thanks, senior. Okay. Everyone, the matter of the secret realm has come to an end, and I'm going to go back to the Governor General to resume my orders, so disperse. Han Yu finished speaking and quickly left in the air. 7th stage Sect Master. Awakened bigwigs above the 100th level generally had the ability to harness the air now. As this old fellow left, Muchen also secretly sighed in relief and put away this hexagram diamond card. Not bad, with this card, the possibility of getting the extreme sourcefire scroll was greatly increased. In fact, Muchen hadn't deceived Han Yu. That energy body filled with dead chi was a time bomb to him. If he forced it to stay on his body, it might give rise to more trouble. If he couldn't use it for himself, then he should dispose of it decisively. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On the top floor of the Tower of Awakening, a meeting of the highest level of the governor's office was held. The dozen or so seats sitting in the room were all the highest status heads of the South River. What Mu Dust was not aware of was that the two pictures projected on the large screen were both directly related to Mu Dust. The governor spoke with a calm face. Everyone, a week ago, some abnormalities occurred in the Forbidden Ruins Mystic Realm replica, and I'm sure you all already have some understanding of the general situation. The video above is fragmented information on the overthrow of the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins world boss Vengeful Flame Soul. There are records showing that the suspected angelic totem from the Old Earth era descended and participated in the killing process. The following video, on the other hand, was the situation that Grand Prefect Hong Yu had investigated before the secret world copy was about to collapse. Using special means, he had seized some appalling traces of the battle. The information indicated that within the secret realm space, there had been instances where powerful means of intensity approaching the 8th rank had intervened in battles. What is of concern is that these two descents of high-level power did not leave any traces within Nanjiang. To this day, we do not know which lineage of sovereign powerhouses struck. According to the regulations, we, on the side of the governor's office, have to evaluate all powerful unknown forces that appear within the territory. This meeting today is to hear everyone's opinions. The bigwigs discussed individually. Suddenly someone raised a question. Lord Viceroy, could it be that the protector of a certain hidden family has secretly appeared? Fostering the rapid growth of a certain heir? Not bad. In recent times, has there been a rapidly rising young generation of awakened within Nanjiang who has come to prominence? Hong Yu instinctively recalled Mu Chen's name and opened his mouth. First middle school's top ranker of this term, Mu Dust, had been awakened for less than a month, and was already a section pastor. And this person was directly involved in the above two actions, but there is no evidence that this mysterious force is related to him. The governor immediately smiled at his words and shook his head. It wouldn't be him. An auxiliary warfare profession and a civilian origin, at best, he was just a bit lucky. Regardless, the threat assessment still needs to be done. Everyone, give your opinions. The bigwigs each exchanged words and pooled multiple opinions, none of which the governor seemed too satisfied with. Hong Yu sighed and said, in my opinion, since it's the angelic totem of the Old Earth era manifesting a miracle, why don't let's define this threat as a miracle descent. Threat assessment, Old Earth level. The bigwigs were all startled. Old Earth level miracle descent. The governor nodded his head silently. Just as well, it's settled. I hope that this mysterious and powerful being will become a patron of our South River, and not with an evil agenda. Otherwise, Nanjiang is bound to experience a catastrophe. Chapter 36, Crazy Kryptonite, Unlocking Forbidden Means. During the meeting of the bigwigs, Mu Dust was leisurely lying down on the eunuch chair, sitting in the courtyard, basking in the sun, drinking tea, and having a very comfortable day. A blue phoenix soon flew in from the distant sky. It was none other than that fellow Long Wushi. It started yelling from a big old distance away. Boss, I'll pull. Shepherd Dust continued to sip his tea, ignoring that noisy fellow. On the contrary, Long Wusher, with a flattering face, hurriedly jumped to Mu Dust's side, and very consciously began to give Mu Dust a leg and shoulder pinch. He played the identity of a follower's little brother's lapdog to the fullest. Hey, boss, haven't seen you for a week, you really missed me to death. Shepherd's Dust hurriedly reached out to interrupt the words of ass kissing. Save it, how many heart eyes do you have that I don't understand? It's not that you're thinking about my beast blood boiling skill book. Mu Dust, will never go back on my word. After saying that, Mu Dust took out the secret book and handed it over to Long Wusher. This guy's eyes were glowing with excitement. Both hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Boss, you are simply my god. Long Wusher, will recognize you for the rest of my life. Shepherd Dust teased with a smile. Just a broken skill book bought you off? Can't you be a little bit bigger? Long Wushu's eyes contained hot tears with a crying voice, pretending to choke and said, You don't even understand what this skill book means to our mutant profession. Makoto resumed his serious expression and mentioned, You can't be too happy too early. This skill book is clearly labeled that the success rate is only 50. In case it fails, if you want to get this chance again, it might take years and months. Long Wushu but smiled and patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I'm a person of destiny, the same as awakened. In addition to the boss I have not seen which one is stronger than my talent. Blow it you. Shepherd's Dust did not have the good sense to wipe this kid a glance. Perhaps it was because he was shadowed by a certain lottery probability game in his previous life. Mu Dust always felt that this 50 learning probability wasn't very reliable. In case of a learning failure, how much anticipation there was before would be how much loss there would be then. Okay, there's nothing else, go back and figure it out. Let me know whether you succeed or not after you finish learning. Long Wushu nodded solemnly and suddenly turned around and ran back halfway. Look at me, I'm so excited, I almost forgot about another thing. My old man said that in order to express his gratitude to you, he's going to return the 1 million running water money that he deducted from you before, and the money will be credited to your account later on. Makoto couldn't help but be amused for a moment. Uncle is a straightforward nature, then I will not be polite. Currently I do need a large sum of money to improve myself. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. I don't want to make any mistakes. Shepherd Dust suddenly thought of something and looked towards Long Wusher. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, which school are you a student of? Long Wusher raised his head and said with some pride. Our Long family has its own private promotion channel, which is a privilege possessed by the top families of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Of course, it's also just the only privilege that a side-branch descendant of a family like mine who has fallen outside can enjoy. Therefore, my identity information is not counted in the system of the South River's official channels. In fact, according to your unified examination system, I already graduated last year, but I haven't joined the labor union yet, so if you have a good place to go in the future, don't forget to enroll me along the way. Like I said, you're a thigh that I intend to keep hugging. After Long Wusher finished speaking, he summoned his own great phoenix and quickly left. Muchen also smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let's hope that this brat will succeed in his awakening. 2 hours later, Mu Dust received a message that the money had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement. Total assets have reached $5 million. System upgrade in progress. Unlocking a brand new system function for you. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Old Earth Order sublimation function has been opened. From now on, all skills above the 8th order in the skill tree can be sublimated according to the requirements of the Old Earth Order. Shepherd Dust immediately brightened up. There was actually such a good thing? He really didn't expect that the system would usher in a second function upgrade as the college entrance exam approached. Rushingly, he opened the panel to check out the new function. He quickly locked the skill position corresponding to his priest skill tree's 8th order evolutionary skill, Divine Mastery Pact. The word sublimation really appeared. Order sublimation. The host can currently spend 3 million gold coins to double the number of evolutionary skill points, allowing the skills above the 8th order in the skill tree to feel the baptism of the Order of the Earth, and comprehensively improve the strength of the skills. Obtaining a better combat experience. Muchen sucked in a breath of cool air. 3 million as sublimation. It was indeed a kryptonite intensity pulling full stop. But in exchange for the promotion of the Old Earth effect of such a powerful skill, it was also definitely a good deal once and for all. Muchen couldn't help but lament. Sure enough, money is more than enough in any world. After the college entrance exams were over, there was still a need to find a way to continue panning for gold. This week, Muchen did not go out, but chose to lie flat at home and enjoy some clean days. Because his strength increase speed was too fast, some of the nearby leveling maps were hard to bring him enough of an increase effect. Even if a level 40 or 50 high-grade map was brushed for a whole day, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be as high as the benefits that Muchen would get from killing a world boss. Afterwards, Muchen opened the limited purchase store interface and emptied the store's skill points once again. Once again, he felt the pleasure of being a kryptonite big brother. Current skill points remaining, 106, 4876. Good, finally over 1,000,000 skill points remaining. It seems that before the college entrance exams, it's possible to do a final wave of powerful boosts. Just as Muchen was planning to operate, the cell phone video came to life once again. Dragon Masterless. Mu Dust frowned and muttered, "Is it hard to fail? How come the message came so quickly?" The moment he tapped on the video call, Shepherd Dust then saw an incomparably strong flame rush out in front of the screen. The visual effects of the surrounding space all became distorted due to the incomparably hot flames rising. Shock flashed once in Muchen's eyes as he murmured, "Did this kid succeed?" The beast blood boiling had actually brought him such an obvious boost. His strength had increased by at least 30% from before. Soon after, Long Wushu gathered his breath and pounced in front of the phone with great excitement. "Ha! Did boss see that? I have successfully awakened. Now that I've transformed my dragon blood power with my own state, the weakness isn't as severe as before. At least I can guarantee more than 50 of my panel attributes. In the future, if I have the chance to get a higher level skill of the same type, I should be able to eliminate 100% of the negative effects of the transformation. That way, I'll be a dragon blood warrior in the true sense of the word." Mu Dust also revealed a pleased smile and nodded his head gently. "Not bad, worthy of being my Mu Dust's little brother. Only then is he qualified to follow by my side." Long Wushu heatedly smiled with a face full of complacency. "Aren't you going to the college entrance exam tomorrow? Do you want me to be your personal guard with you? Who dares to pretend with you, I will directly transform and suppress. Make sure to make you, my boss, the prettiest boy in the college entrance exam arena." Shepherd Dust despised, "How do I hear that the one who wants to pretend to be a pussy is you? I don't care, if you want to go, it's up to you, but I advise you to keep a low profile. You have to understand the reasoning of the thick and thin. When you really become strong enough in the future, strong enough to make everyone feel afraid, you don't have to pretend, you will be able to harvest the awe of everyone." Chapter 37 Reincarnation. An existence above the taboo. Soon after, Mu Dust took out a full 5 minutes to instill a wave of chicken soup for the soul into Long Wushu, successfully dispelling this kid's thoughts of wanting to go with him to take the college entrance exams and manifest himself as a saint in front of people. Afterwards, Muchen finally opened the skill interface. He had long been impatient to see what kind of changes would result from the function of the high-level skill Old Earth Order sublimation. Muchen once again locked the Divine Lord contract skill. Then ascend. I'd like to see what kind of divine existence the legendary 9th Order taboo skill is. Currently, the skill points required to upgrade the skill is as high as 1,000,000. Is it confirmed to upgrade? Going up. Muchen locked the confirmation with an emotion of extraordinary excitement. Ding. Consuming 1,000,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, the Divine Master contract has been upgraded to the 9th level. Ding. Congratulations host, Divine Master contract evolution forbidden nirvana. In an instant, a power fluctuation that was powerful to the extreme spread out. Makoto suddenly realized that he was directly dragged into the middle of an illusory dream. That's right, it was completely different from every previous skill evolution. This time, the rows were simply pulled full of funding. A dreamscape was directly given to experience the entirety of this forbidden means. In the deepest part of the dream realm, Muchen saw a gigantic deity that seemed to have descended into the world during the Old Earth era. His hands were joined together in a solemn appearance, praying for all living beings. And at the end of the dream realm, it was as if Muchen saw a body withered without traces of life in itself. When this perfect deity, transformed into an endless radiant splendor of light, merged into himself, the withered body completed nirvana, transforming into a scorching flame, shedding its worn-out and broken shell, and manifesting a new life. When the entire world abandons you, the old earth will grant you an even greater nirvana. Rumble. The pupils of the reborn body emitted hot flames. It locked eyes with Makoto's eyes on the other side of the dream realm. Swish. Macdust violently woke up from the illusionary dream, but did not have the slightest feeling of soul palpitations, but the body was incomparably smooth. It was as if the quality of one's life had become higher end without a word. Shepherd Dust suddenly realized that every part of his skin and even his pores had become extraordinarily delicate. Just like a newborn baby. It's as delicate as a newborn baby. After comparing himself to the mirror, he realized that his face value had all been further refined. It was as if the most exquisite makeup had been applied, yet it was soft and natural. Was this the greatness of kryptonite? It was outrageous that even the face value could be improved. The system's gold content is still rising. As the dream ended, Muchen immediately locked his skill panel. Forbidden Nirvana. Forbidden means for priests awakened. Resurrects a target with 0 blood that has fallen. Using the Nirvana technique inherited from the old earth to give it a new life. Still effect, resurrects the dead target, restores blood level to full, and gains a boosted Nirvana new life buff. Nirvana buff, within 30 minutes after rebirth, attack power and defense is increased by 20, and perception of the surrounding elements is increased by 30. Occupation limitation, priest, occupation limitation, priest. Requirements, 50 vitality, 100 energy. Release condition 50 vitality, 100 energy. Range of effect, single player. Range of effect, single. Cooldown, 24 hours. Remarks: the revived target cannot use this skill again until the metamorphosis of life essence is completed. Seeing such a skill interpretation, Muchen was indescribably shocked. It turned out that a priest's ninth order forbidden skill was really the resurrection of the dead. It seemed that the potential of this profession was far underestimated by the world. Perhaps, not every priest who can grow to this level possesses the terrifying ability of the Nirvana technique. But right now, without a doubt, my influence in this profession has already reached the top level of the pyramid. The influence was already enough to rival that of a 100-level, 7th Division Patriarchal Grand Priest. Even if it was a 100-level Patriarchal Priest, not everyone was necessarily proficient in the way of Nirvana. In this world of war where one cannot be resurrected after essentially dying, I'm also considered someone who has mastered the code of life. Shepherd Dust knew that he was in no way exaggerating with this statement. After all, this place wasn't like the previous world, where one could be revived after dying in any game world. But in reality, everyone's life is only once. Bringing the dead back to life, the way of Nirvana, was originally against the heavens. That's why it's called taboo. I see. Look at it this way: when any lineage of skill tree is raised to the 9th rank, the skills that can be awakened will all be existences that defy the rules. No wonder there are so few awakened people in the world who can reach the 9th rank skill level. Controlling the forbidden is like existing like a god. In a sense, he was already a character who had transcended the laws of power in this world. Was this what it felt like to be a strong person? At this moment, Muchen was greatly touched in his heart. This was no longer just a matter of improving one's strength. Mastering the supreme forbidden law that even great masters couldn't aspire to with a period of promotion to a level 20 priest. What kind of honor was this? What kind of toughness? Only before Muchen could recover from this unprecedented joy, a new surprise reappeared. No, that's not right. 9th order athletics isn't the highest? Can it actually be raised even further? Suddenly, Mu Dust realized that this time, after the system function was upgraded, a skill preview function appeared. He locked onto Forbidden Nirvana and actually really saw information about further enhancements. Forbidden Nirvana, preview of the next stage of evolution content. Divine Art, first stage, reincarnation. Skill points required for upgrading, 10 million. Old Earth Order sublimation, reincarnation epic. Consumption required for sublimation, 100 million gold coins. Skill points required for sublimation, 20 million. Seeing that there were higher level divine arts, Muchen's excitement gradually calmed down. The road to becoming stronger was a long one. Even if he had the system's functionality to boost him, he would never be able to achieve it overnight. One step at a time, 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 one step at a time. One day, Muchen believed that he would be able to become a powerful existence that was comparable to the save apostle gods. Subsequently, he looked towards the old Earth Order sublimation function corresponding to Taboo Nirvana. Sublimation effect, Taboo Obscene Order Transmutation. Material required for sublimation, 3 million gold coins. 1 million skill points. What? Obscene Earth Transmutation. No dude, what the hell is this system of yours? This name is too explosive. It can't be the same effect as the Obscene Earth Transmutation skill I imagined, right? Makoto Man was dumbfounded, staring at the system interface to make sure he wasn't blinking. But likewise, there was also a trace of unprecedented anticipation. He really wanted to see what kind of scene it would be if he learned a terrifying and powerful forbidden skill like the obscured earth transmutation in this real world of war. Clang! The knock on the door suddenly sounded. It was the sound of second uncle chiseling the door. Makoto instantly regained his senses and asked, "What's wrong, second uncle?" "There's nothing much going on. Little Dust, I just want to remind you, tomorrow is the main day of the college entrance exam. You kids still don't hurry up and rest. It's 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Why is your light still on? Beware of not being able to get up tomorrow. This is a major event that affects your whole life. Don't delay it." Shepherd Dust smiled, his heart suddenly warmed, and responded, "Don't worry." "Right, do you need me to send you to the examination center tomorrow?" Second uncle asked again. Ding! Without waiting for Muchen to respond, his cell phone rang again. It was a message from that Lupe guy. "Bro, I'll come find you tomorrow. Let's go to the exam center together." Immediately, Mu Dust returned an okay expression. "No need, second uncle. Tomorrow I'll go with Ruby. He'll come and find me. You can rest assured, no matter what the score on the exam is, it won't affect my future." Looking at the incomparably powerful forbidden means he had already unlocked, Muchen's heart was filled with a bottom line. College entrance exam, I'm coming. Chapter 38, Candidates Gathering, Still Dare to Provoke? It's time to go, Dusty. If we don't leave again, I'm afraid it'll be too late. Early the next morning, Lupe came outside the compound of Mu Dust's house an hour early, urging in a life-threatening manner. This guy was a tough guy on the outside, but he was a wimp on the inside. Whenever it came to a major event, the one who panicked the most was Loopy. Shepherd's Dust, on the other hand, is as lazy and easygoing as in the past, walking out of the courtyard with a calm demeanor. One day at a time, you just know to rush, what's the point of panicking? When Loopy saw Moo Dust walking over, his eyes were glowing and he was jolted. I'll go. Brother Dust, it's not that bad, is it? Why are you looking so handsome for the college entrance exam? You're planning to make a debut. I haven't seen you for just a few days, but you seem to have become even more handsome. Can you give me some of your face? I also want to get married earlier. Lupe was envious. Of course, he couldn't understand that the increase in Muchen's face value was directly linked to his increasingly strong professional abilities. This is something that really can't be learned. Don't be such an ass, just focus on upgrading. In the future, if you become the #1 blood warrior in South River, will you still lack love? Wait a minute. Dusty, wait. Second uncle rushed out of the room, holding a 1-meter-long gold-encrusted box. Moo Dust was startled and immediately guessed something. Second uncle stared at his nephew with sizzling eyes and smiled. I said before that I would build you a weapon that you could use. Although you are an auxiliary combat profession, you can't be left behind. My nephew must be the most beautiful boy in the whole place. Shepherd Dust froze, and he, who had always been calm and collected, had mixed feelings in his heart at this moment. Looking at the white hair between his second uncle's temples, Moo Dust seemed to have too many words, but half a word could not be said. He took over the box, not letting the slightest bit of tenderness show in his eyes, and smiled broadly. Don't be busy during the day, take a day off, open Nanjiang's college entrance examination real-time live broadcast, there may be a surprise. Muchen threw a meaningful look at the second uncle, and quickly disappeared with Ruby. Now it's the second uncle's turn to be confused. Live broadcast? Surprise? What, this asshole kid is going to be on TV? Shepherd Dust's home wasn't far from the first middle school. In about 20 minutes or so, the two arrived outside the school gates. The line of candidates piled up in various classes was noisy and restless. Anticipation and apprehension were written on everyone's face. Yo! Isn't this our #1 middle school grand ranking leader, Pastor Big Male God? I don't remember your name in the top 100 of the group's upgrade list. What, are you not very good at being a baby daddy? Not far away, the class president of the 4th class, Huaman Xian's #1 dog licker Wei Ran yelled and leaned over. On the day of the transfer, he clashed with Muchen Loopy, and was slightly taught a lesson by the two brothers. I didn't expect to see him for more than half a month, but his temper hasn't been restrained at all. It seems that provoking Moo Dust is the best way for him to gain some pleasure. When the bystanders heard the sound, they all looked over this way. Lupe couldn't stand this bastard, and swung his sleeve up to operate Wei Ran, which was blocked by Moo Dust in a breezy manner. Angel of Light Totem awakening. In an instant, a seemingly golden light enveloped around Muchen. It reflected his entire person as radiant as a deity, divine and dazzling. The transcendent aura of a purely aristocratic son was revealed to the fullest, causing those girls around him to almost scream out. Oh my god. It's only been more than half a month since I've seen you guys. Have you noticed that Muchen seems to be even more handsome than before? How can you say that? No matter if it's grades or face value, when has Makoto ever been #1 in our middle school? The girls are automatically in spectator mode, admiring Makoto's divine face. Unbeknownst to them, he didn't awaken his totem for the purpose of pretending to be a fan, but rather to teach the dog-eyed Wei Ran another lesson. In the name of light insight. Moo Dust's instantaneous light-emitting skill, locking Wei Ran, and with a pair of eyes, he looked at this guy from head to toe. Level 16 Fire Mage. Core skill 1st rank. Equipment, a white suit. Shoes too are still mismatched. The left sock is torn. 3 centimeters? Moo Dust's words came to a screeching halt. The scene was silent. The two class sequences, over 80 people, all had the expression of a dumbfounded dead rat. Pooh-ha! Ruby took the lead, and the next moment everyone around them broke their defenses together and laughed hysterically. The boys were all laughing in abject derision, the girls' eyes were more complicated, most of them should be sympathetic. Even in the direction of Hua Manshin's class that had been quietly focusing on this side, a high and cold school flower missy also covered her mouth and laughed at this time. Originally, he was worried that Wei Ran would attract trouble, but now she realized. Muchen was just looking at the straight man. His methods were really not something that ordinary people could carry off. In a matter of a few words, he had made Wei Ran a laughingstock. Moo Dust. You seek death. Wei Ran was tragically struck by a soul blitz, being poked in the pain by Moo Dust in public, and without saying a light flame fireball was thrown over. Lupe stepped forward and was about to take the lead, however, this time, Moo Dust took a step forward, and his figure was like a ghost, so he suddenly flashed in front of Wei Ran. The operation of only a split second completely stunned everyone on the scene. He actually knew how to instantly move. What's going on? Could the rumors be false? Did Muchen's level not fall at all? He's just a priest. I've never heard of a newbie priest being able to instantly move. What's going on here? No one could see how Muchen maneuvered in a split second.
Unbeknownst to them, it was the extreme utilization of his soaring in the name of light skill.
Instantly releasing his angelic wings, flying rapidly against the ground, and retracting them in a single thought, he had displayed such an appalling effect. In the next moment, Muchen directly probed out with one hand, lifting this way Rant's entire person up alive, his eyes looking at him indifferently.
This isn't the first time you've provoked me.
I'm a person with a good temper who doesn't fight with others. It doesn't mean you can act recklessly. The next time, don't blame me for not remembering my alumni. After saying that, Muchen threw his hand as if he was throwing garbage, and Wei Ran was directly thrown a dozen meters away. In the moment just now, he felt the cold oppression from Muchen's eyes. His gaze was like an abyss, as if it could devour a person's soul, cold to the bone. Underworld Emperor. After the destruction of the old Earth Underworld Sea, the only person whose power belonged to it. Even if Muchen didn't have that massive death chi essence in his body, his exclusive title as well as the old Earth aura absorbed into his body still existed. This kind of existence that had experienced the old Earth mysterious realm and killed a level 180 guardian spirit was not something that Wei Ran, a novice map player, could imagine.
This time, Wei Ran really didn't dare to be reckless anymore.
Completing all of this, Muchen returned to his position peacefully, as if nothing had happened. It was also at this moment that the school leaders and the heads of the classes appeared one after another.
Quiet. Students, it's time to go.
Go to the battlefield that belongs to you.
Chapter 39, Unfair Treatment? Who gave you the guts?
Soon, a huge arc-flying guardian spirit appeared over the playground.
Advanced Flying Guardian Spirit. It was specifically used for large-scale personnel transportation and was a benefit provided by the Nanjiang Governor's Office for the major colleges and universities. The scholars logged in and uniformly set off towards the examination center in East Sea City.
As Muchen's insight skill swept through, the entire arc could be counted on one hand if their level exceeded level 15. Only Flower Fullness, who had reached level 19, was considered the strongest amongst this group of students. Shepherd Dust remembered that the elite disciples of the East Sea 5 middle schools that he had met earlier, there were dozens of them who had reached level 20. This was the difference caused by the tilting of resources between level 3 and level 4 cities.
Upon arriving at their destination, many local candidates had already gathered at the designated examination center in East Sea City. As expected,
as Shepherd Dust swept towards their team, their average level had all reached around level 17.
It was almost 5 average points ahead of Nanjiang First Middle School as a whole. Such a gap could be said to be quite large. Just as they landed, taunting sounds from the local students surged up. Nanjiang's group of people are so good, level 14, level 13, what level is this?
It's normal, it's just a third-level city. If it wasn't for our neighbors, they wouldn't even be qualified to come here for the test.
A bunch of hicks. No wonder they couldn't even get a world boss before. Hey, who are you calling a hick? Who the hell are you calling a hick?
The two parties were on the verge of fighting in a verbal argument. Shepherd Dust stood in the crowd with a calm demeanor, not putting these dolls in his eyes at all. He suddenly realized that nowadays, when dealing with these students of the same year, he actually possessed the feeling of an adult looking at a child. After all, right now, the ones that Muchen had come into contact with were already characters like Chen Dafa, Hengyu, and Long Jihai. Even if they were of the same generation, a rare genius like Long Wushu would have to call himself a junior in front of him.
How dare a level 20 doll clamor? Just a frog in the bottom of the well.
Soon, inside the testing area of the examination center, 3-6 Dan examiners appeared at the same time. The strong pressure instantly silenced the venue. The short-haired middle-aged man with sword brows and starry eyes at the head said in a cold voice, "All quiet. This is the examination hall of the college entrance exam, not a food market.
If you dare to be reckless again, you will be disqualified from the exam."
Once the big brother spoke, the dolls really quieted down. He then continued to announce the rules of the examination. First of all, you will follow the sequence, one by one, to accept the level test of the test crystal, and according to different strength levels, you will accept different difficulty tests. The higher the strength level, the more difficult the content of the test, and of course, the higher the score reward will be. The crystals will be color-coded to classify your different levels. Levels below 10 are white. Levels 10 to 20 are blue. Levels 20 to 30 are purple. As for the gold color, I don't think it has anything to do with you guys, so I won't mention it. Anyway, after the test is completed, strictly follow your respective level zones and enter the corresponding internal venues. Once there is a situation where the content of the test does not match your own level range, all results will be cancelled. After the big brother finished speaking, low murmurs once again flooded from below.
Holy, this is too realistic, isn't it? Not even waiting to lean, already divided us into 3, 6, 9 classes? What about the promised change of destiny against the heavens?
I'm only level 9, and I've been categorized as trash before I even entered the arena. Looking at the test crystals that were constantly approaching, the emotions in Muchen's heart at this time surged more and more. More and more scholars in front of them completed the test, and most of them were flickering with both white and blue light. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people had passed the test, and on the side of the South River candidates team, not a single purple-colored student had appeared. On the contrary, on the other side, these local candidates from the East Sea had a dozen or so purple light zones coming out one after another, causing a hot debate. However, very quickly, Muchen discovered a detail. The inspectors on the Nanjiang side had done additional screening on almost every single blue light member. On the contrary, on the East Sea side, the members of the purple light interval could all directly enter the inner field. It was clear that they were being treated differently. Where's the so-called fairness? East China Sea people can't cheat? This entire thing is geographical discrimination. Muchen's face grew cold, and he immediately became dissatisfied with this side's arrangement. The faces of the three high-stage examiners were slightly grave. The slender female examiner on the left sneered. The qualifications of Nanjiang's candidates are truly unimpressive. The overall is much worse than our East Sea. Even close to a third of them are in the white light interval. It seems that this term, if we want to talk about the elite interval, we still have to look at our local East Sea candidates. As soon as the examiner's words fell on this side, Muchen crossed her shoulders and landed his palm on the crystal in front of her. Boom! In an instant, a strong and incomparable golden light shot up into the sky. Thousands of scholars throughout the examination hall were stunned on the spot. What the hell, golden light? Above the 30th level? Are you kidding me? Something's wrong with the crystal? He's from Nanjiang? He can't be that far out of his league. There must be a mistake. A third-level city, how could there be a 30th-level senior student appearing? Shepherd Dust stood in front of the crystals and directly forced the rhythm of the test on the spot to end. That's right, because the staff members in charge of monitoring in front of the other crystals all instinctively suspected that there was a malfunction in the testing crystal as well. The three main examiners looked at each other in dismay, and at the same time walked over towards Muchen here. At the same time, Hua Manxin, Lupi, and the others who were slightly farther away in the sequence, all discovered the situation on Muchen's side. It was Brother Dust. His crystal is actually golden in color? 30 levels? How is that possible? When Lupe saw this, he directly froze in place and began to doubt his life. Impossible, Brother Dust, he was at home in the sun almost every day, hardly ever brushed his level, how could he be this high? The only one who was clear about all this was Hua Manxin. Even if she tried to suppress her emotions, she still couldn't help but lightly bite her thin lips, and a trace of admiration and envy flashed in her beautiful eyes. Once upon a time, she herself was also the proud daughter of heaven who could compete with him for the top spot on the list. Now that it was only more than half a month's time, one could only look up to him. Soon, the three main examiners gathered around, their gazes sharply sizing up Muchen. Actually, there were data anomalies in the testing crystal. This was because every year, there were candidates who utilized special means to cheat at this level, interfering with the test results. The first reaction of the three high-stage examiners was that this kid had cheated. You're a candidate pushed by the South River? Shepherd Dust was unassuming and said with a bashful face, not bad. Your rank is. The female examiner had the most stern look on her face, and it was obvious that she was examining Mu Dust with a filter. In her perception, a tertiary city like Nanjiang shouldn't have such a supreme genius appearing. Muchen was silent and did not answer her question. He clearly felt this strange emotion from the other party, and he didn't like this feeling of being belittled. Sorry, forgive me for not being able to cooperate. As far as I know, this is not in line with the testing process of the college entrance exam. Since the test crystal matches the appropriate function, why do you need to screen me separately? If I remember correctly, the one purple interval examinee from the local East Sea who passed the test before did not encounter such special treatment. Shepherd Dust's sharp face hardened and suppressed the overbearing female examiner's temper. The other party's face was filled with a look of anger, and she said in a cold voice, "How dare you? You, a candidate, dare to question the behavior of an examiner? What qualifications do you have to question me?" The woman's aura suddenly erupted, and a strong and incomparable pressure swept out. It caused the many candidates present who were eating melon to be appalled. A level 65 assassin? What an imposing presence. With a single insightful glance, Muchen saw through his opponent. When he looked at the column of broken tips and saw that the opponent's weakness was in the location of the airfield, he almost couldn't help but break his defense and laugh out. However, Muchen didn't go too far, directly provoking someone's sixth-stage big brother in the Eastern Sea boundary. The one who suffered was definitely himself. In the next moment, he didn't panic and drew out that 1/6 manifestation diamond card. I wonder now, do I have the qualifications to question you? Chapter 40 Personal Reception. Nanjiang's facade, Makoto gives. When the female examiner saw this card, her entire face changed wildly. The two chief examiners beside her were similarly flabbergasted. Diamond 6 Mansion, the highest grade of awakened identity symbol. Could you be a specially recruited member of the South River Governor's Office? Seeing the movements of Muchen and the three examiners in the middle of the field, the surrounding student body had long since completely exploded. Everyone gazed in Mu Dust's direction with unbelievable gazes, with unbelievable amazement written all over their faces.
Hexagram. Too terrifying. What exactly is that kid's identity? It actually had the background of the governor's mansion. Nanjiang actually produced a top-notch second-generation ancestor to come over here for the college entrance exam?
He's not here to fry fish.
It's not possible that this guy is really over 30 levels, is it? It looks like he's in trouble with the examiner. No wonder he's so crazy. He's got the capital. I'm really afraid he'll say, "My father is the governor." That would be fun.
The tutors leading the teams from all sides have started to maintain order.
However, they still couldn't stop the eagerness of the melon-eating trainees.
Such a famous scene was truly a rare sight. At this moment, Mu Dust was still in a reasoned stance, and his expression was serious as he said,
"I'm not favoring specialness. I also understand that the three of you are worried that I am suspected of cheating. However, I will never allow you East Sea to belittle my South River scholars. It is true that the average grade of the local candidates in East China Sea is a bit higher, and I can understand the arrogance of the students who have no one in their sights. But if the examiners treat the candidates with colored glasses, I, Muchen, will speak up for Nanjiang." Mu Dust said this with a loud voice. Voices of support immediately rang out in the arena.
Well said. Nanjiang is a guest of the East Sea and participates in the college entrance exam together, so who are we to question the strength of our Nanjiang students?
Supporting Makoto. Male God, we support you.
There must be a statement for the students of Nanjiang.
The old man protests. It's not fair. The East Sea people are shameless. Nima, this group of melon-eating Nanjiang cadets were really exaggerating.
Not only did they start to frantically show solidarity with Mu Dust, surprisingly, even Wei Ran, who had just been taught a lesson by Mu Dust's face slapping, also joined the sequence of protests. For a while, the candidates waiting for the test were furious, and the scene was once about to get out of control in general.
All give me silence.
Suddenly, an incomparably strong pressure descended from the sky. Deep within the grounds, a middle-aged man with red hair rushing to the sky flew in swiftly on his exclusive guardian spirit. This person, Mu Dust, was no stranger. It was precisely the same canon head leader Zhang Hongfei who had led the 5th middle school to participate in the secret realm trial before. Unbeknownst to him, he also had another identity, that of being the chief person in charge of this East Sea higher education examination venue. After learning about the situation here in the main control area, Zhang Hongfei immediately rushed here to preside over the situation.
What's going on?
The fat man had just landed on the ground, and the short-haired middle-aged man among the three examiners immediately came forward to give a briefing. Zhang Hongfei walked over with a serious expression, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it was actually Muchen, who had originally had a serious face and had instantly changed his appearance.
It's little friend Mu Dust. Why did you also come to participate in the college entrance exam?
Zhang Hongfei hurriedly changed into a fawning smile, slightly lowered his head to reach in front of Muchen, and communicated with him in a very friendly manner.
The three main examiners were dumbfounded. What's the situation? This kid actually knows the chief examiner. The examiners eating from the side were even more dumbfounded. Especially these local candidates from the East Sea, who originally carried a sense of superiority and a superior stance, when they saw that the chief examiner of the chapter actually communicated with Mu Dust with such an attitude, the arrogance in their hearts completely collapsed. What's going on, brothers? Even Chief Zhang, that famous powder keg, had no temper when he saw this kid? What the hell is he? His dad's not really the governor, is he? All I care about now is whether he has a girlfriend or not. Don't you think this student from Nanjiang is very handsome? Indeed. His 6 mansions diamond card almost blinded me. The scene was getting more and more incomprehensible. Just now, when Muchen righteously resisted the 3 major examiners, he had thought that this red-haired big brother's appearance would have strongly suppressed the candidate's anger. Unexpectedly, this Nanjiang scholar Muchen who erupted with a golden test light, even the chief bowed his head when he saw him? In the team, Ruby had a dumbfounded expression of having eaten a dead rat, staring blankly at the silhouette of her nemesis. Suddenly there was a strangeness that felt like a lifetime ago. That kid, is he still the Machen I know? It's not true that he's at the top of the grade list, but when did he become so powerful? A 6-mansion diamond card, and he also knows the chief governor of the East Sea Examination Center. Could it be that Brother Dust is the illegitimate son of the Governor General? At that moment, with a smile on his face, Muchen continued to communicate with Zhang Hongfei. Suddenly, the red-haired big brother clasped his hands on Mu Dust's hands, and said with eyes full of excitement, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Little friend Mu Dust, our East Sea doesn't have the slightest intention of slowing down your South River students. You mustn't be too concerned. Last time, you came out to save so many of our elite students of the same generation, I haven't even had a chance to thank you yet, how would I dare to target you?" The more Zhang Hongfei said, the more shocked the 3 6th Dan examiners around him became. Especially that female examiner who was directly disliked angrily by Muchen, she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to directly drill into.
She just stared dumbfounded at the conversation between the two of them, and the more she listened, the more she shivered and trembled, feeling fearful. Shepherd Dust laughed and said, "A show of hands, senior needn't take it to heart. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I don't think there should be anyone targeting the Nanjiang scholars anymore. Then my test." Zhang Hongfei laughed and personally escorted Muchen to the front of the golden passageway of the internal examination hall.
"See what you're saying? Who cheats? Can you, Mu Dust, still cheat?
I even doubt that this crystal can measure your true strength." With a faint smile on his face, Mu Dust enjoyed the only special treatment in the room.
The chief head of the East Sea examination area, personally escorting him into the inner arena.
The only golden-colored zone scholar in the entire arena. The staging of this scene completely subverted the extreme perceptions of all the gazers behind them.
He really exceeded level 30.
After Hua Manxin finished speaking, her slightly reddened cheeks were filled with shock and despair.
Shepherd Dust, how on earth did he do it?
In just over half a month, he actually rose to level 30.
It seems that in the future, I will no longer be able to catch up with him.
Nearing the door of the inner arena, Zhang Hongfei hemmed and hawed and laughed as he stayed back, looking towards Mu Dust and said,
"Little friend, give me a bottom, you now, in the end, how many levels?"
Mu Dust leisurely said,
35 levels only.
The experience value is stuck.
Time was too tight, didn't have time to take the second stage promotion quest.
It doesn't matter, let's deal with the exam first. I guess it won't have too much of an impact on the college entrance exam results.
Zhang Hongfei, look at this TM speaks human words?
It's only been less than a month since the awakened transformation, and he's already at level 35, with the qualifications for second stage promotion. And Mu Chen's true level seemed to be higher than that.
This brat was simply inhuman. Could it be that he, really, has some unknown relationship with the governor of Nanjiang?
Ache. On the top floor of the South River Tower of Awakening, inside the governor's office. The governor general suddenly sneezed a dozen times in a row for no reason, his face confused.
What's going on here? For good reason, is someone chanting about me? Chapter 41, the whole house is shocked.
A word to change the permission of the college entrance exam. Witnessing Muchen walk into the teleportation channel condensed by golden light, Zhang Hongfei hurriedly resumed his serious face and returned to the front of the three main examiners in the square. Chief Zhang, that candidate just now, in the end.
Shen Yan, you're confused. Zhang Hongfei interrupted the female examiner with a hateful expression.
Shen Yan hurriedly red-faced, cowering with a bewildered look, not daring to speak.
Do you guys know how those elite scholars that I brought to Nanjiang to participate in the secret trial previously managed to retrieve a life? The short-haired middle-aged examiner was horrified and tried, could it really be related to that student?
Zhang Hongfei nodded his head gravely. Not bad, his name is Muchen, the top of the list in Nanjiang #1 middle school who has been dominating the list for a whole year.
Don't look at him as just a priest, he's the leader of that Forbidden Ruins Mystic Realm Pass.
He's also the only person in the world who has unlocked the hidden achievement of the Super Forbidden Ruins difficulty. He was the one who saved the students we sent into the secret realm. Otherwise, most of this year's batch of our best seedlings from South River would have fallen. The three main examiners' faces were filled with horror.
Unbelievable. The female examiner, Chen Yan, was even filled with shame, itching to smack herself in the mouth. It's all my fault. It's me who had the eyes to recognize him to tie. However, I didn't deliberately target him against the students of Nanjiang. It's just that in their third-tier city, who would have thought that there would be such a proud son of heaven born?
Zhang Hongfei also expressed his understanding and sighed helplessly. Forget it, that Muchen was not to be messed with, and since he had taken out the Six Mansions diamond card, it proved that the Nanjiang governor's office's side was also focusing on him.
Don't touch his brows anymore. From now on, the South River Scholars' side should be properly placed and not be neglected.
The three main examiners simultaneously hung their heads.
Understood. Chief Zhang. That's right.
Zhang Hongfei thought for a moment and added. In my opinion, of the several thousand people in this batch of tests, other than Mu Dust, there can't be any more candidates in the golden interval. Immediately notify the inspectors in the inner field, integrate the purple and golden interval passages together, uniformly open the old Earth level difficulty test option for them, and just follow the normal process of qualification screening, and for the candidates in the purple interval, give them the freedom to choose their own permissions. Only in this way could it be ensured that Muchen would receive the most fair test evaluation.
Never offend this living ancestor again.
If we really want to make him unhappy, if he grows up in the future, there's something we in the Eastern Sea will suffer. The three main examiners were ashamed and no longer dared to be reckless.
Afterwards, Zhang Hongfei quickly left.
The scene was all unified again to restore the order of the test. It was worth mentioning that the original sequential channels that prioritized testing for the local students of Donghai were all transferred to the side of the Nanjiang students.
Outsiders are prioritized and locals are at the back of the line? What the hell is this?
The East Sea scholars spat out.
Please. Lord Examiner can't be mistaken, right? We are the East Sea native candidates. Shouldn't we have priority entrance? All shut the hell up.
Examiner Chen Yen was furious, and his fierce pressure swept over the East Sea Region's team, so no more candidates dared to beat. On the contrary, on the South River team's side, the students were all smiling brightly. The pride that had previously belonged exclusively to the students of the Eastern Sea was all transferred to them. Ha! Was this the feeling of hugging a big leg? It's too good to be true. Is it true that when you go out, the face of the people of Nanjiang is all given to you by Mu Dust? I'll be damned. You're a level 16 formation master, and you're worthy of calling out my husband's name? That's enough. Don't call me God's husband, I'm too bad. I told you, how can a great god like Makoto die out? A man of God can't be mortal anywhere. After this battle, Mu Dust's reputation has been thoroughly established amongst the younger generation of students in Nanjiang. At some point, in the celebrity list ranking in the big group of the first middle school, Mu Dust's name was directly brushed to the top of the list by countless likes and fancies. It seemed that the name that had once dominated the first middle school wind and cloud ranking had once again returned to the throne. On the other hand, after stepping into the teleportation boundary in front of him, Muchen entered a splendid hall-like hall. A dozen or so figures with very different appearances and postures swept sideways to their side. As soon as Muchen hit his eyes, he swept through with the name of Light Insight skill. Level 23. Level 26. The highest was level 27. All of them are the strongest elite students in this class of the East Sea. A spot in the purple zone? Greeting the gazes of the crowd, Mu Dust walked up with a calm step and faith. This person is so handsome. From South River? It's not easy for there to be a student from Nanjiang who is over level 20. It's not possible to say that it's a sole trainee. The men and women each whispered. Shepherd Dust came to this female examiner in the inner court with no confidence and handed over his identity card. The other party immediately looked startled and respectfully said, "Are you that genius student from South River, the student from the Golden Zone, Mu Dust? The chief director has personally taken care of this, and will wait for you to enter before reassessing the level cap for this examination. May I ask student Mu Dust whether or not to open the highest danger level test item of the Old Earth level difficulty?" Mu Dust smiled and said, "Open." What? Old Earth level difficulty test? He's in the Golden Zone? Over level 30. The red-clothed girl Ling Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with an unnameable awe. Tang Hao, a level 27 scholar with a hand tucked to the side and covered in golden armor, sneered. How about level 30? Just an auxiliary war priest, what's so great about it? Not even a rare profession, not worth mentioning. The green-haired teenager opposite him, Mo Dai, who was about 1 meter 6 tall, also cackled. That's it. That said, why should he be the one to open the hidden difficulty? Teacher, this kid wouldn't have come through the back door, right? Shepherd Dust inadvertently heard these dolls behind him giggling, and only smiled faintly and shook his head, ignoring them. A moment later, the female examiner regained her seriousness and looked at these 20 or so people in front of the hall and said, "Now, all the elite candidates present, reselect the difficulty level you wish to challenge. The highest difficulty level currently open is the Old Earth level. Special note, due to the danger of testing missions above the Ultra Forbidden Ruin level, candidates still need to decide carefully. Once you enter the test space, the officials will not give any external assistance, and all consequences will be borne by the candidates themselves. Children, don't act recklessly, this is a decision that concerns your life and death future." After the examiner finished speaking, most of the elite students who were a little under level 25 chose the Forbidden Ruins difficulty, and there were also individual 2 or 3 who were even more conservative and directly chose the elite difficulty. This gear was almost no danger to pass for level 20 and above candidates to speak of. Then, the strongest few began to move. Ink Dai raised his hand with a smile and said, "Teacher, I'll choose Old Earth level." Chapter 42, Globally Unique, Titles All Carry Anomalies? The female examiner seriously said, "The Old Earth level, because it is a hidden difficulty, has not been opened in the past few decades, so the official chief stipulates that if you want to choose the Old Earth level difficulty test, you need to have a Forbidden Ruins level Secret Realm Pass title to unlock the challenge qualification." With a wide smile still hanging on his face, Mo Dai snapped a ringing finger and a ghostly green light instantly coalesced above his head. 4 words were clearly written on it. Desolate Forest Guardian. Around the words of the title, there were also some jungle-inspired branch marks dotted around. Obviously, this should be the pass credentials of some jungle-based secret space. Subsequently, the beautiful maiden Ling Yao on the side and that sightless Tang Hao each lit up their exclusive titles. Tang Hao's title was a golden color that matched his armor getup, and was likewise of the Forbidden Ruin level. And when Ling Yao awakened her title, a brilliant fire-red aura coalesced around her body. The title's pattern became even more dazzling. A lifelike crimson phoenix hung from the upper disc. It danced and dazzled around the words. It was the title of the ultra-forbidden market. It was worthy of being called the strongest awakened celestial in the Eastern Sea in 100 years. A noble woman from a high family is truly extraordinary. Muchen also couldn't help but turn around and sweep a glance, only to find that Ling Yao was looking at herself with wide-eyed bewilderment and joy, her playful and lovely appearance not malicious, but more of a sense of curiosity that she wanted to explore a bit. Seeing Mu Dust delayed no action, Tang Hao carry hand come up, full of a haughty and cold contempt posture, gently touched Mu Dust's shoulder, playful provocative said. Level 30 Big Milk Daddy, where is your title? It's not like you don't have a title, right? Or is it just an elite title that you're too embarrassed to bring out? Whispers with some contempt resounded behind them. They were all from the Eastern Sea, and rejecting Muchen, a golden zone pride of the Southern River, allowed their pathetic vanity to be satisfied for a moment. However, the next moment, with an indifferent expression, Mu Dust hummed and laughed, lighting up his only current title. The elite level title you're talking about, it looks like this, right? Boom! In an instant, a strong and incomparably gloomy aura erupted from Muchen's body. It seemed that at this moment, he became the source of power for a choppy old earth forbidden area. All those who were gazing at his main body and feeling his aura were forcibly pulled into a visionary dreamscape in this instant. In the dream space, the 20 or so souls present saw a vast and endless pale sea shrouded in boundless death aura. The old earth forbidden zone underworld sea. Endless corpses and souls, topped with their own very different faces, lunged towards these dozens of souls. The cries and wails of the ghosts, screams full of ghostly grudges and despair, crazily impacted the depths of their souls. No! The few scholars who had just passed the 20th level had fallen to the ground with miserable cries, forcing themselves to break free from the effects of the vision. The rest of them, one after another, encountered the impact in the same way and were forced to forcibly withdraw. And Tang Hao, that fellow who thought he was so powerful that he wasn't empty of everything, but in this instant, he was locked by Muchen's back. The heart of a 1,000-meter ancient tree, the sky above the other side of the island. Muchen stepped on a unicorn totem, like the emperor of the underworld sea, coldly looking down at Tang Hao. How could this be possible? Tang Hao was completely stunned. An unprecedented amount of fear and frustration was within him. Simply because he couldn't withstand this terrifying pressure, he nearly fell to his knees in the visionary dreamscape. Ling Yao was the only one who immediately chanted some sort of skill with both hands after being shocked by this scene, forcing her to break free from the visionary interference. She was the only existence that retreated in one piece, still looking slightly pale. As for Mo Dai, she also rushed out crying right after her. The Underworld Emperor. Ling Yao and the others murmured out this title at the same time. Globally unique. Limited exclusive. Then the title? Are you guys worthy? Shepherd Dust remained indifferent, not even wanting to say a single superfluous word, just silently standing in place. What was left for these so-called elites was a back that could never be reached. Other people's titles were fancy, with halos and special effects. Mu Chen's title directly formed an exclusive vision. Indeed, he was the only Nanjiang scholar here. But so what? With his own strength, he suppressed all the East Sea elites of the same class. Who dares to be reckless? The female examiner was deeply shocked, and when she looked at Mu Chen's title, there was likewise an additional touch of incredible shock. It was no wonder that this person would have alarmed the chief and directly changed the option privileges of all the high school candidates for his sake. This Mu Chen, at a young age, is unfathomable. Until Tang Hao, carrying an unspeakable panic, broke free from the nightmarish vision, he sat paralyzed on the ground, no longer daring to blindly push his luck after looking up at the two words of the Emperor of the Underworld's grayish-white terrifying title. Terrifying. This is the first time I've seen this kind of title? This, Big Brother Muchen, is the highest grade Old Earth title? Ling Yao slowly opened her mouth, answering the doubts for the others. No, this is the only, permanently limited, out-of-print title in the world. Because Old Earth level secret realms, the hidden mechanisms are extremely difficult to trigger. It's not just a matter of possessing a strong strength. Every Old Earth inheritance that was inscribed by the successors of later generations would give some special gifts. After that, the secret realm will have the probability of collapsing permanently, and the corresponding title will become unique and exclusive. Hades Emperor, if I'm not wrong, it should be the product of that secret realm in Nanjiang the other day. It was then that the crowd came to a realization. Mo Yen seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. I heard a few seniors from my family say that Forbidden Ruin level secret realm in Nanjiang appeared abnormal a few days ago. The actual difficulty reached the Old Earth level, and there were many elites from the 5 middle schools of the East China Sea who almost died inside, but in the end, they were still saved by a priest from Nanjiang. Couldn't it be that the priest who saved the day was Big Brother Muchen? Hearing that, Mu Dust turned around for the first time and faced these peer princes with a straight face, smiling faintly. I don't dare to be a big brother, just call me Emperor Hades. Crowd. Chapter 43, Old Earth Level Difficulty, that's it? South River Governor's Mansion. Inside the conference hall, the governor gathered with all the top brass, preparing to connect to the Eastern Alliance of Awakened One's headquarters to participate in the task of inspecting the college entrance exams. Every year during the college entrance exams, the Eastern Dragon Empire Awakened Alliance, the 4 regional divisions in the Southeast, Northwest, and Northwestern regions, would form their own inspection systems. For one thing, it was to ensure the smooth progress of the college entrance exams in each branch examination center, and to avoid all disturbing events that would affect the order of the college entrance exams. Secondly, it was to take this opportunity to get the earliest access to the most outstanding batch of candidates within the regional scope, to grasp their examination situation in real time, and once the results were excellent, the representative side of the union would directly throw out an olive branch to tap the talents. As the head layer of Nanjing, the governor had brought people to make preparations early on, while he was also paying attention to the situation of the college entrance examination on Nanjing's side. Suddenly, a young man in a suit walked in outside the door and came to the governor and the others with a face full of excitement. Sirs, great news has come in from the East Sea Examination Center side. The grade tests for this year's batch of candidates have just all been completed. There is one candidate with a test interval of gold color. The grade exceeded 30 levels. The governor had a calm face and glanced at his secretary.
What's so rare about that?
Little Wang, you're just in your first year here, you need to learn to be steady. It's normal for the college entrance exams to produce a few one-hit wonders of pride every year.
East Sea is a fourth-level city, so maybe the heir of any big family is super talented, there's no need to make a fuss. The governor spoke in a bland tone and took a sip from his teacup.
Xiao Wang wiped his sweat and added in a somewhat embarrassed whisper. But Governor, the person in charge on the East Sea side said that this candidate who exceeded the 30th grade is a student from our Nanjing.
Put. A mouthful of tea in the governor's mouth spewed out. What did you say? A candidate from Nanjing. 30 levels? The golden color interval. The only one in the province?
The governor's eyes lit up, not caring about his somewhat out-of-control reaction. He grabbed Xiao Wang.
The news won't be wrong, right?
Xiao Wang hurriedly smiled. Mr. Governor, I confirmed it no less than 10 times before I came to report to you. Listening to that chief, this candidate, you should not be unfamiliar with him either. The Hangyu big brother in the seat next to him suddenly raised his head, eyes wide with astonishment, and said, "It's hard to believe that it's that top-ranked candidate of the first middle school who just passed the Forbidden Ruins domain a few days ago, Mu Dust."
Little Wang said excitedly, "Yes, it's him."
The conference hall immediately boomed with a murmur of discussion. The high-ranking bigwigs exchanged words, filled with voices of praise, with looks of solace written all over their faces. One must know that in a tertiary city like Nanjing, a top talent seedling wouldn't be able to emerge for more than a decade. If they could really produce a patriarch in the future, it would be just a matter of days before they were promoted to a fourth-level city. And the college entrance examination was the most important opportunity to unearth the talent of the heavens. To be able to produce a heaven's pride in this term would definitely be a great honor for the senior members of the governor's office this term.
Hangyu, is this Muchen the young genius you mentioned to me? Facing the governor's urgent question, Hangyu also nodded his head gravely. The energy essence of that underworld sea was what he voluntarily surrendered. It's just that when he participated in the secret realm at that time, that kid only carried a section of his badge, but he didn't realize that he was actually a priest of level 30 or above. It seems we all underestimated his potential. The governor became more and more energized and waved his hand stridently. Quickly, have someone call up the live data from the East Sea Examination Center. I want to see this kid in person. A few moments later, a video of more than 30 seconds in length was projected on the big screen. It was precisely the video of Muchen testing the grade crystal in the square. When that brilliant cloud of golden light rushed up and the surrounding reckless clamor of boiling sounds exploded, the crowd of bigwigs within the governor's mansion were even more empathetic, with proud smiles on their faces. Not bad. This kid, at a glance, is a talent. Looks surprisingly also so handsome, will not be which big family origin of the nobleman, right? This temperament and appearance, how to look at it, is the mold of a top-tier heavenly pride. Xiao Wang also praised, the governor is right, when the first round of examination officially starts later, if he can get a good result at the inspection meeting, he can also make our Nanjing grow a long face. The bigwigs nodded their heads one after another and began to talk to each other about Muchen again. Hangyu was the only one who fell into silence, staring dead at Muchen's back origin on the screen. Afterwards, he suddenly pulled out from his cell phone the blurry outline of the angelic totem descending into the scorched earth soul ruins battlefield that someone had uploaded earlier, comparing it to the video of Mu Dust. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, the outline and temperament really looked more and more similar. Could it be that this brat was the miraculous descent of God's true self hidden in the South River? No, it couldn't be. If he really is a 100-level sovereign awakened, he would never be able to perfectly conceal himself under my eyes. Besides, if he really had the strength of a sovereign, why would he need to take this kind of test to expose himself to people? Perhaps, it really is just a matter of exceptional talent and good fortune. Hangyu gave a judgment that convinced himself, and no longer had any more doubts. At the same time, within the golden and brilliant elite testing area of the East Sea Examination Center, Muchen and the surrounding dozens of high-grade scholars were already ready. This blonde female examiner in front of them smiled. All students, the examination difficulty level has been registered for you. Familiarize yourself with the rules of the examination room, and after a minute, all of you will enter the test copy space. Swish! A series of examination rules appeared on the large screen behind her. The two most important ones were that you couldn't bring medicine or equipment. Heard Dust swept a glance with a flat expression, and the two pieces of equipment, the unranked helmet and the cane, had long since been put into his space. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was the real-time monitoring program inside the test copy. It meant that it was impossible for him to exert all of his abilities as he wished, like in the wild battlefield. Where there was a place to avoid, there was always a need to be restrained. At least for now, Muchen didn't want to expose more of his undercard. Swish! The teleportation spell formation opened, and the crowd entered the copy space one after another. The scene in front of them quickly changed. What then appeared in front of Mu Dust was the first level of examination content. First round of assessment content, Priest Department, Destiny Guard Battle. Please restore the blood level of this projection 1 million blood within 10 minutes, and for every minute, the system records points in proportion to the remaining blood level of the projection. If the projection's blood volume is zeroed out within 10 minutes, it will leave the field early and stop accumulating points. Remarks: due to the difficulty of the test copy you are in, the difficulty level is Old Earth. For every minute that passes, the number of attackers will increase by 10, and the attack power will rise by 10. Countdown to the start of the challenge: 10, 9, 8. Mu Dust looked at the 10 huge level 30 stone armor beasts 10 meters away and fell into deep thought. Old Earth level difficulty test? Confirming that there's no mistake? This was too childish. Chapter 44: How can you get full marks for sitting and drinking tea? What? Level 30 object piercing stone armor beasts. How can they increase by 10 every round? How could this NEMA be added over? Accompanied by the distribution of the first round of each occupation's examination questions, the parents and teachers waiting outside, and the eaters who were following the college entrance exams from various channels were talking about it. As an Old Earth level difficulty topic that was rarely opened this year, the content of the examination on Mu Dust's side was even more highly scrutinized. It looked like it was simply impossible to get a high score on the Auxiliary Warfare Department's top difficulty test. I'm afraid that most people would project their blood level to 0 after 6 or 7 minutes. Therefore, what was being contested was just the ability to recover in the first few rounds. After the test questions were announced, there were already big understandings that started to make remarks in the pop-up screen. Eaters from all perspectives were also actively participating in the discussion, putting themselves in their shoes to figure out the way to break the game. At the same time, the headquarters of the Eastern Alliance of Awakened Ones simultaneously linked the video screens of the 12 supervised examination areas throughout the Eastern Alliance. The two bigwigs in the center were the second in command of the Black Armor, the level 1057 Dan Patriarch Black Armor Warrior Iron Vidra. The sword-browed, starry-eyed old man on the left was Jiang Yu, one of the 9 chiefs of the Eastern Alliance, a rank 109 Sword King. Truly an influential top bigwig in the East. As the chief inspector of the entire Eastern City's college entrance exams. Meet the two chiefs. The heads of the 12 divisional invigilators greeted at the same time. The two bigwigs were also very polite and interacted with these people briefly one after another. At the same time, the real-time results of the top 50 candidates of each occupation throughout the Eastern Alliance were listed. Tai Gang smilingly said, "Yo, Elder Jiang, that little granddaughter of yours, Lingyao, I heard that she's in the Eastern Sea region, right? The awakening of the legendary beast bloodline Phoenix is extraordinary. This time, she should be able to secure the first place in the mutant profession East, right?" Jiang Yu glanced at the mutant profession ranking and laughed when he saw Lingyao's name at the top of the list. "You old Vidra are no better. The first place in the Auxiliary Warfare Department is definitely not your youngest son. He was a rare wolf blood Iron Guard profession, known as the rarest awakened person profession in the Auxiliary Warfare Department, with the top-notch blood recovery talent. Who could compare?" Iron Kong also narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the Auxiliary Battle Department scoreboard, and was about to vanquish the wave. Suddenly, the name of the Iron Wolf at the top of the list, without warning, scurried to the second position. On the video interface, the bigwigs were embarrassed for a moment. All the heads of the regional divisions had discovered that the real-time points ranking of the entire region of the Auxiliary Battle Department was not Iron Wolf in the first place, but rather an ordinary priest called Mu Dust. What's going on? There's actually someone with more talent than my son? The Eastern Alliance Auxiliary Warfare's #1 pride that has been blown up for more than a decade has been toppled by an unheard of ordinary priest? How is that possible? Iron Kong's face instantly darkened. Darker than this black, shiny black armor on TM. Mu Dust? It seems like I haven't heard of this name. Jiang Yu, who was on the side, resisted the urge to laugh and deliberately drew the attention of the bigwigs from the various regions in the video to Mu Dust's body. Being at the same level as a Zhongshi big brother, Jiang Yu and Tai Gang were also at odds with each other in the open and in the dark all these years, and they didn't fight behind their backs a lot. It was not easy to get a chance to hit his opponent's face, so Jiang Yu could not wait to follow and fan the flames. At the same time, he also wanted to see what the situation was with this talented young man who had suddenly appeared. Tai Gang's voice became a few points colder and said, "Tune me in, the real-time test video of the top 10 in the auxiliary warfare department." You wait a moment. The staff immediately got busy. The first to appear out of the gate was the second-ranked Iron Wolf. Black streams of light like him, he recklessly rushed through a group of 30 giant armored beasts. He possessed the Bloodthirsty Awaken talent, which was similar to the Bloodthirsty Cultivator passive that came with Muchen's Cultivator totem. Of course, the amount of blood absorption was far inferior to Shura's, but in the auxiliary combat department, those with this kind of combat talent were absolutely rare. Tearing and attacking these stone-armored beasts on one side, he returned blood to his own projection at the same time. After the first 3 rounds, he still had over 900,000 of his million blood projections left. This scene watched the other bigwigs from all the other regions secretly feel shocked. What a strong profession! Auxiliary warfare's blood cap and toughness, on the other hand, possessed the talent of attacking and absorbing blood, demonic. Immediately afterward, other rare profession images appeared one after another, only there was no image of Mu Dust. What's going on? Where's the number 1 ranked one, Mu Dust, why isn't he there yet? The staff hurriedly said. Sir, the order of image extraction defaults to the rarity of the profession as the ranking, that Mu Dust is just an ordinary priest profession, so he's at the very end. Give me the skip. There's nothing to see in these, I want to see the image of the top-ranked Mac Dust. Seeing Iron King Kong's pressurized angry tone, the staff shivered and rushed to operate. But the moment Mu Dust's image appeared, all of these top bigwigs from various regions who were watching the live test broadcast were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Muchen hadn't chanted any recovery skills at all. Mu Guang technique? What a joke! There was no need for it at all. Only to see him just like this, riding on top of the head of one of the stone-armored beasts, leisurely fiddling with the tea set and drinking tea. And underneath this huge stone-armored beast, in the middle of its forehead, was affixed a fluorescent flickering Paperman. Paperman, an entry-level sorcery that evolved from the ancient method of living creature sacrifice in the Old Earth era. Effect, has a pulling effect on undead creatures. Bosses have no effect. If you set fire to a corpse, you can summon a projection of the undead. If you ignite yourself, you can briefly detach your soul from your body and enter a wandering state. Release condition, 10 spirit power, 20 energy points, Old Earth is 5. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Range of action, single, Old Earth is group. The pulling effect, isn't it just pulling hatred? This stone-armored beast is not a boss. Since it's your own projection, the more blood you have, the higher the point settlement. Then wouldn't it be better to simply not let it be attacked? Why wait for him to get punched and then add blood? What's the point of treating the symptoms instead of the root cause? Since he was going to strike, he should treat both the symptoms and the root of the problem. Boom! After a loud bang, the huge stone-armored beast emptied its blood and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Shepherd Dust then burned the Paperman directly before he fell silent. In an instant, 3 dead soul projections appeared at the same time. At the same time, the 4th batch of stone-armored beasts appeared. The 3rd settlement began. Ding! Congratulations to the candidates, the 3rd round of projected blood remaining is 1 million. Points 100. Current points 300. Smiling with satisfaction, Mu Dust once again shook his fingers and another Paperman appeared. This time, Mu Dust executed the Old Earth version of the Paperman skill. It was released in front of him. Range traction. In an instant, the previous batch of stone-armored beasts that were originally remaining perfectly became the target of a new batch of beastmen's attack. As for Mu Dust's million blood projection, it just calmly stood in a position 10 meters away, still unharmed. Seeing this scene, the exam inspector bigwigs from the various regions in front of the video were completely dumbfounded. How could this actually work? Those stone-armored beasts, why would they kill each other? What kind of sorcery did this kid use? Is he really just a priest? Who the hell is a priest who knows witchcraft? Chapter 45, Top of the Eastern Alliance Auxiliary Battle Ranking, Changing of Masters. As the 4th wave of monsters entered, the 2nd-ranked Iron Wolf gradually felt the pressure. He realized that the real trouble with this Old Earth level difficulty was that the rate of decline of the projected blood was increasing geometrically. In other words, the questioner had no intention of letting them, the auxiliary battle trainees, last long enough for 10 points. Let alone pass the level. A group of milkmen, how could they fight 100 stone armor beasts? But on the contrary, Muchen took the wrong path, utilizing his unique ability to perfectly control the optimal rhythm for clearing the level. Without bloodshed, he was able to get a perfect score. Where can this be justified? Other people were exhausted and could only watch as the projections were blown up and left the field early. What about him? Lying on the head of the monster, drinking tea, points or full point settlement. Geniuses also had gaps. At the same time, Ling Yao, that stunningly beautiful young girl in fiery red, took the time to look at the leaderboard after completing the stage test again and killing the wave of monsters.
Horrifyingly, at the top of the auxiliary combat department's list, she found Muchen's name. He actually did get to the top of the list. Even the strongest auxiliary battle Heavenly Pride in the East, Iron Wolf, had been suppressed by him. This Muchen, was he really just an ordinary high school student from Nanjiang? Ling Yao froze. She couldn't help but think of Muchen's handsome and peerless face again, and the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up in a smile. Interesting. Most of the other candidates, most of them didn't have this idle mind, because the allotted time wasn't even enough for them to cope with the test in front of them. On the contrary, outside the examination center, many people with special channels were able to pay attention to the internal situation. Long Wusher immediately let out a scream in front of the computer after refreshing the list. "Pops, come quickly, my boss is in first place." The pajama-clad dragon into the sea came up and yelled in an uninterested manner, "Isn't it just ranking first, isn't it normal?" The competitiveness of the auxiliary battle is a bit smaller. The talent of that boy, Mu Dust, ranked first in the South River. Long Wusher slapped the table and yelled, "What's South River first? This is the Eastern Alliance's list. East Dragon Empire, 4 provinces and 13 cities in the East, all the same high school candidates all added up. Maction, my boss, the first in auxiliary battle. Long Ji Hai. Son, you're hugging this thigh, it's too damn strong. Our Long family, the revitalization is expected. Ha! This kid is interesting. Eastern Alliance headquarters." Jiang Yu in front of the screen laughed sincerely and cheerfully, contrasting with Iron King Kong's but dark face. "I say, old Iron, don't think too much. Your son is following the path of auxiliary battle dual cultivation, not auxiliary battle in the traditional sense. There's no need to compare with others. As for this kid called Mu Chen, he's a good seedling with a bright brain. Pull up his information for me." A moment later, Mu Dust's test information appeared. The faces of the bigwigs at the headquarters once again shook. What? Golden colored zone. A level above 30? This time, even Iron King Kong wasn't calm anymore and frowned as he asked. The entire Eastern Alliance this term, how many golden candidates? The staff shuddered. Reporting, sir, of the 12 urban districts of the Alliance, 13 million candidates, there are only 5 golden interval candidates above level 30. The room instantly fell silent when these words came out. Even Elder Zhang's grandson, Ling Yao, hadn't reached level 30. Iron Wolf, on the other hand, was level 29, the highest in the purple interval, still a step short of the golden interval. Outrageous. Nanjiang District's third-level city, but such a seedling has appeared. Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Connect me to the Nanjiang governor's mansion." A few moments later, the governor's mansion came to an abrupt end with a wave of jubilant voices, everyone shutting up after seeing the bigwigs from the headquarters appear. Greetings to the 2 officers. The bigwigs could only be respectful when they saw the bigger bigwigs. Jiang Yu said smilingly, "You guys in Nanjiang have produced a good seed. You've all seen the list, right? This Nanjiang No. 1 middle school's Muchen is now the No. 1 in the auxiliary warfare department. It's incredible that it's currently settled for full points." The governor and Han Yu and these people had already been boiling with blood, and they were even more excited after receiving the compliments from the higher-ups. "Thank you, Elder Jiang, for your appreciation. You two don't know, but Muchen has always been the top of the list in first middle school. It's just that we didn't expect him to be this outstanding." As time passed, more and more auxiliary battle candidates exited the copy. Even Iron Wolf was forced out after holding on for 7 minutes and 46 seconds. It's just that he didn't even dream of casually scanning the leaderboard and realizing that the first place wasn't even his name. How could it be possible? There was actually someone who had gotten 800 points. This person had, surprisingly, not left the copy yet. Iron Wolf was completely dumbfounded. For the first time in his life, someone his age had surpassed him in the position of auxiliary battle. Shepherd's Dust. I'll remember this name. 15 minutes later, the first round officially ended. The leaderboards on the periphery of all the regional examination centers were also freshly released. The teachers and parents of the schools waiting outside were all eager to start scanning the list. Even if they didn't have their own children, they still wanted to take a look at the various professions to see which of their children had made it to the top of the list. Auxiliary Warfare Department, first place, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School's Muchen. Current points, 1,000. I'm not blind, am I? Am I seeing things? Isn't Makoto the one who clashed with the examiner when he entered the arena? He actually, really took first place. Many of the students and parents on this side of the East Sea yelled, "What the hell? That Muchen, he actually got 1,000 points. It couldn't be a perfect score in the first round, could it? How could it be? Old Earth level difficulty with a perfect score? That's more than 600 points ahead of second place." At the same time, Loopy, who had just finished the first round and came out to recuperate, as well as Flower Full of Heart and other people familiar with Muchen, were directly shocked and frozen place after looking at the big screen list. Mu Dust, he, unexpectedly, topped the list with a full score. Hua Manchin's feet lurched in astonishment, and he almost directly fell to the ground. Surprise, shock, longing. There was also a kind of loneliness of being left far behind. This heart was really too complicated. Ruby beside him was much more direct, and her bold laughter resounded throughout the square. Ha! My brother, Makoto is my brother. Full marks for the first round. Not far away, the male teacher leading the group actually had the same expression as Lupe. See that? The first place in the auxiliary battle, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School Mu Dust, my student. And not far away, the three examiners who had just had a hard fight with Mu Dust earlier, their faces were hard to see. As for the female examiner, Chen, who had nearly become angry, she even had a sad face. It's over. The only brat in the examination room that I can't afford to offend has been offended to death by me. Old me's future, I'm afraid it's over. Chapter 46, the second round, My Son Tianhu opening. Eastern Alliance Headquarters. Jiang Yu and Iron King Kong connected to the Eastern Sea Chief, Zhang Hongfei. Elder Jiang was all smiles as he said, "Little Zhang, the test questions you got this year are a bit interesting. Surprisingly, you turned on the old Earth level test difficulty. Even Iron Wolf, the strongest auxiliary combat system in the East, only lasted less than 8 minutes." When the nearby Iron Kong heard this, his face started to blacken with oil. It was even more so for Zhang Hongfei, the fat man, who was trembling with fear. "Sir, did I not make it too much?" "No. You did a good job." Iron Kong voice is very calm said. "Only when the difficulty is given enough, can the upper limit of this batch of cadets be tested. The gap between the cadets widens, the more intuitive the perspective that reflects their quality. You don't need to be concerned, I, Tai Jin Gang, am not as narrow-minded as you think. It's not your fault that my son couldn't get to the top of the list. I'm just curious about this Muchen. What exactly is his origin? 1,000 points should be a perfect score. The means he used, even I haven't seen them before. This son should be of great renown." The governors and people in charge of the other branch venues were also watching the replay of Muchen's examination. What kind of means could have such a divine effect? What about making these stone-armored beasts obediently follow the orders of a priest with him? This in itself was unreasonable. Elder Jiang said with a stern face. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be some sort of inheritance from the old Earth era. It was a paperman, mostly sorcery, or some other kind of discipline." Iron King Kong stared at his eyebrows. Could it be the descendants of some mysterious ancient race? It was really unimaginable. Jiang Yu also smiled bitterly. Regardless of what means he used, to be able to saber rattle and break the mold, this son is a genius. If I remember correctly, the Eastern Alliance hasn't produced a student with a perfect score in the first round in recent decades. Not to mention the Auxiliary Warfare Department. In fact, in the eyes of these bigwigs, auxiliary warfare, let alone auxiliary warfare in ordinary professions, really doesn't have a high gold content. The more such unappreciated professions were, the harder it was to don't stunning results. Because the resources they get poured out during their growth is much lower than the combat department. But it was in this kind of environment that Mu Dust got perfect data that shocked everyone. Soon after, Mu Dust was the last one to walk out of the teleportation channel and return to this splendid elite testing area lobby. The golden-armored teenager Tang Hao, who had been clamoring with Mu Dust before, at this moment didn't even dare to look at Mu Dust's eyes, and stood alone in the corner looking out the window. On the contrary, it was Ling Yao, that red-clothed young girl, who took the initiative to smile and greet Mu Dust. "Hey! Hades Emperor Big Brother, not bad, actually got a perfect score in the first round. Now you're famous, the parents and teachers outside are all talking about you. Look, there are close-ups of you all over the big screen." Muchen came to Ling Yao's front, and sensing the other party's proactive proximity gesture, he also nodded his head gently with a bland expression. "It was just a fluke. How did all of you do on the exam?" Ling Yao he smiled, some small arrogance said. General, 860 points, temporarily ranked at the top of the list of mutant occupations." Ling Yao's big eyes fluttered, more or less a little in front of the male god to invite credit. "Oh?" Muchen was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect that this little girl actually really had 2 brushes, and wasn't the kind of flamboyant person that was soaked out of the medicine pots of the big families. "Congratulations." Ling Yao obviously also humbled herself with a wave of words. The first round is just a sprinkling of the old Earth level difficulty test, and each subsequent round is going to be even more difficult to deal with. The Underworld Emperor greatly should also beware. Muchen, however, had a calm expression on his face and didn't take the so-called difficulty to heart at all. It wasn't that he was crazy. Rather, it was because the current him really already had enough reserves to deal with everything. At least in Mu Dust's judgment, the first 4 levels shouldn't have too many obstacles. What was truly challenging should be the last level, the 5th round of tests. That was the yardstick used to classify the 3, 6, 9 classes of this session's Heaven's Pride children. At this moment, Muchen was already prepared to continue to amaze. Since he had come to participate in this college entrance exam, he must rush to the very top. "Elites, in 3 minutes, the second round of testing will open, please get ready." Eastern Alliance Headquarters. Jiang Yu and Iron Kong, too, began their inspections of the various test areas, exchanging basic procedures with the heads of the regions. Until the second round of notification was given, the interface of attention was adjusted back to the position of the Eastern list, and real-time observation continued. Old Iron, the first round of testing, mainly focused on the manipulation ability of single skills. The next second round, the test was on the control of ranged damage and auxiliary functions, with multiple units operating at the same time, compared to it wouldn't be as easy as before. Iron Kong also nodded slightly. Not bad. Most of the people targeted by the entrance exams had ranks below one segment, and almost all of them had a single skill tree with no more means of cooperation. The advantage of candidates in the purple level range was a bit more obvious. But for the old Earth level, the test is much more difficult. I'm still really looking forward to how these elite prideful candidates who ranked at the top of the list in the first round will perform in the next. Elder Jiang, in this round, your precious granddaughter, should have an advantage. Her Phoenix Flame, which is best at group scorching, is feared to be able to hit the best score in the history of the Eastern Alliance. Jiang Yu hurriedly smiled and waved his hand. Which is so easy. Compared to that girl, I'm looking forward to the confrontation on the side of the Auxiliary Warfare Department. Especially this little brat who just got a perfect score. Whether or not he's really capable, the second round will be able to see the results. Iron Khan thought of his son's killer, a rare hidden smile appeared on his face. We'll see, old thing. My son, he's not so easily surpassed. While the bigwigs were having their own thoughts, the second round of tests opened, and in front of the teleportation channel, Ling Yao didn't forget to playfully and adorably compare her small fists to Muchen. Great Emperor of the Underworld, cheers. Saying that, she jumped into the channel first. With a faint smile, Muchen gently shook his head and also stepped into the second level of the copy space with a calm and trusting step. The second round of examination content Priest Department, the King's Struggle. Please help 30 wolves resist the Tiger King boss hunt within 10 minutes. Every minute, the Tiger King boss's comprehensive attributes will be enhanced by 10. After 10 minutes, for every wolf that survives on the field, 3 points will be accumulated. Remarks, there is a hidden mission in this round of assessment. Roar. The mist in front of his eyes gradually dispersed, and the 5-meter-tall fierce tiger beast king boss in the cage revived. Base level 60. It seems that it is almost impossible to kill it by conventional means. It might as well be observed first. Insight in the name of light. 2 imperceptible flashes of golden light flashed through Muchen's pupils. Sure enough, there was a surprise. Chapter 47, didn't die from self-detonation? And blew up a perfect score? Weakness insight, Tiger King boss, for every layer of debuff negative status, attack power is weakened by 3. In the name of light insight once again played a vital role. A near-perfect plan of conquest was born in Muchen's mind. Interesting. It seems like this level will also surprise those melon eaters. In the dark corner of the copy's entrance, the corner of Muchen's mouth lifted up in an arc that controlled the entire situation. Challenge countdown, 10, 9, 8. All the candidates who entered the replica space were listening to the same frequency of countdown. At the same moment, Iron Wolf, that self-proclaimed #1 proud son of the Eastern Alliance Auxiliary Battle, laughed maniacally with excitement on the spot after seeing the content of this level's examination. The heavens have helped me. As a wolf blood warrior rare profession, my core talent is being able to manipulate wolves. I can't imagine that I've stumbled upon the test content of guarding the wolves. I'd like to see how that one called Mood Dust can snatch away the top spot that belongs to me in this round. At the Eastern Alliance headquarters, the bigwigs expressed their combinations to Tai Gang after seeing this level of examination questions. Congratulations in advance to Old Man Tai, your son, a wolf blood warrior, born with the talent to dominate wolves, will definitely be able to come out on top in this level. As expected, the old man's previously iron black face slightly loosened up and obediently took this step to compliment him. Elder Jiang, that girl Ling Yao of your family, she will also be able to show off her talent. This second level seems, for the dolls, should not be too difficult. Iron King Kong mouth polite, heart finally big stone fell to the ground. Ems, the old man do not want to face? I actually dared to steal my son's top spot, letting Jiang Yu, the old fox, steal the limelight. This round I would like to see how you still show off. Iron Kong returned to his senses and suddenly added. Cut me the examination screen of the current leader of the Auxiliary Warfare Department, Muchen. This son is extremely talented and is not below my son. I'm rather looking forward to his play this round. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed with a cold smile in his heart. Good old Tai, this is going to be a rush to whip the corpse? Who can't see that this Iron King Kong is using this way to give his son a face? As long as Mu Dust operated to pull the crotch in this round, all the limelight he had grabbed in the first round would become meaningless. And Iron Wolf, too, would be able to return to the top of the list with his unique bloodline advantage. Everyone could understand the good intentions of being a father. It's just that this Iron Kong couldn't have dreamt that this round, again, was the result of stealing a chicken. Roar! The incomparably berserk mighty Tiger King boss revived in the cave deep in the level. It meant that the second round of testing had officially begun. However, in front of the camera, Mu Dust seemed to still be standing in the shadows, delaying any movement.
Ha! What is this kid doing?
The challenge had already begun, and he actually didn't go and add blood to those bloodthirsty wolves. Once the Tiger King rushed into the plains, these wolves wouldn't last more than a few rounds. The top echelons of the Nanjiang governor's mansion, who were also paying attention to Makoto's challenge, looked at each other in dismay and became more and more agitated. They were afraid that this good seedling who had just risen to prominence would just be a flash in the pan in the first round. Suddenly, right at the 30th second of the trial opening, in the video screen, Mu Dust stepped out of the shadows and quickly rushed into the plains area. In the next moment, a bright and distinct paper figure was dragged into his palm.
Planning to play the first round's routine again? Ridiculous.
The fierce Tiger King was a boss-level powerful existence. A mere entry-level first-order sorcery would never be able to have an effect on the Tiger King. It seems that he is afraid that he is at his wit's end. Iron King Kong's words mocked a wave, but this does also meet the collective judgment of the vast majority of bigwigs watching the battle. Only Jiang Yu didn't say anything, his gaze sharply staring at the screen, always feeling that this Muchen should still be up to something.
Not right. Fellow officers, he stuck the paper man on his head.
The staff directly switched close-ups, and everyone clearly saw that the paper man was precisely being hung on his own head by Muchen.
Ow. In the next less than a second, all 30 bloodthirsty wolves in the Plains district went berserk.
Their pupils erupted in scarlet color, and they pounced towards Mu Dust's main body. At the same moment, a greenish-green light flashed out from Muchen's body for no apparent reason.
Immediately afterward, one bloodthirsty ferocious wolf after another began to tear into Mu Dust's body.
In front of the camera, the bigwigs suddenly realized that while Mu Dust's blood level was continuously decreasing, these wolves were all tinted with the same greenish color.
What was he doing? Releasing sorcery to his main body to attract these wolves to bite him? Isn't this looking for death?
If his main body was bloodied, not only would he be out early and accumulate 0 points for this round, he would even be in danger of losing his life.
The bigwigs were completely confused. However, Mu Chen's operation remained smooth. I so figured it out. His true purpose is poison.
Jiang Yu opened his mouth quietly, once again becoming the absolute focus in the eyes of all the regional bigwigs at the Eastern Alliance headquarters.
Poison?
You mean, the poison buff he applied to himself, with the help of the paper man to attract hatred, indirectly allowing the wolves to all be poisoned.
But isn't this instead deviating from the original purpose of this level?
We're asking him to add blood to these wolves, not for him to kill them. Jiang Yu vaguely already had a guess, smilingly said.
Don't be anxious, let's watch slowly.
The answer will soon be revealed. Soon, the 30 wolves plus the silhouette of Mu Dust were all affected by the greenish-green poison source, and were madly dropping their blood according to percentages. At the same time, after the Tiger King in the air let out a furious roar and growl, its main body also directly pounced up towards Mu Dust.
Roar! However, as soon as his huge body landed, a change suddenly occurred. Boom!
Mu Dust's body actually exploded in place the moment the Tiger King pressed down. A lime green light wrapped around the Tiger King boss's body, applying a layer of poisoning buff to him as well.
What? That kid, he actually blew himself up?
The bigwigs in front of the screen were dumbfounded on the spot. But what was even more incomprehensible to them was that Mu Chen's challenge didn't end.
What happened? After blowing up his flesh, he actually didn't die?
He hadn't been expelled from the testing space. The staff was also dumbfounded. However, next, when all of the frenzied bloodless wolves swarmed to attack the Tiger King. When the Tiger King's original 50 full blood levels were instantly cleared by 30 bloodthirsty wolves in just 3 seconds. It was only then that all the fog finally lifted. Roar! The Tiger King's blood level cleared to 0 and collapsed with a loud bang. In the testing space where Muchen was, all the data came to an abrupt end.
Ding! The current copy space's second round of round testing has ended.
Congratulations to the candidate, Auxiliary Warfare Department, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School's Mu Dust, passing the test.
Total time spent, 47 seconds. Reward points, 900 base points. Triggering the hidden achievement of killing the Tiger King boss. Additional points rewarded, 100 points. Total points for the second round, 1,000. The moment the settlement data appeared on the screen, the Eastern Alliance headquarters was silent. Chapter 48, Full Score. This son is a wizard. What? I must have blurred my eyes. It's so fake. This is a pass? What's going on? This kid got a perfect score again? The bigwigs couldn't care less about their image, and each one of them began to swear furiously. The emotion of it all. Old Earth difficulty. An auxiliary combatant with no combat power, a milkman profession. Less than a minute into the game. Is the boss dead? Passed? Another round of perfect scores. Everyone present who saw the settlement screen began to doubt life. Whether it was the staff, or the high-ranking 7 Dan Masters, or the people in charge of the various sub-examination centers.
All of them had their faces pressed against the screen, staring at the words on the screen, confirming them over and over again. It's too fake. Zhang Hongfei looked at the screen, lol giggled, all Nima to him to get some helpless. Demon. The real demon. Nanjiang, this group of old bones, this time is afraid to chicken and dogs. The second round of real-time rankings. Auxiliary Warfare Department, first place, Nanjiang number 1 Middle School Makoto. Current points, 2000. Second place, to be determined. Third place, to be determined. So, it's settled? It's actually still Makoto. He got full points again in the second round. On the plaza, the teachers and parents who were staring at the big screen waiting for the results of the second round once again boiled over. It had only been a minute since the exam started, and someone else, Mu Dust, had already gotten a perfect score in the second round. Other than him, second place and onwards were all pending. Now that's really outrageous. I say, the machine is broken, isn't it? Is the hardware in your East Sea Examination Center that bad? Examiner, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and check the status of the machine. The three green-faced examiners outside were dumbfounded. After realizing that the data on the big screen outside Makoto's Dust had updated again, there was more apprehension amongst the confusion. What's going on? That little brat in the gold-colored zone, he wouldn't have gotten a perfect score again, would he? The female examiner, Chen Yan, was trembling and her voice shivered as she spoke. The flat-headed examiner in the center also had a bitter look on his face and murmured. It shouldn't be, right? Didn't he participate in the old Earth-level examination? How could he be so fast? Most likely the machine is broken. I'll contact General Manager Zhang here. Ping Tu directly dialed a phone. Before he could open his mouth, Zhang Hongfei directly laughed. Don't ask, there is no problem with the machine. Mu Dust finished the exam. The second round of 1 minute pass, triggered the hidden achievement, took the full score in advance. You three, do. Da. Do. The three main examiners. Chen Yan was about to lose her grip, her eyes were already rolling in their sockets. What to do? This time it seems like I've really messed with someone I can't afford to mess with. Ping Tu patted Chen Yan's shoulder and pacified her. Don't think too much. Wait and see, maybe he won't be so dazzling in the back. In previous years, there were also proud sons who were stunning in the first round and ranked outside the 10,000 rankings at the back, so it's still too early to draw any conclusions. The other examiner, who had a very low presence, also reassured himself. That's right. In case that kid hangs up in the back, it's still a false alarm. Chen Yan seemed to be comforted, stopping her tears and nodding heavily. That's right. The old Earth level is so easy to deal with? It's not good for this kid to be too sharp. The three chief examiners each nodded their heads, and their original despair was dispersed quite a bit at once. Unbeknownst to them, they were relaxed, but those bigwigs at the Alliance headquarters had yet to wake up from their shock. Quickly! Tell Zhang Hongfei and the others to check it out for me. This kid must be cheating. A priest, how could he kill a boss with a level of over 80 and a blood count of 500,000 in a minute? At this moment, Iron King Kong has completely lost his style as a cleric. Like a grasshopper on fire, he kept poking and prodding at the screen to give orders. In front of the control computer, a few staff sweating more than. Jiang Yu laughed and hurriedly pressed down the hand of Iron King Kong. Hey, old Iron, don't be anxious. Pay attention to the identity. So many people in charge of the region are looking at you. Iron King Kong fiercely backed up a mouthful of cool air, completely came to the edge of the red temperature. Lao Jiang, you and I, as chief inspectors, represent the majesty of the entire Eastern Alliance. If someone really dares to cheat under our noses, I will never forgive them lightly. On this side of the Nanjiang governor's mansion, seeing Tai Jin Gang's sudden publication, the governor and Hung Yu and the others couldn't sit still, each revealing an apprehensive expression. Crap, that kid, Maxian, seems to have unintentionally angered old man Tai. Hung Yu muttered with a cold snort. This old man, wasn't it because Mu Dust had stolen his grandson's thunder? He suspected him of cheating. This is the pattern of a grandmaster? Ridiculous. The governor said helplessly, Hung Yu, do you think that boy, Muchen, wouldn't really be cheating, right? Honestly, if I were the inspector, I would also doubt the authenticity of his results. This is too fake. Who can do something as outrageous as him? 2 rounds with full scores, less than a minute to directly pass the old Earth level difficulty, say it out loud and ghosts won't believe it. Hung Yu also couldn't decide, and had a helpless look on his face. Let's wait and see, but with my understanding of Muchen, that kid won't. He must have utilized some special skills. 5 minutes later, the headquarters got a video call from Zhang Hongfei himself. Reporting to the 2 officers. The Eastern Sea region has done a full review of candidate Mu Dust's data, and no irregularities have been found. The candidate's results are true and valid. Zhang Hongfei's loud voice was very penetrating, and it was directly transmitted through the Eastern Alliance headquarters to all the other connected local examination districts, and all the senior officers and people in charge of the examination in the 12 cities of the 4 eastern provinces heard it clearly. Unbelievable. This Mu Chen really didn't cheat. And yet, he was able to achieve such an unbelievable score on the exam. The difficulty of the old Earth level was no difficulty at all in front of him? Don't forget, this is only after he's given up more than 10 seconds at the beginning. If he'd gone all out at the beginning, I'm afraid. The bigwigs each looked at each other in disbelief, and the more they pondered, the more they felt unbelievable. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly and nodded his head repeatedly. This son is a wunderkind. Gifted and talented, he must be taken seriously. He has already created the best result in my Eastern Dragon Empire in decades. We must not let such a rare talent be buried. Yes, yes. A chorus of voices echoed around them. Iron Khan, however, was tightly frowning, reviewing the less than a minute video of Muchen's clearance over and over again, and fell into deep thought. Didn't you guys notice that just now, we clearly saw that his body suddenly exploded, but he himself didn't do anything at all? How can this be explained? Until now, we still haven't figured out his method of passing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei directly linked up and explained. Elder Tai, it's like this, our people have already done a full review. What Muchen used was the puppet technique from the old Earth sorcery inheritance, and what just blew up was his false body. The reason that the Tiger King was killed but ensured that all 30 wolves survived was because of the hidden settings that Mu Dust had utilized. For every layer of debuff that the Tiger King endured, his attack power was weakened by 30 wolves with poison buffs attacked together, causing the Tiger King's battle power to be weakened by more than 90, and after the wolves were poisoned, their attack power would continue to grow. Between this and the other, it caused the wolves to collectively kill the Tiger King in the shortest possible time. The means used by Muchen to cause the poison buff was detected and confirmed to be the cleric trauma technique 4th stage evolutionary technique Hawkbone erosion. Upon hearing this, the crowd of cleric bigwigs were once again stunned. What? This shepherd Dust, he was actually able to use a 4th order skill. It was as terrifying as this. Chapter 49, Woman? Don't affect my spell casting speed. A section of priests with a double set of core skill trees of this profession. It had actually evolved into a 4th rank skill. And such a configuration actually belonged to a small priest from an ordinary family who had been transmuted for only a month or so. The atmosphere in the room became subtle. Everyone deeply remembered the name Muchen. However, right at this moment, the staff once again switched the tracking screen of Mu Dust's first perspective. However, it caused the corners of Jiang Yu's mouth, who had a smiling face, to twitch crazily. In the hall, Mu Dust was being pestered by a quirky red-clothed beauty girl, taking crazy pictures from various angles. The young girl was rubbing her mouth into Muchen's arms, hooking Muchen's neck and taking pictures with her cell phone. Like a fan, she was excited to see her idol. When Tai Jin Gang saw the picture, he hummed and laughed, and flirted with a wave of yin and yang. Lao Jiang, I heard before that this precious granddaughter of yours has always been not much in love with people of her age. I didn't expect that. When it comes to looking at the eye, it is also lively tight. Jiang Yu old face collapsed, suddenly also read temperature break defense, suddenly a poke screen list. Oh. Auxiliary War Department ranking refreshed. Old Iron, congratulations. Your precious son took more than 520 points in the second round, more than 100 points more than the third place. Worthy of being born with wolf blood, he really played well. Put. The bigwigs resisted the urge to laugh and stood on the side watching these two bigwigs fight, almost suffocating their internal injuries. Ha! Suddenly a burst of unexplained maniacal laughter came out from the other side of the linking microphone. It was too funny, these two patriarchs were both old, but they actually still loved face so much. It's almost laughable. Zhang Hongfei stared at the screen with a big fat face, picking up a big laugh. Next to the staff turned back awkwardly. Zhang, Mr. Zhang, we are still connected to the headquarters microphone. You forgot to turn off the microphone. Zhang Hongfei. The crowd of bigwigs. It's over. I have to call Chen Yan. She should find a way out and take me with her. I don't think there's much life left for the people in charge of East China Sea. Examination Hall. As time continued to pass, more and more people returned to the outside of the arena after finishing the current round of examinations. After seeing the information on the list, they were once again shocked. My ex, that Nanzhang's Muchen is too crazy, isn't he? He's actually number 1? 2,000 points? It will not be a perfect score again, right? Ilu, a heavenly master. This kind of big brother actually was assigned to my exam room. I must get a group photo after the exam. I don't know if he has a girlfriend. I'll get in line first, sisters, don't steal from me. Hee, the Nanjiang Earth Dog said that he loves to see this kind of script of a teenage genius coming out of nowhere. If you really let him develop, in the future, we Nanjiang, I guess the impact of the 4th class city have hope. After the second round of information on the list was released, the major media began to frantically publicize it. In just a few minutes, there were over 30 million hits across the internet. The name of Muchen was destined to resound throughout the entire Eastern Awakened Alliance after today. The new generation of civilian myths born from the college entrance exams might not be him. Unbeknownst to Iron Wolf, in the examination room where Iron Wolf was located, at this time, this black-armored teenager who was covered in a fierce aura, staring at the leaderboards, his eyes were filled with scarlet red.
Good one, Muchen.
A copy of that kind of difficulty was able to pass with full points.
You must go to the end. Let me take a look at what kind of god you really are. Iron Wolf murmured, suddenly evoking a cold arc.
He was 100% sure that this Muchen must have a big secret that was unknown to him. The most likely thing was that he had a hidden profession. Otherwise, with his Wolf Blood Warrior's talent, he would not be able to do what an ordinary milkman would never be able to do. Unbeknownst to him, in Mu Dust's eyes, these so-called prideful children of the same generation had long since lost their qualifications to chase after themselves.
The third round of testing is about to begin. The countdown is 1 minute. Please prepare to enter the teleportation channel.
Ling Yao walked in front of Mu Chen and waved her hand with a smile.
Great Emperor of the Underworld, keep up the good work, oh. If you can still get a perfect score in the third round, you can go on a date with me, oh. After saying that, Ling Yao walked into the teleportation array first. Mu Chen had a question mark on his face. A date? It's okay, isn't it? Who crosses over and still thinks about picking up girls?
The other teenager who passed by, the one called Mo Dai, patted Mu Chen's shoulder with great effort and laughed.
Big brother, the ravishing fortune is not easy. Ling Yao's identity isn't simple. Those who want to date her are lined up from here to country F.
With a decent face, Mu Dust lightly said without any salt in the oil. Women, it only affects the speed of my spell casting. After saying that, Mu Chen just stared at all the petrified off eyes around him and stepped into the teleportation array.
This is a true big brother.
Even Ling Yao's charms are not moved, a model for my generation.
The ascetic male god, the underworld emperor, is stone cold. Mo Dai also swallowed his saliva and gave a thumbs up to Mu Chen's departing back. Ruthless man. Absolutely ruthless. Gotta find an opportunity to hug his thigh. This kid will definitely be a demonic existence in the future.
The vision in front of him became clear once again. Entering the third round of testing space, Mu Chen immediately felt the boundless burning flame aura coming over him. This feeling was very familiar. Fixing his eyes on it, Mu Chen's gaze suddenly brightened.
Wasn't this the scorched earth soul ruins? It couldn't be that the simulated battlefield had even chosen that guy's grotto. Roar! As soon as this thought appeared in Mu Chen's mind, at the end of his field of vision, a huge flame giant that was more than a dozen meters tall slowly appeared. Vengeful flame soul. The deceased person. Mu Dust almost burst into tears. It can't be that this third level's mission is for me to kill him once more. I can't even get my hands dirty. Right at this moment, a new quest content prompt surfaced. Third round of examination content Priest Department, Fiery Redemption. Please help the angelic totem fend off the invasion of evil forces within 20 minutes. Remarks, there are hidden quests in this round of examination. A few moments later, Shepherd Dust suddenly realized that in the sky above this plain battlefield, a radiant angel totem slowly descended. No, this level of the copy test content, the template is actually the scene where I killed the avenging flame soul. Luckily, the reproduction is not high, just about, otherwise I'm afraid that my hidden profession will be exposed now. Shepherd Dust secretly spat in his heart. What he wasn't aware of was that fatty Zhang Hongfei, who was currently staring complacently at the screen. The assistant at the side laughed and said, Mr. Zhang, if I remember correctly, the content of the third level of the assessment, the headquarters side took the program you submitted as a blueprint. Isn't this feeling of being the questioner great? Zhang Hongfei was slightly pleased for a moment, pretending to have a serious face. It's just like that. The key is still to see if you can test the proper standard. The key is to be able to pull apart the gap between the candidates, but also to reflect the level of the head scholar and achieve the purpose of screening talent. The essence of this level was to test the cadets' ability to sustain themselves. Using the various gain-response means of the auxiliary warfare system, maintain the totem's complete form for as long as possible, and obtain more settlement rewards. I hope that this level will allow those bigwigs at headquarters to see my efforts, as well as make them feel better. Zhang Hongfei rubbed his hands together excitedly, hoping to use this opportunity to clear his name. Otherwise, this time, he was afraid that he had offended the big brothers of the black armor to death. At that moment, after Muchen saw the angelic totem descend, a faint smile was outlined on his face. This was because he quickly discovered that the virtual energy source that sustained the operation of this angelic totem was none other than a radiant ball of light energy. As long as this thing existed, Muchen's angelic totem could be replenished with light energy. Other people couldn't get high, and their range would quickly reach its limit, and their number of strikes was very poor. As for Muchen, he didn't have to worry about this problem at all. Soon, the first batch of fire spirits slowly condensed and diffused towards the totem's side. They were like moths fighting fire, unreservedly falling into a frenzy and rushing into the range of the angelic totem. Boom! As expected, the angelic totem, which had a full blood count of up to 500,000, was instantly knocked down by 5,000 blood count. Subsequently, more and more fire spirits began to coalesce, go berserk, and self-destruct.
This is not zombies. Shepherd Dust spat out a sentence to himself, and at the same time, with a wave of his hand, the moonlight art was instantly released. Chapter 50, All eliminated, you're here to blow up the exam room? Whoosh! Brilliant light enveloped the sky above the angel totem, and the blood level was instantly restored to full. 1 minute later, Shepherd Dust suddenly realized that the fire spirit released by the vengeful flame soul had enhanced. The effect of the attack that was able to blast away after the explosion was strengthened to 10,000 points of damage. No more pretending, it's time for a showdown. My dual system skill tree. Shepherd Dust swept a glance at the cameras hidden in the surroundings, the corner of his mouth flicked up, and abruptly another earth-colored flare swung out. Firm as a rock. A powerful shield instantly erupted and was added to the outside of the angelic totem. Boom! The damage from the fire spirit's single impact was reduced from 10,000 to 4,000 points. The defense was increased by a full 60. Oh! Surprisingly, there's also a persistent flame burning effect. Again! Muchen closed his eyes and once again completed a new spell chant. Granite 3rd Stage Evolutionary Technique Divine Spirit Shelter. Divine Spirit Shelter increases the target's attribute defense by 60, with a probability of resisting attribute debuff locks. Occupational limitation, general purpose. Duration, 60 seconds. Release condition, 35 energy. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Scope of effect, spiritual coverage up to 5 targets. Range of effect, spiritual coverage up to 5 targets. Swish! The fire attribute flame aura descended. The debuff status of Angelic Totem Flame Scorch was instantly removed. The release of the Double Guardian technique caused the single destructive power of the level 3 fire spirit to be directly reduced to 1,200 points. How was it possible? A third set of skill trees appeared. Outside of the dual skill tree of the main profession, this kid was actually proficient in the third series of defense type skills. Inside the headquarters monitoring room, Jiang Yu couldn't hold on any longer. As a 100-level sword king, a true sword Dao master, and one of the 9 chiefs of the Eastern Alliance, the Jiang family's influence in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire could not be ignored. Jiang Yu, who had seen too many heavenly prides, had actually lost his temper in front of Muchen this time. The high-level bigwigs from other regions also revealed stunned expressions. This day, Muchen had really brought them too many surprises. Everyone already didn't know what expression to use to express this shock. It's too fake. This kid could never be from a commoner's background. Where did he get so many resources? He was actually able to develop a 3-lineage skill tree. Outrageous. I'm afraid this little place in Nanjiang is really going to be famous. Unbeknownst to them, the discussions of the bigwigs from all sides were far from being as strong as the shock coming from the governor's mansion in Nanjiang at this moment. Other senior management are all excited, hands dancing, spittle flying, has begun to plan how to build Nanjiang's city culture around Manhwa. Hung Yu was the only one who silently stared at the screen, comparing and contrasting Makoto and that mysterious existence from Miracle Descent over and over again. Could it be that it was really him? No, the difference in rank intensity was too much. But this kid, he was actually proficient in earth defense skills as well, which highly matched the attribute power monitored by the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins. Hung Yu felt his CPU burning. He really didn't have any malicious intent, nor was he in a position where he could kick degree Muchen. It was just that he had always had a more serious personality, and he felt more and more that Mu Dust was greatly related to the previous several mysterious events. Third round of examination list, Auxiliary Warfare Department real-time data announcement. First place, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School Mu Dust Current Totem Blood Volume, 500,000 tons. Total amount of fire spirit damage resisted, 865,740. Second place, Yunzhou Business College Iron Wolf Current Totem Blood Volume, 398,594. Total resistance to fire spirit damage, 487,756. Nowadays, in this list, one only needed to look at the first 2 places to manifest Mu Dust's broken lead to the fullest. Because outside of the third place, the totem blood quantities were all already less than half, not even hitting 250,000, and the total resisting fire spirit damage was even lower than 300,000. The vengeful flame soul blood level was set to infinite, meaning that the fire spirits would spawn in a steady stream. After resisting the next batch, a new batch that was even stronger would be refreshed. And the final point settlement for this level was based on a scale. That is to say, theoretically, this level, even if Mu Dust was even stronger, it would be very difficult for him to be able to score a perfect score. Because of the assessment setting itself, there is no such thing as a pass. However, Mu Dust just didn't believe in it. When will I be able to pass if I go on like this? If I don't pass, what am I doing here? Insight in the name of light. Muchen once again opened the Angelic Totem Third Evolutionary Technique, yet he didn't receive any response. Breaking insight, none at the moment. Damn it. No weaknesses? Unlimited blood? Mu Dust didn't believe this result. In his opinion, since it was a template that was set out, it would definitely have limits. Suddenly, he recalled the scene when he first killed the vengeful flame soul. I remember that the two locations, the head and the energy core, are where the flame soul boss's main body is broken.
Why don't I just follow these two locations and try again? With a flash of thought, Muchen immediately acted and started chanting. Granite second stage evolutionary technique Thorn Echo.
Thorn Echo, Thorn Echo, target is covered in thorns, bouncing 20 of the attacker's physical attacks back at itself.
Occupational limitation, general purpose. Duration, 900 seconds. Release condition, 80 energy. Cooldown, 300 seconds.
Range, 5 meters around the target, maximum 5 people.
Effective scope, 5 meters around the target, maximum 5 people. Anti-injury god technique.
Countless thorny vines covered the periphery of the totem above the head.
Boom!
Another batch of flame spirits defended themselves in front of them, and this time, of the over 20,000 damage values that spread out, 4,000 literally bounced back. The blood level of the vengeful flame spirits appeared to decrease.
Yet, it was instantly replenished in the next moment. Makoto's eyes instantly turned cold. I don't believe that you don't have a limit.
In a flash of inspiration, Machen thought of a good method and chanted again.
Whoosh! Trauma technique second stage evolutionary technique Duskmire.
A large yellow swamp descended out of thin air, enveloping the center of the plane's battlefield where the fire spirits were advancing. Wherever it passed, all the fire spirit advancement speeds were instantly reduced by 90. Swish! Moonlight technique third order evolution technique Holy Light Prayer.
The guardian boundary appeared, enveloping Muchen's main body and the angelic totem.
It's not enough, proceed to slow down.
Makoto seemed to have entered a state of madness. Dusk Quagmire, second chant.
In the blink of an eye, a full dozen or so mud swamps completely covered the path of the advancing fire spirits. Due to the large number of fire spirits gathering and piling up in the center, while the vengeful flame soul's fire spirit refreshment didn't stop. In the blink of an eye, when the third round of testing came to 20 minutes, the number of fire spirits piled up in front of Muchen had already exceeded 300. However, this fellow didn't seem to be satisfied.
No, it's not enough.
Right now, my trickster puppet is still on cooldown, and I can't use the double skill effect. The 6th order evolutionary skill Lava Barrier also doesn't dare to use it easily.
Otherwise, a single shot of a high-ranked divine skill could easily trap more fire spirits.
Now with this amount, even if it exploded, I'm afraid the power wouldn't be enough to bring fatal damage to the vengeful flame spirit.
Continue saving.
After Muchen was certain of this thought, he continued to add Dusk Swamp to block the advancement of the fire spirits, while continuously adding Thorn counter effect to Angelic Totem. The bigwigs in front of the screen looked confused.
What situation was this? Everyone else had already been out for 10 minutes in the third round, and this kid was still putting skills in it? Isn't it true that he can't even use up all his energy? Elder Jiang and Iron King Kong, these people genuinely wanted to curse. Even the expletives were starting to rage outwards.
Seeing that the big brothers were defeated, Zhang Hongfei and these people all closed their mics and continued to scoff.
Ha! See?
Even these higher-ups and great masters were just as dumbfounded when they saw a demon like Muchen. We should let this little brat give them a hard lesson, let them open their eyes.
The staff next to them were also dumbfounded. Mr. Zhang, then do you know why this Mu dust has such a strong range? Zhang Hongfei sighed meaningfully.
Perhaps, this is talent.
Genius, there are also gaps. Chapter 51, Unprecedented Genius, Joint Inspection.
At this time, the second place on the list, Iron Wolf, who had already been out of the copy for more than 10 minutes, stared at the constantly refreshing real-time data of the first place on the big screen, the corners of his mouth twitching furiously. Third round of examination list, Auxiliary Warfare Department real-time data announcement.
First place, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School Makoto's current totem blood volume, 500,000 tons.
Total amount of fire spirit damage resisted, 203454740.
Second place, Yunzhou Business College Iron Wolf current totem blood volume, 398,594. Total resistance to fire spirit damage, 487,756. What the? This guy, he's actually still carrying it. Where did he get so much energy? Is he a cow? Iron Wolf directly collapsed.
A person stood in the hall and yelled at the leaderboard.
Surrounded by sympathetic-looking students, each exchanging pleasantries. See? The Eastern Alliance's claimed most talented Iron Wolf, the youngest son of Black Armor Vice President Iron King Kong, let someone crush him. Sympathize? Really sympathize with him. TM, what the hell is that Nanjiang's Mudu this? The old Earth copy, carried alone for more than 20 minutes, totem is still full of blood? Could it be that he's the reincarnation of the legendary nurse priest deity?
Not only were they of the same profession, people such as Ling Yao and Hua Man Xin were also directly stunned by Mu Chen's data on the screen.
This guy's limit, where exactly was it?
Poha, this amount of milk, turn around and go down to the secret realm. Whoever looks for this Mu dust as a milk daddy, guaranteed that one person will milk the rhythm of the entire team.
Too strong.
Just as everyone was arguing about this divine miracle created by Mu Dust. Suddenly, on the big screen, all the data belonging to Mu Dust suddenly disappeared. Rumble. Right at the same time, in the middle of the screens of the bigwigs at the Alliance headquarters, Muchen moved. All the quagmires disappeared, and the total number of fire spirits, which had exceeded 2,000, simultaneously surged forward in a tidal wave. Once again, Muchen released the Holy Light Prayer, adding a new energy boundary to temporarily shield the outside world from insight. Soaring in the name of light. In an instant, Muchen directly staged a stealing heavenly sky in full view of the public. With the help of the shelter of the boundary barrier, he hid the angelic totem within the boundary, summoned the angelic wings, and was ready to retreat at full speed. Looking back, the thousands of fire spirits behind him all swooped down on the thorn echo area that was densely covered in front of the boundary. Don't you like to peek? Then I'll set off a firework for you guys. Boom! The first fire spirit exploded. At the same time, throughout the testing space, thousands of fire spirits detonated at the same time. Rumble! The destructive power engulfed everything in the blink of an eye. All the snooping devices linked to the outside world and the surroundings were instantly submerged. At the Eastern Alliance headquarters, the computer screens that the bigwigs were staring at directly went white. As for Mu Dust, he carried the angelic totem and sped away with the help of the angelic wings. Ultimately, he entered the teleportation channel at the same moment that the copy space went up in smoke. What's going on? Where are the people? Why can't we see anyone? Jiang Yu, Iron King Kong and a bunch of other bigwigs looked at each other, and confused. How come the images are gone? Where is Zhang Hongfei? Get out of here! Iron King Kong directly across the screen a curse. Big brother, I'm here. Zhang Hongfei trembling back. Where is he? I'm asking you, where's Makoto? How come I can't see anything? After a full half a minute of silence, Zhang Hongfei returned, with a sobbing voice. Sirs, I just got word that Mu Dust's test copy seems to have blown up. What? Everyone was petrified in place. The copy blew up? You're the question writer, the chief of the test center, and you're telling me that the copy of the Genius Pride test has blown up? Zhang Hongfei, you're a monkey's joke, aren't you? Is this how you became the chief supervisor of the Donghai district? Iron King Kong hated to tear Zhang Hongfei alive right now. Originally, as one of the chief examiners, it was just a matter of losing his son's face, but if he was able to recruit Mu Dust under his command, it would be considered a key gain. Now that people are taking the exams, the exam room is blowing up directly. If someone else also hangs in there, that would definitely be the biggest loss of this Eastern Alliance college entrance examination. No, it's the unprecedented loss of the entire Eastern Dragon Empire college entrance exam, without a single one. Quickly, let's not even talk about it. Zhang Hongfei, hurry up and organize a rescue to save Muchen at all costs. Sword King Jiang Yu is worthy of being one of the 9 chiefs, and at the critical moment, he is still stable enough to order immediately. East Sea District Squareside, Zhang Hongfei, and the 3 chief examiners immediately stormed into the hall. At the same moment, the name that originally belonged to Mu Dust on the big screen leaderboard directly turned red. It was constantly flashing. Usually, this situation could only mean 2 things. Either the candidate's results were problematic, and there was a high probability that he had been caught cheating and was forcibly expelled. Either that, or an accident has occurred and the candidate has fallen in the course of the examination. What's going on? Muchen, why is he red? Hua Manxin's face instantly changed, his forehead sweating as he clenched his fists tightly. Lu Pei also murmured, it's not going to be alright, is it? No, it won't. Brother Dust is so stable, with his intelligence, he will never take any risks. But why? The hall infield where Ling Yao was located was equally puzzled and anxious. Tang Hao Han saw again came to the spirit, seemingly smiling, not smiling, tucked his hand to come up and said in a conspiratorial manner. What's going on here? Our Lord Emperor of the Underworld, it will not hang inside, right? Shut your mouth. Spirit Yao with a disgusted face directly opened her mouth to dislike angrily. In the next moment, outside, Zhang Hongfei's 4 high-segment examiners appeared at the same time, furiously approaching towards the teleportation channel. Right at this moment, a handsome figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the passageway, still maintaining his usual calmness and elegance as he slowly appeared. And in his hand, he was still clutching a glittering ball of light energy. Sorry, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. I'm afraid a copy that can make me die has yet to appear. Swish! In an instant, all the cameras that were tracking Makoto were activated at the same time. At the Eastern Alliance headquarters, Jiang Yu and Iron Kong and the others regained sight of his calm and elegant figure. Great, Underworld Emperor, great, you're fine. Ling Yao cheered excitedly. The face of Tang Hao, who had been gloating just a moment ago, instantly turned iron blue. How come he didn't die? But why was his name? Tang Hao froze as he looked at the screen, and indeed, Mu Chen's name was still in a red state constantly flashing. Mu Dust walked up with a faint smile and interpreted. If I'm not mistaken, it's because my copy couldn't withstand the full force of the explosion, and the vengeful flame soul's essence blew up, causing the test to be forcibly terminated. However, in order to prove that my test was valid, I purposely brought out this crystal ball that represents the energy source of the angelic totem.
I wonder, Chief Zhang, if my results still count? Muchen handed over the crystal ball in a cloudy manner.
Zhang Hongfei shivered and trembled as he received this ball of light energy, and after carefully inspecting it, he trembled and said to the camera next to him,
reporting to all the officers' big brother.
This is indeed the simulated energy core of the angelic totem, or 500,000 blood. The test is correct. Once these words came out, all the bigwigs all breathed a sigh of relief. All the major video spaces, the big brothers in charge of each region all cheered excitedly.
That's great. This kid is simply a miracle. The replica space directly exploded, and he was still so calm. Not only did he retreat in one piece, but he also saved his achievements. It's too much. This nigga is simply the reincarnation of a deity. Can humans really give birth to such a demon? Why don't I have a son like Muchen? The next moment, the big screen leaderboards refreshed once again. The third round of college entrance exams has ended. Current ranking. Auxiliary Warfare Department, first place, Nanjing First Middle School Makoto. Current points, 3,000. Second place, Yunzhou Business College Iron Wolf. Current points, 1496. Third place, Smiley Face. Quick look. The leaderboards have refreshed again. Mu Dust's name came out. You're blinding me, guys. He, Makoto, actually got a perfect score again. Third round? A perfect score on Old Earth difficulty? Triple perfect? Are you kidding me?
Ahem, I heard that Mu Dust directly blew up the test copy, and that vengeful flame soul boss that claims to have unlimited life. I don't know what happened, but he killed him, and the big man at the Alliance headquarters personally ordered that a full score be given directly.
Wow, it's not so outrageous, is it? Who is this kid? He killed an invincible monster? No, are you sure he's a baby daddy and not a god of killing?
Pfft, this Iron Wolf's heart ached for 5 minutes, and the number 1 auxiliary battle in the East became a joke. There's still no one with half the points of Mu Dust.
Awkward. God, it's horrible. What should I do? I don't think I'm good enough for Makoto's husband. Eastern Alliance headquarters.
Zhang Yu, after confirming that Mu Dust had scored a perfect score in all 3 rounds, resumed his calm demeanor and looked at Iron King Kong with a smile. Old Iron, I think, let's not compete between the two of us and hurry up, report this side of the situation to the Alliance. If the top is alarmed, I'm afraid that the next round, to open the joint monitoring. I can't help it, the situation is too special, this Muchen is already beyond the scope of what you and I can determine. Iron Kong also nodded his head gravely.
Okay, I'll personally make a report to the top, you wait.
Tai Jin Gang walked out of the room, and the faces of all the major regional heads who were connected to the microphone changed wildly. Zhang Hongfei was even more stunned and murmured.
Joint supervision. For the sake of Mu Dust, is Elder Jiang going to alarm all the sect master powerhouses of the 9 chiefs of the entire Eastern Alliance? This time, it's really out of a big commotion. An unprecedented battle. Chapter 52 Undead System Copy? I'm familiar with this. Nanjing Governor's Mansion, Conference Room.
The moods of the bigwigs gradually became complicated.
A joint inspection? For a high school student who just passed the 3rd round? Not so much.
The governor was a bit unable to sit still, and he was seeking solace in his heart from these colleagues around him. Bigwigs in high positions like them all understood one thing.
A good seedling, when held in the hand, is considered valuable.
If it really grew into a huge tree, it would have nothing to do with Nanjing. Once the headquarters of the Awakened One Alliance passed the Joint Supervision's deliberations, the influence of this matter of Muchen would further expand to the entire Eastern Dragon Empire. At that time, the Nanjing district would never be able to keep this submerged dragon. Han Yu was also a bit bitter and shook his head helplessly.
At this point, it's not something we can control.
But considering it from another perspective, a small temple like ours really can't accommodate a big Buddha like Muchen. If he can make a splash, I'd like him to fly as high as the sky. Being able to obtain shelter and support from a higher level is not bad for him. The top echelons of the crowd also nodded their heads, agreeing with this statement. The governor, on the other hand, let out a long sigh and said, having said that, but after all, Muchen didn't have a heel and wasn't really from the mysterious ancient clan, and without a background, climbing too high, the heights were too high. It could be seen that the bigwigs all had their own scrutinizing perspectives. At first, they were uplifted by the fact that Nanjing had produced such an outstanding scholar like Mu Dust. But no one had expected that he had actually excelled to such an outrageous degree. When certain rules were broken for the sake of a certain person, what followed was not only a brighter future, but also prying eyes hidden in the darkness. However, these, for the Muchen at this moment, obviously did not constitute any impact. All elites, the 4th round of tests, will open in 3 minutes, please get ready.
What? Opening the 4th round so soon? Didn't the 3rd round just end?
These high-level elites within the Golden Hall opened their mouths to spit.
After all, not everyone was as demonic as Muchen.
They didn't have any extra resources to replenish, and most of them couldn't afford to eat when they weren't even given a breather from one round to the next. Not to mention that tests above the difficulty of Forbidden Ruins were already dangerous.
The blonde female examiner smiled. Fellow scholars, be at ease.
You should know that the high-density test with limited time to repair is itself part of the top difficulty examination content. Only in the high-pressure state of being on the verge of extinction could one discern gold with a discerning eye. Now, even Ling Yao and Mo Yen, the proud nobles of the great families, changed their faces slightly. Such intense oppression caused them to have some worries about the upcoming 4th level.
Emperor Hades greatly, you don't seem to be nervous at all. With such a high test intensity, aren't you worried about your state?
Shepherd Dust laughed lightly and said, at a time like this, instead of worrying over nothing, it's better to face it openly. By maintaining a good state of mind, you're already a big step ahead of everyone else. Ling Yao immediately applauded, with a pure fangirl face, her eyes flushed with red heart muttering.
I'm so glad to hear it. The Emperor of the Underworld is greatly formidable. Give you praise, oh. Tang Hao and the others.
Shepherd Dust's face was calm, but in his heart, he couldn't help but shudder and secretly spit out.
This woman, not too good to mess with.
So much so that the teleportation channel had just opened. Not waiting for Ling Yao to continue to instruct a few sentences, Muchen did not stop at all and was the first one to rush into the teleportation channel.
Hades Emperor greatly, cheer up. Don't forget our agreement. Mu Dust.
In the blink of an eye, the copy space of the 4th round of tests came into view.
It's austere. Cold. An aura like that of a purgatory came to the surface. What a terrifying feeling, huh? This feeling, how come it seems a bit familiar? The Underworld Emperor is greatly.
It's his vision, yes, it's the same feeling as that icy coldness to the depths of the soul. Ling Yao's face suddenly changed, a touch of fear and timidity arose on her stunning face.
At the same moment, Iron Wolf, Tang Hao, Mo Yen.
One after another of the elite candidates of this session who could be named all had the exact same scene appear before their eyes.
4th round of examination content generalized, Corpse Tomb Labyrinth.
Exercise any means to remain alive in that space for as long as possible. Remark 1, every 5 minutes in this space, the scene environment will change randomly, and all attacking units will have their attributes increased by 50.
Note 2, survival time is the only method of settlement for this round. Remark 3, the origin of the dead soul master is sealed in a tombstone.
If you find it and shatter it, you can pass the level early and get all the bonus points. Note 4, during this test round, the test taker will not die, the minimum simulated life value is 1. Once they hit the bottom, they will be forced to leave the copy space.
It's actually a generic copy.
That is to say, all of the candidates who chose the old Earth level difficulty for this level, regardless of occupation, were sharing this same test question. After seeing the mission prompt, Muchen instead felt that this type of examination was reasonable.
To test survival ability, then there was no need to define the type of occupation. The milkman had the milkman's way of survival, and go would be done.
The combat department has the combat department's way of living.
Killing to stop killing, seeking to pass. But for a ruthless person like Muchen who went off the beaten path, go? It doesn't exist. Finding the corpse soul juggernaut and seeking a breakthrough is the exclusive playstyle of a big brother. Stepping into this frost-covered mausoleum complex, a murderous aura pounced on his face. Wherever they passed, every tombstone that was tainted with Mu Dust's aura was lit up by a majestic vitality. The tombstones forcefully ingested 10 of Mu Dust's blood. At the same time, the corresponding totems began to revive, transforming into all sorts of powerful and unpredictable killing dead souls. That's it?
Mu Dust stopped and stared at the tombstone in front of him that had drained more than 500 of his own blood, until in the sky above the tablet, the cohesive molding of a gigantic demoness corpse soul revived and opened its hideous bloody mouth to pounce on Mu Dust.
Death!
The female demon's fangs wreaked havoc, and her pupils were a whitish color, making Muchen think of those faces in the underworld sea.
Whoosh! Mu Dust waved his hand casually, the firm as a rock skill instantly activated, and his armor value skyrocketed. Bang bang!
The demoness corpse soul was constantly attacking Mu Dust's main body, yet his simulated blood was being cut down by a very small value.
50, 50, 80 strike. At the same time, the copy interfaces of people such as Ling Yao and Iron Wolf.
Similarly, they were also being attacked by corpse spirits similar to this.
500. 500. 850 strike.
Warning, your blood level is less than 30, please replenish in time.
Eastern Alliance Headquarters.
The bigwig stared at the frequency of blood drops on the screen that were completely out of dimension, and quite tacitly fell into a collective deep thought. Iron King Kong, looking at his son in a sorry state staring at a blood level of 25 and his copy holding his head, and then looking at the image of Mu Dust's interface, with the 3 banshees surrounding him and tickling him, the corners of his mouth twitched crazily. He gritted his teeth, yet murmured breathlessly.
Can you guys be sure that this kid really didn't turn on? Crowd. Chapter 53 Numb. Another round of full marks?
A globally unique, permanently out-of-print exclusive title, it was no wonder that it could have such a high undead system increase effect. There were geniuses every year. However, those who have talent that is accompanied by enough chi are rare. In my opinion, this Muchen is such a son of destiny. Old Sword King Jian Yu had a complete posture of appreciation for his juniors, nodding frequently at the screen.
Iron King Kong grunted and laughed. Save your breath.
The joint inspection has not yet passed the review, and it is estimated that even if the order comes down, the fourth round of testing should be too late. But people like him, it is a matter of time before he is noticed by the above. I advise you not to hit him. When Jiang Yu heard this, he hurriedly spread his hands and skimmed cleanly. I do not want to take him how, on the contrary, you are old iron, a questioning people. Wait and see, this fourth round of testing is to see the real chapter of the level. Generic copies, the combat department will generally have a considerable advantage, and since Muchen has no output ability, it's likely that he won't do too well in this round, but with the points he has accumulated from the previous 3 rounds, the top spot on the leaderboard should be very hard to be shaken.
Rumble.
Suddenly, the copy space where the Iron Wolf was, the bastard revived a dozen monuments at once because he was too adventurous, and was being chased by dozens of corpse souls, and was about to have his blood level cleared.
Ow! A pale wolf's bleak night whistle erupted, and the wolf's blood boiled.
The Iron Wolf's flesh quickly grew wolf-like fur, and his pupils turned a morose green color.
The bloodthirsty talent opened.
He no longer ran away, but turned his head and began to frantically bite at these corpse souls, forcibly turning on the blood recovery mode. The original blood quantity of only 20, after 10 seconds or so, it was forcefully sucked up to 60 by him, which also made Iron King Kong sigh in relief. On the other side, Ling Yao's situation was not so good. This girl's Phoenix bloodline was certainly extremely powerful, but after all, her level was too low, her skill rank was not high, and coupled with her attributes being restrained by the environment, her blood quantity was also decreasing crazily.
Boom!
Suddenly, right at this moment, a totem flashing with purple gold lines slowly revived behind Ling Yao. In only an instant's effort, Ling Yao realized that her blood level was directly drained by 50.
How was that possible?
This girl's face instantly changed miserably, and she still wanted to break free, but she was locked by the huge corpse soul juggernaut behind her that was tens of meters tall.
Phoenix bloodline, a good tonic. Leave it behind.
Countless corpse souls instantly stormed out, frantically surrounding Ling Yao from all sides. This girl finally found it hard to support herself any longer and was forced to stop the test.
Damn it!
Ling Yao was clearly dissatisfied with her performance this round. Originally temporarily ranked first in this profession, she was afraid that her position at the top of the list was in danger. As time slowly passed, more and more elite students were locked out of blood and declared their withdrawal. Almost every target that was surrounded by corpse souls was ultimately exempt from a swift exit.
That was until the bigwigs began to focus on Makoto's side again. Use some force, didn't eat?
In the middle of the screen, Muchen took out his own set of tea utensils again, and just like that, he sat in front of a huge tombstone and leisurely started drinking tea. Nearly 100 corpse souls piled up around them were frantically grimacing to themselves, forcing their output, but unfortunately, this damage was purely scraping the bottom of the barrel. Hundreds of corpse souls attacked in one round, but it wasn't enough to recover the amount of light from one Mu light art of Mu dust.
Not to mention the many means he has to increase his defense. Alas, people are more angry than people.
If other people knew that this kid was so comfortable, I'm afraid they'd be angry and spit out blood. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly with a helpless face.
Iron Kong, however, frowned. It looked like he was planning to spend the full 30 minutes with his title attribute bonus.
He had already resurrected over 70 corpse souls in his copy space. As long as he didn't run into a juggernaut, it should be difficult for him to be eliminated early. However, the crowd didn't expect that this Iron King Kong fellow was a poisonous milk. He had only just finished speaking when not far behind Muchen, a huge frozen mausoleum split in two. The chafing sound appeared, connecting the entire replica of the earth, directly cracking a huge gap that stretched for nearly 1,000 meters. Mu dust felt the biting cold of the depths of the gap and was directly drained of 50 blood.
Oh, finally coming out?
Mu dust laughed lightly, and at the same time, he enchanted himself with the fourth thorn echo buff, continuing to counter-wound these corpse soul minor monsters around him. As a matter of fact, the reason why he was waiting for the copy environment transition period in this way was to wait outside of ensuring that he accumulated as many points as possible for settlement.
Because right now, this copy space was still daytime.
As the big brothers had judged, there was no way for Muchen to directly carry out his output, and without beating the corpse soul juggernaut to death, it would be impossible to get a full point clearance score. There was only one way to solve this problem. Wait for the darkness to fall.
Rumble.
The huge frozen mausoleum completely collapsed, and the corpse soul juggernaut's massive silhouette of close to 30 meters coalesced to completion. The blazing sun in the sky rapidly dimmed, and the entire copy was on the verge of darkness at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Are you afraid of the darkness? Put.
When Muchen heard these words coming from behind him, he sprayed out a mouthful of tea on the spot.
This dog thing, actually stealing my lines?
Muchen put away his tea set, ignoring the crowd of corpse souls around him that continued to nibble on him, his eyes coldly glaring at the master.
Fearful or not, what can you do?
I've seen a lot of monsters pretending to be B, but the one that looks as ugly as you are is still the first one.
The corpse soul juggernaut obviously broke his defense.
He roared and growled in hysterical rage, and suddenly his arms shook, and all the remaining tombs around him chafed at the same time. This time, it seemed like he wanted the corpse souls of the entire battlefield to join together and share the life force of Muchen.
Finally, Muchen moved. Above his head, the two-word title of Underworld Emperor revived once again.
The boundless death aura that shone brightly spread rapidly along his main body to the surroundings. Like a king returning from the underworld sea, he stepped through this endless frost and conquered all the dead souls that were not yet silenced.
Corpse soul juggernaut, right?
Let you see how golden my word, Underworld Emperor, is.
Boom!
Both sides' formations pulled full at the same time.
The energy condensed by the corpse soul juggernaut similarly exploded.
It was also at this instant that the sky was completely plunged into darkness. At the Eastern Alliance headquarters, all of the screens observing Mu Dust's viewpoint were pitch black.
Rumble. Everyone could only hear a heaven-destroying burst of power, and along with a miserable cry from the juggernaut boss, the entire replica space was completely plunged into a dead silence. Ding! The current copy space's fourth round of round testing is over.
Congratulations to the candidate, Auxiliary Warfare Department, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School's Muchen, passing the test.
Total time, 26 minutes and 15 seconds. Reward points, 750 base points. Triggered the hidden achievement of killing the corpse soul juggernaut boss. Extra points rewarded, 250 points. Total points for the fourth round, 1000. How is it possible? It's actually over again? The fourth round, full points again? No way. That powerful corpse soul juggernaut just hung up like that? How on earth did he do that? The darkness was gradually dispersed. In the middle of the field of view, there was only a warm smile from Mu Dust, who was waving his hand towards the camera side with a harmless face. Ems. A high school test at the old Earth level was played by this kid as if he was playing house. It's really outrageous.
Chapter 54, The Scholar and the First Scholar, Dogs Are Eating Imperial Food. Outside the large screen, the leaderboard information was once again refreshed. Without any suspense, Mu Dust was at the top with a strong 4,000 points. 4 rounds of college entrance exams, old Earth level top difficulty, all full scores.
Truly unprecedented. Mu Dust created history today. Nima. Another round of perfect scores. Brothers, is this Mu Dust the descendant of the Mandarin Star? Simply the god of examinations. No, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School, what's wrong with it? I haven't heard of this school before. He's the most valuable scholar in history, isn't he? The real hammer of my brother. The students and teachers' parents who were staring at the results of the big list outside were talking about this miracle-working Nanjiang teenager. As for the Big Brother perspective side, Iron King Kong yelled at Zhang Hongfei's channel again. Alright, hurry up and inform him to disengage from the copy. Old me is annoyed at the sight of him. Iron King Kong had a general expression of a big wrong seed, which looked comical with his big black face.
Long ago, there was no longer the faction that a generation of masters should have.
Zhang Yu laughed and flirted. What? No longer study, how did he do it? Iron King Kong did not have the good sense to say, with you say?
His 500 undead damage bonus, casually get out a little self-detonation and other tricks can also pit the boss. That monster touched this kid, but also fell on 8 lifetimes of bad luck.
Ha! The big brothers finally broke their defenses, and each of them burst out laughing in the video view.
However, in truth, Mac Dustplace did not perform this type of trick. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when it was dark and his field of vision was closed off, awakened the Knight's Shura totem, and with the help of the Shura seal linking the hundreds of corpse souls in the surroundings, the power of the detonation was combined with his own scythe chopping strike, stacking up the title's 5-fold blitz effect, killing the juggernaut in a single blow. In order to make sure that he wouldn't be exposed, after Shepherd Dust got his hands on him, he also put out the vision of the Underworld Emperor's title, creating a very lofty perspective of the old Earth atmosphere, and crediting the title's added effect for his own perfect clearance. Everything was this perfect. It was all within Muchen's grasp. After walking out of the teleportation array, as imagined, a large number of elite student fanboys and girls flocked to Mu Dust's side.
Male god, give me an autograph, I'm your fan.
Big brother, do you have a girlfriend?
Do you think I'm okay?
Congratulations, great god of the underworld, for becoming the top student of the college entrance exam in the entire region with a perfect score.
History has been made. In a matter of minutes, Muchen was overwhelmed by the waves of followers. At the same time, on this side of the Nanjiang governor's mansion, the governor directly got up and deployed with a revitalized face. Quickly, Hong Yu, you personally bring someone to make a trip to Muchen's house to console him. Communicate the matter of him taking the top spot in the college entrance examination first. Also see if there's anything you can do to help. You know what to do. Han Yu also nodded gently with a smile on his face. Don't worry, Governor, this is a good thing to do. In the yard. Second uncle didn't take on any work all morning, just sat on the eunuch chair in the courtyard and jerked the dog. Not bad, it was Muchen's first guardian spirit, Huang. This dog had now been raised as a pet by their uncle and nephew. This was because Muchuan had accidentally discovered that not only could Huang hunt for treasures, but this thing also seemed to have some sort of talent for sensing danger. Once before, when Muchen was playing with his cell phone in the house, the second uncle's fireplace almost exploded, and it was Huang's early warning barking that attracted Muchen's attention, and in time, he was able to chant his skills to cancel out the impact of the fireplace. After that, Mu Dus left Huang by his second uncle's side. When he wasn't at home, second uncle could also have a companion. Little Yellow, do you think that your brother, will be able to get good grades on the exam? If he does, you'll give him a shout out. If he doesn't do well, you'll jump into that stove, okay? Huang glanced at the iron-fired stove that burned a few hundred degrees, and out put a set of teeth showing to Uncle Tu. Woof! This call, in no way did it look like he was prejudging Mu Chen's performance, it was purely spitting. Whoosh! Several streams of light rapidly approached, and Huang violently raised its tail and jumped in front of second uncle, on guard with a wary face. However, in the next moment, it was directly taken into the arms of an old man through the air, forcibly jerking a wave of dog heads. Hong Yu, leading a group of bigwigs from the governor's office into the courtyard. May I ask, is this the home of student Mu Dust? As a senior blacksmith, second uncle has also seen some worldly experience. 7th stage awakened person badge. Governor's office senior black leather armor. Second uncle rose from his seat in a prancing manner, and with a hint of apprehension, he respectfully stepped forward. I wonder, officers, what is it that you are looking for our family Xiao Dust? Han Yu smiled lightly. You don't need to be nervous, we are from the governor's office and have come to give you a good news report. Student Mu Dust, in the just concluded college entrance examination test, with a perfect score in the first 4 rounds, he became the top student of this term. He has created the best score ever in the history of the Eastern Dragon Empire's college entrance examination. On behalf of the governor's office, we have come to inform you of the happy news. Second uncle didn't react for a moment and stared blankly at Hong Yu. Top scorer? Full marks? Who? Little Dust? Second uncle's CPU directly exploded. Something's not right. These people aren't crooks, are they? It's true that Dusty got good grades, but it's hard to say how hard he worked. How come he's suddenly the top student? Sirs, you're not mistaken, are you? Or is there any possibility of a duplicate name? My nephew the results are indeed not bad, but should not reach such an exaggerated point. Hong Yu didn't say anything, and directly took out his tablet, using the governor's office's dedicated viewpoint to lock in a close-up shot of Mu Chen inside the Golden Hall. Hundreds of fans from various schools surrounded him in the very center, with all sorts of autographs and photoshoots competing for attention. And behind him, the real-time rankings of the college entrance exams, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School's Mu Dust, was at the top of the list. Little Dust, it's really him, my nephew. He really became the top scholar. Ha! He's been sunbathing at home every day, and he's still the top student. These young people are so useless nowadays. Sir, isn't this exam too easy? If I quit blacksmithing tomorrow, I'll take the entrance exam too, and maybe I'll get the top prize too. Ha! Hong Yu. The top brass. Sunbathing every day and getting a perfect score? So this is the kind of family environment that breeds top scorers? The Versailles family? What should we do? Lao Zi really wants to flatten this old man. The corners of Hong Yu's mouth twitched furiously. Old me is at least a 7-dan sect master. How many years has it been? No one has been half as reckless in front of me. Invisibly, a stern aura instinctively surged up. Just by his arm's sharp perception of Huang noticed. Hiding in his arms shivering Huang. Urinated. Chapter 55, the child is having a hard time, and has to be compensated fiercely. On this day, the East Dragon Empire did not only give birth to one of the strongest full marks in history. Nanjiang, a small third-grade city, had also gained an extraordinarily gifted builder. Even Muchen's family dog, this guardian spirit Little Yellow, was appointed as a special guest dog of the governor's mansion, enjoying special dog food from the governor's office. On top of that, Han Yu directly ordered that the small courtyard bungalow of Muchen's family be massively expanded, and that a top luxury villa be built on the original site as a reward from the South River governor's office to Muchen. For these, second uncle came and accepted them all. Then what, gentlemen, I still have orders in the afternoon, so I won't keep you for dinner, haha. Come and be my guest sometime. Han Yu's group of people hadn't even gotten their asses warmed up yet, and just after mentioning the rewards, Uncle Tu started to shoo people away. When this group of big brothers left from Mu Dust's house with a gray face, Han Yu almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. This is really outrageous. It was unthinkable that brat, Muchen, could actually grow to this point today under such circumstances. What is this if not a genius? That kid has really been wronged. When I return, I'll have to make it up to him. It seems that all these years, he has also suffered a lot from being under a fence. Han Yu's eyes were filled with heartache, and he was almost moved to tears by his own sincerity. Behind him, these senior members of the governor's office also chimed in with a look of approval. Yes, coming from a lowly background and an ill-fated destiny, yet he was able to swim upstream against the current and become a proud son who shone for an era. This Muchen is not simple. I propose that we go back and truthfully report the situation of Mu Dust's family to the governor. It seems that aside from the family aspect, for Mu Dust himself, we should compensate even more ruthlessly. Han Yu nodded his head with a solemn and serious face. Not bad. The child has had a hard life, but he has never complained. This is also an opportunity for our governor's office. As long as we give more rewards to Muchen, he will definitely feel our goodwill, and this is a rare good karma. Thus, Han Yu and his group set off on their return journey with a strong sense of mission. The bigwigs never dreamed that second uncle had just slightly tricked his way into helping his good nephew to ruthlessly pull another wool over his eyes. This side of the examination center. Inside the Golden Hall, Zhang Hongfei led the three main examiners, running and lurching to row away from the crowd of scholars to arrive in front of Muchen. There were flowers and banners, and they expressed their congratulations with a fluttering brow. Student Mu Dust. Congratulations! 4 rounds of perfect scores for the first time in history. You're now a big celebrity in our province, and you're the first chair for all the candidates in the entire Awakened Eastern Alliance region. Shepherd Dust waved his hand with a flat expression, rejecting these overly pompous commendations, and inquired. Senior, when will the 5th round start? Don't delay everyone's assessment because of me alone. Grab the test and finish, so I can go home and drink tea. Zhang Hongfei 3. The surrounding crowd of scholars. Listen to this, is this speaking human language? We have just narrowly survived the first 4 rounds, it is the time of exhaustion. The other first-ranked brother actually began to open up the 5th round. He really doesn't give ordinary people a chance to live. Shepherd Dust had overlooked the fact that not all the other students were at the same level as himself. Even a level 180 old Earth boss could be disregarded. For the vast majority of candidates, persevering through the previous 4 levels was already about to kill them. Zhang Hongfei also hurriedly explained with a twitch of his face. It's like this. Due to your excellent performance in this examination, you have alarmed the upper echelons of the Awakened One Alliance. The Lord Inspector decided to apply for a joint inspection of the 9 chief patriarchs for you, and has yet to receive feedback. But no matter what, the 5th level of the test is not open to all candidates. Those at the scholar level like you are to be sent to the imperial capital to be tested on the same field as the top prides of the other 3 regions of the Awakened One Alliance. Once there will be a special person in charge to receive you and open up the testing task with brand new rules. Muchen nodded his head serenely. I see. After saying that, he didn't pay any more attention to the crowd and walked straight towards the outside of the hall. Wait a minute. Zhang Hongfei's fat face turned red. It was the first time he had been taken so seriously by a young man. But there is no way, this living ancestor in front of him, he really can't afford to offend. Is there anything else? Muchen turned around and unintentionally swept behind him those 3 gray-headed examiners again and smiled. A few examiner seniors don't need to be so trembling. I am not a person who is vindictive. It's not like you guys have committed any major mistakes, make it seem like I dug up your ancestral graves. Once the Chenyan trio heard these words, the big stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground, and they hurriedly went forward to compensate for their smiles. It's like this, fellow student Muchen. You won the regional first prize, and you're referencing at the East Sea Provincial Council examination, so the East Sea side wants to give you some rewards. Oh? Tell me about it. Muchen finally came to be interested. This was what he wanted to hear the most. Zhang Hongfei, that fat man, immediately stepped forward and introduced. First was a full 3,000 skill point reward. Muchen's face fell. Just this? Hundreds of these melon-eating elite candidates around him were dumbfounded on the spot when they heard this. What kind of attitude is this? What kind of attitude is this? 3,000 skill points. You can't even brush up your earnings for a few months, and you still look like you don't care much about it? Can you change something else? Zhang Hongfei fat face wildly twitching, embarrassed a batch of road. I'm afraid this cannot. Because the above didn't even think that you would refuse this reward. Muchen scratched his head. I didn't say I don't want it, what I mean is, I'm not too short of skill points, can I exchange it for something else? If I really can't, I can just exchange it for gold coins. Crowd. Is this the logic of a full score scholar, the strongest college entrance exam scholar in history? This brain hole, it really doesn't look like a mortal. Shepherd Dust added, forget it, I won't make it difficult for you guys. If I really can't, I'll find a black market to sell it and exchange it for gold. Zhang Hongfei. Unbeknownst to them, the conversations between the 2 sides over here were also all seen by the bigwigs at the Eastern Alliance headquarters. Zhang Yu sighed and said, I heard that this kid is from a cold family? No wonder, the obsession with money is deep.
He doesn't even seem to be aware that the value of 3,000 skill points is far from being comparable to more gold coins on the market.
A side attendant chimed in. Elder Jiang was right.
For a talented and proud son like this who has no background, I think the official government should vigorously support him and give him greater rewards in terms of resources. In the future, if he really rises up and achieves the rank of Grandmaster, he will also remember this favor. When these words came out, Jiang Yu immediately lit up.
That makes sense. Your viceroy's office is stingy and gives some skill points, people can't even look at them.
Quickly, connect me to the examination center, I want to personally talk to little friend Muchen.
The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Elder Jiang was planning to be Santa Claus for once? Hiss.
Inside the examination hall, the large screen that was originally displaying the rankings of the results suddenly appeared with a picture of the Eastern Alliance headquarters.
Jiang Yu and Tai Gang, the two 7-dan 100-level patriarch bigwigs, appeared on the screen at the same time.
Grandfather. Ling Yao leapt and waved her little hand, suddenly greeting the Sword King in the screen. Embarrassingly, the old Sword King didn't give a damn about his precious lump, and his eyes stared straight at Muchen.
I'm Jiang Yu, the chief examiner of the Eastern Alliance of Awakened Ones.
Fellow student Mu Dust, congratulations on taking the honor of being the regional top student. The Sword King's voice was mixed with a sense of awe-inspiring majesty.
It also caused the noisy atmosphere in the hall to instantly settle down. Muchen clasped his hands together and respectfully said, I've met Senior Jiang. I don't know what instructions Senior has to offer.
Jiang Yu smiled faintly and directly opened the door.
Say it, what reward do you want? What the hell? One of the 9 chief masters of the Eastern Alliance. The long-famous Eastern Sword King Jiang Yu actually took the initiative to Mike Mu Dust just to give him a reward? This poker face, it really couldn't be fuller. The entire crowd of melon-eating students were completely blinded. One by one, they revealed indescribable shock and envy. Too much poker face.
It should be known that the regional top student of the college entrance examination can be said to come every year. However, there had never been any top ranker who could be personally received by the chief bigwig of the Awakened One Alliance. Not to mention, Muchen was only an auxiliary combat system priest. That girl Ling Yao couldn't help but be sour, staring at the big screen as she stood at the side with her mouth agape. However, once she thought about the fact that this carved face of her own grandfather was given to the underworld emperor greatly, Ling Yao quickly balanced out. Just when the crowd thought that Muchen was completely stunned by this poker face and didn't dare to open his mouth to make a condition at all. Since that's the case, I want an extreme source fire scroll.
Hey! No, people say give, you really want it, brother. Isn't this wave supposed to be a wave of modesty, retreating to advance, and then trying to hug the Jiang family's thighs and be a grandson-in-law or something like that?
The surrounding crowd of melon-eating students, minutes began to bring into the Pastor Dust perspective YY wave.
But this full-scoring scholar is a straight boy. You dare to give, I dare to receive. Heh, you doll, a little interesting. Okay, I promise you.
10 minutes later, the extreme source fire scroll, someone will deliver it to you. Shepherd Dust was not humble and once again cupped his fists in salute. Thank you, Senior, for the mention, Mu Dust has taken note. Subsequently, Mu Dust looked at Tai Jin Gang, who had a big black face next to him, and pretended to be puzzled.
Dare I ask, is this Senior? What the hell is this kid? Inverting the Heavenly Dipper? He actually took the initiative to turn the Black Armor Second Leader's army. No, why are you talking about me now? Do not want to give you, directly open mouth if it?
Iron Kong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The other bigwigs from various regions who watched the scene laughed out loud.
It's a bit interesting. This Muchen, he didn't seem to be the same as those nerds from before. Couldn't he see that this Iron King Kong's face wasn't looking too good? If you ask me, this kid is purposely turning Tai Lao's army. The less you look at me, the more I'm going to pull your wool.
As expected, seeing that Iron King Kong froze directly with a dumbfounded look on his face, Jiang Yu next to him immediately began to push the envelope.
This is the vice president of the Black Armor Guild, the 100-level battle sec Senior Iron King Kong.
Shepherd Dust put on an expression of long-standing admiration and hurriedly said, See you, Elder Tai. I'm not hiding it from you, Senior, I've had a taste of the Black Armor Guild's demeanor in the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins, and it's indeed very powerful. Tai Gang stared at Mu Dust with a smile on his face.
Oh? Then I really want to hear how the black armor in your mouth is strong.
If you say it well, this seat also has a reward.
However, if you're just being perfunctory.
Mu Dust simply didn't give this old thing a chance to continue beeping, and with a wave of his hand, he revealed his senior union invitation letter. There's no need to say more.
This was the best proof.
In the next moment, Muchen directly engraved the name of Black Armor on the invitation letter in front of everyone. Black Armor Trade Union, Section 1 Trainee Priest Mu Dust, meet the Vice President.
In just an instant, the entire audience was in an uproar. Wow! Surprisingly, it was a high-level union invitation. This kid is too rich, right, to actually have this kind of rare prop? A model for my generation. He's got a big leg to hold. Less than 2 minutes before and after, the source fire scroll was taken and the top union was entered. This is the legendary soft food hard to eat. Ha! This time, the two big brothers had met a tough guy. This Mood Dust set of operations had shown the patriarch a face of confusion. No one could have imagined that Mood Dust would actually have such a way to easily neutralize the wave of dismay that originally came from Iron King Kong. Now, even if Iron King Kong had 10,000 XXX, he would have to swallow it in his stomach. He couldn't punch his own union members in the face in public. Jiang Yu stood on the side, forcibly resisting the urge to burst into laughter, joyfully admiring Iron King Kong's stinky face. Aha, old thing, this time is considered to be this kid hard to pinch, right? Stealing a chicken is not enough, see how you still have the face to flaunt with me. Jiang Yu, watching the fun, rushed to take advantage of the opportunity to supplement the knife. I say Ironold, you do vice president, today received such a heavenly member, do not show? Iron King Kong was put on the fire, there was no choice but to forcefully endure a bellyful of stifled grievances to look at the entourage. Go fetch a set of purple grade black armor and send it over to this kid along with Zhang Lao's scroll. In addition, Zhang Hongfei, later remember to send the elite students from your side who have been shortlisted for the 5th round of testing to the imperial capital together. If anything goes wrong, old scores and new scores will be settled together. After saying that, Iron King Kong turned around and left, no longer wanting to stay in the screen for even a minute more. Jiang Yu's heart is now relieved, smilingly looking at the other end of the screen, Shepherd's Dust urged. Little friend, the difficulty of the 5th round of testing is far from being comparable to the previous 4 rounds. Exactly how the rules are, even I'm not sure. Ling Yao is my pearl in the palm of my hand, was spoiled by me, don't know the rules, to the imperial capital, please take care of it. Muchen once again cupped his fists. Late generation understands. The image of the large screen disappeared. Along with it, the pressure that the patriarch Big Brother brought with him also dispersed. The hustle and bustle in the hall resumed, but more than anything else, it was still envy and praise for Mood Dust. I'll go. Big Brother Mood Dust, you're too awesome, aren't you? 2 great sect masters are favoring you. Yes, yes. Black Armor, hey, that's a leading guild that many awakened people dream of, you actually said you'd enter it. Chapter 56, Fire Skill Art, Pull Full. Shepherd Dust took this in stride. This time in the college entrance exam, he was considered to have actually felt what it meant to be surrounded by stars. Once you rise and bloom, there will never be a lack of these icing on the cake around you. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hongfei, a few examiners, brought a dozen or so 5th round entrants, including Muchuan and Ling Yao, into the VIP lounge inside the examination center, finally completely shielding themselves from the chatter of those hounding people. That is, until 2 young awakened persons in suits appeared, carrying an exquisite treasure chest and arrived in front of Muchen. Student Mood Dust, by order of the 2 patriarchs, Jiang Lao and Tai Lao, these 3 gifts are delivered to your hands, please accept them. With a puzzled face, Mood Dust got up and walked over. 3 pieces? Wasn't it only 2 pieces? Opening this box, Mood Dust immediately brightened up. In addition to the extreme source fire scroll that glowed crimson, and the black armor suit that was sealed with a purple-black stream of light. In the center of the treasure chest, there was actually a skill book sealed. The black-clothed attendant smiled. This skill book is a personal gift from Elder Jiang, he said that it might be helpful to you. Somewhat flattered, Muchen probed his hand to take a look, and his face changed again. Enlightenment technique, ancient priests listen to the guidance of the gods and gain a sense of the power of nature. Upgradable. Surprisingly, it was the 3rd type of core skill book of the priest system. This favor from Elder Jiang was a bit of a big gift. He shouldn't really be planning to, throw this doggerel at me, right? Muchen turned his head, glanced at the red-clothed girl who was staring at him with a dark poke and giggle, and fell into deep thought. I've received the item, convey my thanks to the 2 seniors for me. Muchen received the treasure chest, and while responding politely, he also counted on giving an expulsion order. The current him couldn't wait to detach everyone and get down to raising a wave of battle power, making final preparations for tomorrow's trip to the imperial capital. Although the first 4 rounds of the college entrance exam as a whole, Muchen didn't find it too difficult, he knew very well that the final round of the examination, since it was on behalf of the entire Eastern Awakened Alliance, the difficulty of the examination was bound to be at the peak. That meant that he would have to spar with the top pride of the entire Eastern Dragon Empire's various veins in this term, so he couldn't afford to miss a beat. Zhang Hongfei, that fatty's ability to read people's words and colors was first-rate, and he immediately smiled respectfully at Mood Dust and said, "Then I won't bother you, Mr. Mood Dust. In 3 hours, we'll gather in front of the teleportation array outside the square and rush to the imperial capital together. You elites can pick any room to rest and recuperate, each room is configured with high-end ceiling spell formations, so there won't be anyone disturbing it." Muchen subconsciously twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard this, and his afterglow drifted to Ling Yao, who was still staring at him from the side, and he ventriloquized in his heart. "Are you sure there won't be anyone disturbing? Fatty, do you want to consider taking this little goblin along with you?" Of course, this was something that Muchen could only say in his heart. Are you kidding me? Zhang Lao's pearl in the palm of his hand. He must not be offended at this juncture.
After seeing Fatty Zhang and the several examiners leave, Muchen immediately stepped towards an exclusive suite.
Sure enough, he was immediately pestered by Ling Yao's dogskin plaster. This girl didn't see any outsiders and directly sat on Muchen's arm, saying with an intimate face, "Hey, hey! Hades Emperor Greatly, where are you going? There are still a few hours left, should we go out for a stroll? You should be coming to the East Sea for the first time, right? I'm very familiar with this side." Mak Chuan was a little embarrassed, trying to break free from Ling Yao's arm to no avail, and said with a gentle smile, "Miss Ling Yao, don't you need to rest? I'm afraid that the trip to the imperial capital will have some dangers, and I still need to recuperate and consolidate my base, so why don't we meet again in 3 hours?" When Ling Yao heard this, she hurriedly raised her small mouth and was about to start her sticky mode when Muchen suddenly had a bright idea and said with a smile, "I have a little gadget here, I wonder if you're interested? I'll give you one as a gift." After saying that, Muchen instantly chanted, and a paper figure was added in his palm. Ling Yao really blinked her big beautiful eyes, full of surprise. "Gosh, what the hell is this thing? It's so cute." Muchen lowered his voice and laughed. "You go back to your room, stick this thing on your body, when necessary you can use your flame power to burn it, it will have unexpected fun oh." After saying that, Muchen rubbed Ling Yao's palm-sized little head, and without saying a word, hurriedly drilled into his own exclusive suite. Feeling the sealing spell formation around him instantly activate, only then did Muchen take a long breath. "Women, it really does affect the speed of my chanting." Unbeknownst to the next room, that girl Ling Yao was filled with joy as she played with the paper man for half a day, and finally, under the trend of curiosity, she burned the paper man according to what Muchen said. In an instant, Ling Yao's soul instantly detached from her physical body and slowly ascended into the air, wantonly floating in all parts of the room. "Oh, this thing could actually allow the soul to leave the body, this is too amazing, right? Worthy of being the underworld emperor Dada, he was even proficient in such a divine and inexplicable means. But, how is this thing going to return to its body?" As she played, Ling Yao realized that something was wrong. Because no matter what she did, there was no way for her soul to return to her body. Muchen didn't tell her that once this thing worked, only he, the caster, could control it. With this means in place, Muchen was considered completely quiet. In the room, Muchen didn't hesitate any longer and immediately opened the brocade box. He didn't care too much about the black armor suit and directly put it into his inner space. Afterwards, he hurriedly used the skill book that contained the enlightenment technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the new skill enlightenment technique. Seeing the skill panel, where the core skill system of the priest profession extended into a third skill tree, Muchen was very satisfied. This meant that he already possessed a rather terrifying potential in terms of his priestly profession. In the future, when conditions allowed, and the skill strength was raised up, Mudust, who held the 3 core skill trees in his hands, would become an unrivaled existence in the field of priests. A profession that cultivates 3 skill trees at the same time, and all of them have already touched the 8th rank. It's unbelievable to think about. In the entire Eastern Dragon Empire, there were only a handful of people who could reach this level. Not to mention that in addition to his priestly duties, Muchen also had 2 hidden professions, Angel Shura, as well as the rock system defense skills and Old Earth inheritance sorcery, which were generalized means. In terms of comprehensive strength, if she dares to say that she is second among her peers, who dares to say that she is first? It's just that right now, because it's still in the beginning stages of growth, Mudust doesn't want to be too high profile. After all, I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, I'm afraid of thieves thinking. What shows in the forest, the wind will destroy the reasoning, Mudust still understands. Afterwards, he finally focused on the extreme source fire scroll, carefully holding it out of the treasure chest while taking out the fire spirit summoning skill book. Taking a deep breath, Muchen stared at these 2 things, his heart pulling full of anticipation. This one scroll, even in the eyes of a patriarch like Elder Jiang, made up for the preciousness. Needing such a high price to unlock the permission to use it, one wonders what kind of changes this skill, in the end, can undergo. Under the guidance of spiritual power, the seal of the extreme origin flame scroll suddenly crumbled. And then the flame primordial light transformed into the purest origin, radiating towards the surface of the skill book on the right-hand side. In an instant, an incomparably brilliant sourcefire crystal coalesced in the middle of this fire spirit summoning exclusive skill book. It seemed as though the rarity of the entire skill book had been elevated by a level. As Muchen gazed at the entire process, he immediately had a premonition. This copy of a skill that belonged exclusively to himself would bring about an unprecedented enhancement effect. A world boss, a unique and exclusive skill book, what exactly would it be like? Driven by this strong and incomparable desire, Muchen did not hesitate to use it immediately. This time, there really wasn't any obstacle to learning. Ding! Congratulations to the host, comprehending the exclusive skill Fire Spirit Summoning. Ding! Congratulations to the host, reaching the special achievement Deity Recovery. Gained Advanced Achievement Gift Pack 1. Ha! Deity!
When these two words appeared in his mind, Muchen was completely shocked. Deities were the supreme sovereign class of the Old Earth era. The shock that this word brought to Muchen was no weaker than the first appearance of the Old Earth civilization. Vaguely, Dust was almost certain that this exclusive skill, fire spirit summoning, might bring him unprecedented surprises once a high-level evolution occurred. However, when Dust swept his gaze towards his skill point balance, he was suddenly speechless. I almost forgot, before I took the college entrance exam, I had just upgraded a wave of 8th order skills, and the limited purchase store hadn't been refreshed yet, so it seems that I can only spell it out one more time. The thought flashed by, and without hesitation, Dust opened all of the currently remaining achievement gift packs. Open Achievement Gift Pack 2. Open Special Achievement Gift Pack 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Received a bound skill point reward of 2 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host. 500,000 skill points. Received a high-level Guardian Spirit Evolution Crystal 1. It's done. As the old saying goes, it's the love of hard work that makes you win. Looking at his current skill point balance, Muchen really felt it. The achievement system was really reliable. Finally, everything was ready. Muchen didn't hesitate anymore and directly locked the Fire Spirit Summoning skill bar. Pull it full and go. Ding! Consuming 10,000 skill points, congratulations to the host. Fire Spirit Summoning has been upgraded to the 2nd level. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the evolution of the Fire Spirit Summoning to the Scorched Earth field. Ding! Consuming 20,000 skill points, congratulations to the host for upgrading the Scorched Earth field to the 3rd level. Ding! Congratulations to the host's Scorched Earth Domain Evolutionary Form Conversion Faith. Ding! Consuming 500,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, the Meteorite Flame Heavenly Star has been upgraded to the 7th order. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Meteoric Fire Star has evolved into a glorified Recovery Vulcan. The skill points were once again emptied. As Muchen stared at the rows of skill trees on the screen that were flickering with flames, his gasps became intense. He felt as if his entire person was about to burn up from the inside out. The strange thing was that the scorching heat brought not pain, but a metamorphosis like a nirvana rebirth. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment. What's going on here? It's as if even the bloodline and soul in my body have been sublimated due to the skill's improvement. Could it be that this is the unique feeling of exhilaration that comes from the continuous improvement of exclusive skills? Muchen was truly stunned. Because this kind of feeling was something he had never experienced before every time he had drastically leveled up his skills. It was as if his life form had been quenched in essence. It was a perception that was outside of order and rules reviving. With such doubts and expectations, Muchen began to carefully observe every skill in the Fire Spirit Summoning complete skill tree. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. This was a set of exclusive skill trees that centered around the inherited power represented by a certain deity who controlled flames in the Old Earth era. Every skill possessed its irreplaceable and powerful effect. It was able to help Pastor Dust deal with any kind of battlefield environment, drastically improving his practical combat abilities. As a priest, who was an auxiliary combat system milkman, even with the 2 hidden professions of Angel Shura, Dust would still be limited by his lack of combat power in the course of battle. But now with this complete set of exclusive Flame Department skill additions, Muchen asked himself that as an awakened, he had no shortcomings. Fire Spirit Summoning, it was true that he had inherited the summoning talent of the Vengeful Flame Soul, and with this basic skill, he no longer had to worry about fighting alone in the future. Shepherd Dust turned on depth browsing, gradually mastering the usage of each skill, and suddenly his gaze rested on the 5th order evolutionary skill Summon Dragon Descent. Summon Dragon Wing in the name of the Fire God, summon the Dragon of Fire from the Old Earth era to descend onto the battlefield. Dragon of Fire possesses 30 panel attributes of the Fire God, comes with a group scorching effect, and at the same time gains 20 life and growth attributes shared by the Fire God. Occupation, exclusive. Duration, unlimited. Release condition, Fire Attribute Environment. Release condition, Fire Attribute Environment. Release condition, Fire Attribute Environment. Cooldown, none. Skill type, active. 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 The Fire Dragon of the Old Earth era, just listening to this title is domineering enough. Muchen really had the excitement to immediately cast this skill and see what the real dragons that roamed the continent in the Old Earth era were really like. Of course, he still forcefully suppressed this impulse. It comes with a fire attribute burning effect, so if it's there, it will automatically carry a group ignition. This is definitely a great killer for clearing out small monsters. If it can be used in conjunction with my Xian Thunder Frog, Heavenly Thunder will be a nightmare for the bandits. Afterwards, Muchen finally landed his gaze on the 8th rank skill, Glory Revival Vulcan. Just by looking at the name, Muchen was clear that this skill was the absolute core of the entire set of fire attribute skill books. Because of that skill art, the 3rd and 4th stage evolutionary techniques all used the Fire God's Descent as a prerequisite for casting. Subsequently, Muchen opened the preview of the next stage of skill evolution.
Glory Revival Vulcan. Preview of the next stage of evolution. Forbidden Old Earth True Body. Skill points required for enhancement, 20 million. Muchen sucked in a breath of cool air and shook his head with emotion. Surprisingly, the number of skill points consumed was twice as high as the next stage of Nirvana, Divine Art Reincarnation. This is the cost of raising an exclusive skill. It was really expensive. But one needn't think to guess that once it rises to the taboo level, it will be a terrifying force that will shake the entire empire. After a wave of YY, Mu-Dust decisively returned to reality and began to focus on the Old Earth Order sublimation function. Chapter 57, Old Earth Sublimation, Giant Dragon Descends. Sublimation Effect, Glorious Vulcan Descends. Sublimation required material, 5 million gold coins, 500,000 skill points. Mu-Dust's pupils shrank. Immediately, he checked the 8th rank divine skill after the sublimation of the Old Earth Order. Glorious Fire God Descends. The Old Earth deity, Fire God, broke the confinement of the spacetime era and was reborn in a reversal. Hand in hand with the host, we will fight together in the current epic. Skill type, exclusive. Unique. Release condition, flame field is opened. Fire attribute element is the mainstream element in space. Remarks, this skill, once performed, is unique and irreversible. Passive skill 1, Flame Supreme. With the will of a deity of fire, I reign over all the flame elements in the world. Wherever fire is, I am the king. Passive skill 2, Old Earth Boundary. The god of fire owns his own old earth space, where no outsiders can intervene, and can accommodate all fire attribute beings that submit to the god of fire. Passive skill 3, Deity Contract. Once the fire god is summoned by the host and descends into the present century, it will complete the soul binding with the host on its own, and if the host dies permanently, the magical contract will automatically expire. Passive skill 3, Deity Contract. Passive skill 4, Fire Spirit Devouring. The god of fire can burn fallen battlefield creatures and devour their life essence to strengthen itself, gaining permanent growth in attributes and level. Remarks, during the growth stage, the god of fire has the probability of awakening the exclusive skills of the Old Earth era, and has a very small probability of recomprehending the rules of the Old Earth Order. Passive skill 5, Bathe in Fire in Spring. Vulcan devours all elemental power of fire, proportionally restoring its consumed life and energy. Active skill, Vulcan Agent. Fuses with the host's own body, realizing the ultimate metamorphosis of the life form. The host will share a portion of the Vulcan's power based on its own strength. The host will share part of the Vulcan's power based on its own strength, resulting in a perfect fusion of life forms. Muchen was completely stunned and frozen in shock. After seeing the complete attribute interpretation of the skill, the entire person was completely dumbfounded. Silently, he sucked in a breath of cool air. Interesting. Is this really summoning a god from the Old Earth era to my side? Should it be so heaven-defying? No wonder it requires an extreme source fire scroll to be quenched before it can be learned. Perhaps this skill book of mine is fundamentally different from the skill books that other people popped out from fighting world bosses. This is truly unique and exclusive. The skill books exploded by other people could only inherit a portion of the Vengeful Flame Soul's abilities. Whereas, my skill after this origin flame hardening has awakened me to the qualifications to become a fire god host. It looks like I'd become the new spokesperson chosen by the fire god of the Old Earth era. Only after thinking about this did Muchen finally realize just how high the gold content of this skill book was. There was even a little bit of hindsight. Fortunately, he didn't sell it at that time because of his special learning conditions, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to find a tune if he cried, right? This should be the mission given to me by the heavens to bring back to the world the glory of the fire deity of the Old Earth era. Muchen suddenly embraced this incomparably heavy sense of mission. Similarly, he was also clear that the acquisition of this vein of skills could be considered precious. Looking at the entire world, I'm afraid that an awakened person who could be recognized by the deities of the old earth and become a host body would really be considered a rarity. This was actually somewhat similar to a human pillar power-like setting. Only in the current world, Makoto occupied an absolutely dominant position. This identity alone can never be exchanged for money or any other kind of substance. This is a mission, but also an unparalleled honor. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have 10 million gold coins in your account. Ha! Where did you get 10 million? Just as Muchen was feeling puzzled, second uncle made a direct video call. When Muchen immediately connected, he saw that on the other side of the cell phone, second uncle was smiling broadly and was constantly jerking his dog's head in his arms. Baby nephew, did you receive the money? That's the exclusive benefit that second uncle secured for you from the governor's office side. Just now they sent a 7th stage sec master to the house to console you, so I ruthlessly cried a wave of poverty on your behalf, and I guess that group of people were moved and said that they would ruthlessly compensate you. Only then did Muchen understand everything and nodded meaningfully at his second uncle. Worthy of being my good second uncle. You've helped me a lot this time. Don't worry about it, I'll go back and build you a big villa for you to retire in, and in the future, our family will never take on ironwork again. Muchen also learned the face of a capitalist and started to draw a cake. Second uncle, however, hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely twice, responding, "No need, the big villa already has the governor's office people to build for our family. As for the iron, your second uncle me, now is already the highest authority of the South River's top foundry masters. In the future we do not lose work, just take the very best to build the task. Oh yes, by the way, let me tell you, Small Yellow has also become the governor's office of the glory of the dog, also ate a copy of the imperial food. You no longer need to worry about the family. You don't need to have any worries, just soar and take off to your heart's content. Second uncle, I look forward to you becoming the most powerful awakened in the East Dragon Empire and even the entire world. Do not say, you down-to-earth exams, come back to uncle to give you a good meal." After saying that, the opposite party directly hung up the phone, only leaving behind Muchen alone with a dumbfounded look on his cell phone. What's the situation? I'm just coming out to take an exam, and our family's in the black? I didn't see that second uncle even had this kind of ability. I guess he's fooled that group of people from the governor's office. Shepherd Dust laughed bitterly. He thought that if he got the first prize, the governor's office would show something, but he really didn't expect that he would actually be so generous. 10 million gold coins. To say give it, it's too generous, isn't it? However, for this favor, of course, Muchen was not going to refuse it, and the most important thing right now was to improve his strength. Then he finally stopped hesitating and decisively consumed the last part of his remaining skill points. Saying nothing else, he had to complete the Old Earth Order sublimation by completing this 8th Order divine skill, Fire God's Descent. Ding! Consuming 5 million gold coins, 500,000 skill points. Glory to the God of Fire, sublimation of the Old Earth Order. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have realized the new skill Glory, the Descent of the Fire God. With the movement of a finger, millions of gold coins and more than 2 million skill points were consumed. Even the richest person can't withstand this spending method. It seems that after this, he'll have to find an opportunity to use his status as a member of the Black Armor Union to make a fortune. After completing all of this, Muchen stood up long and finally took a deep breath after confirming that the ceiling spell formation in this room was solid enough. Since this room had an isolation effect, it might as well use a low-rank technique first and summon a few fire spirits to try it out. Subsequently, Muchen instantly chanted the fire spirit summoning first rank skill, which was also the foundation of this set of fire attribute skill tree. In the blink of an eye, 10 fire spirit creatures of various sizes and shapes appeared around him. As Shepherd swept around, overall they were roughly categorized into 3 types: rock fire spirits, blazing fire spirits, and conquering fire spirits. Muchen opened the name of light insight skill and locked onto the panels of each of these major categories of fire spirit creatures. Rock fire spirit. Blood, 30003000. Energy, 100,100. 5-dimensional attribute. Strength, 200. Body, 200. Endurance, 100. Sensitivity, 50. Mental power, 30. Skill, Roar. Blazing Fire Spirit. Blood, 15001500. Energy, 500,500. 5-dimensional attributes. Strength, 50. Body, 80. Endurance, 80. Sensitivity, 150. Mental power, 200. Skill, Explosive Fireball. Conquering Fire Spirit. Blood, 6,000. Energy, 6,000. 5-dimensional data. Strength, 500. Physical, 600. Endurance, 200. Sensitivity, 150. Spiritual power, 500. Skills, Desolate Fire Sanctuary, Fire Spirit Boundary, Flaming Turbid Heart. I see, these categories should correspond to the 3 types of fire spirits, melee, long range, and the so-called elite monsters. Randomly summoning them out for my use according to the ratio, it's really a top-level summoning class skill, it's really good. However, soon after, Muchen realized that in this room, because there weren't enough fire elemental conditions, these fire spirits quickly melted after they appeared. Their originally clear faces instantly became cloudy, and eventually shriveled up into a ball of fire until they completely disappeared into obscurity. In other words, unless there was sufficient supply of fire, these summoned fire spirits would dissipate on their own, because the flame itself represented an extreme burst of energy and consumption. The scorching heat of the flames was the embodiment of their life force dying out. And I'm afraid that all of this would have become different if it had the fire god's blessing. Afterwards, Muchen focused on the Dragon Descent skill, which was also a powerful summoning skill. His hands were really itching and he couldn't wait to feel the charm of this powerful skill. He really wanted to see the proud appearance of an ancient dragon bloodline. But it definitely won't work here. Anyway, there's still time, so let's first go to the East Seas leveling area and find a hidden place to try out the effects. After this thought arose in Muchen, he quickly left the room without any further hesitation. When he passed by the next door, he completely ignored Lingyao inside, whose soul was still in a state of wandering. Hey! Is there anyone Hades Emperor greatly, come and save me.
Soon, with the help of the angelic totem and the talent of light with dust, Muchen arrived outside the public area's teleportation channel without anyone noticing and stepped into the novice planes leveling area near the East Sea. Afterwards, he quickly awakened the angel of light totem and chanted soaring in the name of light.
The angelic wings reappeared.
Turning into a golden stream of light, the speed was drawn up, instantly carrying Muchen to disappear over the map.
It's kind of interesting. Just now, it seems like a golden light flew past my head. Did you guys see what it was?
No, I didn't. In broad daylight, of course, there is light everywhere, your eyes are blurred. Many of the novice awakened rookies whose levels were still below level 10 each looked at each other in disbelief. In order to maximize concealment, Dust didn't unleash this powerful skill on the novice map, but instead flew all the way for nearly 20 minutes, entering a 6th ranked map on the west side of the East Sea. The level of the red-named monsters here were all above level 60, and because it was the college entrance exam stage, many awakened had stopped practicing, intending to take advantage of the time to do some business to survive. Because this time of the year is basically the hottest time for the auction house's business. High-ranking awakened who had saved good materials for a year would make a bid during this period, and the pace of leveling would slow down. Because of this, there weren't too many awakened ones in this 6th stage map. Muchen found an extremely hidden valley. With the angelic light's shelter, he wasn't worried about anyone recognizing his identity. Finally, after determining that this place was fully concealed, without any further hesitation, he opened his chant. Fire exclusive skill tree, 2nd stage evolutionary technique fiery flame domain. Fiery flame field, with powerful spiritual power, guide the element of fire to descend. Make the extreme range of spiritual power be covered by the power of the element of fire. Where the fire is, it is the home ground. Profession, exclusive to the host. Duration, 1200s. Release condition, 10 spirit power, 200 energy. Cooldown, 600s. Scope of effect, maximum mental power range. In an instant, a strong and incomparably blazing fire rapidly burned from around Muchen's body. Boundless flames ignited this battlefield. Using this as his foundation, Muchen chanted the fire-exclusive 5th grade evolutionary technique, Summon Dragonborn. Rumble. With a loud roar, the sky-destroying fire dragon descended out of nowhere, hovering around the top of Muchen's head. The body of this flame giant dragon was tens of meters long. It looked like a huge beast, and the scales and armor on its body were all crimson. However, what Muchen didn't know was that this was only the infant form of the giant dragon. As soon as the form surrounded by flames appeared, the hundreds of level 60 red-named monsters in the surroundings were instantly crushed into nothingness by this strong to the extreme aura. I don't know, this experience is just like drinking water. Although now I have reached the level bottleneck of the second turn, more experience is useless to me, but this momentum really bureaugas. Shepherd Dust looked at the high-level monsters that were directly vaporized and expressed a trace of sympathy. So this is the Dragon Clan of the Old Earth era? It's as terrifying as this. I don't know if Long Wushur would drop his jaw when he saw this behemoth. Then Muchen had a bright idea and flew onto the back of the giant dragon of fire with the help of the angel's wings. The moment he stepped onto its spine, Muchen instantly had the overwhelming experience of being the king of the world. It was this feeling. It was as if he had returned to the old Earth mythic era, as if he had become a powerful lord controlling the fate of millions of people's lives and deaths, and was fighting against those terrifying and powerful ancient evil spirits. Shepherd Dust even felt an incomparably strong old Earth aura that didn't belong to this era on the body of this flame dragon. It seemed to be tainted with the bloodline of the old Earth spirits behind it, giving people a chilling feeling. Muchen had reason to believe that if he wasn't the lord of its summoning, I'm afraid that this giant dragon of fire would have swallowed himself alive in a single bite. Big guy, you're so strong, can you talk? Dust inquired tentatively. In the next moment, the giant dragon of fire slowly opened its mouth, communicating with him in a special language that Mu Chuan could understand but did not belong to this era. Great Awakened One, Giant Dragon of Fire Red Flame. I am willing to serve you. Chapter 58, Reincarnation of a Deity, Return of the Amazing Heim. Red Flame, that was the name of the giant dragon. Muchen liked this feeling too much. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Compared to those summoned spirits of this era, the sense of shock and majesty possessed by the giant dragon of fire was simply not comparable to those products of the current era. Did you really come from the old Earth era? The dragon of fire lapsed into silence, then slowly spoke. Great Awakened One, perhaps this question can only be answered by my master, the spirit of fire. Instead of pursuing the question, Muchen gently raised the corner of his mouth. The insight skill in the name of light was once again cast, and saw the powerful panel data belonging to this giant dragon of fire. Old Earth Dragon Descent, Red Flame. Level, 100. Rarity, Old Earth Class. Blood, 800,000 800,000. Energy, 300,000 300,000. 5-dimensional attributes. Strength, 8,000. Physical strength, 15,000. Endurance, 10,000. Agility, 500. Mental power, 8,000.
Skills: the Flaming Roar, Fire Dragon Strike. Fiery Flame Aurora, Divine Fire Ventral Wall, Original Fire Evolution. Deity Baptism. Judging from the strength of the attributes embodied in the panel, the strength of this summoned red flame dragon alone was already capable of rivaling the strongest bosses of a rank 6 map. Even some low-level world bosses were able to battle with it. And that was without the increase of the core skill Fire God's Descent. If this series of skills of Makoto's were combined with the strength of the flame domain, the battlefield destructive power of this behemoth would be even greater. Terrifying as hell. This was the first time that Mu Dust had felt so close to the sense of security that the creatures of the old Earth era brought to him. That feeling was like a person living in modern times being transported back tens of millions of years to the dinosaur era. What he saw and heard would be awe that originated from his bones. This meant that even if the fire dragon met a modern-day being of a higher level than itself, it would also bring about a strong and incomparable soul deterrent effect. That's right at this moment, below the deep valley in the wilderness where Muchen was located, a rotating vortex with colorful rays of light suddenly appeared for no reason at all. A few thousand meters around the periphery of the vortex was covered in ice-blue frost power. Herd Dust immediately saw a bright light in front of his eyes. Could this be the secret realm teleportation channel? I actually inadvertently ran into a secret realm recovery? Feeling the terrifying aura of the behemoth of a giant dragon of fire underneath him, Mu Dust was instantly struck by a bright idea. Since I've come, I'll be at peace. Let's go, Red Flame, follow me over to take a look. This person and dragon quickly approached the domain vortex passage. Once again, Muchen cast insight in the name of light. Ding! Unknown secret realm space is being revived. Secret realm attribute, ice system. Secret realm difficulty, forbidden ruin level. There's actually such luck? God help me. I'll take the welfare that's been sent to my mouth for nothing. Ding! Warning! The danger level of this secret world is extremely high. We have detected that the host has not formed a team. Do we confirm entry? Ding! We're opening the teleportation for you. Unbeknownst to him at the same time, inside the East Sea Governor's mansion, the relevant member in charge of the monitoring work immediately perked up. Reporting, sir. In the 6th Order field map, Ancient Vine Corridor, a forbidden ruin-level secret realm has been discovered. The chief officer quickly stepped forward and after confirming it again and again, he exclaimed, "Great! Immediately report this to the governor and ask for permission to form a team of high-level awakened to enter and explore. Last time, Nanjiang got lucky and recovered a high-level secret realm. Now we can show off the East Sea as well." In the blink of an eye, Shepherd Dust and the red flame giant dragon descended into this ruins of ice secret realm. It looked like a battlefield that was a relic from the old Earth period. There were crumbling and broken walls everywhere, covered by countless years of snow and ice. Within the secret realm space, the temperature was low to the extreme. Shepherd Dust stepped on the spine of the red flame and slowly flew along a height of nearly 100 meters above the ground. It seemed to be the only cluster of scorching light in the world of ice and snow. Hoo-hoo! Cold, harsh winds struck his face. Immediately, Muchen put on his unranked Divine Armor Soul Ruin Fire Spirit helmet, instantly piling up his panel blood to a value of nearly 15,000. Roar! Suddenly, Red Flame violently spewed out a furious flame at the ice surface below. Rumble! The incomparably strong firelight flame exploded with a loud bang, ripping a crack in the surface of the ice layer alive. Great Awakened One, be careful. The one sleeping under the ice is the master of this secret realm. We can't handle it with just you and me. Please summon my master. When the god of fire descends upon the earth, even 10,000 years of ice will be melted. When Muchen was reminded by the red flame, he also finally stopped suppressing the strong expectation in his heart. He took out the cane weapon that second uncle had built for himself, and with an incomparably solemn and holy stance, he opened his chant. Fire exclusive, 8th Order sublimation technique, Glorious Vulcan Descent. A chant that was close to half a minute long rang out. Above the dim void of the secret realm, a bright and incomparable crimson flame totem slowly condensed. It was a huge old earth totem that was hundreds of meters wide, enveloping above Muchen's head and obscuring the perspective of half of the sky. Accompanied by the hysterical roar of the red flames, boundless waves of fire swept through the surroundings, causing the originally cold space to become hot. In the most pious gesture, the descent of the gods was greeted. Boom! The sky cracked open an unbridgeable wound at this moment. The light of order that had been dormant for countless years in the old Earth era enveloped this brand new era. As Muchen tilted his head and looked straight up at the sky, he saw a young girl whose body was surrounded by an endless shroud of flames stepping down into the air. With every step, all the forces within space began to collapse. All of the ice seals within the originally bitterly cold as if it was an ice cave began to melt. The icebergs that had stood around for an unknown amount of time began to dissolve. The life that bloomed in the icy world began to wither. The deity of fire descended. The young girl arrived in front of Muchen, gazing at her summoner with her two incomparably radiant eyes burning with crimson light flames.
In the next moment, a golden red fire pattern mark was simultaneously lit up on the brows of both Muchen and the young girl. This was the deity contract.
Muchen's mind was shaken.
He realized that he couldn't do anything but solemnly accept the maiden's gift. The god of fire, with the unextinguishable fire seed, descends into the awakening era. To serve the summoner as lord, until death do us part. After the young girl finished speaking, the seal of fire between the eyebrows of both parties erupted with a brilliant light that shone in the void. Shepherd Dust suddenly realized that every inch of his fleshly body's sinews and bones, and every strain of flesh and blood, all opened up to metamorphosis under the crimson light shrouded by the imprince's emanation.
I felt it. This is the sublimation that stems from the essence of life,
allowing me to become a perfect vessel to carry the power under the different rules of order of both the current century era and the old Earth era. Only then could I merge perfectly with the Vulcan's reincarnated essence and borrow the power that belonged to her.
The current me is frighteningly powerful. Muchen was refreshed to the extreme. He even had an urge to let out a roar.
A moment later, the marks on both parties' brows dissolved in the depths of their minds, signifying that the deity contract was officially concluded.
Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Vulcan agent identity is permanently activated.
The two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes. This fire god's transmogrified essence looked like a lowly's appearance, with a height of around 150. Her life form was like an incomparably solid and infinitely close to solid perfect fire spirit. Her eyes were ablaze with radiant flames, and her body was covered by a light coat condensed from the energy of fire. How to look at it was like a perfect being that came out of the second dimension. However, it was mixed with an indescribable sense of majesty that made all beings submit to it. Only Dust did not have any perception in this regard, because he had already fused the contract and became the fire god's sole master. It meant that in this world, only Muchen himself was able to command the girl in front of him. Since you have taken me as your lord, then from today onwards, you will follow me. Externally, you will no longer call yourself the fire god. This title, in your so-called awakening era, is considered taboo.
Amazing G, that is your name.
A rare trace of tenderness flashed in the young girl's hot, ethereal, and indifferent gaze, and she said in a condensed voice,
"Yes, master." Shepherd Dust opened Insight in the name of light to check Amazing G's panel data. Deity of Fire Reincarnation, Amazing G. Current level, 60. Current status, unarmed.
Blood, 500, 005, 0000.
Energy, 200, 002, 0000. 5-dimensional data. Strength, 1000. Body, 2000. Endurance, 800. Sensitivity, 1200. Spiritual power, 2500. Skill, passive technique, Flame Supreme. Old Earth Boundary. Fire Spirit Devouring. Fire Springborn. Elemental Evolution. Active technique, God Master Fusion. Too strong. Muchen's eyes sizzled as he looked at the panel data, and his heart was already turned upside down in general shock. The data was still secondary. What was truly heaven-defying was besides this Amazing G's powerful permanent growth, there was also the passive talent of elemental evolution. In the presence of Amazing G, the energy intensity of all fire elements was to possess an essential strengthening effect over normal fire attribute power. All flame-related energies and means would be fully increased. No wonder it was called the Supreme of Fire. All the flames in the world were essentially born under the order of Amazing G. Such were the feats possessed by her essence in the old Earth era once upon a time. Even in this present awakening era, even though the once immensely powerful rules of order cannot be used, she is still able to manipulate the power of all flames. With Amazing G by my side, I, an agent of the gods, will also be the supreme master of all the flame powers in the world. A mischievous thought suddenly occurred to Makoto. If Ling Yao and those other mages who manipulated flames were to move against themselves, wouldn't they be directly disarmed in place? It was a bit terrifying. The weight and influence that the title of deity agent possessed was far more valuable than what Muchen had imagined at the moment. Rumble. The ice layer on the ground suddenly collapsed. The secret realm sovereign sleeping in the depths slowly appeared. It was actually a huge old Earth ice lion beast. Why is the fire god of the old Earth era visiting my dojo? With a cold face, like a god looking down on ants, Muchen coldly said, "The era created by the Awakened One is no longer an era where you can run amok. Today, I will annihilate this place in the name of the fire god." East Sea Governor's Mansion. A large group of high-level Awakened escorted the governor and the other high levels, quickly rushing to the information-gathering area and arriving in front of the large screen. The staff rose in excitement. Reporting to the governor, sirs. The coordinates of the center of the Forbidden Ruin level secret realm have been locked. The governor forced down his excitement and followed up with a question. Can you confirm that it's a Forbidden Ruin level secret realm? It can be confirmed. All the high-ranking bigwigs smiled with joy, and their moods were refreshed. Great.
Last time, in order to obtain the opportunity to participate in the South River Secret Realm, these old men of ours had put on their faces to force a number of places to be filled under the pretext of student exchanges, and we were really criticized for a while. This time, we have finally raised our eyebrows. I, too, have my own high-level secret realm in the Eastern Sea. The senior officers around him lamented in this manner, which really spoke to the governor's heart. Quickly, connect me to the Nanjiang governor's office video call. With such good news, we definitely need to be the first to share it with our old neighbor. The bigwigs exchanged glances with each other, all showing a knowing smile. Apparently, it was their turn to take their turn at pretending to South River. A few moments later, the two bigwigs reached a connection in front of the screen after learning that a forbidden ruin-level secret realm had come out of the East Sea. The faces of the bigwigs on Nanjiang's side suddenly became a few degrees more depressed. Ahem, sure it's a forbidden ruin level? The governor of Nanjiang had a questioning expression on his face. Nonsense. I say oldly, what do you mean by that? My hallowed governor of the Eastern Sea, could I still swindle you? Ice attribute forbidden ruin mystic realm, don't believe me. After saying that, the governor of the Eastern Sea directly asked the staff to switch the coordinates close up. That icy blue teleportation entrance screen was shared to the South River governor's side. However, right at this moment, a loud boom erupted in the picture without any warning. The original icy blue secret realm teleportation entrance was instantly engulfed by a large area of crimson fire. Immediately afterward, a hideous crack emerged from that entrance just as clearly. Like the cracked lines of the ice before it exploded, it spread rapidly in a spiderweb-like manner. Oops. Lord Governor, something seems to have gone wrong with this secret realm. The East Sea governor's smile instantly froze, and he pursued in consternation, what do you mean? The staff cringed and locked onto the center of the screen. This secret realm seems to be extremely unstable, the ice attribute space is rapidly smiling. Detected, an extremely terrifying flame power is devouring this. How is it possible? On the East Sea side, the bigwigs were dumbfounded on the spot. What the hell? No problem, sooner or later, this nifty video has hit the past and you're telling me that the secret realm is going to blow up? Rumble. All the cracks were completely vaporized in an instant. Destructive power fluctuations across the screen were washing over the gazing field of vision. The teleportation entrance of the secret realm had really blown up. At the next moment, in the deepest part of the endless flaming darkness, at the shattered teleportation entrance, a bright golden silhouette rose up in the air. Behind him was the angelic totem that had frightened the hearts of the South River executives. That was a divine miracle descending. Hongyu and the other Nanjiang executives instantly stood up from their seats. Together with the East Sea side, they intercepted the angelic totem as it flew into the sky for a split second. It was still as blurry as the figure from the scorched earth soul ruins. But it could be distinguished that both were the same person. Chapter 59, Slaughtering the Mystic Realm in Seconds. A miracle, it has appeared again. It really appeared. That mysterious powerhouse that was hiding in the South River had actually appeared in the high-level field battlefield in the East Sea. It was him that blew up this forbidden ruin-level mystic realm. For a while, these high-ranking members of the Nanjiang governor's office had a crying and laughing expression on their faces. They had both watched the jokes from the East Sea side and temporarily gotten rid of the threat that the miracle Big Brother had secretly hidden. However, in response to the appearance of the miraculous descent, they had an additional hint of doubt and awe. Hongyu spoke gruffly, being able to leave Nanjiang silently under our surveillance. It was also able to sneak into the forbidden ruin-level secret realm all by itself and completely destroy it. What kind of terrifying strength should this be to be able to do so? From the moment this forbidden ruin was discovered to the moment it was shattered, it took no more than 5 minutes at most. This person is too terrifying. On the East Sea side, the bigwigs were already red-faced by this embarrassing scene. The governor even roared, outrageous. Find me this guy with the angel totem. I'd like to see what kind of god he is that dares to wreak havoc in our East Sea's territory. At the same time, Muchen rushed back to the examination center as fast as he could, and resumed his calm and relaxed appearance. With a wave of his palm, he displayed 3 ice-cold, regal maple leaves, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Unbeknownst to him, just now, after summoning the Amazing G, together with the red flame giant dragon and the Amazing G's own body, he actually directly melted that ice lion boss in a single round. After a small test of the bull's knife, Mu Dust had really felt the terrifying power of this fire-exclusive skill. The current him was terrifyingly strong. He couldn't wait to see what kind of strength the so-called heavenly pride that stood at the top of the Eastern Dragon Empire actually had. It was time to head to the imperial capital. There were only the last 2 minutes left until the appointed time. Zhang Hongfei and the other people in charge, as well as Mo Yan and Tang Hao, the dozen or so elite prides from the East Sea Examination Center side had all arrived. Only Ling Yao was missing, that girl hadn't shown up yet. Strange, why hasn't Ling Yao come over yet? She wouldn't have left the examination center, would she? Zhang Hongfei frowned and muttered. Oops. Muchen's eyes stuttered, suddenly thinking about the paper man. He hurriedly disappeared in front of everyone in a puff of smoke.
A few moments later, with a misty-eyed Ling Yao, he staggered back. Sorry, ha. Mr. Ozhang, everyone is here, can we set off?
Zhang Hongfei and the others looked at Muchen, then at the confused Ling Yao, and their expressions became odd.
We don't dare to say, we don't dare to ask.
Departure. The top flight guardian spirit's six-winged heavenly horse rose up into the air. Carrying all the elite students from the East Sea Examination Center, it headed straight for the imperial capital. The flying speed of this thing was considered the most efficient flying prop that a subclass of Zhongshi could access. Because the imperial capital was the heart of the Eastern Dragon Empire, it possessed a forbidden ancient formation sealing the shelter. The teleportation scrolls could only be used inside, and outsiders were unable to reach the city directly through teleportation means. After flying for about 2 hours along the way, they were finally able to see the border of the imperial capital city-state.
The fellow academics all looked extraordinarily excited.
In the corner, Muchen took out a frost maple leaf and handed it to Ling Yao, urging,
"This is something you take.
In case the fifth round of the examination harbors hidden dangers, in a moment of crisis, throw it out and pull it with your spiritual power, it will protect you." Spirit Yao was flattered, and the foggy light flickered in her big eyes, carefully reaching out to take it.
Hades Emperor greatly, you wouldn't have specially prepared this thing for me, right?
Shepherd Dust decisively raised his hand with a do not enter expression and interrupted.
Don't ever brainstorm too many plots. I'm just fulfilling a promise. In case you get into trouble in the imperial capital, I won't be able to explain it to your grandfather.
Ling Yao bulged her small mouth, forcibly suppressing her laughter, and muttered in a small voice. Che. Obviously you care about others, but you still find so many excuses. However, Emperor Hades is greatly relieved. Although the imperial capital is very deep, it's not too risky. After all, we also have followers. The scholars who are able to come for the fifth round of examinations are all the future elites of the empire. Naturally, they will be sheltered by the rules and won't be in trouble.
Shepherd Dust skimmed his mouth and didn't say much.
Unbeknownst to him, this fifth round was what could be called the true test.
Imperial capital. The only supreme city in the Eastern Dragon Empire.
The word supreme represented the highest level of human race territories throughout the Awakening era. Of all the human national powers on the entire planet, there were only 3 cities that enjoyed this class rating. And amongst the entire city, the most notable one was the Dragon Emperor Tower. It stood proudly in the center of the entire city, 10,000 meters above the ground and straight into the sky. This tower was the highest headquarters of the entire Imperial Awakened Alliance. In appearance, it is a huge black dragon that rises up in the air and hovers for thousands of meters. Legend had it that the core building material of this tower was created from the true dragon bones of the Dark Dragon Emperor of the Old Earth era. It had been passed down through countless epochs and had become the totem symbol of the Eastern Dragon lineage, a great clan on the human side.
What an imposing human city!
Worthy of being the heart of an empire, the word supreme is well deserved. With his hands behind his back, Muchen looked out at the entirety of the Dragon Emperor Tower, feeling the shock of this magnificent grandeur that was gradually approaching, and in his heart, he was also filled with longing for this world's higher level of inheritance. In the future, when he grew up to 100 levels of sect masters, or even higher levels, he would definitely have to climb to the apex of the Dragon Emperor Tower, and look down on the vast land of the entire Eastern Dragon 9 prefecture.
What kind of magnificent scene would that be?
While silently setting this flag, Muchen and his group landed in the center square outside the first floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower. There were already more than 100 proud students of the same class who had been escorted from various other cities, assembled over here. It was feared that the area of the large square exceeded 1,000,000 square meters. What truly shocked Muchen and the others were the legions of awakened ones guarding the surrounding area.
This was the East Dragon Empire's elite army, which was known throughout the entire planet.
In the East Dragon Empire, the supreme composition of strength lay in the 3 major organizations of the Awakened Alliance, the East Dragon Imperial Army, and the Guild Alliance. Among them, the Imperial Army was the core organization responsible for guarding the safety of ordinary people, with a total of over tens of millions of people, and was the true foundation of force belonging to the East Dragon Empire. The Awakened Alliance, on the other hand, was a pioneering organization formed by top-tier awakened individuals. The significance of their existence was not to contribute to the common people, but to explore the secrets of the higher levels, to acquire greater power, and to determine the Empire's voice in the entire human realm. The more powerful people there were, the more resources could be plundered for the country, and the faster the national power would naturally grow. Essentially, this organization determined the upper limit of the country's development. As for the guild, its core value lies in maintaining the normal operation of the entire social system, including the distribution of materials, the maintenance of the order of ordinary people's existence, and so on. In addition to these 3 major force institutions, there was also the inspectorate, the center of power, which governed the governor's offices of various places and maintained the daily operation of the various systems of the entire country.
Just after landing on this side, the trainees would automatically be scanned by the array of light in the plaza, and the information of the first 4 rounds of examination would be at a glance. Afterward, the relevant staff members were heard singing the names of each finalist. Awakened Eastern Alliance Examination Delegation. Nanjing City, Nanjing First Middle School, Muchen. Profession, Auxiliary Warfare Department Priest. Total points for the 4 rounds of examination, 8,000. Current ranking, first place. A loud and clear singing sound echoed over the entire square. In an instant, everyone's eyes swept over towards the Eastern Alliance team. 1 million people were watching. When Mu Dust stepped forward, presented his identity credentials, and accepted the entry of assessment information, the surrounding top-notch prideful children were eager to devour Mu Dust with their gazes as if they were eating him alive, observing him from head to toe over and over again. Eastern Alliance, there was even a candidate with a perfect score? From Nanjing? There's actually a great god with 4 perfect scores in a tertiary city? It's too fake. The Auxiliary Warfare Department was unbelievable. A milkman could actually get 8,000 points. Wait a minute. 8,000 points? 4 rounds of perfect scores on Old Earth level difficulty, priest? Murmurs rose and fell. The more the crowd spoke, the more shocked they became. If Muchen was also of the combat department, then getting a perfect score would not be anything more than categorizing him into the top tier of Heaven's Pride. After all, he wasn't the only one present who had gotten a perfect score. But to say that there was a big brother with a perfect score in the Auxiliary Combat Department, then this rarity had undoubtedly risen by a level. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Yao, who was following closely behind Muchen, was also inexplicably red-faced at this moment, with a smug little expression. This Nima who didn't know, thought that she was a full big brother. There is also Zhang Hongfei, that fat guy, full of counting him on a team, with the relationship with Mu Dust 8 Poles cannot fight, actually also followed the red face. Unbeknownst to him, the influence brought by Mu Dust, even he himself did not expect. Even the entire Eastern Alliance seems to have been given a higher opinion. Wow! Hades Emperor greatly, look at those guys, it seems like they're all sneaking glances at you. Ling Yao hurriedly followed to Mu Chen's side like a follower, muttering in a low voice. Mu Dust remained calm and lightly laughed. Understandable. Not to mention how my grades are, just my face value, everywhere I go, I'll get a lot of attention. Not far behind him, Tang Hao and the others were all secretly skimming their mouths, their hearts slandering and spitting in various ways, all with envious and jealous expressions. Cough cough, student Mu Chuan, news has come from the headquarters side, this year's Awakened One's 4-department alliance, counting you there are a total of 3 full marks proud students. On top of that, there's also a guaranteed spot from the headquarters, which has also been defaulted to a full score student. Remind you, if you might encounter it later, beware. Zhang Hongfei raised a point, which caused Mu Chen to ask after him in doubt. Oh? The headquarters, is that the forces that the top powerhouses within this Dragon Emperor Tower belong to? Zhang Hongfei nodded seriously. That's right, you should have heard of something like the Empire's 10 great families, and their leaders all have a place within this Dragon Emperor Tower. By the way, don't you know Long Wushu, his clan family, the Dragon clan lineage, is one of the leaders? Mu Chen nodded his head with a few moments of gravity. I see. In that case, the probability of headquarters guaranteeing this place is that among the several full score contenders, the strongest one is the one with the greatest strength. Ling Yao playfully opened her mouth and added. It's hard to say if it's the strongest, but it's definitely the most mysterious one with the most means. Because the Dragon Emperor Tower itself is one of the biggest secrets of the Eastern Dragon Empire. SHHHH. My missy, don't talk nonsense, at the foot of the imperial capital, be careful what you say. Zhang Hongfei was scared out of his wits and hurriedly reminded, and Ling Yao could only spit out her tongue and said no more. Shepherd Dust looked up at the Dragon Emperor Pagoda, which was shrouded in black in a cloud of mystery, and became more and more filled with a desire to explore. Right at this moment, a somewhat abrupt voice came from behind him. Are you Mu Dust? The crowd turned around and saw this young awakened person in front of them who was wearing a black legend-grade battle armor. His sword brows were in his temples, and he was overbearing. The pupils were mixed with a slight scarlet color. Black Armor Vice President, Iron Wolf, the youngest son of Iron Vajra. After casually sweeping through with the name of Light Insight, Mu Chen looked this person over and walked over with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Elder Tai's son, I've heard a lot about you. Iron Wolf didn't say anything, and just stared at Mu Dust, without the slightest intention to show goodwill. Zhang Hongfei was embarrassed to be caught in the middle and hurriedly went forward to fawn on him. Mr. Tai, you are also the top ranker of the Auxiliary Warfare Department, an unparalleled and prestigious family. We are all representative-level scholars of the same Eastern Alliance, it is better to keep watch. Iron Wolf snorted coldly and didn't even look at Zhang Hongfei, but took the initiative to step closer to Mu Chen. Ever since I was a kid, I've been the only one who's plundered others, and you're the first one who's dared to rob me of something. Before not in a test site, I can't take you, but the next 5th round, you don't want to get any cheaper. Shepherd Dust was not the least bit flustered, smiled with a bland expression, and quietly said in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Wolf hunter? What a strange name. Is it your hidden profession?
It sounds quite powerful, but the growth rate isn't high.
If you want to use it as a base card, I'm afraid it's still almost interesting.
After saying that, Shepherd Dust smiled and patted the Iron Wolf's shoulder, and with an indifferent expression, he brushed past him, only leaving Iron Wolf frozen in place, his forehead filled with panic sweat. How could it be? He actually, with a single glance, saw through my bottom card. How on earth did he do that?
After the end of the identity entry, deep in the large square, a greenish-blue robed middle-aged woman landed on the ground.
She was the Dragon Emperor Tower's side, the chief responsible for the 5th round of test examinations, Ning Shu. Level 113, Senior 7th Stage, Patriarchal Seer.
Muchen's sharp eyes instinctively locked onto this big brother.
It was quickly discovered that the badge on this woman's chest was different from these local patriarchs from Hongyu.
It was actually the Black Dragon badge.
It represented the exclusive symbol of an incumbent patriarch of the Dragon Emperor Tower. If a person of this level were to parachute into a third-tier city like Nanjiang, a single word could determine the fate of anyone's life or death.
Even the governor of Nanjiang would be nothing more than an ant in front of her. I'm not sure if I'm a good person. Surprisingly, someone is spying on my seat.
Before Ning Shu opened her mouth, her instincts immediately became aware of it, and her autumn water-like eyes swept across the crowd of students. Finally, her eyes rested on Muchen's body. She didn't find anything, she just felt that there was something different about this candidate. What surprised her even more was that Muchen actually dared to meet her gaze, nodding and smiling without being overbearing.
Interesting brat.
Chapter 60, Arrival at the Imperial Capital, the Might of the Dragon Emperor Tower. As this thought flashed through Ning Shu's mind, he averted his gaze and transmitted his voice with a majestic posture. All of you present are the top prides that my Eastern Dragon Empire has screened out this year. In order to provide you with better resources and help you rise quickly, the Awaken 1 headquarters has prepared rewards of different specifications for the top 10 of this year's final results of the college entrance exams, as well as the winning team of the 5th round of tests. After Grandmaster Ning Shu finished speaking, with a wave of his plain hand, a light mist materialized out of thin air above the heads of the crowd. The contents of the rewards for each level were directly projected on it.
Good means. This was the ability of the seer rare profession? It's actually a bit of a creation where words follow the law.
Shepherd Dust couldn't help but sigh in admiration, but he was puzzled by the several rewards in this light screen. Supreme reward, 2,000 Black Dragon coins. Legendary grade set of this profession defense, a set of legendary grade weapon of your choice 100,000 bound skill points.
Old Earth grade bloodline source crystal 1. Dragon Tower Sky City Exploration Scroll 1. What is the Black Dragon coin?
Bloodline source crystals and Sky City scrolls, what do they mean? Hearing Mu Dust asking questions, Ling Yao immediately rose up in a godly manner and said with a smug look on her face, I've heard Grandpa mention this, the Black Dragon coin is the most precious exchange resource independently issued by the Dragon Emperor Tower. Usually, only awakened individuals who have made great contributions to the Eastern Dragon Empire have the opportunity to obtain a very small amount. By the way, when one achieves a 7th stage sect master, 500 of them will be rewarded. At that time, my grandpa used this to exchange for an exclusive skill book.
Muchen's eyes lit up. Are you saying that Black Dragon coins can be exchanged for any desired rare resource? Ling Yao nodded heavily. You could say that.
After all, the Dragon Emperor Tower is the supreme faith of the Eastern Dragon lineage. If the resources that are not even available here, I'm afraid that they can't be obtained anywhere else. As for bloodline source crystals, they can quench the essence of life once, and with luck, they can directly awaken a variant bloodline, or inherit a certain innate talent. For example, one of my grandfather's students relied on this to awaken his top talent, the Heavy Pupil, and became one of the 9 chiefs of the Western Alliance of the Awakened. As for Sky City, nah, it's right above your head. Muchen raised his head along with Ling Yao's pointing and saw the Dragon Emperor pagoda higher up that was obscured in the depths of the black clouds. In fact, the visibility of this pagoda, displayed in front of the crowd, was only the area of the dragon's tail. The part hidden deep in the top of the clouds was said to be guarded by special spell formations and prohibitions, and without a high level of strength one simply couldn't pry into any secrets. I heard Grandpa mention once that the Sky City, which belongs exclusively to our Eastern Dragon Empire, is located at the position of the Dragon Ridge around 5,000 meters from the Dragon Emperor Tower. It is said to be a remnant of the Divine Fall battlefield from the Old Earth era. But whether it's real or a projection is unclear. Divine Meteor Battlefield. Shepherd Dust had an idea and directly communicated with his soul space. The amazing G sleeping in it slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Master, what are your orders? Pastor Dust directly communicated with her through soul transmission.
Divine Meteor Battlefield, do you know about it?
Amazing G obviously recalled some unforgivable past events and said with a quiet sigh. That was the grave of the Old Earth era. Countless powerful and incomparable gods that lived in the Old Earth era all ended up falling in that place. It's just that after the Battle of the Gods back then, the original continental form of the old Earth was fragmented, and many of them had already turned into broken pieces. What the master said, the god-fallen land that was rumored to be in the current awakening era, should be referring to these tattered fragments. Immediately, Mu Dust understood. The so-called Sky City trial was mostly about breaking into the shattered space of these old Earth ruins. If one was lucky and found some treasures and inheritances left behind by the gods of the old Earth era, that would be a step to heaven. Of course, the danger was also self-evident. That kind of place was by no means comparable to any of the so-called field maps and revived secret realms in the current world. After understanding all of this, Muchen began to collect his mind and make his final preparations. A moment later, the mist dissipated, and Grandmaster Ning Shu spoke once again. Alright, the 5th round of testing is about to begin.
Challenge content, Nightmare Cage Hunting Game.
As the name suggests, this place imprisoned the powerful evil beings that had been hunted from the suppression of the extraterrestrial battlefield by the various patriarchal powers of the Eastern Dragon Empire. The number of them is so large that they are counted in tens of thousands of levels. The lowest level of monsters is also above level 40, the highest. While this seat is not clear. Listen to the past alive out of the students said, they have seen more than 200 levels of taboo existence in the inside, but fortunately is the sleeping state, so lucky to escape. If you all go in, be careful to avoid it. Everyone who passes through the teleportation spell behind me will be randomly assigned to any coordinates of the Nightmare Cage battlefield to begin the killing journey. Hunting and killing monsters, triggering and completing random tasks will all earn you corresponding points, which will be added up with your points from the previous 4 rounds and counted towards the total score of this year's gauntlet. The higher the difficulty of the task and the stronger the strength of the hunted target, the higher the points reward. Each student's starting area is different, and the types of missions triggered will be quite different, depending on the contents of your respective identity card prompts after entering the battlefield. Finally, all participants in this round of testing will sign a life and death contract by default, and once they fall in the middle of the battlefield, the Imperial side will not take any responsibility. Those who wish to withdraw can give up at any time. As Muchen pondered the rules of the test, a thought came to him. A hunting ground with such a large number was simply a heavenly place to grow and practice. Amazing. Gee, you girl probably won't take long to break through to level 100. This time, we will definitely kill something hard in this cage battlefield.
Sir, I have one more question.
A sudden voice broke the silence.
Iron Wolf suddenly raised his hand. What you just said are the rules related to hunting monsters, so between us candidates, are we allowed to attack each other? Is there any reward or punishment set for this? After asking this question, Iron Wolf directly glanced over towards Muchen's side.
Mu Dust was not the least bit flustered, but instead, Ling Yao beside him puffed out.
This guy Iron Wolf, what a dog's skin, just knows to stick to you, great emperor of the underworld, annoying the hell out of people.
Shepherd's Dust faced Iron Wolf's provocation and didn't feel anything at all, but the moment he heard the words dog skin plaster, he almost broke his defenses. Especially when this word was used by this girl, Ling Yao, it added a few more comical senses. Grandmaster Ning Shu solemnly opened his mouth. Between candidates, they could strike each other. If you seize the other person's identity information card and crush it, you can inherit 10 points from the target. Those who lose their information card's positioning will be immediately teleported out of the battlefield space, living to see others and dying to collect their corpses. But standing in our position, we do not wish to see this scene happen. You are all the pride of the heavens, the future backbone of my East Dragon Empire. If you die at the hands of your fellow scholars, it would not be worth the loss.
So it's best not to take the initiative to attack your peers until it's absolutely necessary.
Ning Shu originally didn't mention this because he didn't want this test to turn into a place to vent their hatred and personal desires on each other.
However, when Iron Wolf asked this question, it was considered to have opened Pandora's box.
Shepherd Dust soon realized that besides Iron Wolf, there were no less than 10 gazes that were hostile to him that were secretly locked over.
Each of these gazes belonged to a high-ranking competitor. However, in this way, Muchen also marked the name Iron Wolf on his blacklist. Originally, for the sake of your father, I didn't want to do anything to you.
However, if a person commits a crime against me, I will definitely commit a crime.
If it really happens to you, you'll have to fend for yourself. Shepherd Dust swept a glance at Iron Wolf and chanted in his heart.
Suddenly, his arm tightened again. Although Ling Yao's girl was also at the talent monster level, for some reason, she always felt that this trial had hidden dangers. And because it was a random teleportation, there was no way for her to directly make a pendant of Muchen, which made Ling Yao's heart very unsettled. What to do? Underworld Emperor Greatly, I was planning to follow you. Without your shelter, I'm worried that I'll be in trouble.
Shepherd Dust froze and bristled. Didn't I give you the frost maple leaf? It can save your life at a critical moment.
Ling Yao beamed with a sad little expression.
What's the use of that one leaf? If you really want to kill me, or if you're surrounded by multiple people, wouldn't it be the same result? Muchen's head was spinning.
Even though he wanted to dissuade this girl, he knew that it was simply unrealistic.
If Ling Yao really withdrew from the trial because of the danger, Elder Zhang's face would be lost. After thinking for a moment, Muchen had a solution. He only saw him instantly launch a chant, and the Yao Huang inside the home that was originally lying on his second uncle's body suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a brand new Yao Huang was summoned into Muchen's arms. "Kid, follow this sister, and if you run into danger after going in, bring her to me." The moment Ling Yao heard this, she immediately came alive, dotingly receiving the little Yao Huang and frantically jerking her wang. "What a cute dog, is this your guardian spirit?" Muchen nodded his head. "Its perception is quite sharp, as long as it isn't too far away, it should be able to find me." Ling Yao hugged Yao Huang and gazed at Muchen with a gaze filled with gratitude and admiration. If it was said that before, she was purely a fan of Mu Dust's face, idly pestering him to make fun of him. Then now, Ling Yao was truly attracted to Muchen from the bottom of her heart. This man was completely different from those noble lickers that he had seen. He wouldn't obey you and spoil you, but would always give her the most mesmerizing share of guardianship in a different way. "Don't look at me with such mesmerizing eyes." Muchen resumed his high and cold male god paradigm and said in a low voice. "Sooner or later, there will be a point where you will have to break away from Elder Zhang's shelter, the family's care, and become an awakened who is unique. This era doesn't allow people with superb talent like you to hide in a gentle land. Facing death, facing challenges, facing wars and enemies at all times is the theme of an awakened's life." After saying that, Muchen took the first step towards the teleportation channel, not looking at Ling Yao one more time. Muchen was not aware that the moment he brushed past Grandmaster Ningxu at the entrance of the teleportation array, a soul butterfly silently landed on his shoulder. That was the means that Ningxu had left on Muchen's body. She seemed to be full of interest in this youngster with a perfect score from Nanzhang. Whoosh! The moment the light flickered, the power of the teleportation array space opened. At the same moment, during the period when Muchen's five senses were closed, Amazing Ji's voice rang out in his mind. "Master, that powerful woman at the teleportation gate left a snooping means on you. I didn't sense hostile intent on her, but she was able to monitor all your movements in the battlefield space." Muchen's brows were slightly furrowed. "No malicious intent doesn't mean safety. Could it be that I scrutinized her with my insight skill earlier and she discovered it? It's a pity that I'm not aware of the abilities of the ultra-rare profession of seer, it's a bit troublesome." Originally, Mu Dust was planning to fire up this battlefield. If necessary, all of these undercards of angelic Shura had to be put to use. With such a peeping Tom in place, Muchen would inevitably have his hands tied. What was even more troublesome was that if this means was eliminated now, I was afraid that it would cause the other party's hostility. Inviting an unfathomable sovereign opponent to himself for no reason was definitely not cost-effective. Was there a way to shield it? Amazing G decisively rejected this idea. "With the current us, it can't be done. Of course, to the extreme, I can directly refine it with the energy of fire." Mu Chuan pondered for a moment and shook his head to reject it. "Forget it, anyway, the other party has no malicious intent for the time being, so if she wants to see it, let her see it." Just after completing the spiritual exchange, a powerful teleportation array force dropped Muchen into the sky above a vast primitive jungle battlefield. Letting his body fall in free fall, Muchen suddenly sensed an incomparably strong aura that was rapidly swooping in from the depths of the jungle. "Oh no, we've run into tough opposition." Just as Mu Dust spat out a sentence, tens of meters below in the depths of the jungle's ancient trees, a 100-meter-long dark green python sprang out of the air, opened its bloody mouth, and devoured it with a hideous gesture. Level 120 peak stage would attribute boss Bailan Zun Python. Looking for death. The rapidly descending Mu Dust suddenly had a golden light flashing in the center of his eyebrows. The moment the fire mark was ignited, the Amazing G's main body manifested. Like a golden red, translucent and flawless flame lowly, it carried a majestic and divine aura, and landed on this jungle battlefield. That was the god of fire. How could it be? Outside the teleportation array, Grandmaster Ningxu slowly stared with wide eyes, petrified and stunned in place. No, it could never be the true fire god. Of the 100 gods that had left traces in the old Earth era, the fire god was one of the few that had no legacy left behind. This summon should just be a fire spirit similar to it. Ningxu quickly suppressed her shock and regained her composure, continuing to silently observe Muchen's first view. However, she soon realized that this Mu Dust had encountered a catastrophic level of opening, and instead of being half-panicked, he responded calmly and gracefully, and she couldn't help but be even more surprised. For an auxiliary combat profession to be so calm and collected while acting alone, it was a rare state of mind. But was he sure that he wasn't fighting against a stone with an egg? A level 60 fire spirit summoner against a level 120 peak stage boss. Instead of thinking of getting out as soon as possible, he took the initiative to drill into someone else's mouth. What kind of operation was this? Chapter 61, The Nightmare Cage Battlefield at the final pass of the college entrance examination. Unbeknownst to them, at the same moment, within the rest area that received the leaders of the teams from each city, the center of the large screen was also displaying the first perspective images of some of the seed candidates in real time.
As one of only a few full-score students, Muchen's landing perspective also quickly surfaced. When Zhang Hongfei, that fat man, saw the Zun Python's bloody mouth open and pounced straight at Mudust, he was directly scared to the point that he pranced out of his seat.
I'm not so unlucky, right? It can't be that unlucky, right?
Little brother Mudust, you've been pinned with high hopes by the Eastern Alliance, so you mustn't land in a box. It's not that this fatso doesn't speak the language of people, anyone who sees this great python will shiver. Not to mention Mu Chuan, an auxiliary combat profession.
Aha, I say, Mr. Zhang, this kid is the one you brought in with a perfect score, right? It seems like he didn't have much luck.
A Western Alliance leader sitting next to him flirted in a conspiratorial manner, with a gloating look. Not bad, I thought it would not be easy for a proud son to come out of that tiny place in Nanjiang, but I didn't expect that he would actually dare to come to the imperial capital to participate in the 5th round. A frog at the bottom of a well coming out of a small city, how can he know how deep the water of the imperial capital is? I'm afraid he has no fear of this round of testing.
Alas, I can actually understand.
The more these students come from low backgrounds, the more they want to find a chance to prove themselves.
But in the end, it's just proof of their ignorance.
The few surrounding leaders of the 4th and 5th level cities were talking smack, not taking Zhang Hongfei seriously at all. In fact, this was also somewhat related to the rivalry between the 4 Awakened 1 Alliance divisions. Nominally, they all serve the imperial capital headquarters directly, but secretly, the 4 major divisions have been competing for resources against each other over the years, and they have not been very happy with each other, and the verbal attacks between the lower heads are also considered a common occurrence.
This time, the other divisions of the team almost all have a master accompanied, only the Eastern Alliance side only sent Zhang Hongfei a person to come, no one behind, even if the bottom of the snark is not enough.
Looking at the screen of the dangerous frame, Zhang Hongfei heart more and more bottomless. Just when he was red with a big fat face want to cope with a few sentences, behind him suddenly a strong sense of oppression appeared.
Don't be anxious, it's just the beginning. Do you really think that Kid Mudust is made of clay? If he really wanted to die that easily, he wouldn't have made it this far. The people in charge felt this overpowering aura and glanced sideways.
Old Sword King Jiangyu. Zhang Hongfei was instantly overjoyed, rushing to get up and welcome him.
Senior Sword King, why have you personally come?
Jiangyu is still domineering, sharp and stern, cold smile. If I don't come, I'm afraid that this group of foul-mouthed ones will be riding on your head too.
Sure enough.
The patriarchal big brother stepped in, and these people in charge next to him didn't even dare to fart. One must know that although the Eastern Alliance was ranked at the back of the 4 major alliances, the reputation of the Zhang family's Old Sword King was a resounding presence throughout the Eastern Dragon Empire. Because the sword cultivator is not a general rare profession, that is known as one of the most lethal professions in the combat system, can break 100 levels with the sword road, looking at the entire human race that is not to be underestimated existence.
The first generation, you on the seat.
Zhang Hongfei hurriedly stood aside and bowed to serve, but he saw Jiang Yu waving his hand, his gaze having long since fallen on Ning Shu, who was not far away.
No need.
It's not easy to come to the imperial capital once, I have to go and find an old friend to catch up. Saying that, he saw him walk with a dragon's stride, heading straight towards that stunningly beautiful prophetess.
What the hell?
Old Sword King actually knew Grand Chief Ning.
I've never heard of him. These two actually have melons to eat as well? At the same time, on the side of the Nanjiang governor's mansion,
Grandmaster Hongyu continued to watch the live stream of the 5th round of examinations coming from the headquarters side. After seeing this crisis-ridden entry scene of Muchen, he was once again shocked. Was that a fire spirit beside him? A summoning technique? This kid, he really does have a claim. A supplemental combat milkman, actually playing with summoning techniques? Unbelievable. Where on earth did he get the energy and resources to develop multiple skill trees at the same time?
Truly a rare genius. In the battlefield,
with amazing Ji accompanying her, Muchen no longer had the slightest apprehension. Then, with the blazing light emanating from her body, she was able to see the entire scene of the dense forest battlefield below in advance.
Sure enough, it wasn't just this Zun python.
This was his lair, and there were many of his high-grade counterparts hibernating. Whoosh! Shepherd Dust instantly issued a chant, using the name of Light Insight skill to lock onto the Bailin Zun python.
Bailin Zun python. Level, 120. Blood, 900,000. Energy, 300 million. 5-dimensional attributes. Strength, 1,564. Body, 5,800. Endurance, 3,534. Sensitivity, 4,333. Mental power, 5,523. Skill, Deadly Poison Source. Anaconda Devouring. Band Body Entanglement. Dance of 1,000 Snakes. Weaknesses, Fire Elemental, Seal Type, Speed Reducing Skills. Breakthrough, 7 inches. A boss of over 100 levels. If other candidates encountered this kind of opening, most likely they would have to tear up their cards and withdraw from the exam on the spot.
Otherwise, if they are not careful, they will be swallowed directly by this python, and they will end up with no bones left. However, this python's fate was bad, and it happened to meet the one he couldn't afford to mess with the most. Hiss! A poisonous mist suddenly erupted from the mouth of the giant python, filling the void in the direction where Makoto and Amazing G had fallen. Whoosh! Muchen decisively chanted. Rock System 3rd Grade Evolutionary Technique Divine Spirit Shelter. In an instant, a layer of translucent attribute shield was simultaneously added to himself and Amazing G. This was a powerful means specifically used to increase attribute defense ability. The poison attribute defense effect was increased by 300. Defense was increased by 1000 points each. A gift sent up, don't take it for nothing. The corners of Muchen's mouth rose slightly as he chanted again. Trauma Technique 3rd Stage Evolutionary Technique Tarsal Bone Erosion. The poison source from the python zoom that was released was swiftly focused by Muchen on the periphery of the energy shield, while simultaneously enchanting the buff form. Boom! With a loud bang, the two of them landed at the same time, and Mu Dust instantly exploded the protective shield outside his body. An incomparably strong wave of energy swept through the surroundings. Those dormant high-level monsters hiding in the depths of the jungle were eroded by the power of intense poison condensed on the protective shield. Using the enemy's way, the poison attacked the poison. With just the first round of collision, all the hidden crises in the shadows showed up. The continuous blood drop function of the eroded heart buff could bring stealthy units into view. In an instant, Amazing G was able to lock down the location of all potential threats. Master is wise. I've already sensed the locations of all the hidden ferocious beasts. Makoto smiled with satisfaction. Then let them feel your strength while you're at it. As soon as the words fell, Muchen immediately chanted the Fire 2nd Stage Evolutionary Technique Fiery Flame Domain. Boom! A crimson flaming totem bloomed beneath his feet. With a single thought, the 300-meter radius outside of Muchen and Amazing G was turned into a sea of fire. The fire element that was born was affected by Amazing G's passive skill, and realized a second metamorphosis in an extremely short period of time. It made the flame power within the domain far more condensed and hotter than the fire attribute power elsewhere. Swing! Amazing G's arm gently waved as a delicate cry was emitted. All the fiery flames that burned violently under her feet suddenly seemed to have life, turning into rolling outward waves of fire that engulfed the terrifying beings in the depths of the jungle. Ow! Miserable screams erupted over the dense forest at almost the same time. Gazing at this battlefield from the overhead view of the sky, in but an instant, the flames engulfed everything. Hundreds of level 60+ serpent fierce beasts were all vaporized into nothingness by the scorching flames. Ding! Gained 5,000 experience points. Ding! 5,000 experience points. Ding! Amazing G leveled up to level 63. How is it possible? Hundreds of hidden creatures, just instantly refined? What in the world was that kid's summon, terrifying as it was? In front of the big screen, the heads of the parties and the attendant awakened guards smacked their lips. Sure the thing was a level 60 summon? It simply kills existences of the same level in seconds. No, isn't it true that all of your focus is on this fire spirit? Shouldn't you be amazed that Muchen, a priest, was actually able to cast a fire domain? Zhang Hongfei was also attracted to this statement and couldn't help but fall into thought. Could it be that this Muchen still had a hidden profession that was unknown? On the surface, he was a milkman, but in reality, he was a summoner. If that was really the case, I'm afraid that the gold content of this regional top scholar of his will have to go even further off. It's a pity that such a good ceiling actually came from the South River and not our East Sea, damn it. On the other hand, Jiang Yu came in front of Ning Shu. The old Sword King, who had always been as powerful as a rainbow, for some reason, immediately softened his voice when he saw this woman. On the contrary, Grandmaster Ning Shu had a touch of indifference mixed between his brows and eyes. Haven't seen you for decades, Your Excellency the Sword King, how are you? Jiang Yu shook his head with a somewhat melancholy bitter smile. Older, ultimately not as spirited as he was back then. Ning Shu's gaze flickered past him and said indifferently, "What do you want me to do?" Jiang Yu was a little embarrassed, sighed, and said, "Catch up on old times, why be so cold to me?" Ning Shua suddenly had a flash of azure in his eyes. Great prophecy technique. The light coalesced within a square inch, and it was as if it had seen through everything. Your precious granddaughter entered the game in the East Ridge Desert. It is safe for now, I will pay attention. Ah, this. Jiang Yu's old face flushed, feeling even more embarrassed. I wanted to take advantage of this matter to chat more with the great beauty in front of me who was still charming. But she is still a look of refusal, really let Jiang Yu difficult batch. Thanks a lot. In addition, that full score student from our Eastern Alliance, named Mu Dust, please do the same. Ning Shu directly opened his mouth to interrupt the old Sword King. I'm afraid it's not worth your trouble. Jiang Yu frowned. What is the meaning of this? The corners of Ning Shu's mouth lifted lightly, and his smile carried an inscrutable sense of disorientation. This teenager was very unusual. At this moment, it should have already gotten some attention from the elders in the Dragon Emperor Tower. As long as he could come out alive, the road ahead would surely be radiant.
Jiang Yu said with some doubt. I know that kid is not ordinary, but to say that he has alarmed the Dragon Emperor Tower, it shouldn't be enough, right? Ning Shu hummed.
A priest, proficient in the fire skill tree, and able to summon a divine fire spirit that even I can't help. Based on this alone, it's enough to stand out amongst the many proud students. Let's see how he plays later. Perhaps, there will be more surprises in store for him. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly, nodded without further ado, and turned to leave. He originally wanted to sell some face, make some arrangements for his precious granddaughter Ling Yao, and take care of Mu Dust in the meantime. But now, it seemed that it was completely superfluous. Muchen's depth and potential even exceeded what he, the old Sword King, had predicted.
Jiang Yu.
Ningxu suddenly spoke again, gazing behind the Sword King.
Let bygones be bygones, there's no need to cling to it.
Open this knot in your heart, you should have taken a step further a long time ago.
With your natural talent, ascending to the 8th stage is only a matter of time.
The old Sword King did not turn around, and walked out of Ningxu's field of vision.
Dragon Emperor Tower, 9th floor.
In front of the large screen, a white-haired old man with cloth clothes and shoes, dressed in a few plain clothes, leaning on a walking stick, his eyes deep and calm. After seeing Muchen's series of operations, he gently nodded.
Not bad.
An ordinary profession of the auxiliary combat system, paired with the fire system skill tree, this son will be blessed with good fortune.
Dragon Warrior, tell us about him. The angular middle-aged man in a suit next to the old man opened his mouth solemnly.
Elder Wei, this son's name is Mu Chuan, level 35 section priest, freshman from Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School, full 8,000 points in the first 4 rounds, currently ranked tied for first. The old man's smile grew a few points thicker. 4 rounds of full points, old earth level difficulty, not easy. In your opinion, can he take the top spot? Longwar shook his head without thinking. Impossible. Ordinary occupation, the upper limit is too low, and compared to the first place of several other regional divisions, the root gap is obvious. Not to mention, this year, there was also that supreme genius that the Elder Council had guaranteed. It is said that the girl's growth is already comparable to that of a 5th stage awakened person. The Dragon Warrior in front of me is the 3rd leader of the Dragon Clan's Imperial Capital Zone family, currently serving in the Dragon Emperor Tower. His status is similar to that of Grand Master Ning Shu, and he is also considered to be one of the Elder Council's top-tier bigwigs' cronies. As for this Elder Wei, he was one of the 9 chiefs of the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Awaken Alliance, and he was an overwhelmingly powerful figure.
Qualifications, in today's awakening era, are not unchangeable.
But the awakened themselves, from the soul and bones of some of the qualities, but is inherent. Those awakened sages that rose in the early generations, with mortal bodies, had also been comparable to gods. Most of them came from ordinary people to the top. But I respect your opinion, so let's make a bet, shall we? I'll bet that this doll named Muchen can win the championship. The moment Elder Wei's words came out, the only few attendants in the room and Dragon Warrior himself all looked stunned. I dare to ask what exactly is the reason for you, Elder Wei, to think so highly of this youngster. The old man shook his head and laughed softly. Nothing, just looking at the eyes. Let's make a deal. If this doll to take the first prize, turn around and you have to promise me to do one thing. How? Long John rushed to respectfully bowed his head and said,
Wait, old man's command, honored.
The old man nodded with a smile, and there was a touch more anticipation in his eyes as he gazed at Muchen in the screen. The god of fire unexpectedly chose him.
Interesting. Chapter 62, Alarming the Higher-Ups. An 8-Dan big brother steps forward.
At the same moment, within the Nightmare Cage battlefield, Muchen faced the Bai Lin Zun Python and chanted again.
Whoosh. Trauma Technique 2nd Stage Evolutionary Technique Duskmire. The devouring vortex condensed by quicksand swiftly covered. The Python Zun boss's speed was instantly reduced by 90. Its mobility was drastically limited. It's now, Amazing G, attack it 7 inches and decimate it. As Mu Dust said that, the second skill opened up for chanting. Fire Skill Tree 4th Stage Evolutionary Skill Form Transformation Monarch's Landing. Boom!
Berserk and incomparable flame power instantly boiled. Within the realm, all the firelight crazily condensed in Amazing G's palm at this moment. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it condensed into a bizarre and inexplicable flame giant blade. This blade, which was made from the polymerization of fire elements, had unreadable old earth inscriptions outlined on its surface. Its power was not as simple as just a pure burst of energy. It seemed to be intermingled with some sort of rule and order level means. The moment the light blade appeared, a bizarre scene occurred. The originally incomparably berserk Bai Lin Zun Python in front of him, a towering existence at level 120, immediately let out a hysterical, miserable, general wail. It was desperately trying to break free of the quagmire, and its eyes were filled with panic and despair. It wanted to escape. Kill. With a command from Muchen, Amazing G instantly transformed into a fiery stream of light and flew hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, its blade flying past the 7 inches of the giant python.
Put. Level 120 boss by Lin Zun Python, instantly killed. Ding. Gained 180,000 experience points. Ding. Amazing G leveled up to level 66. Herd Dust's expression was calm as he nodded with a smile. Not bad, Amazing G, under the King's Landing form, your melee explosive power is amazing.
Amazing G floated back to Mu Dust's side, her hot eyes flowing through a trace of intimacy. Master is wise, he saw through its weaknesses and suppressed its movement, so I was able to win easily. Mu Dust smiled, let's go, and explore elsewhere. Just kill all the creatures you encounter along the way. Amazing G understood. At the same moment, the powerhouses who had witnessed all the viewpoints of the square footage were completely shaken. The Imperial Capital's viewing area, the major awakened alliance branches, including the governor's mansions of each region. In front of every large screen, there was a shock-filled clamor of discussion. It wasn't that fire spirit that could actually kill a level 120 boss in seconds? Was it a mage or a warrior? This is too perverted, right? Zhang Hongfei suddenly brought his big fat face to the front row and interjected with a smile. Old Joe, I remember that you are the fire mage. It is said that you can also harness this fire elemental psychic, right? Tell me, how did you do that spike just now? Zhang Hongfei had an indebted expression on his face as he intentionally trolled this broken-tongued head of the front row. Old Joe instantly had a bitter face and stammered for half a day without saying anything. He doesn't know. He simply couldn't understand how someone else, Mu Dust, did it. Unbeknownst to him, this set of Muchen's exclusive fire skill tree, the third and fourth stage of evolutionary skills, corresponded to Amazing G's 2 transformations, which could explode into unimaginable battle effects in both melee and long-range forms. And that giant blade of fire is a simulated version of the artifact that was used by the fire god's old Earth true body back then, with a trace of the power of the old Earth's rules of order remaining. To these seemingly powerful monsters in the current world, the old Earth order was the blade of judgment hanging over their heads. Once they decided to descend, no one could resist the end of their fall. Similarly, Ningxu silently sucked in a breath of cool air after witnessing Muchen's maneuver, revealing a rare shock. The means of the old Earth rule. She's not an ordinary fire spirit. Could it really be that I guessed it? 9-layer Dragon Emperor Tower. Wei Lao showed off in general, revealing an old child's gesture poking the screen and looking at Long Zhan. Just this hand just now, can anyone in the younger generation of your dragon family do it? Fire summoning, earth elemental defense, and the mysterious talent of being able to detect the enemy's breakthroughs. This is what you call an ordinary profession, a scholar with a low ceiling and poor qualifications. Dragon Warrior had a face of shame, not daring to retort half a word. It wasn't because of fear, but he was solidly slapped in the face. Elder Wei, the student has been taught. The old man saw Long Zhan's heartfelt look and smiled. Rather, I don't blame you. In fact, the basis of judgment you mentioned before is applicable to the vast majority of young people. However, this Muchen is not in that category. In other words, the definition that ordinary professions bring to him is no longer accurate enough. In the past, the priests that we recognized had almost nothing to show for it, except for their means of recovery and a small amount of gain. But if you look at this pastor, he clearly took the path of multi-system development. This perfectly makes up for the limitations brought about by the so-called normal professions. However, what really surprised me is that his multi-system skill tree goes hand in hand without any disparity, and that's what makes him so outstanding. Dragon Warrior seemed to be aware of this and raised his eyes to the old man to test the waters. Wei, old man, you have been many years not to ask the Empire education and training matters. This time, is it want to make an exception to accept the apprentice? The old man hurriedly waved his hand and sighed. Old, don't have that energy anymore. However, as the Dragon Emperor Tower is the supreme place of the Awakened Alliance, such a student should still try his best to fight for it. No need for me to intervene, just wait and see. This kid is afraid that he still has more undercurrents that will amaze you all. By that time, I'm afraid that people from all walks of life will be squeezing their heads to pull him in. Inside the battlefield, Muchen and Amazing G used the shortest amount of time to sweep through a wave of by Lin Zun Python's jungle nests. Along the way, they wiped out more than 200 level 60 plus elite monsters, and Amazing G's level managed to rise to level 67. When Muchen scanned the panel, he was really taken aback. Holy! You actually get 20 attribute points for leveling up, so exaggerated? Amazing G didn't care too much about this and pursed her lips and laughed lightly. Under the King's Landing form, my strength attribute boost will be very high, focusing on increasing my single attack and kill ability. As for growth, it should be affected by the bloodline. Under the Awakening era, the rules of order of the Old Earth era have all been annihilated. If it was in the once upon a time, the current me of this attribute strength would be able to wipe out the entire cage battlefield with the flip of a hand. Shepherd Dust. The towering old Earth gods, even if a tiger falls and is reborn in the current world, it is still just as much beyond the imagination of mortals.
Mu Dust sort of understood this. Compared to talent, who could beat this thing?
According to this growth, Muchen estimated that by the time he left this map, Amazing G was afraid that it would be comparable to a true world boss.
Master, are you hungry?
Amazing G suddenly blinked her big eyes and gazed at Mu Dust with a hint of expectation. Without waiting for Mu Dust to respond, she suddenly shook her palm, and the Bai Lin Zun python that had been obliterated by her before her eyes was quickly scorched by a large mass of scorching flames, refining away the dregs and leaving behind a cohesive and concentrated flesh and blood essence that was presented before her. Even worse was the appetizing meaty fragrance emanating from this massive essence.
Quickly taste it. Master, this python meat is very fragrant. Muchen directly froze. Focusing on fighting, he had actually forgotten that Amazing G was essentially considered a fire spirit. And the most primitive use of flames for the human race, isn't it barbecuing?
Ding! The current replica scoreboard has been refreshed. Shepherd Dust felt the identity card tremble and took out the card, and in the translucent fluorescent screen, the names of top prides appeared one after another. It smells too good, this python meat. The outside is charred and the inside is tender. It reminds me of the flavor of my hometown. Mu Dust took a big bite on it, savoring the top-notch barbecue feast that uniquely belonged to this world, and gorged himself on it.
You also eat
Saying that, he also handed Amazing G a large piece. She wasn't polite either, and with a single opening of her mouth, she rawly absorbed this large mass of meat into a powdery essence. Muchen suddenly realized that this little lowly, Amazing G, was growing as her class strength continued to grow.
Good fellow. It wouldn't be possible to wait until the peak stage and have the lowly turn into a royal sister, right?
This thought swung through Muchen's mind, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge more anticipation. Although he was a proper gentleman, in the end, he was also a normal person, and his love of beauty was naturally there. In the future, the job of roasting meat will be given to you. Be a good little cook for me, grade-wise. I will also feed you to your heart's content. Amazing G smiled playfully at Muchen and nodded heavily in response. While eating, Mu Dust looked down and swept the list, but realized that this time, the first place was not even his own. To be precise, his own name actually fell out of the top 5.
NO1 Dragon Emperor Tower's 7th Vein, Xian Yuan Dao Battlefield Points, 6488. Total points, 14,488. NO2 Western Alliance Gone Glamour City, Sanggu Battlefield Points, 5,976. Total points, 13,976. No3. MO6 Eastern Alliance Nanjiang City Muchen Battlefield Points, 3,876. Total points, 11,876. Looking at the information on this list, Mu Dust was calm and relaxed, not anxious at all. This is just the beginning, the real battle is still ahead. For Mu Dust, there are too many ways to get points, and there's no rush. What we need to do at the moment is to take stock of the situation and adapt to the rules of this side of the battlefield. After all, everyone logged in at different locations, and if they were lucky, and the rare group combat profession dropped into the monster lair, naturally there would be a large number of monsters that would be killed in seconds, and the points would definitely be higher than a boss starting point like Mu Dust. Therefore, the list that was refreshed in the first round could not be used as an absolute measure of strength. However, from this, it could also be seen that these people competing in the 5th round were truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers, each with their own specialties. Especially the 4 names at the top of the list. Those few full score members all seem to play brighter. Xian Yuan Dao, he's the Dragon Emperor Tower guaranteed spot, right? Shepherd Dust memorized these names and swept a few more eyes towards the back of the list. He saw Iron Wolf's name at the 16th position. As for Ling Yao, is there any mistake? Second from the bottom? 6 points in copy points? What had she gone through? Muchen had an expression of powerlessness. She wouldn't find a crack in the ground and plan to stay there until the end, right? Suddenly, behind the dense forest, an intense burst of energy spread out. Master, someone is coming. I sense an aura that has been in close contact with you before. Shepherd Dust's eyes lit up as he retrieved Amazing G into his soul space and jumped into the side of the dense forest to cover his breath, waiting for this group of people to show up. Soon, a strong bloody aura filled the air. Iron Wolf. Shepherd Dust was too familiar with this smell. Sure enough, Iron Wolf, that big man in black armor, ran at the front in a sorry state. Among the few people following behind him, there was Mo Yen, the son of the East Sea Examination Center's family who he had encountered before. The remaining few that Muchen didn't recognize, he directly opened the name of Light Insight Technique and swept it towards the panel of several people. All of them were bloodied. It seemed that they should have been surrounded by the other teams. Whoosh! A cold wind blade broke through the air and once again blasted into the backs of the Iron Wolf several people. Along with it, a burst of unbridled maniacal laughter came out. Ha! Eastern Alliance ants, still want to escape? The chasers in the back jumped out a dozen people at once. Shepherd Dust swept through them one by one with insight, and surprisingly, they were all above level 25. The person in the lead was actually level 33.
Ranking number 5, the Northern Alliance's number 1 proud son, Baetang Royal, ultra-rare profession crossbowmaster. He was the one who was leading people to chase after the Eastern Alliance's students. Mordecai frowned slightly and saw through the current situation with a single glance.
Mo Dai panted and turned around to gaze coldly at that blue-haired young leader Baetang Imperial. Why are you targeting my Eastern Alliance's scholars? We didn't provoke you at all. Baetang Imperial laughed maniacally. You are the weakest. This is the original sin.
So by getting rid of you competitors first, the resources of the cage battlefield will have one less share.
Iron Wolf said viciously, Baetang Imperial, I'll remember you. When I leave my copy, I will definitely ask for a statement from your Northern Alliance. Baetang Royal was full of disdain. You're still putting on your black-armored second great-grandfather airs with me? Put away your black face, I won't eat it. It's time for you to leave the stage.
Baetang Yu spoke, and drew his bow and arrow. The lime green light instantly exploded, locking onto Iron Wolf and the others as they broke through the air.
Boom! Just in the nick of time. A flowing light barrier instantly descended around Iron Wolf and the others. Holy light prayer. Whoosh! The majestic breath of the Mu light technique poured down. The 4 people in Iron Wolf's group instantly recovered to full blood. Shepherd's dust. Deep in the darkness, Mu dust slowly appeared, causing Mo Dai's excited cheers. Iron Wolf's expression was extraordinarily complicated. He was very hostile to Mu dust.
But now, when the full-blooded feeling of fullness swam throughout his body, and when this fellow whom he regarded as his number 1 enemy stood in front of him, he inexplicably surged with a strong sense of security. With an indifferent expression, Muchen looked towards these people from the Northern Alliance.
Staring at the Eastern Alliance's scholars to kill them, bullying me that there's no one in the East? Baetang Yu's face suddenly became odd. Ranking 6, you're that Eastern Alliance's only perfect score? It's a pity that a milkman is just a milkman, and you dare to be reckless with me? Ordinary profession, lousy goods, you really have no self-awareness.
Baetang Yu directly drew his bow and aimed an arrow at Muchen.
Be careful. Iron Wolf's slow voice rang out as he was reminding Muchen. Baetang Royal's strength was very powerful. However, in front of Mu Dust, a mere bowman had no qualifications to be reckless. Whoosh! Only to see Muchen gently launch out a palm. The blazing flames transformed into a barrier that blocked in front of Muchen.
This light arrow that was mixed with the wind attribute was completely vaporized into nothingness the moment it touched the flame wall.
What? Chapter 63, A Common Enemy, Suppressing Baetang Yu. The crowd present was completely dumbfounded. Baetang Imperial stared blankly at Muchen. Kid, what the hell kind of trick did you use to refine my arrows? Without saying a word, Muchen instantly chanted his skill. Whoosh!
One blazing fire spirit after another appeared around him.
In the blink of an eye, a full 20 of them were released by him. Whoosh! The second stage evolution technique Blazing Flame Field appeared once again. Blazing flames surrounded and engulfed towards Baetang Royal's party. Whoosh! The trauma technique Dusk Quagmire dichotomy was instantly chanted. In just a few blinks of an eye, Muchen completed a series of skill releases. With the replenishment of the Angel of Light Totem's 4th rank evolution technique Holy Spring, he didn't need to worry about energy consumption at all. Various low-ranked skills were released in succession, directly catching the group of Northern Alliance opponents in front of him off guard. Hostile to my Eastern Alliance, suppress.
As soon as Mu Dust's cold order came out, dozens of fire spirits advanced at the same time and began to attack the awakened who had been slowed down by the Dusk Quagmire. After a few maneuvers, they directly looked to kill the crowd of Alliance scholars behind them.
Geez. The Eastern scholar with 4 rounds of perfect scores was truly extraordinary. On his own, he had messed up this group. This fire spirit aura is too strong. When Iron Wolf heard this, he even erupted with a strong battle spirit and raised his head. Take advantage of this moment to cooperate with Mu Dust and counterattack them. Do it together and get them killed. Baetang Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold. He, who was already very hostile towards the Eastern Alliance, had already moved to strike hard. However, at this moment, he was not the one who was firmly in control of the situation. Whoosh! The radiant wind arrow shot out once again, targeting Ink Dai. Oops. Mo Dai was also a long-range profession, but his strength wasn't as good as Baetang Yu. If both sides directly blasted each other remotely, he would definitely be the one injured. In the nick of time, an earth-colored guardian energy appeared out of thin air. It was as firm as a rock. Bang! Baetang Yu's arrow was fixed 3 feet in front of his brow, and it was difficult to inch in any further. What? It actually managed to block my arrow down. That guy Muchen's defense increase was actually this strong. Mo Dai excitedly turned his head to look at Muchen's position. Thanks a lot, Scholar Big Brother. Mu Dust remained calm and said to everyone,
I'm here, so you guys just attack and kill with impunity, and leave the defense and recovery to me.
Arrogant. Baetang Yu growled in a cold voice, a lousy profession, really think you're a god? You three, give me full recovery at all costs. There are many people on our side. I'd like to see, relying on Muchen alone, how many people can be protected. At that moment, Iron Wolf had already used his weird speed to take the lead and rush into the enemy formation with the fire spirits. Once again, Mu Dust instantly released his chant, using the name of light to gain insight. All of the opponent's flaws were exposed. Iron Wolf, destroy the long-range professions first. On the left-hand side, level 28 summoner, her weakness is storing power, interrupt her chant. Upon hearing this, Iron Wolf changed his battle tactics and surged towards the female summoner. Whoosh! 2 consecutive blood awnings erupted, this summoner's chant was forcibly interrupted, and she was directly bloodied in 3 strokes. Very well. Mo Dai, you take the rest of the group and suppress the auxiliary battle system from a distance, and cut off their supplies. Understood. With the second order from Mu Dust, on the Eastern Alliance camp side, although there were only 5 people, they each had their own role to play, and their coordination became more and more seamless. The 3 priests who were originally recovering at full strength encountered long-range energy strikes, and their chants were frequently interrupted. Damn it! Feeling his blood recovery getting slower and slower, Beitang Miku cursed and suddenly instantly chanted, summoning his guardian spirit. Boom! A mountain-opening giant ape that was about 8 meters tall appeared in front of him and frantically pounded its chest, spreading across the spot like a mountain, forming a meaty mountain-like barrier while beginning to destroy the front row of fire spirits. Amazing G, decimated Beitang Yu's guardian spirit boundary. Its weakness is the energy core in the center of its belly. Obey, Master. In an instant, Amazing G once again transformed into a stream of starfire and rushed into the flame domain encirclement. With a solemn expression on his face, Muchen once again opened his chant. The Fire Series 4th grade evolutionary technique, shape-shifting faith, was once again empowered. Boundless flames crazily swept towards Amazing G's body and once again gathered into a huge blade under the eyes of everyone. Chop! With a loud shout from Muchen, the Amazing G blade chopped down like a blazing fire. Roar! The huge giant ape guardian spirit, the energy core at the center of its abdomen crumbled. The main body directly collapsed and disappeared. How is it possible? Beitang Yu was completely dumbfounded. His combat system guardian spirit was renowned, with a panel level of over 90, and he had poured a lot of his heart and soul into practicing it. It was actually as fragile as papier-mâché in front of Muchen's Amazing G. Mu Dust coldly and proudly gazed at this group of wretched fellows and spoke once again. This is what you're afraid of? It's only the beginning. Whoosh! Once again, Mu Dust's eyes flowed, and the trauma technique was ranged and energized. Beitang Royal and the others immediately felt the debuff effect further intensify, and their blood levels were still crazily decreasing. Oops. Young Master Beitang, the brothers can't carry it anymore. This kid's debuffing effect is too great, our defense techniques are useless. Not only that, these few people on the other side have ridiculously strong gains, their defense has increased several times, they can't fight at all. Beitang Yu bloomed with rage and cursed, a bunch of losers. What's the use of having you guys? The 3 milk daddies combined aren't as good as this Mu Dust one? Behind them, these 3 auxiliary battles were all aggrieved. That kid was nominally a priest, but he was actually proficient in several skill trees, he was too comprehensive. A mage in the back who was targeted by Iron Wolf raged. Don't hesitate. Miku, use your power of extinction to hit that Mu Dust hard, as long as we waste him, the others are nothing more than rabble. If that Mac Dust doesn't fall, we're no match at all. Beitang Royal didn't hesitate when he heard this, and took a step into the air, and with the help of the wind system air harnessing technique, he briefly arrived dozens of meters above the ground, and began to chant his own bottom card. Wind type 4th rank evolutionary technique wins extreme Dao. Bowmaster 4th rank core technique bursting wild vector. Invisibly, a large amount of wind elements swept around the void and melted on top of the arrows. Quickly, all auxiliary battles helped the formation. Whoosh! 3 energy lights quickly rushed up into the void from the rear camp, enveloping Beitang Yu to boost him. Seeing this, Iron Wolf and Mo Dai simultaneously turned to gaze in the direction of Muchen, pinching a sweat for him. However, Mu Dust was standing still, faintly sweeping the void as if sizing up a clown. I'll give you 30 seconds, if you still can't finish the chant, you don't have to make a move. Whoosh! In the next moment, Muchen unexpectedly completely ignored Beitang Yu, who was aiming at his own power buildup, and instead unleashed his guardian spirit Shin Thunder Frog at the dozen or so awakened beings at the back of the ground. Go ahead, big guy, sit on their asses. You can eat whoever you want. Seeing this, Iron Wolf's jaw dropped in shock. Damn, just how many cards does this kid have? Whoosh! Seeing the Shin Thunder Frog take off into the air at his command, Muchen once again instantly sent out the chanting trauma technique 3rd stage evolutionary technique tarsal bone erosion. A layer of poison buff was applied to the big frog. Boom! Seeing this big frog slamming down with its butt on its head, in an instant, a dozen or so awakened ones from the opposing camp in the back row entered the poison state one after another. Damn it! I'm not going to be able to carry it, this big toad actually carries poison. Shepherd Dust indifferently laughed in mockery. The rabble. Iron Wolf Murray, I'll leave this group of trash to you guys, settle them all within 2 minutes, and for those who hand over their identity cards, I'll guarantee a safe exit, otherwise, life and death. As for this guy. Shepherd Dust slowly raised his head, finally freeing up his hands and preparing to pick up this 5th-ranked Northern #1 proud son. Haven't finished chanting yet? Then I'm afraid you won't have a chance to strike. Mu Dust's divine thoughts moved. Amazing G, let him feel what judgment is. Boom! In an instant, Amazing G rose up into the air, and as her spiritual energy exploded, all the fire spirits in the battlefield below were detonated at the same time. The endless vaporized flaming energy surged into the blade of King's Landing in the same manner as 100 rivers entering the sea. This huge blade surrounded by flames ignited a new inscription. The light of the awakened inscription turned into a seal that firmly blocked Bei Tangyu, who was still chanting in midair. And this seal, at the same time, manifested in the center of Amazing G's brow. Seal of King's Landing Judgment. Amazing G let out a chirpy cry, and the light blade soared into the air, its silhouette instantly expanding several times as it slowly pressed down towards the top of Beitang Mika's head. No, I can't even move, what's going on? Beitang Imperial panicked like never before. He realized that he couldn't even call out his identity card. The revival of the old Earth rules had caused all the abilities he originally possessed to become a pose. In the next moment, Muchen stepped on the back of the Xian Thunder Frog and coldly gazed at Beitang Imperial, letting this huge judgment light blade rest half a meter above his head. Submit, or die. In an instant, all the bigwigs from all parties who had watched this scene from external channels fell completely silent in unrivaled shock. At this moment, in front of the large screen in the waiting area, Zhang Hongfei and a group of people in charge of other regions were completely dumbfounded. What kind of tactic was this? It was actually able to instantly suppress the Northern Alliance's #1 pride. It was as if Beitang Royal had been disarmed, unable to do anything but stand in the sky and be judged. It's too much. This Muchen, he's simply a demon. In the corner, the heads of the Northern Alliance were all gritting their teeth as their faces turned blue. Previously, when Beitangyu led the team to wildly annihilate the Eastern Alliance's students, these few leaders were all proud of themselves, but now they were directly confused. After chasing after them, they ran into Muchen, and as a result, the situation directly changed drastically. A pastor could actually really save the day? Unbeknownst to him, this was only the beginning of the trial. In the middle of the battlefield, Mu Dust arrived in front of Beitangyu with an indifferent expression and coldly said, "It's time to make your decision." Beitangyu tried his best to struggle. But at this moment, he couldn't feel a single bit of energy fluctuation at all. It was as if he was completely cut off from this world, returning to the state he was in before he awakened his profession. Mac Dust, I advise you not to take things too far, you know my influence in the Northern Alliance. Muchen laughed back, you're threatening me? He then hung a faint smile as he looked down at Iron Wolf. Brother Iron, before you seem to have been hunted down and killed. Now I'll allow you, pick the one you don't like the look of and kill it. Put. Bloodlight rushed in Iron Wolf's eyes, and his bloody claws swung out with a thought. Miserable screams should come out. The closest one, the female summoner from the Northern Alliance camp, instantly had her throat slit. How dare you? Beitang Imperial was furious and roared hysterically, but unfortunately, it was completely impotent rage. In the face of Amazing G's old Earth rules, he had no power to resist at all. It was just a piece of meat on the chopping block, to be slaughtered. Don't look at me with that look. What? You only allow your Northern Alliance to surround and kill my Eastern Alliance students, and you don't allow us to kill you back? Shepherd Dust gave a cold shout and looked at Mo Dai again. Iron Wolf has finished killing, Mo Yen, I'll send you another head, so go choose for yourself. At this moment, Mu Dust was like a decisive king on the battlefield, dominating the fate of the disobedient. Unbridled. Inside the waiting area, the Northern Alliance's sect master powerhouse roared angrily, and a strong pressure swept through the entire hall of the waiting area. These surrounding high-ranking leaders were changed in color. It was too strong. 7 segments and 100 levels was actually a watershed amongst the awakened. The peak of the 6th segment, before the 100th level, was actually the limit that ordinary people could reach in their lifetime. Once one crossed over to the realm of a 7-Dan sovereign, it involved a kind of transition in life form. Crossing this threshold would usher in an earth-shattering metamorphosis in strength. When a patriarch was angry, mortals could not be stopped. However, at the same time, the old Sword King who hadn't spoken for a long time leisurely said, Zhang Yan, I say, what's wrong with you old fool? Didn't you hear what young friend Muchen said? You're only allowed to kill people in the north, and we're not allowed to resist in the east? Old Patriarch Zhang Yan looked at Zhang Yu with gloomy eyes and coldly said, I don't care if he kills others. If he dares to touch Beitang Royal, will the Beitang family be able to stop? Who will be able to quell the anger of the entire Northern Alliance at that time? Beitang family, one of the top 10 families in the Eastern Dragon Empire. And it's also in existence with a strength faction in the top 5.
This Beitang royal, on the other hand, is the direct descendant of the Beitang family's clan, and his status in the younger generation is as high as the sky, as well as the talent of a top-notch proud son. If he really folded in the 5th round of the college entrance examination, it was indeed a big trouble. Jiang Yu was openly intimidating Zhang Yan, but in his heart, he naturally understood the pros and cons, and hoped that Mu Dust wouldn't be too aggressive. He didn't know that with Mu Dust's intelligent mind, how not to be clear that this kind of everyone's nobility is not suitable to be easily killed, is just deterring the other side. Beitang Royal, looking at the face of the Northern Alliance, I can give you one more choice. Shepherd Dust revealed a playful color and suddenly changed his mind, thinking of a good way to play. Either, you go alone, and the others stay, and we'll decide what to do with life and death. Either way, all the Northern Alliance students present will surrender all their points, and the previous grudges will be cancelled. At those words, Beitang Yu seemed to be about to have another attack. Yan Ji directly erupted with a strong pressure, and the top of the blade of King's Landing was pressed downward by another 2 inches. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surfaced, but Beitang Imperial understood that this time he was afraid that he would have to admit defeat. Brother Beitang, save us. Chapter 64, Crazy Leveling, Ancient Frog Emperor Metamorphosis. A mournful and terrified cry for help came. Beitang Yu swept a glance at the group of useless waste below and only gritted his teeth and chose to compromise. It wasn't that he really felt sorry for this group of useless tired people, he wouldn't bat an eye if they died or not. However, Beitang Royal understood that if he gave up the others like this, the Beitang family's authority in the entire Northern Alliance would be shaken, which was the bottom line that the elders would not allow. It's just a matter of time. Points are gone, you can kill again. First get out of here, and then we'll find a chance to settle the score with you one by one. Beitang Yu's heart was sure of this kind of thought, took a deep breath, and finally chose to compromise. He only saw a wave of his hand, and his identity card was thrown towards Muchen. Everyone else below also followed suit. A few moments later, this stream of elite scholars from the Northern Alliance, a dozen of them, adding up to more than 30,000 points, was directly divided up cleanly by the few people from Mu Dust. Ha! Painful. After being chased and killed all the way, I never imagined that I would be able to fight a battle to turn the tide. It's worth it. A few Eastern Alliance teammates roared freely. For his part, Muchen directly received all of Beitang Yu's points. Ding! Gained 4,287 points. Current battlefield points 9,217 points. With a satisfied smile, Mu Dust skimmed towards the battlefield below. Still not rolling, waiting for me to treat you guys to dinner? When the Northern Alliance crowd heard this, each of them hurriedly fled to the rear with gray heads and faces. At the same time, Muchen gently waved his hand, and the rule force that Amazing G had blocked on the other party's body dissipated. In order to prevent you from jumping over the wall in a hurry, your identity card will be stored in my place first. We'll meet again. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, Iron Wolf Mo Dai and the other 4 people jumped onto the back of the Xian Thunder Frog and quickly disappeared into the darkness in a few jumps. Mu Dust. Beitang Yu's anger surged to the sky as he clenched his fists, and the incomparably violent wind attribute pressure recklessly destroyed everything around him. However, he was not aware that at some point in time, there was an additional Paperman-like pattern behind his back. Why didn't you just tear up the identity card and force him out of the trial? Iron Wolf's low voice sounded out. Although Mu Dust had saved them, Iron Wolf still had a few repulsions towards Mu Dust in his bones. He admitted that Mu Dust was strong, stronger than himself. But the pride in his bones didn't allow him to submit to others. Mu Dust coldly snorted. Wiping your asses for you guys is just to maintain the face of the Eastern Alliance. I'm not interested in offending the Beitang family for you guys. But if I tear up his identity card, I'll be making a personal vendetta against the Northern Alliance, and the loss will be more than worth it. After speaking, Muchen looked toward Mo Yen. When you guys came in, what was the surrounding environment like? Did you find a dense area with more monsters? The warrior in the group hastily nodded his head. There was. The entrance area where I came in was a tomb. There were a lot of dead spirits, their levels were all above 80. If I hadn't met Ink Dai, I'm afraid I would have died in there. Coordinates to me. Muchen directly got the specific directions towards this person, while stopping the Xianlei frog's movements. Alright, you guys can go now. 4 people? Mo Dai awkwardly laughed. Big brother Mu Dust, send the Buddha to the west, this is only just out of the battlefield, not much far off. Without a word of nonsense, Mu Dust directly threw out a flying leg, and all 4 people were kicked off the back of the frog. Along with Beitang Royal's identity card, it was also thrown into Iron Wolf's hands by Mu Dust as if it was trash. Still want to rub off on my experience? Seek your own fortune. As Mu Dust said that, the Xian Thunder Frog made a big jump and directly scurried out hundreds of meters, quickly disappearing in front of the crowd. I leaned. Big brother is also too ruthless, right? I thought I could lie down and win this time by hugging the big leg. Iron Wolf blankly glanced at his 2 warrior teammates and sneered. Don't dream. Come back with me and look for Beitang Royal. What? Now, including Ink Dai, the 3 teammates were petrified on the spot. You just ran out, and you want to go back to die again?
Iron Wolf laughed. Do you guys really think that Moo Dust will easily let that guy go? A person in the top 5 of the rankings, letting a tiger go back to the mountain is digging your own grave. If I'm not wrong, Moo Dust should have prepared a backhanded move, and that Baetang Royal will still be eliminated before long. If we go back now, we might be able to pinpoint him once more. The 3 teammates looked at each other with shocked faces. Unbeknownst to Muchen, he didn't realize that in the entire battlefield, the one who understood him the most was instead Iron Wolf, his opponent. And at this moment, Baetang Royal was already on the verge of being beaten into a sieve by the various bosses around him that were sniffing around and running over. Rumble. Ding. Gain 13,000 experience points. Ding. Gain 13,000 experience points. Nightmare Cage Battlefield, Reincarnation Ice Tomb Area. Guided by his teammates' coordinates, Moo Dust entered this area to start a new round of killing sprees. Wherever he passed, the nearly 100 fire spirits that he summoned directly launched a flat push mode. Combined with the heavenly attribute boost of Muchen's Underworld Emperor title, the entire Ice Tomb area, all of the level 80 to 120 elite monsters, none of them were spared. In 43 minutes, Moo Dust had obliterated over 3,000 high-level monsters in the Ice Tomb battlefield, with a total experience income of over 5.5 million. Ding! Congratulations host, character level has reached level 50. Achievement Gift Pack 1. Capture less? Shepherd Dust opened the panel to take a look at the level data, and the person was dumbfounded. The experience he got from every monster he killed after entering the battlefield wasn't just absorbed by Amazing G. It was only because he hadn't done the second stage promotion quest that the panel information could only be stuck at level 35. However, the experience wasn't wasted, but was stored in the form of reserve experience. Now, Muchen's character level had reached 50, and he could directly take on the third stage promotion quest. Ding! You have a new short message waiting to be viewed. Right at this moment, Muchen's cell phone suddenly rang. One must know that entering the Nightmare Cage battlefield, it was impossible for messages from ordinary people to be sent in. The only explanation was that this was an official message notification. Opening it up, Muchen was stunned again. Congratulations to the Awakened One, Your Excellency MacDan, the Tower of Awakening in Nanjiang has monitored that your level has reached level 50. According to the Awakened One Alliance headquarters, Awakened Ones who have reached level 50 can apply to participate in the Border Wreckage Virtual Battlefield Trial. Passing the high-level battlefield test will result in incomparably generous rewards. Looking forward to your early arrival. Shepherd Dust bristled. An exclusive benefit for level 50? It had come sooner than expected. Moo Dust was not in Versailles. He truly didn't think that the Nightmare Cage battlefield could still be used to brush up his experience. It greatly shortened the time it took to break through the third stage. Otherwise, with his current formidable battle power, if he wanted to upgrade so efficiently and significantly, it would simply be impossible to achieve it in a wild map. Where would there be so many monsters for him to kill? Now it was a huge convenience for him. As for Amazing G's side, her level had unexpectedly broken through to 80 as well. Shepherd Dust decisively gave her full power points to increase her decimation ability in her King's Landing stance. Deity of Fire Reincarnation, Amazing G. Current level, 80. Current status, King's Landing. Current weapon, Blade of King's Landing. Blood, 143300143300. Energy, 650-006-5000. Energy, 650-006-5000. 5-dimensional data. Strength, 2250. Body, 2567. Endurance, 1554. Sensitivity, 1654. Spiritual power, 3292. Skill, passive technique, Flame Supreme. Old Earth Boundary. Fire Spirit Devouring. Fire Springborn. Elemental Evolution. Active technique, God Master Fusion. Exclusive technique of King's Landing, Forbidden Prison. Blank. What an exaggerated attribute growth. Is this the potential of a god? Leveling up by 20 levels, the 5 dimensions actually increased so exaggeratedly. A blank appeared for the exclusive technique of King's Landing. Did that mean that she could also use the skill book and add additional skills? Pastor Dust was overjoyed in his heart. Having additional learning abilities meant that Amazing G would have infinite possibilities in the future. And this was only the room for improvement for one form of King's Landing. Perhaps switching to the Faith form, there might be more surprises. Boom! Another loud bang came from the end of the battlefield filled with ice ruins. Muchen was about to open insight, but he saw that Amazing G, who had just had a wave of strength enhancement by her side, as if she had sensed something in advance, whooshed and rushed out in a puff of smoke. Master, I'll go and come. Wait. Makoto tried to block, and the block was ineffective. When did she become so quick-tempered? Unbeknownst to her, at this very moment, Moo Dust could faintly hear a familiar cry at the end of the battlefield. Hades Emperor, where are you? I can feel your breath. Hades Emperor, come and save me, I'm Linger.
Swish! A fiery steaming distortion of the void appeared. The underworld emperor great didn't come, what came was a stunningly beautiful young girl who was also covered in flames. The scorching heat of the flames and the coolness of the superior were perfectly combined in one person's body, yet it didn't seem out of place. At this moment, the amazing Ji did not have the slightest bit of the softness and agreeableness that she had when she was in front of Muchen, and it was completely the oppressive feeling of an old earth god reappearing in the world. When Ling Yao faced her, she actually had an instinctive urge to worship. You, who are you, such a powerful pressure? Ling Yao's large eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment. Underworld Emperor Dede? Is that another name for master? Master? Spirit Yao was even more confused. Your master, could it be the Underworld Emperor? No, is it Brother Muchen? It turns out to be so. You are here to find your brother Muchen? Ling Yao nodded her head frantically in excitement, her little chicken pecking at the rice, her expectant appearance not losing its cute spirituality. Suddenly, she grabbed a life-saving straw. Even the little Ah Huang on her shoulder, who was just as gray as she was, followed and barked twice. Woof woof! So it turns out. Amazing Ji released her mind. But then, she slightly raised the corners of her mouth, and her eyes flashed with a touch of cunning and a hint of stealing joy that belonged uniquely to the victor. This place is really dangerous. The girl doesn't have many points and is ranked at the bottom, so it's better to go wait outside. Hey! Ling Yao's face was confused, and the person instantly panicked. No, what's the situation, please? This pretty sister isn't a friendly? Whoosh! A hot flame enveloped Ling Yao and little Ah Huang on her shoulder. One person and one dog were neatly confined in place. In the next moment, Ling Yao's identity card was instantly blazed to ashes just like little Ah Huang's dog hair. Aha! Don't send me out, please. It was so hard for me to find Brother Muchen. Ugh! Ling Yao was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. She had traveled a long way and risked 1,000 hardships to find this side with Ah Huang, originally thinking that she was about to win and could hug her thighs. As a result, she hadn't even been able to see Muchen in person before she was forcibly sent out of the examination center. A few seconds later, Ling Yao's name turned gray in the leaderboard. Where's the person? Muchen came to Amazing Ji's side, scratched his head and looked left and right, and didn't see a single hair. He could only barely smell the smell of dog hair mixed in the air. Here just now, was there a dog barking? Amazing Ji smiled and nodded her head. Master, don't be alarmed, it's a yellow dog and a pretty sister, I've already sent them out. Shepherd's dust. Hiss. Amazing Ji wasn't quite right. Mu Dust sized up Amazing Ji. At this moment, she had a gentle smile on her face, yet there were still a few moments of small complacency. The well-behaved appearance was very different from the wild horse-like operation she had just taken off the reins. This had to make Muchen have some unrealistic reveries. Was there a possibility? She detected Ling Yao's aura in advance, heard her cries, and deliberately sent her away in advance? The purpose was that she didn't want us to rendezvous? She wouldn't be jealous. A hallowed fire god reincarnation, eating the jealousy of a mortal like me? Shepherd Dust stroked his chin and was about to test her for a few sentences when suddenly the information on the identity card refreshed once again. Ding! The current replica scoreboard has been refreshed. NO1, Dragon Emperor Tower 7th Vein, Regulus Road Battlefield points, 584427, total points, 590,427. NO2 Western Alliance Ganlan City Sangu Battlefield points, 536,809. NO3 Eastern Alliance Nanjiang City Muchen Battlefield points, 479,857. Total points, 487,857. No4. Ding. Important tip. The current copy Space Ultimate Battlefield, Nightmare Valley, has been opened. Mark this place as the only safe zone of the battlefield. From now on, a nightmare storm descends on the periphery of the Nightmare Cage battlefield. The force is spreading at a speed of 100 km per minute in the direction of the Security Bureau. All candidates participating in the Nightmare Valley Ultimate Battlefield seize the time to enter the valley to avoid being attacked by the storm and exit. Ding! Nightmare Valley Forbidden Land has refreshed the battlefield exclusive props Nightmare Magic Cube. Muchen frowned slightly and looked towards Amazing Ji. How long have we been in this battlefield space? Back to Master, it's been 48 hours. Muchen nodded his head gently with a happy face. 2 days and 2 nights, rising to level 50, this wave wasn't a loss. All the skills have been refreshed, it's time to start the final battle. Almost forgot one thing. As he was about to set off, Muchen looked at the big frog squatting in front of him, and an advanced Guardian Spirit Evolution crystal appeared in his hand. Big frog, eat this and see what effect it has. Swish! The Xian Thunder Frog's large tongue licked, and the evolution crystal instantly melted inside its body. Rumble! In an instant, a heaven-destroying terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The light of Xian Thunder pierced through the clouds and fiercely bombarded the Xian Thunder Frog's body. Muchen and Amazing G quickly withdrew back nearly 1,000 meters, watching the situation of this side of the battlefield from afar.
What's the situation? How did a crystal draw out all the heavenly thunder?
Amazing G said with a slight frown.
This is the power of the rules of heaven and earth.
This guardian spirit of the master, its bloodline is about to evolve.
Muchen suppressed his exhilarating emotions and spread anticipation as he gazed at the large frog.
Sure enough, as the power of the heavenly thunder bombarded it, the Xian thunder frog's body surface began to crack and crumble. In the newborn flesh and blood, something like scale armor actually condensed.
Chapter 65, Meeting at the Peak, the Three Strongest Prideful Sons. Ancient Frog Emperor. This is a sign of the bloodline returning to its ancestor.
Master, this guardian spirit of yours, I'm afraid it's going to be second only to divine beasts and old earth-level beast ancestors in terms of intensity.
Rumble.
After dozens of consecutive thunderbolts descended, the broken shell completely collapsed, and the newborn body broke out of its cocoon and was reborn.
Croak.
The great frog let out a roar that shook the battlefield for thousands of miles.
Even some of the bosses in the fringe area prostrated themselves in fear. Ancient Frog Emperor. Breed, Combat. Growth, Growing. Grade, Epic. Level, 50. Skill, Swallow the World. Thunderbolt. Jump.
Devouring heaven and earth, the space within the host's mental power range is emptied of all attribute elements, plunging the space into a vacuum of absolute darkness. Thunderclap, the Frog Emperor invokes the power of the rules of heaven and earth, descending several heavenly thunderbolts to attack the enemy. The strength of the attack is affected by the host's mental strength.
Absolute Darkness. Vacuum Domain. Muchen was overjoyed.
Doesn't this mean that one can rely on this great Frog Emperor to provide a state of darkness and also shield all peripheral vision? All elements were cleared, and the light element was naturally in this range. It was simply a perfect match for Shura Totem's skill. This timely rain, it came at the right time.
Shepherd Dust realized that his entire strength should now be able to be unlocked in the Nightmare Valley's ultimate battlefield. Let's set off. With Amazing G in tow, Muchen took a step onto the ancient Frog Emperor's back.
With a sudden leap, this fellow actually lifted up nearly 100 meters off the ground. His mountain-like body, which was already several times larger than before, would emit a rumbling sound that made the earth tremble every time it landed. Wherever he passed along the way, as long as he saw the figure of an awakened person, Muchen immediately left his body to suppress it. It also allowed his points to skyrocket in a short period of time. And as the outer storm continued to compress, the Nightmare Cage, the final battlefield of the 5th round of the college entrance exam, had fewer and fewer candidates left.
Unbeknownst to them at the same time,
those who had entered the apex of the Nightmare Valley earlier than Muchen were two other people. This Nightmare Valley was actually two extreme peaks that towered thousands of meters into the clouds. The two peaks stood next to each other, roughly 500 meters apart, separated by a cliff of thousands of meters. At the apex of the peak on the left, at this moment, a young, bald monk, with a dragon corpse clearly stepping under his feet. That's right, it was the corpse of a true juvenile stage dragon. One of the strongest bosses of the level 160 Nightmare Valley, the Iron-Armored Dragon. And the one who just defeated it and claimed the Nightmare Cube's exclusive item is none other than Karaya, ranked second on the leaderboard and hailing from Gonlan City in the Western Alliance. A rare 43rd level monk. According to folk legends circulating among the cities of the western region, Sangu was said to be the reincarnation of a 125th level 8th rank Buddha master who perished in an unknown land 18 years ago, possessing unparalleled natural talent. At this moment, Sangu was playing with a magic cube in his hands. Every time he twisted the cube, causing 3 colors to change, the outskirts of Nightmare Valley would erupt with a colossal burst of array power, as if the heavens were splitting apart. Many candidates who had arrived at the battlefield near the valley were indirectly affected by the immense power of the array, constantly being forced out of the area. At this moment, Muchen had already arrived at the edge of the valley, with the surrounding area in ruins, marked by collapsed mountains and shattered landscapes. Fortunately, he was protected by his guardian spirit, the ancient Frog Emperor, and remained unaffected, steadily approaching the final point of the battlefield. Xian Yuan, since you've come, show yourself. Crack. At the peak of another mountain, deep within the darkest part of the clouds, a stunningly beautiful young woman in a Taoist robe rode a deep blue qilin through the air.
Ancient qilin. A true divine beast.
It was one rank higher than Muchen's giant frog, the newly evolved epic tier guardian spirit. This was already the age of awakening in the present world, and it was the rarest guardian spirit one could hope to encounter. Even when compared to rare top-tier divine beasts like dragons and phoenixes, it would not be inferior by much. The 7th branch of the Dragon Emperor Tower, the Xianyuan Path. Level 47, Forbidden Profession Daoist. A profession deemed forbidden is so rare that, throughout the entire Eastern Dragon Empire's 10,000-year history, there are no more than a handful of practitioners.
The Daoist is one of them. The Dao is the rule.
A Daoist, as the name suggests, is someone who is born with the ability to comprehend and control the rules. It is important to note that comprehending the rules is a realm only accessible to those of level 80 or above, and even then, only those of the 6th rank can begin to glimpse its depths. This is the essence of the Xianyuan Dao, the fundamental reason why he is widely regarded as the uncontested top candidate for this year's imperial examination. It has been rumored that Xianyuan Dao is the most talented disciple produced by the Dragon Emperor Tower in the past decade, but today,
Sanggu spoke, then suddenly fell silent. He had been silenced.
Xianyuan Dao had altered the rules of the space he was in. Beyond 3 feet, no sound could be heard. Sanggu sighed helplessly, shook his head slightly with a bitter smile, and silently made the gesture of joining his palms together. Suddenly, he saw him strike out with an empty palm, forming a faint golden swastika Buddha symbol in the air. This golden pattern was not large or very noticeable, but in the next moment, it transformed into a massive golden lion totem.
Boom! Buddhist lion roar technique. Second-tier evolution technique of the professional core skill tree.
It shattered the surrounding rules and restrictions without a trace.
The alteration of rules naturally has its limits. Just like the effect of Muchen's ancient frog emperors devouring the heavens skill.
Once energy exceeding the carrying capacity limit erupts within the dark vacuum space, the swallowing the heavens effect naturally collapses.
The Taoist master truly lives up to his name.
Sanggu's voice returned, his smile still gentle. This monk has long admired the extraordinary techniques of the Daosher lineage.
I would like to try the young lady's sealing character technique. May I ask? Xianyuan Dao's demeanor was ethereal and cold as ice.
She had always been the best since childhood, and few of her peers could catch her eye. This monk, she did not like.
To test the sealing character technique? You're not worthy. Whoosh!
Xianyuan Dao pointed a finger toward the sky and instantly chanted a skill.
3 gray-white energy chains surged up from beneath Sanggu's feet, binding him firmly to the spot. Crack!
Sanggu clasped his hands together, chanted a Buddhist mantra, and a golden light appeared 3 feet around him.
With a crack, he shattered the first chain. The second and third chains followed suit, cracking and expanding.
But just as they were about to shatter and break free, 9 more chains suddenly emerged from the depths of the earth's veins. This time, his limbs and neck were all tightly bound to the ground. Xianyuan Dao's jade-like fingers slid lightly, and the coldness in his gaze grew even more arrogant.
In an instant, he condensed the 9 chains into one. Crack! Sanggu's golden protective Buddha light shattered, reducing his health by a third.
Only the chains binding his arms had broken free, while those around his feet and neck remained intact. Even in this initial test, the strength of the 2 peerless prodigies was already evident.
Wow! Mastered Sanggu, what's going on with the chains around your neck? You seem to have quite a taste for it. Sanggu.
The one speaking was riding a massive ancient earth dragon dozens of meters long, slowly emerging on the other side of the sky a kilometer above. He gazed across the void at the 2 prodigies atop the peaks on either side.
Xianyuan Dao's cold and peerless gaze swept over, instantly drawn to Muchen's unique aura. What truly startled her was Muchen's unimaginable depth of cultivation. Muchen of the Eastern Alliance? What an eerie fellow. My eye of the way cannot penetrate him. At this moment, the 3 strongest prodigies vying for the 5th round of the peak battlefield finally met. However, the attention of the outside world's powerful figures was not on the epic scene of the 3 prodigies facing off or the anticipation it generated, but on the massive creature flapping its wings beneath Muchen's feet. Goodness! What on earth is that thing Muchen is standing on? A dragon? It doesn't look like the dragons in the totems. Jian Yu swallowed hard, murmuring in a low voice. That's an ancient dragon from the old Earth era. A legendary being said to bow only before the gods. Muchen has actually become a dragon rider. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire crowd fell silent. The 2 of you, how do you plan to fight this? A tag team match? Or are the 2 of you going in together? Muchen looked to the left, then to the right, feeling not a shred of danger. As soon as he opened his mouth, he delivered a shocking, domineering statement. You're very confident. Xianyuan Dao's cold eyes remained fixed on Muchen. Compared to Sanggu, the monk who was easy to read at a glance, this cold beauty was clearly more interested in Muchen. Amit Ba.
Muchen, you managed to evade the 81 array trials of the Nightmare Cube on your own and make it here.
You must not be an ordinary person. Muchen glanced at Sanggu and said with a faint smile. You're not that old, don't pretend to be a master.
Outside, only a portion of the students were teleported out in advance, while others were crushed by the array trials for no apparent reason.
Whether they survive is still uncertain.
All this bloodshed is because of you. Why don't you step aside and handle the aftermath, Sanggu Master? The leaders of the major awakened factions won't let you off easily. Sanggu remained unfazed, his face still calm and composed, his hands folded in a reverent gesture.
He understood that Muchen was employing psychological tactics. At present, the 3 of them were in a stalemate. The simplest way to break the deadlock was clear. Eliminate the weakest one first. Zheng. A thunderous clang, as if an ancient bell had been struck, suddenly echoed through the air. Sanggu's true form erupted with dazzling golden light. This was entirely different from the faint golden Buddhist pattern seen during his earlier skirmish with Xian Yuan Dao. What was now revealed was the true 5th tier evolved technique of the martial monk's core skill tree, the Zhang Air Golden Body. From head to toe, Sangu was completely enveloped in blinding golden light. Invincible like a diamond, impervious to all attacks. The true essence of the monk's Buddhist and Taoist martial arts. In the waiting area, the team leaders from various factions watching the battle on the large screen all wore expressions of awe. The Buddha's golden body lives up to its name. No wonder it's the rarest and most ultra-rare class in the Western Alliance. The Tu Zhang Golden Body is a 5th tier divine technique of the monk, increasing defense by at least 10,000 points and immune to most debuffs. It is undoubtedly invincible. Muchen, seeing this, couldn't help but cast a look of approval. As the core defensive technique of the monk class, it can counter my wound technique debuff buff. Killing this Sangu in one strike will still be challenging. Just then, Sangu, who had activated his golden body, chanted a Buddhist mantra once more, then calmly swept his gaze toward Muchen. Amit Ba. Mu Layman, I have already exchanged blows with Xian Yuan and managed to end in a draw. Now it is your turn to show your true abilities. Xian Yuan, however, sneered disdainfully and asked dismissively, evenly matched? It seems your Buddhist heart is not firm, you can even speak such lies so boldly. What a load of nonsense. How humiliating it must have been for you to be chained by an old woman. Muchen saw it all. Now you call that a draw? However, despite their verbal sparring, the monk and the Taoist were surprisingly in sync tactically. Two streams of spiritual energy simultaneously locked onto Muchen, making him the target for their next spell. Amit Ba Buddha. Roar. The golden lion totem appeared once more. The 2nd tier evolution technique of the martial monk, Lion Roar, transformed into a ferocious sound wave, pressing down with overwhelming force. The entire void trembled and shook from the invisible shockwave. A technique capable of suppressing mental power and intimidating souls? Interesting. At the same moment, a cold, piercing light shot out from the pupils of the Xian Yuan Dao, who stood in the cold, desolate distance. It locks onto Muchen as the target of the spell. Daoist's additional skill tree, 2nd tier evolution technique, Mind Binding Chant. Causes confusion, randomly inflicting mind binding, confusion, fear, and sleep special negative buffs that affect mental power. Targeting the most vulnerable emotion of the target. Master, should I handle this? Yan Ji in his mind actively sought battle. However, Muchen responded calmly through telepathy. Such a mere mental interference technique? If I can't even purify this, then what kind of priest am I? Whoosh! At the same moment, Muchen closed his eyes tightly and chanted instantly. 4th tier evolved technique of the light bathing art, Ancient Hymn. In an instant, a beam of ancient holy light broke through the clouds and cascaded down. Enveloping Muchen's body, it completely swept away all the mental interference and negative mental buffs he wasing. At the same time, the lingering beam of holy light formed a powerful shield around Muchen's soul. Is that all? You two must be underestimating me. This kind of superficial trick is a waste of time. Since no one can break the deadlock, I'll do it. Muchen didn't want to waste any more time. A cold shout rang out, and the ancient earth fire dragon beneath him erupted with an incredibly ferocious dragon's roar. Roar! Terrifying sound waves swept out, causing the two peaks thousands of meters high on either side to tremble violently, with endless boulders rolling into the abyss. Muchen chanted again, continuously releasing random summon creatures using the fire spirit summoning basic technique, which rushed toward both battlefields. What astonishing flame power! This isn't the kind of power possessed by ordinary fire elements. How could a priest like him? Xian Yuan Dao's beautiful eyes narrowed once more, daring not to underestimate Muchen in the slightest. However, he noticed that Muchen's true form had not come to his side but was instead pressing toward Sangu. A colossal ancient earth fire dragon opened its abyssal maw, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the sky. Endless waves of fire engulfed the left peak where Sangu stood in an instant. Master Sangu, they say true gold fears no fire. Today, I really want to see if your rare monk class's invincible golden body can withstand the dragon's flames. Roar! Scarlet Flame Dragon's exclusive skill 1, Blazing Roar. Chapter 66, Burn It Down. Koraya is out. In an instant, Koraya's true form was completely engulfed by raging flames. Amit Ba Buddha. Koraya continued to clasp his hands together, consecutively unleashing 3 monk evolution techniques to reinforce his golden body defense. Still holding on? Master Koraya, do you really think that the invincible golden body others see has no weaknesses in my eyes? Muchen spoke softly, his words audible only to himself and Sangu. The other party suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked over in astonishment. What do you mean by that, Musher? Muchen snorted coldly without responding, then issued his order. Red Flame, attack with all your strength. Target the swastika-shaped golden pattern on his forehead. That is his golden body's weak point. Sangu's expression suddenly turned pale. How is that possible? This guy has actually uncovered the weakness in my golden body. How did he manage to do that? The answer was obvious.
Angelic totem, perceive with the power of light. When that golden glow flashed past Muchen's eyes, Sangu's physical form appeared to him as nothing more than a golden transparent entity. The flow of golden energy was likely not escaping Muchen's piercing gaze.
Now is the time.
The crimson flame obeyed the command, and a deafening roar echoed once more as it opened its massive jaws to gather power.
Exclusive skill 3, Blazing Aurora. Boom!
Terrifying flames compress into a crimson gold pillar of light, targeting Sangu's forehead and shooting forward.
Crack! Koraya, with his invincible golden body, saw his health plummet by a third in an instant. The flawless 2-meter-tall golden body armor shows its first hideous crack.
The powerful figures watching from the periphery were all utterly stunned.
This is utterly unbelievable. Kangu, the strongest student in the Western Alliance with a perfect score, whose 5th-tier golden body divine technique was renowned as the strongest protective technique of its kind, had his defense broken by a priest?
In fact, Muchen was well versed in such protective techniques.
It was like an egg when intact, even the greatest force couldn't crush it.
But once a crack appears, even the tiniest fracture is the beginning of its downfall.
Crack! Finally, the relentless flames completely shattered the 2-meter-tall golden body. Sangu's true form retreated wildly.
Without the golden body's protection, his defensive power returned to its original state. Yet it was precisely at this moment that Koraya seemed to undergo a drastic change in aura, swiftly evolving into another form.
Master, be careful. This monk is not right.
Muchen remained completely unfazed.
This scene was all too familiar to him. Isn't this the extreme contrast between an angel and a demon? A martial monk shouldn't just be about having a golden body and defensive abilities.
So what he had to face next was this very martial aspect, the power of killing and slaughter.
Boom! In an instant, a colossal figure of a bodhisattva, dozens of meters tall, materialized behind Koraya.
The golden arhat figure blocked out the sky, and its pupils blazed with a crimson light as red as blood.
An unprecedented chill of murderous intent swept down. The Buddha said, one thought leads to enlightenment, one thought leads to darkness. Boom! The terrifying aura erupted completely. Sangu activated his ultimate trump card.
6th tier evolution technique, slaughtering the arhat to subdue demons.
6th tier? It's actually 6th tier.
In the hall, Zheng Hongfei, the fat man, was completely panicked, plopping down onto the sofa and muttering to himself non-stop.
No wonder he looked so disoriented. Because he was absolutely certain that the overwhelming force Sangu was unleashing now would be more than even he, a 6th-rank warrior, could withstand. Too powerful. The top-ranked Buddhist prodigy of the Western Alliance is truly terrifying. This is bad.
We thought that Muchen from the Eastern Alliance could create a miracle, but it seems that a priest is still just a priest. No matter how flashy he is, when faced with such an ultra-rare profession, his ceiling is just too low. The senior officials discussed and sighed among themselves. The Western Alliance's master monk, Buddha Shur, clasped his hands together, his expression calm, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of this battle. Zhang Yu, the old swordmaster, also wore a more solemn expression. Even he couldn't make sense of the situation anymore.
Grandfather, the great emperor of the underworld, is he okay?
Ling Yao stared at the large screen with a worried expression, her big eyes sparkling with confusion, looking pitiful and helpless. Zhang Yu, however, snorted with a smile.
That brat kicked you out, and you're still thinking about him?
Ling Yao remained silent, but the anxiety and worry in her eyes were impossible to hide. On the other hand, Director Cao Ningshu, the senior elder representing the Dragon Emperor Tower, showed no signs of panic.
At that moment, he quietly transmitted his voice to Ling Yao. Don't worry. This student named Muchen is far from as simple as you think. Just one sentence was enough to completely calm Ling Yao's restless heart. Boom! On the battlefield, Muchen and Sangu, the two prodigies, were still engaged in a fierce battle. The entire mountain peak was collapsing and shattering non-stop. The colossal divine form of the Killsoul Arhat rolled down, locking onto Muchen and the Crimson Flame Dragoness bodies, crushing them with the might of a mountain range. Muchen, I wonder if you can withstand this one. Oof. You're just putting on a show? You're really just a fake monk. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Muchen still had the nerve to mock his opponent, showing no signs of panic. Xiyan, give it your all. Even if you can't stop it, there's no loss. Sangu and Shen Yuandao, who were far away, heard Muchen's words and were both stunned. No loss even if we can't stop it? What does that mean? Could it be that he has another ace up his sleeve? Shen Yuandao muttered to himself, standing on another mountain peak, enjoying the spectacle of two tigers fighting from a distance. She even felt that the championship had already been secured, and she was just enjoying the show before reaping the rewards. But she didn't realize that Muchen's first words upon entering the arena 1 against 2 weren't just empty boasts. Boom! The killing law form finally unleashed a earth-shaking punch. The sheer force of that punch alone was as powerful as the head of a crimson flame dragon, colliding heavily in the sky. The crimson flame's second technique, the fire dragon strike. Boom! The exploding energy rings instantly spread out in all directions for thousands of meters. The sharp peak a kilometer to the left was ruthlessly flattened by the explosive force of the shockwave, losing nearly 100 meters in height. Boom! The crimson flame dragon's body shatters, and after countless cracks appear in the golden light, it explodes violently. Even Muchen's outline vanished into the void. What? This is how he was killed? Muchen is dead. Spectators from all sides were left speechless. But soon, someone noticed that Muchen's identity card hadn't dimmed. He's not dead? But where is he? Just as the power of the killing law form dissipated and Sangu was about to clasp his hands together to show off. Beneath his feet, the peak that had collapsed into scattered flames began to reform in an instant. The fourth skill of the Crimson Flame Dragon, Divine Fire Restoration. The fifth skill, Primordial Fire Evolution. The two secret techniques were triggered simultaneously under the fusion of the shattered flame essence. A sense of crisis unlike anything he had ever experienced before suddenly overwhelmed him. Where had it come from? Karaya's expression suddenly changed as he stared intently at his surroundings. However, within the Mountain Valley battlefield, the flames began to rapidly rise, forming a wall sealed off by endless flames. Every flame began to undergo a despair-inducing evolutionary effect. Until everything here converged once more into a massive fiery prison. No, to be precise, it was a hellish inferno built from flames. Danger! Karaya's crisis instincts were on the verge of collapse. He had never felt such panic before. However, when he tried to manipulate the magic cube in his hands, hoping to use the power of the array to break free from the flame cage, it was already too late. At the end of the flames, Yen-ji slowly emerged. She stood barefoot, enveloped in a golden glow, holding the sovereign's blade, which once again awakened the ancient rules of the earth. I recognize that light. It's exactly the same as the power that imprisoned me before. Damn it! Where did Muchen get such a terrifying power? The once proud Northern region's top prodigy, Bei Tangyu, who had long been eliminated from the competition, watched as the identical sealing technique appeared on the large screen and began praying for Tsonggu in advance. He desired more than anyone else to see Muchen conquered and crushed. Unfortunately, he remained in control of the situation until now. My master has spoken. Whether you are Buddha or demon, today, you shall be slain. In the next instant, blazing flames swiftly gathered within the sovereign's blade. The energy of the fiery blade expanded to nearly 2 meters in length. The light of judgment descended once more. No! Karaya's eyes were filled with despair, yet he was utterly powerless to escape this fate. Puff! The massive light blade sliced through the air, instantly depleting Karaya's health to zero. If it weren't for the nightmare cube in his hands, which forced the last drop of blood to remain, the strongest prodigy of the Western Alliance might have been killed on the spot. I surrender! The monk roared loudly, his voice piercing and despairing. At the same time, Yen-ji collected his ID card, received the points, and tore it to shreds. Karaya's true form was teleported out of the arena. Sangu he actually lost. He lost to a priest. At the waiting area's large screen, the Western Alliance's team leader was completely stunned, collapsing onto his seat in despair. Upon arriving, he had confidently guaranteed victory to the governor, only to end up with such a humiliating defeat. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Nightmare Valley, a raging storm engulfed the entire area. The battlefield was now empty, save for the names Muchen and Xian Yuandao, which still glowed faintly. I know you're not dead. Come out. It's time to settle the final outcome. What are you shouting about? I've been right beside you all along, you just didn't notice. Muchen's voice suddenly echoed from behind Xian Yuandao. The stunningly beautiful Taoist woman spun around abruptly and realized that behind the pile of rocks on the right-hand main peak, Muchen's figure had indeed emerged. And the reason he was able to conceal his aura was because he had been hiding inside the giant frog's belly the entire time. Xian Yuandao's expression changed drastically, filled with astonishment. How could that be? That's the you who fought against Sangu. Muchen smiled mischievously and pointed to the other side. You mean him? Of course it's me too. It's just that one is a clone, and the other is the real body. As he spoke, another identical Muchen walked over. Yen-ji followed closely behind. How dare he? Is this a transformation? Or a clone? The 9th floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower. Longzhan stared at the screen in shock, once again amazed by Muchen's depth. Wei Lao gave him a knowing smile. How about that? Old man, my eyesight isn't too bad, is it? Longzhan lowered his head, his face filled with dejection. If there weren't so many people around, he would have knelt down before Wei Lao. How did you know that Muchen had so many hidden cards up his sleeve? I've seen plenty of clone techniques before, but Muchen's clone technique is able to function as his real body? That's simply beyond comprehension. Old Wei sighed as well. The witchcraft of the old earth is mysterious and unfathomable. Even the elders of the various branches of the Dragon Emperor Tower have only a limited understanding of witchcraft. As a result, many now regard basic level witchcraft as useless. Little do they know that this lineage, once mastered, can evolve into divine abilities that defy the understanding of gods and demons.
If I'm not mistaken, this young friend Muchen has likely mastered witchcraft to a high degree in his proficiency, and it will not be inferior to his primary skill tree. Upon hearing this, the entire ninth layer of the Dragon Emperor Tower, along with Long John and the other high-ranking awakened guardians, were all stunned.
This is extremely rare. This young man is truly just a newcomer who hasn't even graduated from high school?
Mastery of witchcraft, multiple primary skill trees, and this extraordinary fire elemental inheritance. If he weren't from the Xianyuandao lineage of the Seven Veins, he might just be overturned by this little priest. Wei Lao said nothing more, returning to his cheerful expression as he continued watching the live broadcast of the battlefield on the screen. It was clear that Long John still didn't believe Muchen could win.
Ultimately, it all comes down to the Xianyuan sect's unmatched, limit-breaking techniques.
Once those trump cards are played, even peers of the same generation or high-ranking officials from outside would end up as cannon fodder. At that moment, Muchen's clone waved his hand, picked up the magic cube he had taken from Tsangu, played with it for a moment, then scoffed. "This thing seems pretty useless. But it should suit your profession as a Taoist master. Want it?" Saying this, Muchen's clone actually tossed the magic cube into the air, sending it directly toward Xianyuandao's face. Xianyuandao's stunning eyes flashed with cold light.
"You're insulting me."
However, despite her harsh words, she didn't lose her composure, and her hands moved honestly. She took it, clutching it tightly in her hand without using it immediately, but she also didn't refuse it.
"Humph, you're still afraid." "Me? Afraid of you?"
Xianyuandao sneered in response, his face brimming with contempt.
"I awoke as a Taoist master at 8 years old, entered the Dragon Emperor Tower at 9, and was personally trained by Xian Yang, the 7th branch of the 7 branches. From the moment I entered the realm of awakened beings until now, not only have I never lost to any of my peers, but in nearly 30 years, I have never been defeated by any of the top-tier awakened beings." "You think you can make me afraid?" Muchen didn't bother arguing further, merely shaking his head in exasperation. "Forget it. Arguing with a woman is the most unwise thing to do. But since we've finally made it to the end, why not try something more exciting?" Xianyuan's pupils contracted, and he instinctively grew wary. "What do you want to do?" Muchen's smile grew even more intense.
"If you think you're capable, kill me, and you can claim the title of strongest." After saying that, Muchen directly pulled out his identity card, and a burst of flames erupted, burning his card to ashes right in front of all the onlookers.
"What? Muchen, that kid, he actually destroyed the teleportation inscription on his identity card. He's completely mad." Chapter 67, The Determination to Win, The Ultimate Showdown.
Burning the ID card means shutting off the key to the summoning teleportation mechanism.
Muchen can't escape.
Even if he faces a life or death crisis, he can only wait to die here.
This is the resolve to win at all costs.
It is unparalleled confidence in one's own strength.
Ha! What an arrogant and unrestrained young man, truly reminiscent of my glory days.
Jiang Yu, the old sword master, laughed heartily, his voice shaking the heavens. All the officials in the waiting area were trembling in fear under the overwhelming pressure. Only Ning Shu remained motionless, completely unaffected, even sneaking a glance at Jiang Yu. That feeling was like witnessing an old lover bragging, and she couldn't help but give him a look of contempt from the bottom of her heart. However, even she couldn't help but feel a ripple of admiration when she saw Muchen's actions. He had depth, talent, a solid foundation, and sheer audacity. This young man truly possesses an indescribable charm. It seems that the long-dormant Eastern Alliance might truly rise again because of him. Ning Shu did not use her prophecy technique to peer into Muchen's future destiny. She understood that some people's destinies were entangled in immense karmic ties. It was not something she could possibly fathom at this moment. In fact, the moment the endless flames beneath Tsangu's feet reignited, and Yenji descended from the flames, descending slowly to suppress Tsangu in the name of her master, Ning Shu had already confirmed her suspicions.
Muchen is the chosen vessel of the fire deity.
Those who walk alongside the gods are no longer of the mortal realm.
This battle, unless the higher-ups of the Dragon Emperor Tower cannot afford to lose and intervene forcefully. Otherwise, everything is already decided.
Xianyuandao stared at the identity card in Muchen's hand, now reduced to ashes. She looked at Muchen deeply, remaining silent for a full half-minute before suddenly lifting the corners of her mouth into a faint smile.
"You are quite interesting." Whoosh! Between Xianyuandao's fingertips, a flash of lightning also appeared.
This woman had also torn apart the teleportation inscription on her identity card.
"This battle, we will not retreat."
The two strongest prodigies standing at the pinnacle of this generation simultaneously unleashed overwhelming energy fluctuations.
"Come on. Let me see how you, a priest, dare to defy the heavens." Shilin Dao Xian Lei. Crack!
The sky split open, and rolling blue thunderbolts crashed down from the heavens. The Qilin's signature divine technique, a storm of thunder, engulfed the peak battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Xianyuandao transformed this place into his own domain. The terrifying thunderous power, with each strike, shatters the peaks and causes the earth to tremble. However, Muchen remained unfazed, glancing up at the sky above and smiling slightly.
Not bad, you know how to harness the power of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, your so-called home turf hasn't earned my approval. Gua gua.
The ancient frog king's call sounded out of place, but it did nothing to diminish his equally earth-shaking aura.
Exclusive technique, swallow the heavens and devour the earth.
Suddenly, the giant frog opened its blood-red maw and began surrounding spaces every element. The thunderous energy that had just been engulfed by Xian Yuan Dao was all sucked into the abyssal maw. At the same time, all other elements on the peak vanished, and the surveillance eyes arranged around the area completely lost their function.
What's going on? How did it suddenly disappear? Are you kidding me? Please. In the waiting area, the leaders and master-level experts from all factions watching the battle were completely thrown into chaos. The large screen went black just as the action was getting intense.
Jiang Yu was speechless and turned to ask Ning Shu.
Master Ning, this is the territory of the Dragon Emperor Tower.
The surveillance eyes are malfunctioning.
Why hasn't anyone fixed them?
Ning Shu gave the officials a cold glance and said indifferently.
It's not an issue with the array patterns. That candidate named Muchen has activated a skill that can absorb all elemental attributes.
Light elements are also within his absorption range.
Without light, how can projections be made? Jiang Yu.
Ling Yao, standing beside him, also looked anxious and hurriedly asked. Beautiful sister, according to you, when will Muchen's skill effect wear off, and when will the large screen resume displaying the battlefield scene?
That's correct.
Ning Shu was pleased with the title, smiled, and nodded, seeming to have a good impression of Ling Yao.
What pretty sister? Don't talk nonsense. You should call her grandma. Clap.
Ning Shu didn't hesitate, extending her finger, and using some mysterious technique, she directly silenced Jiang Yu. He felt as though something had been stuffed into his throat, and no matter how he swallowed or coughed, it was useless. Zhang Hongfei, the fat man beside him, glanced over at the situation and quickly shut his mouth in frustration.
Muchen was right. Women really shouldn't be provoked lightly.
At that moment, the only perspective that hadn't been blocked was the one from the 9th floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower. Wei Lao smiled and waved his hand at the screen. The battlefield space, devoid of all elements, was replaced by a projection of a pitch-black background. The visual effect was similar to infrared radiation, allowing one to see the outlines of Muchen and Xian Yuan Dao as they moved. This technique alone was already enough to defy the heavens and terrify the world.
Master Wei, look. Long John's pupils suddenly contracted.
The actions of Muchen on the screen once again shocked him.
That's correct.
The old man smiled kindly and spoke slowly.
It's a 7th-tier divine technique.
This Muchen has unparalleled talent. He is truly a prodigy who defies the world.
Upon hearing this, everyone on the 9th floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower fell into a stunned silence. A 7th-tier skill from a priest? An existence that defies the limits of comprehension.
Within the dark space, as Muchen chanted the 7th-tier divine technique of the rock system, War Spirit Monument, the 6 ancient Earth War Spirit totems simultaneously awoke, transforming into the armor of a stone colossus, enveloping Muchen's true form. Xian Yuan Dao's stunningly beautiful face was filled with unprecedented fear.
You've mastered a 7th-tier skill. No, this must be an illusion. You're using illusion magic to deceive me. Boom! Muchen's stone colossus, amidst the pitch-black battlefield backdrop, delivered a powerful punch.
Xian Yuan Dao's qilin beneath him was directly knocked flying by Muchen's punch. The terrifying aftereffects of the force caused Xian Yuan Dao's health to drop, finally bringing her back to her senses.
It's all real. Muchen had truly mastered the 7th-tier divine technique. A calm laugh echoed once more through the pitch-black world. Don't be afraid, Xian Yuan Sr.
Though you may not reach the 7th-tier realm, as a Taoist master of forbidden profession you must possess earth-shaking, unparalleled techniques.
Show your trump card. Before I suppress you, I will only allow you to strike once.
Muchen's domineering control over the situation once again came to the fore.
If he had said that earlier, everyone would have thought he was just showing off and bragging. But after the overwhelming aura of the War Spirit Monument descended, Xian Yuan Dao truly believed it.
Even if Muchen were to claim he was a deity returned from the old lands, she would analyze it seriously.
Are you really going to take this step?
Xian Yuan Dao's voice suddenly grew calm. His gaze was ethereal, devoid of any trace of human emotion. Her flawless eyes began to gradually turn grayish-white.
I admit, your talent is unmatched in my lifetime. Surrender now, and we'll leave this place. Under me, you will be the strongest.
Muchen remained unfazed, smiling faintly. Typically, such a tone signifies that the power you are about to unleash will result in irreversible consequences. If I'm not mistaken, once you use that power, even you won't be able to control it safely. Xian Yuan Dao's cold tone echoed once more.
That's correct.
This is my innate talent, a forbidden technique I was born with.
My master once said that it must never be used lightly unless one is facing life or death. But in this battle, I cannot lose, even if it means death.
The prestige of the Dragon Emperor Tower and the honor of the 7 veins must not be tarnished by me.
Muchen sighed.
In truth, by now, neither of us has any room to retreat. You have your mission to win, and I have my reason to push further.
Let's fight to the death. Boom!
In an instant, Muchen began to chant wildly, unleashing a barrage of powerful buffs that piled up on the stone colossus. He knew that what he was about to face was the strongest attack he had encountered since his awakening. There was no room for even the slightest slip-up.
Master, shall we merge? That would be our peak power. Muchen laughed, no need.
Your master here also has his own trump card.
Do you think 7th rank is my limit?
At those words, even Yen Ji was stunned.
What? Master, you. That's right. If you want my life, she's just an apprentice. Does she even have the qualifications?
I just wanted to see how powerful the so-called taboo of a Taoist master's innate talent truly is.
Boom!
Xian Yuandao's pupils turned completely white. In that moment, she became the listener to the endless rules of this battlefield.
The Tao that can be spoken of is the Tao that governs people. After the chant, a massive yin-yang Tao diagram appeared above Muchen's head.
In an instant, Muchen's indestructible colossal form was completely sealed, rendering him unable to cast any spells.
The way of humanity, soul bind.
Then, the second, even more powerful 6th-tier divine technique of the Tao Master descended.
The way can be spoken, but it can also be controlled. Crack! Beneath Muchen's feet, the mountains crumbled, revealing massive fissures and gorges.
Deep within the earth's veins stretching for 1,000 meters, 99 energy chains extended outward. In an instant, they completely restrained Muchen's massive stone colossus armor.
Hey, girl, you don't have to be so harsh, do you? Can't I just not run?
Taking the college entrance exam feels like I've committed a capital offense. Muchen's avatar watched as his main body was bound by the dense chains, leaving his armor-clad colossal form immobilized, and he couldn't help but feel speechless.
I gave you a chance. Everything is your own doing.
Xian Yuandao's voice grew even colder. She had completely lost her humanity.
The Tao is merciless. A Taoist master is like this.
The deeper one's cultivation, the stronger one's power, and the higher one's rank, the more one must distance oneself from emotions. Just as Muchen thought this was all there was, rolling thunder once again erupted from the heavens above.
No way, there's more? Crack!
In the sky, the final gigantic yin-yang diagram, flickering with colorful light, appeared.
7th tier? No, it's forbidden.
The strongest exclusive talent of the Taoist master, using human power to resonate with the way of heaven.
The 3 totems of heaven, earth, and humanity unite, creating new rules.
The Tao can be spoken, but the Tao of heaven cannot be controlled.
Annihilation.
Xian Yuandao stands atop the void, his hair flowing wildly, his pupils transforming into an incredibly translucent silver white. At this moment, she seemed to be the master of the rules of the Tao. The new rules she sets are to annihilate everything beneath her feet. A massive yin-yang totem of the Tao began to descend. All the remaining monsters on the battlefield were swiftly torn apart by the power of the rules. They turned into mist that scattered toward the void diagram, all converging toward Muchen's position.
Master, this power. It's powerful.
Muchen stared at the sky, furrowing his brows slightly.
At this moment, he understood the true value of the Dragon Emperor Tower's directed mission quota.
If it weren't for Muchen, any other high school graduate from the Eastern Dragon Empire would face only one outcome against such power:
death. Even teleportation runes couldn't save them.
Because the rules of the battlefield space had been completely altered. Unless Xian Yuandao forcibly halted the projection of this power. But in reality, even she herself could no longer stop the overwhelming force of the heavenly Tao Yin-Yang diagram. Once this technique is unleashed, everything within the Nightmare Prison battlefield will be reduced to ashes.
Within the Dragon Emperor Tower, Long Zhantang rose from his seat.
Xian Yuandao, she's being too impulsive.
Muchen must not die. He is a rare prodigy of the Empire. The future hope of the Auxiliary Warfare Division.
Master Wei, I dare to humbly request your intervention to stop this confrontation. Wei Lao shook his head slightly.
Impossible.
If she stops, Xian Yuandao's celestial heart will shatter, and as an awakened being, her future path will be completely severed. Xian Yang is the 7th-ranked disciple of the Seven Veins sect. That old fool is the most protective of his own. If I were to intervene, he would cut off my head and use it as a night pot.
The 9-tiered elite suppressed their inappropriate laughter.
Someone of Wei Lao's caliber only makes such casual jokes when he's with other old-timers of the same level. Long Zhan's request was rejected, but he still spoke up.
Are we really just going to stand by and watch Muchen fall? Is there no other way?
Old Wei smiled and scoffed. He had blown his own trumpet and burned his own identity card. No one would clean up his mess.
However, if you trust me, just sit back and watch. That little rascal is cunning. He probably won't die that easily.
The heavenly Tao totem, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, continues to grow stronger. Xian Yuandao underestimated the upper limit of his own talent and never imagined that the totem, by absorbing the souls of all the monsters from the Nightmare Prison battlefield, would gain such an absurdly powerful boost.
Unfortunately, it's all too late now.
Within the massive stone colossus armor, Muchen sighed helplessly. Speechless, this test is way beyond the syllabus. Xian Yuan Dao, that woman, is even crazier than me. Yan Ji, on the other hand, looked eager and adorable as she said, Master, it's finally my turn to step up, isn't it? The power of the heavenly Tao has altered the rules. Only by merging our energies can we revive the old order of the land and avert this fatal crisis.
Muchen nodded slightly. Then let's do it now, begin the fusion.
Yan Ji suddenly blushed and quickly revealed her true form. In an instant, Muchen regained his serious expression and began to chant loudly. Whoosh! The enlightenment technique was instantly activated, boosting Muchen's spiritual power by a full threefold. All buff effects were significantly amplified. Fire attribute exclusive skill tree. 6th tier evolved divine technique, 8 desolations of eternal flames. Chapter 68, The Collapse of the Heavenly Tao Totem, Rebirth. Boom! In an instant, all the elemental forces on the battlefield began to burn. All elements within the range of the spiritual energy were being assimilated into fire elements. The nightmare prison battlefield, which had been on the brink of collapse, instantly transformed into an endless fiery inferno. Thanks to the enhancement of the enlightenment technique, the halo of flames spreading and devouring other elemental forces rapidly expanded. The storm forces on the outer battlefield also transformed into whirlpools of endless flames in an extremely short time. The entire world has become an ocean of fire. Only 3 precarious Tao totems and the Xian Yuan Tao entity in the void remained, like a small boat adrift in the sea of fire. In the next instant, Yan Ji and Muchen's true form perfectly fuse. The fire deity re-emerges from the old earth. Boom! An overwhelming force of order erupted, causing the 3 Tao diagrams to crack rapidly, collapse, and eventually fade into oblivion.
Muchen's pupils blazed with intense flames. At that moment, he had awakened as the fire deity of the awakening era. No, this can't be. I won't lose. Why is this happening? Who are you? Xian Yuan Dao roared in despair and resentment.
As she witnessed the 3 great Tao diagrams shattering one after another, her health was rapidly depleting.
Supply? Are you kidding me?
This is the power of the Tao, the rules themselves are collapsing. It contains the power belonging to the soul and essence of life of the Xian Yuan Dao. The collapse of the Tao marks the moment when the Xian Yuan Dao's life comes to an end. You've lost. Muchen was protected by boundless flames, gazing at the once proud yet now utterly beautiful woman with his fiery red eyes.
You have won.
Xian Yuan Dao cast a deep glance at Muchen. This young man of the same age, once a mere teenager, now truly resembled a divine being, noble, majestic, and unmatched in the world. The white light in her eyes returned to her original form, but she was weak, ethereal, and on the verge of shattering. Crack! The heavenly Tao totem completely shattered. Xian Yuan Dao said nothing more, his body drifting lightly toward the fiery abyss. If Muchen were to wave his hand lightly, everything related to Xian Yuan Dao would be utterly destroyed.
But he did not do so. In the name of the holy spring of light.
In an instant, Muchen fully restored his state and initiated the final chant of this battle. Yener, protect me.
Do not let anyone outside sense what is happening on the battlefield.
Understood. Yanji acted swiftly, and no one knew how she did it. At that moment, Muchen's true form began the chant, and simultaneously, the spirit butterfly behind his shoulders disintegrated. Ning Shu, the Grandmaster, could no longer observe the battlefield situation. Boom! Above the copy world engulfed in boundless flames, a colossal divine totem slowly emerged. She was sacred and majestic, vast and boundless, as if her flawless face obscured the entire sky. She gazed down upon all beings with a compassionate gaze. Light bathing technique, 9th tier. Forbidden nirvana. Priest awakener's forbidden technique. Revive targets whose health has been reduced to 0. Using the nirvana technique passed down from ancient times, grant them new life. Note, the revived target cannot use this skill again until it completes the essential transformation of its life essence. At this moment, the divine bestowed an unparalleled blessing. A single crystal clear tear fell from the sky, landing on the brow of Xian Yuan Dao. The dazzling divine light began to fade, and the gigantic divine totem in the sky dissolved into Xian Yuan Dao's body. Heavens! Master, you actually revived her. No wonder you remained so calm in the face of such a fatal attack from the Taoist master. Muchen sighed and shook his head. If you really killed her, the old fools in the Dragon Emperor Tower would come after you and me. Seeing Xian Yuan Dao's health restore, Muchen immediately stood up and smiled. Let's go. The battlefield is about to collapse. A teleportation channel has already appeared. It must be the array patterns from outside coming to rescue us. We must leave immediately. Yan Ji also nodded excitedly, merging into Muchen's soul world, and took off into the air before him, diving into the teleportation barrier and completely leaving the battlefield. The remaining clone, without hesitation, hoisted Xian Yuan Dao onto its back. Just at that moment, Xian Yuan Dao's dazed gaze regained its luster. She sensed the warmth of Muchen before her and, without a moment's hesitation, her flawless Dao heart was imprinted with his figure. Muchen.
From now on, she would never forget that name. Within the teleportation channel, Muchen's expression grew solemn as he activated his insight of light skill, discovering that the outer perimeter of the channel was riddled with vulnerabilities. This is bad. The nightmare prison battlefield was still collapsing, and the energy was nearly completely collapsing. This passageway probably wouldn't hold much longer. At a critical moment, at the end of the passage, an old man dressed in a Taoist robe appeared. He seemed to materialize out of a beam of light, taking on a complete human form in an eerie and unpredictable manner. Merging with the light, the exclusive innate ability of the highest realm of the Taoist master profession. 8th rank, above the master. Muchen's expression grew solemn. The old man before him was undoubtedly the strongest being he had ever encountered in his life, without a doubt. Master. Xian Yuandao panicked immediately, struggling to break free from Muchen's clone's support, lowering his head and remaining silent. Having lost this peak battle, she had no idea how to face the elders of the Seven Veins. However, Muchen clearly noticed that the old man showed no emotional fluctuations whatsoever. His pupils were a deep, milky white, like an empty shell devoid of a soul. He did nothing, yet he exuded an indescribable pressure. It felt as though one was being stared at by the abyss. Whoosh! The old man suddenly waved his hand out of thin air, and a spatial portal suddenly appeared beneath Muchen's feet, completely swallowing him whole and making him vanish without a trace. Within the spatial passage, only Xian Yuandao and the powerful old man remained. The Taoist lineage does not compete for fleeting success or failure, they strive for a lifetime of divine destiny. The college entrance exams are over, don't let this become your obsession. Xian Yuandao's eyes grew dim. This was her first failure in life, an unprecedented sense of defeat. How could she possibly let it go so easily? The old man spoke again. That Muchen is far stronger than you imagine. In this battle, he hasn't even used his full strength. You lost fairly. What? He hasn't even given his all yet? 7th rank, is that not his limit? Xian Yuandao was even more defeated, clenching his jade-like fists tightly, his body trembling slightly. That said, the Taoist lineage's methods of guiding others are truly unique. This white-haired master truly doesn't know how to build up suspense. Every word hits Xian Yuandao right in the heart. Your Tao heart is clouded. The senior disciple has ordered that you retreat to the Dragon Emperor Tower for meditation. You must not leave until you have advanced to the 6th rank. Xian Yuandao dared not disobey his master's orders and immediately agreed. The light beneath his feet trembled, and the array patterns inside the tower activated once more. He didn't even need to return to the examination hall. In truth, her true intention was to express her gratitude to Muchen. Although Xian Yuandao did not understand how Muchen had saved her after the collapse of the Heavenly Tao Totem and her descent into oblivion, but she owed that person a debt of gratitude. Whoosh! A flash of light, and Muchen felt himself being protected by a colossal force, until he returned to the array gate at the waiting area. That familiar sense of solid ground beneath his feet finally returned. On the 9th floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower, the projection of Muchen reappeared clearly on the light screen before Wei Lao and Long Zhan. At the same moment, a celestial echo resonated throughout the 9th floor tower space. Wei Shang, the energy of the nightmare prison battlefield is collapsing, and it will soon collapse permanently. Please handle the aftermath. As the celestial voice faded, Wei Lao turned around with a bitter smile and looked at Long Zhan. See that? One after another, they all treat me like a servant. It's just because they think I have no heirs and no one to inherit my legacy. How pitiful. Long Zhan bowed respectfully and said, with your strength, old Wei, if you truly wanted to take disciples, you would have disciples all over the world by now. Wei Lao shook his head repeatedly. Everyone thinks I'm too picky, but in truth, I have no real requirements. It's just that my profession is too specialized. Even if I wanted to teach ordinary people everything I know, I simply couldn't do it. This Muchen is somewhat interesting. Whoosh! Before Wei Lao could finish speaking, he had already vanished from everyone's sight. At the same time, the moment the old man descended onto the nightmare prison battlefield, all the energy around him that had been heading toward collapse suddenly stopped its chaotic movement. The old man swept his gaze across the endless surging flames on the battlefield and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Goodness, even I nearly lost control. Who could have imagined such power coming from a mere priest? At that moment, Muchen strode toward the waiting hall. As he neared the entrance, he could already hear the chaotic chatter of various officials inside. This is driving me crazy. Why isn't the screen fixed yet? We can't even watch the match because it's blacked out? Are you kidding me? Old ox, you really need to control your temper. This is the imperial capital, at the foot of the Dragon Emperor's tower. Do you think this is the Southern Alliance? If the elders hear you, they'll send you to the front lines of the war against the other nations. You'll be crying and unable to find your voice. Nonsense. You dare say you don't want to see how this ends? If I had to guess, that little girl from the Shanyuan path should be able to handle Muchen with ease, right? Zhang Hongfei's chubby face twitched as he snorted coldly. You lot are clueless. All you know is to flatter the powerful and trample the weak.
Bullying Muchen for not having a powerful background and fawning over that seven-vein successor. A supervisor in the front row laughed mockingly.
Mr. Zhang, you don't seriously expect that little priest to win, do you? Finishing in second place is already impressive enough. Who knew he'd insist on fighting to the death with them? He'll probably have a hard time coming back alive.
As soon as he finished speaking, Muchen quietly stepped into the waiting area, instantly drawing everyone's attention.
Thanks to the seniors, I made it out alive. What the heck is this? It's over already? How did everyone get out?
The senior officials and masters from the major branches in the waiting area were all stunned.
Kid, why are you the only one here? Where's Xian Yuan Dao? Zhang Yu was the first to react and asked the question everyone was curious about.
Before Muchen could speak, a voice with piercing clarity descended. Xian Yuan Dao has been defeated and sent back to the Seven Veins sect to begin seclusion. In this battle, Muchen secured first place and was the only one to pass through the battlefield.
An overwhelming aura descended, causing everyone to look up in awe.
Wei Lao, leaning on his cane, stood suspended in mid-air without touching the ground, exuding an imposing presence.
We've seen Wei Lao.
Dozens of regional leaders and master-level protectors from various regions all bowed in respect. The 8 ranked elders of the Dragon Emperor Tower, no matter where or when they appeared, were revered like gods. Young friend Muchen, congratulations on your victory.
I have come to present you with your results.
Earlier, you burned your identity card and your points were reset by the system. However, you are the recognized top-ranked individual by the Dragon Emperor Tower, so your ranking will not be affected. Therefore, you may fill in the assessment points yourself.
You may enter any amount you wish. What's going on? Did I hear that correctly? This is the final exam for the college entrance exam, and they're letting the candidates fill in their own scores? This is truly unprecedented. Throughout history, there have been so many top scorers in the college entrance exam, but I doubt any of them ever received such treatment as Muchen. Ling Yao stood beside Zhang Yu. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at Muchen's back, almost crying from his handsomeness. Little did she know that her grandfather, the legendary swordsman Zhang Yu, was just as flustered as she was. That's too much. In front of all these other candidates, letting Muchen fill in his own scores? They don't even consider the other candidates human beings.
When that card fell into Muchen's hands, the name Muchen was destined to surpass everyone on the golden list. Calling him the exam god is no exaggeration.
Who has ever seen a candidate grade themselves?
In the waiting area, the prodigies from other regions who had come to participate in the 5th round were all envious.
Their mindset had even begun to shift.
It was no longer jealousy toward Muchen, but had risen to the level of admiration.
Indeed, the Dark Emperor is the real deal.
Ling Yao held her hands together, her face filled with hope, staring at Muchen's back, desperate to rush over and become his accessory. Just then, Muchen swept his brush across the paper, showing no courtesy to the old man, and wrote 2 words with ease. As the 5th round overall coordinator representing the Dragon Emperor Tower, Ning Shu, the Grandmaster, collected Muchen's identity card.
The points column only had 2 words written in it. Full marks.
Ning Shu furrowed his brows slightly, then smiled faintly, not dwelling on it.
He immediately instructed his attendants. Go ahead and record this score as is.
As for Xian Yuan Dao, just assign him any score and keep him in second place on the overall rankings.
Yes, Commander Ning. The attendant glanced at Muchen's ID card and saw the 2 Chinese characters representing his score.
His eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Crazy, this is truly crazy.
Wei Lao nodded slightly, and with a flick of his hand, Muchen felt a surge of energy enveloping him, gentle yet utterly irresistible.
Follow me. In the blink of an eye, Muchen had stopped beside Wei Lao, both of them stepping on the void and soaring upward. In the blink of an eye, they had flown to the 33rd floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower. As soon as the 2 vanished from sight, the Dragon Emperor Tower above the imperial capital emitted a message that enveloped the entire city. At the same time, hundreds of awakening towers across the empire, both large and small, simultaneously echoed the same voice. Official latest intelligence update. Authorized by the Dragon Emperor Tower, the exclusive Old Earth Tier Dungeon Nightmare Prison battlefield for the 5th round of this year's college entrance exams has been cleared. Dungeon difficulty, Old Earth Tier. Clearance evaluation, Ultimate. Total number of players who cleared the dungeon, 1.
The dungeon has collapsed and will be permanently sealed as a battlefield specimen in the Dragon Emperor Tower's Hall of Treasures. The conqueror, Muchen, a student from Nanjiang First Middle School of the Eastern Alliance, will be engraved alongside the battlefield information in the Hall of Precious Dragons, to be passed down through the ages. Chapter 69, Wei Lao's Guidance, Muchen reaps rich rewards. Upon hearing this news, the elites and candidates in the waiting area fell into a prolonged silence. Iron Wolf sighed, shook his head with a bitter smile, and kept complaining in his heart.
Damn it, I shouldn't have come here. The top support warrior of the Eastern Alliance?
Ha, so the clown was actually me all along. After this year, in the eyes of the later students, the priest and auxiliary warrior departments will no longer be considered useless.
Cough. Outside the 33rd Dragon Emperor Tower, Muchen and Wei Lao had just arrived at the array gate when the old man suddenly started coughing uncontrollably, spitting out a jet of black smoke. Muchen looked up and realized that Wei Lao, who was just a few feet away, looked like he had just emerged from a coal pile. "Ah, senior, what's going on?"
Wei Lao sighed wryly, with a touch of teasing in his voice.
"You little brat, you've been hiding your true strength all this time. If you want to fight, just fight. Why drag the exam hall into it?"
Lucky for me I'm still alive, otherwise, we might have all been reduced to ashes along with that nightmare prison.
"You owe me a favor, remember that." After speaking, the old man didn't even glance at Muchen, discarded his walking stick, and his limp disappeared. He walked ahead with his hands behind his back, entering the 33rd floor of the tower first.
"I don't believe you for a second." Muchen suddenly felt that this old man, despite his kind appearance, was probably a scoundrel, the kind of old-timer who specializes in setting traps for newbies like him, extorting favors, and acting disrespectful in his old age. Muchen thought this, and suddenly found himself unable to move his legs.
Who knows where this old man is taking me? What if he throws me into his alchemy furnace and melts me down? Where would I go to complain? Did he discover some secret about me? Did he notice I used a forbidden skill?
Yan Ji sensed her master's worry and replied with a smile.
"Don't worry, master.
This old man has no ill intentions, he likely meant to guide you." Wei Lao also stopped at that moment, as if he could hear Muchen's thoughts, and smiled.
"What are you afraid of? If I wanted to harm you, you wouldn't even be able to step onto the battlefield. I understand your thoughts.
A young prodigy with extraordinary talent and boundless ambition, you're frustrated by your lack of connections and fear that others might covet your potential. Actually, in the Eastern Dragon Empire, no, to be precise, in this current era internal conflicts are rare. Or rather, even if there are conflicts, as long as you're on the same side, few would fight to the death.
In simple terms, this era allows you to shine.
As for whether you can overshadow others, that depends on how bright your star is."
Muchen heard this and felt a sense of relief, letting go of his resentment toward Wei Lao. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." "Senior, why did you bring me here?"
Wei Lao adopted the dignified demeanor of an elder, with a hint of the grandeur of his former glory.
"Climb high to see far.
You are still too young and inexperienced, like a frog at the bottom of a well.
Only by standing tall can one see clearly and go far." Muchen nodded in admiration.
"Senior, please take me to the top floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower." Old Wei shook his head gently.
"No. The higher you go, the colder it gets."
Muchen glanced at the old man, as if he had noticed something.
"But senior, I'm not afraid of the cold. Stop daydreaming. My highest access level is the 33rd floor."
Wei Lao was flustered, pushed to his limits by Muchen.
"Put." Muchen wanted to laugh but dared not. 8th rank, a figure above the master level. An old monster who could wipe out the entire South Jiang region with one hand. I dare not act recklessly. I admire you, kid. I need not hide this. Your excellence lies in not being swayed by the world's judgment. To have an ordinary profession yet forge an extraordinary path is truly rare.
Ability can be improved, and talent can be compensated for, but one's character is something many people cannot change their entire lives.
Yet in this test, you demonstrated nearly flawless character traits. Facing former classmates who once opposed you, you chose forgiveness.
Facing those who sought your downfall, you acted with decisive resolve. Facing challenges and obstacles beyond your understanding, you remained calm and composed, overcoming them with ease. Your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine." Muchen raised his head abruptly, standing tall and straight, his voice filled with righteous indignation.
"Below Wei Lao, above 10,000.
The old man laughed, his laughter echoing throughout the 33-layered tower and dispersing the clouds and mist for miles around. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen such an interesting young man like Muchen. Muchen, however, saw through it all. This was the perfect time to flatter him. When else would he get the chance? When a top-tier powerhouse takes notice of you, it often comes with even greater opportunities.
Sure enough, Wei Lao changed the subject. "You are now at level 58. You should have received the invitation to the battlefield of the Southern Jiang Province Governor's Mansion, right?" Muchen nodded solemnly.
"That's correct.
Please enlighten me, senior."
The Bone Battlefield, also known as the War Cavern, is an independent dimensional barrier divided into 5 concentric layers from outer to inner. Awakened beings who reach level 50 are granted a single opportunity to enter the trial. Reaching the pinnacle of the first layer grants a once-in-a-lifetime chance to alter one's fate. The nature of this opportunity varies from person to person.
However, I must remind you that the War Cavern has numerous entrances.
Official awakened institutions, guilds, larger wilderness factions, and higher-tier academies with any significant strength worldwide all possess their own exclusive territories within the War Cavern. The stronger the faction, the larger the War Cavern territory they control, the richer the resources, and of course, the higher the challenge difficulty.
Our Eastern Dragon Empire is unique because the Dragon Emperor Tower holds an unparalleled central position.
To ensure a fairer distribution of War Cave resources, the Dragon Emperor Tower Elders Council decided to prioritize allocating the most advantageous War Cave territories controlled by the Dragon Emperor Tower to the top-tier academic institutions, with the aim of cultivating more outstanding young awakened geniuses. Therefore, you haven't chosen a school yet, so don't rush to join a War Cave. Wait until you enter university. Regarding admission, there is no need to worry. With your status as the top scholar, the top universities will be competing fiercely for you. When the time comes, make sure to venture as far as the outer perimeter's critical zone that is the best domain for you to seize opportunities at your current level.
Muchen nodded solemnly. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Senior, is there anything else you need to tell me before you leave?
Wei Lao immediately understood Muchen's little scheme and smiled wryly, poking him with his finger.
You little rascal. As he spoke, an golden disc began to glow in the old man's palm.
It resembled the ancient Tomb Raider's compass used for locating graves, with a golden glow emanating from its core.
Here, this is a treasure I used in my youth.
It's called the Thousand Machinery Star River Disc. After locating coordinates, it can temporarily engrave and transmit teleportation inscriptions. In simple terms, it's a reusable teleportation scroll.
Muchen's eyes lit up instantly.
Though it wasn't an equipment piece with attribute bonuses, its practical value was off the charts.
Muchen knew exactly how much a teleportation scroll could fetch.
Possessing such a teleportation artifact, he dared not imagine how many gold coins he could save in a year.
Thank you for your generous gift, Elder Wei.
Muchen reached out his hand, but the old man suddenly withdrew it.
Hey! What's the rush? No one sing it from you.
This item is indeed very practical, but you must be careful it cannot be used in special spaces or secret realms, only in city and wilderness maps.
Additionally, each use has a 24-hour cooldown.
Muchen nodded repeatedly, storing the treasure in his spatial pocket, then bowed again.
Thank you, Master Wei. I'll remember this favor.
If you ever end up alone in your old age, I'll be there for you. With that, Muchen vanished in a flash from the 33rd floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower. Wei Lao pretended to raise his hand as if to punish the brat, but his heart warmed for no apparent reason.
Half an hour later, the old man finally came to his senses. Something's wrong. How did that brat know what I care about most?
The old man never would have dreamed that Muchen's insight technique in the name of light had revealed Wei Lao's only weakness: 4 words.
Lonely and old.
Back at the bottom of the Dragon Emperor Tower, Muchen immediately spotted Ning Shu, the Grandmaster, standing there calmly, gazing at him with a gentle smile on his face. Everyone else had already left the waiting area. They must have each made their own arrangements.
Congratulations, young friend. To be favored by Elder Wei, your future is boundless.
Muchen didn't argue, thinking about the Qianji Xinghe disc he had just obtained for free from the old man, feeling quite satisfied. Suddenly, Muchen's curiosity got the better of him, and he lowered his voice to ask.
Senior, may I ask you something? How could someone as extraordinary as Wei Lao be alone? Does he have some special preference?
Ning Shu's expression darkened slightly.
I know little about Wei Lao.
His profession is highly specialized and listed as one of the taboos of the Dragon Emperor Tower.
This is also why he never married.
As for the other reason, according to rumors, he had a beloved in his youth who perished on the battlefield beyond the domain, dying right before his eyes.
Since then, Wei Lao has remained alone.
Muchen also felt a pang of sadness in his heart.
Never mind.
If I ever achieve great cultivation in the future, I can come here to chat with him more. Wei Lao is someone worth getting to know, and he truly does give away his treasures.
Ning Shu.
The peerless Grandmaster gently waved his hand, and the highest reward for Muchen was sent to him.
This is the Black Dragon card.
Your 2,000 Black Dragon coins have been credited to your account and can be redeemed at any time. Additionally, the bound skill points will be distributed within 24 hours.
The box contains Bloodline Source Crystals and Sky City Exploration Scrolls.
Legendary grade armor or weapons are stored with Jiang Yu. You can simply go to him to retrieve them. Muchen clenched the Bloodline Source crystal in his hand and began absorbing the overwhelming energy emanating from it, right in front of Ning Shu. As the incredibly dense bloodline essence surged into Muchen's body, even someone as powerful as Ning Shu instinctively narrowed his pupils. Even someone like her, a 7th tier peak level master with the Dragon Emperor Tower as her backing, would find it difficult to obtain such resources easily.
Refining the essence of one's bloodline was equivalent to a true rebirth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new bloodline talent, Sunshot.
Ha! This feels so familiar. Muchen's first instinct was to think of the Northern Alliance's top prodigy, Beitangyu, drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. Sunshot, legend has it that only those favored by the heavens can hear the teachings of Hoi, the war god of the old lands, and master the most powerful archery skills in the world.
Talent level, Ancient Land tier.
Talent effect, unlocks exclusive skill tree access for the forbidden profession of divine archer. Gains the ability to use bows, crossbows, and other ranged weapon specializations. Can wield ranged weapons of a higher level than one's own.
Note, the weapon cannot be 30 levels higher than the current level. Forbidden tier profession. Divine Archer. I can actually learn the skills of a forbidden profession. Isn't this equivalent to unlocking an entirely new hidden class? This bloodline crystal is truly game-changing. The exclusive reward for the top scholar truly raises the stakes. Congratulations! The Eastern Dragon Empire has gained another forbidden awakener. Ningxu bloomed into a gentle smile. But it sent a chill down Muchen's spine. This woman is truly terrifying. She was able to foresee the type of talent he had obtained using her prophecy ability. Standing before her, he felt as though she could see right through him at any moment. Thank you, senior. Ningxu smiled and said, regarding the new skills, you can look them up in the databases of any awakening tower. Your Black Dragon card will grant you unrestricted access to any awakening tower in the Empire. Muchen raised the corners of his mouth again. This was an unexpected bonus. However, when Muchen opened the interface panel and checked the skill tree section, he couldn't help but vent his frustration. Divine Archery exclusive skill tree, current skills, none. Note, this skill tree is unlocked through post-awakening talent and enhances exclusive skills of this category. The skill points required to enhance these skills are 5 times that of your base profession skills. Muchen realized. So that's how it is. I knew it wouldn't have the same upgrade requirements as my main profession skills. Otherwise, the so-called profession-specific restriction wouldn't make any sense. However, for me, this restriction is actually a form of indirect enhancement. As the saying goes, rarity makes something valuable. The value of any gift is measured by its rarity. Something everyone has, no matter how good it is, has little meaning. On the other hand, this newly unlocked exclusive skill tree is something others can't afford to learn, but Muchen is completely unrestricted. After all, any problem that can be solved with skill points isn't really a problem. Alright, your college entrance exam journey has come to an end, and my task is complete. Finally, I have a small favor to ask of you. Muchen bowed his fist. Senior, please speak. Ningxu Yan smiled faintly and raised a finger once more, gently tapping the air before her. A ripple like ripples on water spread out, enveloping Muchen's projection. Later, I will use the Great Prophecy technique to publicly announce the results to the entire empire. As the top national candidate in this college entrance exam, your image will be projected onto the sky screen, appearing before the eyes of hundreds of millions of people across the empire. Are you sure you don't want to adjust your posture? Humph. Being the top scholar comes with such perks? It's like being directly featured on official television. Muchen glanced down at himself and suddenly remembered the life or death battle he had just endured, feeling rather disheveled. There's no time to change clothes. Yenner, I'll need your help. Show everyone how handsome their master is. Yenji smiled, got it. In the next instant, an incredibly brilliant crimson golden flame erupted into the sky. Yenji directly merged with Muchen's body, making him appear like Naruto in the Six Paths mode. His once tattered clothing was completely enveloped by a crimson golden halo, making him appear like a reborn fire god, sacred and dazzling. Thank you, Senior Ning. Chapter 70, College Entrance Exam Results Announced, Shocking the World. Muchen flashed a smile, exuding an otherworldly, divine aura that even Ningxu was momentarily stunned. The fire deity is truly extraordinary. Whoosh! Ripples surged violently, and soon, Muchen's figure was imprinted within them. Little did anyone know that this close-up would become the first impression of Muchen etched into the minds of all in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Grandfather, do you think the great emperor of the underworld will choose the same university as me? Outside the waiting area, Lingyao sat on the top step, propping her chin up as she gazed out at the majestic imperial capital city beyond the Dragon Emperor Tower. Give up that fantasy while you still can. Jiang Yu leaned against the nearby railing, also gazing at the distant imperial capital city, his expression complex. You saw the scene he put on today. The higher-ups in the Dragon Emperor Tower have already taken notice of him. In the coming days, his strength will surge dramatically. Even if you have the same top-tier talent, you won't be able to catch up to Muchen. To defeat Xian Yuandao, that kid must be hiding his true strength. In the future, he might just stand there. Lingyao looked up and saw her grandfather pointing to the sky. That's the higher echelons of the Dragon Emperor Tower. The unknown realm hidden deep within the cloud peak. A place even Wei Lao couldn't reach. Do you think you can go there? Jiang Yu looked at his beloved granddaughter with affection and teased her playfully. If you can, your grandfather will do everything in his power to pave the way for you. But if you lack the confidence and don't want to bear the pressure of risking your life, I advise you to abandon the idea. Ling Yao. Just then, Muchen walked over. His once tattered armor had been replaced with a sleek black armor set, giving him an even more agile and carefree appearance. Sword King. Jiang Yu and Ling Yao hurriedly stood up to greet him. Young friend, congratulations. A perfect score in all 5 rounds, the top scholar who writes his own report card. Unprecedented. Muchen returned the bow with a fist salute, then glanced at Ling Yao and smiled. Are you okay? Sending you out of the exam hall was my plan. That place was too dangerous. With your abilities, making it to the final round wouldn't be a problem, but. Ling Yao interrupted with a smile. There's no need to mention the Dark Emperor. If you hadn't sent me away earlier, that Sangu would have used the magic cube to activate the array calamity and wipe me out. The ice frost maple leaves you gave me earlier also saved my life. You're joking. I'm clinging to your leg for dear life. How could I dare to blame you? This is the last chance to curry favor with the top scholar. Jiang Yu waved his hand, and 2 golden treasure chests appeared before him. Here, these are treasure chests containing legendary weapons and equipment. Once you've chosen your weapon, we can return. Muchen didn't hesitate to lock onto the weapon treasure chest on the left, but paused at the staff's description before switching to the crossbow's description. I've made my choice, senior. The legendary tier-ranged weapon treasure chest. Jiang Yu and Ling Yao stared in disbelief, exchanging glances before turning back to Muchen, their eyes filled with confusion. Young friend, this weapon is an exclusive reward. Once unlocked, it will be immediately bound to you and cannot be used by others, let alone traded. You're a priest, you should use a staff. What do you need a crossbow for? Muchen smiled faintly. Senior, I just unlocked the ranged class talent using my bloodline crystal and can now use ranged weapons. Jiang Yu. Ling Yao. The heavens are unfair. There's no justice in the world. We're all human, why is this kid so extraordinary? His strength was already beyond belief, and he even defeated a disciple who was directly admitted to the Xianyuan Dao Dragon Emperor Tower. Now he's awakened new professional abilities. Does he even want others to live? Ling Yao immediately felt deflated. Just moments ago, she was still arguing with her grandfather in her heart, but now it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. Perhaps I really am unworthy of the great Ming Huang. Actually, Ling Yao had no reason to feel inferior. She was already powerful enough. Apart from top-tier figures like Muchen and Xianyuan Dao, ordinary prodigies were no match for her. Yet she had set her sights on the one who was the most out of her league. Ugh, heh, old man, I truly feel ashamed. Compared to your talent, we are all ordinary mortals. Without hesitation, he immediately channeled his energy, and after passing the master-level test with utmost seriousness, a legendary-grade dual-wield weapon treasure chest appeared before Muchen. Open the box. Melting gold sunset bow. Equipment type, weapon. Quality, legendary exclusive. Level requirement, 90. Class requirement, exclusive requires a ranged weapon specialization. Attributes, attack power 18,000. Armor penetration 8,000. Critical hit, 6,500. Fire element bonus, 3,800. Earth elemental bonus, 1,800. Light element bonus, 1,500. Dark element bonus, 1,200. Quality effect, critical hit rate increased by 25. When attacking an enemy's weak point, there is a chance to deal 10 times the damage. Exclusive effect, this weapon can enhance elemental attributes, proportionally increasing base stats based on elemental affinity. Muchen was once again surprised. The rewards at the highest level are indeed impressive. This weapon's attributes are almost perfectly suited to my own class characteristics. There's not a single attribute that's wasted. More importantly, this weapon requires a level 90 requirement, which normally would require at least 6 segments to use. However, Muchen's Sunshot talent reduces the weapon's level requirement by 30 levels, meaning he can use it at just 60. And Muchen is already a 58-level powerhouse. Given this weapon should come in handy when heading to the battle cavern. In fact, when Muchen awakened his profession, he had always hoped to become an awakened warrior like Bei Tangyu or Mo Ran, who specialized in long-range combat. He had an innate fascination with long-range combat abilities. Before his previous life, almost all the online games Muchen played featured long-range classes. He yearned for the sense of control that came with drawing a bow and arrow and taking an enemy's head from 1,000 meters away. Now, his wish was finally about to come true. Seeing Muchen satisfied as he put away the equipment, Jiang Yu and his grandson also smiled broadly. How about it? Are the stats satisfactory? Muchen nodded repeatedly. The high-quality, custom-made equipment was like it had been tailored specifically for him. It was simply unimaginable. I even suspect this might have been crafted specifically for me. Jiang Yu shook his head with a smile. So-called exclusive rewards are a unique matching mechanism exclusive to the Dragon Emperor Tower's treasure vault, selecting the most suitable items from the inventory for you. After all, the Dragon Emperor Tower has existed for so many years that no one alive today knows how long it has been around. The treasures in the treasure vault are the lifetime achievements of elite warriors who have fought for the nation across generations. It's only natural that a few items would be perfectly suited to you. Muchen nodded solemnly. The vast Eastern Dragon, with its profound and extensive heritage, is something that the current me can't even begin to imagine. Lord Minghuang, why don't I accompany you to the imperial capital for a stroll? After all, there's still plenty of time. There's nothing else to do here. Muchen politely declined with a smile. Next time. To be honest, my battle with Xianyuan Dao was already a life or death struggle.
We both gave it our all, and I'm truly exhausted now. Muchen said, mimicking Wei Lao, and coughed twice toward Jiang Yu and his grandson.
I don't believe you for a second. The grandfather and grandson silently rolled their eyes in unison.
You got beaten so badly by Xian Yuan Dao that you dare not show your face, yet you claim to be fully recovered and are now pretending to be weak in front of me?
However, since he had already said that, Jiang Yu and Ling Yao couldn't force him.
After all, they were all from prestigious families and had their pride to uphold, right? Alright, I'll call Zheng Hongfei right away and arrange a team to escort you back. Muchen smiled and shook his head, casually pulling out the Qianji Xinghe disc he had just acquired.
This is the teleportation device given to me by Wei Lao.
With it, I can use the coordinates within the imperial capital to teleport directly back to Nanjiang.
Jiang Yu and his grandson. Wait, you little brat, are you sure you're just the nephew of an ironworker? Are you sure you're not the secret heir of some top-tier noble family? Wei Lao. He's the legendary miser of the Dragon Emperor Tower. How could he give away such a practical treasure?
Jiang Yu suddenly felt exhausted.
Damn it, I'm at least a master, a legendary sword master. How come I can't even make an impression in front of a high school student now? He really wanted to tell Ling Yao, sweetheart, let's not pursue this guy. You can choose anyone else. Grandpa will sell everything I own to arrange a marriage for you. Farewell, both of you.
Muchen smiled, waved at the two, activated the 1000 Machine Star River Disk function, stepped on the 7-star bright light array patterns, and vanished instantly through the teleportation channel.
Watching Muchen's disappearing figure, Ling Yao was completely defeated, sighing deeply. Grandpa, you were right. I really should give up. Muchen isn't human, he's a demon.
She almost started crying as she spoke. Ling Yao had always been childlike in nature, having never experienced hardship in her life. She had been raised in a pampered environment and was facing such a crushing defeat for the first time. Jiang Yu ruffled his precious granddaughter's hair and smiled.
Actually, you don't need to be so pessimistic. Grandfather just doesn't want to see you acting like a lapdog for that brat.
But someone like him is unlikely to be faithful to just one woman. If he ends up taking multiple wives in the future, you'll still have a chance.
Put.
Ling Yao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
No wonder he's my own grandfather.
His values are way too straight.
Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming spiritual force spread out from the depths of the Dragon Emperor Tower.
In the sky, a series of transparent ripples, almost distorted, rolled and surged violently. Even in the chanting phase alone, it could form such a terrifying, sky-obscuring might.
The Great Prophecy Technique. Jiang Yu almost blurted out the name.
Ningxu's techniques were so familiar to him that he could sense them even with his eyes closed.
This was enough to secure a spot on the Golden List.
Every year, the top 10 students in the Imperial College entrance exam are honored by Grandmaster Ningxu, who uses his prophecy technique to proclaim their achievements throughout the empire as a sign of recognition. These 10 individuals typically become the core targets fiercely sought after by the empire's top universities. Ling Yao was filled with envy, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the sky. Soon, a clear voice echoed through the air.
Simultaneously, all the awakening towers across the empire's city-states echoed the proclamation. Official update.
Authorized by the Dragon Emperor Tower, in the 8734th year of the Awakening Era, the annual college entrance exams of the Eastern Dragon Empire have officially concluded.
The following is the list of the top 10 outstanding candidates nationwide. Congratulations on your success and a bright future ahead. A mighty and majestic sound wave swept across the heavens. Every corner of the Eastern Dragon Empire's vast lands could feel this glory. Muchen, who had just returned to the safe zone in Nanjiang, was also taken aback. The results were already out so quickly? And with such a grand display? Not bad at all.
No wonder Grandmaster Ningxu specifically asked for a close-up of himself. It truly deserves such a grand occasion.
Muchen, how does it feel? Are you feeling a bit of anticipation?
Suddenly, a voice as gentle as a spring breeze echoed in his ears. It was none other than Grandmaster Ningxu.
Senior? Did you leave a spirit butterfly on me again?
Ningxu smiled. That's correct.
It seems you've already noticed.
This is a special ability exclusive to high-ranking prophecy masters.
I just wanted to interview you about your current feelings. Muchen replied with a smile. For me personally, it's still fairly calm.
However, I never expected such a grand display.
Ningxu sighed.
Compared to the first 2 or 3,000 years of the Awakening Era, this era is already considered a time of peace and prosperity. When the ancient civilizations of the old Earth were just beginning to fade, countless invaders from other realms sought to conquer the entire planet. At that time, the first batch of awakened individuals on the continent paid an unimaginable price, engaging in one brutal war after another, to secure the peace we enjoy today. The Eastern Dragon Empire has assembled such a formidable force to tell its people that we are now strong enough to protect you, the chosen ones of heaven, and ensure you grow up in greater comfort. Therefore, there is no need to worry.
Remember the moments of glory that belong to you. Roar!
Finally, after the dazzling fireworks faded from the sky, a massive black dragon totem, towering over the mountains and rivers, slowly rose into the air.
This totem must be modeled after the Dragon Emperor's tower. It is truly awe-inspiring. I wonder how powerful this dragon must have been when it was alive. Even just a single totem possesses such power. If the real dragon were here, even so-called masters would be no more than ants before it. Then, the black dragon opened its mouth and slowly released a massive, awe-inspiring message. National rank 10, Kongyingji from Yunzhou City, Southern Alliance. Total points after 5 rounds, 387,764. Evaluation grade, S. Applause and cheers echoed across the entire Donglong region. Countless people stopped in their tracks, gazing up at the dazzling spectacle in the sky, cheering and applauding the new generation of prodigies who had risen to prominence. Nearly 400,000 total points. Holy cow! This kid is way too strong. No wonder he's the pride of Yunzhou. Of course. This is the top 10 in the empire, not just the top 10 in the region. He's definitely going to be a great master in the future. I'm so jealous of them. Today's youth are truly blessed. Their names are on the golden list, bringing honor to their families. At that moment, Uncle Tu also stepped out of his courtyard, puffing on his pipe, gazing at the dazzling light screen in the sky, unable to suppress a hint of anticipation. That good-for-nothing little brat, Xiaochun, I wonder what rank he got. If he makes it onto this celestial list, he'll definitely be able to extort a hefty sponsorship from the governor's mansion. Mom, the fireworks in the sky are so beautiful. Whose names are those up there? In the streets and alleys, children, led by their parents, stopped to gaze at the sky, sharing the thrilling spectacle of dragons soaring through the heavens and making a stunning debut. Those are the names of the future guardians of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Every person on the list will become a hero who protects the Eastern Dragon Empire in the future. Muchen went against the crowd and suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking at the children's hopeful faces as they gazed up at the sky, feeling deeply moved. In that moment, he seemed to understand the significance of the scene. Chapter 71, Title Bestowed, Flame Emperor. It was not merely to honor the scholars who had made it onto the golden list, but also to inspire future generations in this way. Unseen, a solemn responsibility to protect the empire's people was placed upon their shoulders. As the pride of the heavens, they enjoy the resources the empire has poured into them and carry the hopes of the people for stability. Naturally, when the nation and the people need them, they must step forward in charge to the front lines of disaster and calamity. In an instant, Muchen found a new purpose to drive himself to become stronger. Fight for protection. Fight for peace. Compared to the ordinary onlookers, this year's college entrance exam failures who had also participated in the exam had much heavier hearts. Who wouldn't want to make a name for themselves on the Black Dragon list and shake the world? But they asked themselves, compared to these brilliant names, they still had a long way to go. Suddenly, accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar, a dazzling celestial totem erupted into the sky once more. A black dragon soared against the heavens, circling around the celestial diagram until it reached its depths, where the cold and distant outline of Xianyuan Dao slowly emerged. National Rank 2, Xianyuan Dao, direct disciple of the 7th branch of the Dragon Emperor Tower, total score, 963,327. Evaluation grade, SSS. Reward, exclusive title, Dao Xian. Wow! What a beautiful sister. Could she be a fairy descended from heaven? She even gets a title reward? Why didn't the other top 10 get one, only her? Direct disciple of the Dragon Emperor Tower. No wonder she's getting such a grand reception. Her status must be on par with a princess from myth and legend. Nearly 1 million points, SSS ranked evaluation, and she's only second? How insane must the first place be? Whispers and discussions echoed through every corner of the streets. Praise, envy, and admiration, all emotions flashed across the faces of the passers-by. Muchen gazed at the totem in the sky and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. She must be quite influential. She was even projected by the great master Ning Shu's life totem. That's so cool. Little did she know that at the same moment, within the Dragon Emperor Tower, Xianyuan Dao slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, gazing at his reflection in the sky. Yet not a single trace of excitement stirred within him. She had long since ceased to care about victory or defeat. Every time she recalled that battle, all that remained in her mind was Muchen's name and the scent that had filled her nostrils when he had carried her. Muchen. Whispering this name 3 times, Xianyuan Dao closed his eyes once more, sealing his heart away once again. The shattered Dao heart could only be mended with this name that could never be forgotten. When she finally forgot everything Muchen had given her, that would be the day her Dao heart was reborn and she emerged from seclusion in perfection. Roar! In the sky, the black dragon roared once more. This time, an overwhelming sense of terror descended from the heavens. The brilliant sunlight was obscured by the clouds, replaced by a blazing inferno raging across the black dragon's body. Immediately afterward, the black dragon's scales began to melt, unfolding into a colossal fiery inscription. The entire sky was engulfed by the boundless flames spreading from the inscription. This is too mind-blowing. Flames are actually appearing in the sky. What on earth is happening? No way. Could this be the grand entrance of this year's top scholar? That's way too over the top. Using the entire sky as his backdrop? At the deepest part of the boundless flames, when Muchen's enormous, perfect silhouette finally emerged, countless citizens of the Donglong Empire instinctively prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing their heads toward the sky in worship. God! Is this a divine being descending? In an instant, Muchen saw that the immense majesty of his silhouette descending from the sky had caused all the people to submit to him. The entire street, except for himself, was filled with people kneeling on the ground, welcoming this divine will with the utmost reverence. Within the Eastern Dragon Empire, the fifth-round elite students who had not yet evacuated were completely stunned by this scene. If it weren't for the masters from various regions intervening, even they might have knelt down involuntarily. Ling Yao stared in utter shock at Muchen, who was protected by heavenly flames at the very center. His majestic figure, resembling that of a deity, remained unusually silent. She wanted to etch this face into the depths of her soul forever. What an extravagant display! Did that woman Ning Shu take the wrong medicine today? She actually activated the great prophecy technique to this intensity. Who knows? At this level of pressure, ordinary people would lose their composure and prostrate themselves in worship. I just can't believe a top scholar could have such influence. There's nothing we can do. Who can blame Muchen for being so extraordinary? He's the first top scholar in history to fill in his own scores. I'm truly impressed. Boom! Deep within the totem, Muchen recreated the iconic scene of the fire god fusion, enveloped in crimson gold flames. His pupils burned with golden light, resembling the sacred light illuminating all beings, as he accepted the worship of the masses. Finally, above Muchen's divine light, his exclusive introduction slowly appeared. Top of the National College Entrance Exam. Perfect scores in all 5 rounds of testing. The first person in history to clear the highest difficulty level of the entire dungeon. Even as the first few words flickered on the screen, the nearly 100 cities of the Donglong Empire and the billions of awakened beings were left speechless with awe. What? All 5 dungeon trials cleared? And at the highest old earth difficulty level? Is this even human? Where did this godlike figure come from? And he's not even a direct disciple of the Dragon Emperor Tower? This is too outrageous. Are you sure this person isn't cheating? How is that even possible? Back when I took the college entrance exam, I was eliminated in the second round. No wonder Xian Yuan Dao can only rank second. The true strongest prodigy is this guy. Wait, isn't anyone paying attention to his looks? He's already so strong, and he's also incredibly handsome. He's practically god tier. Jiang Yu stared at the sky, his heart racing, and a flash of light once again shone in his eyes. It's about to happen. This is Muchen's moment of glory. I'll see what kind of exclusive title the Dragon Emperor Tower will bestow upon him. At the same time, at the southern Jiang Province Governor's mansion. Not only were the governor and Heng Yu present, but also Chen Dafu, the principal of First Middle School, and Li Ming, the head of the security zone, had been invited to attend. The bigwigs stared at the screen for a long time, but the name they were eagerly awaiting still didn't appear. Something's wrong. Could Muchen have failed the exam? The governor couldn't sit still anymore, and the atmosphere in the meeting hall was quite peculiar. It wasn't that they were certain Muchen would make the top 10. After all, he was the top-ranked candidate from the Eastern Alliance. But since the 5th round began, Muchen's name hadn't appeared on the rankings from the imperial capital at all. His name disappeared shortly after the evaluation began. The live footage from the scene was also blacked out. Could that kid have been disqualified? Chen Dafu's face turned pale, and his palms were drenched in sweat. He hadn't wanted to get involved in the commotion. In his mind, Muchen was just a priest, no matter how strong he was. Making it to the 5th round and getting to take the Imperial City exam was already a stroke of luck, let alone hoping for a spot on the national rankings. That's as hard as climbing to the moon. But now, not even his name is visible. Who could stand that? Even if you're last, that'd be fine. At least the old guys would give up. In the blink of an eye, the results were about to be announced, and he still hadn't found Muchen's position. Heng Yu frowned and looked at the governor. Has there been any news from the imperial capital yet? What about Zhang Hongfei? What about Jiang Lao? No response? The governor frowned and shook his head helplessly. No news at all. The high-ranking officials beside him couldn't hold back any longer, their voices trembling with tears. It's over. They must have been caught cheating and disqualified. This is terrible. He's our only hope in South Jiang, the top-ranked candidate in the Eastern Alliance. If he's really detained in the imperial capital, what are we going to do? Enough, stop looking so gloomy. Whatever the outcome, we'll accept it. I'll try contacting Zhang Hongfei again. Just as the governor was about to make another move, a brilliant light once again shone in the sky. Look, there he is. That person looks just like Muchen. Chen Dafu suddenly appeared outside the railing, gazing up at the sky with tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. Guys, it's really Muchen. With a loud crash,
The roof of the governor's mansion nearly flew off, nearly torn open by these 6th and 7th rank experts. Han Yu directly flew out of the meeting room, stepping through the void to gaze at the outline of the sky. When Muchen slowly emerged, enveloped in a whirlwind of flames, Han Yu was completely speechless. I knew it. This kid isn't just a fish in a pond, he's truly soared to the heavens. Crack. Endless flames once again transformed into a golden glow. The final subtitle slowly materialized. Supreme Honor, Empire's top rank. Eastern Alliance, Nanjing First High School, Muchen. Total score, perfect score. Highest in history. Dragon Emperor Tower bestows exclusive title, Flame Emperor. The top scorer in the college entrance exam history has been granted the title of Emperor. At 17 years old, a support warrior has actually been granted an imperial title. The youngest emperor of the Eastern Dragon Empire is actually Muchen. In an instant, the entire world was stunned. A royal title holder. A royal title holder. It's really him, the one from first middle school. I've seen him. Above the skies of Nanjing City, the roar of the crowd turned into a deafening wave, sweeping through every street and alley of the city. In the void, the great master Hengyu stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground. Yan Huang. The titled emperor. This time, Nanjing is really going to be in the spotlight. At the governor's mansion, a deafening burst of laughter erupted. It's Muchen, it's really him. Principal Chen Dafu was so overwhelmed that he fainted on the spot, unnoticed for half an hour. Everyone was immersed in this unprecedented feast of joy. Nanjing has produced an emperor. The governor, his face flushed, repeatedly wiped his eyes, and after confirming the face and the name on it multiple times, he finally dared to believe it. It's Muchen. Muchen, a senior student at Nanjing First High School, his subjects. Chen Dafu, you're truly a blessing for Nanjing. Just a year after you were transferred here to be the principal, you've brought me an emperor. Go ahead, pick any position you want in the governor's mansion, it's all yours. Where's Chen Dafu? Governor, Principal Chen is too excited, he got carried away. Governor. Quick, go fetch the priest from the medical team. This is a legend of Nanjing's education sector, we can't afford any mishaps. Additionally, all teachers from first middle school related to Muchen must be summoned to the governor's mansion. I will personally host a banquet in their honor. A high-ranking official hurriedly reminded him from behind. Governor, don't forget the most important thing, Muchen's family. This is our last chance to show our sincerity to the governor's mansion. If we delay any longer, we'll lose our chance. The governor blushed and waved his hand dismissively. Hurry up. Arrange a team immediately. All high-ranking officials of the governor's mansion, follow me to pay a visit. At that moment, Muchen, upon seeing his totem shining brightly in the sky, awakened the light angel totem to prevent chaos and used the light energy to conceal his appearance. Indeed, he realized decisively that from now on, covering his face would likely become a regular occurrence. Because now, he was truly an imperial celebrity. Wherever he went, people would likely recognize him. Even the top celebrities in the spotlight from his previous life couldn't match his current level of fame. The title Flame Emperor was indeed quite imposing, not bad. At that moment, Muchen had no time to open the interface, so he was unaware of the deeper meaning behind the title. He was too preoccupied with walking along the street toward his home. He pulled out his phone, and over 80 private messages kept popping up. The top one was from Long Wusher. Big brother. Heart emoji, heart emoji. You're so arrogant. Not only did you become the top scholar, but you were directly granted the title of emperor? I declare that I'll cling to your leg until the next life. Lu Bai, I had a fortune teller read my fortune, and apparently you're actually my older brother. Serious face. When are you coming back so we can celebrate together? Emperor. Hua Manqin, congratulations on becoming emperor. So jealous. Ling Yao, emperor of the underworld. You've become an emperor? I'm so jealous. By the way, my grandfather wants to ask you which university you plan to attend? Cute JPG. Muchen sighed and shook his head, unable to respond to each message in time, and put away his phone. Let's go home first. Uncle must be waiting impatiently. At that moment, Muchen's courtyard was packed with nearly 100 people. Most of them hadn't come empty-handed, carrying large bags and small packages filled with various beautifully decorated gift boxes. At that moment, Uncle Mue's facial muscles were frozen in a smile. Just 10 minutes earlier, shortly after the golden dragon's voice from the heavens had faded away, within less than a minute, the courtyard was already crowded with over a dozen households, all there to offer their congratulations. Most of them were customers who had previously purchased weapons from Uncle Mu. Following them were official media personnel from the southern Jiang province government and some teachers from the school who had dealt with the family before. The largest group to arrive just then was the personal guard of the governor's mansion, with 4 awakened warriors clearing the way, forcing their way into the innermost part of the courtyard. Congratulations! Uncle Mu, you have raised an outstanding nephew. The first place scholar in the imperial examination in the history of Nanjiang, the celestial prodigy with the title of emperor, has grown so outstanding under your guidance. The second uncle beamed with pride, laughing heartily. No need for formalities. Governor, you just came as you are. Why bring any gifts? As he spoke, Uncle Mu quickly accepted and recorded the gifts from the high-ranking officials of the governor's mansion, smiling even more broadly. Little did they know that this was exactly the kind of scene the officials loved to see. Chapter 72, Even Masters Can Only Sit in the Second Row? Given the current situation, those wanting to send resources to Muchen would have to line up all the way to the safety zone, and that wouldn't be an exaggeration. Soon, several female journalists accompanying the group struggled to push their way to the front row, shoving their microphones in front of Uncle Mu. Uncle Mu, we'd like to interview you about your current feelings. As the uncle of Muchen, the first-place scholar in the imperial exams of Nanjiang and the youngest genius awakener to be granted an imperial title in history, do you have any cultivation experiences you'd like to share with us? Uncle Mu, could you offer some encouragement to the students currently studying in Nanjiang? One at a time, please. Don't rush. Let me sort out the gift list first, everyone. Soon, intense energy fluctuations began to appear in the sky one after another. The arrivals were not from Nanjiang. Some wore uniforms, others bore special insignia, and nearly everyone was accompanied by a high-tier guardian spirit mount, undoubtedly elite warriors of the highest ranks, with some even being grandmasters. Han Yu said solemnly. They are representatives from top universities in other cities and the Eastern Alliance. It seems they've come to recruit talent. The governor was stunned. What? They're here so fast? These people are crazy. They didn't even go through the approval process to enter our Nanjiang safe zone? They just want to come in and snatch people? The higher-ups sighed wryly. Let's just understand each other. After all, the impact Muchen brought this time was too overwhelming. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to control it either. Chinda, who had been healed and recovered, sighed. There's nothing we can do. Who can blame Muchen for being so outstanding? Luckily, he hasn't returned yet, otherwise, these guys would probably tear him apart to him. At that moment, downstairs at Long Wusher's villa, the sound of clanging and banging echoed continuously. Long Wusher rushed downstairs to see his father rummaging through something in the storage room. What are you doing, Dad? Long Rushi suddenly appeared and slapped him hard on the neck. You idiot! What are you still doing here? Hurry up and go help your elder brother. Long Wusher looked confused. My older brother hasn't even come back yet. What's the rush? Long Rueihai was frustrated. You pig-headed fool. What's his status now? The first ever top scholar in history. The youngest ever titled emperor in history. Do you really think he's your own brother? That leg is probably being fought over by countless people. Why aren't you taking advantage of your proximity? Dad will sort out your assets, and you can take them over personally. This time, even if I have to sell everything I own, I'll make sure you recognize him as your brother. Long Wusher. Come on, Dad. Won't this make us look too insincere? After all, I chose to follow Muchen back then, and I never expected him to end up like this. Long Ruhai slapped him again. You're so stupid. Why are you so concerned about that? I'm just afraid people will forget about you. When you get to their house, make sure to say nice things and let Muchen feel that you care about him as a brother. Got it? Long Wusher scratched his head. You mean, you want me to swear brotherhood with Muchen? Long Ruhai pumped his fist excitedly. Finally, you've come to your senses. If all else fails, just adopt him as your son. I'll be his brother. After all, we're all part of the dragon family. Long Wusher nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing this. His own father was getting more and more out of hand. However, he understood his father's desire to have him align himself with Muchen. With Muchen's current influence, it wouldn't be long before he became the leader of the young generation of awakened individuals in the Eastern Dragon Empire. At that point, as a branch of the dragon family, he might just regain their attention and even change his fate. When the Long family father and son arrived near Muchen's house, they could already feel the overwhelming energy fluctuations emanating from that direction from a great distance. The crowd waiting in line had already spilled out onto the corridors hundreds of meters outside the courtyard. And at that moment, the number of light masters standing in the courtyard had already reached over a dozen. Holy crap! Is it really that bad? Such a huge commotion? Those below the rank of Grandmaster couldn't even get into the first row? Long Wusher was completely dumbfounded. The plan he had discussed with his father before arriving was completely useless. Long Rushi also looked utterly dejected. We were too late. Those few people in green uniforms up front must be from the Eastern Alliance's first military academy. 2 Grandmasters in charge have arrived directly. That's too much. The short-haired old man at the front looked sharp and confident as he strode toward his uncle. I represent the Eastern First Military Academy to congratulate Mr. Mu. This is a direct admission invitation from the First Military Academy. If Muchen can join our First Military Academy, the school will provide a scholarship of 5 million gold coins annually. The school will provide a standalone villa for you and your family to live in permanently. My uncle held the invitation letter and gift list, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ah, this is too much. Uncle Air never imagined in his wildest dreams that his laid-back nephew would become the hottest top scholar. The university representatives coming to recruit him have already arrived in 6 batches, each offering more favorable conditions than the last. Upon hearing this, the other influential figures in the courtyard all sucked in their breath in astonishment. The first military academy is indeed wealthy and powerful. They've really gone all out this time, determined to secure the best talent. Of course, with Muchen's reputation and potential, even more capital support wouldn't be excessive. Uncle Tu was also at a loss, smiling wryly. Gentlemen, I think I should call my nephew first. Such a major decision is not something I can make on his behalf. Uncle then dialed Muchen's phone again, and this time it finally connected. Xiao Chen, where are you now? The guests visiting our home have already lined up outside. They all want to see you, and there are also representatives from several universities inviting you to enroll. Many officials have come and offered extremely favorable conditions. They're all waiting for your decision. Muchen's feet felt like lead upon hearing this. No way? They're already trying to poach him? Should I go back or not? Muchen was at a loss and quickly made up an excuse. I'm already on my way, uncle. There are some things I need to handle here first. Tell the guests to go back first. I'll find time to respond to everyone later. After a brief exchange, Muchen heard someone calling his name repeatedly on the other end of the phone, causing him to feel even more flustered. He actually didn't like dealing with such situations. The enthusiasm of the major factions far exceeded his expectations. If only he had stayed in the imperial capital a few more days. Little did he know that at the same time, the top universities across the country were holding emergency meetings immediately after the results were announced. The senior figures from the universities were all scrambling to arrange invitations. What did you say? The people from the first military academy have already arrived at Muchen's house? How dare they? How did they get there so fast? Oh no, we've made a mistake. The people we sent to the imperial capital were supposed to wait for the results and then poach the top candidates, but as soon as we got the news, Muchen, the top candidate, had already left the capital using a teleportation artifact. Many university representatives came back empty-handed. The principal was furious, slamming the table. Hurry up! Use the teleportation talismans and send a team to Nanjing immediately. We must meet Muchen or his family as soon as possible. No matter what, we cannot let the first military academy recruit Muchen. Whatever they offer, we'll match it tenfold. Such bold declarations of talent poaching echoed constantly in the offices of university presidents across the country. To be honest, it had been years since any college entrance exam candidate had caused such a stir among the top education officials of the Donglong Empire. Even the other top 10 candidates on the rankings have been largely ignored by the top-tier universities. After Xian Yuan Dao went into seclusion, they all fixed their eyes solely on Muchen. To secure this title of the youngest ever titled emperor, they are willing to sacrifice decades of their school's accumulated resources without hesitation. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Muchen's phone rang again. It was a private message from Long Wusher. Where are you, boss? Have you made it home yet? Muchen didn't respond. 2 minutes later, he sent a video directly. Muchen, out of curiosity, tapped to open it and was stunned. Holy crap, such a big setup? In the video, the courtyard was filled with large and small exquisite gift boxes. The front yard had over 50 seats, and each seat was occupied by a top-tier elder from the same lineage. Muchen quickly scanned the scene and noticed that there were over 40 awakened masters wearing the 7th rank badge of a grandmaster. All of them were representatives from various major factions who had arrived one after another. Muchen simply replied with an ellipsis to Long Wusher. Upon seeing his boss respond, the guy perked up immediately. Looks like you're not planning on coming back today? I know you, boss. Muchen sighed in frustration and replied. I hate dealing with this kind of situation. I'll go level up in the wilderness first. You handle things with my uncle for now. Long Wusher, what the hell, JGP? No way, boss, you're really that bold. With so many masters showing up, you're not even giving them any face? Muchen really wanted to say that, in his eyes, masters weren't worth much anymore. Unless someone of Wei Lao's caliber arrives, these people coming one after another, no matter how grand the display, isn't what Muchen is after. Thinking back to Wei Lao's previous advice, Muchen immediately had an idea. In the video, there were several top 10 universities from the Eastern Dragon Empire, but according to Senior Jiang, the true powerhouses weren't among them. I'll see which side can find me first. Muchen immediately made up his mind, swiftly taking out the 1000 Machine Star River Disk and teleporting to the barren Soul Wasteland, then heading toward the higher level maps further outward. Why not use this time to level up to 60 first? Meanwhile, the big shots back home were waiting impatiently, while Muchen was already leisurely starting to grind monsters. Before he knew it, an entire day had passed. The big shots who had come to visit at home gradually left. A rumor spread like wildfire across the entire Donglong Empire. The top scholar, Yan Huang Muchen, has disappeared. What? He hasn't returned to Nanjiang yet? That's impossible. Muchen has a teleportation artifact, he should have already returned. Zhang Hongfei immediately contacted the governor of Nanjiang to confirm that he had already left the imperial capital. How is that possible? Where could he have gone? At the governor's mansion, representatives from major universities were nearly frantic with anxiety. They wouldn't give up until they saw him. After hanging up the phone, the governor sighed helplessly, pacing back and forth and muttering to himself.
What's going on with Muchen? Hun Yu smiled.
In my opinion, he must have found a place to hide. The other bigwigs were all taken aback, looking puzzled.
At a time like this, shouldn't he be returning home in triumph? Why is he suddenly being so low-key? Han Yu took a sip of tea and said, "We've all overlooked an important issue.
Over the past period, major universities have been competing to recruit Muchen, but the final decision still lies with Muchen himself. He is also making his own choices. Perhaps the prestigious universities that have already made their moves aren't even on his radar." The governor stood up abruptly, suddenly realizing the truth. "No wonder your lord Hang Yu, your words have awakened us from our dreams. That young man must be deliberately staying out of the spotlight, waiting for the true powers behind the scenes, those with the genuine strength and connections to bring him out to step forward. They are the authoritative, powerful factions that can offer him a brighter future."
Brilliant, truly brilliant.
No wonder this young man could become the strongest top scholar in history. Chen Dafu stood beside him, nodding in agreement. "Since that's the case, there's no need for us to rush.
Let's wait for good news. Once he makes his decision, the news will spread quickly."
On the other side, the 13th floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower. Ningxu stood before a child, his attitude extremely respectful.
"Master, your disciple has something to report."
The child had his hair tied in a high ponytail, wore a red undershirt, and had red ribbons hanging from his bare feet. A dot of cinnabar marked his forehead, and he held 2 rattle drums in his hands, swaying his legs freely while sitting at the table. The only thing out of place was his snow-white eyebrows and blood-red pupils. The 4th-generation heir of the 4th branch of the Elders' Council, an 8-rank powerhouse known as the Demon Child. She also held another identity, the mistress of the Forbidden Tower.
The Forbidden Tower is one of the unknown territories of the Eastern Dragon Empire.
It is also a place specifically designed to cultivate prodigies.
It is not part of any academic institution, yet it stands above all academic institutions as the ultimate authority.
The Demon Child raised his head to look at Ningxu, his eyes revealing a depth that contrasted sharply with his appearance.
"Do you want me to take in this year's top scholar?"
Ningxu showed no surprise.
The old masters in the Dragon Emperor Tower, those of the 8th rank and above, almost all possess some supernatural abilities. Muchen caused such a commotion outside, how could they not know? What does the teacher think?
The Demon Child jumped off the table, hopping and skipping over to Ningxu's side, continuing to shake the rattle.
"You know the rules of the Forbidden Tower, only 4 types of people are allowed to enter.
Forbidden professions, members of prominent clans, descendants of meritorious officials, and demonic prodigies. This morning I paid a visit to Old Wei and heard him mention some details about that youngster. He is indeed a prodigy, but calling him a demonic prodigy might be a stretch. Mastering a 7th-tier skill is indeed rare, but you must understand that even Xian Yuan Dao had to defeat him first and perfectly fuse with the Heavenly Dao Totem before he could qualify for the Forbidden Tower's entrance exam. After all, the Forbidden Tower is closely tied to the very foundation and lifeblood of the entire Donglong Empire.
Every person inside could potentially influence the fate of the empire and even the entire human race in some future war." Chapter 73, The Demon Child's Debut, Admission to the Forbidden Tower.
Ningxu paused for a moment before adding,
"Master, I just went to see Xian Yangda and obtained more accurate information. That is the very reason I came to see you." "Oh? Did that old man discover something?"
Ningxu raised his clear eyes and gazed at the elderly man before him, who looked like a child. He said that when he arrived at the Nightmare Prison battlefield passage, the energy there had completely collapsed. After Xian Yuan Dao hated the Heavenly Dao Totem, he showed signs of withering vitality, soul collapse, and even his Dao heart had shattered. However, when Xian Yang Shushu saw Xian Yuan Dao, she appeared completely unharmed. When he asked Xian Yuan Dao what had happened during that time, he received no answers. The only certainty was that no third person had appeared on the battlefield. At this point, the Demon Child's rattle ceased its echoing sound, and he slowly raised his youthful face.
"Are you saying that Muchen saved Xian Yuan Dao?"
"Saved her, who had been struck by the Heavenly Dao and had her life force shattered."
Ningxu nodded solemnly.
"This was the judgment made by my senior disciple. I am merely relaying his words to you. However, I cannot comprehend how one could completely revive someone on the brink of having their form and spirit shattered."
"What kind of feat would that require?" "Forbidden Nirvana."
The Demon Child murmured each word slowly.
"A 9th-tier forbidden technique, bringing the dead back to life." The fire god's contract, combined with a priest's 9th rank forbidden technique. If that's the case.
Suddenly, the blood-red glow in the demon child's eyes burst into a blinding light. The next moment, she violently struck the void with a rattle, creating a 2-meter-wide void passage, which she then jumped into. Ninger, you've done a great job this time. Wait for your master's reward. As soon as the words left his mouth, the portal closed again. Ningshu watched his teacher's youthful figure disappear, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Once you enter the Forbidden Tower, you will understand that only there lies the staircase leading to the pinnacle of this world. At that moment, Muchen was by a picturesque river, sipping tea and fishing, living a carefree and delightful life. His phone, of course, was turned off. This serene atmosphere must not be disturbed by anyone. As for his home, Muchen had already instructed his subordinate, Long Wuxia, to handle things, so nothing major should go wrong. By his side was Yanji, the stunningly beautiful girl who would handle any demons or monsters he caught by cooking them right there. What a relief! Whoosh! The fishing rod began to jerk violently again. Boss, another fish is on the line. Boss is Yanji's new nickname for Muchen, which he insisted on changing. He kept calling him master all the time, which made Muchen feel very uncomfortable. Muchen didn't hesitate, charging straight toward the center of the churning water and chanting a spell called Dusk Swamp. Whoosh! A massive sluggish vortex emerged, enveloping a golden crocodile that slowly surfaced from the water. A level 95 red named Elite Wild Monster, the Golden Big Shoe. This river was no ordinary river. It could be said that the entire map was formed by this single river. It could yield all sorts of terrifying beasts, all of them level 80 or above. After all, while fishing, one mustn't forget to level up. Wow! What a huge fish! It must taste delicious. Muchen narrowed his eyes and smiled, replying, "That's right. HM? Something's wrong. That's not Yenner's voice." Muchen suddenly turned his head and saw that, without noticing, a tiny little child had appeared behind his tea table. Red belly band, sky-high braids, bare feet holding a rattle. He looked like a 5 or 6-year-old child, harmless and innocent, with not a hint of intimidation. So the question is, where did she come from? When did she arrive? I didn't sense a single trace of her presence. Muchen was speechless, his emotions a tangled mess. With his current strength, even a master couldn't perfectly block all energy fluctuations and appear beside him without being noticed. The demon child looked at Muchen and chuckled. "Don't be afraid, I'm Ningshu's teacher. I came out of curiosity to take a look at you and grab a bite to eat." Muchen immediately stood up. "Yenner, start cooking." 10 minutes later, a sumptuous crocodile feast was ready. 3 people, 1 adult and 2 children sat around the tea table, each drooling over the delicious food. "I'm starting." The little demon was the first to shout, then began to eat voraciously. Before Yanji and Muchen could even pick up their chopsticks, in the blink of an eye, the little rascal had almost devoured an entire crocodile. Muchen and Yanji. "Senior, you sure can eat. Should I make something else for you?" The demon child giggled. No need. I'm full." "No wonder you're the fire goddess. You're a great cook." Yanji's brows furrowed instinctively, a hint of hostility flickering in her eyes. Muchen also grew serious at the same time. The demon child cut straight to the point with a smile. "Don't be nervous. Not only do I know you're the reincarnation of the fire goddess, but I also know you've mastered the forbidden nirvana. Therefore, starting from now, you have been enrolled as a trainee in the Forbidden Tower. The coming period will be your evaluation phase. It could last half a year, or even 2 years. Once you meet the standards, you will officially become a member of the Forbidden Tower." Muchen finally understood the true purpose of the demon child's visit. The Forbidden Tower? Could it be the top-ranked academy in the Eastern Dragon Empire? Yanji couldn't help but ask on Muchen's behalf. The demon child chuckled. "The universities outside are for ordinary people. Whether they're ranked 1st or 100th, there's no fundamental difference. The Forbidden Tower, however, only admits those who can influence the future of the empire or, in other words, prodigies." Muchen heard this and felt a sense of relief. This was exactly the best choice he had been waiting for all day. Muchen stood up and bowed respectfully to the demon child. "Thank you for recognizing me. I am willing to join the Forbidden Tower." The demon child burst into another lively, adorable laugh. "Even if you refuse, there's nothing you can do. Because by now, those who came to recruit you should have dispersed. To be precise, no other university will dare to extend an invitation to you anymore. The last university that dared to compete with the Forbidden Tower for recruits was beaten by me with a rattle drum all the way to the outskirts of the Sky City. Over 10,000 students and teachers were all turned into beasts of the wilderness." Muchen. Wait, this little potato-like kid, is he a psychopath? Tens of thousands of people, just like that, and he's still laughing? Feeling Muchen's unusual emotions, the demon child suddenly became incredibly serious. At that moment, he was no longer the childlike aura he had before, but had transformed into a demon emerged from the depths of hell. The blood red in his pupils turned icy cold, radiating a murderous intent.
Tens of thousands of lives, traded for a pawn that could influence the fate of billions of lives in Donglon. What would you choose? Muchen was stunned and fell into silence. All I can say is, this world is not what you ordinary people see.
Perhaps behind the facade of peace and stability lies a far greater, potentially all-consuming grave.
And do you want to be a pawn manipulated by fate, or join us and become a master who can shape the destinies of many? You should already know the answer in your heart.
The demon child stood up, playfully patted his little butt, and rubbed his belly contentedly.
I'm so full. I owe you two a meal.
I'll pay you back once you join the Forbidden Tower. With that, she casually pointed at the void, and another shattered, pitch-black void passage appeared. The demon child then strut confidently, her little belly protruding, and vanished into the portal. Forbidden Tower.
Is this truly the place that binds the fate of the entire empire? It seems this is indeed my only choice.
Muchen stood up, waved his hand, and gathered all the tableware and fishing gear before him.
Big brother, where are we going? Muchen smiled. The dust has settled. It's time to go back and enjoy our summer vacation.
In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Muchen returned home. Everything seemed to have returned to the rhythm he once loved most. Drinking tea, basking in the sun, listening to some light music, and occasionally checking his phone.
What a pleasant life.
Second uncle has already grown accustomed to having Yenji, this stunningly beautiful girl, around the house, and he loves spending all his time by Muchen's side.
Most importantly, this girl isn't just stunningly beautiful and has an amazing figure, she's also an excellent cook.
So much so that Lu Bai and Long Wusher, those two guys, would occasionally come over under the pretext of visiting Uncle Air to piggyback on the meal. As the demon child had said, ever since he emerged from seclusion and met Muchen in person, all the representatives from the major universities had disappeared overnight, leaving no trace behind. The once hot plan to compete for the top scholar title was abruptly halted, and no one dared to mention it again. It wasn't until several days later that the official announcement from the Eastern Dragon Empire stated that the top 10 students nationwide had already been admitted to their respective universities, finally putting an end to the matter. As for the governor's mansion and the school, Muchen took a day to handle the necessary social obligations, all to ensure he could spend a few days at home in peace.
Dinner's ready.
Yenji's cheerful voice rang out.
Muchen stretched lazily and rose comfortably, walking into the kitchen. Little Chen, you need to exercise more. Don't let the holiday make you too indulgent.
Lying around all day just to gain weight isn't good. You're now a national heartthrob, you need to manage your image properly.
Muchen sighed wryly.
Uncle, I don't rely on my looks, I rely on my skills. The uncle and nephew bantered, while Yenji bustled around in the kitchen, giving the scene a warm, homey feel.
Suddenly, Muchen's phone rang.
The elegant face on the screen was no stranger to him.
Master Ning Shu. Muchen was taken aback but quickly answered the video call. Your Excellency Yen Huang, did you enjoy your vacation?
Muchen nearly burned his mouth on a mouthful of soup and quickly laughed and waved his hands. Senior, please don't tease me.
It's just a title, I'm not worthy of it.
Ning Shu, however, spoke with unusual seriousness.
A title is not just a simple title. Do you know that only those who have been recorded in the annals of the Eastern Dragon Empire as great heroes with extraordinary achievements are eligible for the imperial title?
Only those with extraordinary contributions and achievements can be granted the title of emperor. As the saying goes, with great honor comes great responsibility. This title brings you unimaginable glory, but it also comes with immense responsibility and pressure.
You will soon understand what I mean. Muchen nodded solemnly. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I have learned much. I wonder if the senior.
Ning Shu suddenly softened his expression and smiled.
You should stop addressing me that way.
I was once a member of the Forbidden Tower.
You should call me senior sister. Muchen's eyes lit up and he asked cautiously. Does senior sister mean there's news from the Forbidden Tower?
Ning Shu said nothing more, merely waving her hand lightly. The great prophecy technique projected the announcement from the Forbidden Tower.
The first floor of the Forbidden Tower is in turmoil.
It is suspected that a divine being has awakened. The suppression trial will be activated 10 days earlier than scheduled.
Selected newcomers are requested to log in immediately. Muchen nodded in understanding. I'm ready. Stand by at all times. I wonder if there are any others joining me for this War Cavern trial besides me? Ning Shu smiled.
Of course. Though the chance to be selected for the Forbidden Tower is as difficult as ascending to heaven, there are still a few who have been favored by the rules. The 10 great families of the Empire, many of their ancestors possessed the bloodline of the first-generation awakened ones, making them great contributors to our human race. They deserve the best resources for cultivation, and they will be your competitors.
Muchen nodded slightly. He understood this principle well.
They say that nobles and generals are not born into their positions, but in this era of prosperity and rejuvenation, the situation is vastly different from that of the early days of the era tens of thousands of years ago. The high barriers of the Forbidden Tower were only meant to deter ordinary people like Muchen who had no connections. He could already imagine that once he arrived there, he would inevitably have to deal with some aristocratic nobles who looked down on others. No matter what lay ahead, Muchen had already prepared himself for whatever came his way. How should I reach my destination? Ningxu smiled and said, if it's convenient, I'll personally go to the southern river to fetch you tomorrow. By the way, I heard that you have a close uncle in your family. Why not ask him if he's interested in leaving Nanzhang? The Forbidden Tower will provide better arrangements, ensuring you have no worries in the future. Muchen didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister. You haven't even asked his opinion yet? Muchen laughed. In our family, I can make the decisions. After hanging up the phone, Muchen grabbed a piece of crocodile leg meat and started chewing on it while muttering to himself. Uncle, tomorrow Yenner and I are going to report for duty. You should pack your things and come with us. Uncle Mu stared blankly at his nephew. Where are you going? I have to come with you. Isn't that necessary? I'll just wait here for you to come back. Muchen shook his head. It's not safe here. Come with us. At least we'll have each other for support. Once you get to a bigger place, you might have a chance to craft even better gear. Sure enough, Muchen easily exploited his uncle's weakness. As long as he promised him something, his uncle wouldn't object. Little did he know that Muchen was doing this for his uncle's safety as well. Now that he was famous throughout the empire, there were too many people watching him, both openly and secretly. If a powerful figure were to intervene, the third-tier city of Nanzhang wouldn't be able to protect his uncle. The next morning, the skies above Nanzhang City were filled with colorful rays of light. Ningxu descended like a celestial maiden, riding a seven-colored phoenix. After picking up Muchen and his uncle, they did not linger for a moment and quickly vanished into the horizon. Following Muchen's wishes, she had deliberately kept a low profile, avoiding a large entourage, and hadn't even alerted the governor's mansion. Ningxu first took them back to the imperial capital, where she arranged for her uncle to be housed in a secluded and peaceful standalone mansion guarded by imperial troops. She then headed straight for the Forbidden Tower. Chapter 74, Locking Down a High-Ranking Senior in Seconds? Just do it. Thank you, senior sister. The security here is so tight that I doubt there are many places in the entire empire that can match it. Ningxu smiled, of course. This place is specifically designated for housing the families of the demonic beings from the Forbidden Tower, to prevent them from being targeted by enemies as leverage. Even the Eastern Dragon Empire, with its deep-rooted foundations and formidable strength, cannot guarantee the absence of spies from other realms. The same applies to other human factions. Moments later, Muchen and the others arrived before a void array. This is the passageway connecting to the Forbidden Tower's space. Space? Muchen was taken aback. Could it be that? That's right. The Forbidden Tower exists independently in its own space, with only two passages, one connecting to the imperial capital and the other to the battle cavern. Muchen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What an immense undertaking it must have been to use an entire independent space to house an academic institution. As the inscriptions activated, Muchen couldn't help but feel anticipation for what lay beyond the passageway. After a moment of disorientation, Muchen found himself in a completely new world. Endless desert. Encircling the enormous mountain peak at its center. Colossal energy surged forth from every direction of the mountain peak. On the mountain's surface were countless caves and barriers of varying sizes, each with entirely different array patterns and seals. Together, they formed a secluded paradise completely separate from the entire empire. How about it? Is it different from what you imagined? Muchen nodded in agreement, smiling lightly. Indeed. The Forbidden Tower I imagine should be similar to the Dragon Emperor Tower, soaring into the sky and divided into layers. Ningxu sighed. The mountain before your eyes is the true form of the Forbidden Tower today, but it wasn't always like this. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, the first awakened beings used the Forbidden Tower as one of the most powerful artifacts of the human race to suppress an invasion by an unknown civilization in the War Cavern. The tower collapsed in the process, sacrificing itself to eliminate two supreme fears. Its current form was reshaped by the forbidden masters of the human race in later generations and developed into this state. The reason the surrounding area is covered in endless yellow sand and devoid of life is that all the energy essence within the space has been absorbed by the main peak of the Forbidden Tower to provide sustenance for the students. It can be said that this place is a massive energy supply device. Muchen suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Using the energy source of an entire space to nurture a group of young people is indeed a bit extravagant. Ning Shudan spoke indifferently. If it means producing a few more prodigies like you, any sacrifice is worthwhile. Let's go. I'll take you inside. There will be even more surprises waiting for you there. Moments later, the two arrived at a massive cave platform at the center of the mountain peak. At the very top of the cave, two blood-red characters were carved into the rock. These are the characters from the Old Earth era. Yan Ji immediately called out in Muchen's mind. What does it say?
The Forbidden Tower? Muchen could only guess, as the two characters bore no resemblance to human civilization and were completely unrecognizable. Xiaohu document anti-piracy protection. Search for Xiaohu using the book robot for a stable and reliable source without any pitfalls. No, those two words are God's tomb. Muchen was stunned. Even someone as composed as him couldn't help but furrow his brows upon hearing that response. He suddenly recalled the old tales of the destruction of the old earth, then looked at the words before him, which exuded a mountain-like pressure, and his heart was stirred by waves of emotion. In the final days of the old earth, during the dawn of awakening, what exactly had transpired in that era? One after another, gods of unimaginable power fell without resistance. What secrets were buried beneath the dust? The more he experienced, the more curious Muchen became about that segment of the world's past. Moments later, a middle-aged man in uniform stepped out of the barrier and bowed respectfully to Ning Shu. "Greetings, Master Ning." Ning Shu waved his hand dismissively. "Please have the Grand Marshal take him for the aptitude assessment. He is this year's top imperial exam candidate, titled the Flame Emperor, and was personally recommended by his teacher for a special admission spot." With just a few words, Ning Shu immediately elevated Muchen's status in the Grand Marshal's eyes, causing the latter's gaze toward Muchen to shift noticeably. "Understood. I will ensure everything is arranged properly." Ning Shu looked at Muchen. "I'll see you off here. If you need any assistance in the future, feel free to contact me." "Thank you, senior sister." As he watched Ning Shu leave, Muchen finally noticed that the Supreme Commander was still staring at him in astonishment. This young man must have some connections. "Ning Shu personally sent you here. Do you know that among the thousands of students in the Forbidden Tower, fewer than 10 have the privilege of calling her senior sister?" Muchen was taken aback. "Is my status really that high?" He had thought everyone received such treatment. Little did he know that among the nearly 1,000 disciples of the Forbidden Tower, those who had been personally selected and recruited by the Demon Child were, aside from Muchen, likely only those few who were truly called the Forbidden Ones. Soon, the Grand Commander led Muchen to the testing area. It was a massive instrument screen, actually a random database simulating combat scenarios. The Grand Commander spoke solemnly. "Do not underestimate the qualification review. This is the starting point where everyone in the Forbidden Tower will know you. It determines your treatment here for a significant period of time. The higher your qualification level, the more abundant the basic supplies you will receive. Additionally, you will gain exclusive buff enhancements after logging into the battle cavern. Of course, your qualification level can be improved through subsequent efforts. By completing tasks, earning combat merits, and participating in other activities, you can accumulate level experience, which is one of your core objectives in the Forbidden Tower." Muchen quickly grasped the essence of qualification levels. They represented the hierarchical structure within the Forbidden Tower. The Supreme Commander then placed his palm on the giant screen, and a massive energy sphere spun rapidly, extracting 20 identity data cards from thin air. Each card corresponds to the identity of a Forbidden Ruins student, and the different letters on the cards serve as labels to distinguish their qualification levels. There were a total of 8 grades: EDCBA, SS, and SSS. As a newcomer, Muchen could only draw cards with a maximum strength of B rank during the basic qualification test. Now, based on your understanding of your own strength, choose the highest tier target you believe you can conquer. As a personally selected disciple of Master Ning, you are granted an additional testing opportunity. If you fail, you may try again. Muchen smiled. "Thank you, Commander. I'll choose this B rank target." The Grand Marshal's lips twitched, and he hurriedly reminded him. "Are you sure you want to choose him? He is a 4th-tier combat awakened veteran and a direct descendant of the Kong family, one of the 10 great clans of the Empire." Muchen became even more determined. "Exactly, that's exactly who we're after." Muchen directly tapped the target's identity card to examine the details. Kong Yinghao. Time spent in the Forbidden Tower, 2.5 years. Rank, 57. Rank, 4th tier. Occupation, swordsman rare. Academic progress, completed 554 basic tasks, 245 intermediate tasks, 34 advanced tasks, and 2 special tasks or higher. Current potential rating, B. B-rank combat power ranking, 573. Young man, are you sure you want to challenge him? A 4th rank rare class. The Supreme Commander has confirmed this multiple times. He doesn't want Muchen to waste this extra challenge opportunity. In his view, facing Kong Yinghao, Muchen would only be instantly defeated. Muchen nodded calmly. The Supreme Commander reassured him, "With B rank potential, he won't be a problem for me." The other party didn't say anything else, sighed, and began the operation directly. At the same time, the virtual combat instance where Kong Yinghao was located quickly materialized. As a reminder, the instance you are about to enter is Kong Yinghao's self-selected battleground. In simple terms, it is the absolute home turf that best suits his attributes in combat conditions, granting him additional combat power boosts. He has also set up a series of extra mini-challenges. Be cautious and watch out for hidden traps and other mechanisms.
The ultimate goal is to find Kong Hao, defeat him personally, and you will obtain his combat power ranking and qualification level.
Muchen bowed again. Thank you for your efforts. I am ready.
The next moment, a virtual passageway before the light screen, opening a portal.
Muchen stepped inside without hesitation.
At the same time, all students logged into the light screen spaces within the Forbidden Tower received new battle notifications.
Ding!
An elite academy has initiated AB rank qualification test challenge.
Target, Muchen vs. Kong Hao. Do you wish to enter the spectator channel?
In the various caves throughout the Forbidden Tower, prodigies of all ranks received the notification. The public chat channel immediately filled with messages.
Muchen? Isn't that the kid who just won the top spot? It's him.
I just checked his identity card. His title is Flame Emperor.
What a bold title. A high school student dares to call himself an emperor?
My Mu Rong clan is a 1,000-year-old noble family, and we've only produced 4 titled emperors in our history.
What gives him the right? Stop whining. Every family has a few emperors.
I think you're just jealous of his youth and talent.
Seeing is believing. Let's go check it out. Good call.
The guy upstairs dared to challenge Senior Kong, who has a B rank qualification, in the basic test.
He has got some guts. What's there to see? A level 1 priest challenging 4 level 4 swordsmen? If he wins, I'll eat my hat. Girls, what should we do? This guy is pretty handsome. Even though Kong Shueshing is B rank, I'm still rooting for Muchen.
As soon as he entered the dungeon battlefield, Muchen felt a violent tremor surge up from beneath his feet.
Boss, look behind you. Yanji's melodious voice echoed in his mind.
Muchen turned around calmly, furrowing his brows slightly. Before his eyes, over 100 iron-blooded mad bulls, all above level 80, charged toward him at full speed.
Kid, this is our welcome gift. Welcome to the Forbidden Tower. A loud, booming voice echoed from the depths of the valley. It was Kong Hao's voice.
Seeing this scene, countless messages began to flood the spectator channel, sparking lively discussions.
This is the 100 Bulls formation.
A mandatory formation for all disciples of the Kong family lineage. Over 100 wild bulls charge into the formation, and it is said that the pressure they release can be amplified under the special control of the formation's power. Even if you're hit by just one bull, it's like 100 bulls charging at you at the same time.
Terrifying.
Without warriors of at least the 4th rank or defensive tank classes, forget about resisting. Survival itself is uncertain. Muchen quickly regained his composure, his pupils narrowing as he instantly began to chant. Second tier evolved technique of the wound technique, Twilight Mud Swamp. Combined with the foundational technique of enlightenment art, his mental energy surged, expanding the range of Twilight Mud Swamp to 1 kilometer. The charging bull's ferocious speed rapidly decreased after being affected by the mud swamp.
Moo!
The muffled roars of the mad bull echoed continuously, causing the pressure of the formation to collapse directly. The essence of this formation lies in converting momentum into power.
Now that the speed can't build up, where's the destructive force to stack? Is that it? Muchen gave an awkward smile and summoned his ancient frog emperor. Bang!
The giant frog's massive rear end plummeted from the sky, landing without mercy among the herd of bulls, crushing a dozen of them flat with a single sit.
Big frog, here's your extra meal. Eat well and drink well. Muchen stood there, looking like a bystander, casually issuing orders. Gobble.
The ancient frog emperor opened its blood-red maw, unleashing its devour the heavens and earth skill. In an instant, over 100 mad bulls were sucked into the frog's mouth as if they had fallen into a black hole.
What? The chat exploded.
Countless students from the Forbidden Tower, who were watching the battle through the light screen system from their respective caves, were left speechless. A genius, truly a genius. The 100 bulls formation was actually neutralized so easily using this method. No wonder he's a special admissions student, he's got some real skills. The strongest top scholar truly deserving of the title. Girls, I think I'm falling for this junior.
Sexy JPG. Good kid, you've got some skills. Deep within the valley, Kong Hao's voice echoed once more.
If you want to fight me, come to the top of Stone Peak.
Muchen didn't hesitate, awakening the light angel totem and instantly activating his soaring skill.
As the angel totem coalesced behind him, the chat screen exploded again.
Unbelievable. He can actually fly. How is that possible? He's only at the 1st rank, yet he possesses flight ability? Is that a magical artifact? Even in the Forbidden Tower, the vast majority of people were unaware of the true form of the angel totem. After all, this was truly extremely rare.
A flash of light shot into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the peak of the mountain. Meanwhile, Kong Hao, who was still making his way to the summit, continued to swing his sword, causing massive boulders on the cliff face to collapse and crash down below.
Let me add a little more. Kong Hao looked at his handiwork with satisfaction.
However, when he used his dual swords to climb to the peak, an awkward scene unfolded.
Hello, Senior Kong, please give me some guidance.
Seeing Muchen smiling and bowing to him, Kong Hao was so startled that he stumbled, nearly falling off the edge of the mountain peak.
You? How is that possible? When did you get up here? Muchen rolled his eyes. Right when you decided on the battle location. Kong Hao. Guys, this kid is terrifying.
His flying speed seems to match that of a master.
No wonder he dared to challenge AB rank senior. That's insane.
The chat feed exploded again as more people started paying attention to the battle. Meanwhile, Muchen remained calm and composed, smiling as if nothing were happening.
Senior, go ahead and attack. I hope you'll give it your all. Arrogant. Whoosh.
Kong Hao instantly activated his core skill, Shadow Blade.
The two knives in his hands transformed into purple-black streams of light.
With a swift movement of his feet, Kong Hao moved like a ghost, leaving countless afterimages on the ground as he charged directly toward Muchen's true form.
See that? Old Kong is getting serious. This kid is in trouble now.
Old Kong, at the 4th rank, has activated the Shadow Blade skill, increasing armor penetration by at least 1000. Combined with his legendary dual blade enhancement, a single strike can easily deal over 8000 damage. It's impossible to withstand.
However, Muchen remains standing in place, motionless. Chapter 75, there's still a backup plan? This is way too tough. Whoosh! Muchen instantly casts a 2-hit combo chant. Rock Solid Thorns echo.
As the defensive light barrier descended, thorns swirled around him. Most importantly, Muchen was wearing his own unranked divine artifact armor, the Soul Void Fire Spirit Helmet.
Crack!
With a crisp sound, Kong Hao darted toward Muchen like a ghost, with all remaining illusions surrounding him and attacking alongside his physical form.
Boom!
The rock-solid defense shattered instantly, with armor-piercing effects stacked sixfold. The dagger plunged deeply into Muchen's body.
You can't stop me. My Shadow Stab can instantly kill any non-tank type awakened warrior of the same level. You don't know me. You dared to challenge me without adequate preparation.
This is the price you pay for provoking an elite of the Forbidden Tower.
Muchen remained motionless, even running his fingers through his hair with a hint of amusement, staring at Kong Shuashang as if he were a fool. Moments later, the other party finally realized something was wrong. He's not dead?
In the virtual battlefield, once your health drops to 0, Muchen would be kicked out of the space.
But Muchen simply stood there calmly, staring at him with a playful expression.
Senior, your tactics are impressive, but your damage output is a bit lacking. Kong Hao looked up, locked onto Muchen's identity card information, and upon seeing his health bar, froze in place.
2,000 health points. How is that possible?
Just before I attacked, I clearly saw you only had 4000 health points. Kong Hao was completely dumbfounded. Not just him, the thousands of elite disciples watching the live broadcast outside were all speechless.
Muchen gave an awkward smile and forcibly separated an exact duplicate of himself from his body.
What you saw were the data of my clone, all disguised.
Unfortunately, Senior Kong, I've received your gift. Now it's time for this junior to return the favor. Kong Hao's hair stood on end instantly.
He saw a flickering flame in Muchen's pupils.
Danger!
Every instinct in his body was screaming those two words. As Kong Hao turned around with all his might, using the Shadow Blade technique to flee, Muchen suddenly activated the angel wings, teleporting instantly to the back of his escape route. He slowly raised his right hand, aiming it at Kong Hao's direction.
In an instant, the opponent completely lost all ability to move. What's happening? I can't move. Fire-type 4th evolution technique, Form Transformation Supreme Dominion.
Yanji did not awaken her true form but instead sensed Muchen's spell effects within his soul space. At that moment, the ancient earth runes of the Sovereign Blade were locked onto Kong Hao's true body. Muchen smiled, but his voice was as cold and arrogant as the depths of hell.
Sovereign Blade. Boom!
In an instant, Muchen raised his hand toward the void, and the massive Sovereign's Blade materialized out of thin air, hovering above Kong Hao's head.
Judgment! Boom! The massive blade descended from the sky, completely obliterating all elemental energy that dared to resist.
Kong Hao's true form, with a full 7000 HP, was instantly reduced to 0. His projection within the dungeon battlefield was melted into nothingness before everyone's eyes.
He's been killed like that? A priest takes out 4 sword masters in a single move?
A demonic being, another terrifying demonic being has emerged.
What a fearsome flaming emperor.
Kong Sr. lost fairly, he's simply not on the same level as his opponent. I now deeply suspect that this kid chose Kong Hao not because his limit is B rank, but because he can only challenge B rank at best.
Muchen sighed helplessly, clapping his hands and muttering to himself. Is that it? A B rank senior who was so easily defeated?
Compared to opponents like Xian Yuan Dao, it's like they're not even in the same league. As Muchen finished speaking, Yan Ji's urgent voice echoed in his mind. Be careful, the elder. There seems to be something awakening inside this mountain peak. Crack! Boom! The ground at the top of the stone peak cracked violently,
until a deafening explosion erupted, and beneath Muchen's feet, a terrifying force blasted out a massive void.
Be careful, boss. As the ground shattered, fortunately, Yenji was more agile in capturing the energy and immediately tackled Muchen to the side. Otherwise, that single surprise punch alone would have cost Muchen half his health. At that moment, Yenji was lying on top of Muchen, still shaken by the ordeal. Even though she had once been a deity, in this life, Yenji cared too much about Muchen. She would never allow her leader to be harmed by an enemy in front of her. Yener, you. Muchen's cheeks flushed slightly. Yenji pressed herself against him, the situation growing increasingly intimate. What surprised Muchen even more was that her body seemed to have undergone some changes. Her height, proportions, and curves were all noticeably more developed than before. She had definitely taken another big step on the path from a young girl to a mature woman. The two remained in that highly suggestive pose, staring at each other, frozen for a full 10 seconds before suddenly snapping back to reality and quickly getting up. Little did they know that the stunningly beautiful scene they had just created had already been frantically screenshotted by the cave-dwelling otaku online in the system. Guys, what did I just see? That absolutely stunning girl radiating flames of energy, what's going on? This is a otaku killer. That guy is so lucky. How did he get a summoned spirit of that caliber? I heard that this year's top-ranked student, the Flame Emperor, and that older sister-style lowly fire spirit are all manifestations of his power. So, the technique used to instantly defeat Senior Kong earlier was shared by this stunningly beautiful girl? The screen was filled with otaku going completely mad. They're not even paying much attention to why the battle has taken such a turn. They're all discussing the various fantasy scenarios involving Muchen and his summoned spirit companions. This isn't hard to understand, after all. The genius awakened individuals in the Forbidden Tower are all young and vibrant teenagers. Who doesn't have a bit of a gossipy side? However, the most awkward situation belongs to the colossal creature emerging from the top of the stone peak. Just 50 meters behind Muchen and Yenji, this massive demonic bull monster, nearly 30 meters in height, glared at the two with an eerie expression. You two ants dare to ignore this demon. Muchen and Yenji exchanged confused glances, having no idea where this creature had come from. Isn't this supposed to be the senior's exclusive virtual battlefield space? The senior had already been eliminated, so why hadn't the dungeon challenge ended? Yenji voiced the question on Muchen's mind. The giant ox monster snorted coldly, speaking with a mocking tone. You fools! This is the divine technique of the giant spirit body, passed down exclusively by the Kong family. It's also my hidden trump card on the battlefield, never used before. I never expected it to be triggered by a newbie like you. However, that's fine. I hear you're quite famous as a newcomer and this year's college entrance exam champion. You're the perfect one to face. Now, accept the judgment of power. Muchen's gaze suddenly grew sharp. So that's how it is. This mad bull is Kong How's sole vessel. What an eerie ability. No wonder you're from the direct bloodline of one of the 10 great clans. I knew it. A B-rank senior wouldn't be so easily wiped out. Boom! The giant bull monster swung its forearm down toward Muchen with tremendous force. The terrifying force erupted, shattering the already ruined stone peak into even larger fragments. What astonishing strength attributes! Let's check its stats first. Muchen chanted Soar in the name of light, then seamlessly connected it with Insight in the name of light, two of his ultimate techniques. Soaring into the air, he escaped the giant ox monster's attack range while activating Panel Insight. Magic Giant Bull Battle Form. Level, 140. HP, 1,100,000. Energy, 250,000. 5-dimensional attributes. Strength, 40,000. Stamina, 25,000. Endurance, 98,000. Agility, 1,000. Mental power, 7,500. Skills, Immovable Wisdom King. War Roar. Uprooting Mountains. Fire Magic Rune Amplification. Weakness Insight, Slow Movement Speed. Cannot sustain. Vulnerability Insight, when this creature uses the Immovable Wisdom King skill, it cannot move. What astonishing attribute strength. Endurance nearing 100,000 points. His defense must be close to 1,000,000. Muchen sucked in a sharp breath. Since he had switched jobs, he had never encountered a monster with such high defense. Leader, let me give it a try. Yenji charged forward, hovering beside Muchen, and once again manipulated the Sovereign's Blade 2 at the top of the Mad Bull's head. Judgment! Yenji let out a shrill cry as the Sovereign's Blade swung down from above. Duong! HP, 1,100,109,500. Yenji. Muchen. Spectator view public chat. No way. This kid is really a newbie. Daring to use physical attacks against the Kong family's Mad Bull battle form? That's just asking for trouble. This old man's defensive power is so strong that even a 100-level master wouldn't stand a chance against him without using any advanced skills. The onlookers flooded the chat with sympathetic comments. When the Mad Bull monster appeared, the majority of the senior students in the Forbidden Tower who had come to watch the spectacle had no expectations for the outcome of this battle.
oh no, our top scholar is about to get humiliated in the Forbidden Tower.
This kid is actually pretty good, but he has no understanding of the 10 major clans' true strength. This is precisely why the Forbidden Tower rarely admits commoner students.
Talent is only one aspect. The vision and resources of clan descendants are simply incomparable to ordinary people.
He is just at a disadvantage because of his commoner background, so he is completely unprepared.
What's going on? Is the person above a fake account of Master Nangong? The Southern Palace Goddess is here to watch too? Sending hearts. The public chat in the spectator area is getting more and more lively.
It's said that this is the first test match for the top-ranked Muchen, and even the Grandmasters from the Forbidden Tower have been stirred up.
However, for Muchen currently in the battlefield, the situation remains extremely dire. The Mad Bull monster suddenly raised its hand high, having withstood a wave of judgment power, and forcibly seized the sovereign's blade in its grasp.
It sneered with a condescending gaze.
Is that all you've got?
Boy, in the face of my Mad Bull battle body, all physical attacks are as useless as paper. My defense capabilities exceed 1,000,000. How could a mere first-tier priest like you possibly break through?
Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you, the fire attribute power you used to suppress my true form earlier was actually serving as the medium to condense the fire attribute runes on my body. Did you see the runes on my body?
That is the energy source providing me with fire attribute defense.
Now my fire defense has already broken through 800,000.
Muchen quickly regained his composure and spoke solemnly. So, the senior's true form was intentionally sacrificing itself to analyze and absorb my attribute advantages, thereby enhancing its own attribute defense conditions to achieve the peak state of its defensive system.
Konginghao, controlling the gigantic bull's body, burst into laughter. Exactly. Meeting me was your bad luck.
I was originally planning to spare you since you're a newcomer, but the way you suppressed my physical body just now was quite brutal, which really annoyed me. Therefore, I will let you experience the feeling of being trampled by a stronger being.
Boom!
The Mad Bull reached out again, attempting to forcefully suppress Muchen. The angel wings shimmered and retreated back into the void by nearly 100 meters.
Do you think you can escape just because you can fly? Mad Bull's skill 2, War Roar. Roar!
The massive bull-like creature pounded its chest, emitting a deafening roar that shook the heavens. A powerful, devouring force erupted from its mouth. Even someone as powerful as Muchen couldn't withstand it head-on, losing control of his body as he was swallowed by the vortex and dragged toward the bull monster's core.
What a domineering taunt technique! Even my angel wings can't break free. The abyssal maw continued to devour everything around it. Muchen's body was like a small boat, wildly tumbling in the endless waves.
Thick blood, high defense, no weakness as a colossal creature of level 130, impossible to withstand. Amidst the chaos, Muchen's thoughts remained calm, and he also confirmed the only tactic to counter this colossal beast.
Yener, help me buy some time.
Muchen instantly chanted, 4th tier evolved technique of the wound technique frostbitten deadwood. A furious storm of wind and snow descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the giant bull's body, dozens of meters tall, was completely covered in endless frost and snow, with countless cracks rapidly forming and melting away on its surface. Frostbitten wood corrupts an indestructible target with the power of frost and snow, reducing its defense by 35%.
Wind resistance and ice resistance reduced by 40%. Duration, 300 seconds. Now is the moment.
Yan-Ji soars into the air, coordinating with Muchen to instantly chant and summon fire spirits. Countless fire spirits of 3 types continuously appeared, charging toward the weakened, corrupted areas of the raging bull's defenses. The Mad Bull's 1.1 million HP is reduced by nearly 200,000 in just half a minute.
How dare it? This guy is just a priest, yet he masters advanced debuff techniques? Interesting. However, it's a pity. Ants will always remain ants. Do you think you can turn the tables on me? Konginghao's cold voice echoed once more. Immovable Wisdom King. Boom! The colossal bull-like body erupted with brilliant golden light.
His feet embedded themselves into the ground, and a golden energy shield formed around his massive body, tens of meters tall.
Endurance attribute increased by 300, lasting for 180 seconds. In an instant, the damage effects from dozens of fire spirits attacking together were completely nullified.
Yan-Ji's expression suddenly changed.
Damn it! This defense is too powerful, it's impossible to break through.
Yan-Ji was frantic with anxiety.
She couldn't bear to let Muchen's first battle with the Forbidden Tower end in defeat.
Even though this opponent was already incredibly powerful, as the follower of the fire god, she couldn't allow Muchen to lose to anyone.
It seems necessary to resort to forbidden techniques. Chapter 76, Stealing People.
The 7 great academy heads go head to head. As Yan-Ji murmured to herself, on the other side of the battlefield, Muchen smiled at her.
What are you thinking? He's just a mere warrior body. You must have complete confidence in your leader. The next moment, Muchen soared into the air, bathed in the brilliant light of the angel wings, making him appear as perfect and sacred as a god.
He then pulled out the exquisite staff crafted by his uncle, and before all the spectators of the Forbidden Tower, he solemnly chanted, "Wound technique, 7th evolutionary technique, reverse birth cataclysm." Boom! From the deepest depths of the sky, a divine hand that obscured the heavens, radiating dazzling golden light, tore through the sky and descended slowly. Still in the familiar posture of a devouring finger pointing downward, it emanated an unimaginable terror and pressure. Like the shattered remnants of an ancient era, it was the final judgment of the gods descending upon the world. With each inch the giant finger descended, the energy fluctuations on the Stone Peak battlefield were compressed further. All life forms struggling within this battlefield trembled in fear, kneeling in submission. No! This is. Kong Yinghao was completely dumbfounded. He slowly controlled the giant bull to look up at the sky, only to see an irresistible, divine force as majestic as divine punishment locking onto him. He instinctively tried to break free, to sever the mental bond tying his will to his battle body, but he couldn't. This finger contained the power of the rules. In an instant, as the golden finger made contact with the giant bull's head, a torrential golden light erupted outward like waves crashing against a shore. With each shattering of the light rings, the giant bull's body rapidly shrank. His level, his attributes, his aura, everything about him was constantly regressing. The power of a deity? What a new champion! This kid actually has such a hidden technique. This is getting interesting. While the senior from the Kong family was hiding his true abilities, this youngster is hiding something even greater. This must be a 7th tier skill, right? A debuff type skill exclusive to priests, completely different from the flame-based skills, yet he has mastered it to such a high level. This junior is no ordinary talent. A technique that rivals divine skills in reversal. No wonder he was selected for the Forbidden Tower. What the heck? Is the post above from Chao Guang Mentor's alt account? I've seen you. What? The Chao Guang Master is here to watch too? Oh no, this is getting out of hand. This kid is going to be famous. He's broken the Kong family's divine abilities. Who dares to underestimate him now? The public chat is completely chaotic. At this moment, the number of spectators watching the battle from the Forbidden Tower has exceeded 2,000. You must know that the Forbidden Tower only trains a select few Imperial disciples, and aside from the graduates sent to the battlefield, there are no more than 5,000 still in training, and half of them are here watching the battle. At this moment, the Mad Bull let out a despairing growl, as the torment of unwillingness and pain ruthlessly washed over his very essence. Finally, after a full minute, Muchen's angel wings dissipated. His health also dropped to 20. The cost of the reverse birth cataclysm, in the eyes of others, was almost equivalent to total annihilation. But the result was moo. A soft, cow-like bellow suddenly echoed through the air. The massive body that had been nearly 30 meters tall moments ago had shrunk to about 1.5 meters. That's right, it was the size of a calf, even smaller than a domesticated cow. With the flame-like magical patterns on its body enhancing its appearance, the little calf looked even more adorable. Put. Yan Ji was completely overwhelmed, then grabbed her waist and pointed at the level 3 calf in front of her, mocking it relentlessly. Old boss, look. This little calf is way too cute. Muchen also stared at the calf, suppressing his laughter with a pfft, before finally breaking down as well. Of course, thousands of spectating students also lost their composure at the same time. After this battle, Kong Yinghao's reputation was ruined, and he had become a laughingstock. Muchen, you just wait. The humiliation you inflicted today will be repaid in kind. The little calf growled menacingly, then its 4 short legs scuttled swiftly, and it ran out of the dungeon battlefield right in front of Muchen. Ding! Challenge match ended. Defender Kong Yinghao level 57, 4th Dan, swordsman failed to defend the stage. The dungeon battlefield will close shortly. Ding! Congratulations to new challenger Muchen for defeating AB rank character card. Your level and qualifications are being tested. Ding! Congratulations to new student Muchen for obtaining the basic qualification level, B rank. Current B rank combat power rankings, 573rd. At the same moment, in a certain cave, Kong Yinghao stared blankly at his tablet, watching the updated combat power rankings, feeling utterly hopeless. Whoosh! Muchen's projection vanished from the virtual battlefield, and his physical body stepped out of the light screen. The Supreme Commander had just witnessed the entire process and was now staring at Muchen in disbelief. Young man, you truly are a hidden gem. I knew it. Someone personally recommended by Master Ning couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Muchen smiled indifferently, maintaining his polite modesty. The Supreme Commander was too kind. As long as I didn't disgrace Senior Sister Ning, that's enough. So, does that mean the test is over now? The Grand Marshal nodded wildly, his face glowing with the fervor of a devoted fan, and his demeanor grew even more reverent. Of course. You've made a name for yourself in one battle. The fight just now was watched by over 2/3 of the people in the Forbidden Tower. Among them were even several instructors paying close attention. Muchen was startled for a moment but quickly understood. This advanced virtual battlefield technology must have additional viewing channels. That's right, Muchen, there are several masters inside the tower who wish to meet you.
Follow me.
Muchen assumed this was part of the standard procedure and followed without hesitation.
Inside the teleportation channel, the Grand Commander looked envious.
If I recall correctly, since I took over the position of new recruit reception commander, you should be the first person in decades to be personally received by multiple mentors at the same time.
Oh? Isn't everyone treated the same? Grand Commander. Is this kid intentionally being humble, or is he genuinely pure-hearted? Which master level expert has the time to hang out with new recruits all day?
This is probably the Grand Masters trying to poach talent.
Whoosh!
As the mist swirled, Muchen was led by the Supreme Commander to a high platform shrouded in clouds and mist. As soon as he entered the barrier, Muchen saw 7 mentors standing in 7 pillars of light. Each projection was enormous, standing over 10 meters tall, exuding an air of authority.
Of course, there were also 2 female mentors with stunning beauty and noble demeanor. As Lubina, the otaku, would say, greatness lies in. However, it wasn't just them.
Muchen soon noticed that the floating platform shrouded in white mist was surrounded by countless colorful bubbles. Each bubble projected a human face, constantly surging toward him from all directions.
Faintly, one could hear their faint, hollow whispers. He was the newcomer.
Indeed, up close, he looked even more handsome.
7 mentor projections?
Holy cow, this is a bit over the top.
Are you sure he's from an ordinary background?
I feel like even the eldest sons of the 10 great clans didn't have this kind of entourage back then. No wonder a college entrance exam candidate could be directly granted the title of emperor. This guy is truly formidable.
Where did Kong Hao go? His ID is blacked out. Did he get so humiliated by this Muchen that he logged off?
Muchen had truly discovered a new world. He immediately realized that this must be a fully interactive platform. It was like the ultimate fantasy version of AR virtual reality from his previous life. Apart from himself and the Supreme Commander, everyone else present was a projection, yet they were indistinguishable from the real thing. The Supreme Commander lowered his voice.
Wait a moment.
Once the 7 light columns illuminate simultaneously, it will mean that all the mentors are in position.
I'll give you a brief introduction first.
These 7 individuals are the new mentors of the 7 major systems of the Forbidden Tower, all with strength above level 110. The central light beam represents the strongest among the 7, Mentor Shang Qingfeng, a 119th level 7th tier peak astrologer.
Muchen's heart trembled. Before coming here, he had imagined that the elders of the Forbidden Tower would be powerful, but he never expected them to be this strong. This strong, and they're just new mentor? The Grand Commander laughed. The title of new mentor is merely a designation.
Their strength is no weaker than that of other mentors in the Forbidden Tower. They simply do not lead troops on the front lines of the battle caverns but instead focus on rear logistics and teaching duties. Of course, the true elite of the Forbidden Tower, the ones at the pinnacle of combat power, are beyond your reach for now.
However, with your talent, that day won't be too far off.
Whoosh! As 7 beams of light illuminated the sky simultaneously, the Supreme Commander bowed respectfully.
All right, my task is complete.
Brother Muchen, you must make a careful decision. Regardless of which faction you choose to join, it will have a significant impact on your future. Make your choice based on your own needs.
Muchen nodded solemnly. Thank you for your advice, Grand Marshal.
As the light condensed, the 7 projections swiftly came to life, as if real beings had descended.
Hey, tell me quickly. What trick did you use to turn that bull into a calf? That was utterly astonishing.
The second light pillar on the left, the burly mentor with a black beard, couldn't wait to ask.
Joe the Big Beard, didn't Naylan already tell you? That's called the Reverse Birth Cataclysm. A 7th tier time rewinding skill. Look at you, can't you act like a mentor?
The big bearded man didn't care, grinning wickedly with a greedy expression as he stared at Muchen. Kid, come to my War God Academy. In less than 3 years, I'll make you thicker than that mad bull's blood.
Muchen's eyes lit up. Senior, are you serious?
Joe Dahosi pounded his chest and shouted.
Of course. You're already at level 60.
I can help you obtain more bloodline crystals and other resources. I just need you to cultivate my War God bloodline talent. Once you reach level 100, your blood volume will easily surpass 1,000,000. Muchen heard this and was truly tempted. Since he first awakened his profession, he had been focused solely on increasing his blood volume. He knew that life was precious, and having thick blood was the way to go. Only by staying alive could he continue to fight. 1,000,000 HP was something Muchen had never dared to dream of. He had originally thought that based on his current attribute points, even with top-tier equipment, he would only reach around 100,000 HP by level 100. But after hearing the bearded man's explanation, it seemed that wasn't the case. What Muchen didn't know was that after advancing to the 7th tier, one's life essence undergoes a perfect refinement, elevating them to a new level of existence. Even the weakest profession's master-level practitioners would have several times the health of ordinary awakened individuals. Hundreds of thousands of health points were commonplace. Suddenly, another voice rang out, belonging to a man in glasses and a suit, with a scholarly appearance and a domineering aura.
Muchen, don't listen to this brute's nonsense.
Once you reach the strength of the 6th or 7th rank, having hundreds of thousands of HP will be a breeze.
Moreover, as a priest, your survival capabilities are already far superior to those of other professions at the same level.
Pursuing the war god path would yield too little benefit for you. Join our Law God Academy and master earth-shattering spells. It'll perfectly complement your support combat weaknesses.
Muchen heard this and was a bit tempted.
His greatest advantage was his abundance of skill points.
If he could truly combine the mage class, the benefits would be obvious. Hey, you two, give it a rest.
The War God Academy and the Mage Academy have the most people and the least resources.
What's the point of going there? To starve to death? Those are just places for the direct descendants of major clans to polish their credentials. Young man, listen to me. Come to our Lingtong Academy.
From your battle earlier, you seem to have used fire-based summoning skills. Join our academy, and you'll be the top student with unlimited resources.
How about it?
This middle-aged mentor, who looks like a principal, is clearly straightforward. He's already offering resources. In the blink of an eye, 6 mentors began a heated debate.
Muchen didn't say a word, but they were almost ready to fight. Hey! Calm down, mentors. What about our top student? This is really headache-inducing. Those mentors are still so unreliable.
Poor Huziga, it's not easy for the War God Academy to snag a genius.
As expected, even mentors lose their composure when faced with prodigies.
When I first arrived, there was only one mentor, our boss, and I had no choice.
Don't compare.
He is the top student, with the title of emperor.
How can we compare?
Don't forget, in our Forbidden Tower, we don't fear those with strong backgrounds, we fear those without any. Those who come here without a background are all unparalleled prodigies who defy the heavens. The mentors argued for a while.
Muchen stood there feeling awkward, but he didn't dare interrupt them. He looked left and right, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Enough!
Suddenly, the stunningly beautiful mentor at the far right of the light tower finally spoke. She hadn't said a single word earlier.
Muchen had thought she wasn't interested in him.
But the moment she spoke, the other 6 all fell silent, which was truly surprising.
This newcomer, I want her.
As you all know, any student I, Nalan Xan, take under my wing will come to our Shaoxiang Academy. No one has ever been refused. As soon as Nalan Xan finished speaking, Zhou Dehuzi lost his composure and shouted hysterically.
Nalan Xan, what do you mean? I've been your lackey for all these years, never asking for anything else. This time I just want this kid, and you're going to compete with me for him?
Zhou Dehuzi's eyes filled with tears, looking like a wrong child of 100 years old, staring miserably at Nalan Guangmu's side.
The public chat exploded instantly. What am I seeing? The big beard actually defied his goddess.
For a newcomer, he used such a loud voice to speak to Nalan Xianzi for the first time in history. It's clear Beard Brother is really going all out.
Don't worry, soon your big beard will be reduced to dust by our Nalan goddess. Just as the chat messages finished, Nalan Fairy gave a disdainful smile. Dare to my guy? Trash, muted for 5 minutes. Click.
Zhou Dehuzi was struck as if by lightning, his eyes turned white, and the light screen instantly turned a dull gray.
What is going on? The original streamer went offline? Is Zhou the mentor really that powerless? Can't even handle a single word from the goddess? As expected, you can't be a sycophant when you can't be anything else.
Chapter 77, Taking over the Shaoxiang Courtyard. This buff is game-changing. The public chat was instantly filled with laughter. Muchen wiped the sweat off his forehead, gaining a clear understanding of the War God Academy's strength.
Nalan, don't be too much.
Old Zhou has had it tough all these years.
You're being so harsh on him. Aren't you afraid you'll scare our young friend Muchen?
The domineering glasses-wearing guy made his second appearance, holding a glass of red wine, his gaze sharp, confronting Nalan Xianzi with confidence.
Oh Yang, the master of time management, teach your little sister a thing or two? Once your family's Miaozhen returns from the front lines of the battle cave, Click.
The domineering boss was struck like lightning, his glasses shattered, and he logged off immediately.
Snap. Another series of thunderclaps followed.
This Nalan Fairy had only been firing for 2 minutes, and out of the 7 mentors online, only 2 remained. Besides herself, only the old man with the white beard in the center of the light pillar remained.
Muchen blinked, looked at the old man's upright and dignified appearance, and was about to speak.
Tan Bo, I heard that next year, the head of your academy, Hong Lao, is going to the Dragon Emperor Tower to serve as a backup elder.
When it comes time to elect a new head, I'll have my senior sister recommend you. With your high moral standing, you're the perfect choice to take over the 6th floor.
Whoosh! The old man didn't even utter a sound. He logged off at the speed of light.
Muchen was completely dumbfounded. Wait, there are so many top-tier masters here, isn't there even one reliable one? What happened to the 7 great masters? 6 of them combined aren't even a match for Nalan Xianzi?
Muchen's mentor didn't care much about this. In truth, for someone like him, a well-rounded, six-sided awakened individual joining any academy wouldn't make much of a difference. He doesn't really expect to learn much here either. With his limitless skills and innate talent for instant kills, he'd be just as powerful anywhere. What he truly values is resources. Just then, the projection of Nalan Xianzi suddenly broke free from the light column and landed gracefully with a purple glow. It was none other than her true form. You little brat, it seems you have no choice but to join my Shaoxiang Academy. Nalan Xian's smile was indeed beautiful. Muchen stared at her for just a moment and felt his soul was affected. An overwhelmingly powerful allure. It seemed to be a very rare awakened talent. No wonder that Zhou Mentor has been her loyal follower for so many years. Even I almost wavered under her influence. If we were to face such an opponent on the battlefield, it would be quite a challenge. Muchen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This was his first time dealing with a master of such abilities like Nalan Xian. Is she testing me? Nalan Xian moved closer to Muchen step by step, her lotus-like steps graceful, her body emanating a strong fragrance, and her laughter was utterly captivating. Muchen noticed that his five senses were being overwhelmed by a seductive force that was impossible for a woman to resist. Yenner, hurry, merge with me. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted suddenly, and Muchen's divine flames surged throughout his body, enveloping him in crimson gold flames. Only when the golden light in his pupils burned brightly did Muchen regain his composure, facing Nalan Xian head-on with an even more formidable aura of power. Not bad. You are indeed a rare talent. It was worth the effort to recruit you. Come with me. Nalan Xian completely retracted his illusory arts, and his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. The peerless beauty who walked past Muchen at that moment resembled a younger version of Ning Shu, her elegant and graceful demeanor completely different from the seductive and alluring posture she had displayed moments ago. In the blink of an eye, the scene before Muchen and Nalan Xian had changed. This was the third floor of the Forbidden Tower. All the caves you see before you are the exclusive domains of the students of the Shaoxiang Academy. Muchen nodded slightly, observing his surroundings. In no time, countless beautiful figures began to project onto the protective light screens of their respective caves. Hey there! Little Junior, come visit your older sister sometime. You're so handsome, little brother. Let me add you to the sisters group, and we'll connect later. Has the freshman found a girlfriend yet? Sister is waiting for you to ask her out. Muchen's expression froze, suddenly feeling as though he had entered a spider's web. All beauties. Does this academy feed its students this well? Using this to test the juniors is way more challenging than the old Earth level. It seemed that Nalan noticed his students' restlessness, his face darkened, and he hurriedly waved his hand. All the projections collapsed instantly. Muchen cleared his throat and cautiously asked, Master Nalan, it seems like there aren't many male students in our academy. Nalan Xian laughed. Indeed, there aren't many, and most of them have gone to the front lines of the war caverns. I took you on for two reasons. First, you are truly a rare prodigy. When you unleashed the reverse birth cataclysm, I knew I had to take you in. Second, I'm Ning Shu's junior sister. She's never been wrong about the people she's chosen. As for the benefits of joining our academy, look over there. Muchen suddenly looked up. At the deepest part of the cave square before him stood 9 enormous colored crystals. Each crystal was dozens of meters tall, surrounded by intricate array inscriptions. What an overwhelming surge of energy! Yanji couldn't help but exclaim in shock within Muchen's mind. This is the true value of the Shaoxiang Academy. The 9 crystals powered 9 profound and mysterious forbidden arrays. At the same time, they correspond to 9 different buffs. Try channeling a strand of energy into each crystal. Muchen immediately followed suit. Ding! Obtain Shaoxiang Array B rank buff bonus, strength increased by 8,000 points. 8,000 points? An 8,000 point boost? Muchen was rarely so shocked. This was almost equivalent to having a legendary tier greatsword permanently equipped. The boost intensity is simply outrageous. Immediately afterward, Muchen's strength began to shift between the other crystals. In addition to strength, the other 8 boost buffs were stamina, energy, endurance, speed, mental power, and attribute perception. There were also 2 special buffs. One increased experience points by 15, and the other boosted skill experience gained speed by 200%. Especially the last 2 special buffs. Muchen immediately realized the unparalleled benefits of joining this academy. This is way too overpowered. Percentage-based experience and skill growth boosts. Just these 2 buffs alone are enough to save students a massive amount of gold coin expenditure, and they won't even need to buy scrolls. These buff boosts are tailor-made for me. I have the Angel Totem's Holy Spring, which allows me to restore health and energy for free. Plus, with the 1000 machinery disc gifted by Wei Lao, it's like having unlimited teleportation scrolls. Now with double experience boosts, I won't need to buy any single-use consumable items. Muchen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. It's like I've evolved into a Paishio. Making money without spending a dime. This is too good to be true.
Muchen hurriedly asked. Master, can this buff only be active for one type at a time? Nalan Xin nodded. With your current B rank permissions, that's how it works. Once you reach S rank, you can activate 2 buffs at the same time, and at the highest SSS rank, it expands to 3. Additionally, entering the front lines of the battle cavern grants an extra 1. Finally, if you hold the position of a senior manager at the master level within this academy and reach the 7th rank or above, you can add another 1. Moreover, the higher your permissions, the greater the buff enhancement effect. For example, at my current max permissions, I can activate 4 buffs simultaneously, and my experience gain multiplier has reached 50%. This is precisely why, among the 7 mentors you just met, I am second only to Tanbo in terms of experience, and my current level is 117. Muchen sucked in a sharp breath. No wonder this woman was putting so much pressure on me. She's a 7th tier master nearing the peak of her craft. The ability to apply such buffs becomes increasingly advantageous as one progresses to higher levels and the pace of leveling slows down. Muchen suddenly had an idea. He thought of his talent that allowed him to gain 1 skill point per second and, without thinking, switched the current buff to a 200% skill point increase. He then opened the panel. Unbelievable. It actually stacked with my golden finger talent effect. The number of skill points gained per second doubled. This is a huge win, isn't it? Muchen suppressed his excitement and felt even more that the bonus from the Shaoxiang Academy was well worth it. Missing this buff would have been the biggest loss. Master, I have a question. How long can I use the Shaoxiang Erase buff? Until graduation? Nalan Xin shook his head with a smile. Of course not. As long as your character card remains active in the Forbidden Tower data system before achieving the rank of Master, the buff will remain active at all times. In other words, you cannot stray too far from the Forbidden Tower space. Once you become a Master, you can directly separate a portion of your spiritual energy and engrave it into this crystal core, allowing it to function as a permanent buff. Of course, this requires maintaining your valid status as a Forbidden Tower member. Muchen nodded. Got it, thank you, mentor. What should I do next? Nalan Xin waved his hand, instantly transporting Muchen to the entrance of a sealed cave. From today onward, you will reside in this cave. There will be some special surprises awaiting you. This is what my senior sister instructed me to do to provide you with special care. Muchen was puzzled. Is there something special about this place? Nalan Xin smiled charmingly. Students with qualifications below S rank are assigned to dwellings called caves, while those above S rank are granted cave dwellings. The living conditions are fundamentally different. You'll understand once you enter. And this place is where I once lived when I was a student. Muchen was stunned. As a newcomer, he was being assigned to live in his mentor's former residence right off the bat? This treatment was way too extravagant. Alright, the beginner's resources and gifts have already been prepared for you. Just go inside and collect them. I'll arrange for an older female student to assist you. If you have any questions or requests, feel free to approach her directly. Next, you should start preparing for the Battle Cave expedition. Muchen nodded solemnly and bowed to Nalan Xin. Thank you, mentor. Also, please convey my gratitude to Senior Ning. In fact, we are not related by blood. We only met briefly during the college entrance exams, yet she has already helped me on multiple occasions. Nalan Xin smiled and said, You don't need to worry about that. My senior sister is a prophetess. Unlike other awakened individuals who pursue different goals, she firmly believes in destiny. She takes an interest in you because she sees potential in you that others do not. That is simply your destiny. So, keep striving to grow. If you truly become a top-tier figure in the Donglong Empire one day, that would be a form of repayment. After speaking, Nalan Xin vanished in an instant. At the same moment, Muchen released Yanji. The two looked at the light screen before them, unable to suppress a hint of anticipation. For the next few days, this will be our new home. Muchen smiled faintly. Yanji couldn't wait and said, Leader, hurry up and break the seal. Let me see what's inside. Muchen scanned the character card. Ding. Permission check passed. Special permission requirements met. Ding. Binding you as the new owner of this cave residence. Ding. Opening the cave residence. As the array lights flickered, the seal barrier vanished. Muchen and Yanji stepped inside, instantly stunned by the scene before them. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary mountain cave, but inside, it was a whole new world. A luxurious 3-story villa adorned with opulent decorations, complete with a garden and swimming pool. Most importantly, Muchen noticed an eerie and powerful array on the rooftop of the villa's top floor. The beginner's gift that Nalan Xin had given him was also there. Muchen soared into the air and landed within the array patterns. Ding! Experience points increased by 200. Muchen was taken aback. This array could actually automatically increase experience points? There's actually such advanced technology? Yanji, with her keen eyes, immediately locked onto the patterns at the center of the array. I think I remember now, boss. The black stone in the erase core is called the Ask the Immortals Jade. It can be used to observe the stars and gain insights into the Tao, thereby obtaining a portion of experience points. If I'm not mistaken, that Ningxu Grandmaster must have been cultivating using this method all along. Prophets generally don't level up by killing monsters. Contemplating the Tao, divination, and prophecy, that's their path. Thinking about it, your mentor, Nalan Xin, must have followed a similar path. Otherwise, how could she be Ningxu's junior sister? Muchen nodded in agreement. Your analysis makes sense, it must be that way. If that's the case, we should just hang out here drinking tea and soaking up the sun, doing nothing but racking up experience points. How perfect is that? Muchen felt even more convinced that joining the Shaoxiang Academy was truly a valuable opportunity. Then, he collected the beginner's treasure box left for him by Nalan Xin. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 3,000 Forbidden Tower exchange points. You can use these points to exchange for desired items at the treasure hall on the first floor of the Forbidden Tower. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 20 premium attribute enhancement scrolls. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 5 random quality source attribute scroll treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 3 million gold coins. Muchen was once again surprised and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Luby was right, greatness lies in, and he hadn't deceived me. Boss, there's a miniature light screen over here. Yanji pointed to a device on the edge of the villa's rooftop and exclaimed. Muchen walked up to the light screen and scanned his character card. Ding! Logging into the Forbidden Tower virtual system. Login successful. Ding! You have 327 unread private messages. Ding! You have 452 pending friend requests. Muchen. No need to guess, they're all the senior students who watched the duel between me and Konginghao. Muchen quickly scanned through them and found that most of them were character cards belonging to individuals with qualifications below B rank. Ding! Su Jinghong, the chief of the Shaoxiang Academy, has requested to add you as a friend. Note, Junior, approve this. My mentor has something important to convey to you. Smiling JPG. SS rank permissions. Chapter 78, 5 Elements Ruins Dungeon? I cleared it solo. Muchen's eyes lit up. The character card of this senior sister was actually crimson red. Chief disciple? Muchen added her immediately. Her avatar is so beautiful. Did she use beauty filters? Yanji, the little girl, was also sitting beside Muchen with her big eyes blinking, joining him and scrolling through the screen. Every time a beautiful girl sent an interactive message, Yanji would start muttering under her breath, complaining about it. Muchen smiled and ruffled her hair, occasionally rewarding her with a doting remark. Alright, none of them are as beautiful as our Yenner. They're just ordinary girls. You're a god, what's there to compare? Yanji was instantly recharged. Exactly, thanks to her boss's sweet talk, she felt like she could live a few thousand more years. Jinghong Sr.? Yellow-faced question mark JPG. Muchen sent a message, and the other party was quick to respond, sending a video call right back. However, what Muchen never expected was that on the other side of the screen, this woman was far from the dignified demeanor one would expect from the chief disciple. In the video, the chief's senior sister had her hair tied up in a bun, wore thick framed glasses, and was dressed in a cartoon-themed pajama set. Her bare face left Muchen momentarily speechless. Ah, this. Yanji, the young lady, was clearly startled as well, unable to speak for a moment. Sorry, I just got up and haven't had time to wash yet. I hope you don't mind seeing me like this. Muchen quickly smiled awkwardly and shook his head. No, senior sister looks like this, it actually makes me feel less pressured and more at ease. Su Jinghong gave a sweet smile. It must be said that even without any makeup, she was absolutely stunning, reminding Muchen of the pure and innocent female campus queen from his previous life on Blue Star. Here's the thing. The mentor just asked me to check your copy permissions for you. Since you directly achieved a B rank in the basic level test, this is extremely rare even within the entire Shaoxiang Academy. Most students don't start doing dungeon tasks for points until half a year or even a year after enrollment. In your case, my suggestion is to accumulate 5,000 points within 3 days. This will allow you to qualify for the first floor of the Forbidden Tower's Battle Cave and catch the opportunity in a few days. If you miss this chance, the first floor of the Battle Cave won't open again for at least another year or so. Muchen hurriedly asked. Is this first floor Battle Cave the highest level Battle Cave resource that Senior Ning mentioned earlier? Su Jinghong nodded with a smile. Exactly. Do you know why the Battle Cave resources in the Forbidden Tower are superior to those of any other university? Because the independent space where the Forbidden Tower is located was the earliest and most primitive teleportation channel that emerged when the Battle Cave region first appeared tens of thousands of years ago. It is also the most active gathering area for Battle Cave energy. As a result, battles are most frequent here, the number of revived mystical creatures is the highest, and the rewards for opportunities are the most abundant.
The upcoming first-tier battlefield will open soon, and among the 180 eligible students, the lowest-ranked participants will all hold S-class permissions. If you truly meet the participation requirements and succeed in joining, you will have created a new chapter in history. A mere B-rank student, having only been in the Forbidden Tower for less than a week, is participating in the highest difficulty first-layer War Cave trial. This is an unprecedented opportunity for the young generation of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must earn 2,000 academic credits within 3 days, a challenge that is nearly impossible to complete. Muchen's eyes sparkled with hope as he bowed respectfully to the goddess-like chief on the screen. Please guide me on the path forward. There must be a way to meet the conditions theoretically. Even if it's extremely difficult, I'm willing to take on the challenge. Miracles first require belief before they can manifest. At that moment, Muchen and the senior sister's eyes seemed to glow. From head to toe, it seemed to spell out a single phrase. Senior, I really want to improve. Su Jinghong stared at Muchen's handsome face, remaining silent for a full 5 seconds, then spoke with utmost seriousness. Methods aren't non-existent. Taking a shortcut by pulling some strings is also possible. I have a great opportunity right now that could get you 1,000 points in one go. Muchen nodded repeatedly. I can do it, senior. Just tell me who to kill. Su Jinghong gave an awkward smile and shook her head repeatedly. No need for bloodshed. Just come to my cave residence, and we'll practice dual cultivation once 1,000 points paid on the spot. Put. On the screen, Muchen and Yanji both spat out a mouthful of blood. They were completely taken aback. The top disciple of the Shaoxiang Academy, can you be a bit more reliable, please? I just enrolled today, and you're already trying to make me sell my body and soul? Are you kidding me? Even though you're the top template of a pure female school flower, with both beauty and grace. But Muchen firmly rejected this plan. Senior, I think points are something that shouldn't be traded privately. The Supreme Commander said such things violate the rules. Su Jinghong gave a sinister laugh and didn't press the matter, but her sweet, innocent smile made Muchen's hair stand on end. Old boss, this woman is off. It feels like she's got you wrapped around her finger. Yanji directly dived back into Muchen's soul world and communicated with him secretly. We understand each other. The guardian spirits guarding the gates of the Shaoxian courtyard are all female, and there aren't many males among them. It's no wonder the senior sisters are restless. When they see someone like you, the leader, they can't help but lose control. Yanji nodded wildly, suddenly understanding the senior sister's feelings. Through official channels, Junior, setting aside your current 3,000-point newbie bonus, the only way to earn 2,000 academic credits in 3 days is to unlock the achievement reward from the Forbidden Tower. In simple terms, creating your own new record will earn you extra points, and the rewards are all at least 500 points or more. Achievement rewards? That's right up my alley. Muchen's eyes lit up instantly. I get it, senior. Go into dungeons, tackle high-difficulty quests, unlock hidden clear tasks, and refresh the shortest clear time. Su Jinghong smiled and nodded repeatedly. Exactly. You're so smart, Junior. I'm starting to like you more and more. After speaking, Su Jinghong immediately sent a task invitation. Ding! Su Jinghong has sent you a party invitation. Dungeon, 5 Elements Ruins. Dungeon difficulty, Old Earth tier. Clear reward, 800 points. Accept? Ding! You have accepted the team invitation. Please enter the 5 Elements Ruins dungeon battlefield within 30 minutes. Alright, Junior. I'll send you the dungeon guide. You can go in and clear it on your own. I'll enter hibernation mode, so all the points from clearing the dungeon will be credited to your account. Su Jinghong finished speaking with a smile, still leaning against the screen, staring intently at Muchen on the other side. This woman actually knows how to use charm techniques. Though it's much weaker than Mentor Nalan's. Thankfully, Muchen immediately activated the 4th tier evolved technique of the Muguang art, Ancient Him, restoring his mental energy instantly. Then, Muchen adopted a solemn expression befitting a righteous gentleman and said, Senior, thank you for creating this high-yield opportunity for me. I'll remember this favor. You're a good person. See you later. After speaking, Muchen abruptly ended the video call. Su Jinghong's smile froze instantly. She stared blankly at the black screen, grinding her teeth and muttered. How dare he? This newcomer dares to block my seduction technique. And he even dares to give me a good person card. This is intolerable. I'll see how you manage to clear the 5 Elements wasteland on your own without my help. The beauty chief's breakdown and dark transformation were indeed completed in that instant. Muchen was unaware that while the 5 Elements ruins were not life-threatening, their design was highly unique. Since its creation, no one had ever completed it in a single attempt over the centuries. Su Jinghong adjusted his thick-rimmed glasses, picked up a glass of red wine, and curved the corners of his mouth slightly. You little brat, once we're inside the dungeon, you'll be begging me to help you. By then, it won't just be a simple dual cultivation session. This piece of tang monk meat is all mine. After hanging up the video call, Muchen exhaled heavily and wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Women, they really only slow down my singing. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath.
Yanji suddenly appeared again from Muchen's spiritual world and sat beside him.
Boss, I just have this feeling that this senior sister isn't someone to be trusted.
I can sense that she's developed an intense interest in you.
And she holds the power to control you. This dungeon invitation might just be a trap.
Muchen looked at Yanji's worried expression and chuckled.
I'm not some little cutie. Of course I can feel it.
But even if it's a path through fire and brimstone, we have to give it a try. We must obtain the hidden achievement, otherwise, we won't have enough points, and we might really miss out on this great opportunity.
Go check out the villa and see if there's any other resources we can grab.
I need to settle in and prepare first.
Got it. Yanji responded with a nod and vanished instantly.
Muchen operated the system and opened the strategy guide zip file sent by Su Jinghong.
Ding. Please enter the extraction password. Muchen.
This old hag is trying to trick me again.
I knew you couldn't be trusted. Want me to give in? You'll have to wait. Since the strategy won't work, Muchen remained unfazed and swiftly opened the interface panel.
Since external help isn't available, I'll just have to strengthen myself. He locked onto the position of the enlightenment technique in the skill bar and glanced at the light named skill technique.
Muchen fell into deep thought. Should he upgrade in the name of light or inspiration technique?
After a moment's thought, Muchen directly locked onto the inspiration technique skill tree and maxed it out. The reason was simple: upgrading the in the name of light skill tree was too expensive. Plus, all the skills were functional evolutions that didn't significantly boost combat effectiveness. To deal with this ultra-difficult dungeon and the unknown schemes of the cunning goddess senior, Muchen needed stronger combat power.
Max it out, let's go.
Since Muchen hadn't upgraded any skills during the holiday period, his current skill point reserves had already reached nearly 4 million. Even though the cost of upgrading enlightenment technique is even more expensive, Muchen can fully afford it.
Ding.
Consumed 30,000 skill points. Congratulations, host. Enlightenment technique upgraded to level 2.
Ding.
Congratulations, host.
Enlightenment technique has evolved into fire revelation. Ding.
Consuming 50,000 skill points, congratulations to the host.
Fire revelation has been upgraded to level 3. Ding.
Congratulations, host. The wind revelation has evolved.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for consuming 700,000 skill points and upgrading poison revelation to level 7.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Your poison awakening has evolved into light awakening.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. The light revelation has been upgraded to level 8.
Ding.
Congratulations, host.
Light's revelation has evolved into Dark's revelation.
The sequence is complete, and that familiar rushes back.
That's the feeling of instantly reaching the peak.
Inspiration technique has been upgraded to level 8, making the third skill tree of Muchen the priest's primary profession flourish. Looking at the skill panel now, it truly feels like a lush, branching tree. Muchen couldn't wait to examine these new skills, and the more he looked, the more amazed he became. Fire's revelation: listen to the divine guidance of the fire spirit, master the essence of fire's core, and attain astonishing mastery. Gain a profound understanding of the true power of flames.
Effect: passive form, grants all friendly units within range the ability to burn. Inflicts 30 mental damage as burn damage.
Active form, enhances the burn intensity of all fire elements around you, elevating all flame essence to the intensity of fire under the old earth order.
Class restriction: priest. Duration: 600 seconds. Activation requirements: 5 mental power, 50 energy. Cooldown: 100 seconds.
Effect range: area within a 50-point spirit power radius.
Double skill effect. Muchen immediately broke into a smile. He quickly scanned the current 8 skills of the enlightenment technique and discovered that, aside from the basic skill, all of them were composed of both passive and active forms. Though they appeared as 8 skills, they were actually 16 enhancement effects in total. This was simply too overpowered. Regardless of how powerful the skills are, the quantity is definitely maxed out. Fire revelation perfectly complements my fire-based skills. Most importantly, it can enhance the essence of fire to the strength of the old earth order. Such an enhancement effect is truly absurd. Muchen murmured. Once we're on the battlefield, maybe I can give Yenner that girl a surprise. Muchen continued reading, his gaze landing on the light revelation. Light's revelation: passive effect, follower's perception of light power is fundamentally enhanced. In an instant, the passive effect of the skill bestowed Muchen with a dazzling radiance of light, merging into his soul world. Muchen suddenly felt that his sensitivity to the power of light had risen to a new level. Does this mean that the light energy conversion efficiency of my light angel totem will be higher than before? Then my angel totem should be able to sustain its effects for a longer duration, right? Ding! Host's understanding of the power of light has improved. The light angel totem has activated its evolution. Ding! Congratulations, host.
The Light Angel Totem has evolved to the first stage mutated form.
Muchen immediately checked the interface to observe the specific changes in the Angel Totem. Angel Totem activating. Light energy consumption duration, 89 to 59. Evolution strength, level 1 mutation.
Mental energy coverage area, 1000 kilometers in all directions.
Skill tree, in the name of Light first transformation form. Muchen saw the effects of the evolved totem and was overjoyed.
This was an epic upgrade. First, the duration of light energy reserves has increased from half an hour to 15 hours.
Endurance has tripled.
The range of mental energy coverage has expanded from 100 meters to 1000 meters.
A tenfold improvement in effect. Chapter 79, Dual Totems Fully Enhanced Awesome. What truly sent Muchen into a frenzy of excitement was the complete mutation of the light named skill tree.
The 4 skills that have already evolved now have even more transformative effects.
First, the base skill has been enhanced with the name of light.
The skill level has increased from 10 to 20, doubling its effectiveness.
The second tier evolved skill, soaring in the name of light, now features 4 wings instead of 2. Flight speed has increased by 50%.
As for the third and fourth tier evolution skills, they have undergone a revolutionary enhancement. Insight in the name of light converts light power into golden eyes, allowing you to see through illusions, disguises, and mist-like visual barriers, and has a chance to lock onto an enemy's weaknesses and attribute vulnerabilities. Totem transformation effect now includes the active skill Mind Insight.
Mind Insight can hear the target's thoughts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Class exclusive, host exclusive. Duration, unlimited. Activation condition, when the current light energy consumption duration is 10. Totem transformation effect can be used even when the Angel Totem is not awakened. Cooldown duration, none.
Muchen saw the complete transformation of the Insight skill and his breathing grew.
Mind Insight, the true divine technique. Being able to peer into others' minds is definitely a rule-breaking black technology.
Additionally, the improved activation conditions for the Insight skill left Muchen deeply impressed. Previously, on several occasions, when intervening in dungeon battlefields, he couldn't use the Angel Totem due to the lack of light power release conditions, and even the Insight skill was unusable, which was extremely frustrating. Now that the totem has undergone a first-tier mutation, this bug has been completely fixed. Subsequently, Muchen looked at the fourth-tier evolution technique, Holy Spring in the name of light, and was once again stunned. Holy Spring of Light converts light power into celestial spring, which can be converted into vitality and energy in proportion to the original amount, compensating for self-consumption.
Totem level 1 effect, recovery efficiency increased from 5 per second to 15 per second. Class restriction, host exclusive. Duration, unlimited. Release condition, current light energy consumption duration Light Angel Totem awakened state.
Effect range, host's main body totem transformation, within the host's mental energy range, affects 10 friendly units. Note, when the Holy Spring effect is applied to friendly units, the healing efficiency is 10% of the host's base healing. The healing and mana restoration efficiency is now 5, a threefold increase.
Most importantly, the target range has been expanded.
Note that if Muchen cultivates multiple summoned spirits as powerful as Yanji, combined with the powerful healing capabilities of the Holy Spring, it would almost be an invincible, undead army under Muchen's command.
And all these enhancements are merely the gains from a single fundamental mutation of the Angel Totem.
Just a level 1 mutation brings such a massive boost. If it were a full level mutation, the power of the Angel Totem would truly be beyond imagination. Muchen couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth upward, his gaze fixed on the panel, glowing with an unusually bright light. Earlier, I had gained a heightened perception of light energy by analyzing the 7th tier evolution technique of the Enlightenment art, Light's Revelation, and fusing its passive effect, which triggered the Angelic Totem's first tier mutation. I wonder if the Dark Revelation can also grant the same effect to my Asura Totem.
Dark Revelation, when night falls, chant Dark Revelation.
All living beings shrouded in darkness within the range of your mental power will be imbued with the Evil Spirit buff. The host's perception of dark elements is permanently enhanced. Evil Spirit, based on its level, it increases the host's killing intent by a percentage, enhancing the target's attack power.
Ding!
Host's perception of dark elements has improved, triggering the evolution of the Asura Totem.
It's done!
Muchen clenched his fists excitedly, awaiting the arrival of the second round of additional enhancements.
Ding!
Congratulations, host! The Night Asura Totem has evolved into its first stage mutated form.
Muchen followed the same procedure, opening the Asura Totem panel to see the fully evolved effects of the Asura Totem. Asura Totem. Killing intent burning state, 39:59.
Evolution strength, level 1 mutation.
Health, 500,000. Energy, none. Strength, 3,700. Stamina, 9,000. Stamina, 850. Agility, 1,800.
Mental energy coverage area, 500 meters in all directions.
Skills, Bloody Bath. Dark Knight Lord. Dominion Realm. Undead Puppet. Currently unavailable.
Level 1 Mutation Exclusive Skill, Asura's Soul Devouring Slash. Soul Devouring Slash, sacrifice 30 HP to unleash the strongest attack, ignoring 60% of the target's defense. Has a chance to trigger a 5x critical hit, and a small chance to trigger Asura Judgment instantly drains the target's HP to 0 and prevents resurrection. Unbelievable. Muchen stared blankly at the panel information for a moment. After all, he hadn't used his Shura power for quite some time. Previously, while preparing for the college entrance exams, his dual hidden abilities as an angel and Asura were inconvenient to reveal. But now, Muchen had arrived at the Forbidden Tower, a place specifically for prodigies, and had no more reservations. Seeing the comprehensive enhancement of the Asura Totem panel attributes, along with the current 60-level strength template adaptive reinforcement, Muchen felt deeply satisfied. Most importantly, the awakening of his exclusive technique, the Soul Devouring Slash. With built-in 5x critical hit and low health finishing blow effects, its power has definitely reached the level of a forbidden spell. Only such power is worthy of the name Asura. I'll see just what kind of dungeon the senior sister can come up with to stop me from earning achievement points. The battle cavern I'm going. After fully enhancing his dual hidden abilities of Angel and Asura, Muchen now has the confidence to face this challenge. But it's still not enough. Who knows what special restrictions are still hidden in the 5 Elements ruins? To ensure absolute safety, Muchen continued his interface operations. Ding! Do you wish to clear all currently available packages from the limited time shop? Buy! Muchen waved his hand and spent over 5 million gold coins. He glanced at the nearly 26 million cold gold coins in his account and fell into a moment of confusion. Am I really this rich? In truth, Muchen didn't have a clear concept of gold coins. Especially after the college entrance exams, people had been coming to his doorstep offering gifts nonstop, and over half of the 2 million gold coins were collected by his uncle on his behalf. Of course, Muchen had no inclination toward being a miser. He firmly believed that money only had value when it was spent. Saving money? That doesn't exist. Just spend it all. Moments later, Muchen's skill point balance increased significantly. This time, he set his sights on the 9th tier enhancement of the Enlightenment technique. Max it out. The current skill upgrade requires a staggering 2 million skill points. Are you sure you want to proceed? Muchen clicked the confirmation button without hesitation, displaying the indifference and composure befitting a top-tier spender. Ding! 2 million skill points consumed. Congratulations, host. Dark Revelation has been upgraded to the 9th tier. Ding! Congratulations, host. Dark Revelation has evolved to the Forbidden Element Limit. Forbidden Element Limit. A forbidden technique of the priest class's inspiration school. Blessed by the heavens, you now possess the ability to perceive all attributes within the current space to their absolute limit, and manipulate all elemental energies within that space at will. Skill effect, perception and manipulation of all spatial attributes, mental strength enhanced by 300. Class restriction, priest. Activation requirements, 80 mental power. Duration, until elemental energy or mental power is depleted. Effect range, mental power limit area. Cooldown duration, 12 hours. The true forbidden divine technique has appeared. Muchen stood up abruptly. In an instant, all elements of different attributes within this space trembled and stirred in response to Muchen's emotional fluctuations. It was as if the beasts of the jungle had finally awaited their king. Fire, earth, light, darkness, thunder, water, and wind. The 7 major elemental energies surged toward Muchen simultaneously. In that moment, Muchen became the true ruler of elemental energy. Inspiration technique, perfected. From now on, no matter where Muchen goes or what battlefield he faces, he can transform the mainstream elements into his own domain. Summoning winds and rains, moving mountains and filling seas, nothing is impossible. Then, the greedy Muchen couldn't resist glancing at the evolution prompt for the skill. Forbidden Element Limit, preview of the next evolution stage. Divine Technique Level 1, Ancient Earth, Elemental Unity. Skill points required for upgrade, 15 million. Muchen scoffed. This skill point requirement was definitely beyond his current capabilities. But from the term divine art, it's clear how terrifying the divine tier evolution of elemental limits must be. Muchen understood the principle of not biting off more than one could chew. At his current strength, he was already more than capable of handling the 5 elements wasteland. Battlefield. Current skill point balance, 659,947. There's actually some left over. If I were to go all in, which skill would be the most beneficial to upgrade? Muchen's eyes darted around, and he refocused on the In the Name of Light skill tree. Ding! The current skill upgrade requires a staggering 550,000 skill points. Confirm upgrade? Ding! 550,000 skill points consumed. Congratulations, host, the In the Name of Light Holy Spring has been upgraded to level 5. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Holy Spring of Light has evolved into the Prophecy of Light. Muchen furrowed his brows. Prophecy?
Such a familiar name.
The first image that flashed through his mind was the dignified face of Grandmaster Ning Shu.
Prophecy in the name of light.
Skill effect, ability to predict lethal threats and the release of high-tier skills.
Totem level 1 mutation, unlocks prophecy functionality. Can preview the scene a few seconds into the future based on the current state. Class exclusive, angelic spokesperson host exclusive. Duration, influenced by total mental energy current maximum prophecy duration, 4 seconds. Activation condition, continuous mental energy consumption. Cooldown duration, 300 seconds. Effect range, mental energy limit perception space. What's going on? The Muchen people were all stunned. Isn't this the core divine technique of a prophet? Danger prediction, foresight into the future. The perfect fusion of dual core techniques. Is this the effect of the 5th tier evolution skill in my angel skill tree? Muchen suddenly felt an urge to laugh hysterically. This is truly a twist of fate. If Ning Shu, the Grandmaster, found out about this, would she just collapse on the spot?
Of course, Muchen was well aware that his prophecy skill was no match for that of a true prophet. It was like comparing a novice to a master.
But in actual combat, its effects would be unimaginable. It was like having an extra get-out-of-jail-free card.
At the same time, Muchen proved one thing. That is, the unevolved skills of angels and asuras can also receive the additional boost from the first-level totem mutation.
Hold on, I need to process this.
Muchen took a moment to boast, took a deep breath, and began to re-examine his skill tree. Just then, Yan Ji suddenly returned to his side, looking at Muchen with astonishment.
Leader, I feel like you've gotten stronger again. Muchen opened his eyes and smiled at her. Oh? Well, tell me then, in what way is that evident? Your aura. Yan Ji responded without hesitation.
You seem even more handsome, your aura is more noble, and I sense that you're more in tune with the space around you. This means you are now more in harmony with the celestial order of the current awakening era. In simple terms, whether it's leveling up, skill improvements, or fundamental transformations in your life essence, everything will become easier for you in the future. In the terminology of your era, this means your growth rate has increased. Even if you level up by 1 rank, the attribute growth you gain will definitely be higher than that of others at the same level.
Muchen was taken aback. There's actually such a good thing? It must be an additional benefit from the evolution of the enlightenment technique. Regardless, getting stronger is always a good thing. Let's go. We only have 10 minutes left. It's time to meet the senior sister at the dungeon battlefield entrance.
Muchen also noticed that Su Jinghong's avatar was flashing repeatedly in his private messages, and he couldn't help but give her a gentle reminder with a wry smile.
Moments later, Muchen arrived at the battlefield entrance.
The location was on the southwest side of the first floor of the Forbidden Tower, exactly where Su Jinghong had sent him the coordinates.
Muchen, over here.
A clear, excited shout rang out. Su Jinghong had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, holding a red-plumed spear that emitted a faint golden glow, and wearing a pale red battlesuit. Compared to the lazy and seductive woman he had seen in the video, she had undergone a complete transformation. If it weren't for his previous encounters with this woman and her alluring, seductive demeanor, Muchen might have mistaken her for a fearless female warrior.
Senior, with this outfit, I almost didn't recognize you. Muchen smiled faintly and teased her. How about it? Does it suit your taste, Junior? Or maybe you prefer our mentor's type, the kind that drives men wild with desire?
Su Jinghong said, tossing Muchen a seductive glance, deliberately licking her lips, and a faint blush spreading across her cheeks.
Muchen's smile froze in that moment. A silent chanting skill. In the name of light, active skill, mind's eye. In an instant, Muchen's mind was filled with the unique inner echoes of Su Jinghong. Ugh, this is so annoying. My mentor actually taught me this method of seducing men. How am I supposed to learn something like this?
If it weren't for finding a cultivation partner to break through the 100-level barrier, I wouldn't have turned myself into this seductive mess. I wonder what Mu Shui, the junior, thinks of me.
Muchen froze on the spot. Could he be this different? Could I have misunderstood this top senior sister? Wait, her profile. Su Jinghong. Time spent in the Forbidden Tower, 7 years and 3 months. Level, 98. Rank, 6th rank peak. Occupation, Gunmaster Rare.
Academic progress, basic tasks completed, 3,564 intermediate tasks completed, 1,954 advanced tasks completed, 433 special grade tasks or higher, 69. Current potential rank, SS Chief Disciple of the Shaoxiang Academy. SS rank combat power ranking, 17. Chapter 80, Senior by Li's provocation and bet. Muchen's face paled instantly, and he instinctively took a deep breath. 98th rank. A rare combat expert at the peak of the 6th rank. It seems that this senior sister truly has her reasons and is not a reckless person. She must be seeking dual cultivation to break through her cultivation bottleneck. Unfortunately, I'm not the one she's looking for. Mu Shui Di? Su Jinghong waved his hand in front of Muchen, finally snapping him out of his daze. Nothing, the senior is just too beautiful, she startled me. Muchen came up with a plausible excuse, but the other person saw right through him.
Don't give me that.
If you don't have that much self-control, you'd probably already be drained dry in my cave by now. Seeing her still acting coy, Muchen suddenly fixed her with an intense gaze, took a swift step forward, and closed the distance to within half a step of Su Jinghong. He stared intently at her, then executed a wall slam, pinning the senior sister against the wall behind her.
Senior sister. All talk and no action. A seasoned player in the game of love knows all about real-world action. Muchen spoke while raising his finger, pretending to press it against Su Jinghong's delicate jawline. In the blink of an eye.
It probably didn't even take a second, but Su Jinghong's face turned as red as an apple, and her breathing became labored.
Broken in an instant. A fake veteran, proven. Junior, you.
Muchen watched as his test succeeded, exposing the other's disguise, and smirked in satisfaction. Just then, a cold shout suddenly rang out from behind him. You bastard, stop right there. The voice was brutal and domineering, bearing down on Muchen with overwhelming force.
Substantial gale-like energy surged toward Muchen. Bang! In an instant, a burst of flames quickly.
Yan Ji intervened, effortlessly dispelling the gale's suppressing force for Muchen.
Muchen turned around calmly and glanced at the opponent.
The incoming figure moved with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, his massive build clearly indicating a 6th-tier cultivation level above the 90th rank.
Bai Li Xiongfei.
Time spent in the Forbidden Tower, 11 years and 26 days.
Rank, 93. Rank, 6th tier.
Occupation, Fist Master Ultra Rare. Academic progress, basic tasks completed, 2,945 intermediate tasks completed, 1,699 advanced tasks completed, 843 special grade tasks or higher, 36.
Current potential rating, S. S rank combat power ranking, 79. Muchen furrowed his brows slightly, sensing the intense hostility emanating from the other person. A newcomer dares to be so bold toward the chief? Who gave you the nerve?
Bai Li Xiongfei raised his hand, gathering a fist, ready to strike Muchen.
Enough!
Su Jinghong's icy voice echoed, and with a single seductive glance, he instantly interrupted Bai Li Xiongfei's spell, leaving him as limp as a rag, unable to muster even a hint of energy.
Is this the special effect of the seduction skill?
Once cast successfully, it not only interrupts the spell but also completely controls the target for half a day.
Muchen exchanged thoughts with Yan Ji in his mind. Yan Ji wore an exasperated expression, muttering under her breath. Just a moment ago, you were teasing your senior sister so convincingly? How did you turn back into a straight-laced guy so quickly? Muchen sighed wryly. I was just testing the skill. Do you really think I want to flirt with that senior sister? When have you ever seen your boss here show special interest in any woman? Except for you, you little brat.
Yan Ji was instantly captivated, and her jealous expression vanished. In its place was the happiness of being the sole object of her boss's affection.
Boss, if you like the feeling of being seduced, I can learn this skill too. Muchen shivered. No, I was just curious.
Moments later, Bai Li Xiongfei regained his composure, and Su Jinghong stood before Muchen, glaring at him coldly.
I've told you many times already.
My affairs have nothing to do with you.
Stop bothering me. I have no interest in you. Bai Li Xiongfei looked dejected and melancholy. Xinghong Fairy.
I've been single for 10 years just for you.
Can't you even look at me once? What? Have you set your sights on this pretty boy? Do you think I won't break his legs right now? Put.
Before Su Jinghong could respond, Muchen behind him couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter from the bottom of his heart.
What the hell are you laughing at? Muchen looked at the furious Bai Li Xiongfei and said calmly. Of course I'm laughing at you. Hey, buddy, you're not from the War God Academy, are you? Bai Li was stunned. How do you know? Could it be that you've heard of my name?
Muchen shook his head wildly.
No. I just arrived today, but I did see your director Joe. The way he looked at our mentor Naylan was just like you did earlier. Just for that alone, you're definitely going to be the top student at the War God Academy.
As soon as Muchen said this, Yan Ji and Su Jinghong beside her both burst into laughter. The two beauties burst into laughter. Only Bai Li Xiongfei was left looking like a fool. Good. Kid, don't think you can act so boldly just because Xinghong is protecting you.
It seems like you're planning to go on a dungeon run too?
Muchen regained his composure and spoke calmly.
That's right, I'm heading to the 5 Elements ruins. What? Are you interested in joining me, senior brother?
Bai Li Xiongfei regained his confident demeanor, clenching his fists and mocking.
With you?
You're not even worthy of teaming up with me. However, as your senior, I won't mind showing you how it's done.
Let you know what it means to be out of your league.
After speaking, Bai Li Xiongfei, in front of Muchen and Su Jinghong, swiped his character card.
5 Elements Ruins Ultra Forbidden Ruins Tier Clear Record, 9 minutes and 39 seconds. Number of members who cleared, 3. You are currently the fastest 3-player clear record holder for this dungeon at its current difficulty. Muchen looked at the record data and sneered. Is that it? To clear an internal battlefield, it took 3 people working together, and you dare to brag to me? Bai Li Xiangfei perked up immediately, grinning as he approached. Kid, you're pretty cocky, aren't you? If you think you're so great, try clearing it yourself. Go ahead and form a 3-person team. If you can break my record within half a year, I'll call you Grandpa. Muchen agreed without hesitation. No problem. That's what you said. No need for a 3-person team. I'll do it solo on the Old Earth difficulty. I'll still beat your record. Upon hearing this, Su Jinghong's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly said, Junior, don't be impulsive. You don't understand the 5 Elements ruins. Its mechanics are completely different from ordinary dungeon battlefields. A single person can't possibly clear it. Not even a master can do it. Muchen didn't even turn his head, simply raising his hand to cut off his senior sister, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Li Xiangfei. Since you want to bet with me, let's make it bigger. With senior sister here, she can be our witness. If I can solo clear the 5 Elements wasteland, what will you do? I want to hear the actual stakes. I'm not short on grandchildren. Bai Li Xiangfei didn't seem to care, wearing a smug expression as if he had already won. This is what you said, I didn't force you, brother. Soloing the Old Earth tier? Forget clearing it. If you can last 10 minutes without getting kicked out, I'll count you as the winner. If you can do it, I'll transfer all 800 points in my account to you through legitimate means. Muchen smiled indifferently, deal. But I have one more condition. If you lose, stay away from our senior sister in the future and stop clinging to her like a leech. As for me, if I can't clear the level, I'll cut off my head and let you kick it around. Muchen finished speaking and, without hesitation, inserted his character card in front of the 2 5th rank masters. Muchen, don't be impulsive. Su Jinghong rushed forward to stop him. The reason is simple. The password for the strategy guide zip file hadn't been told to Muchen yet. This kid hadn't even looked at the guide. Without understanding the mechanics of the 5 Elements ruins, even a master would come back lying down, let alone the Old Earth level difficulty. Interesting. Bai Li Xiangfei nodded repeatedly, his smile growing even broader. No wonder he was chosen by our stunning fairy as the top scholar. This Muchen does indeed have some courage. But bravery that exceeds one's capabilities, in my opinion, is called foolishness. After speaking, Bai Li Xiangfei switched to the public screen interface and sent a golden message directly through the virtual system. That was a special communication feature only available to chief disciples or those possessing the special item Golden Dawn. Once sent, all registered and activated character cards within the Forbidden Tower received a message notification. Bai Li Xiangfei, everyone, come and watch the 5 Elements ruins. There's a show to see. Our Shaoxiang Academy's top scholar has made a bold claim he's going to solo clear the Old Earth level 5 Elements ruins. Anyone interested in placing a bet? Laughing JPG. The message was posted, and the public chat exploded instantly. Countless hidden and dormant students in the Forbidden Tower began to surface. What? The top student? The one who just defeated Senior Kong, the newcomer? Challenging the 5 Elements ruins? Isn't he going solo? Panic JPG. I'm betting this kid will be sent out in 3 minutes, 100 credits. Hee hee JPG. Wait, is this guy renting his character card? Is he trying to graduate in just a month? What's the rush? It's probably a dramatic scene where he's fighting for a woman. I just passed by the dungeon pathway and saw Jinghong Sr. and Bailey Sr. Muchen was with them earlier, and it seemed like he got into a fight with Bailey Sr. No way. He's my idol, and I was planning to ask him out, but he got taken by Senior Jinghong? Sigh, young people are just young people. They don't know the true value of the hardest dungeon for newcomers in the Forbidden Tower. Exactly. Upstairs, if I remember correctly, the 2-player clear record for the 5 Elements ruins has been unbroken for over a decade. Stop comparing. Let's all go watch the livestream. I'm curious to see how long this kid can last. Just 5 minutes. Within the virtual system, the number of chat entries on the public screen exceeded 3,000. The number of students from the Forbidden Tower Academy currently online exceeded 1,200. Almost everyone who hadn't gone to the battle cave had joined the spectator mode for this dungeon competition. Su Jinghong saw the rapidly updating messages on the public chat screen, his face turning pale. He glared at Bai Li Xiangfei and coldly said, "You did this on purpose, didn't you? You wanted so many students from various academies to focus on this, just to ruin Muchen's reputation. You know he's a newcomer who just arrived at the Forbidden Tower today and knows nothing. How could he possibly tackle the 5 Elements ruins at his current level? You're going to ruin him." Bai Li Xiangfei looked innocent, shrugged his shoulders, and laughed. "Don't blame me for this. It's that reckless rookie who dared to provoke me, an upperclassman. As an elder of the Forbidden Tower, I naturally had to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, where would the rules be? Wouldn't any newcomer be able to walk all over us seniors? Who would fear the might of the Forbidden Tower in the future?
Bai Li Xiangfei, this shameless scoundrel, truly has the word space villain written all over his face.
He has already given up on himself.
Though he has been infatuated with Su Jinghong for years, he knows she is too proud for him to ever have a chance. But he happened to catch Su Jinghong and Muchen alone together, and he wouldn't miss this chance to eliminate the young disciple Su Jinghong had been watching. As if noticing Su Jinghong's furious yet hesitant expression, Bai Li Xiangfei suddenly shifted his gaze and smiled.
Xinghong, would you consider practicing dual cultivation with me?
If you agree, I'll make sure that young man returns safely, and we'll call off the bet.
Su Jinghong was furious to the extreme.
The golden glow of his long spear erupted instantly, unleashing an overwhelmingly domineering aura. If you dare say that again, I'll pierce your head with my spear.
Bai Li Xiangfei surrendered in an instant, still wearing his usual shameless expression, raising his hands in surrender.
I surrender, okay?
I'm no match for you, a celestial being.
Besides, I wouldn't dare harm you in the slightest.
But your little junior is truly in a bind now. Oh, right, I almost forgot.
In this situation, we should share the video of our team's last successful run with everyone, so these bystanders can see what they're missing. Once that kid gets kicked out of the dungeon, they can study and observe, and find their own shortcomings. Bai Li Xiangfei finished speaking and quickly issued the commands. Moments later, the virtual system's public screen displayed the video of Bai Li Xiangfei's three-person team clearing the dungeon.
Look, this is Senior Bai Li's actual clearing footage. Wow, he actually shared it with us himself?
This is definitely a rare top-tier guide. Bai Li Senior is truly impressive.
That kid is so arrogant, daring to challenge Senior Bai Li. He's just a frog in a well, not worth mentioning.
On the public chat screen, low-level students with limited permissions saw the real benefits and started downloading it en masse.
Bai Li Xiangfei continued using the voice chat function. Everyone, please stay calm. There's no need to download separately. I'll open a shared view, which will allow us to compare it with Muchen's real-time gameplay perspective.
This way, we can more clearly see the prowess of our two generations of Forbidden Tower students. Those with discerning eyes know that Bai Li Xiangfei is intentionally trying to humiliate Muchen. Not only does he want to win this bet, but he also wants to completely ruin the reputation of this newly crowned top scholar. Many students from the Forbidden Tower were gossiping in their respective caves.
This Bai Li Xiangfei is indeed no good.
He's probably just a jealous fool whose vinegar jar was overturned. Seeing his longtime crush, Su Jinghong, exchanging glances with his younger disciple, he's just jealous.
Regardless, Muchen is still too reckless.
He doesn't realize that even with his extraordinary talent, he could never outsmart these seasoned veterans of the Forbidden Tower. This time, he's likely to fall into Bai Li Xiangfei's trap. I wonder how this kid will manage to get out of this mess after being kicked out of the dungeon.
Chapter 81, cleared in 58 seconds? The public chat exploded. Moments later, as Muchen's true form officially entered the battlefield space of the Five Elements ruins,
an overwhelmingly violent surge of elemental energy rushed toward him, violently surging into his body. Before Muchen could react, he noticed his health bar rapidly depleting. The entire space felt like a massive metallic prison. At the deepest depths below, the air was filled with shattered ruins, and various intertwined elemental energies boiled wildly, ready to evaporate and explode.
Faintly, the terrifying roars of ferocious beasts could be heard in the distance. Is this the Five Elements ruins I must challenge? Ding! Challenging the Five Elements ruins dungeon. Difficulty, Old Earth tier.
Clearance objective, purify the chaotic elemental energies within the space and restore absolute stability to the spatial order. Hint 1, find the teleportation array hidden beneath the ruins battlefield and leave this battlefield space. Hint 2, this battlefield contains the 5 basic elemental energy sources: water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Over time, these energies will undergo mutations, increasing their destructive power.
Collisions between different elemental energies will cause small-scale explosions.
You can enhance your elemental defense attributes by defeating the materialized spirit entities generated by the same element.
That's it? After reading the relevant dungeon information, Muchen was completely stunned for a full 5 seconds. It wasn't out of fear, on the contrary, it was because the dungeon was far simpler than he had anticipated. I had imagined this dungeon, which senior sister Ginghong described as so terrifying, would be incredibly challenging. It's practically the perfect battlefield tailored for my inspiration technique. That said, I really did get lucky this time. If I hadn't fully upgraded my inspiration technique skill tree, clearing this battlefield alone would have been quite challenging.
Muchen couldn't help but utter such a sigh after feeling the destructive effects of the elemental explosions around him. After all, this was an old Earth tier dungeon. Muchen quickly realized that as he spent more time surviving within the dungeon space, the single target damage caused by the elemental energy explosions grew increasingly powerful. In his mind, Yen Ji also spoke up.
That's right.
The best way to clear this dungeon is with 3 to 5 people, each collecting a specific type of elemental energy. After eliminating enough enemies, fused the resistance and defensive effects to barely withstand the continuous spatial damage effects.
Muchen nodded slightly, then raised the corners of his mouth and glanced at his watch. We've been in here for over 40 seconds. Let's aim to complete this within 1 minute.
As soon as Muchen finished speaking, he quickly closed his eyes and began chanting. Flame-type skill tree, 6th tier evolution technique, 8 desolations incineration. In an instant, Muchen's pupils erupted with crimson gold flames. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a fire deity that reached the heavens and earth, a massive flame-inscribed rune slowly rising into the sky. Wherever it passed, the surrounding space was filled with chaotic elemental energy that swiftly. Each elemental energy, in its unique form, was swallowed into the massive flame rune, gradually expanding its outline. However, when the rune rose to nearly 100 meters above the battlefield's void, with a thunderous roar, the complete rune was fully activated. All the surging elemental energy within the space was instantly transformed into fire elements. Ding! Congratulations on successfully activating the Fire Ruin seal. You have cleared this dungeon. Regular stage cleared in 58 seconds. Earn 200 points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations! You have broken the best record for 2-player clearance of the 5 Elements Ruins. You have set a new dungeon clearance record. You have earned a breakthrough reward of 300 points. When the latest clearance record announcement appeared on the public screen, all the over 1,000 students watching the dual view livestream in the Forbidden Tower virtual space were completely dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? Guys, we cleared the 5 Elements battlefield at the Old Earth difficulty in 58 seconds? Is this even human? Bailey Xiongfei saw the announcement on the public screen of the virtual space in Frozen Place as well. No. This is absolutely impossible. This kid must be cheating. A new priest who had been in the Forbidden Tower for less than a day managed to clear the 5 Elements Ruins battlefield on Old Earth difficulty in under a minute? Even a master couldn't do that. There must be a data glitch. Seeing Bailey Xiongfei standing in front of the dungeon teleportation gate, frantically pounding on the gate in a fit of hysteria, Su Jinghong smiled brightly, his cold, contemptuous gaze fixed on Bailey Xiongfei, who looked like a clown, his eyes filled with disdain. Those who do evil will meet their own downfall. Bailey Xiongfei, you're too ridiculous. Do you really think Muchen, the strongest top scholar in history, is just a fraud? Do you know what his title is? Flame Emperor. When facing the battlefield of elemental energy, he possesses an unparalleled advantage. To put it bluntly, even if the mentor himself were to step in, he wouldn't fare much better than that. Now do you understand what it means to have heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people? Faced with Su Jinghong's relentless mockery, Bailey Xiongfei was so enraged that he trembled uncontrollably, clenching his teeth fiercely, his eyes blazing with anger. Impossible. How did he manage to do that just now? There must be something peculiar about this kid. Little did they know that at that very moment, the public chat had completely exploded. In just 2 minutes, nearly 300 comments about the match had been posted. This is hilarious. Guys, switch to Bai Li's record-breaking gameplay perspective. I'm laughing so hard I'm spitting out my food. I wonder what Bai Li was thinking, releasing his own video at this moment. Isn't that just asking for trouble? I wonder which students suddenly popped up and started stirring things up. In just 1 minute, the number of viewers for Bailey Xiongfei's shared video surpassed 600. At this moment, the video, which is less than 10 minutes long, has reached the 1.5 minute mark. In the first-person perspective, Bailey Xiongfei's teammate, a level 76 priest with blonde hair, has been blown to pieces by the elemental explosions in the battlefield space. His clothes were in tatters, and to make matters worse, his signature blonde hair had been scorched black, resembling charred remains. Those who didn't know him might have thought he had just crawled out of a coal pile. Put. Who is this senior? I can't even see his face, this is way too funny. If he's not on the Spring Festival Gala this year, I'm not watching. Did the monkeys hire this clown? I don't remember having such a funny senior in our Forbidden Tower. I remember now, he's the junior of Bai Li, the War God Academy's Huang Tong, nicknamed Yellow Old 7. They say he's a toxic healer. No way? He's a priest too? Look at that guy, the junior from the War God Academy. This guy is way too weak. He's just a lazy good-for-nothing, isn't he? Guys, I wonder if this Huang Mao Sr. is online. If he finds out that his glorious deeds were shared by Bai Li Sr., he'll probably go after him for revenge. This guy is definitely dead meat. If I were him, I'd never dare to return to the Forbidden Tower for the rest of my life. Little did they know that at that very moment, Huang Tong was just waking up from his days in his cave. After meditating all night, he opened his eyes and instinctively glanced at his phone screen, only to see the public chat messages from the virtual battlefield. He jumped out of bed in an instant. What's going on? Why is everyone on the public chat in the virtual battlefield talking about me? He quickly shook off his sleepiness, tapped on the public chat, and immediately saw the gameplay footage of the 5 Elements Ruins battlefield shared by Bai Li Xiongfei. He burst into curses. Bai Li, you bastard. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't share this clearing video?
How dare you betray me? What everyone didn't know was that Bai Li Xiangfei's previous record-breaking clear was achieved by intentionally letting his teammates fail.
The 3 teammates he brought along were all lower level and less experienced than him, so they all followed his lead. In the end, this guy treated them like tools, selling them out as cannon fodder. In the end, Bai Li Xiangfei stumbled upon a teleportation portal by sheer luck in a corner of the battlefield ruins, and managed to barely clear the 5 elements ruins battlefield at the Forbidden Ruins difficulty. At the time, the teammates had all agreed with Bai Li Xiangfei not to reveal this record-breaking strategy to anyone. After all, it was achieved at the cost of sacrificing the dignity of several awakened warriors. But they never imagined that Bai Li Xiangfei would use this as bragging rights to showcase his own strength. He even boasted about his glorious achievements to Su Jinghong on multiple occasions. Previously, Su Jinghong had thought that Bai Li Xiangfei was actually quite skilled, but he never imagined that he was nothing but a flashy fraud, a complete cowardly scoundrel. Originally, according to Bai Li Xiangfei's plan, with Muchen's limited strength, he would be cleared out of the dungeon in no time, and his comparison video would not be able to showcase its full effect. This time, he had truly bitten off more than he could chew. Not only had he completely alienated the teammates he had once collaborated with, but he had also become the laughingstock of everyone, serving as the backdrop for Muchen's stunning debut. Indeed, even among geniuses, there are gaps. Even in the Forbidden Tower, not everyone can be called a true prodigy. Compared to Muchen, these seniors are truly pitiful. That's right, especially Bai Li Xiangfei. He's a despicable coward who tried to trick the new junior but ended up getting humiliated instead. This really got my blood boiling. Our male god from the Shaoxiang Academy could never be compared to that flying swan senior sister. Little did they know that at the same time, the 3 Forbidden Tower students whose battle was exposed in the video had rushed to the dungeon teleportation entrance, each of them roaring with anger. Bai Li Xiangfei, get your ass out here. You dare to break your promise and betray us 3? You must give us an explanation today. Su Jinghong saw that all 3 of his dungeon-clearing teammates had come looking for him, and couldn't help but chuckle. He stood by calmly, watching the commotion unfold. Bai Li Xiangfei wanted to find a place to hide, quickly apologizing repeatedly. Guys, let me explain. Explain your ass. Today, you must clarify everything on the public chat. I want you to tell everyone that it was you who schemed against the 3 of us, sending us to the energy activity zone to draw hatred for you, which is why we ended up in such a mess. If you don't clear up the misunderstanding and restore our reputation, this matter isn't over. Just as the situation reached its most awkward and tense moment, suddenly, the blazing hot flame runes in the 5 elements ruins battlefield where Muchen was located suddenly merged into a hidden array pattern beneath his feet. With a deafening roar. A deafening explosion echoed as all the rocks and debris beneath Muchen's feet shattered, revealing a massive array inscription engraved with flames. It began to attract the flame inscriptions Muchen hated in the void above, constantly compressing and drawing closer. Muchen swiftly activated his body technique, escaping the core of the danger zone, and calmly watched the unfolding scene before him. Trouble. Outside, Su Jinghong's expression suddenly changed drastically, as if he had thought of something. The 5 elements ruins of the old Earth realm. I heard from my mentor that it supposedly harbors special restrictions. For decades, no disciple from the Forbidden Tower has ever managed to open this barrier. It is said that this 5 elements ruins battlefield is connected to the true ancient barrier, where unknown dangerous creatures are sealed away. Even master-level mentors would struggle to suppress such ferocious beings. It's likely because Muchen, the junior disciple, cleared the stage too quickly and, using special methods, caused the density of fire elements within the space to become too high, inadvertently triggering the hidden mechanism. This is trouble. The teleportation channel that was supposed to appear has been covered by the array patterns of this special barrier. Now, even if he wants to escape the space, he likely cannot do so. What should we do? As Su Jinghong finished speaking, high-ranking seniors with powerful abilities also noticed this in the live stream view on the public screen. We're in trouble. This kid triggered the hidden mechanism and is trapped inside. The terror of the old Earth's transformations is beyond his ability to withstand. The person speaking had S-rank permission, a senior from the Law God Academy, and in just a few words, he revealed the dire situation before them. What should we do? How do we stop this dungeon? Let's get Muchen out of there quickly. Feel sorry for Muchen for 5 seconds. Could it be that we just got a male god junior and he's going to fail here? People from the Shaoxiang Academy, hurry up and contact the mentor. At the same time, Muchen also noticed something was off in the battlefield space, his expression growing slightly solemn. Yan Ji hurriedly spoke up. Leader, I sense that some terrifying existence is about to awaken. Its aura is far beyond what we can handle at present. Muchen spoke calmly. Don't panic. Let's assess the situation first. Crack. Another deafening explosion echoed, and 2 runes perfectly merged in the void, forming an incredibly hideous flame totem. It turned out that these 2 runes, when combined, were the key to unlocking the barrier that sealed the fire passage of this 5 elements wasteland battlefield. Chapter 82, Hidden Mechanism Triggered, Divine Beast Crisis.
Once activated, the terrifying fire elemental ancient earth creatures slumbering within the fire channel will fully awaken.
They may even appear directly within this dungeon battlefield space. At that moment, the information prompt within the dungeon refreshed again.
Ding! Crisis alert, you have triggered the hidden mechanism of the 5 Elements Ruins Battlefield's Ancient Earth Tier difficulty. Triggered Forbidden Clear option, Jutsu Spirit. This difficulty level is extremely high. Your current strength level is far below the requirements needed to clear the stage. It is strongly recommended that you immediately evacuate the battlefield. Do you wish to leave now? Countdown, 10, 9, 8.
Muchen was deep in thought upon seeing the sudden option appear. The number of Jinta students watching the battle on the public screen had reached 2,000.
People were frantically attacking non-stop. Hurry up and get out. Junior, this is your last chance. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Don't be foolish. Husband, get out immediately. The top scholar. My idol, please. Hurry up and get out.
However, by the time the final countdown reached 0, all the students watching the livestream were completely stunned.
What's going on?
The screen was filled with question marks.
He didn't choose to quit. Has he lost his mind? Oh no.
I'm losing it, guys.
Is he really not afraid of dying?
Once the barrier is activated, it means the dungeon battlefield is no longer a virtual space but a real, special barrier. It means that if he encounters the Juke spirit and his health is depleted, he will truly die permanently.
No.
At the entrance to the teleportation gate, Su Jinghong no longer had the calm demeanor he had moments ago. He was completely broken. She weakly clung to the barrier, tears glistening in her eyes.
Muchen, it's all my fault. Why won't you come out? In stark contrast, on the other side of the barrier, Li Shengfei's maniacal laughter echoed out. This has nothing to do with me. Jinghong, it's this brat who was so arrogant and sought his own death. Don't blame others.
Oh, right, I should remind you that as the chief of the Shaoxiang Academy, you are fully responsible for this kid's downfall.
Based on my earlier assessment, he probably hasn't even seen the walkthrough guide. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a lack of crisis awareness. You're the one who killed him.
Li Shengfei ruthlessly trampled over Su Jinghong's mental defenses. He even wanted to seize this opportunity to completely shatter Su Jinghong's beliefs.
That's right, if you can't have it, destroy it completely.
Through this incident, Li Shengfei finally realized that no matter how long he acted like a sycophant, it was all meaningless. Su Jinghong never even bothered to acknowledge his existence.
Since that's the case, there's nothing left to hold back. Why not crush the flower while it's still young and completely destroy the future of this chief disciple of the Shaoxiang Academy?
At the same time, in the clouds above, 7 dazzling pillars of light were simultaneously illuminated within just a minute.
The gigantic projections of the 7 great masters of the Forbidden Tower gradually became clear. How is that possible? Clearing it in 58 seconds? How did that kid do it? It's simply unbelievable.
Yang, the mentor of the Law God Academy, adjusted his glasses, his face filled with shock. Beside him, Zhou the Big Beard from the War God Academy roared angrily.
How dare he be so arrogant?
He dared to enter the 5 Elements wasteland battlefield of the old Earth realm alone, accidentally triggered the restrictions, and still refused the teleportation prompt.
What does he think he's doing?
The elderly woman on the right, who looked like a principal, sighed softly. This is trouble. The 5 Elements ruins battlefield of the old Earth realm is connected to the real ceiling barrier.
That kid has now opened the barrier gate of the fire channel.
Soon, the fire elements within the surrounding space will become the source of power to awaken the spirit of the Juke. Once the descendants of the ancient Earth-level divine beast awaken, even masters of the Grandmaster level would be unable to stop them. The elderly man at the center of the light pillar, Tan Lao, spoke with a serious expression. I recall that there were 6 people who sealed this barrier battlefield originally. Including the head of the Forbidden Tower, the other 4 elders are all on the front lines of the battle cave and cannot return in the short term. Even if I were to act alone, I would be unable to force my way into the battlefield and stop this from happening.
Nalan Xian's stunningly beautiful face. What should we do? Just stand by and watch my disciple fall in battle? He was sent here by senior sister Ning. If the master finds out about this, how can I explain it to him? Everyone knows master's temper. If he becomes enraged, the entire Forbidden Tower might face another purge. Nalan Xian had no intention of threatening these fellow masters. However, she was simply too anxious at the moment, and her words had inadvertently lost some of their composure. However, the meaning behind her words was clearly conveyed to the ears of the few deans standing nearby. Upon thinking of the young prodigy's overwhelming might, they all couldn't help but shiver and draw in a sharp breath, saying, Let's wait and see. Nalan Jr. sister, please calm down.
I have already located the exact coordinates of the fire channel in the sandy area outside the Forbidden Tower. Once we find the entrance to the channel, the 7 of us will join forces to break the array and force our way into the dungeon space. Even if we can't suppress the Juke spirit, as long as we release it and find a way to keep it occupied, we can always return to the imperial capital for reinforcements.
We will definitely resolve this crisis. Nalan Xin exhaled deeply and nodded repeatedly, muttering to himself.
Jinghong, you're my most trusted student.
You've really gotten me into a big mess this time. If Muchen really gets into trouble, neither of us will be able to advance further in our cultivation for the rest of our lives.
At that moment, while everyone else was frantically worried, Muchen remained calm, sensing the powerful fluctuations of fire attributes in the surrounding space.
Boom! Another explosive roar erupted. The barrier channel completely shattered.
The grotesque cracks that had appeared at the center of the two inscriptions completely collapsed. Then, from the deepest part of the passageway below, a colossal pillar of flame shot skyward. Instantly, a piercing screech echoed across the heavens. At the heart of the flames, the spirit of the Juke, flapping its wings, rose slowly into the sky, bathed in the towering inferno.
Is this the legendary divine beast Juke? Even during the ancient era of the Old Earth, it was one of the most powerful life forms.
Muchen's eyes sparkled with brilliant crystals, reflecting the endless flames in the surrounding void, while a small sense of awe arose in his heart.
This was his first time witnessing a top-tier beast tribe creature from the ancient era.
He was also stirred to excitement by the grand entrance of this divine beast.
Yanji spoke slowly.
No, this is far from the true Juke divine beast. The so-called Juke spirit is its reincarnated origin, just like my current form a reincarnated entity. And judging by its appearance, this Juke spirit is still in the early stage of its reincarnated form. However, even so, its power far surpasses that of the so-called world bosses from the Awakening era. If you don't believe me, boss, try observing its stats and see if you can discern any specific data intelligence.
Muchen nodded and immediately activated Insight in the name of Light.
However, the panel that appeared left him speechless.
All the data was nothing but question marks. Muchen suddenly recalled the scene from his first encounter with that unicorn in the old Earth-tier domain's secret realm.
At that time, there were also several related data points displayed as question marks. Once the target's strength far exceeded one's own by several times, it would surpass the limits of insight. For example, with Muchen's current strength, using the insight skill in the name of Light to probe Wei Lao, an 8th tier peak level expert, would naturally reveal nothing. Judging by the current surging intensity of the Juke spirit's aura, the opponent's strength must be at least 250th rank or higher. If compared to the awakened beings of this era, its strength should be around the 8th rank, or at least the peak of the 7th rank master level.
Unfortunately, the gap in strength between me and it is too great.
Otherwise, I would truly want to subdue it and make it my guardian spirit as well.
Yanji also sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do.
My current growth rate is too low to suppress this Juke spirit. If it were me from the old Earth era, with my true form able to descend into this era, it wouldn't be a problem."
Muchen, upon hearing this, suddenly thought of the next stage of the forbidden evolution form in the fire attribute skill tree. It should be able to perfectly summon Yanji's original form from the old Earth era into this era.
Unfortunately, the skill points required for further skill evolution had already reached the tens of millions, far beyond what Muchen could currently afford.
He could only sigh helplessly. Well, greed is never a good habit.
Though we can't fully subdue this divine beast yet, I think there's still a chance to milk it for all it's worth.
What benefits could you gain if you were to devour its flame-based primal power?
Yanji's eyes lit up suddenly, and she spoke excitedly.
Of course, there would be numerous benefits.
Though I am the god of fire, controlling all flames in the world, the Juke is a beast spirit and not of the same life form as me. If I am the strongest flame master among the human race, then the Juke is the fire king of the beast tribe. Theoretically speaking, during the old Earth era, we were on the same level of power. If I could absorb a portion of its primordial flame, perhaps it could elevate my power to a new level.
Muchen heard this and immediately laughed. That makes things easier.
This creature has only just awakened, and its power is far from its peak.
Let's act now. I'll sever its flame source, allowing you to absorb its primordial true flame. This is our only chance to escape the battlefield.
Yanji suddenly froze, asking in a panic.
Leader, you're not joking, are you? This is the flame of the Juke spirit.
You shouldn't be able to disrupt its devouring rhythm. If you're even slightly careless, your physical body might be completely vaporized, and I won't be able to save you either. Muchen, however, paid no heed, laughing heartily.
When have I ever let you down? Look closely.
In the next instant, Muchen unleashed a chant, soaring through the air in the name of light. 2 pairs of angelic wings materialized, lifting his body into the air and bringing him to the same height as the Juke spirit, 100 meters above the ground. He then pulled out his premium-grade staff, continuously casting 8 different enhancement skills on himself. He then used the Holy Spring of Light skill to instantly replenish all his energy. The series of actions left the students from the Forbidden Tower watching outside completely speechless.
What? This kid must be cheating. He managed to apply 8 enhancement skills to himself in just a few dozen seconds. His stats have nearly doubled. How is that possible? Does he not consume any resources when casting skills?
I didn't even see him take any potions, he's just casting spells at will.
This is way too over the top. Could he really be planning to take on the Juke spirit head-on? He's really not afraid of dying. At such close range, even a master wouldn't dare to approach lightly.
That's the true fire of a divine beast, even the slightest touch would result in being reduced to ashes. The students in the public chat were completely out of their minds. After all, they had the qualifications to become members of the Forbidden Tower and were regarded as the prodigies of their generation, even geniuses. Yet compared to Muchen at this moment, everyone else felt they were far inferior. Even some SS-rank senior students who hadn't logged into the virtual battlefield for ages have lit up their names, logged in, and joined the ranks of spectators.
Muchen? I've never heard of any family in the Donglong Empire with that name. Not bad for a newcomer.
On his first day in the Forbidden Tower, he's already caused such a stir.
Daring to take on the spirit of a divine beast alone? Interesting. Isn't this the third-ranked prodigy in the recent top 10 list, the young master of the Xianzun clan?
He last logged in 3 years ago, yet he's already made an appearance.
The old-timers are all here? It seems this newcomer named Muchen is truly extraordinary. Even you geniuses of the Forbidden Tower have been stirred up. How could it not cause a stir?
My mentor just donned the epic battle armor sealed away for a century. They seem to be planning to unite the deans of all the academies to rescue this kid, but I don't think it's necessary. Indeed, I seem to sense an extremely terrifying power brewing within this kid. He might have a way to suppress the spirit of the divine beast. At that moment, 7 or 8 SS-ranked accounts from the top tier of the Forbidden Tower were speaking simultaneously in a private chat group. Each of them came from one of the most prestigious caves within the Forbidden Tower. They represent the strongest student forces remaining in the Forbidden Tower. They enjoy the highest authority within the Forbidden Tower, second only to their mentors. Even the chief disciples of each academy have no authority to interfere with their actions. These individuals, known as the 10 sovereigns of the Forbidden Tower, have also begun to emerge one after another for this battle involving Muchen. Boom! On the battlefield, when the Juke spirit and Muchen opened their eyes simultaneously and locked gazes for an instant, Muchen suddenly erupted with fury, his true form's aura surging to its peak, emitting a hysterical scream.
Forbidden elemental limit.
In an instant, Muchen's mental energy, which had reached 18,000 points, burned rapidly. The crimson gold flames in his eyes transformed into 2 beams of light that pierced the heavens and earth, tearing apart the void of the battlefield.
In the next instant, a massive ancient earth-grade elemental array projected into the sky. 7 elements converged simultaneously at the array's core, emanating an overwhelmingly domineering aura.
Every rule of this world began to tremble as the array's power continued to grow.
Look! What is that? The power of that array is terrifying. This is actually a skill chanted by a first-tier priest? Don't scare me like this. What's happening to this world? Have the top scholars of this era become this absurd?
A level 1 healer can chant a level 9 forbidden divine technique.
This is truly a demonic prodigy.
The 10 Directions Sovereign, who has remained dormant for years, may have to reshuffle the deck due to Muchen's arrival. Tremble, you demons of the Forbidden Tower. Feel the storm of destruction unleashed by my husband Muchen.
Calm down, upstairs.
This is my husband, you have to line up behind the dogs.
The public chat almost broke out into a fight. The female students from all the academies were on edge, vying for a spot in Muchen's harem.
Meanwhile, the top-tier elites with S rank or higher permissions, who rarely speak, are silently observing every move on the battlefield. Soon, the chanting of the forbidden elemental limit came to an end. A dazzling array of light rings descended from the void in the next instant, enveloping Muchen's staff raised high toward the heavens. It was as if the holy grail that dispels the darkness of the world had been ignited. In that instant, Muchen transformed into the absolute ruler of all elemental forces. All elements of every attribute within the space gathered toward him under his guidance.
What's happening? I can't see anything.
The projection on the screen seems to be malfunctioning. No, this kid seems to have absorbed the light element as well.
What kind of terrifying forbidden technique is this? It's too overpowered. Wait, look.
The flame essences surrounding the Juke spirit are also converging toward him.
He really interrupted the Juke spirit's revival and devouring process. Unbelievable.
I dare say this kid will definitely become an 8th rank, and even a legendary 9th rank in the future.
Chapter 83, The Heaven-Defying Demon.
The 7 deans join forces to change the rules.
Arg!
The spirit of the Juke has completely gone berserk. The flame essence it had been using to revive itself had all been transformed into the power being devoured by Muchen at that very moment. Watching helplessly as its life-sustaining essence was completely stripped away by this lowly human before it, the Juke spirit let out a roar and attempted to unleash its terrifying divine ability to suppress Muchen. However, the next moment, it discovered that an incredibly powerful ice barrier had appeared around its body. Indeed, at this moment, Muchen had become the absolute master of all elements in the space. With a single thought, he could split off a portion of the elemental energy and transform it into pure ice-attributed power, forming a barrier to block the Juke spirit's attacks. This was the unparalleled might of the 9th tier forbidden skill.
Now's the time. Girl, devour it quickly. Yan-ji had completely lost her mind. She could feel the vast ocean of flame elements surging toward Muchen's body. How could Muchen's body possibly withstand the Juke spirit's primordial energy? It won't be long before he explodes from energy overload. Yan-ji must be the one to devour and digest it.
In an instant, Yan-ji unleashed her full power, frantically devouring the purest flame essence of the Juke spirit. At the same time, Muchen summoned the Crimson Flame Dragon, standing by his side, accompanying Yan-ji in the devouring process. In the blink of an eye, an endless stream of flame energy reinforced their very essence of life.
Yan-ji's body swelled at a visible speed. From her original 1.5 meter tall lowly form, she completely transformed into a fully fledged older sister type figure right before Muchen's eyes, reaching a height of 1.75 meters. Her waist-length hair and perfectly curved figure slowly took shape in that moment.
Ah, this. Muchen stared at this perfect fiery figure, the expansion and evolution happening right before his eyes, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably.
He quickly turned his head away from Yan-ji and looked toward the Crimson Flame Dragon. What the hell? Even you're getting active now? Muchen stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing.
Its originally crimson-red body had transformed into the exact same golden-red color as the Yuchua's wings.
Even its very essence of life had undergone a complete metamorphosis and evolution. It was simply unbelievable.
The growth effects the Crimson Flame had absorbed were even more pronounced than those of Yan-ji, the young girl. So that's how it was the Juke spirit fruit truly represented the pinnacle of the flame beasts of the old Earth era. Its flame source power can bring unimaginable transformations and enhancements to all fire-type creatures of the old land.
This time, we've really hit the jackpot.
Their strength has advanced further, meaning that the overall power of my fire attribute competitive data will surge significantly. As expected, with Muchen's soul-limiting forbidden techniques executed to perfection, the threat posed by the Juke spirit steadily diminished.
As Muchen's spiritual energy neared depletion, the once wildly chaotic aura of the Juke spirit swiftly faded.
That's right, without sufficient power to sustain itself, it would once again fall into a deep slumber in a very short time. Originally, if it were facing other top-tier prodigies, even if the fire channel had been broken, the Juke could still compensate by devouring other spatial elements.
But now, Muchen had single-handedly drained all the elemental reserves from the entire space, leaving it with no power to absorb.
After all that trouble, the Juke spirit had awakened only to find itself alone.
It might as well have stayed asleep.
Coming out for a stroll and accomplishing nothing only ended up benefiting others.
Arg! The enraged Juke spirit returned once more to the depths of the fire channel. As it departed, it spoke in human language, sending out a soul-transmitting voice. You brat! I remember you. Don't let me see you again, or else I will devour you completely in the future.
However, before Muchen could respond, Yan-ji, who had already transformed into a fiery, seductive woman, merely sneered coldly, her eyes filled with contempt and disdain.
With your abilities, you dare to challenge my master?
With that, Yan-ji suddenly waved her hand.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, followed by a blazing laser beam that pierced the heavens.
It struck the wings of the Juke spirit, instantly piercing through one of its wings.
What?
The chat screen exploded once more.
Countless question marks and exclamation points filled the screen. Isn't that Muchen's summoned spirit? How could it have become so terrifying? With a single strike, it severely injured the Juke spirit? What kind of demonic beings are these? Indeed, the companions of demons can only be even more demonic beings. We can't afford to provoke them. Let's get out of here, brothers. Next time I see Muchen in the Forbidden Tower, I must kowtow to him. Shock gradually turned into teasing and self-mockery.
The students of the Forbidden Tower had their cognitive limits completely shattered by Muchen. That's right, this guy single-handedly demonstrated what it means to be a true demonic being, a true genius of the highest order. In just 58 seconds, he completed the basic task of the old Earth Level 5 Elements Ruins battlefield. Then, under the circumstances where the Juke spirit had revived in the fire channel, he suppressed it. He had a significant power-up. Not only did he not get injured, but he actually grew stronger. Where could one even begin to argue with that? Even the 7 great masters of the 7 great sects couldn't possibly achieve such a feat. Yet it was accomplished by Muchen, a newcomer to the Forbidden Tower who had only arrived the day before. Such an unprecedented miracle cannot be described as shocking. It is a soul-shaking display of power that defies the heavens. Perhaps from today onward, the name Muchen will be known to all within the Forbidden Tower. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 5 Elements Ruins Battlefield Forbidden Challenge. Reward, 800 points. Muchen finally stretched his limbs. This trip to the 5 Elements Ruins Battlefield had earned him a total of 1,300 points. Combined with the 800 points he had won from his bet with Bai Li Xiangfei, the total of 2,000 points had just been credited to his account. It wasn't until the Zhuke spirit escaped once more through the underground passage and the seal on the fire passage closed again that the battlefield finally returned to calm. How is this possible? Outside the teleportation channel, Bai Li Xiangfei was completely dumbfounded, collapsing helplessly to his knees before the channel. Meanwhile, Su Jinghong, who had been screaming in agony and despair moments ago, gradually regained her composure. In truth, her heart had been on a roller coaster ride, from initial regret to despair after Muchen defied the taboo, and then to shock upon witnessing him single-handedly turn the tide. Su Jinghong would never forget this day the unprecedented spiritual shock Muchen had inflicted upon her. Now, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief, taking steps forward with her long legs to stand before Bai Li Xiangfei, who was still kneeling on the ground. She spoke coldly. "It's time to fulfill your promise." Bai Li Xiangfei, like a desperate clown, slowly raised his head, as if he wanted to say something. Before he could speak, Su Jinghong coldly said, "Hurry up. Give me your character card. I'm taking your points. You lost them to Muchen, your junior. I'll see how you dare to deny it." "That's right, give him the points immediately." The one speaking was none other than the three teammates who had previously teamed up with Bai Li Xiangfei. Even they had turned against him at the last moment, all supporting Su Jinghong. To be precise, they were supporting Muchen. Bai Li Xiangfei suddenly felt as though the sky had collapsed, letting out a despairing laugh before finally handing over his character card. Su Jinghong acted swiftly, withdrawing all 820 points from his card, then threw it forcefully onto Bai Li Xiangfei's face, coldly saying, "Remember your promise. From now on, if you see anyone from the Shaoxiang Academy, stay out of their way." Clown. After uttering those final words, Su Jinghong felt a surge of satisfaction. He stepped over the collapsed Bai Li Xiangfei and quickly walked away. The three teammates beside him also felt inexplicably satisfied, each coldly mocking Bai Li Xiangfei's clownish behavior while humming a tune as they departed. Meanwhile, the defeated Bai Li Xiangfei's eyes suddenly turned dark and cold as he stared at the screen showing Muchen's victory and spoke. "It's all your fault. Muchen, you're the one who brought me to this. I won't let you off so easily. Do you really think the Bai Li family has no roots? I'll make you understand that even if you're a genius or a prodigy, without any roots or background in the Forbidden Tower, without the support of your family, you're nothing but an ant." Boom! Suddenly, accompanied by a sudden tremor, a gap appeared in the sky above the Five Elements Ruins battlefield, leading directly to the outside world. Immediately afterward, 7 figures as swift as lightning descended to the ground simultaneously. However, they just happened to see Muchen arriving at another sealed passageway in the center of the battlefield at that very moment. "My little ancestor, what are you up to now?" Nalan Xian's voice trembled with panic as he hurriedly waved his hand toward the sky. Muchen was directly pulled into the air by him and dragged in front of the 7 living deans. Muchen smiled awkwardly in front of them. "7 academy directors, why did you all come here together? Something's wrong. There shouldn't be any portal channels here. Did you guys break through the barrier and come in directly? I just finished my dungeon task. Did something happen outside?" Nalan Xian and the other 6 deans exchanged glances, with ellipses floating above their heads. Zhou Dehuzi burst into laughter, saying with a smile, "You're quite the hero, aren't you? You managed to clear the dungeon in less than a minute, broke the record, triggered the seal of the fire channel, and released the Zhuke spirit. What's even more unbelievable is that you not only survived but also sent that guy back. That's really exaggerated. Are you really just a level 1 priest?" Seeing the big bearded man growing more and more disbelieving, Muchen shrugged his shoulders and replied innocently, "Exactly. But compared to other priests, my functionality should be a bit higher." Muchen's self-deprecating remarks immediately sparked another wave of explosive reactions from the students watching outside. Almost 100 messages were all tagging the name of that blonde-haired priest teammate of Bai Li Xiangfei. Little did they know that the blonde-haired guy had just returned to his cave and, upon seeing the screen filled with messages tagging him, nearly burst into tears. "Damn it! Bai Li Xiangfei, I really want to kill you. This time, you've really screwed me over. How am I supposed to face anyone now? We're both priests, and I become the background for a newbie's highlight reel. Where do I even go to complain about this?" Tan Lao glared sharply at Muchen and hurriedly asked, "Young man, the spell you just used was enlightenment, wasn't it?" Muchen nodded with a clear smile. "Correct. Master Tan truly has an eagle eye." The old man quickly widened his eyes and asked urgently, "Could it be the forbidden divine technique element of the 9th rank within the enlightenment technique?" Muchen nodded again with the same clear smile. "Exactly, it's just a trivial trick." Put. As soon as Muchen spoke, not only the students on the public screen, but even the 7 mentors in front of him nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This kid isn't being modest, he's really just showing off. But there was nothing they could do about it, it was so frustrating. Everyone was thinking the same thing. But at that moment, facing Muchen's innocent expression, every mentor wanted to swallow him whole.
Tan Lao immediately smiled and spoke up. Young friend, you truly have extraordinary talent. This old man has some knowledge of the Enlightenment tree. Why don't we? Before he could finish, Nalan Xin exploded.
With a thunderous explosion, the energy surging from his body erupted violently, and he coldly said,
Tan Lao, that vice dean of yours?
The old man was instantly silenced for 10 minutes. That's right, Nalan Xianzi had once again activated her 1 versus 6 berserk mode. The other deans were so scared they trembled in fear, no longer daring to even think about poaching her. Nalan Xin cleared her throat, spoke loudly, yet still maintained her aloof demeanor.
Let's go. No matter what, you're still a student of the Shaoxiang Academy. This time, you achieved an unprecedented feat, single-handedly overwhelming the freshmen from the other 6 academies.
However, as your mentor, I must still reprimand you. In the future, you must remain humble.
Even if you are powerful and exceptionally talented, you must not become arrogant. Do you understand? After Nalan Xin finished speaking, all 6 mentors fell silent. Damn it!
No wonder it's the Shaoxiang Academy, they're all cut from the same cloth, big or small. Their ability to engage in subtle one-upmanship is not just strong, it's downright deadly.
Muchen skillfully took the opportunity to respond with a sly smile. Got it, mentor. If that's the case, then I won't continue with the challenge.
As soon as Muchen spoke, the 7 mentors were all stunned, staring at him with a bunch of question marks on their foreheads.
What's going on? Continue the challenge?
Muchen saw everyone's confused expressions and smiled as he tapped the air above him.
I think I made a special discovery just now. When I activated the elemental limit, all the elemental energy within the space simultaneously transformed into its strongest form. At that time, besides the fire channel, the inscriptions of the other 4 channels also became loose.
I had planned to rest for a moment and continue challenging the other 4 passages to release all the divine beast spirits, but since you shattered the dungeon space, we'll have to postpone it for next time.
As Muchen spoke, the shattered 5 elements ruins battlefield fell deathly silent.
All that could be seen were the 7 great mentors, each with a look of exasperation on their faces.
As for what happened afterward, the students in the public chat could no longer see. After about 15 minutes, the virtual space issued an announcement. Urgent announcement.
All members, effective immediately, the top-tier difficulty dungeon 5 Elements Ruins and the old Earth-tier difficulty clearance mission in the Forbidden Tower are indefinitely closed. Additionally, access to all lower-tier clear qualifications for this dungeon requires prior approval from the deans of the 7 academies. Each time the Ruins difficulty of this dungeon is activated, the team must include at least 1 senior student with S-rank permissions or higher as the leader, and the total number of members must be no fewer than 3. As soon as the message was posted, the public chat screen erupted once again. What no one expected was that this emergency announcement was posted 7 times in a row. Deans from every academy logged into their private accounts and immediately reposted it in real time. Such a display of authority was unprecedented in the history of the Forbidden Tower. The students were completely overwhelmed.
Brothers, do you finally understand what it means to defy the heavens?
From now on, don't dare to call yourselves geniuses in front of me. Anyone who dares to call themselves a genius should go fight Muchen.
Exactly, I support the senior's statement.
I think the rankings of the 10 Directions Venerables of the Forbidden Tower should also be revised. Even Muchen, such a powerful existence, hasn't made it into the ranks of the 10 Directions Venerables.
What's the point of this ranking? Exactly. I think the 10 Directions Zune have been dormant for so many years and are all overrated.
They've been studying at the academy for over 10 years, yet none of them can match Muchen's impact in a single day.
How can they be called top prodigies? Exactly. Speaking of which, Muchen caused such a stir this time that the rules of the Forbidden Tower were temporarily revised because of him. He should be promoted to S rank without exception. Support the senior above. Our Shaoxiang Academy has produced such a prodigy, we must prioritize his cultivation. I think S rank is far from enough, let us directly promote him to SS rank permissions. Anyway, I heard he's already moved into a cave residence. Though his current rank is still B class, he's already being trained to S class standards. I think we should just make him the chief of the Shaoxiang Academy. That's out of the question. The chief is my goddess, Jinghong Senior. Even if Muchen is this impressive, he can't replace my goddess in my heart. Lovers, step aside. The students in the virtual system's public chat were still discussing and reminiscing about this miraculous performance that had shocked everyone. Meanwhile, Muchen himself, after leaving the 7 deans, headed straight for his own cave residence. He needed to settle down, rest a bit, and prepare for the upcoming war cave expedition that was the real priority. However, as soon as he arrived at the entrance of his cave residence, Muchen noticed Su Jinghong, his senior sister, standing there with a complex expression, looking somewhat nervous and awkward. It seemed she had been waiting there for quite some time. Senior Su, what are you doing here? Muchen greeted her with a smile. The next moment, Su Jinghong could no longer hold back her tears and threw herself into Muchen's arms. Muchen froze in place. Women really do affect my singing speed. Chapter 84, Black Armor Reinforcement, Entering the Battle Cave. I'm here to apologize to you. Seeing Su Jinghong's regretful and shy expression, Muchen smiled indifferently and shook his head. Actually, I already knew. You wanted to break through your power limitations by practicing dual cultivation with someone else. It's not just you, it seems even our mentor Nalan faces the same bottleneck. I completely understand. There's no need to mention the dungeon incident. Without your invitation, I wouldn't have gained so many benefits either. Muchen finished speaking and deliberately showed off his character card, smiling as he said, I just returned from the 7 deans and have obtained enough points. As for the bet with Bai Li Xiangfei, it was just a farce. Muchen finished speaking and didn't hesitate, turning to enter his own cave residence. He merely wanted to resolve the misunderstandings from before and help the senior sister resolve her emotional knot. At this stage, Muchen had never considered matters of the heart and certainly didn't want to waste any more energy on such things. Su Jinghong saw Muchen's carefree and unconstrained demeanor, and the turmoil in her heart dissipated by more than half. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a bit more fond of this stylish and decisive younger brother. She smiled at Muchen's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of her heart. What kind of heavenly beauty could possibly be worthy of such an outstanding man? Someone like me is probably far from his league. Little did she know that at the same time, Bai Li Xiangfei, consumed by rage, burst into the office of the head of the War God Academy. Without even bothering to knock, he rushed in, crashing to his knees on the ground with a thud. Master, I'm reporting someone for violating the Forbidden Tower rules and engaging in unauthorized point trading. The student is the victim, please intervene. This fool, filled with righteous indignation, finished speaking, then banged his head hard on the ground, not even bothering to look around the room to see who was there, adopting a posture of innocent victimhood. Zhou Dehuzi was also completely baffled. He glanced at Bai Li Xiangfei and coldly ordered, Get up! Sure enough, when Bai Li Xiangfei looked up, he was immediately terrified by the scene before him, taking a deep breath. Inside the office, there were now 5 deans, including Nalan Xin. Bai Li Xiangfei's face twitched, and he began to stutter. He didn't know whether he should report Muchen's actions in such a solemn setting. However, since he was already there, he was now in a no-win situation. Zhou Dehuzi coldly snapped, What a mess! Spit it out. Bai Li Xiangfei shivered, then gritted his teeth and spoke up. It's like this. This disciple is reporting that Xiao Shangyuan's Muchen and Su Jinghong, 2 trainees, have violated the tower's regulations. The moment those words left his mouth, Zhou Dehuzi felt his soul leave his body. He immediately shifted his gaze to Nalan Xin, who was sitting across from him. Seeing that the other party wasn't angry but instead wore a cheerful expression, he hurriedly tried to stop Bai Li Xiangfei from continuing his nonsense, but was beaten to the punch by Nalan Xin. Oh? Bai Li, why don't you explain what regulations these 2 from the Shaoxiang Academy have violated? Rest assured, if this is true, with so many deans present, I, Nalan Xin, will not show any leniency and will punish them severely. Bai Li Xiangfei's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he felt a surge of joy. This is settled. I was originally worried that Nalan Xin would protect her own, but with so many deans present, she has no grounds to show favoritism. I am truly a genius. Bai Li Xiangfei then spoke with confidence, recounting in detail the actions of Muchen and Su Jinghong, who had bet with him and engaged in private transactions of points. Nalan Xin couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. I never would have guessed that Bai Li was such a principled individual. To uphold the rules of the Forbidden Tower, he even exposed himself. Bai Li Xiangfei, seeing Nalan Xin's breathtakingly alluring appearance at that moment, was momentarily overcome with desire, nearly losing his composure. Given his cultivation and self-control, how could he possibly resist Nalan Xin's natural allure? If he continued this conversation with this woman, he feared his entire spiritual resolve would collapse. However, Nalan Xin didn't give him the chance to sink further. Slap! A deafening slap echoed through the air, striking Bai Li Xiangfei's face with force. Bai Li was sent flying several meters away, landing heavily on the ground like a stray dog, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. His health bar was instantly depleted by 80%, leaving him dazed and speechless. Nalan mentor, you. Nalan Xin's gaze suddenly sharpened. Bai Li Xiangfei had been struck by some unknown technique, instantly silenced, unable to utter a word. Nalan Xianzi then turned to Zhou Dehuzi with a radiant expression and smiled. Zhou, your student is disrespectful. How dare he slander my disciple in front of all the deans? I will discipline him on your behalf. Is that not within my authority? Zhou Dehuzi, who had always been Nalan Xin's sycophant, heard this and immediately broke into a toothy grin. Of course. It's all my fault for not disciplining him properly. This brat must have lost his mind to dare to slander someone from the Shaoxiang Academy. He must not know that Muchen just returned from our place with a bountiful harvest, earning a full 5,000 points. How could he possibly covet his measly few points? Bai Li Xiangfei, who was lying on the ground, heard this and was completely dumbfounded. However, before he could fully process what had happened, smack! Another dark figure flashed before his eyes. This time, it was Zhou Dehuzi delivering a slap. Earlier, Nalan Xian had struck by Li Shengfei's right cheek, and now Zhou Dehuzi delivered a bloody palm print to his left cheek. The timing was perfect, reducing by Li Shengfei's health bar to just 1. He was truly on the brink of death. You worthless piece of trash. You're good for nothing but causing trouble. Do you think we mentors are blind to what you've been doing in the virtual space? You, a senior who's been in the Forbidden Tower for 10 years, instead of mentoring the juniors, you dare to pick on a newcomer who's only been here for a day. Fortunately, Muchen is a prodigy and didn't actually face any danger. Otherwise, even if the old patriarch of the Bailey family came personally, you wouldn't be able to get away with this. Get out of here and go back to your cave. You're grounded for 3 months, and all your student privileges are revoked during that time. You won't receive any supplies either. Reflect on your actions properly. If you dare to unjustly provoke or slander fellow disciples from other academies again, don't blame me for expelling you from the Forbidden Tower. As Zhou Dehuzi coldly snorted, the next moment, Bai Li Shengfei felt darkness engulf him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself teleported back to the entrance of his cave. This is outrageous. What kind of nonsense is this? I'm just a complainer, and not only did I not win the complaint, but I also got slapped twice and punished? Bai Li Shengfei's mindset completely shattered. He recalled what his mentor had said earlier and took out his character card. To his surprise, the points he had transferred to Su Jinghong had somehow returned to his own card. After all that, the fool was me? Looking at the 2 bloody marks on his face, Bai Li Shengfei was filled with hatred to the extreme. You bastard, Muchen! A gentleman takes his time to avenge himself. You just wait. The humiliation I suffered today, I will repay tenfold. At the same time, Muchen, who had just returned to his cave residence, received a message on his phone screen. It was a private message from Su Jinghong, the chief's senior sister. Muchen tapped into the message and saw a photo of Bai Li Shengfei lying on the floor of Zhou Dehuzi's office, with 2 gruesome handprints on his face, looking utterly disheveled. No need to guess this was a screenshot taken from Nalan Xian's first-person perspective, shared with her 2 precious students. Yanji, the young girl, also jumped over to Muchen's side, joining him in sharing the amusement, unable to contain her laughter. This guy really is reaping what he sowed. He tried to lure us into a trap, but the boss was 1 step ahead, taking precautions in advance and turning him into a fool. Now he's done for. Probably no one in the entire Forbidden Tower will want to walk side by side with Bai Li Shengfei anymore. Muchen just shrugged it off with a smile and put away his phone. Such a character isn't worth our time. As for Nalan Mentor, he just secured this huge benefit for me. It's truly a timely blessing. A full 5,000 Forbidden Tower points are more than enough to meet the requirements for the Battle Cavern expedition. The remaining 3,000 points should be used, as the mentor suggested, to purchase some enhancement stones or similar resources to upgrade the level of my black armor set. Regarding the mechanics of equipment enhancement, Muchen had already gained a thorough understanding from the deans of the major colleges. Fortunately, his top-tier cave residence already possesses all the functions for online equipment trading and enhancement, which is the superiority of a top-tier Forbidden Tower cave residence. He could fulfill all his cultivation needs without leaving his home. Muchen quickly brought Yanji to the first-floor hall of the villa. At the center of the hall was a massive virtual screen, which served as the central system for all functional needs. Muchen couldn't help but smile contentedly. No wonder the S-rank and above students with high-level permissions in the Forbidden Tower rarely appeared in public. They could simply stay in their own cave mansions and enjoy all the services, which was incredibly convenient. Muchen then activated the virtual systems template, scanned his character card, and entered the functional interface. With 5,000 Forbidden Tower points, he decided to use 3,000 to exchange for enhancement materials and see how much he could improve the attributes of his black armor. Muchen thought to himself as he removed the set of equipment from his body and placed it in the corresponding enhancement function area. He exchanged 3,000 points for a full 30 low-grade enhancement stones. These enhancement stones can be used to enhance equipment of level 3 or below. Of course, only equipment of legendary quality or below can be enhanced with these ordinary enhancement stones, and the higher the equipment's quality, the lower the success rate of enhancement. Ding! The quality of this black armor set is high. Do you wish to use low-grade enhancement stones to enhance it? Muchen confirmed without hesitation. Enhancing for you. Bang! 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 The sound of mechanical metal colliding quickly echoed. Moments later, Muchen saw his black armor set in the enhancement space erupt with a dazzling dark golden light. Ding! 30 low-grade enhancement stones have been consumed. Current equipment enhancement level, level 3. Muchen couldn't help but smile broadly. The entire set of black armor had been enhanced to level 3, a significant surprise. After all, the success rate for enhancing such high-quality equipment as this black armor was only 50%. Out of 6 pieces of armor, being able to enhance all of them to level 3 with 30 enhancement stones was already a decent success rate. As he retrieved the armor set once more, Yen Ji, standing beside him, couldn't help but gaze at it in awe. Big brother, hurry up and try it on. This black armor set seems to have been imbued with a special enhancement effect. Sure enough, after Muchen re-equipped the armor, he discovered that his total health had already approached 50,000. Not bad. This black armor set is indeed very convenient for me right now. Though its quality isn't top-notch, the attributes it provides fully meet my current needs. As a level 60 priest with my rank still at the first tier and no promotion quests completed, my health points have surpassed 48,000. This is a strength that other awakened priests of the same class can only dream of. Yen Ji nodded excitedly. Now that you've joined the war cave, your safety will be greatly enhanced. Plus, with me here, you won't face any danger. Muchen looked at Yen Ji, who had grown into a true mature woman, and smiled contentedly. Over the next week, Muchen stayed in his cave residence, focusing on his training. Occasionally, he would receive private messages from Jinghong's senior sister for casual chats, while also helping Muchen gain a deeper understanding of the various systems of the Forbidden Tower. Additionally, the only thing Muchen did was thoroughly gather intelligence on all fronts of the battle cavern. On the day he cleared the Five Elements Ruins battlefield, Muchen obtained extremely detailed information about all regions of the war cave from Nalan Xin. He finally understood that the battle cavern was more like a transit station between the Blue Star side and various extraterrestrial battlefields, not simply a base for a single hostile force. It was a vast, complex battlefield that simultaneously accommodated dozens, if not hundreds, of different races. While they engage in constant battles and resource, their true objective is secondary. The true purpose was to provide a remote strategic chessboard for the major extraterrestrial civilizations. Additionally, according to the classified documents, the space where the war cavern is located held extremely important strategic significance during the Old Earth era. However, since these events occurred tens of thousands of years ago, the true significance of the war cavern itself is now known to few. As for the Forbidden Tower, it occupies the northeastern outer ring of the war cavern, where it has established a vast secure base. Due to its unique geographical location, this area has a massive concentration of spatial energy, frequently attracting the revival of terrifying creatures from the ancient era and serving as a crucial landing point for unknown extraterrestrial civilizations seeking to infiltrate the war cavern. As a result, the difficulty of exploring this battlefield is extremely high, though it also holds immense potential for great opportunities. Muchen was already eager to explore this entirely new battlefield. After all, this is a true foreign battlefield space. Once one's health points are depleted, it means true annihilation, something far beyond the virtual battlefield projections within the Forbidden Tower. Muchen was well aware that only such genuine life or death trials could help awaken individuals grow faster. Finally, the day had come. Muchen arrived at the 7th day of the Forbidden Tower. 80 elite members from the same batch of the Forbidden Tower gathered at the entrance to the battle cavern teleportation channel. At the rear of the crowd. When Muchen, clad in black armor, strode confidently into view, the other talented young prodigies of the Forbidden Tower grew restless. Look! That's Muchen, the new top scholar from Shaoxiang Garden. The genius who recently subdued the Zhu spirit. No way, he's actually this handsome? I only saw a screenshot of him on the public chat earlier, but it wasn't clear. I never expected him to be so charismatic in person. He's the first male god of the Forbidden Tower. I heard that to join the War Cave's combat training, you have to be in the Forbidden Tower for at least 6 months. This kid has only been here for a week and already got the qualification to go to the War Cave? That's way too exaggerated. Don't compare yourself to him. Someone like Muchen is a prodigy. How can we ordinary geniuses even measure up to him? Exactly. So-called geniuses are just the threshold for meeting Muchen. Chapter 85, Star River Invasion. Rescuing the Senior. Muchen, can I take a photo with you? Among the crowd, a young female student from the first prohibited tower eagerly ran over, grinning broadly as she leaned her head on Muchen's shoulder for a close-up photo. This top-tier social butterfly's effortlessly friendly demeanor immediately reminded Muchen of a name, Ling Yao. It seemed that seeing Muchen didn't refuse, a dozen or so female students quickly ran out from other directions in the queue and followed suit. Such action soon surrounded Muchen. What are you doing? At that moment, from the other side of the teleportation channel, 3 cold, menacing beams of light materialized into human forms, appearing before the students. They immediately spotted Muchen surrounded by the female trainees. The leader, a bald-headed instructor with a deep scar on his face, furrowed his brows slightly, stomped his foot violently, and a surge of overwhelming pressure swept out, scattering Muchen and the female trainees around him. Only Muchen remained steadfastly in place, unaffected by the force. On the other hand, the female students around him felt their mental energy waver, and they dared not make a move. It seems that the quality of the elite students recruited by the Forbidden Tower this year has deteriorated significantly. They actually treated the battle cavern as a trivial matter. Did your mentors and dean not educate you about the dangers of the battle cavern?
The foreign civilizations stationed there, along with the base forces of other nations, have long coveted the fertile territories of the Eastern Dragon Empire.
A decisive battle could erupt at any moment.
If you all act as carelessly as you do, recklessly charging into battle, you'll only be cannon fodder. The lead instructor fixed his piercing gaze on Muchen, slowly approaching while harshly reprimanding the crowd.
Do you really think that achieving a little success gives you the right to act recklessly? Do you know that 2 of the most elite disciples of the 10 Directions, the strongest students in the Forbidden Tower, have already fallen on the front lines of the War Cavern?
At these words, the remaining dozens of proud disciples were all stunned.
How could that be?
The 10 Directions Zun are said to be the strongest group of awakened warriors among the young generation of the Eastern Dragon Empire.
How could they fall so easily?
That's true. I've heard that some of them have already entered the Master Realm, which is considered the pinnacle among trainees. The leader, a bald-headed instructor, snorted derisively.
You're all frogs in a well.
Soon, you'll truly understand how cruel this world really is. I can guarantee it, out of the 80 of you, fewer than half will survive. Those who wish to withdraw can do so now. The instructor's words left the surrounding area deathly silent. One could clearly sense that fear was spreading among the trainees.
Only Muchen remained calm.
He suddenly looked at the bald-headed instructor and asked with a smile.
Instructor, you must be one of the commanders in charge of the front lines of the War Cavern in the Forbidden Tower, right? Are you the one escorting us to the frontline base this time?
The instructor snorted coldly and said,
Escort you to the base?
You're dreaming. The teleportation array behind me will randomly deploy you to the front lines of the War Caverns. You will appear at any location within an 8 million mile radius of the base.
If you're lucky, you'll be dropped into the base's safe zone.
If you're unlucky, you might end up at the edge of the safe zone tens of thousands of miles away, where you could face attacks from various War Cavern factions, or even ancient creatures that have awakened.
What? Scared to death? Withdrawing now would be your best choice.
The instructor stared coldly at Muchen, seeming to have a very unfavorable first impression of him. Muchen, however, remained expressionless, making no response. Finally, as the teleportation array behind them was fully activated, the bald-headed instructor barked out an order.
Everyone, scan your character cards now.
2,000 points will be deducted from your scores.
Then, follow the sequence and step into the array patterns one by one to complete your respective tasks. The time limit is 15 days.
Regardless of the random tasks you receive, if you fail to complete them within 15 days, you will be deemed to have failed the War Cave Challenge and will not receive any merit rewards. As soon as he finished speaking, the students complied, each deducting 2,000 points from their scores. The instructor seemed particularly concerned about Muchen, glancing at his character card before snorting coldly.
A priest? Are you sure you want to go alone? Muchen didn't want to waste any more words with this instructor.
Since the other party had clearly shown bias toward him, there was no point in arguing further. He would prove himself through strength and achievements. The next moment, Muchen's feet trembled, and he activated his angel wings at an unimaginable speed, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the array patterns. His speed was so fast that no one in the entire arena could even catch a glimpse of him. Only the bald-headed instructor before him furrowed his brows slightly before curling the corners of his mouth upward.
Interesting. Muchen, I'll remember that name.
I'm curious to see if you can survive and return from the battle pit. Within the spatial corridor of the teleportation channel, countless temporal and spatial turbulence surged, eroding the channel's protective barrier and imparting an indescribable sense of oppression.
Muchen furrowed his brows slightly and murmured. As expected.
The stability of the passage leading to the true battlefield is far inferior to that of the internal dungeon. This passage seems on the verge of collapsing at any moment and requires a constant supply of energy to maintain its stability.
Yan Ji immediately responded in his mind.
Indeed, compared to the battlefield instance channel from the Nightmare Prison, the danger level here has increased several-fold. Be careful, boss. The slightest misstep could send you plummeting into a spatial fissure, and returning would be no easy feat.
Muchen smiled indifferently. Don't worry, your boss isn't one to slip up so easily.
Now that Muchen had mastered the ability to prophesy in the name of light, if he were to face a life-threatening crisis, he would inevitably sense it, giving him the confidence to venture into the front lines of the War Cavern. In the blink of an eye, a powerful mental shock pierced his mind. When Muchen's senses returned to calm, he suddenly realized he had appeared in a completely different spatial barrier. The rules governing this battlefield space differed significantly from those of the Forbidden Tower space and the native space of the Donglong Empire. The sky was shrouded in thick darkness, with only faint glimmers of light visible. The vast expanse of sky seemed to be divided into two parts by some special and mysterious powerful rules. The left side was a deep blue night sky, while the right side was a hazy, light-filled daytime scene.
What an eerie battlefield! This must be the front lines of the War Cavern. Muchen felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, eager to clash with the opponents here.
In the next instant, the crisis perception foretold by the name of light suddenly appeared. In Muchen's mind, several fleeting images flashed by, like fragments of lost memories returning to his soul space. In the scenes, Muchen saw enormous flame spheres as large as stars descending from the sky. They were rushing toward him. "Big brother, look over there."
What is that?
Yanji almost spoke at the same time, her voice echoing in his mind. At the same time, she revealed her fiery, seductive true form, standing in front of Muchen.
Boom!
The entire space trembled violently under the intense pressure, and everything within sight began to shake violently. In the next instant, the color that had been nothing more than a speck of light rapidly expanded at the center of their vision. It truly became a crimson flame-colored orb.
No!
To be precise, it was a falling star, plunging toward his position with overwhelming force.
It's really here. Muchen's hair stood on end in an instant.
Even someone as calm and composed as him had never felt such a genuine threat to his life before.
The annihilating danger from the fallen star of the battlefield.
That's right, the oppressive pressure felt as though the world he stood in was about to collapse. Even when facing the Zhuke spirit that had appeared earlier, Muchen had never felt such despair as he did at that moment.
Whoosh! He chanted at an unprecedented speed, soaring through the air in the name of light.
2 pairs of angelic wings appeared behind him simultaneously. Muchen pulled Yanji, his speed and agility reaching their peak.
The light energy reserves of the angelic totem were instantly depleted by a third.
Assisting Muchen in transforming into a golden beam of light, he completed an instantaneous teleportation over a range of over 10,000 meters.
Boom!
Just as the 2 figures vanished from their original positions, meteorites resembling flaming stars crashed down with tremendous force. The impact creates a massive crater nearly 100 meters wide where Muchen and Yanji had been standing.
The terrifying shockwaves spreading outward obliterate everything in their path.
After coming to a halt, Muchen and Yanji turned to look at the devastation left behind by the massive meteorite, unable to help but gasp in horror.
That was terrifying, boss. That just now seemed like a real falling star. Why did it suddenly appear without any warning?
And the trajectory it followed seemed to have locked onto our presence.
Don't you find that strange?
Muchen was also baffled, quickly reviewing his recent research on the matter, but found nothing that matched the scene before him.
Strange. This scene doesn't appear in the records. Could it be the ancient earth spirits that have just awakened?
No, that star-like pressure couldn't possibly be from a mere ancient creature. It must be released through some kind of forbidden level array.
Leader, look. There's not just one, there's more.
Yanji once again gazed toward the sky, where more and more star-like points of light continued to appear. However, this time, these falling stars were no longer targeting Muchen and the others, but were randomly targeting various positions on the front lines of this battle cave. From the nearest one, a piercing scream echoed, followed by the continuous explosions of energy.
Muchen's expression immediately turned serious. As expected. This must be a mass invasion by an unknown civilization.
The landing trajectories of these falling stars are not random, they must have some means of probing the essence of life.
Let's go. Follow me to investigate.
These meteorites aren't as simple as they seem. Muchen thought to himself as he led Yanji back toward the location where the star that had targeted the 2 of them was crashing down. Hovering at a distance where the star was traversing 2 boundaries, Muchen activated his Insight of Light ability, remotely scanning the star. Soon, he made a discovery.
So that's how it is. Muchen realized.
This meteorite wasn't just a massive impact, its destructive power was more like that of a spacecraft-like vessel. Upon impact, the meteorite exploded, causing devastating effects. Simultaneously, it underwent a secondary transformation, revealing that there were actually beings from an extraterrestrial civilization boarding the battlefield. As far as Muchen could see, dozens of giant warriors, each nearly 3 meters tall, emerged from the meteorite's cabin. They were clad in thick armor, making their features indistinguishable, and wielded weapons of varying designs. Muchen locked onto the nearest target, and the information panel that appeared made him gasp in shock.
Star River Warband Iron Armor. Level, 140. Health, 880,000. Energy, 300,000. 5-dimensional attributes. Strength, 4,552. Stamina, 6,675. Endurance, 4,500. Agility, 1,877. Mental strength, 2,766. Skills? Weakness insight, weak resistance to fire attributes, sealed, attribute penetration. Yanji, who had returned to Muchen's soul space, shared Muchen's visual insights and immediately gasped in astonishment. How powerful is this? Even a single ironclad warrior is as strong as a low-tier world boss. Each fallen star carries a local legion of over 30 ironclad warriors. There are also several other invasive creatures with special functions truly terrifying. Is this the strength of the war cavern? It's truly incomparable to other virtual dungeons. Soon, Muchen made another discovery. Near the star, there seemed to be a prison constructed from a special energy. These Star River war clans appearing one after another are here to rescue the awakened beings trapped inside. Let's go save them. Muchen gave the order, and the two quickly gathered their energy and approached.
At the same time, within the massive prison constructed from square energy blocks, a young man with bare upper body, dark skin, and muscular build stood half-closed eyes, smirking lazily.
You bunch of ambitious fools, you never tire of this.
All you do is transport the corpses of awakened beings and drain our energy.
You can't even break into the safe zone. Ridiculous.
Humph. Suddenly, the leader, a gaunt creature standing about 1.5 meters tall, raised his left hand, and a brilliant blue-white-silver fox-like electric glow erupted from his palm, striking the young man inside the cage.
The intense pain caused the young awakened being to clench his teeth and groan in agony.
You bastard, if you've got the guts, kill me.
You bunch of useless trash.
The energy of the electric arcs continued to expand. Soon, the gaunt creature emitted a cold, hoarse voice. Citizens of Blue Star, you refuse to ally with our Star River civilization and share this galaxy.
Today, you must pay the price for your decision.
When the gates of the stars spread across the heavens, it will be the moment when the people of our Star River civilization traverse the entire galaxy. At that time, you lowly human ants will all become our slaves.
Ha!
The emaciated creature burst into a wild, unrestrained laugh. However, the next moment, his entire body was instantly engulfed by a ball of fire. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to nothingness. Before his final extinction, he let out an agonizing scream of despair, then collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of white ash. The long-haired man suddenly looked up and saw a handsome young man with angelic wings spread out in the sky, gazing down at the battlefield with a cold and sacred demeanor. The long-haired man clearly saw that Muchen's chest bore the label of an awakened one. Of course, there was also the emblem unique to students of the Forbidden Tower.
The Angel Totem. A newcomer from the younger generation of the Forbidden Tower? Such a prodigious talent has emerged? Interesting.
The long-haired man wore an expression of rare surprise. The next moment, Muchen, who stood high above, began to chant, and the dozens of Star River battle armor around him, all of whom were of high rank and immense combat power, charged toward Muchen simultaneously.
Girl, let them witness the might of the fire deity. Boom!
Yenji slowly raised one jade-like hand, and a fire totem with a radius of over a meter above her head, instantly unleashing a shower of meteor-like flames. Every flame that touched the powerful Star River battle armor swiftly melted away. Their steel-like bodies melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 100-level fire god's mastered technique, Heavenly Fire Meteor. Having unlocked a unique form tied to the old soil rules, each flame, though no larger than a palm, possessed the terrifying power to refine extraterrestrial beings. A fiery rain lasted only a dozen seconds, and over 30 powerful Star River battle armors were reduced to ashes.
Chapter 86, Controlling the Life and Death of Iron Armor? This junior is a ruthless one.
What incredible destructive power.
Is this just one segment?
The long-haired muscle man is really starting to lose his cool.
Because he realized that he couldn't quite figure out this guy in front of him.
Such power might even surpass his own.
Leave one alive.
Muchen simply gave a brief order before effortlessly flying toward the energy prison, his gaze calm as he stared at the muscular man.
Before Muchen could speak, the prisoner spoke first. The Forbidden Tower, the Qiankuan Academy, Feng Xiu.
I should be considered your senior, though if you ask me which year I joined the Forbidden Tower, I don't remember.
Muchen's eyes lit up. I actually ran into an old senior here. Can you tell me how to break out of this prison cell?
Feng Xiu shook his head with a helpless smile.
It's no use.
Even if I were at my peak, I couldn't break out of this cage. The people outside are from the Star River Legion, invaders from the Star River civilization beyond the domain. One of their objectives is to suppress and imprison the awakened beings of our human race, extracting our life essence and core energy. The higher the cultivation level of the prisoner, the more complex the rules governing their cage. The thing suppressing me contains at least 4 different types of energy.
Only an elder from the Forbidden Tower can break it completely.
Feng Xiu lowered his head, muttering to himself. Suddenly, a blindingly bright light exploded before his eyes. In the next instant, the prison cage completely shattered. Feng Xiu was completely stunned. He stared blankly at Muchen, who had finished his chant, his face filled with astonishment.
You did that? Muchen nodded calmly with a smile. It's just a trivial trick.
Senior, there's no need to be surprised. Feng Xiu blinked awkwardly, then suddenly slapped his own face to make sure he wasn't dreaming. He then sucked in a sharp breath and nodded repeatedly at Muchen.
The younger generation is truly formidable. Are all the freshmen recruited this year as strong as you?
Muchen merely smiled without speaking, then turned to the puppet captured by Yenji, restoring his serious and indifferent expression.
Speak. Why did you capture so many human awakened ones?
What is your purpose?
What are you using their life essence and energy for?
The powerful Star River battle armor before him, whose rank had reached 140, suddenly erupted with a violent aura and coldly spoke.
The stars are immortal, the Star River endures forever. Boom!
After shouting the slogan, the creature was about to self-destruct on the spot, but Muchen remained indifferent.
Did I give you permission to die?
Swish! A Mu Guang spell was cast instantly, enveloping the Star River battle armor.
The opponent, who had just completed his self-energy explosion, didn't die.
The battle armor looked completely bewildered, glanced up at Muchen, then at itself, and once again shouted the same slogan at the top of its lungs.
The stars are immortal, the Star River endures forever. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed through the air.
However, when the battle armor opened its eyes, it realized it was still alive. Everyone from the Fengshou clan was stunned, silently swallowing their saliva as they gathered around Muchen.
Little brother, how advanced is your light bathing technique? The opponent was a 140th level powerhouse, yet you managed to lock their blood with a single Mu Guang technique?
That should at least restore nearly 200,000 HP.
Muchen smiled indifferently. Today, no one can kill him unless he reveals the answer I seek. Muchen finished speaking and gave Yan-Ji a meaningful glance.
That's right, the next part is where he can't live or die. Yan-Ji, the stunningly beautiful woman, snapped her fingers. A cluster of flames descended onto the warrior's helmet, igniting from his head.
The intense pain left the warrior in no condition to maintain his dignity. He frantically rolled on the ground, writhing in agony.
While the flames consumed him, Muchen healed him. At the same time, he released the Twilight Swamp, restricting all of his movements. Feng Shou couldn't bear to watch and, with a conflicted expression, patted Muchen on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up.
You young people are ruthless.
A head that can't even be cut off leaves a scar the size of a bull. This guy is paralyzed in your hands. He's really had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes.
Muchen slightly curved the corners of his mouth. He didn't seem to mind the compliment. Stop burning him. I'll talk.
Iron Armor was on the verge of tears and surrendered immediately.
Muchen saw him give in and smiled slightly. Yan-Ji stopped her actions.
Then they saw the battle armor bowing respectfully, its helmet hitting the ground, and speaking.
We extract the life essence of awakened beings to create war puppets and launch a counterattack against your human territories.
This is part of our plan to bring about the descent of the stars.
I've told you the truth. Can you let me go?
No one noticed that Muchen's pupils had briefly flashed golden light in the previous instant, having already obtained the answer he sought.
He then spoke calmly.
If you had truly spoken the truth, we would have spared your life.
Unfortunately, you lied.
In the next instant, Yan-Ji swiftly raised her blade, and the sovereign's edge flashed brilliantly, completely shattering the war armor's head into pieces. This left Feng Shou completely dumbfounded, his mind filled with questions as he rushed over, staring in shock at Muchen.
What did you just say? He lied? How did you know he was lying? Muchen didn't explain further, speaking calmly.
Their true purpose wasn't just to invade the human race's territory, but because within the bodies of humans who had awakened during the Awakening Era, there was a code that could unlock the truth behind the destruction of the Old Earth Era. By continuously collecting bloodlines and energy from different types of awakened individuals, this so-called decoding key can become clearer.
But what exactly is this decoding key? No one knows the answer yet.
As for their motives for seeking the truth behind the collapse of the Old Earth Era, someone like him, a mere ant-level warrior, had no right to know the answer. Muchen casually waved his hand, and the bones before him instantly turned to dust, all purified and absorbed by Yan-Ji's flames, transforming into experience points. Feng Shou stood beside Muchen, looking dumbfounded, feeling like a naive freshman. Those who didn't know might have thought he was Muchen Jr., filled with awe. Who was this kid? How could he read the other person's thoughts? That was a talent reserved for top-tier prophets. Why could he do it too? But he was certified as a priest. It was utterly absurd.
Never mind.
Regardless of who he is, someone with such depth is no ordinary person. Since he's here, let's cooperate with him first and try to return to the base's safe zone as soon as possible. Muchen then glanced at Feng Shou in front of him, raised his hand, and cast 2 Mu Guang spells to help him restore his health.
Feng Shou sighed with a bitter smile. I appreciate your kindness. Helping me restore my health is already more than I could ask for.
However, my combat strength won't recover anytime soon. My body has been saturated with chaotic energy and elemental forces for too long.
If you fear I might become a burden to you, you may depart on your own.
Before he could finish, Muchen activated his chant again. The 5th tier evolved technique of the Light Bath spell, Vitality Surge.
A brilliant and sacred halo poured down from head to toe.
In just a few seconds, Feng Shou felt every cell in his body regenerate.
An overwhelming force surged wildly through every limb and bone.
All the chaotic energy and negative influences that had been imbued upon him were completely purged. He charged forward like a lion awakened from slumber, swiftly regaining his peak combat prowess. Roar! Feng Shou suddenly let out a wild, frenzied roar, sending a violent wave of energy sweeping out in all directions for nearly a kilometer, clearly demonstrating the sheer power of his strength.
Little Junior, you're a genius. I've never seen a priest as powerful as you. Are you really only at the first stage? Muchen nodded calmly. Of course, the qualification assessment of the Awakened Alliance wouldn't be wrong. I only completed 1 promotion task, but my current level is already 60.
Upon hearing this, Feng Xiu seemed to have suffered a second blow, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood.
Only level 60? Are you kidding me? You haven't even done any promotion tasks? A mere level 60 healer can cast a 5th tier healing spell instantly? Do you know that my level is nearly 100 at the peak of the 6th tier, and I still couldn't crush an entire squad of the Star River Legion as effortlessly as you just did? You're a true prodigy. Combining offense and healing with such skill is truly divine. Muchen waved his hand dismissively.
Senior, there's no need to flatter me. The urgent matter now is to get you back to the safe zone where the main force is located as soon as possible. Also, could you please tell me more about the Star River civilization? The notes provided by the Academy didn't mention anything about the Star River civilization. Also, Senior, as a peak 6th rank powerhouse, why were you imprisoned? And when were you suppressed in this battlefield area?
Feng Xiu sighed and began to explain. He had once been an elite disciple under Tan Lao, part of the batch that entered the front lines of the war caverns half a year ago. It was precisely 6 months ago that the invaders of this Star River civilization first appeared in the northeastern outer ring of the war cavern defended by the Forbidden Tower, becoming invaders within their territory. As a result, the renowned masters sent by the Forbidden Tower to suppress the crisis, along with the Imperial Army warriors assisting in defense, all threw themselves into the war against the Star River civilization. However, in just half a year, over 100,000 Imperial Army soldiers had fallen in battle. The elite students of the Forbidden Tower stationed in the nearby safe zone, along with some of the older generation of master warriors, also suffered significant losses. The total number of casualties exceeded 1,000. Many elite warriors were captured alive and seemed to have become their experimental subjects. Due to the immense pressure on the safe zone, the war cavern operation was initiated prematurely. As for the true purpose of the Star River Army, aside from what Muchen had just discovered using his mind-reading ability to uncover the enemy's deliberately concealed information, the higher-ups in the War Cave base's safe zone had also learned that these individuals had another objective. That is to collect various resources and energy minerals from the War Cave to construct what they call the Stargate. Look, those four-sided outlines up there aren't stars, they're the connection arrays for the so-called Stargate. Feng Xiu pointed to the starry sky for Muchen. Under the dazzling starlight, Muchen casually scanned the area and immediately spotted dozens of array patterns belonging to the Stargate, causing him to furrow his brows. So, those sudden meteorites, the flying vessels of the Star River Legion invaders, were transported here using the array formations of the so-called Stargate as their power source? Feng Xiu nodded solemnly. That's correct. Previously, the stronger members of our base had formed a small team to attempt crossing the Stargate and reaching the other side to investigate the truth, but none of those sent had ever returned alive. Muchen suddenly looked up at the Stargate and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. I think I know what the mission for this trip to the war cavern is. Yanji and Feng Xiu both turned to look at this man who always liked to make a splash, suddenly feeling a hint of unease. Leader, what dangerous adventure are you planning this time? Muchen said with a smile. Since no human cultivator has ever entered the Stargate before, I will be the first to take that step. Are you crazy? Feng Xiu and Yanji almost spoke in unison. Muchen shook his head calmly with a smile. Of course not, I'm perfectly calm. Just imagine this, if the Stargate truly is the headquarters of the Star River battle armor, we could gain an unimaginable advantage. We could seize the opportunity to strike at the heart of their base, destroy their nest, and eliminate them once and for all. We could eliminate the pressure from the Forbidden Tower war cavern base at its root, and no more elite warriors or master-level mentors would have to sacrifice their lives. Such a feat would be beyond imagination. Feng Xiu's eyes suddenly grew intense, and he smiled at Muchen. You really aren't afraid of death, are you? You saw clearly just now even those sent to the front lines are already at level 140. If there were elites, bosses, or even their leaders, their strength would be beyond imagination. Relying on just you alone. Muchen, however, had a completely different mindset. What's the big deal about being alone? Since I awakened my profession, I've always acted alone. Apart from this girl by my side, when have I ever relied on others? Moreover, you seem to have overlooked one crucial point. If the headquarters behind the Stargate truly possesses the power to crush everything, why haven't they been able to breach our safe zone base in half a year? Not even a single outlying war cave outpost has been captured. This alone speaks volumes. Either the Stargate is merely a passageway, and there is no headquarters base in the war cave, or the other possibility is that the boss who controls all their operations from their headquarters is restricted by certain conditions and cannot freely enter the war cave space. Since they can't come to us, we'll take the initiative and attack them. Either way, they never expected us to have such a plan. Feng Xiu stared intently at Muchen, unable to suppress a smile. You're utterly daring. Have you heard of the title 10 Direction Sovereign? With your strength, you should be able to match the 10 Direction Sovereign on the shoulders. They are the strongest among the young generation standing at the pinnacle of glory. Feng Xiu seemed ready to boast, but before he could finish, Muchen responded casually. It's nothing worth mentioning. The true heroes of this age are those who stand out today. For this world, it seemed like an unfamiliar line.
Yet it brought an unparalleled shock to Feng Xiu's heart at that moment. He saw Muchen, with his long hair flowing in the wind, walking forward, and in his pupils, a different figure flickered in astonishment. That was the strongest being he had ever seen in his life. Even within the Dragon Emperor's tower, he was a terrifying existence of unparalleled status. The man from back then seemed to share the same vision as Muchen at that moment, a grand ambition that shook the heavens and the earth. Ultimately, he had single-handedly founded the current era of awakening and prosperity of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Thinking of this, Feng Xiu quickly snapped back to reality and hurriedly ran after him. The man took a step forward, his feet seeming to be propelled by the wind, nearly teleporting to catch up.
You really plan to cause a stir? Muchen replied calmly. What else?
Feng Xiu seemed to have made up his mind, using his muscular arms to hook Muchen's shoulders with a smile.
Count me in too.
Before Muchen could speak, Yan Ji, standing beside him, extended half of her flame-covered projection, glaring at Feng Xiu with a skeptical expression.
You? Are you sure you can keep up with my boss's pace? It seems like you haven't shown any self-worth since we first met.
Feng Xiu's previously enthusiastic expression instantly fell, as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. He suddenly came to a halt, pulling out a meter-long katana from somewhere. With his bare upper body and long hair fluttering in the wind, he gripped the sword hilt tightly, not moving an inch, his gaze fixed on a point about 1,000 meters ahead of Muchen. He spoke slowly. Kid, you may be powerful, but I'm no pushover either. About 1,000 meters ahead of you, there is a Star River Legion lurking. Muchen immediately activated his insight of light skill and indeed saw the scene as described by Feng Xiu.
Then what?
Feng Xiu smiled slightly.
Watch closely. Wind's ultimate blade slash.
Feng Xiu's roar echoed loudly, but the moment he swung his sword, Muchen only felt a cold breeze pass by.
Then? There was nothing else.
The most terrifying thing is when the air suddenly goes still.
Muchen and Yan Ji both fell into silence. Is that it?
Feng Xiu's lips twitched wildly, and he let out an awkward laugh.
I forgot something important. I'm out of mana. Do you have any energy potions? Give me a few bottles. Hey! Little brother, don't leave. Wait for me. Chapter 87, One Man Can Match 1,000 Masters.
At the same time, the coordinates of Muchen and his companions were 13,000 li to the southeast. A shower of falling stars erupted with despair-inducing flames, bursting through the dazzling stargate and descending from the sky. And the target of this batch of falling stars was none other than a group of over 100 soldiers from the Eastern Dragon Empire. This sub-regiment was exceptionally powerful, with the 3 leaders at the forefront all being awakened masters at the peak of the 6th rank, over 90 in level. The 5 captains are all peak 5th rank awakened beings above level 80. The main force of the 100-man unit had an average level of over 65, making them an elite frontline unit from the war cavern. At the center of the group was a massive stone ore deposit over 2 meters in diameter. This ore deposit is highly unusual, emitting a dark golden glow, clearly an important war trophy obtained by this branch of the Imperial Army. The burly man at the front, wearing a yellow military cap, gazed solemnly at the sky and spoke slowly. The situation in the war cavern is growing increasingly dire. I recall that half a year ago, when the Star River civilization first invaded, their stargates initially numbered only 3. Each batch of falling stars would arrive on the battlefield with an interval of at least 10 days. Now, there are at least 3 to 5 batches of falling stars landing every day. If this continues, it won't be long before the 3 safe zone bases near our Imperial Army are subjected to severe attacks. The 2 6th-ranked warriors on either side, along with the deputy commander of the Legion, all wore expressions of deep concern. Suddenly, an 80th-level squad leader behind them pointed at the sky in terror. Trouble! Legion commander, this batch of falling stars seems to be heading toward us again. The Legion commander, with his sunken eyes, immediately turned pale. How is that possible? Just 3 hours ago, we eliminated a Starfall battle group that had locked onto our forces. There's no reason for them to have re-locked onto us so quickly. The 96th-level middle-aged female priestess beside him, who was at the peak of the 6th rank, spoke solemnly. Could it be that the mineral we seized attracted more falling stars to our location? Before an answer could be given, overwhelming pressure swept over them once again. Alert! Everyone down! Night Corps, support squad, form ranks and defend against the enemy. Boom! One after another, enormous meteors crashed into the ground, triggering violent shockwaves. The earth began to tremble violently. Some soldiers from the outer ranks, whose strength barely exceeded level 60, were instantly knocked back, their vital energy surging and their health plummeting. The defensive magic array rising at the center of the team began to crack and tremble rapidly. Damn it, this is so unlucky. Just as we had captured such an important piece of loot, we were targeted by a new wave of falling stars. They're clearly coming after us. 10 consecutive powerful pressure waves erupted outward. Moments later, dense clusters of Star River iron armor combat units gathered from all directions, continuously narrowing the encirclement. Among the crowd, a 6th-tier peak prophet deputy legion commander over 2 meters tall immediately began chanting a prophecy spell. Moments later, a faint light screen projected above the team, displaying a bird's-eye view of the battlefield and the surrounding area within a 3-kilometer radius. At this, everyone in the team's expressions changed drastically. The situation was dire. The energy of the 10 falling stars had intertwined to form a tightly sealed barrier array, completely trapping us all. The combat groups emerging from the falling stars were rapidly closing in, intending to annihilate us all.
Legion Commander, we must think of a way to break out quickly.
A female priestess beside him spoke solemnly. If all else fails, abandon the ore and scatter to escape. The yellow-hatted Legion commander at the front, with his deep, solemn eyes, paused for a moment before his resolute face hardened.
No. Even if we fight until the last man stands, we must not abandon this crystal.
It contains extremely important information and may hold the key to the secrets of the Stargate.
We must bring it back to the safe zone.
All troops, heed my orders.
All soldiers below level 70, immediately break formation and escort the ore back to the safe zone. Request reinforcements. Veterans above level 70 will form a rear guard, coordinating with the nightly order to draw the ironclad army's firepower.
At all costs, we must buy them time to break through.
Yes.
The Eastern Dragon Empire Army, the elite of the Eastern Dragon Empire renowned throughout the world, demonstrated their extraordinary combat prowess at this moment. After the Legion commander's orders were issued, everything became orderly and organized. No one hesitated or shirked their duties, everyone fought with all their might at their posts.
However, not long after,
the ironclad combat units, led by gaunt creatures, began to gather together. 5 magical creatures simultaneously emitted dazzling fluorescent arcs of light, focusing their attacks on the defensive patterns of the frontline knight units.
Boom!
Large cracks rapidly appeared, and the defensive array was on the verge of collapse at any moment.
This is bad. Commander, we can't hold on much longer.
The mage's lightning bolts have merged, amplifying their power and severely weakening our defensive array. The Legion commander asked coldly.
How much longer can we hold out? The knight team leader responded immediately. At most 1 minute. Damn it! All captains above level 80, gather here. Concentrate our firepower here and take out the enemy mage regiment first. Boom! Both sides engaged in an intense long-range firefight.
However, the so-called evenly matched battle was nothing more than a superficial illusion. 2 minutes later, the knight's defensive array shattered with a deafening crash. The 265th level knights at the front were instantly pierced by electrical arcs and fell dead on the spot.
No!
Seeing their comrades fall in battle, the knights erupted into furious, hysterical screams, but there was little they could do. The 5 priests in the rear ranks, despite casting healing spells with all their might and without regard for the cost, could only restore a limited amount of health.
The enemy's firepower was simply too overwhelming.
As the knights' formation collapsed completely, the outer ring of ironclad warriors closed in swiftly. Dense ranks of ironclad warriors formed a circular formation, like an iron barrel, attempting to concentrate and annihilate everyone inside. This is bad, we're surrounded. The enemy's ironclad combat unit numbered over 200, at least 1,000-strong Imperial army would be needed to break through.
The 6th-tier peak female priestess spoke with a touch of despair in her voice. True despair swept over them. The enemy's strength is too overwhelming. Fighting head-on would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Boom!
The terrifying Star River battle group continued to unleash its firepower. More and more knights fell on the front lines of the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen powerful Imperial army awakened ones had been sacrificed. The Legion commander roared in uncontrollable rage. However, the most desperate situation lay ahead. Behind the ironclad troops, machinery resembling mechs began to glow and charge, then continuously launched massive cannonballs from the sky.
Boom! Boom!
3 flying star cannons roared simultaneously, and the fiery light from the sky formed a blinding vortex of light, crashing down near the 70-man legion escorting the crystal and war spoils.
No!
Soldiers attempting to break through the outer perimeter began falling to the ground.
It's the flying star cannons. Damn it! Where did these cannon carts come from? This weapon was only ever mentioned in rumors, it had never appeared in the enemy's ranks before.
As the enemy's overwhelming firepower continued to suppress them, the team's formation grew increasingly disorganized. The Imperial army, which had once numbered over 100, lost more than 30 men in an instant.
It's over. This time, we're truly doomed. Legion commander, fight to the death. Even if we're wiped out, we'll take down this 200-man combat unit.
The tall, 6th-rank peak-level prophet roared furiously, despair shrouding every member of the Legion.
But just then, boom!
At the farthest reaches of the sky, a dazzling light suddenly erupted. One after another, ancient Earth war spirits with overwhelming power descended from the heavens. They appeared before the shattered ranks of the Imperial army.
Those are the ancient Earth war spirits. Has our reinforcements arrived?
The soldiers ceased their despair and confusion, lifting their heads to gaze at the sky. The massive war spirit totems landed and let out frenzied roars.
The terrifying pressure sent the encircling ironclad battle groups flying backward.
Instantly, the pressure on the Imperial Army's defenses was relieved.
Wonderful! The reinforcements have arrived. Soldiers in the ranks cheered and roared with excitement. The morale, which had been shattered to the point of collapse, surged back to life. Look, there's someone up there.
In the sky, behind Muchen, angelic wings shone with brilliant golden light, appearing before the soldiers of the Legion like a savior. A deep voice, mingled with inspiring authority, spoke slowly.
Muchen, the student of the Forbidden Tower, and Fengxiu have come to reinforce you.
Rolling waves of sound swept out, reigniting hope in the hearts of the once despairing Imperial soldiers below.
Everyone shouted and roared in unison. Wonderful! It's the prodigy of the Forbidden Tower. The true pillar of the Eastern Dragon Empire has arrived. What's with the wings behind that young man? They look like the angelic totems from legend. It can't be that exaggerated, can it? Are only the two of them here? Or are they just the vanguard?
The Imperial soldiers below, who had just been filled with enthusiasm and launched a full-scale counterattack, soon began to murmur. After waiting for so long, the scene of a massive army advancing hadn't materialized.
A lazy laugh echoed down from the sky. What? Do you think we're too few in number? You clearly don't know the true value of the students of the Forbidden Tower. Muchen, show them what it means for one person to be worth 1,000 soldiers. Muchen rolled his eyes at him. I'm the one doing all the work, and you're the one getting all the credit?
However, Muchen didn't hesitate and quickly began his chant. At the same time, Yan Ji materialized beside Muchen. She too formed hand seals, and behind her appeared a dazzling flame of light. This was her exclusive spatial barrier of the old Earth Order. On the way here, Muchen had already chanted the Fire Spirit summoning spell over 100 times, summoning the Fire Spirit Legion in advance and storing them all within Yan Ji's old Earth spatial realm, all for this very moment. In the next instant, a torrent of Fire Spirit warriors poured forth, descending from the sky and charging into the front lines of the battlefield, clashing fiercely with the ironclad warriors of the Star River Battle Group. How is this possible? That young scholar with angelic wings is just a priest. How could he possess such a terrifying Fire Spirit army? Does he have a hidden summoning type profession? Truly the prodigy of the Forbidden Tower, so terrifying. The 3-6 rank peak Legion commanders at the forefront were instantly filled with excitement upon seeing Muchen's Fire Spirit army descending from the sky. The previously one-sided, hopeless situation was instantly reversed by Muchen's intervention. Wow! What's going on with these fire spirits? Their strength is way too powerful. Their average level is over 100. Not only that, but the intensity of their flames seems far superior to ordinary fire attribute elements, possessing extremely potent attributes with penetration effects that are simply mind-boggling. The rescued Legion soldiers began to discuss the situation among themselves. The head-on assault between the two sides officially began with the intervention of the Fire Spirit Army. Muchen and Fengxiu descended to the ground and were immediately surrounded by several Legion leaders of level 80 or above from the core of the group. Thank you both for coming to our rescue. You're a real lifesaver. The yellow-hatted Legion commander at the front wore a grateful smile. Muchen instinctively activated his Insight of Light skill to scan the leaders in front of him. He needed to assess their strength and determine their professions to better strategize. To his surprise, what he saw left him speechless. Kong Yingjie? Muchen hurriedly asked. Does the commander recognize Kong Yinghao? The stern-faced Yellow Hat Legion commander's eyes lit up immediately. He is my younger brother and also a student at your Forbidden Tower. He is one of the most outstanding young talents in our family. Do you happen to know my brother? Muchen felt a bit awkward. This topic was too much for him to handle, so he smiled and changed the subject. I had the honor of meeting Senior Kong once and witnessed his crazy bull battle form. It was quite impressive. Boom! Before they could exchange more than a few words, it seemed that the Star River Battle Group had made new deployments. To resist the overwhelming number of Fire Spirit Legion troops closing in, over 30 ironclad warriors at the front formed an incredibly tight ironclad battle formation by merging with one another. They had separated themselves from the main battle force in the rear by a significant distance to prevent large groups of flame energy from causing widespread casualties, thereby maximizing the weakening of the Fire Spirit Legion mage's advantage. Muchen and Fengxiu were protected by the Imperial Guards in the front ranks, calmly observing the battlefield situation. As I had anticipated, these ironclad combat units were led by highly intelligent commanders, and their tactical prowess was no inferior to that of our human warriors. The only way to defeat them was with one word: kill. Just as Muchen was about to issue the order to utilize Yanji's overwhelming combat power to unleash another meteor fire rain to suppress the enemy. Suddenly, from the rear ranks of the Star River Battle Group, the newly appeared Flying Star Cannon with its extremely powerful firepower began to charge again. Legion Commander Kong Yingjie's expression changed drastically. Trouble. It's that special energy cannon again. That thing is way too powerful. It's never appeared before. Boom! The terrifying once again slammed down, leaving everyone helpless.
Just as they were about to give up, Muchen began to chant again. Rock type 6th tier evolution technique, lava barrier. Boom! The earth trembled violently without any warning.
In an instant, a towering red-hot formation nearly 30 meters high was forged. It completely enveloped all the Imperial soldiers, perfectly evading the flying star cannons aimed at the ground.
Unbelievable! This Golden Tower disciple's power is terrifying. Is he really just a priest? He can even control Earth-based defensive skills. Is this the true value of a Forbidden Tower prodigy? I've truly seen it today. No wonder I couldn't secure a spot in the Forbidden Tower during the college entrance exams. I truly can't compare. Pastor Chen, what exactly is your profession? Why is your identity still listed as a priest?
Yet you can chant such terrifying high-tier skills. The Legion soldiers who had been saved behind him cheered excitedly, growing even more awestruck by Muchen. Meanwhile, Fengshuo stood by, seemingly unnoticed, but he didn't care at all, laughing heartily.
Guys, don't treat this kid like a normal person. What's 10 directions worth?
In front of Muchen, he's just a younger brother. This kid is this year's top scholar, with the title of Flame Emperor.
As Fengshuo spoke, the entire crowd was stunned.
The 3 Legion commanders at the peak of the 6th rank were all speechless, staring at each other in disbelief.
At such a young age, he's already been granted the title of Emperor? No wonder he's so powerful. Chapter 88, Bare-Handed Star-Shattering. The Imperial Army is terrified.
However, the method of using barrier techniques to evade cannon fire seemed to only work once and couldn't solve the problem at its core. Everyone was still surrounded by a dense crowd of ironclad soldiers below, their maneuvering space constantly shrinking. Meanwhile, the powerful flying star cannons in the rear were still charging up.
Kong Yingjia's expression grew solemn once more. It's still not enough. Even with the 2 of you elite warriors supporting us, completely turning the tide won't be easy. The 2 of you, don't worry about us. Break through quickly and go to the nearby Imperial Army safe zone base to request reinforcements. That's the only way to break this deadlock.
Even if all of us perish here, this crystal stone must not fall into their hands. It is the key to unlocking the secret of the Stargate. Muchen, however, remained solemn as he pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, if the 2 of us leave, the 80 of you will be annihilated in no time. Then we'll still be unable to protect the crystal stone, and we'll have sacrificed an elite unit of the Imperial Army for nothing. Besides, since I've come here, I have no intention of abandoning any of you.
What's a few star cannons? Leave them to me.
Muchen finished speaking and suddenly soared into the sky once more. The angel wings shone brightly, and another wave of gasps echoed through the ranks of the Imperial Army soldiers.
Those are truly angel wings.
He actually possesses the angelic heritage from the ancient myths of the old lands. He is truly a prodigy of the highest order.
He's too strong.
At such a young age, he already possesses so many powerful techniques. This Muchen is truly the pride of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Similar praises echoed constantly, with everyone in the crowd gazing up at Muchen. The next moment, Muchen hovered about 30 meters above the void, chanting once more. The subsequent effects of the War Spirit Monument swiftly manifested. At the front lines of the battlefield, the 6 ancient war spirits from the old earth simultaneously gathered from the void around Muchen's body, swiftly assembling into a colossal stone elephant. A colossal armor over 10 meters tall appeared on Muchen's body, once again shocking the gathered experts.
What terrifying armor! Its defensive value had surpassed 30,000. It was simply unimaginable that such a feat could be performed by a young priest. It was truly beyond belief. Little did they know that even Fengshuo was left speechless, his gaze fixed intently on the stone colossus's armor, nodding repeatedly. This kid is constantly pushing the limits of my understanding of him. How many more tricks does he have up his sleeve?
As the crowd below gazed at Muchen with awestruck expressions, his voice echoed once more from above.
What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and act. The front troops protect the rear while the rear breaks through. Hurry!
As Muchen issued his command, the 80-plus strong legion below sprang into action. This time, without waiting for Kong Yingjie, the regiment commander, to give the order, everyone began moving in perfect unison, leaving him, the leader, to smile wryly. This kid speaks more effectively than I do as a regiment commander. Indeed, his arrival has truly brought hope to the warriors.
Yenner! Keep unleashing the celestial fire meteors.
Shatter the ironclad front lines and break their encirclement, giving our men more time to break out.
Understood. Yan Ji, in her elegant form, unleashes her powerful skill once more.
Amidst the howling wind, the dazzling celestial fire once again descends from the heavens.
Boom! Large sections of the frontline iron armor burn fiercely. Hundreds of thousands of health points plummet at a speed visible to the naked eye. This once again shocks the high-ranking warriors of the Imperial Army. Terrifying. This level of damage output, one person taking on thousands or even tens of thousands, is no exaggeration. Several squad leaders in their 80s roared with excitement. Trouble! Just then, Kong Yingjie suddenly shouted, pointing toward the sky. Muchen, brothers, get out of the way. The enemy's flying star cannons seem to have been enhanced again, utilizing the power boost from some special battle formation. Their intensity is likely only slightly weaker than a meteor shower. Hurry and get out of the way.
However, Muchen remained standing tall in the void, relying on the powerful defensive boost from the rock elephant, with no intention of leaving.
He spoke coldly. Invaders of the Star River civilization, the crystal stone is here. If you want it, come and fight me.
Not only did he not dodge, Muchen actually continued to boast, drawing even more firepower toward himself. This move left the high-ranking awakened leaders below speechless.
What's going on? Is this kid trying to die? However, boom!
A dazzling, reinforced version of the flying star cannon, with a diameter exceeding 5 meters, fired toward the sky, directly targeting Muchen's true form.
The next moment, the scene in the void once again stunned everyone. Muchen instantly activated the third skill of the rock-type skill tree. Thorn Echo. As hard as rock, it shone brightly.
At the same time, Muchen switched the buff from the Shaoxiang Academy to a defensive buff. In an instant, with multiple buffs stacked, Muchen's defense power surged past 10,000 points. He raised two massive, colossal arms and gripped the flying star cannon with all his might.
What?
All the Legion soldiers below were completely stunned. They witnessed the most awe-inspiring sight of their lives.
Shattering a star with bare hands. Terrifying. Are you telling me a level 60 priest could do this? Has the prodigy of the Forbidden Tower already reached such an otherworldly level?
The soldiers were completely dumbfounded, standing frozen in place as they stared up at the sky, doubting whether what they were seeing was real or a dream.
Awesome! This is the feeling of being able to uproot mountains with your bare hands. Who could possibly match that?
Feng Xiu, with his hair flying wildly, roared excitedly under the protection of several powerful figures, his eyes brimming with pride. At the same time, 3 6th-tier peak Legion commanders cast strange glances their way.
What the hell? While Muchen is showing off his skills in the sky, what does that have to do with you, a bystander? Why are you getting so worked up?
Speaking of which, Muchen is so powerful, why hasn't the higher-ranked Gen Tower prodigy who followed him made any moves yet?
Could he just be tagging along? Could he be Muchen's henchman?
The Legion's elite warriors each pondered these questions. Meanwhile, in the sky, the flying star cannon that Muchen had grabbed with his bare hands was once again violently thrown downward.
Boom!
The deafening explosion shattered the special mechanical turrets, which had beaming crystalline bubbles, reducing them to dust. At the same time, Yan Ji's divine fire descending from the sky made significant progress, causing large swaths of the frontline iron armor to collapse and be annihilated at the front lines of the battlefield.
Great!
Muchen, brother, the pressure on our side has been greatly relieved.
Thank goodness you're here.
Kang Yingjie and the other Legion commanders shouted loudly, but Muchen, who was already completely engrossed in battle in the void, paid no heed. He spoke with utter indifference.
It's not enough. These are just appetizers.
The battle groups of the 10 falling stars have gathered together.
Let's wipe them all out at once.
As soon as Muchen finished speaking, he actively utilized the angel wings to press forward toward the front lines of the battlefield below. A single man surrounded over 100 Star River iron armor warriors. The 3 Legion commanders, seeing this, all felt their hair stand on end and shouted in unison.
No! Come back! Young man, don't be so reckless.
However, the next moment, when Muchen chanted to summon the Crimson Flame Dragon, all the voices trying to stop him fell silent.
What the hell? Is this even human? He actually summoned an ancient earth dragon to join the battle with such ease? Even the female priestess at the peak of the 6th rank couldn't help but curse.
This woman was also stirred to excitement by Muchen. It's been years since we've seen such a prodigious young scholar. This is something the high-ranking Imperial soldiers stationed at the front lines of the War Cavern have experienced firsthand. In recent decades, the Eastern Dragon Empire had entered a relatively peaceful period of development, causing the younger generation of awakened warriors to lose their fighting spirit and gradually abandon the bloodthirsty nature of the warring era.
The sudden emergence of Muchen has once again given them hope for the Empire's revival.
This young man might truly be able to lead the entire Eastern Dragon Empire back to its former glory, when it stood atop the world hundreds of years ago. In fact, among the entire Blue Star human race, the Eastern Dragon Empire is now merely one of the 3 strongest factions. It is no longer the glorious era of hundreds of years ago when a single empire dominated and led the entire human race in brave resistance against foreign civilizations. The last leader of the Eastern Dragon Empire to stand at the pinnacle of the Dragon Emperor Tower has been gone for nearly a century. Since then, the Eastern Dragon Empire has not produced another individual capable of reaching the pinnacle of the Awakened Ones. This also provided an opportunity for other foreign powers to rise rapidly. Today, the human race is in a state of vibrant competition, with each lineage producing its own elite leaders. In this situation, the Eastern Dragon Empire has chosen to bide its time and adopt a conservative foreign policy. However, this is not the situation these fiercely loyal men desire. Deep down, they yearn to witness the Eastern Dragon Empire's return to its former glory as the pinnacle of the human race.
Yet, the figure who could usher in a new era has yet to emerge.
However, at this moment, when Muchen demonstrated his overwhelming strength, everyone began to harbor such hopes. Kang Yingjie wore a satisfied smile on his face as he turned to the tall prophet beside him and said, "Old Zhang, do you think that in another few decades, this young man named Muchen will be able to stand at such a high position? As a prophet, can you see his future destiny?" Old Zhang adjusted his glasses and shot Kang Yingjie a dismissive glance. "If you want to trick me, just say so. A prodigy blessed with such immense fortune? Even someone like Ning Shu, a 7th-rank peak prophet, would likely be unable to foresee his destiny. Regardless, we should all feel fortunate that such a figure has emerged for the Empire." In the blink of an eye, as Muchen's counterattack gained momentum, the high-ranking warriors of the Imperial Army rushed to join the battle. Large groups of Star River Battle Group soldiers were falling in droves. From the start of the battle until now, roughly 15 minutes have passed. The enemy's combat group, which once numbered over 200, has now lost more than half of its forces. In the void, Muchen, seeing that the situation was under control, immediately spoke up. "Take advantage of this opportunity and break through. Feng Sr., this task is yours. Shouldn't be a problem, right?" Feng Xiu burst into laughter. "Just wait and see, I'll show you the true power of the 10-direction sovereign." No sooner had he finished speaking than Feng Xiu slapped his own mouth with a loud smack. He gave himself away. Muchen's laughter echoed through the sky. "Don't hide anymore. I've already guessed you're one of the 10-direction sovereigns. Prove to everyone that the title of 10-direction sovereign isn't just empty talk." Feng Xiu was now under immense pressure. Muchen was showing off his skills in front of the Imperial soldiers, thoroughly enjoying himself. Now that his status as one of the 10-direction sovereigns has been exposed, if he doesn't show off his skills, the reputation of the 10-direction sovereigns will be completely trampled under Muchen's feet. Without hesitation, Feng Xiu roared out an order. "Everyone follow me. I'll lead you out of this and break through the enemy lines." He then unleashed a powerful wind attribute elemental enhancement, causing the ground to tremble beneath his feet. Like a whirlwind, he charged to the front of the Legion's rear ranks and led his team swiftly toward the southeast. Since the majority of the Star River Battle Group's firepower was concentrated on Muchen's side, the rear battlefield was almost devoid of ironclad soldiers, with only a handful appearing sporadically, each quickly surrounded and eliminated by the dozens of Imperial Legionnaires. Soon, the main force reached the edge of the encirclement. The few vanguard knights at the very front were instantly pierced through the body upon touching the hidden array barrier. "Trouble! They've set up an encircling barrier. This is bad." The female priestess at the peak of the 6th rank spoke solemnly. Old Zhang, the deputy legion commander, adjusted his glasses and pondered. "Concentrate your firepower and destroy the core of this falling star-shaped flying machine. The energy within it should be the focal point of the entire barrier formation. 10 falling stars have formed a circle, creating this fully enclosed energy loop. As long as we destroy one of the array eyes, the array's energy will leak out, and we'll be able to escape." Kang Yingjie immediately issued the order. "All units, unite. Attack this falling star together. Hurry!" As soon as the order was given, dozens of soldiers from the Legion unleashed their abilities, entering a frenzy of attacks. However, all the attacks struck the outer perimeter of the falling star and vanished without a trace in an instant. Like stones sinking into the ocean, they only stirred up faint ripples. Soon, Feng Xiu, a member of the team, spoke slowly. "Stop. It's useless. The 10 falling stars are interconnected, sharing their defensive strength. We must concentrate enough single-target damage to break through the array's output limit and complete the breakthrough." This left the entire team completely dumbfounded. "What should we do? Our strength is limited, we can't possibly do that. Let's just wait for Muchen to finish off those ironclad soldiers and come back to support us." "Spit it out. Can't you show some backbone? He saved all our lives, single-handedly holding off the entire battle group's assault, and you're still thinking about clinging to his coattails? If we have to rely on Muchen to break through, I'd rather die on this battlefield than disgrace the Empire's ruler. The soldiers of the Imperial Army are different from the students in the academy, they are all men of honor. They would rather die fighting than live in cowardly submission, relying on others for help. That's not their style." As everyone struggled internally but could do nothing, Feng Xiu stepped forward slowly, exhaling with an air of authority. "Stop arguing. Leave it to me. Among those present, aside from Muchen, only I have the ability to help you break through." After Feng Xiu spoke, the Imperial Army soldiers behind him fell into silence. Especially the 3 leaders, who exchanged meaningful glances, clearly not trusting this long-haired stranger. This guy hadn't made a single move since he appeared, and no one knew how strong he really was. However, soon, someone in the group shouted encouragingly. "This man is one of the 10 sovereigns, a top-tier prodigy of the Forbidden Tower. His strength is likely on par with that of Muchen. If he intervenes personally, he must be able to break this formation." Feng Xiu heard this and couldn't help but grimace, finding himself in a difficult position. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and break the formation. Well, what the hell?
Let's give it a try. After all, Muchen gave me the energy potion.
Whether I can make a name for myself in this battle depends on this single strike.
Chapter 89, Let's pierce this starry sky.
After speaking, Fengxiu immediately downed both bottles of potions to restore his energy, then slowly drew the rusty katana and began to gather his strength.
Boom!
Terrifying wind-attributed power swiftly gathered from all directions. At the main battlefield, Muchen also revealed a faint smile.
Is Senior Feng about to show off his skills?
I hope he doesn't mess this up this time.
Feeling the intense fluctuations of elemental energy around them, the leaders of the Legion all revealed expressions of surprise.
Even just the fluctuations in the aura were enough to shake the ground. No wonder he's the 10 Directions sovereign.
This aura is truly powerful. Windsleeve finished charging, raised his blade high, and let out a deafening roar. Wind's ultimate blade slash.
However, just as Fengxiu completed his build-up and was about to strike, his entire body began to tremble.
Trouble. It's not enough. My energy is running out. I'm going to be humiliated.
At that critical moment, he suddenly felt an incredibly clear aura awaken within his mind.
A dazzling halo appeared around his body.
At the same time, another wound technique was cast upon the falling star-shaped flying machine in front of him.
Muchen S appeared.
It continuously enhanced his skills, instantly boosting Fengxiu's combat power to its peak.
Haha, kid, you're something else. Fengxiu, owe you another favor.
After speaking, Fengxiu, who had pushed himself to the limit, swung his blade with all his might.
Slash. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as a massive blade, dozens of meters tall, sliced through the air.
It seemed as though it would tear the entire Earth apart. The blade cut through everything in its path, instantly shattering the falling star spacecraft in front of it, splitting it into two pieces.
Crack!
What shattered was not only the falling star but also the surrounding array energy that had formed a closed loop, all escaping into the void.
It's done!
The soldiers in the military formation cheered excitedly, and several leaders were thrilled beyond words. Only Fengxiu slowly turned around, looking at the disappearing figure of Muchen before him, and gave him a thumbs up.
Reliable.
Once this battle is over and we return to the Forbidden Tower, I'll give you my title as the third rank 10 Directions.
Muchen immediately responded with a remote transmission, laughing. Third place? You're kidding. If it's first place, I might consider it. Hurry! Break through the encirclement and retreat immediately.
Kongingjie let out a roar, simultaneously ordering the lower-ranked troops escorting the crystal stones to retreat first, while the few powerful warriors held the rear. Only when everyone had broken free from the encirclement did the major leaders finally breathe a sigh of relief. Kongingjie turned around first, gazing at Muchen at the front lines of the battlefield, his eyes filled with awe that defied words. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a 60th level priest could single-handedly take on a Star River battle group of 200 people. Not to mention his powerful techniques, but even in terms of supplies alone, it was something no ordinary person could endure. And he even cast so many high-tier skills it's simply unimaginable. How did he manage to do that? The female priestess standing beside him, a peak 6th tier practitioner, seemed to have the most authority to speak on the matter. But at that moment, she didn't feel inferior. Instead, she was filled with hope for the younger generation.
Just wait and see, it won't be long before this young man might change the fate of the entire Donglong Empire.
Muchen's strength can no longer be described with the word talent. He might be carrying the destiny of an entire era on his shoulders. Old Zhang adjusted his glasses and suddenly pulled his two companions back to reality.
Enough with the sentimentality. No matter how strong he is, it's his business. Our top priority now is to retreat to the safe zone of the base. Kongingjie suddenly turned to Fengxiu and asked, "What are your plans? Aren't you coming back to the base with us?"
With Muchen's strength, escaping should be a piece of cake.
Fengxiu smiled and looked toward Muchen, who was still engaged in fierce battle in the distance.
That kid said he plans to find an opportunity to sneak into the Stargate and see what the other side is like. Upon hearing this, the three leaders were once again stunned.
What? That kid is truly daring. The Stargate is a forbidden zone even masters dare not touch lightly.
Over the years, we've been dealing with the Star River civilization for so long and have never achieved any breakthroughs. We must not let him act rashly. A prodigy like Muchen, if he were to fall on the front lines of the battle cavern, that would be an irreparable loss for the Empire.
Fengxiu sighed and spread his hands helplessly. Do you think he'll listen to me? Someone like him is destined to be a leader. All we can do is follow and support him. To question Muchen's decision, we simply don't have the qualifications.
As soon as Fengxiu spoke, the several 6th-rank peak experts in front of him fell silent.
Not even a grandmaster, how could they question Muchen?
But everyone knew that this was still too dangerous.
Kongingjie sighed and said,
"Well, then let's return to the base's safe zone first and report this matter to the base commander.
Let their grandmasters figure it out. Regardless, if either of you take further action, the Imperial Army's safe zone base will fully support you." Fengxiu smiled and nodded. "Thank you. Also, if it's convenient, could you help us contact the safety zone of the Forbidden Tower?"
I was surrounded by those damned Star River warriors for over 3 months.
They probably think I'm dead.
Let's let them know I'm alive and pass on that kid Muchen's achievements as well.
Kong Yingjie burst into laughter.
Rest assured, your contributions will not go unnoticed. As he finished speaking, old Zhang suddenly released 2 spirit butterflies, the exclusive skill of a prophet, which flew toward Feng Xiu and Muchen's split body.
That's enough.
With spirit butterflies following you, once you return to the base's safe zone headquarters, we can track your location at any time and sense the situation on the battlefield around you. Take care.
Feng Xiu and the other leaders saluted, watching them depart swiftly before returning to the main battlefield.
Originally, he had planned to assist Muchen in battle, but upon looking around,
damn it, they'd been wiped out completely.
An entire 10-star combat group, over 200 140th level Star River Iron Armor warriors, were all wiped out by him alone.
Annihilation.
As if sensing Feng Xiu's return, Muchen suddenly performed a highly stylish move. In an instant, all the fire spirit puppets below exploded simultaneously. The scorching flames engulfed everything, completely incinerating all the remaining Star River warriors on the battlefield.
They evaporated into experience points, entering Muchen and Yanji's bodies.
After this battle, Muchen successfully reached level 65. Yanji beside him also reached level 110, and even the massive Crimson Flame Dragon had broken through to level 100. This was undoubtedly a significant boost in power.
I said, you kid is way too good at killing. You don't look like an angel, you look more like a demon.
Muchen gave Feng Xiu a mocking glance and said indifferently,
I like that title.
When dealing with enemy invaders, one must always act with decisive force.
Let's go down and see if there's any loot left behind.
The sky-reaching flames and sea of fire vanished as Muchen landed, returning everything to stillness. Feng Xiu followed closely behind, envious beyond words, and praised with a smack of his lips.
No wonder you're the titled Flame Emperor.
As the master of the fire god, you truly have impeccable style.
Unlike me, who can only control wind-attributed elements. Muchen smiled slightly in response. You should be following the path of the wind extreme way, right?
As far as I know, your path as an awakened being will undergo a true transformative leap in strength once you break through to the master level and shatter the 100-level bottleneck. At that point, a single swing of your sword wouldn't just shatter a mere falling star, even the gates of the heavens themselves would crumble before you.
Feng Xiu heard Muchen's praise and felt quite satisfied, but he still humbly downplayed it. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. However, if I were to truly break through my limits, the power of a single strike would be something even I cannot fathom.
That is the true pursuit of my path of extremes.
There is no such thing as a limit, one must always pursue the limit and constantly transcend oneself.
Suddenly, Muchen stopped, smiled, and nodded at Feng Xiu.
Come on, show me your strength and help me split them all open.
Feng Xiu immediately lost the arrogant demeanor he had displayed earlier, looking dejected. Please, you know as well as I do that once I unleash that strike, all my energy is depleted. You only gave me 2 potions, I can't possibly unleash a second strike.
Muchen looked speechless, then once again released the holy spring of light. The dazzling angelic glow appeared for the first time on another entity outside Muchen. The powerful healing ability instantly restored Feng Xiu's energy to full.
Terrifying. Feng Xiu was completely stunned, staring blankly at Muchen.
Dare you tell me how you did that? This is definitely beyond imagination black technology. I've never seen a single priest able to instantly restore another person's energy to full. Muchen merely smiled faintly. Peeking into my secrets is a very dangerous thing. Are you sure you want to know the answer?
Feng Xiu, upon hearing this, quickly shut his mouth in embarrassment. Although he was more than a decade older than Muchen, for some reason, whenever he was around this youngster, he felt like a younger brother. Muchen's eyes, however, were like bottomless abysses, instilling a fear that defied words. Feng Xiu dared not delve further into the topic and obediently followed Muchen's instructions. Swish! With several swift strikes, the energy seal of the array formation had completely dissipated, leaving the falling star flying machines nothing but empty shells.
Destroying them was effortless.
With a single tube of energy, Feng Xiu shattered all 8 flying devices.
Muchen activated his Insight of Light ability, scanning the area around him.
Sure enough, he spotted the energy crystal core hidden deep within. He retrieved one of the crystals, which emitted a faint glow, and examined it in his hand. No wonder I had been wondering earlier why Commander Kong and his group were simultaneously locked down and surrounded by 10 falling starcraft.
And what purpose did the crystal stone they claimed to have intercepted serve? Now it was clear.
The crystal stones are the original power source that propels these falling stars from the sky.
If my judgment is correct, this also contains the power and life essence of our human awakened beings.
Muchen finished speaking, then bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the small crystal core. Sure enough, in an instant, the previously dim glow of the crystal core erupted into a brilliant radiance.
Feng Xiu stared intently at the crystalline stone's dazzling display, speechless. Impressive. The secret that took tens of thousands of people in the major battle caves of the Donglong Empire over half a year to research was uncovered by you in an instant? Muchen remained calm.
Little did they know that his insight skill could pierce through all illusions and deceptions. The crystal core had been installed by the Star River creatures within the energy layer of the falling star chamber, existing in a fluid state. Without Muchen's top-tier insight skill, it was nearly impossible to pinpoint its exact location, let alone extract it for study. This crystalline stone, as far as I know, does not belong to the War Cave resources and naturally does not belong to our blue star. It is most likely unique to their Star River civilization.
Muchen nodded with a smile.
Therefore, this is the core of our final plan. Find a way to infiltrate the nest of the Star River army behind the Stargate, destroy their crystal inner source, and we can completely eliminate the threat of the falling star invasion. Once we succeed, the Star River civilization won't be able to set foot in the War Cavern for at least several years. All our bases and outposts in the outer ring of the War Cavern can finally rest and recover for a while.
Feng Xiu crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. But here's the problem. How do we get to the other side of the Stargate? We haven't even entered their gate yet, everything else is just talk. Even if we somehow manage to get inside, are you really that confident you can destroy their crystalline resource? Such a vital energy resource would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. By then, it won't be as simple as 10 combat groups. How many can you defeat and destroy?
Muchen, however, seemed to have anticipated this, smiling as he looked at Feng Xiu, staring straight at him.
Feng Xiu felt a chill run down his spine and took 2 steps back. What are you doing? Bring it out. Muchen said calmly. There's no point in hiding it now.
Since you've decided to team up with me, you should have no secrets from your partner. You possess an extremely special high-quality magical artifact that should be able to hide or alter your aura.
Feng Xiu was completely stunned, staring blankly at Muchen. How do you even know that? You must be cheating, right? Damn it! He can't hide anything from him?
Little did he know, Muchen wasn't entirely certain about this either. He had only just tested the waters and, using his mind-reading ability, had indeed heard Feng Xiu's thoughts echoing in his mind.
Something's wrong. I've never used the ghost mask artifact in front of him before. How did this kid figure it out?
Muchen gathered his thoughts and smiled as he reached out his hand.
Lend me the ghost mask.
This time, I'll take you straight to the heart of this starry sky. When we return to report, you won't have to dwell on pretending to be dead for 3 months just to survive. You're no longer a deserter, you're a hero from the Forbidden Tower.
Put. Feng Xiu spat out a mouthful of old blood and froze on the spot.
He felt his heart get hit 100 times harder.
Could this kid be hiding the profession of a prophet?
He even knows about the 3 months I spent hiding in that prison cell pretending to be dead.
I don't want to team up with him anymore. I want to go back to the safe zone.
This kid is more terrifying than the Star River Army.
Chapter 90, The Earth-Shattering Plan, Intervening at the Stargate.
When Kang Yingjie and his group returned to the Imperial Army's nearest safe zone base, it had been 8 hours since they parted ways with Muchen and the others.
Legion Commander, you finally returned victorious.
The Imperial Army soldiers guarding the base saluted them in military fashion. Earlier, the base had received news that Kang Yingjie's unit had been surrounded and attacked, and everyone had assumed they were doomed this time. But a miracle had occurred. Hurry, take me to see Commander Gu immediately.
I have important matters to report.
At the deepest part of the fortress base, automatic gates made of special metal slowly opened. In the high-tech command center, Gu Changkong, the base commander and a 7th-rank peak knight in full armor, swiftly led a group of elite warriors to greet them.
Great! Old Khan, I thought you were in serious trouble this time. It's truly a blessing for our Imperial Army.
Kang Yingjie, accompanied by his 2 6th-tier peak-level deputies, spoke with a look of shame on his face.
Commander Gu, it wasn't divine intervention that saved us, someone else did.
He then recounted in detail the encounter he had earlier with Muchen and Feng Xiu. In the Imperial Army command room, Gu Changkong and the other high-ranking officials were all stunned.
It was actually the prodigy of the Forbidden Tower who intervened?
But according to you, Muchen's strength is at least at the master level. Why is he still just a first-tier priest?
Kang Yingjie sighed helplessly.
This is beyond our comprehension. Commander Gu, contact the Forbidden Tower's safe zone base immediately and inform them of the situation here.
How should we proceed with the rescue operation, and what should be the subsequent deployment?
I think this should be discussed jointly by our 2 bases. Gu Changkong also nodded solemnly, then immediately ordered someone to establish a communication link channel. 5 minutes later, on the screen at the Forbidden Tower's safe zone base, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression appeared.
Level 115.
Sun Jianxuan, the head of the Forbidden Tower Battle Cave Base and a 7th-rank peak array master.
Mr. Gu, you don't come here without a reason. What can I do for you?
Gu Changkong furrowed his brows and spoke solemnly. Half a year ago, the group we sent together to investigate the Stargate intelligence, the missing prohibited tower prodigy Feng Xiu, has been found.
He is not dead. He was saved by a newcomer to the prohibited tower named Muchen. Muchen? Sun Jianxuan furrowed his brows. Little did he know that just 2 days ago, the deputy officer he had sent back to assist the new Ban Tower disciples entering the war cavern frontlines had just mentioned a troublemaker named Muchen, who didn't follow the rules. However, after entering the teleportation array, he lost contact entirely. Originally, everyone at the Forbidden Tower base had assumed Muchen had met his end, but not only was he alive, he had also retrieved the missing prodigy of the 10 directions from half a year ago. Sun Jianxuan chuckled meaningfully and pressed further. Where are they now? Kong Yingjie, standing beside Gu Changkong, immediately replied. Report. Commander Sun, Muchen just saved over 100 members of our squad, but they didn't return with us. They said they plan to enter the Stargate and try to raid the Star River Legion's lair. What? At Sun Jianxuan's side, the senior figures at the Forbidden Tower base were genuinely startled. How dare they? Don't they know their own limits? They dare to think of testing the Stargate? That's a forbidden zone where even Grandmaster-level experts could be obliterated in an instant. This is sheer madness. Seeing Sun Jianxuan's furious expression, Kong Yingjie awkwardly forced a smile, feeling a mix of anxiety and determination as he spoke. Commander Sun, there's no need to get angry. Muchen is not an ordinary newcomer. His vision, depth, and combat abilities far exceed my expectations. The three of us are at least at the peak of the 6th rank and have some influence within the Imperial Army, but compared to Lord Muchen, we are nothing. His practical combat skills are even more terrifying than those of ordinary masters. Upon hearing this, Sun Jianxuan and the few high-ranking officials from the Forbidden Tower base standing beside him all wore peculiar expressions. Is that even possible? Sun Jianxuan immediately turned to the bald-headed deputy officer who had gone to escort the newcomer back. Xiao Gao, go back again and make sure you meet Director Nailin in person. Ask her in detail about this Muchen and find out exactly who he is. The troublemaker you mentioned is probably not as simple as he seems. Additionally, the communications team, relay my orders, immediately dispatch a reconnaissance team to search for Muchen and Feng Xiu's whereabouts. Once located, bring them back immediately. If they resist, use force if necessary. Understood. Wait. As soon as Sun Jianxuan's orders were issued, old Zhang, the subservient prophet by Kong Yingjie's side at the Imperial Army base, adjusted his glasses and hurriedly said, Commander Sun, when I returned earlier, I planted spirit butterflies on Muchen and Feng Xiu. Perhaps we can use prophecy to project their current situation first before making a decision. Gu Changkong heard this and immediately urged him. You actually kept this up your sleeve? Hurry up and do it. Let's see what those two troublemakers are planning. Soon, several mages appeared in the base, collectively enhancing old Zhang's mental power, greatly amplifying the effectiveness of his prophecy technique. The projected images became increasingly clear. However, when the light screens of the two bases simultaneously displayed the first-person perspective of Muchen and the others, all the leaders were completely speechless. The figures in the footage were not Muchen and Feng Xiu at all. Instead, there were two Star River Iron Armor warriors. To make matters worse, the two of them were secretly communicating in the language of the human race, which was highly unusual. See, I told you. This ghost mask was dropped by a 160-level world boss I soloed 2 years ago. Even a high-ranking member of the top guild offered 50 million gold coins, and I didn't sell it. Muchen whispered. That's right. How could you measure the value of something like this with gold coins? Without it, you would probably already been killed by those Star River Iron Armor warriors. The camera slowly shifted, and the other leaders in the base finally realized that Muchen and his companion had used a special disguise artifact to alter their appearance and aura, infiltrating a nearby Star River battle group. These two young men are indeed no pushovers. They actually came up with this method to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Sun Jianxuan's initially angry expression gradually faded, and he instead became curious about their next move. I'll see what kind of tricks they can pull off. Meanwhile, from the first-person perspective on the battlefield, Muchen and Feng Xiu were trailing behind the rear of the Star River combat group. After rescuing Sun Yingjie and his group, the two had rushed northeastward without pause, accidentally coming across this Star River battle group. Unlike the Fallen Star battle groups they had encountered earlier, which were directly deployed for combat, these were specifically tasked with escorting human prisoners of war to the front lines of the war caves. Not far away, an energy cage identical to the one that had previously held Feng Xiu was now holding a young human awakener. As they drew closer, Muchen immediately activated his Insight of Light ability and recognized the prisoner's identity. Kong Yingjie. Such a familiar name. I remember now, he was the 10th-ranked student nationwide in this year's college entrance exams, and someone had mentioned him in the first-year high school group chat earlier. I heard he was directly admitted to the Imperial Army's elite training base through a special recruitment quota. I never expected him to end up at the front lines of the war cavern. Muchen scanned his surroundings and could tell that there had originally been more than just him as a prisoner. The others must have refused to cooperate and been eliminated, leaving him as the sole survivor.
At that moment, a gaunt Star River mage stood outside the cage, torturing him mercilessly. Speak! Where is the array eye of the safety zone base's protective array for your Imperial Army? Kang Yingji stared coldly at the gaunt mage and smiled icily. You want me to betray the Imperial Army? You're dreaming. At the rear of the battle group, Feng Xiu suddenly narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Should we intervene and eliminate them? Save this young man, he is a true hero. Muchen remained silent, his expression unchanged as he stared ahead, but he had already begun preparing to cast a skill in secret. However, at that moment, the wizard seemed to receive some special instructions. He muttered incomprehensible words in an alien language into his communication device. After a brief exchange, he ceased interrogating Kang Yingji and turned his gaze toward the ironclad figure behind him. Headquarters has sent a message. This individual is a direct descendant of a prominent family from the Eastern Dragon Empire, with a special status. He must be brought back to headquarters for a thorough investigation. Perhaps we can extract greater value from him. The ironclad leader of the combat group turned around, locked his mental energy onto Muchen and Feng Xiu, and spoke. You two, escort this prisoner into the flight pod and return to headquarters first. The rest of you, follow me to continue exploring the surrounding area and capture more human prisoners. Muchen and Feng Xiu exchanged a quick glance, secretly rejoicing, and immediately sprang into action. Having been assigned this lucrative task, Muchen and Feng Xiu could now approach the prisoner with minimal risk, eliminating the need for unnecessary confrontation. From the base's perspective, when the Imperial Army and the high-ranking officials from the Forbidden Tower saw that Muchen and Feng Xiu had indeed managed to sneak into the flight pod, they all wore amused expressions. Interesting. This young man named Muchen is quite clever. He has actually been given an opportunity by the two of them. As Sun Jianquan finished speaking, a high-ranking official at the peak of the 6th rank beside him spoke solemnly. But sir, the Stargate is not something that can be compared to ordinary energy arrays. They are still human life forms. If they accidentally trigger certain advanced mechanisms, they will be discovered immediately, leaving us in a dire situation. Sun Jianquan paused for a moment before responding. Discussing this now is pointless. All we can do is gather as much valuable intelligence as possible from their perspective. For instance, this return capsule has never been seen before. We should use this opportunity to investigate what kind of world lies beyond the Stargate. As for whether they are alive or dead, it is up to fate. Even if they perish within the Stargate, they are still members of the human race and immortal heroes of the Eastern Dragon Empire. This general will report their achievements truthfully. Upon hearing Sun Jianquan's words, the others fell silent. Moments later, the spacecraft's hatch slowly closed. Overwhelming energy surged forth from beneath the spacecraft, propelling it upward like a high-tech star warship, swiftly heading toward the Stargate. At that moment, the sky had grown pitch black, marking an unusually long night on the front lines of the war cavern. It must be noted that the time rules within the barrier surrounding the war cavern differed significantly from those of Blue Star. It took half a month for a complete night to descend. Most of the time, it was daytime, with occasional bizarre scenes of black and white appearing simultaneously. However, whenever stars and daylight appear together in the sky, it is almost always the time when the starfall plan is activated. Such a beautiful celestial phenomenon also brought immense war-related pressure. Therefore, the human warriors stationed at the front lines of the war cave rarely have the opportunity to freely admire the magnificent scenery above the sky, as Muchen and Feng Xiu are doing now. What a beautiful starry sky. I never expected there to be over 100 stargates already. In just half a year, the Star River civilization has developed too quickly. Feng Xiu continued to speak in human language. Within the prison, Kang Yiji suddenly opened his eyes in disbelief, staring intently until Muchen on the other side spoke lazily. No matter how beautiful the starry night may be, it does not belong to our human race. Any enemy must be destroyed. Kang Yingji sucked in a cold breath and hurriedly said, You two are not Star River iron armor. A flash of light swept past, and Muchen and Feng Xiu simultaneously shed the illusory masks that had been disguising them, revealing their true forms. You're Muchen. The titled Flame Emperor, the top scholar Muchen. Kang Yingji recognized Muchen's identity at a glance. He would never forget that day when Muchen, the Flame Emperor, appeared, and how shocked he had been. He never imagined that not only would he see the top scholar in person at this moment, but he would also be accidentally saved by Muchen. Kang Yingji, trapped in the cage, immediately bowed his hands toward Muchen. I am also a college entrance exam candidate from the same year as you. I have heard of your fame and have always admired you. Finally, I get to see the real person today. Feng Xiu, standing beside him, scratched his nose and glanced at Muchen, seeming a bit uneasy. After all, in the era before Muchen appeared, the 10-Direction Sage was the pinnacle of scholars within the Forbidden Tower. Anyone who appeared would be a sensation that captivated the entire crowd. But for some reason, all Feng Xiu had seen along the way were people fawning over Muchen. Instead, his own status had been completely overshadowed. Even this obscure college entrance exam classmate showed such respect toward Muchen, making him feel extremely jealous.
You know the top scholar? Do you even know he's still my junior in the Forbidden Tower?
He tried to boost his own status, but Kong Yingji merely gave Feng Shou a polite bow before ignoring him and continuing his conversation with Muchen. The flight cabin where the three of them were located had no one else inside. The entire spaceship, aside from the flight cabin, only had a mage and an ironclad warrior in the front cockpit. This allowed the three of them to speak freely. After a moment, Muchen suddenly sensed the energy waves around them beginning to stir and immediately made a shushing gesture. Be careful, we're about to enter the Stargate. What lies behind this, no one can say for certain. If we detect any traces of our human lineage, don't hesitate, launch a counterattack immediately.
Kill as many as you can.
If the situation is relatively safe, stay calm and wait for my orders.
Kong Yingji responded immediately. Understood. We'll follow Master Muchen's orders.
Chapter 91, Moonstar Base, withstanding tons of damage and stunning the elders. Muchen suddenly recalled the Mad Bull battle form he had used during his previous battle with Kong Yinghao and hurriedly asked,
"Have you cultivated your family's battle form?" Kong Yingji nodded immediately.
Of course. He suddenly waved his hand, and a small calf about a meter tall appeared beside him. It looked around left and right with an innocent and harmless expression, completely harmless.
Muchen and Feng Shou were immediately exasperated. Such a tiny thing? What good is it?
However, Kong Yingji quickly added with a smile.
Please don't laugh. Don't underestimate this little thing. Its attributes are far from ordinary.
It has a full 800,000 HP and over 50,000 defense points.
Muchen was taken aback. Are you sure? Kong Yinghao should also be your elder brother from the same clan, right?
I've personally experienced his Mad Bull battle form. It's over several dozen meters tall.
Its attributes don't seem any higher than yours. Kong Yingji laughed.
That's because Brother Hao is from a collateral branch of the Kong family, while I am from the main branch. Therefore, the combat body I cultivate has far superior potential compared to his Mad Bull. That's why, even though my battle body is still in its juvenile stage, its attribute strength can match his at its peak.
Muchen couldn't help but sigh wryly, feeling a mix of emotions.
Indeed, even in this world, one cannot escape the inherent advantages brought by bloodline. Good. With this little calf around, I can ensure your safety. When Muchen spoke these words, even Feng Shou was completely baffled. He couldn't understand how a single battle body could give Muchen such confidence.
However, at that moment, boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Overwhelming energy surged forward, causing the entire spacecraft to tremble violently from the inside out.
Outside the windows, dazzling points of light, as bright as stars, swiftly moved backward, as if they had entered in vast, boundless cosmic space.
Feng Shou's expression changed abruptly as he exclaimed, "Is this the interior of the Stargate?"
No wonder even master-level experts would be obliterated if they dared to enter. It's connected to a temporal rift leading to the greater cosmos. It seems that the Stargate is the passage connecting the two realms. The Star River civilization base we are about to reach has completely broken free from the War Cavern's barrier.
This is going to be troublesome. Feng Shou's concerns were not unfounded.
Because this meant that once Muchen and the others entered the enemy's lair, escaping unscathed would no longer be so straightforward.
This is a complete divide between two worlds. Muchen tried to reassure them. Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. We'll play it by ear. With me here, the two of you don't need to panic.
At that moment, at the safe zone base, the command centers of the Imperial Army and the Forbidden Tower base were left speechless upon witnessing the scene inside the Stargate.
As expected,
our previous judgment has been confirmed once again. The Stargate is indeed a teleportation channel connecting the two realms.
However, we never imagined that the Star River civilization would possess the capability to open such a vast cosmic space channel.
The civilizational level required is extremely high, and the energy resources needed are beyond imagination. With our current capabilities on Blue Star, opening even 100 such stargates is virtually impossible.
And this clearly isn't the full extent of the Star River civilization's capabilities. It's likely just one of their outposts in their larger cosmic battlefield.
It seems our enemies are far more powerful than we imagine. Gu Changkong spoke, then turned to Sun Jianquan on the other side of the screen and said, "Mr. Sun, I believe we should immediately compile this information into a report and submit it to the Empire's 4 major institutions. The elders in the Dragon Emperor Tower will likely be very interested in these discoveries."
Sun Jianquan nodded solemnly. Let's hope the situation isn't too dire. Otherwise, our outposts on the front lines of the War Caverns will likely be the first targets of the Star River civilization's attacks. It must be said that Muchen and his team truly deserve the credit for this. They helped us obtain such crucial information in advance.
Moments later, the temporal and spatial turbulence began to subside, and a completely new scene came into view. At the edge of the vast, pitch-black cosmos lay a planet shimmering with a faint grayish-white glow. Gu Changkong and Sun Jianquan both looked stunned, responding in unison.
It's the Moon Star.
It turned out that the base of the Star River civilization had been established on the Moon Star.
With a deafening roar, another deafening explosion erupted as the spacecraft landed steadily.
Facing the vast and imposing base on the surface of the Moonstar, Muchen couldn't help but gasp in awe, his heart filled with awe. After all, he was a person who had traveled here from the Blue Star in his previous life and was well acquainted with the Moonstar. Feng Xiu and Kong Yingji, standing beside him, were already speechless at the sight before them. It was hard to believe that this was the base of the Star River Army. How could it be so vast? There were at least 10,000 Star River warriors gathered here. It was terrifying. Almost every ironclad warrior was over level 100. If such a large force of Star River legions were to simultaneously descend into the war cavern, it wouldn't take long before the entire war cavern was completely overrun. After Kong Yingji finished speaking, Feng Xiu snorted derisively. The battle cave isn't as simple as you think. While 10,000 ironclad warriors are indeed powerful, they can only threaten the outer ring of the battle cave at most. The core regions of the central domain and beyond hide unimaginable horrors. These are things even the Muchen database hasn't heard of, clearly indicating that Feng Xiu knows more than him.
Master Muchen, what should we do next? It seems like these people are going to capture me and take me back. Muchen spoke calmly. Don't worry.
Once they get closer, I'll draw their fire. Feng Xiu, open the energy cage and follow the method I taught you.
Then, take Kong Xiong and seize this spaceship. It's our only chance to survive. After Muchen issued his orders, Feng Xiu and Kong Yingji both stared at him in astonishment. Are you kidding me? This isn't a battle arena, brother.
This is the Moonstar base of the Star River Army.
On their territory, you dare act so brazenly? Aren't you afraid of provoking some forbidden existence that could crush you on the spot? Muchen didn't bother explaining further, snorting coldly. Stop wasting time. If you don't want to die, follow my orders.
After speaking, Muchen's gaze swept sharply around him as he began to chant. 8th tier evolved technique of the light bathing art, divine sovereign contract. A brilliant, dazzling totem slowly descended. Muchen and the small bull-like war god by his side completed the contract binding, granting him a shared blood pool of his entire 800,000 HP. Combined with the 3-tier body reinforcement from his black armor, the blood volume boost from the unranked divine artifact helmet, and the blood volume enhancement from the exclusive buff provided by the Shaoxiang Academy, Muchen's blood volume surpassed 1 million. His defensive strength also broke through the 150,000 mark.
Invaders!
The dozens of Star River Iron Armor combat units responsible for handing over prisoners quickly noticed something amiss and locked onto Muchen and his two companions. At that very moment, Muchen took a step into the void, his angelic wings supporting him as he hovered 30 meters above the ground, letting out a wild laugh.
My name is Muchen, a student of the Eastern Dragon Empire. I have come to your Star River base for a visit. How arrogant was that voice? Yet it also revealed Muchen's defiant and domineering aura as he coldly looked down at the growing number of battle groups gathering below. However, these were not the core factors causing Muchen to feel pressure. Soon, he sensed a dangerous aura. Sure enough, behind the battle group, several mages immediately activated defensive arrays. Moments later, countless laser cannons buried deep within the base's old soil slowly emerged, simultaneously locking onto Muchen's position from all directions. Boom! Dozens of silver-white laser arcs struck Muchen simultaneously, emitting a dazzling silver halo. With 1 million hit points, Muchen lost 150,000 hit points in an instant. His remaining health continued to drop by the second. What are you still standing there for? Break out immediately! Muchen roared downward, finally breaking the stunned stares of Kong Yingji and Feng Xiu. Little did they know that it wasn't just the two of them. The true ones left in all were the high-ranking figures at the War Cave Safety Zone base. What about a 6th-rank peak expert? What about a 7th-rank grandmaster? Who could match Muchen's current courage and strength? A single individual simultaneously drawing nearly 100 laser cannons from the enemy's side, yet not being instantly killed. And still managing to hold on for dozens of seconds. A prodigy. A rare prodigy indeed. Gu Changkong stared at the screen, completely speechless. No wonder old Kong and the others have been praising this Muchen so highly, even saying that he, a mere first-rank priest, saved all of you. I was initially puzzled, but now it's clear that this young friend Muchen is truly extraordinary. But if he's so powerful, why is he only at the 1st rank? Old Zhang adjusted his glasses and smiled faintly. Perhaps he didn't have time to complete his promotion tasks before participating in the college entrance exam and achieving such rapid success. This interpretation seemed utterly unbelievable to others, but it did explain Muchen's growth trajectory. That's right. Since he first showed his talent, he's practically risen to the top in one go. He didn't even have time to catch his breath or rest before being sent to the front lines of the battle cavern. Who would have time for such trivial matters? After all, the promotion task required defeating a world boss, which at least needed a 1 to 2 month waiting period. But for Muchen, even a week is a significant leap in strength. He doesn't have the habit of standing still. That is why he is now able to dominate the battlefield and reign over the Star River base as a mere priest.
Sun Jianxuan, on the other side, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with hope as he stared at Muchen.
Good boy. The surprises you bring me are getting more and more exciting.
The deputy officer beside him, a warrior at the peak of the 6th rank, was completely baffled and asked urgently,
Sir, what method is this kid using? How could he possibly have such astonishing defensive power? Over 100 Aurora cannons, even a master-level expert would be instantly melted. Yet he is still holding on. It's been 1.5 minutes, and he's still not dead.
Sun Jianxuan snorted coldly.
You're just a warrior, how could you possibly understand the mysteries of a priest's profession? Besides, do you really think someone as extraordinary as him is just a single-class character?
If my judgment is correct, the high-tier divine technique he just chanted should be similar to a bloodline symbiosis contract. The Kong family, as one of the 10 great clans of the Eastern Dragon Empire, boasts legendary inherited battle bodies renowned for their extraordinary survival capabilities. If my guess is correct, Muchen must have bound a contract with that little cow, gaining access to its panel attributes, sharing life and death with it. Combined with Muchen's own exceptional priestly skills, his Mu Guang technique's healing output is already on par with a master's, which is why he managed to maintain a balance in his health and avoid being instantly killed.
Sun Jianxuan's summary is largely correct. However, what he doesn't know is that Muchen's methods for restoring health are far more complex than just the Mu Guang technique.
His true reliance is the Angel Totem's Holy Spring Divine Technique, which directly converts light energy into his own health and energy. Even the light energy reserves of the Angel Totem, currently at level 1 mutation, which should last 90 minutes, had already consumed 1/3 of its total reserves in just 1 minute. There was no way around it, this place was simply too dangerous. With over 100 laser cannons in those battle groups exceeding level 100 attacking in unison, even Muchen, with his exceptional durability, was burning through resources at an unprecedented rate.
This won't do.
If we keep this up, my light energy reserves will be depleted right here in the enemy's base, which will be extremely dangerous.
If I can't even use the angel wings, it'll be nearly impossible to survive.
Muchen glanced down below, then made up his mind.
He no longer passively defended but looked down and asked, How much longer will it take you to? A loud bang.
At the same moment, Fengxiu broke free from the energy cage and muttered,
How did you manage that? This cage is so sturdy. But when I saw you open my cage earlier, you just moved your fingers and it was done.
Kong Yiji, having broken free from his confinement, laughed.
The top scholar is not someone we can fathom.
His true strength is beyond our comprehension.
Fengxiu shot him a glance and scolded him impatiently. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and start the ship.
Moments later, Kong Yiji entered the cockpit, studied it briefly, and quickly mastered the ship's controls.
It was actually quite simple, just a few buttons.
Once you learned how to activate the energy of the crystal stone, you could start it up.
It wasn't much different from an electric car on Blue Star. Lord Muchen, it's ready to go. We can take off at any time. Muchen responded immediately upon seeing this. You go first.
Feng Sr., give him your ghost mask and disguise yourself as the Star River Iron Armor to wait at the exit of the Stargate.
Kong Yingji was completely taken aback and hurriedly shouted. You two experts, you can't be so reckless. This is the Star River base. There are over 10,000 enemy troops here. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. This time, we've already gained a lot by finding their base. As long as we can get this spaceship back, it's still a major achievement. Staying here is a dead end. Muchen laughed. Stop wasting time. Follow orders.
If you're afraid of dying, we wouldn't have come here in the first place. After Muchen finished speaking, the wind sleeves below also burst into laughter, using the wind attribute enhancement to rise into the air alongside him. Embarrassingly, he could only rise to a height of 10 meters off the ground, which paled in comparison to Muchen's angelic wings. To make matters worse, his failed attempt to show off was noticed by the base leaders who had been watching him. Several high-ranking officials from the Forbidden Tower base, standing beside Sun Jianxuan, burst into laughter.
That kid Fengxiu, I knew he wasn't that easy to kill.
Another high-ranking official nodded in agreement.
That's right.
Among the Ban Tower students of his batch, this kid was one of the top 3 prodigies. However, due to his unique abilities, few truly understood him. Having him stay by Muchen's side to help might just create a miracle. Sun Jianxuan suddenly turned to his 2 aides and asked with a faint smile.
What miracle are you referring to? The 2 aides froze. Sun Jianxuan, however, laughed heartily. There's no need to hide it, I understand what you mean.
Perhaps this time, Muchen truly has the potential to create a miracle. They seem to have made up their minds to put on a grand spectacle.
I'm actually looking forward to them turning the entire Star River base upside down.
When that happens, I'll personally commend them.
Chapter 92, Meteor Fire Heavenly Star, 3,000 Iron Armor Destroyed.
Watching Kong Yingji pilot the spaceship out of the battlefield crisis, Muchen finally exhaled in relief and immediately summoned Yanji.
Those laser cannons below are yours to handle.
As he spoke, Muchen quickly began to chant.
Fire Attribute 4th Tier Evolution Technique, Sovereign's Blade. A flame-like blade nearly 3 meters long merged into Yanji's hands.
The stunning crimson figure vanished instantly, appearing on the battlefield ground before sweeping the blade horizontally.
Boom! A deafening roar.
A flame blade over 100 feet long swept out in a crescent shape, obliterating hundreds of laser cannon devices in a single strike, relieving Muchen of immense pressure.
What?
Below, Fengxiu, who was still competing with the soaring figure in the sky, was completely stunned by Yanji's casual gesture.
I told you, Muchen, your summoned spirit is so terrifying.
A single move of yours can match 10% of my slash's effect. Before Muchen could respond, Yanji, who was nearby, heard the voice and turned her head to give Fengxiu a cold, disdainful glance, completely disregarding him.
Here's a look of contempt for you. Figure it out yourself. Don't waste any more time.
This is just the outermost perimeter of the base where prisoners are handed over.
At most, there are 5 combat units stationed here. Let's finish this quickly.
Eradicate them, penetrate deeper into the base, and see if we can locate their crystal or source. If we find it, we'll strike it rich.
After Muchen issued his orders, Fengxiu drew his katana and joined the battle. Boom!
Muchen and Fengxiu charged forward, one in the sky and one on the ground, relentlessly advancing. Over 100 members of the 5 combat groups, all 100-level ironclad warriors, were completely wiped out in just 3 minutes. At the base, hundreds of observers from 2 major bases had gathered beside the light screen.
The high-ranking officials present all wore expressions of shock. Too powerful. Is this the true strength of the Forbidden Tower disciples?
No wonder the Forbidden Tower boasts that it only recruits prodigies. Ordinary youths have no chance of even touching that mysterious and enigmatic Supreme Academy. It seems the reputation is well deserved. But I heard that Muchen came from an ordinary family.
How did he qualify for the Forbidden Tower's special recruitment? That's obvious. He's the first-place scholar in history. Do you know what special recruitment means?
It's reserved for geniuses like him who can defy fate and rewrite history.
Are nobles and generals born with a special lineage?
Such titles only hold meaning for someone like him.
That's right.
Only by breaking through the constraints of bloodlines with sheer strength does one deserve to be called a prodigy.
Ding! Congratulations, your level has been upgraded to 66.
After absorbing this portion of experience, Muchen's face curled into a faint smile.
Not bad.
It's still more satisfying to grind monsters in a place like this, with no need to hold back.
Everyone in sight is fair game.
Muchen then flew down, grabbed Fengxiu by the collar, and dragged him along the ground at a height of 50 meters, moving swiftly. In the raging wind, Fengxiu looked like a wild chicken being held by an eagle. With his long hair fluttering in the wind, his strands constantly slapping against his face, he looked utterly disheveled. All the swagger was on Muchen's side, while Fengxiu, once a legendary demon of the Forbidden Tower, looked like a lowly henchman.
Please, can you just put me down? I'll follow you on foot, isn't that enough?
Fengxiu was on the verge of tears. At that moment, neither he nor Muchen were aware that someone had been watching them from behind the scenes. If Fengxiu knew that his current expression was being recorded on the screens of the powerful figures watching the live feed, he would probably be so ashamed that he would throw himself to his death below.
Stop complaining.
We don't have a flying device, nor are we protected by the ghost mask. We'll be exposed throughout the entire base soon.
We don't have much time left. Let's do as much as we can. Fengxiu couldn't help but curse. Then why the hell did you give the ghost mask to that kid? That guy surnamed Kong doesn't look trustworthy at all.
If he flies back on his own flying vehicle, you'll be crying and can't even find the right words to cry.
Muchen merely smiled without responding.
From the moment he first saw Kongingji, he had felt that the man was reliable and absolutely trustworthy. As they flew, both of them were experiencing an overwhelming sense of shock.
Damn it, the Xinghe lineage is so ambitious. They've already cultivated such a large-scale base space. 10,000 ironclad troops are far from their core strength. What is truly terrifying is that these various types of mechanical weapons, including those with superlative power like flying cannons, have been produced in nearly 10,000 units. If they were to transfer all their resources to the front lines of the war cavern using the starfall technique, it would be an unimaginable disaster. Muchen and Fengxiu grew increasingly alarmed as they watched.
Little did they know that on the other side of the Arctic light barrier, the high-ranking officials in the safe zone were also watching with horror.
Gu Changkong sucked in a cold breath and murmured, "This kid's infiltration behind enemy lines is getting even more valuable. Without them, how could we possibly know such a crucial secret?
The threat posed by the Xinghe lineage far exceeds our imagination. They must be elevated to the list of high-level dangerous civilizations." Little did they know that at the same time, on the 9th floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower, Wei Lao was chatting with several mysterious masters from within the tower. Ning Shu suddenly walked in, bowed slightly, and reported to him. "Master Wei, news from the War Cavern frontline. Muchen has entered the Stargate and infiltrated the headquarters of the Star River civilization, obtaining the latest intelligence for us."
In just 3 minutes of explanation, Wei Lao's expression changed repeatedly before bursting into laughter. The hearty laughter echoed throughout the ninth floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower, causing it to tremble slightly. I knew it. The young man I chose won't let us down. Ningshu asked with a hint of satisfaction on his face. Should we report this immediately, Old Wei? Old Wei suddenly raised his hand. No need. Let's wait and see. The real show has only just begun. The news from the War Cave front lines will keep shocking you. In my judgment, Muchen, that kid, will probably cause a stir before he'll come back. Notify Gu Changkong, and also Sun Jianshuan and the others. Share the prophecy technique's projection perspective with all the Eastern Dragon Empire outposts at the War Cave front lines. I will use this battle to make Muchen truly famous throughout the empire. I will forge him into the new benchmark for this generation of the Donglong Empire. Ningshu smiled once more and bowed. Understood, I'll handle it immediately. After the Grandmaster Ningshu departed, the few renowned elders within the tower turned to Wei Lao with smiles and asked, Is he the top scholar of this year's examination? The one with the title Flame Emperor? That young man is quite interesting. I had the honor of meeting him briefly before. That's right, it's him. Wei Lao, are you planning to take him as your disciple? Wei Lao shook his head with a smile. I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications for that. Muchen's rise has been faster than I imagined. Our Donglong Empire has been dormant for centuries. Perhaps it will be in this era of Muchen's rise that we will reclaim our rightful status and influence. Several renowned elders revealed expressions of shock. What does Master Wei mean? The old man smiled and nodded. Exactly. I will help him build his reputation and influence, and the scattered fortune of our Eastern Dragon Empire that has been dispersed for hundreds of years. 100 years ago, the human emperor of the Eastern Dragon Empire fell, and the fortune that had been gathered around him was completely dispersed. As a result, over the past century, the Eastern Dragon Empire has failed to live up to its former glory among the human race and is no longer recognized as the leader revered by all. Now, major foreign powers are constantly producing new 8-rank awakened individuals who have broken through successfully, causing significant damage and pressure to our Eastern Dragon Empire. The borders are being constantly eroded and devoured, with their eyes set on our resource veins. Do they really think the Donglong Empire has no backbone? They seem to have forgotten that hundreds of years ago, it was the powerful awakened beings of a certain human lineage who led them to sweep across the outer realms. It was their efforts that allowed them to find a place to settle. Now, with no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys claim to be kings. It's not just me, the old guard on the tower have also reached their breaking point. This generation of the chosen ones has yet to emerge, and we don't know if Muchen can grow strong enough to reach such heights. The few renowned elders present each sighed deeply. A human emperor isn't something that just appears out of nowhere. Only those who reach the pinnacle of the Dragon Emperor Tower are worthy of becoming the supreme leader revered by all branches of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Muchen may be strong, but he is merely a priest. Wei Lao hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt. Soon you will understand that priest is the least notable label on Muchen's body. The Eastern Dragon Empire will come to re-evaluate this earth-shattering young man. And the opportunity may lie in this battle under the stars. Wait. Slow down. I think I've discovered something. As Muchen dragged Fengxiu like a dead dog, flying deeper into the base, Fengxiu suddenly felt an overwhelmingly scorching force surging through his body. Muchen looked down and saw that Fengxiu's left arm was covered in dense, mysterious runes, glowing with a dark golden light. These had never appeared before, but now they showed signs of reawakening. Could this be the bloodline seal? Yan Ji immediately transmitted her thoughts to Muchen in his mind. What does this mean? Muchen, encountering a knowledge gap, asked decisively. Yan Ji replied. In simple terms, the bloodline within this individual is highly unusual, and the seal was imposed to suppress this power. Once the seal is broken, he will become a terrifying entity completely beyond control. As for what exactly is sealed within him, we currently have no way of knowing. It could be a simple bloodline inheritance, or it could be a forbidden ancient earthborn spirit sealed within his physical form. Of course, the rarest possibility is that some kind of mystical treasure is directly sealed within him. The greatest advantage of sealing it using these runes is that outsiders cannot easily detect it. In any case, this young man must have even greater secrets. Otherwise, do you really think he deserves the title of 10 Direction Sovereign just because of that broken sword that withers away with a single swing? Muchen couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. All right. If he truly has other abilities, I don't mind giving him a chance to shine and show off, as long as he can prove his worth. He snapped back to reality and looked down at Fengxiu, asking, What did you discover? Fengxiu replied solemnly. Beneath this area lies a powerful crystalline mineral vein. If this base truly has the concentrated crystalline or veins you mentioned, the source must be right here. Fengxiu spoke with unwavering certainty. His usually carefree and reckless personality rarely used such a serious tone. Muchen hesitated not a moment before activating his insight of light. Sure enough, he discovered an astonishing concentration of crystalline energy piled deep within this earth vein. Senior, you were right after all.
This is most likely the source of the crystalline or vein. Muchen slightly raised the corners of his mouth, then suddenly let go, sending Fengxiu plummeting into the base below. He then roared into the void around him. "Quick, someone come! There's an intruder trying to steal your crystal ore." Fengxiu, who had been thrown into the crowd below, was completely dumbfounded. That innocent expression was like being stabbed in the ribs by your best brother. "You bastard, Muchen! I treated you like a brother, and you treat me like fish food, ha!" In an instant, vast hordes of combatants surged out from the depths of the Earth's veins. Originally, these ironclad battle groups hidden within the falling star were in a standby state, concealed beneath the black sand on the surface along with the crystal and mineral veins. Without Fengxiu's warning earlier, even if Muchen hadn't activated his insight skill, it would have been extremely difficult to detect the location of the veins. After all, such precious foundational materials would never be left exposed. Originally, Muchen was still pondering whether this was just one of the mineral sources. When he saw hundreds of battle groups emerging simultaneously below, he finally broke into a smile. Over 100 battle groups, more than 3,000 ironclad soldiers. There was no mistake, they were the forces guarding the crystal or source. At that moment, at the safe zone base, all the frontline bases under the Eastern Dragon Empire shared old Zhang's prophecy projection screen, witnessing Muchen's first-person perspective of the current situation. Upon seeing the countless ironclad soldiers swarming in dense formations, everyone sucked in a cold breath. It's over, it's over. They've brought out so many ironclad soldiers at once. The two of them are finished this time. What a pity for Muchen, the once promising prodigy. To meet such a tragic end is truly tragic. Given time, he would have become an unparalleled figure. Before the light screens, the high-ranking officials felt a mix of regret, anger, and despair. Only the leading masters remained silent, staring intently at Muchen, convinced that he had more tricks up his sleeve. Just then, Muchen laughed again. "Interesting. Over 3,000 people. Wiping them all out at once should let me skip straight to level 70. That'll be a blast. Something's wrong. He's created so many enemies at once, yet Muchen isn't running away, he's still laughing. What's he up to?" Kang Yingjie was dumbfounded, unaware that Gu Changkong standing beside him was even more excited. "Just wait and see. This kid must have a backup plan. He might even give us a big surprise." Just then, Muchen pulled out the exquisite walking stick his uncle had forged for him, and with an incredibly solemn posture, he raised his head and began to chant. "To the descendants of the Star River lineage, this is your welcome gift. Accept it with a smile." As he looked down at the densely packed ironclad soldiers, Muchen used the simplest method to gather the originally scattered 3,000 enemies into an incredibly concentrated area. And this was his true purpose. Roar! Muchen first issued a command, and the ancient frog emperor suddenly descended from the sky, landing with a thud in the exact center. It opened its blood-red maw and swallowed Fengxiu, who was about to be torn to pieces by the ironclad soldiers. Then, with a great leap, it flew out of the center of the battlefield. Now! Fire Attribute 8th Tier Evolved Divine Technique, Meteor Firestar. Boom! In an instant, the deepest part of the dark night sky seemed to tear open a massive gap, from which a gigantic flaming star slowly emerged, spanning the entire sky. Its diameter exceeded nearly 10,000 meters. It truly resembled a meteorite constantly expanding in size, hurtling toward the base. From the perspective of those gazing upward, the overwhelming pressure of the flaming meteor star engulfed the entire starry sky. It was comparable to the forbidden summoning technique, completely terrifying everyone. How is this possible? Is this a skill a priest can unleash? A technique with power rivaling forbidden spells. So Muchen intended to destroy the entire crystalline or deposit with a single strike. This kid truly has a mind-blowing strategy. Unbelievable. As the prodigy of the Forbidden Tower generation, I'll call Muchen the strongest. What kind of skill is this? It's almost capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. At that moment, the thousands of Eastern Dragon Empire warriors at the front lines of the battle caves before the light screen were completely stunned by this earth-shaking spectacle. This was the first time Muchen had ever unleashed his strongest fire attribute summoning technique in front of the world. It is also the strongest area of effect attack he can currently unleash. There is no equal. Meteors from the heavens descended upon the world in the most ferocious form of starlight, reducing anything in their path to ashes. Boom! Massive flaming stars crashed heavily onto the ground. In that instant, the crystalline or source below, spanning nearly 10,000 meters in all directions, completely shattered. With a single strike, over 3,000 Star River Iron Armor warriors of the 100th rank and above were all shattered into nothingness. The crystalline or deposits buried underground, containing energy reserves of over 1,000,000 tons, were completely obliterated in an instant. The resulting chain reaction of explosions directly engulfed over a quarter of the entire Moonstar base. It's done! As the entire light screen was filled with dazzling fireworks like flames, Gu Changkong, Sun Jianxuan, and other leaders of the Eastern Dragon Empire's war caverns all shed tears of joy. It had been far too long since they had felt such excitement. Muchen, that young man, had taken the first merit in the Battle of the Stars.
Chapter 93, Reinforcements Arrived? Go all out. That was breathtaking. It turns out the most beautiful fireworks in the world can only be seen when blowing up an enemy base. Fengxiu poked his head out of the giant frog's mouth, his face illuminated by the blazing flames shooting into the sky. Muchen's forbidden grade summoning technique, Meteor Firestar, directly obliterated the enemy's underground mineral veins, triggering an unimaginable chain reaction. The moonlit battlefield spanning nearly 10,000 miles was nearly completely collapsed. Large sections of base facilities plummeted into the ground, completely engulfed by the raging inferno sweeping across the sky. The losses visible to the naked eye alone were incalculable. At that moment, Kang Yingji, who had already boarded a flying vehicle and was fleeing back to the Stargate, felt the deafening roar erupting from the sky behind him and couldn't help but gasp in awe. Truly worthy of the title of Flame Emperor. The caliber of the top scholar is indeed beyond comparison with other candidates. Even though I'm the 10th ranked candidate nationwide, standing before the top ranked candidate, I'm truly no match. Even if I possessed the same strength as Lord Muchen, I doubt I'd have the courage to do such a thing. This is like piercing the very heavens of the Star River Army. At the same time, in the War Cavern, before the light screens of the major safe zone bases, the awakened elites of the Eastern Dragon Empire were all at the peak of excitement. Cheers echoed throughout the safe zones, and the thrilling news spread like wildfire. Have you heard? A newcomer named Muchen from the Forbidden Tower apparently broke into the Stargate and blew up one of the Star River Civilization's bases. What? Is that true? It can't be that outrageous, can it? It's absolutely true. I just returned from patrol and saw the elders in the control room all glowing with excitement, discussing this very matter. That doesn't make sense. What's the deal with that Stargate? Even a 100-level master is said to be unable to enter it. How could he get in? The Imperial soldiers patrolling the outer perimeter of the base were also whispering among themselves. Little did they know that today would be a day forever etched in the memories of every soldier on the front lines of the War Cavern. For them, it was more exciting than the New Year. Only those who had actually fought against the Star River Legion on the front lines understood the strategic significance of Muchen's bold move and its profound impact on the overall situation in the war cave. At that moment, Sun Jianxuan regained his composure and, through the large screen connected to the leaders of other major safe zones, spoke solemnly. I believe the battle has reached a sufficient stage. Mr. Gu, it would be best for your men to contact Muchen and the others to evacuate as soon as possible. With such a commotion, the Moonstar base will likely descend into chaos shortly. The leader of the Star River Army will undoubtedly search high and low to capture them. Once captured, there is no way they will survive. Compared to gaining greater benefits, I believe Muchen's value is far more precious than this entire Moonstar base. The elders all understood Sun Zone's meaning upon hearing this. After all, Muchen and Fengxiu are the cherished disciples of the Forbidden Tower. At such a young age, they have already shown their brilliance and achieved fame in a single battle. These two individuals are undoubtedly destined for a bright future. If they were to die here at the Moonstar base, it would be a tremendous loss for the Forbidden Tower faction. Gu Changkong also understood the other party's intentions and nodded slightly, glancing at old Zhang. Use your spirit butterfly to attempt communication with the two of them and convey Sun Zone's instructions. Although this is a rare opportunity, Moonstar is a stronghold of the Star River civilization, and our Eastern Dragon Empire has no forces stationed here. We have no one to contact, and delaying any further will be certain death. First, have them retreat to the battle cave, and we will immediately send reinforcements to assist them. Understood. Old Zhang immediately began the operation, using his prophecy technique to communicate with Muchen's spiritual energy. At that moment, Muchen was standing atop endless divine flames, admiring his masterpiece, when he suddenly sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations of the spirit butterfly. Muchen, young friend, this is the Imperial Command Center in the Imperial Palace's safe zone. Can you hear my transmission? Muchen's expression froze for a moment before he hurriedly responded. Senior, have you arrived safely at the base? That's wonderful news. Old Zhang, however, had no intention of small talk and immediately relayed the commander's orders. Withdraw? Muchen furrowed his brows. Are you kidding me? We've finally managed to infiltrate the Stargate and penetrate the enemy's base. This is our only chance. Muchen knew all too well that the Star River civilization was also a highly advanced intelligent civilization. Such a daring raid could only be attempted once. To just leave like this? He couldn't possibly accept that. Muchen responded almost without hesitation. Now isn't the right time. Destroying just one crystal mine won't cripple the Star River civilization. We must seize this opportunity to utterly devastate their foundations. Otherwise, the safe zones in the war caverns will face an even more retaliation from the Star River civilization. The casualties would be even more severe then. We must strike while the iron is hot and finish them off. At this moment, the base is already in chaos. This is the perfect opportunity for us to strike at the heart of their defenses. I will find a way to make them suffer a crushing defeat.
As for our safety, headquarters need not worry.
Compared to the dire situation on the front lines of the war caverns across the entire empire, what do 2 lives matter? Muchen finished speaking and severed the mental connection without hesitation.
Little did he know that countless passionate young men at the base headquarters were deeply moved by Muchen's offhand remark. Are the lives of the privileged more valuable than those of ordinary soldiers?
Of course not.
Even if Muchen and Feng Shou were to sacrifice themselves to bring down the entire base, they would do so without hesitation.
Perhaps the Muchen before the college entrance exam might have hesitated before making such a choice.
But now, after experiencing the brutal battles in the war caverns and witnessing the Imperial soldiers' heroic sacrifices for the sake of their team's interests, and their willingness to sacrifice themselves for the greater good, the current Muchen has been deeply influenced by these frontline warriors and understands the principle of prioritizing the interests of the empire and its people.
When one is away from home, military orders must be obeyed without question.
This time, Muchen will not back down easily. This young man truly possesses the indomitable spirit of a true warrior.
Unfortunately, such a promising talent was not recruited into the Imperial Army.
Gu Changkong sighed deeply from the bottom of his heart, but on the other side of the light screen, Sun Jianxuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He suddenly felt a hint of crisis. With Muchen's sudden rise to fame, if he somehow survives, it won't be long before major organizations scramble to recruit this talent. It was best to find an opportunity to contact the Forbidden Tower in advance. Just then, the bald-headed lieutenant he had sent to gather intelligence returned once more. Accompanying him at the entrance to the command room were 2 prominent figures. The elegant and stunningly beautiful great prophetess Ning Shu, and beside her, the old sword master Jiang Yu, dressed in white and radiating sharpness. The simultaneous appearance of these 2 master-level figures immediately made Sun Jianxuan realize the higher-up stance. He hurriedly led the other high-ranking officials to greet them.
Greetings, sirs. Jiang Yu hurriedly smiled and responded. Mr. Sun, you're too kind.
You've been stationed at the front lines of the war cavern for years, enduring hardships and making great contributions.
Your courtesy is too much for me to accept. Sun Jianxuan burst into laughter. If I'm not mistaken, the 2 of you are here for Muchen as well?
Sure enough, Jiang Yu and Ning Shu exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Ning Shu spoke with a gentle smile.
Muchen isn't just this year's top scorer on the college entrance exam.
He also achieved the highest score in history, earning him the title of Emperor from the Dragon Emperor Tower. Muchen himself is highly regarded by Wei Lao, and I am here today at his request to oversee the proceedings. Sun Jianxuan sighed in relief and smiled wryly.
You 2 arrived just in time. We couldn't control Muchen at all. He just used the forbidden summoning technique and blew up the opponent's crystal mine.
We told him to stop while he was ahead, but he wouldn't listen. He's still planning to continue causing trouble at the Moonstar base of the Star River civilization.
How should we proceed?
Please make the final decision yourselves.
What did you say? Muchen entered the Stargate? And blew up their mineral source?
Jiang Yu was completely stunned and rushed to the light screen. After listening to Sun Jianxuan and the other base commanders explain the situation, the 2 elders were also stunned into silence. After a moment, Ning Shu also sighed with a wry smile. No wonder Wei Lao was so confident that Muchen could make a name for himself. Only he had foreseen that this young man would have such a bold move. Well, since we can't offer them more assistance now, we can only grant them the widest possible authority and let them do as they please.
No matter what consequences this battle may bring, the Eastern Dragon Empire will bear them all.
Even if it means facing an even more brutal counterattack from the Star River Army, we must stand firm as a strong backing for Muchen. Let all invaders who dare to attack the Eastern Dragon Empire know that those who dare to offend us will be punished, no matter how far they flee. At this moment, Ning Shu's resolute response not only represented the stance of the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Emperor Tower but also completely ignited the battle fervor of all the warriors from the various Eastern Dragon Empire bases on the front lines of the war cavern. Countless warriors who heard the echo of his words shouted in unison. No matter how far they are, they will be punished.
The deafening echoes were transmitted through Ning Shu's great prophecy technique into the Lingdai. Muchen finally broke into a smile at that moment.
What a powerful statement, no matter how far they are, we will pursue and destroy them. Master Ning is truly a woman who can hold her own against men.
Could this woman also have come from Blue Star?
She truly understands my intentions.
Now I can finally let loose and give it my all.
Soon, under Muchen's commands, the ancient frog emperor successfully retrieved the wind sleeve it had been holding in its mouth. Seeing its lifeless state, Muchen immediately cast a Muguang spell, instantly restoring it to full health.
You better make it up to me later.
You had all the fun, killing him so easily while leaving me down there as bait.
Muchen smiled indifferently.
Use people to their full potential, and utilize resources to their utmost. That's the basic ability of a leader.
Otherwise, what use would you be to me if I brought you along?
Feng Shou heard this and immediately raised his voice, shouting.
Please, you don't really think I'm a burden, do you? Do you have any idea what would happen if I released the engraved seal on my body?
Muchen blinked, staring at Fengshu with hopeful eyes. The other party suddenly realized something, quickly shut up, and then muttered irritably.
Hey, you're trying to trick me again, aren't you? Damn it! Muchen chuckled and said honestly. Actually, I already know the basics of your secret.
What I mean is, if you really have something powerful up your sleeve, then let's team up and pull off something big. Fengshu looked up at him in astonishment. Come on, the crystal mines have already been blown up.
What else do you want to do? You wouldn't be thinking of taking out the entire Moonstar base, would you? Muchen replied calmly. So what?
With my current peak combat strength, if I were to let loose and fight to the death, the Star River base might not be completely destroyed, but it would certainly be severely weakened. However, up until now, the leader of the Star River faction hasn't shown up yet, and I don't know their trump cards, so I dare not act rashly. Though I also yearn to make a great contribution to the Eastern Dragon Empire, I haven't even married yet.
Dying here would be a pity. Fengshu understood Muchen's meaning and smiled confidently, rubbing his nose. Don't worry.
Though I'm nowhere near as formidable as you, I am still one of the 10 sovereigns. If I unleash my full power and break the taboo, clearing a path through the enemy is no problem.
You can trust me with your back.
I can't guarantee you'll survive, but I can guarantee I'll die before you do. As soon as the words left his mouth, the rusty katana was once again drawn with force by Fengshu. Though this guy usually seems unreliable, Muchen could sense the boldness and carefree spirit in his eyes at that moment.
Alright, let's go. This time, Muchen didn't hesitate.
He pushed the angel wings to their limit, and as the light energy burned wildly, the two of them reached an unimaginable speed. Fengshu suddenly realized that his vision was beginning to distort and blur as he tried to look around.
Unbelievable. Did this kid take the wrong medicine? How can he fly this fast? Is he planning to fly to the other side of this base to create a diversion and attack from multiple directions?
About 10 minutes later, the two appeared in the southwest direction of the base. Unlike the crystal and mining area that had just been blown up by Muchen, this place was eerily quiet. As far as the eye could see, there were countless fallen star shells half buried in the soil. Tens of thousands of shells, silent and lifeless, as if forgotten beneath this barren lunar landscape.
But Muchen's instincts told him that this place was far from ordinary. Have you noticed anything? Like the energy fluctuations we felt earlier?
Muchen turned to Fengshu and asked. The other person smiled and opened his eyes, causing the complex runes between his arms to glow once more. Moments later, Fengshu's expression suddenly changed.
Trouble. I sense an unprecedented terrifying life force pulsating.
To put it bluntly, the barren land beneath our feet is actually hiding a massive heart. With each beat, it unleashes terrifying energy deep within the Earth's veins, flooding the countless fallen stars with power.
Not only is it providing them with an energy source, but it's also supplying an immense amount of life force.
Muchen immediately formed a hypothesis and activated his light's insight to scan the battlefield below. To his astonishment, he saw countless star iron armor, all dormant within these fallen stars.
So that's it. I understand now, this is the true way of survival for the Star River Army.
Muchen spoke with great excitement. As you said, the energy from the central hub below erupts, simultaneously supplying tens of thousands of fallen stars. While charging the main bodies of these flying machines, it also provides vital nutrients to each independent combat group. Those Star River iron armor and mage soldiers are all created within the fallen stars in this manner.
Fengshu exclaimed in awe. Are you saying that these falling stars are both the flying vehicles that deploy them into battle and the shells that nurture their lives?
Just like chicks hatching from eggshells.
Muchen smiled and nodded. Exactly.
Chapter 94, The Heavenly Fire Destroys the World, Achieving Glory Beyond the Empire. Earlier, when we extracted the energy cores from the falling star crystals in the war cavern, I sensed the same energy fluctuations as those from the iron armor. At the time, I couldn't grasp the connection, but now I understand. If the crystalline source we just destroyed was the lifeblood that activated these falling star spacecraft, then the pulsating energy source beneath this land is the very source of life for the Star River Legion. Only by destroying this place as well can we truly claim victory. Only then can we completely paralyze the entire falling star plan. Without the energy source to activate the flying machines and without the life source to forge the Star River armor, the Star River civilization would find invading the war cavern space as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Thinking of this, Muchen's resolve solidified once more, and he immediately began to chant. First, he simultaneously cast 6 consecutive buff skills on his own body, causing his mental energy to surge by over 20,000 points. Then Muchen unleashed the second stage evolved technique of the Enlightenment art, transforming the area beneath his feet into a fiery domain. Raging flames began to condense, and terrifying fire attribute energy surged violently. At the same time, Yanji separated from Muchen's body and, utilizing her fire god innate talent, began to enhance the fundamental properties of fire elements. This caused the originally hundreds of meters wide flaming domain to expand rapidly.
Not enough. It's too slow. Muchen frowned and turned to Fengshu. You can control wind elements, can't you?
Take advantage of this moment, let the wind aid the flames. Push the flames to spread as far as possible. I want this domain to cover the entire battlefield. Feng Xiu sighed in frustration. It's not that I don't want to help you, but my energy is too limited. I don't have your endless supply. It won't be long before I run out. Muchen remained unfazed, merely smiling calmly as he enveloped Feng Xiu in the glow of the holy spring. Now you can use your skills freely. If you run out, it's on me. How domineering were Muchen's words. The elders before the light barrier all sucked in their breath in astonishment. Arrogant. How dare he be so brazen? He's just a first-tier priest, yet he dares to speak so boldly? I've never seen such a brazen young man before. The elders commented on Muchen in a joking tone. They couldn't help but envy his talent. Even Ningxu couldn't help but smack his lips, muttering to himself. Sure enough, this kid must be hiding more tricks up his sleeve. Even Wei Lao probably doesn't know about his astonishing recovery ability. The only thing that puzzles me is how, at such a young age, he can master multiple advanced skills simultaneously. Where did he acquire so many skill points? Could someone with such extraordinary talent really reach such an absurd level? At that moment, the flaming domain expanded from hundreds of meters to nearly 3,000 meters in just 3 minutes. Still not enough? Muchen roared with surging energy, even as the flames below reached the sky. He had to be stronger. He then activated the 6th-tier fire elemental evolution technique once more, summoning the old earth dragon offspring, whose crimson flame dragon had already reached the 100-level rank. Upon seeing the current form of the 100-level crimson flame dragon, Muchen nodded in satisfaction and praised it lightly. Good. After surpassing the 100-level mark, your life form seems to have undergone a fundamental enhancement. The crimson flame dragon snorted in response. That's all thanks to your efforts, Master. You allowed me to be tempered by the true flame of the Zhuke spirit, and my combat power has increased by more than tenfold compared to before. Muchen smiled contentedly. Can you make this flame domain larger? Shi Yan looked dumbfounded, glancing at the raging flames below, then suddenly said, I can't directly expand the flame domain, but I can summon more flames. After speaking, Crimson Flame flapped his sky-covering wings and slowly advanced, then opened his true dragon's massive jaws. With a roar, a massive torrent of flames plunged downward like a giant serpent, engulfing an area over 500 meters below in an instant. The wind sleeves below were completely stunned, silently swallowing their saliva. I said, how many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? You just summoned an ancient true dragon out of nowhere. I doubt I could even defeat that dragon, let alone you. Muchen, however, simply sighed with a touch of arrogance. Unfortunately, this isn't an energy space like the 5 Elements wasteland. Otherwise, with multiple elements at my disposal, I could destroy the entire Moonstar base. At this rate, I can't even damage a significant area. Yanji then looked at Muchen and said, Leader, why don't we fuse together? We can activate the forbidden technique and summon the apocalyptic heavenly fire. Though we can't cover the entire base yet, we can still destroy the tens of thousands of fallen stars below. Listen to that, is that even human speech? Feng Xiu crouched below the two of them, as lowly as a lackey, without even the right to interject. Little did they know that on the screen, the big shots were once again left speechless. Sun Jianxuan's awkward smile twitched uncontrollably. He turned his head, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked Ningxu, Master Ning, it's been a while since I last returned to the Forbidden Tower. Have the young disciples there become so extraordinary? Can they casually use forbidden techniques just like that? Ningxu heard this and smiled awkwardly, shaking his head. Of course not. If we're talking about being extraordinary, only Muchen can reach that level. But how many more tricks does that kid have up his sleeve? Even I and Wei Lao don't know how strong he is at his peak. Upon hearing this, all the base leaders connected to the light screen sharing the battlefield footage were completely stunned. Gu Changkong chuckled in his own base, shaking his head repeatedly. No wonder he is the strongest top scholar in history. To be crowned emperor while still a college entrance exam candidate, the title Emperor of Flames truly fits him. Boom! Finally, Muchen made up his mind to unleash his full power at this moment. He glanced at Feng Xiu with a smile and teased him. Senior, you've probably dealt with the others from the 10 directions of respect as well, right? Why don't you evaluate whether I am stronger or weaker than you 10 directions Zune now? As soon as Muchen finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, Feng Xiu felt the entire battlefield's void frozen in place by an utterly terrifying flame-like aura. Indeed, even the laws of the void trembled. Then, Yanji's entire body erupted with an incredibly brilliant crimson gold light. She moved toward Muchen, both of them heading toward a point in the center. It was as though two beings from different dimensions had perfectly merged in that instant, becoming one entity and descending into the present era. With a deafening roar, a pillar of light shot into the sky, unleashing a force wave nearly a kilometer wide, piercing through the heavens and earth. Yanji had now reached level 115, entering the mature stage of her power. With her full power unleashed, she could now control a portion of the fiery laws from the old Earth era. When it fuses with Muchen's true form in its perfect state, the two bodies merge, making Muchen truly seem like the ruler of the gods. His eyes were completely engulfed by crimson gold flames, and his entire body erupted with golden radiance. She truly seemed like a god who controlled all the flames in the heavens and earth, appearing on this battlefield. The dazzling flames resembled a second blazing sun, and the sacred and overwhelming pressure caused all beings to bow and worship.
This is the true fire god. Kang Ningjie stood trembling beside Gu Changkong, murmuring softly.
He had never witnessed such a scene unfolding on Muchen's body before, as if the ancient deities from legends had suddenly appeared in this world.
Unthinkable. This is the true power of a young scholar. Gu Changkong couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment.
Fortunately, this youngster is on our side. If he had been on the enemy side, the entire war cave would have been completely reshuffled in no time.
Boom!
Intense blinding light began to spread outward from Muchen's golden form in the form of energy rings. With each pulse of light, the fiery domain beneath his feet expanded by thousands of meters. The fire god has truly awakened at this moment. Even if it wasn't the true complete form from the old Earth era, it was enough to shock everyone who witnessed this scene. Even at the distant Stargate, on the other side, Kang Ningjie could clearly see a blazing sun-like flame burning fiercely in the endless sky above the battlefield.
As for Feng Xiu, who was closest to Muchen, he had already into the mouth of the giant frog, and only it could protect him. Who among the family understands?
Muchen, that brat, is actually a ruthless figure on par with the gods. I foolishly boasted about my title as the 10 Directions Sovereign, always wanting to challenge him. It turns out the fool was me all along. Perhaps this young man had always intended to completely destroy this base from the start. Finally, after 9 consecutive blasts of fiery rings, the flame soul reached a range of nearly 20,000 meters.
Muchen finally smiled contentedly and nodded lightly. It's time. In the name of fire, let's send these invaders to their doom.
Prohibited heavenly fire of destruction.
Yanji's mature stage exclusive ultimate technique awakened after breaking through level 100.
This skill has no specific attributes or numerical values, only a simple statement.
Where I am, the will of fire becomes eternal. With the unyielding flames, I shall consume all existence.
World destruction. In an instant, Muchen stepped into the void, moving forward slowly, step by step.
With each step, the endless flames beneath his feet began to boil.
All the elemental forces within the space naturally became part of the flames. If one were to look down from the void at this moment, the enormous ring of flames would advance hundreds of meters with each step Muchen took forward. All the falling stars enveloped by the flames quickly burned and shattered, eventually melting into nothingness.
Unimaginable. It surpasses the limits of my comprehension.
Sun Jianxuan could barely contain himself. As a 7th rank master, he had seen countless grand spectacles. The War Cave Forbidden Tower base was one of the first structures he had helped build. He had even experienced the brutal meat grinder battlefield where tens of thousands fell in a single battle. But compared to the current situation before him, it truly felt like a minor feat in comparison. He rarely lost his composure, slowly gripping his forehead as he stared blankly at the scene before him, where everything in his path was engulfed in flames. This was truly an apocalyptic technique. And it came from a newly joined novice priest of the Forbidden Tower. Not just him, even the seasoned veterans like Jiang Yuning and the other senior members, as well as the base commanders from other facilities, were also terrified. They were questioning their very existence. Gu Changkong was laughing hysterically in the light screen channel, completely disregarding his image as he vented his joy. Tens of thousands of falling stars. Brothers! This place is home to over 10,000 powerful enemies. The 10,000 who should have appeared on future battlefields to slaughter the living beings of the Donglong Empire have been reduced to ashes by a single fire from Muchen. What kind of unparalleled achievement could possibly honor such a feat? I, Gu Changkong, formally nominate Muchen to become the next leader of the Imperial Army. What? These words sent shockwaves through the ranks, and all the commanders at the front lines of the battle caves furrowed their brows.
How unbecoming. Mr. Gu has truly lost his composure.
How dare he utter such treasonous words? However, no one dared to criticize him. Instead, they found his words reasonable, as he had spoken the truth that others dared not utter. Such a talent, not only should he be entrusted with commanding the future Imperial Army, but even if he were to enter the Dragon Emperor's tower and become the chief elder, it would be more than deserved. After all, even among the true power elite of the Eastern Dragon Empire, those old men hiding behind the scenes have few who have achieved such legendary feats as Muchen. One man can hold back 10,000 teachers. Perhaps this phrase will truly become Muchen's defining trait. On the light screen, the great elders seemed to see a fiery new star rising, hanging at the pinnacle of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Perhaps he will truly become the leader revered by all awakened beings of the new generation of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Restore the former glory of the human emperor from hundreds of years ago. At that moment, Ning Shu clenched her fists tightly. She truly wanted to risk everything to divine Muchen's future destiny, but she gave up. She lacked the confidence. For in Ningshu's eyes, Muchen's potential had already surpassed the limits of what a 7th-rank great prophet like him could calculate. Boom! As the falling stars shattered on the surface, a terrifying tremor emanated from the deepest depths of the Earth's veins. A massive protrusion nearly a kilometer in diameter broke through the Earth's surface, entering Muchen and Fengxiu's field of vision.
What is that thing?
Fengxiu's expression changed instantly, while Muchen seemed to halt the spread of his flame energy at that very moment. What emerged from the ground was clearly a strange creature enveloped in an energy layer.
Its appearance resembled a giant elephant magnified dozens of times over.
Its flesh was a pale pink color, serving as its outer shell, and its head featured dozens of pitch-black pupils the size of basketballs. Its mouth was a black, razor-sharp blade slowly extending outward. Its appearance was utterly hideous, completely unlike anything from the Blue Star civilization. Yet it could speak human language, its voice cold and indifferent. Damn ants, dare to destroy my grand plan for the starry heavens? You will pay a terrible price for disrupting the starry sky plan. I will extract your essence, imprison your soul, and condemn you to eternal torment. After uttering these harsh words, Muchen burst into laughter, simultaneously activating his Insight of Light ability to scan the massive creature's condition.
Level 300. Star River Mother. Muchen immediately understood and sneered.
So you are the source of life force for those Star River Iron Armor warriors in the falling stars? Very well, revealing yourself saves me the trouble. Today, I will slay you, and the starry sky plan will come to an end. Chapter 95, The Supreme Art of Asura, a single stroke to slay the Mother Source, leaving the entire arena in awe.
You? Boom!
The Star River Mother suddenly let out a terrifying roar.
It was an extremely powerful mental attack skill.
Similar to a terrifying sound wave that spreads out and shakes the surrounding battlefield space, it trembled repeatedly. At the same time, it inflicted terrifying damage on humans like Muchen and Fengxiu. It was also awakening those Star River Iron Armor beings that had not completely perished and were hiding within the falling star, causing them to awaken prematurely. Soon, various mismatched ironclad warriors, their broken bodies far from reaching the 100-level maturity stage, emerged from the ground, forcibly summoned to serve him. However, at this moment, Muchen coldly laughed and spoke slowly.
Is that all? Don't think I can't see through you. Though you possess a high rank and extraordinary vitality, you are not a combat unit. Your attack power is far from sufficient to threaten me.
Today, I will show you what true slaughter truly means. In an instant, Muchen released his illusory puppets while chanting with his true form.
8th tier evolutionary dark revelation.
A vast amount of dark elements swiftly in the void, providing Muchen with an ample supply of dark attributes.
The next moment, Muchen let out a deafening roar.
After the flames subsided and Yen-Ji separated once more, his true form revealed a towering, nearly 100-meter-tall dark totem that reached the heavens. A terrifying aura of slaughter erupted, causing all beings to tremble in despair.
What? That's the Asura.
Upon witnessing this scene, all the high-ranking officials in the frontline bases of the war cavern lost control and began to roar madly. Even the usually composed Ningshu lost his composure completely.
The Asura who once fought alongside the angels in the Old Earth era had actually appeared on Muchen's body. How could this be possible? This kid alone is simultaneously embodying the two Old Earth divine tier totems of angels and Asura. Who is he exactly? Jiang Yu turned pale and looked at Ningshu with an extremely serious expression.
I believe this matter must be reported to the Dragon Emperor Tower.
Let the elders make the final decision. This isn't just Muchen's secret. How many years has it been since the Eastern Dragon Empire last saw the legendary Three Roles united?
The so-called Three Roles united refers to possessing two hidden professions while also awakening one's true essence.
A single individual possessing three professions. This is extremely rare in the entire history of awakened humans.
Though during the early days of the awakening era, the first batch of awakened individuals included prodigies who possessed 4 professions. However, Muchen's 2 awakened professions are both at the divine tier level of the Old Earth, not just ordinary hidden professions.
Such extraordinary talent, if exposed too early to external forces, would have unimaginable consequences. Ningshu nodded solemnly. You are correct.
This matter must be reported to the entire Dragon Emperor Tower and the high-ranking officials of the other major institutions.
However, Muchen's battle will undoubtedly shock the entire Eastern Dragon Empire and the other major human factions. Hiding his secret is no longer feasible.
The only thing we can do is to initiate the highest level of protection and cultivation for Muchen and develop him as quickly as possible. I never expected this young man to give us such a surprise.
I wonder how Wei Lao will react upon hearing this news.
Sigh, this brat didn't tell me the truth after all.
Just then, behind Ningshu Jiang Yue and Sun Jianshuan, Wei Lao appeared out of thin air.
He appeared so suddenly. In the command room, all the high-ranking officials and responsible parties bowed and clasped their fists in respect toward the old man.
Greetings, Mr. Wei.
Even through the holographic screen, the other high-ranking officials from the frontline base command centers also paid their respects from afar. This was the unique display of authority reserved for an 8-ranked powerhouse. Every 8th rank awakened being, within the entire human race's factions, was a figure of the highest caliber.
Although there are those above the 8th rank, such figures can be regarded as living fossils, representing the true foundation of their lineage. Unless it's a world-ending catastrophe or a major turning point, they would never reveal themselves lightly. With the 9th rank not emerging, the 8th rank already represents the pinnacle of power. Wei Lao still smiled gently and waved his hand. No need for formalities.
This is merely a manifestation of my essence, not my true form. I came here just to join the festivities.
I didn't expect that young man, Muchen, to startle me so much. The fusion of the two ancient earth deity-level totems, the angel and the Asura, was already an unimaginable miracle. Yet he had also advanced so far in his original profession as a priest, and on top of that, he held the title of Fire God's Chosen One. I had always been puzzled by why this young man could develop so quickly and even defeat the Seven Pulse successor, Xian Yuan Dao. Now it all makes sense.
It must be some special talent granted by the two divine tier totems' hidden professions.
Wei Lao's words also answered all the questions in everyone's minds about Muchen.
Originally, as an ordinary commoner, his rapid growth was already a flaw in the system.
Muchen, of course, wouldn't tell anyone about his ability to gain a skill point every second.
However, as he continued to grow and showcase increasingly diverse abilities, this would inevitably become a major point of suspicion in the eyes of the elite. But now, all doubts had been resolved. This young man may indeed be incredibly powerful, but his original body is too strong, he won't be easy to deal with. Sun Jianquan voiced his concerns, but Wei Lao remained calm and smiled. Based on my understanding of this young man, he is not a reckless person. If he had no chance of winning, he would have already fled with his men.
Do you really think he would act as he claims, ready to sacrifice himself for the country at any moment?
The elders all broke out in a cold sweat, feeling rather awkward. Sure enough, at that moment, Muchen's Asura totem descended, even shocking him deeply. It had been some time since Muchen last activated his Asura totem. Since the totem had undergone a first-level mutation, no one had seen its true form. Unbelievably, it had swollen to nearly 100 meters in size, truly resembling a grim reaper emerged from hell, holding the power of life and death over all creation. The scythe in his hand shone brightly, every edge and tip radiating a despair-inducing coldness.
Do you intend to use those Fallen Star River iron armor to join the battle?
You have no chance, they are all mine now. Muchen sneered coldly, then instantly chanted the Asura domain, enveloping and spreading outward toward the ground beneath him for 10,000 meters in all directions. All the iron armor emerging from the ground transformed into soul forms, marked with the Asura seal, becoming battle puppets driven by the Asura totem.
No, this can't be possible. These are the celestial beings I nurtured with my life, they're not humans like you. How can you control their souls? Muchen sneered. Do you think I don't know? The human captives you captured had their blood essence drained by you. Your true form has already been infused with the power of our human race. The Star River iron armor you have cultivated is no different. Without the genetic assistance of our human race, how could you have significantly enhanced your ability to cultivate and reproduce? In just over half a year, you've managed to give birth to tens of thousands of iron armor creatures. If I'm not mistaken, this is also the fundamental reason why you invaded Blue Star and attempted to attack the Blue Star human race to exploit the advantages of our life essence and compensate for the flaws of your Star River civilization's life forms. Once you have conquered Blue Star and enslaved the entire human race, you will be able to construct an endless army of iron armor beings. That is your true objective. Unfortunately, all your schemes will come to an end today. I will make you understand how foolish it is to oppose my human race. Muchen finished speaking and suddenly issued a new chanting command. Behind him, 100-meter-tall Asura totem raised the scythe of death, and all the Asura marks around it exploded simultaneously. Endless souls swiftly merged into Muchen's presence. The Dark Emperor. When Muchen revealed this title, the old sword king Jiangyu, who had remained silent, finally understood. So that's how it was. He had used the power of the Asura totem to mark and control these souls of the dead, then enhanced them with his title of Lord of the Underworld, leveraging his unique Underworld Sea phenomenon to refine their soul energy. Simultaneously, he infused this power into the Asura's Reaper's scythe, to achieve the purpose of enhancing its destructive power. At that very moment, Muchen in the center of the battlefield chanted aloud. Asura Level 1 Mutated Supreme Technique, Soul Devouring Slash. Without further hesitation, Muchen unleashed his Asura's Fatal Strike. This was the strongest single-target killing technique currently available. The massive Reaper's scythe slashed out with tremendous force. At that moment, even Yanji beside him couldn't help but change her expression in shock, exclaiming, "Leader, you actually had such a technique hidden up your sleeve? You're truly terrifying. This strike is far more powerful than my sovereign's judgment blade." Muchen smiled indifferently. That's because the Asura totem inherently embodies the path of slaughter and possesses immense offensive power. Now that its attributes have surged, it can perfectly fuse with the soul power of the sovereign mark. Once the souls of the soul puppets marked by the Asura mark explode, their very essence becomes nourishment to enhance the Reaper's scythe. Each ironclad soul that explodes after being marked becomes a layer of enhancement buff. The Reaper's scythe now has 1000 layers of buffs. Combined with the skill's built-in critical strike and instant kill effect, it should be able to take it down in an instant. As Muchen finished speaking, the 100-meter-tall totem's massive scythe crashed down with a thunderous roar. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and no matter how thick the Star River Mother's health was, it couldn't withstand the might of that single strike. With a crack, the blood-soaked giant's massive flesh and blood body was split into two halves. Ding! You have gained 3 million experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 69. At the same moment, Yanji's level also reached 117. Watching the colossal Star River Mother body be taken down with a single strike, Fengxiu, the only witness at the scene, was completely terrified. Trembling, he said, "What's 10 directions Zune? From now on, Muchen is the god in my heart, and there's no one else. This kid is a pure bug-level existence. Who the hell would dare to oppose him? They're doomed for 8 lifetimes." Fengxiu raged with profanity, as it was the only way to vent the emotions he couldn't put into words. It was too shocking. He had seen countless so-called demonic prodigies from the Forbidden Tower, but compared to Muchen, they weren't even worth mentioning. Not even the 7 great masters could match Muchen's current might. Similarly, the spectators watching the battle through the light screen were even more stunned. A single strike severed the Star River's mother body. A 300-level colossal being. Under the Reaper's scythe of the Asura realm, it was so easily defeated? They had no idea what special mechanisms the Reaper's scythe possessed. But the results speak for themselves. Even Wei Lao was deeply shocked, sighing bitterly. "This brat, you better rein it in a bit. Don't keep showing off your divine abilities. Otherwise, even an old man like me won't be able to protect you." That's right. Muchen's current level is already dangerous. If he continues to unleash his full power, something terrible will happen. If his current performance were to be discovered by other extraterrestrial factions of the entire human race, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. No faction would tolerate such a figure rising in the Eastern Dragon Empire. If another human emperor were to emerge, everyone would understand what that means. Wei Lao spoke in a cold, serious tone at that moment. "Everyone, listen carefully. Everything you saw on the light screen today must remain buried deep within you. If anyone dares to leak a single word to the outside world, no matter your rank or status, I, Wei Tongheng, will exterminate your entire clan." As the old man finished speaking, his avatar instantly transformed into streaks of fluorescent light and vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. The icy, piercing pressure seemed to effortlessly penetrate the light screen, precisely transmitting its chill to every awakened individual who had watched the entire live broadcast. The deterrent effect of an 8th-rank powerhouse was beyond imagination. Even Ningxu, who cultivated the clear mind, felt the force of Wei Lao's words. Even she was so shocked that she nearly lost her composure. However, as the pressure dissipated, Ningxu couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for Muchen. With Wei Lao protecting him, even if trouble arises, as long as he remains within the Eastern Dragon Empire, Muchen will not face insurmountable problems. "Let's go." After securing his goal, Muchen had no time to think further, and the Asura totem completely vanished at that moment. He swiftly activated his angel wings, grabbed the wind sleeves, and headed toward the exit of the Stargate where Kong Yiji was located. "I said, you were pretty impressive just now. Slaying 300-level Star River Mothers with a single stroke, that's something even an ordinary 7th-rank Peak Wun Ti be able to do." Muchen, however, had no desire to boast at all. His face was slightly pale as he said, "I've exhausted nearly all my reserves. We shouldn't linger here any longer." Fengxiu, however, laughed carelessly. "What are you afraid of? You've already killed the Mother Core. What threat could those shrimp soldiers and crabs possibly pose to you? I bet you scared the entire Star River lineage in just 2 rounds earlier. No one will dare to confront you again." Muchen snorted coldly. "Do you really think that in such a vast base like the Moonstar base, there are no true forbidden beings? The mother entity may be powerful, but as I said, it has no offensive capabilities, it's merely a machine for reproduction. The true forbidden existence that rules this base hasn't awakened yet. The single strike earlier had already depleted all the dark energy of my Asura totem. All the fire attribute forbidden techniques have entered cooldown. The only usable angel totem light energy is now down to 13. Even if I consume all the potions stored on my body, I can only sustain myself for an hour at most. Therefore, we must leave this place before the Star River sovereign of the Moonstar base appears, otherwise, we will truly face certain death." Upon hearing this, Fengxiu finally realized that this time, Muchen was truly nearing his limits. Just as he was about to boast and try to make himself look important, a terrifying pressure of unimaginable intensity awoke from the deepest depths of the Moonstar base. Soon, a devastating aura erupted, spreading across tens of thousands of miles. "Damn humans! How dare you infiltrate my Moonstar base, kill my Star River Mother, and destroy my crystal or source? The Eastern Dragon Empire will never forgive this.
Without time to hesitate, Muchen unleashed his full power once more, channeling the light energy of his angel wings soaring skill to its absolute limit. As the northeastern Stargate grew closer, the spacecraft controlled by Kongyingji, who had been waiting by the Stargate, was still there. The two of them immediately rejoiced. Sure enough, I knew that kid was reliable, he wouldn't abandon us and leave first. Think you can escape? Do you really think no one from the Moonstar base can stop you? Just then, the terrifying pressure that had been piercing the void across the entire battlefield finally descended. Muchen suddenly sensed that the spatial laws around him had changed.
Yan Ji shouted. Be careful, boss. This person is very powerful, he can alter the rules of the void. It must be the Star River sovereign of this base awakening.
Muchen furrowed his brows tightly and hurriedly lowered his voice to ask.
Can you determine its exact strength? What level is it roughly at?
Yan Ji shook her head helplessly. I can only say that it is the strongest being I have encountered since I awoke and came to your side. Its power has already reached the 8th rank, far beyond what you and I can handle at present.
Feng Xiu hurriedly added. Then we must flee immediately. Every person who can escape must do so.
Yan Ji spoke bitterly. It is well versed in the rules of time and space. If my judgment is correct, the teleportation channel of the Stargate was likely set up by it personally. Even if we manage to board a flying machine and force our way into the Stargate, we'll likely be intercepted by it before we can return to the War Cavern, and our teleportation channels will be disrupted, leaving us to perish in the temporal chaos. Upon hearing this, Muchen and Feng Xiu fell completely silent, and all the elders before the light screen were drenched in cold sweat.
We're in trouble. We've angered the true ruler. What should we do?
In that moment, Muchen finally faced the greatest crisis of his life since his awakening. Chapter 96, The Supreme Secret of the Forbidden Tower, Feng Xiu's Choice. A colossal spiritual force, as vast as an ocean, instantly filled the entire Moonstar battlefield. The terrifying pressure was so intense that Muchen and Feng Xiu were completely unable to move. Even the fire god Yan Ji felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Until a deafening roar echoed from the horizon, slowly spreading across the sky.
Muchen and the others' pupils contracted sharply. What is that?
At the edge of the horizon, a spherical silhouette as vast as a star slowly rose into the sky. It quickly filled most of the void above the Moonstar base battlefield. The overwhelming pressure was beyond words. It was as though the lifeforms of Blue Star had witnessed their sun magnified dozens of times over. However, unlike the blazing sun, this gigantic sphere emitted no light whatsoever, only an overwhelming sense of despair and stillness. Until, at a certain moment, two cold beams of light suddenly erupted from the center of the massive sphere, illuminating the direction where Muchen and his companions stood. A dangerously ominous thought flashed through Muchen and his companions' minds.
Could it be that this colossal planet is the true form of the Star River Sovereign?
Feng Xiu's face turned completely pale, and he turned his head toward Muchen, seeking a hint of comfort from him.
However, Muchen remained unusually calm.
He instantly activated his insight skill in the name of light, aiming to uncover the truth behind the illusion. What was terrifying was that even the insight skill, which was rarely used, failed this time.
Star River Sovereign. Level 500. Attributes? Weakness? The screen is filled with question marks.
This. Upon seeing the intelligence gathered, Muchen hesitated to speak, a wave of helplessness welling up in his heart. In the end, I was still too overconfident. A 500th level dominator, with strength beyond question, surpassing all master level awakened ones, and at least on par with the 8th tier Wei Lao. It would be difficult to escape easily today. Facing an unprecedented crisis, Muchen did not panic. Instead, he re-examined his panel data and reviewed the previews of the advanced skills in each skill tree, but found nothing of use. Because beyond the 9th tier forbidden techniques, the level of divine techniques required far too expensive resources for enhancement. It was far beyond what Muchen could afford at his current stage.
Without the power of a god descending, how could he possibly defeat such a terrifying foe?
Soon, the overwhelming pressure subsided, replaced by an icy cold killing intent. The two beams of light emanating from the stars locked onto Muchen and his companion, followed by a vast mental transmission. Originally, I had no intention of awakening my mental power at this stage. The plan for the Stargate is nearly complete, but it is not yet perfect. You two destroyed my Moonstar base and slew the mother entity. Your crimes are unforgivable. Use your powerful bloodline and souls to honor the fallen Star River Iron Armor warriors who perished with me. The mental transmission from the Star River Sovereign suddenly vanished.
The void fell into a moment of silence.
Feng Xiu was completely bewildered when suddenly Muchen's figure flickered violently.
Watch out!
In the blink of an eye, he nearly unleashed his absolute maximum flight speed, dragging Feng Xiu to the side. At the exact moment their figures shifted out of the way, a terrifying beam of slaughtering light pierced the spot where they had been standing. Feng Xiu was drenched in cold sweat, staring blankly at Muchen and said,
"That was close. We almost got hit by that beam. How did you react so much faster than me?" Muchen ignored the chatterbox. After all, Muchen now possessed the innate ability to sense danger. The moment the opponent began to prepare his lethal attack, he had already sensed it and reacted in time to dodge. Stop talking nonsense. Don't forget you owe me your life. Muchen held Fengshu tightly, constantly dodging the cold, ruthless beams of light in the void while swiftly moving toward the direction of the Stargate. Facing such a colossal existence, continuing to think about how to engage him was a completely brainless move. The only thing to do was flee. However, the two cold beams on the massive star suddenly trembled, and mental energy surged once more, filled with mocking laughter. Escape? If you hadn't killed the mother entity and simply chosen to leave, you might have been able to return to the battle cave barrier before my mental energy fully recovered. But now, you have no chance. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted. The massive star trembled violently, and terrifying energy erupted from its depths. In an instant, nearly 100 starlight gates in the sky above the Moonstar base simultaneously erupted with brilliant purple light, as if activated by the will of the starry sky itself. All the light gates swiftly shifted direction. Under the glow of the purple light, they seemed to converge into a terrifying array. Each of the 100 starlight gates was a part of the sealing array. They all seemed to possess some kind of energy channel connected to the ruler of the Star River. After being activated in an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure descended once more. Something's wrong. I sense an incredibly dangerous aura. This array is highly unusual and must contain the power of the rules. Yanji's warning caused Muchen and the others to look puzzled once more. The power of rules? That's correct. Yanji continued. Based on my assessment, the Stargate itself represents the unique world rules of the Star River civilization. Once all these 100 light gates are activated, the Moonstar base battlefield will transform into the original world where the Star River civilization's beings exist, and this place will become their absolute domain. Once the energy of these 100 starlight gates is fully connected, all the world rules belonging to our Blue Star Awakening era will become completely. At that point, the two of you will become ordinary people with no strength to lift a finger, unable to use even your basic skills. Upon hearing this, Muchen and Fengshu were completely speechless. At the same time, before each light screen at the base, the master-level officials responsible for them all wore the same expression as Muchen and his group. There's actually such a thing? Indeed, the Star River Sovereign at the 500th level is a forbidden existence, comparable to the 8th tier awakened beings of our Blue Star human race. Their ability to control the rules is no surprise. Sun Jianxuan spoke, and Gu Changkong quickly added. If that's the case, then Muchen and Fengshu have no chance of survival. If they can't even use their own skills, how can they possibly stand against such a colossal entity? An unprecedented sense of despair descended upon every observer's field of vision. Meanwhile, Muchen, at the very center of the battlefield's whirlwind storm, continued to carefully observe the changes in his surroundings. Sure enough, as the power between the stargates grew stronger and stronger, Muchen quickly noticed that the flames that had been engulfing and devouring the local battlefield with his fiery power were rapidly dying out. The elemental energies surging within the Moonstar space were steadily weakening until they vanished entirely. This is bad. I can't even sense the wind-attributed energy anymore. Fengshu's voice was hoarse as he murmured. Could it be that the two of us, the prodigies of heaven, are truly destined to perish here? Soon, the power of the 100 stargates fullied, completely altering the rules of the Moonstar battlefield. Fengshu was like a helpless child, completely losing control of his wind attribute power. He kept trying to swing the old katana in his hands, but found he couldn't muster even a shred of power. It's over. I'm useless now. Just leave me here and escape for your life. Fengshu's words sounded anything but sincere, his head drooping like a defeated dog. However, he suddenly raised his head and realized that the angelic wings behind Muchen were still there. What's going on with you? Why haven't your angel wings vanished? Could it be that? Muchen calmly gazed into the void and spoke slowly. That's correct. The rules of the Star River civilization's alternate world can indeed block and suppress the rules of the Awakening era. Therefore, as awakened ones from the present-day Blue Star, we cannot use our own professional abilities. However, the rules of the Old Earth era remain unaffected. My angelic totem is a divine inheritance from the Old Earth era and cannot be suppressed by the rules rewritten under the Stargate. Upon hearing this, Fengshu was completely thrown off balance. There's actually such a thing? You're truly blessed to have been chosen by the gods of the Old Earth. I'm genuinely envious. Ha? Where's Yanji? Isn't she also the fire god of the Old Earth era? Muchen sighed helplessly. She is a reincarnated life form, essentially considered a being of the Awakening era, and has not fully restored the ancient Earth's rules, so she cannot exist for an extended period. Look over there, the flames I released earlier have all died out. Fengshu sighed again, the faint glimmer of hope that had just reignited dimming once more. I thought there might still be a chance, but now it seems pointless. Your Asura totem energy is depleted. Even if it won't be suppressed by the rules here, it can't be used anymore. There's only one angel totem left, and it doesn't seem to have much offensive power. So we're still just waiting to die here, aren't we? Muchen suddenly paused for a moment and said, "There is one option we could try. All along, I have kept a true trump card to myself, never revealing it to anyone. It seems we have no choice but to use it today, though I have no idea how much help it will provide." Muchen finished speaking and suddenly tapped his forehead. The next moment, the titled Dark Emperor shone once more above his head. At the same time, the mysterious phenomenon of the Nether Sea that had once appeared before his fellow candidates reappeared, materializing behind Muchen. A vast and surging tide of the Nether Sea rose up, forming a separate phenomenon. However, these were not the trump cards Muchen had mentioned. It was not until the deepest part of the Nether Sea that the outline of a towering ancient tree slowly emerged. It stood there like a divine pillar, suppressing the endless souls of the underworld sea. The ancient tree emitted a colossal life force, lingering behind Muchen for an extended period. Its outline stood tens of meters tall. Beneath the ancient tree, a pristine sanctuary formed on its own. That was the old Earth Barrier. Before the base's light screen, Ningshu and Jianyu almost spoke in unison, revealing the truth. Instantly, all the security zone leaders and master-level experts who heard those 4 words were once again stunned. How is that possible? Didn't Muchen say he was just a newcomer? How could he possess such a divine gift as the old Earth Barrier? Could he have left the Donglong Empire and ventured into other even more dangerous forbidden realms? Even Sun Jianxuan admitted he was baffled this time. He turned back to verify the truth. Jianyu sighed and said, "You all may not know this, but Muchen once explored an old Earth-level secret realm within the borders of the southern Jiang region. As you can see, the title of Dark Emperor on his head is the only exclusive title in the world, and it originates from that secret realm. He is the only person in the world to have cleared that secret realm. We all thought he had only obtained this title, but we never expected such a stroke of fortune. The old Earth Barrier forms its own domain, and only those with extraordinary fortune and destiny can inherit it. Not even ordinary masters, let alone 8th rank forbidden tier powerhouses, can inherit such a legacy. It seems that Muchen obtained this fortune by chance when he cleared the secret realm. He regarded this as his greatest trump card. This kid is truly an unstoppable force. He always has something up his sleeve." Upon hearing Old Sword King Jiangyu's interpretation, the other elders seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope once more. However, Ningshu remained frowning, speaking solemnly. This secret realm can indeed create the rules of the old Earth to a certain extent, but its practical applications are severely limited. The rules of this barrier center on the way of vitality, which can repair his injuries to some extent, but it cannot enhance his combat power. Facing this colossal entity, we still have no chance of victory. Just then, Fengxiu was also pulled by Muchen to the ancient tree. A rare look of shock flashed in his eyes, and he approached the ancient tree, gently extending his hand to touch the roots. Without a sound, a powerful life force surged into Fengxiu's body. His bare upper body, with its muscular frame covered in ancient inscriptions, suddenly lit up in a brilliant glow. This was completely different from the energy triggered by the crystalline or source when he had explored the Moonstar base earlier. At that time, only a few runes had flickered with light. Now, Fengxiu was completely enveloped by the power of the inscriptions from head to toe. The strange light emanating from his body was even on par with the fire god form achieved by Muchen and Yanji after their fusion. "What's going on?" Muchen looked at Fengxiu at the base of the tree and hurriedly asked, "Why were your inscriptions activated by the aura of this ancient tree?" Fengxiu turned around with a helpless expression, leaned lazily against the tree roots, and pulled out a flask of wine, downing it in one gulp. "Now that it's come to this, I won't keep it from you anymore. There is a divine artifact from the old Earth era sealed within my body. However, this artifact is damaged and has long since lost its former power. I never intended to reveal this secret to you. Even if this battle were to rage until the heavens collapsed, I would not die. In fact, when you discovered me in the battle cave earlier, I had already died once. The reason I disappeared for half a year and wasn't taken away by the combat group from Luoxing was because every time they found me, I chose to kill myself. After they left, I would use the sealed artifact within my body to resurrect. However, I couldn't find a way to break the energy prison, so I ended up separating from the main group. It wasn't until you showed up and helped me break free from the cage." Muchen was speechless for a moment, then saw Fengxiu looking as though he had lost all his vigor, and sighed with a bitter smile. "Perhaps you're right. I'm like a deserter, unworthy of being a prodigy of the Forbidden Tower. But this is my fate. Ever since I was 6 years old, I've been like this, sealed by countless runes. My life has never belonged solely to me since then. It's not just me, everyone else in the 10 directions of the Forbidden Tower has their own destiny. Our fates are intertwined with the future of the entire Donglong Empire." Muchen seemed to have sensed some important secret. He stared intently at Fengxiu, then thought of the other 9 members of the 10 directions, and made an incredibly bold guess. Could it be that the other 9 are also like Fengxiu, with forbidden energies from another era sealed within them? Or perhaps they are broken divine artifacts, or even terrifying forbidden beings from the age of the Savior?
And these are the trump cards that will be used to sacrifice themselves and protect the Empire's billions of citizens when the Eastern Dragon Empire faces crisis in the future. If that were the case,
Muchen suddenly dared not think any further.
For he well understood that sacrificing oneself for the Empire was indeed the motto of the disciples of the Forbidden Tower.
But if that was their fate, predetermined from the start, what was the point of living at all? Chapter 97, The Final Showdown.
Today, the blade cuts through the starry sky. Thinking of this, Muchen suddenly burst into loud laughter. The sound reverberated throughout the entire base above the Moonstar, causing it to tremble. Even the powerful individuals in charge of the major safety zones of the battle cavern felt a profound shock to their very souls.
Are they giving up already? That's not the Feng Xiu I know. Have you never heard the saying, my fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens? Why should you be born to be a seal carrier? The forbidden power chose you to make you stronger, not to condemn you to a fate of sacrifice. Who said the future of the Eastern Dragon Empire must be safeguarded by sacrificing your talents and abilities, by burying your lives? As long as I, Muchen, am still alive, it won't be your turn to sacrifice yourselves. After speaking, Muchen's surroundings once again manifested the stunning figure of Yanji. She gazed at Muchen with gentle eyes and praised him. You truly are my leader. The master of my reincarnation. Only someone with your courage is worthy to be a follower of the gods. In this battle, I am willing to live and die by your side. At that moment, Muchen and Yanji locked eyes, and a smile curved their lips simultaneously. For the first time, he reached out and took hold of Yanji's fiery palm. Under the protection of the ancient earth rules of the Tree of Life, the two of them once again burst into dazzling divine flames. Is the fusion about to begin again? Is this kid really planning to give it his all and fight this colossal being to the death? Feng Xiu couldn't help but marvel inwardly, his eyes once again filled with astonishment. Little did they know that Muchen's domineering posture had also been noticed by the high-ranking members of the War Cavern.
Everyone felt a pang of shame deep within their hearts. Indeed, these old men were still alive, yet they had to send Muchen, a young man who should have been the pride of the Eastern Dragon Empire's future, to the front lines to die.
And they could do nothing about it.
Ningxu's piercing gaze froze in place at that moment. His mind kept replaying Muchen's words from earlier.
He was right. Why should the lives of these prodigies be bound to the fate of the Empire's future? Why not let them break free from their shackles and grow freely?
Perhaps on the day of the Empire's downfall, the fate of the Eastern Dragon Empire will truly be rewritten by the strongest prodigies of the younger generation. Perhaps we were all wrong, and our path was wrong.
Muchen, are you truly the one sent by heaven to save the Empire and save Blue Star? Will the true human emperor of this era truly emerge?
Finally, beneath the Pure Land, Muchen's fire god form awoke once more. His entire body was enveloped in blazing flames, and two beams of brilliant golden light erupted from his eyes. At that moment, he was the very embodiment of the fire deity.
Returning to the ancient earth, he blooms anew.
Seeing Muchen's imposing figure standing before him, vowing to fight to the death at this peak,
Feng Xiu seemed to be utterly overwhelmed by this man's unprecedentedly domineering aura.
Muchen turned his face slightly, his lips still curled into a domineering smile.
Wait here for me.
If I cannot return alive, take that young man from the stars and break through the Stargate.
I will use my final strength to help you breach the gates. Muchen spoke no further, immediately rising into the air and beginning to chant.
Fire-type 8th tier evolution technique, Meteor Fire Heavenly Star.
Boom!
The familiar scene reappeared. This was the second time Muchen had unleashed the same top-tier destructive technique at the Moonstar base. However, under the special rule enhancing effects of the old Earth barrier, the falling meteor Muchen summoned this time seemed much larger than before. Yet compared to the massive celestial body of the ruler, this Meteor Fire Heavenly Star was but a mere speck. It didn't even reach 1/10 of the opponent's size.
The Dominator's terrifying mental pressure once again echoed with a cold voice. How dare these mere human ants summon such immense power? It's utterly incomprehensible. The life on Blue Star is indeed. No wonder the old Earth era chose Blue Star as its ultimate destination. There must be a profound karmic connection at play. Muchen's eyes fixed intently on the massive star, waiting for the response of the Star River Sovereign's power. At the same time, he continued to ponder the deeper reasons behind the downfall of the old Earth era. Indeed, what I know now is still too little, and my understanding is far from sufficient. How powerful were the gods of the ancient era?
They must have been on par with those of the outer civilizations.
Why did they suddenly perish one after another?
As the Star River Sovereign had said, the collective slumber of those once mighty old Earth deities was not the result of their inevitable decline, nor was it to welcome the new era of awakening.
Boom!
Two colossal, world-shattering pressures collided violently. The Star River Sovereign did not use any special techniques. Instead, he directly confronted the power of the Meteor Fire Heavenly Star with his own stellar form.
Until that star, shrouded in endless brilliant flames, cracked open until it completely collapsed. The Star River Sovereign's health was reduced by at least a quarter. However, he swiftly began repairing himself after the heavy blow.
Feng Xiu, seeing this, flashed a gleam of understanding in his eyes.
So that's how it is. The Star River Sovereign isn't actually shaped like a star, it uses a special technique to fuse its true form with this star.
I suspect that this star is actually a massive crystalline core.
Muchen suddenly understood, gaining immense inspiration. I see now.
It's using the energy of this star crystal core to sustain and activate all the stargates. In other words, its core energy lies within the star itself. If we can shatter it, all the crises will be resolved. As for the Star Sovereign, it would inevitably perish in the catastrophe of this star's destruction.
After this test, Muchen finally found the perfect plan to counter the enemy. However, how to defeat this massive star is the most critical issue.
There's no time to think about that now, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. In the next instant, Muchen swiftly chanted the illusionary puppet technique, summoning the puppet clones scattered across other battlefields back to his side. First, he instantly chanted the War Spirit Monument, imbuing his puppet clones with the strongest protective barrier of the rock elephant. He then incorporated them into the old earth barrier above him and began a new chant. 8th tier evolved technique of the Wound Art, Reverse Birth Cataclysm. Boom! From the depths of the shattered dark sky, the colossal hand of a deity descends once more. That golden finger, radiating unchecked light, pierced directly toward the massive stellar core, gradually peeling away its energy layers. From afar, the outer edges of the massive star were rapidly cracking and collapsing. Level 480. As expected, the Reverse Birth Cataclysm is beginning to take effect again. Unfortunately, I can only activate this skill using my avatar to share the effects of the old Earth rules. The avatar's stats are only half of my main body's, so the effects are significantly weaker. At this rate, even if I deplete all my energy, it will be difficult to weaken him to below level 300, let alone kill him completely. Moreover, since this Dominator is bound to that massive crystalline source star, its repair capabilities are truly terrifying. In this seesaw battle, it's simply insufficient to alter the course of the entire battle. Just as Muchen was at the brink of exhaustion, Feng Xiu finally made up his mind.
Enough. I owe you a life, I'll return it to you. Click. A crisp sound rang out as the first inscription on Feng Xiu's body activated.
The invisible shackles began to tremble violently and collapse. The energy from the ancient earth god tree behind him also began to be swiftly absorbed by it. Muchen sensed the commotion and turned his head sharply.
What are you doing?
Feng Xiu smiled calmly. At this point, there's no time for nonsense.
Just tell me, if you were holding a divine artifact right now, do you have the confidence to destroy this star with a single strike? Muchen fell into deep thought, sensing the resolute determination emanating from Feng Xiu's very soul.
Before he could respond, the voice of Yen Ji echoed within him.
Of course I can.
The leader can chant the Sovereign's technique, and I can use the divine artifact within his body to replace my Sovereign's blade, imbuing it with the ancient earth runes. This will definitely unleash the most powerful slashing effect. After all, I am also an old earth true god, and my mastery of the divine weapons power from the old earth era far surpasses that of you modern-day awakened beings. And you, boss, can leverage the effect of the fire god's possession to join me in channeling this power and complete the final strike. Yen Ji's words were far more convincing than Muchen's at that moment.
She's actually a true god.
With her words as a guarantee, Feng Xiu finally had no more hesitation and burst into laughter.
This time, let me accompany you in creating a miracle. If you can really defeat this guy and return alive, remember to erect a monument for me. I want to enjoy eternal worship. All the living warriors of the war cave must remember my name, Feng Xiu. Boom! A terrifying pressure began to roar.
Muchen noticed that the rules of his old earth barrier, protected by the ancient divine tree, began to tremble violently.
Bang!
All the chains shattered completely. At the same time, before the light screens of the major bases in the war cavern, the senior experts of the master level ranks were all filled with horror. The old sword King Jiang Yu watched with bated breath, his voice trembling. This young man is willing to risk his life to help Muchen fight to the death against the Star River Sovereign. If he releases the damaged divine artifact within his body, what will be the consequences? Death.
Ning Shu showed no hesitation, giving an unequivocal answer.
Sealing a divine artifact with human flesh and blood is an ancient, heaven-defying technique. Had it not been for Feng Xiu's innate talent, which made him equal to the other members of the 10 directions of the Forbidden Tower, he would not even have qualified to serve as a vessel for the divine artifact. At this moment, the complete power of the old land helped Feng Xiu break free from his shackles. His body erupted with dazzling light as bright as the sun, directly igniting half of the battlefield's void. The green brilliance exploded completely. Feng Xiu's physical body seemed to become nourishment for the ancient life tree, completely consumed by it. As for his soul, it was immediately absorbed into Muchen's soul crystal. This was a unique ability exclusive to the Dark Emperor. It also preserved a sliver of the seed of rebirth for Feng Xiu. He didn't know whether Feng Xiu, in this state, could be revived by his own power.
But there was no time to ponder such questions now.
As the physical seal vanished, the old earth-colored katana, shimmering with green light, appeared perfectly.
Is this the true divine artifact? Under the dazzling sunlight, Muchen felt an indescribable power emanating from the blade. It was nothing like any equipment he had ever seen before. His own unranked helmet, when placed before this divine artifact, wasn't even worth considering as trash. They were simply not on the same level. Divine artifacts are called divine because they inherently contain a portion of the power of rules and order. And they are born with a mysterious and powerful trait known as divinity. The moment this sword revealed its sharp edge, it seemed to come to life, floating on its own and landing in Muchen's hand. Return to the void. Muchen used his insight into light skill to see the name of this divine artifact. However, all descriptions of it became incredibly blurry. This was because the divine artifact was incomplete, as the wind sleeve that had sealed it had previously stated it was a broken divine weapon. Yet even so, it still emanated a portion of the power of the rules. Muchen was currently in his strongest battle form as the fire god, and with the Guichu divine weapon in his hands, he had finally achieved his unprecedented supreme complete form. Every pore on his body was emanating an incredibly powerful aura. It's too overwhelming. This must be the limit of power that a human awakener of his age can bear, right? Sun Jianxuan couldn't help but exclaim from the bottom of his heart. Staring at Muchen on the screen, completely enveloped in divine light, his heart was filled with envy. Ningxu also nodded solemnly. That's right. If it were anyone else, the moment they touched the sword, they would have been completely disintegrated by the divine light. Muchen truly possessed innate abilities that others could not match. Additionally, his status as the fire god's chosen one allows him to unleash the blade's unimaginable peak power. However, a divine artifact requires an immense amount of energy to channel, and in its current state, it seems insufficient to unleash its fullest burst of power. Clearly, even the War Cave elders watching the battle could see this, and Muchen, as the one directly involved, naturally felt it acutely, sighing helplessly. The divine artifact is flawed, and the scattered energy is too severe, making it impossible to unleash sufficient power. Yan Ji, however, laughed. Leader, you must have forgotten I am the true god of fire. Use the power of divine fire to sacrifice this divine weapon and restore it to its peak. Muchen's expression changed abruptly, and he exclaimed in horror. No! Sacrificing your power to it will inevitably cause you irreversible harm. Yan Ji laughed. It doesn't matter. It's merely a temporary drop in rank, akin to a regression. Even if I were to return to level 0, I wouldn't perish. Essentially, as long as your master's body remains alive, I won't truly die. Rank can always be regained. Besides, you're an expert at leveling up. What's there to fear? As long as the mountain remains, there will always be firewood. Muchen also burst into laughter, then summoned the Crimson Flame Dragon at the same time and spoke. Shi Yan, now you must make the sacrifice. Offer your life essence. Let this Guichu divine weapon return to its peak. Similarly, the Crimson Flame Dragon hesitated not a moment, immediately spewing forth an incredibly scorching divine flame. Under the protection of the ancient earth rules of the life-giving tree, the divine blade was fiercely tempered. In an instant, the green light began to turn golden, eventually transforming into a form where the two colors merged into one, while the divine weapon's radiance continued to expand. On the other side, the Star River Sovereign, suppressed by Muchen's clone using the time rewinding skill, had its level compressed to 420, and its aura continued to weaken. As one grew stronger and the other weakened, he actually sensed a hint of threat within Muchen's ancient earth barrier. How dare he? A mere human ant dares to threaten me? Where does this sense of danger come from? Could it be that sword? I can no longer hold back. I must destroy his redemption barrier and crush that ancient tree first. Roar! With a deafening explosion, the massive star at the center of the Star River Sovereign's position began to tremble violently, and the outer energy layer shattered instantly. Endless fragments of stars turned into powerful cannonballs, violently crashing toward Muchen's body, like dust currents in an endless, vast starry sky, unleashing unimaginable destructive power. Boom! In an instant, Muchen's avatar was instantly crushed and shattered by this force, and the old Earth-level avatar completely vanished, entering a cooling phase. Damn it! Muchen clenched his teeth. The opponent was currently at level 410, which was far worse than the suppression effect Muchen had imagined earlier. As the shattering star currents continued to crash down, the old Earth barrier could only withstand so much of the impact. The barrier space trembled violently, with the risk of the rules collapsing at any moment. We can't hold on much longer. Faster, even faster. Yan Ji also activated the fire spirit sacrifice at that moment, sacrificing all the remaining fire spirits within her old earth space into the Guichu divine weapon. Look! The aura of that sword is growing stronger. It's almost as powerful as a truly complete divine artifact, isn't it? Before the light barrier, all the powerful figures began to tremble in fear. The artifact is the symbol of the strongest power from the old Earth era. After countless years of separation, it finally re-emerges in the Awakening era, unleashing its peak power once more. Enough!
When the Crimson Flames had been sacrificed until their own panel levels dropped back to 50, and Yanji returned to level 60, Muchen felt that the power of the abyss had reached the absolute limit of what he could control. If he continued to strengthen it further, the divine weapon might completely lose control. If it were to be amplified to a point where he could no longer control it, that would be a case of trying to steal a chicken but ending up losing the rice. Seizing the moment, Muchen's angelic wings once again materialized, carrying him to the pinnacle of the life-giving tree within the old land barrier. Holding the Guichu divine weapon, his gaze was icy cold, like a peerless martial god, using his overwhelming spiritual pressure to directly confront the ruler of the starry sky of this world. Muchen, the disciple of the Forbidden Tower, Fengxiu. Today, I shall sever the starry sky with my blade. Chapter 98, the strongest lineup in history, 3 armies form ranks to welcome the victor. At that moment, the awakened warrior Muchen from the Donglong Empire of Blue Star shook the night sky with his voice, echoing endlessly across the entire Moonstar battlefield. Simultaneously, he once again chanted in the form of the fire god. The revelation of fire, reigning supreme in the name of fire. In an instant, the Guichu divine sword in his hand was adorned with a dazzling ancient earth inscription. In the distant sky, the massive stars representing the life force of the Star River were simultaneously locked in place by a mysterious inscription. Judgment! Muchen roared toward the sky, unleashing the strongest power within his body at that moment. The inscriptions locking the surface of the enemy star suddenly expanded countless times. Now! Muchen and Yanji spoke in unison, raising the Guichu divine sword high above their heads and delivering a final, devastating strike into the void. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky as the Guichu blade, nearly 1,000 feet tall, sliced through the void. Carrying the most powerful force from the sacrifice of the fire god's primordial essence, the crimson gold flames perfectly merged with the green glow of the Guichu divine sword, forming a massive light blade that pierced through the heavens and earth. Everything in its path, including the surface of the moon and stars, shattered completely. An immense shockwave, like a tidal wave crashing down from above, surged forward, devouring everything in its path in a rhythmic surge of energy. No! This is absolutely not a power that the human race of this era could possibly control. Who are you? The Star River Sovereign was completely shattered. For he realized that the massive ancient earthen inscription above his head was something he could never break free from. Even if he wanted to escape or break free from the binding of his own energy star, he simply couldn't do it. The ultimate judgment already hangs overhead, inescapable. Muchen's crimson gold flames of the eyes blazed with an unprecedented brilliance as he coldly laughed. Remember this, my name is Muchen. The blade in my hand is called Fengxiu. It is we two who will cut you down. If the Star River civilization dares to make a comeback, the Eastern Dragon Empire will be ready to face you anytime. I'll see just how many more rulers you can send to give me experience. Slash. As Muchen spoke, all the elders before the light screen were completely stunned. However, what they felt even more deeply was an unprecedented sense of comfort and awe. With his own strength, he annihilated the entire Star River Legion and eliminated the threat to all the outer safety zones of the Eastern Dragon Empire's battle caves. This was undoubtedly the greatest achievement of the awakened warriors of the Eastern Dragon Empire in decades, without a doubt. Little did they know that the Star River lineage's roots in the Moonstar region had been completely eradicated. How many lives of Eastern Dragon Empire frontline warriors would this indirectly save? The only regret is that the scenes of today's battle were only witnessed by the elite within the war caves, and even many soldiers stationed in the safety zones were unable to witness it firsthand. Otherwise, with just this battle alone, Muchen would have become the most influential leader of his generation in the Eastern Dragon Empire. In fact, this was originally Wei Lao's plan. However, when the elders discovered the one after another hidden cards being revealed on Muchen's side, they finally abandoned this idea. Old Wei was genuinely concerned that the principle of a tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be blown down by the wind might play out in Muchen's case. He was simply too outstanding, to the point where people began to hope he might one day inherit the throne of the emperor. Such a peerless genius must not be allowed to become too prominent, he must be made to grow up quickly. Boom! The world-shattering divine blade finally erupted, striking the massive star with tremendous force, cleaving it in two with a single blow. Bang! As Muchen and Fengxiu had predicted, this massive star was actually an enormous crystalline core. Shattering it severed the power supply to all the stargates. Every stargate trembled violently before beginning to explode one after another. Muchen noticed that the aura of the Star River Sovereign bound to him was rapidly weakening. The panel's level plummeted into a state of collapse. The level plummeted from 400 to 200 in an instant. And it continued to drop. The maximum health was being compressed at a relentless pace, like being sliced by a blade. Muchen finally burst into a hearty laugh. At the same time, Kang Yingji, who was stationed beside the Stargate in the flying craft, was also stunned by the explosive force erupting from behind him, which seemed capable of shattering the entire Moonstar battlefield. What? Could it be true? Has Lord Muchen really defeated the Star River Sovereign? What else could he possibly be unable to do? At that very moment, Muchen exhausted all his energy reserves, and the old earth barrier returned to his body. Even the angelic wings on his back had begun to fade. At this moment, the light energy of the angelic totem was less than 5. There was only one thing left to do: escape. Before the rules here completely collapse, he must escape into the Stargate to have even the slightest chance of survival. At this moment, that earth-shaking mental force had grown incredibly weak, but it still rolled on behind him. How laughable. I have slept for nearly a century, planning the Starry Sky plan, landing in the war cavern, only to have my grand scheme ruined by a lowly human from Blue Star at the moment of victory. Since I cannot change this fate, you must stay behind and perish with me in the stars. Boom! The final explosion finally echoed out. The soul of the Star River Sovereign was completely shattered. That massive star completely transformed into a blazing ball of fire and exploded outward. Terrifying shockwaves swept across the surrounding area. Every Stargate within its reach instantly shattered. Muchen first retrieved the energy-depleted Guichu divine weapon from his hand, then pulled out several bottles of high-grade healing potions and downed them in one gulp. After activating the Mu Guang technique and a series of other buffing skills, he sprinted toward the direction of the Stargate at full speed. However, how could his flight speed compare to the world-shattering energy halo behind him? He was about to be swallowed whole. This is bad. It's too late. All the master-level experts before the light barrier clenched their fists tightly, sweating profusely. Even the usually calm and composed Grandmaster Ning Shu had his brows furrowed. Finally, at this critical moment, Kong Yingji piloted his flying machine and arrived above Muchen's head. "Master Muchen, I'm here." Suddenly, a powerful suction force locked onto Muchen, directly shooting him into the flight cabin. Immediately afterward, Kong Yingji pressed the largest blue button in the cockpit. In an instant, the flying craft erupted with dazzling blue flames, activating maximum power flight mode, and engaged in a high-speed chase with the Moonstar battlefield behind them, which was on the verge of obliteration. Finally, just as the flame halo was about to engulf the Stargate, it darted into the Stargate. Great! We managed to escape the Stargate just in time before being swallowed. This kid surnamed Kong deserves credit for this. Before the light screen, the command rooms of the major battle caves erupted in celebration. Master-level leaders and high-ranking officials embraced each other in celebration. However, Ning Shu remained cold and indifferent. We're not out of danger yet. Don't forget that every Stargate is bound to the largest crystalline core within the Star River Sovereign's body. Now that everything has been destroyed, the Stargates have lost their power supply, and the void channels they open could collapse at any moment. The time left for Muchen and the others is running out. Whether they can escape alive is still uncertain. It all depends on their fate. Upon hearing this, all the battle caves fell into a deathly silence. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the large screen, waiting for a miracle to occur. At that moment, the prophecy technique projection of Old Zhan was forced to switch to the exit of the war cave connected to the Stargate. Once inside the void passage, Old Zhang's prophecy technique would be severed. He could only lock onto the exit of the Starlit Gate. If he didn't see Muchen and the others before the Starlit Gate exploded, it would mean that Muchen and his companions had perished. At this moment, no matter how powerful you were, standing before the light screen and waiting for the final outcome would make your blood boil and your heart race. Before the final answer is revealed, everything becomes uncertain. Boy, you must come back alive. As long as you survive, today's battle will be truly perfect. Gu Changkom's heartfelt exclamation echoed the shared hope of everyone present. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the light screen. It exploded. The exit of the Stargate exploded prematurely due to the complete collapse of the energy order. The flying vessel carrying Muchen and Kong Yingji did not appear. No! I refuse to accept this outcome. Sun Jianxuan, the master in charge of the Forbidden Tower Battle Cavern base, was on the verge of collapse. He collapsed into his chair, his expression blank, as if unable to believe the outcome. More and more of the powerful figures gathered before the light screens also wore similar expressions of despair. Did that supernova, which had risen so brightly, simply fade away? Carrying his most glorious achievements and honors, he had forever vanished into the void. This isn't how the story was supposed to end. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the communication network of an unknown base. Zhou Zone, the monitoring zone has detected an anomaly. A flying object has appeared at Stargate 58. It seems to be Muchen and the others. The voice was quickly pinpointed as coming from the command center of Imperial Army Base 3. The head of Base 3 was Knight Grandmaster Zhou Hu, a 109th rank knight, who immediately rushed to the monitoring area with several high-ranking officials. Quick! Switch to our first-person view and share it with all other safe zone bases. Seconds later, the first-person view projection from Stargate 58 appeared. As the staff continuously adjusted the tracking angle, the flying object, which was no larger than a single light point, was gradually zoomed in and magnified. Finally, the faces of Kong Yingji and Muchen appeared on the light screen. It's them! Those two troublemakers are alive and back. In an instant, a deafening cheer erupted throughout all the safe zone bases.
All the high-ranking officials of the Donglong Empire stationed at the front lines of the war drums were overcome with excitement. They embraced one another, celebrating this momentous occasion. At the Forbidden Tower base, Ning Shu and Jiang Yu exchanged smiles. Even in this unforgettable moment, they restrained their emotions and refrained from any more intimate gestures. I knew it. That kid Muchen is tough as nails. There's no way he'd go down so easily. Sun Jianxuan leaped back up from his seat, grabbing anyone nearby and hugging them fiercely. He almost hugged all the senior assistants around him. Finally, he approached Ning Shu, whom he also wanted to hug, but he didn't dare. Great! That brat is still alive. Fengxiu is back too. In this battle, our Forbidden Tower is the first to claim victory. However, the situation seemed to take a dramatic turn. Just as they received the news that Mu Chen and the others had narrowly escaped death and returned safely, the scene changed again. Boom! Another deafening explosion. The flying vehicle suddenly blew up. The elders, Mu Chen and Kong Yingji, plummeted from tens of thousands of meters in the sky like kites with their strings cut. And the direction they were falling toward was none other than the deepest part of the Endless Sea at the outer ring of the War Cavern. This sea served as the boundary between the outer ring of the War Cavern and the central region. Its danger level far exceeded that of the outer ring area. Centuries ago, it was jointly designated by the human world as one of the top-tier forbidden zones. Even master-level experts dare not venture there lightly. As the view below expanded, revealing the Endless Sea, Mu Chen's face was filled with bitterness. At that moment, his health was down to 3, and the light energy of the Angel Totem had been completely depleted. Had it not been for that, how could he have helped the two of them forcefully alter their coordinates at the very moment the original teleportation channel of the Stargate collapsed, allowing them to escape through the 58th Stargate? Alas, even the wisest make mistakes. Muchen had failed to anticipate that the flying machine would run out of fuel at the very last moment of escaping the crisis. It could no longer sustain flight for much longer. He himself was still okay, but Kong Yingji, who was piloting the craft, was knocked unconscious by the explosive force and his health was already critically low. In my current state, falling into the Endless Sea would mean certain death. Had all this effort been for nothing? Muchen had no time to think further. As he fell, he chanted the Maguang technique, restoring his own health and that of Kong Yingji beside him to full. Yan Ji's voice echoed in Muchen's mind. Please, boss, at this critical moment, what's the point of wasting energy to heal? Even if you have 1,000,000 hit points, falling into this Endless Sea wouldn't be enough for the terrifying creatures there to devour you. You'd be devoured in an instant, leaving not even a bone behind. Muchen couldn't help but smile wryly. Just sitting here waiting to die isn't my style. Muchen continued to plummet downward while gazing up at the sky. Endless dark clouds blocked out the sunlight, leaving no way to replenish his light energy. Dead end. Hurry! All war caverns under the Eastern Dragon Empire, all masters of level 100 or above, immediately head to the borders of the Endless Sea to rescue Muchen. The Dragon Emperor's tower has issued an order, bring him back alive or dead. Yes. Grandmaster Ningshu personally issued the order, mobilizing all grandmasters on the front lines of the Empire's battle caves to act in unison. Within the light screens, all connection channels echoed the same command from the grandmasters. The Dragon Emperor's tower has issued an order. These 5 words carry the same weight as the imperial sword of authority in the Eastern Dragon Empire. The reason Ningshu has the authority to mobilize the Grand Masters in charge of all front lines is because of her background as a member of the Dragon Emperor Tower. She is essentially the Dragon Emperor Tower's emissary in the mortal realm. Once she issued an order in her capacity as the Dragon Emperor Tower, all subordinate awakened beings must obey. In an instant, brilliant lights erupted in the skies above all major battle caves. One after another, master-level experts soared into the sky, all heading toward the edge of the Endless Sea. Rare top-tier flying summon spirits appeared one after another. Such a grand display had not been seen on the front lines of the war caverns in a long time. And this time, for the sake of that returning hero named Mu Chen, Ningshu had truly mobilized all her power. At that moment, they were approximately 3,000 meters away from the surging waves of the Endless Sea. In just a few seconds, they would be swallowed by the depths of the sea. Muchen couldn't help but laugh bitterly in self-mockery, while Kong Yingji, who had regained his senses, screamed in despair. No, I don't want to die. Master Mu Chen, please save me. Just then, Mu Chen, who had remained utterly calm, suddenly noticed a brilliant beam of light piercing through the edge of the dark cloud in the sky, descending upon this world. The angelic totem's energy reserve, which had previously read 0, suddenly began to flicker. Muchen curved his lips slightly, glancing at Kong Yingji, who was frantically moving his hands and feet, and asked with a smile. Brother, do you believe in light? Kong Yingji couldn't hear any of this. He had already broken down and was crying hysterically. I only believe in you, Master Mu Chen, he sobbed. But can you save me? If you can save my life, I'll believe in light for the rest of my life. Whoosh! Just as the two were about to plunge into the Endless Sea, behind Mu Chen, the angelic wings reappeared.
He stepped on the towering waves of the endless sea just inches below, drawing a perfect arc in the sky. Grasping Kang Yingji by the arm, he soared back toward the sky. Kang Yingji, who had kept his eyes tightly closed, finally opened them after 5 long seconds, only to discover that he hadn't fallen into the sea. He had truly been saved by Muchen. Sir! You actually saved me? This isn't a dream, is it? 2 loud slaps echoed across his face, and Kang Yingji finally burst into laughter. I'm really not dead. How did you do it, sir? Muchen's face also broke into a smile of survival, speaking slowly. Remember my words, believe in the light, for it can create miracles. 5 minutes later, Muchen and Kang Yingji had completely escaped the edge of the endless sea. Soon after, over 30 powerful energy beams, each emitting various colors of light, surged into Muchen's field of vision. At first, Muchen instinctively furrowed his brows upon sensing this terrifying pressure. He thought they might be other factions from the war cavern coming to surround and attack them. However, he soon realized that his danger sensors had not been triggered. This meant the opponents had no hostile intentions. As he drew closer, he finally spotted Ningxu's incredibly dignified and beautiful silhouette, standing at the center of the crowd, waiting for his return. As he drew even closer, he saw every face radiating with excitement. And a few people in the back were waving at him non-stop. He was home. Muchen exhaled deeply. For some reason, a pang of sadness welled up in his heart. This was the most significant crisis he had ever faced since awakening his profession. Facing a dominant-level powerhouse from an alien civilization alone. Surviving and returning alive was more meaningful than any reward or gain. Standing before the gathered elders, Ningxu's eyes shone with a gentle light as he smiled faintly. Welcome home, hero who severed the starry skies. Suddenly, dozens of master-level experts simultaneously parted to the sides of the void, clearing a path for Muchen. Only then did he clearly see that the battlefield below, spanning thousands of miles, was already filled with a dense crowd. Tens of thousands of uniformly dressed figures simultaneously raised their arms toward the sky, in the direction of Muchen. The Dragon Emperor Tower, the Imperial Army, and the battle caves of the Eastern Dragon Empire's major higher education institutions had all dispatched their most elite soldiers to form ranks and greet him. An unprecedented display of force. Sun Jianxuan, the head of the Forbidden Tower, suddenly shouted to the vast array of people below. The prodigy of the Forbidden Tower, Muchen, Fengxiu, the pride of the Imperial Army, Kang Yingji, have shattered the stars and returned victorious. The soldiers of the 3 armies shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Victory! 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 Chapter 99, Angel's Heart, this vow unwavering. Boom! In the sky of the war cavern world, the half-sky formed by clustered stars began to fade against the deep blue backdrop. One after another, dazzling purple stargates erupted, becoming the most brilliant fireworks as the Eastern Dragon Empire's legions welcomed their heroes home. Muchen led the group of powerful warriors as they gazed upward, etching this breathtaking scene into their memories. As I said before, the most dazzling fireworks in the world come from the collapsing stargates. The high-ranking official from the safe zone in the Masters group repeated the same words again. The other colleagues around him all felt the same way. Until the final stargate in the sky completely exploded, and the backdrop of the Star River completely collapsed. The rules governing the Star River lineage of the invading forces vanished within the Battle Caves barrier. Ding! You have completed the War Cavern login mission. Reward, Advanced Supply Set X10. Ding! You have completed the Hidden War Cavern achievement, defeated the Star River Mother. Reward title, Iron Armor Terminator. Ding! You have completed the War Cavern's unique exclusive achievement, defeating the Star River's main carrier. Reward, unique exclusive title, Dominator's Bane. Ding! You have cleared the War Cavern frontline trial. Total duration, 18 days, 6 hours, 27 minutes. Overall rating, SSS. Exclusive trial rewards have been settled, high-level dungeon teleportation scroll bound X1. Is that it? Upon seeing the reward settlement interface, Muchen was also puzzled, but he quickly figured it out. As a member of the Forbidden Tower War Cavern trial team, the character data of his avatar within the Forbidden Tower virtual system was identical to that of other new recruits, with task difficulty and reward tiers also varying little. In fact, Muchen had just completed an earth-shattering enemy annihilation operation, with the majority of the content falling outside the scope of the system's original planning. The true nature of the rewards he would receive ultimately depended on the attitude of the higher-ups in power. Just then, Ningxu smiled and approached him. Let's go. The fireworks are over. It's time to head back. Are you also looking forward to the reward distribution phase? Muchen smiled gently and scratched his head. It's entirely up to you, senior. Ningxu waved his hand, then issued a solemn order to those below. Everyone, return to your respective base safe zones. The Star Guardian battle is over. Next, all units of the Eastern Dragon Empire will return to their respective battle caves and enter rest and recuperation mode. No one is to leave the safe zone until further notice from higher command. As ordered. In an instant, the master-level leaders from all safety zones returned to their respective formations and quickly withdrew. Muchen followed Ning Shu, the old sword master Jiangyu, and Sun Jianxuan, the head of the Forbidden Tower, back to the base. Upon landing, Muchen immediately followed the elders into the command center. Meanwhile, the other Ban Tower trainees from the same batch, who had already been gathered together, were all assembled in the square of the safe zone, waiting impatiently for new orders from their superiors. The crowd couldn't help but grow restless. What's going on? I didn't do anything, yet this round's War Cave frontline landing mission was automatically marked as completed. Brothers, are you in the same situation? Exactly. I was only added to this frontline landing plan 2 days ago. I returned to the base after getting injured upon landing, yet I just received a task completion notification. This doesn't make sense. The War Cave frontline landing mission is considered the highest difficulty newbie trial even in the Forbidden Tower. It's impossible to clear it so easily. Don't dwell on it, buddy. Isn't it better to let you win without effort? Do you really want to be thrown into the battlefield's front lines to fight for your life? That's not what I meant. Who doesn't like an easy win? But even if you're going to win easily, there should be some dignity to it. What was all the commotion outside just now? I think I saw all the high-ranking officials mobilizing. The students chatted among themselves. Just half an hour earlier, they had received orders from Master Mahong, the third in command at the Forbidden Tower Battle Cave frontline, to gather at the square and stand by, but they were not told what had happened. Finally, Master Mahong appeared slowly under the expectant gazes of the crowd. It was clear that Master Ma was in a good mood, with a smile that was almost impossible to contain. He stepped forward and addressed the gathered students of the Forbidden Tower Academy in a loud voice. Everyone, I have good news to share with you all. The landing mission at the Forbidden Tower Battle Cavern has been successfully completed. Shortly, escorts will accompany you back to the Forbidden Tower. All new students who participated in this landing trial will be rewarded according to the S-rank difficulty clearance standards. What? S-rank difficulty? The first few students at the front were completely stunned. Am I dreaming? Commander! My newcomer permission level in the Forbidden Tower is only D rank. I've been on the front lines of the War Cavern for a week and haven't even fought a single monster, yet I received an S-rank evaluation? That's right, my situation is similar. Could the settlement system have malfunctioned this time? Don't let us get our hopes up for nothing. Master Ma saw the new recruits looking completely bewildered, trying to suppress their excitement, and couldn't help but laugh. You don't know this, but just half an hour ago, the new recruit from the Forbidden Tower who came to the War Cavern frontlines with you, Muchen, performed a miracle. Along with his two companions, he single-handedly annihilated the entire Moonstar base of the Star River civilization and slew the two top-tier bosses of the Star River civilization. Among them was a Star River sovereign supreme leader of over 500th rank. This completely annihilated the Star River civilization's legacy in the War Cavern, indirectly helping all of you complete this landing mission ahead of schedule. Therefore, you should not thank me, but Muchen. For a significant period in the future, the safety zones of all war caverns across the entire Donglong Empire will see a drastic reduction in frontline combat pressure, marking the early arrival of a true period of respite. Newcomers, go back and train diligently. Muchen, such a prodigy, is the goal you should strive to achieve. After Master Ma finished speaking, the scene fell into complete silence. The team members were completely immersed in this mind-blowing revelation, unable to come to terms with it. No, I must have heard wrong. This is too terrifying. How could it be Muchen? He's just a new recruit from the Priest Support Combat Division. How could he possibly kill a 500th level Star River sovereign? This is nonsense. Brothers, has the world become this absurd? My worldview is crumbling. Aren't priests supposed to be the least significant class in the support system? When did their potential skyrocket like this? Just as the students at the scene were in a daze, a thunderous announcement echoed across the entire Blue Star. Announcement. 30 minutes ago, the terrifying extraterrestrial civilization Star River Legion, which had been besieging the invasion war cave for half a year, was completely annihilated. The Starry Sky plan has ended in failure. Donglong Empire's awakened priest Muchen, a first-tier priest, accompanied by two companions, entered the Starry Gate with immense courage and overwhelming strength, infiltrated the enemy ranks, and slew the Star River Mother and Star River Sovereign, the two supreme leaders of the Star River civilization. They annihilated the entire Star River civilization's Moonstar base, establishing an immortal feat for the Blue Star human race. This is a formal declaration to all awakened beings worldwide. Effective immediately, all tasks related to the Star River civilization's war caves and barriers are terminated. All related trials and content are permanently closed. The Global Awaken Alliance hereby awards the outstanding contributor Muchen with the global exclusive title Star Shaker Emperor. Upon hearing this announcement, all the new recruits who had come to participate in the trials at the same time were instantly petrified. Yan Huang, Ming Huang, Jinxing Huang. 3 royal titles bestowed upon a single individual? Unprecedented in history. An hour later, at the teleportation barrier connecting the War Cave base to the imperial capital of the Donglong Empire, the students from the Forbidden Tower who had participated in the trial had already gathered. Leading them back was still the same man with a flat head and a scar on his face, Chui Yan, who had arrived earlier to meet them. However, his expression now looked rather peculiar. For he clearly heard the students behind him murmuring the same name, Muchen. That's right, it was Muchen, the popular troublemaker whom Deputy Officer Chui had recently targeted. Who would have thought that in just half a month, that so-called troublemaker had grown into a ruthless figure that even he couldn't hope to match? Chui Yang, according to the rank system of the Forbidden Tower base, was the personal bodyguard commander of the overall commander and a 6th rank awakened being. Yet now, he dared not even compare himself to the renowned prodigy Muchen. Whoosh! A beam of light appeared out of thin air before the gathered students. 3 figures arrived simultaneously, none other than Muchen standing at the center, flanked by the old sword master Jiang Yu on his left and the Grandmaster Ning Shu on his right. Wow! Muchen, the Great Master, has appeared. This is way too impressive. 2 Grand Masters have come to assist him, personally escorting him? Even the direct disciples of the 7 branches of the Dragon Emperor Tower wouldn't receive such treatment. Honey, I'm here. Among the crowd, there were always a few overly enthusiastic female trainees who couldn't contain their excitement and tried to make a scene in front of Muchen. However, Muchen remained utterly calm at that moment. He didn't even glance at the fellow students of his batch in front of him. Instead, he calmly fixed his gaze on the bald-headed deputy officer Chui in front of him and greeted him proactively. Chui, how have you been? Over the past half-month, you've taken care of us students from the Forbidden Tower. I will never forget this kindness. Upon hearing this, Deputy Officer Chui nearly burst into tears. His smile was so forced it looked like he was crying. He hurriedly bowed his head in shame and said, Master Muchen, you are too kind. You are now the hero and pride of the entire Donglong Empire, no, of the entire Blue Star human race. How could someone like me, a mere servant, possibly take care of you? Please forgive the previous misunderstanding. Muchen waved his hand lightly with a smile. It was just a joke. I hope the Empire can produce more diligent and responsible officers like you. We will meet again someday. As Muchen finished speaking, Ning Shuyu flicked her fingers lightly, and in an instant, the teleportation array before them opened out of thin air. A separate rule-bound passageway appeared, escorting the 3 of them away in the blink of an eye. Unbelievable. Is this the treatment reserved for my peers who graduated at the same time as me? Please, we didn't attend the same Forbidden Tower as Muchen, did we? Sure enough, even as newcomers to the Forbidden Tower, why is my treatment so much worse than that of the Great Master? Shut up, all of you. Ping Tu Chui, the deputy officer, suddenly let out a cold snort, instantly silencing the dozens of students behind him, and coldly said, On the battlefield, you can't even see where you're making a name for yourselves, all you do is brag and act tough. If any of you had even a tenth of Lord Muchen's achievements, I'd let you ride on my head and return in triumph. If you don't have the ability, then work hard to become stronger. The world of awakened ones is no different. The strong are revered. This is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. The students heard this and felt a surge of intense emotions welling up inside them. Unconsciously, Muchen seemed to have become the common ideal for this generation of the Forbidden Tower's prodigies. Within the passageway, the venerable Master Ning Shu spoke with a gentle smile. That deputy officer, when did he manage to offend you? Muchen shrugged indifferently, scratching his nose with a smile. Nothing much. He just mistook me for a troublemaker when I arrived. Old Sword King Jiang Yu burst into laughter. You're quite the grudge holder, aren't you? Muchen hurriedly clarified himself. What are you talking about? I was just joking around after seeing him again. Every soldier who fights on the front lines of the war cavern for our empire deserves our respect. Ning Shu nodded with a smile. Well said. I admire the masculine spirit within you. Without your courage and passion, you wouldn't have the guts to face an opponent of the Star River Sovereign's caliber alone. This time you've done a great service. Both in terms of duty and reason, you deserve a proper reward. I can give you the chance to ask for anything you want. Muchen smiled at Ning Shu, but he still couldn't see any emotion in her calm eyes. Senior Ning is too kind. You've helped me time and again, paving the way for my growth. I've never repaid this favor, so how dare I ask for a gift? Jiang Yu snorted derisively beside him, wearing an expression that seemed to see through Muchen. Don't think we're pushovers. We can see right through you. You're probably holding back something big, planning to make a wish directly to Wei Lao when you see him, aren't you? Muchen pretended not to understand, but inside he was rolling his eyes. Sure enough, they're all cunning old foxes. Over 100 levels of experience ISNT wasted, he really did guess correctly. Ningshu didn't bother to argue, still smiling gently. Suddenly, she flipped open her palm, revealing an object glowing with colorful light. Oh my god, boss. Quick, take this thing. It's tailor-made for you. Yanji's voice echoed in his mind. Muchen, out of curiosity, activated the insight with light skill.
Angel's Heart. Equipment type, necklace. Equipment grade, epic. Level requirement, no level restriction. Attributes, maximum HP increased by 150,000. Special effect 1, when the wearer's health drops to 0 and vitality is depleted, the will of the ancient earth deity angel descends, granting the wearer a new lease on life. Note, this skill effect is currently active. Usage count, unique. Special effect 2, light energy absorption efficiency increased by 5. Special effect 3, if the wearer awakens the angelic lineage inheritance, they can utilize their own absorbed light energy to upgrade this equipment. Current equipment level, level 1. After reading the panel attributes, Muchen was completely stunned. This is indeed a custom-made epic divine armor tailored for me, the angelic spokesperson. Why does Senior Ning have this? Is it a gift from the Dragon Emperor Tower? Muttering to himself, before Ningshu could respond, the old Sword King beside him spoke in utter shock. You're crazy. How could you give this to someone else? This was given to you by that person back then. Before Jiang Yu could finish his sentence, he was clearly silenced by Ningshu. The rest of his words were completely inaudible. Muchen also looked disbelieving, pointing at the necklace that seemed to hold great significance, and asked, Senior Ning, this? The other party smiled and nodded. That's correct. This is the spoils of war for you. It does not represent the Dragon Emperor Tower, but rather the Forbidden Tower lineage and my personal stance. I have dedicated my life to serving the Dragon Emperor Tower, with no other desires. My sole wish is to witness the rise of a new human leader. And now, you are the newcomer I have placed my hopes in. Accept this necklace, and it means you will bear immense responsibility on your future path of growth. In the future, should the Eastern Dragon Empire or even our entire human race face peril, you must step forward. Even if there are better options, you must never abandon the countless lives behind you. If you agree, this item is yours. Muchen reached out without hesitation and took the equipment. He boldly put it on in front of Ningshu and laughed heartily. As an awakened one, isn't protecting one's nation a sacred duty? Rest assured, Senior. I am here, and my resolve remains unwavering. Chapter 100, The Azure Dragon Guard's 4-hour boost, 3 rank rise in a single go. Ningshu finally smiled from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to reach out and touch the child's head, but suddenly stopped. In that moment, she realized that although Muchen was young, he was no longer a newbie. He had become a peerless prodigy adorned with the titles of the 3 emperors, radiating boundless brilliance, and a great hero of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Even she herself felt a hint of reverence toward Muchen. She composed herself and spoke in a gentle tone. When you meet Wei Lao later, don't forget to ask for a generous share. The elders in the tower are all wealthier than one another. Wei Lao is a lone old man, there's no need to spare his money. Upon hearing this, Muchen and the old sword master Jiang Yu beside him burst into laughter simultaneously. The 9th floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower. Wei Lao, who was gazing into the distant sky, suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason, muttering to himself in frustration. What is going on today? I've sneezed 3 times already. Could someone be trying to trick me? Just as the old man had this thought, Ningshu entered from behind, leading Muchen with him. Old Wei, our great hero has returned. The old man's body trembled violently, but there was no trace of joy in his expression. It was as if he had seen an enemy who had come to take advantage of him once again. Muchen forced a smile and hurriedly bowed. This junior greets Wei Lao. The old man snorted derisively. Look at your smug face. Are you plotting how to fleece this old man? Muchen hurriedly exclaimed in fear. No, Senior, you've misunderstood me. I just finished my mission at the front lines of the war cave and came straight here to see you. Old Wei snorted and stroked his beard. You're truly bold and reckless. You dared to enter the Star Gate alone. Don't you fear that some forbidden restriction within the Star River might trigger and obliterate you on the spot? Muchen spoke with righteous indignation. As an awakened disciple of the Forbidden Tower of the Eastern Dragon Empire, I have already prepared myself to sacrifice my life for the nation. Although I managed to kill the Star River Sovereign and destroy the Starry Sky Plan this time, I understand that the path to growth remains arduous, and every step ahead will be difficult. I will continue to remain humble and diligent, striving forward with determination. Wei Lao listened intently, then burst into laughter, shaking his head repeatedly. You really scare me. I never realized you were so eloquent. I thought you were going for the aloof and mysterious route. Muchen didn't care at all. What was the point of putting on airs in front of these old fossils? Those who have survived to this day as 8-segment strongers are all legendary figures who have shaken the heavens and earth. What kind of situations haven't they seen? Compared to them, he was indeed just a greenhorn. A little flattery and free benefits can definitely make his growth twice as effective with half the effort. What do you want? Whatever I have, I can give you. But there's a catch, you only get one wish. Muchen didn't hesitate for a moment. He pulled out the broken divine artifact glowing with a faint green light and handed it to Wei Lao.
This time, I was able to return victorious, and Feng Xiu also played a crucial role.
This is a shared achievement. I want Wei Lao to revive him. With my own abilities, I might be able to help him, but I can't guarantee it. This matter is of great importance. If anything goes wrong, I fear it may affect Feng Xiu's soul. Wei Lao rolled his eyes and smiled at Muchen. You're still a steady one, not acting recklessly. I know you mastered the 9th tier forbidden technique of the Muguang art, Nirvana, and you used it to revive Xian Yuan Dao before. However, Feng Xiu's situation is completely different from Xian Yuan Dao's back then. His binding connection to this damaged divine artifact, as well as the bizarre engraved seals, all originate from the rules of the old Earth era. If you blindly use the Nirvana technique to try to revive Feng Xiu, the consequence will be the complete annihilation of his soul's essence. Not only will you fail to save him, but you'll send him straight to his doom. Muchen was utterly exasperated. So, does Wei Lao have a way to make him reincarnate?
The old man stroked his beard, looking calm and composed.
I've said it before, as long as you ask, I can do it. The prerequisite is that I must first enter your old earth barrier to retrieve his soul and body. Don't worry, you won't be in any danger. Just sleep for about 2 hours. The rest is up to me. If you're uneasy, you can have someone stay by your side. Muchen sighed wryly.
You're saying that, which is a bit disrespectful to your age. Wei Lao suddenly let out a couple of strange chuckles, revealing his hidden mischievous nature. With a snap of his fingers, Muchen instantly fell into a deep sleep. Invisible, an overwhelming spiritual force surged into Muchen's soul realm. Within the old earth barrier, Wei Lao's figure quickly materialized. He approached the ancient tree of life and glanced at the surging nether sea surrounding the island, nodding repeatedly in admiration. This young man truly possesses extraordinary destiny. The old earth nether sea barrier, lost for nearly 10,000 years, had actually become his domain.
Let me grant him another stroke of fortune.
It shall serve as a reward for his annihilation of the Star River lineage. The old man spoke, then suddenly waved his hand. A book emitting silver-gray light, like a falling leaf, drifted and landed at the roots of the ancient tree of life. At the same time, the old man used his techniques to extract the physical body of Feng Xiu, which had not yet been fully absorbed by the ancient tree of life, and retrieved the essence of Feng Xiu's soul from the soul pearl of the underworld in the depths of the nether sea.
Only then did he leave the barrier.
Muchen felt as though he had slept a deep, restful sleep, shedding all the endless fatigue from his body. When he opened his eyes again, a full 12 hours had passed. He discovered that he was currently lying within his own cave residence. Beside him were Nalen Xian and Su Jinghong, master and disciple, their two stunning faces staring at him as if he were a cherished talisman.
Muchen suddenly sat up with a start, startling the two beauties. You're finally awake.
You slept for so long, we thought something had happened to you and were about to go look for Ning's senior sister.
Muchen stretched lazily and smiled. What could have happened to me?
I just fought too hard in that battle and needed to relax my spiritual energy.
Master, Su's senior sister, you came to see me. You must have received the message already?
The two beauties instantly turned into hearts, staring intently at Muchen. It felt like demons had spotted a juicy piece of Tang Monk's flesh.
They couldn't wait to force Muchen into a dual cultivation partnership. We heard all about it.
You little brat showed off your divine might at the front lines of the war cavern and wiped out the Star River Civilization's main base in one fell swoop. However, senior sister Ning specifically instructed us not to make too much of a fuss about this. The memories of the other students who participated in the frontline trial with you have all been erased. Within the Forbidden Tower, only the 6 deans of the other academies and the 2 of us know about this. Rest assured, it won't cause you any extra trouble.
Muchen smiled and nodded. That's not a problem.
Su Jinghong, the senior sister beside him, hurriedly added. Oh, by the way, Junior, your current rank and permissions have been upgraded to S-class. If it weren't for this achievement, you should try to keep a low profile. Now you could probably become the chief disciple of the Shaoxiang Academy directly. Muchen hurriedly shook his head with a smile.
No.
The position of chief disciple can only belong to you, senior. Not only me, but no one else has the qualifications to take it away. Su Jinghong's face flushed red, and she felt an indescribable mix of emotion and satisfaction. The feeling of being protected and cared for by a stronger individual was truly delightful.
You're a smart kid.
You don't know that ever since you left, that scoundrel by Li Xiangfei has been coming by every few days.
Teacher, please stop talking.
Su Jinghong suddenly changed her expression and forcefully interrupted Nalen Xian's words.
Muchen furrowed his brows slightly, sensing something was amiss, but was interrupted by Nalen Xian.
By the way, senior sister Ning specifically reminded me to take you to complete the rank advancement task as soon as you wake up. Your current strength is already quite impressive.
Continuing to hold the title of a priest is no longer appropriate. More importantly, advancing your rank will grant you further strength enhancements. Muchen nodded seriously. Let's go.
There's no time to waste.
We'll head out to complete the promotion task right away.
After speaking, Nalan Xian displayed his divine abilities once more, and in the blink of an eye, he transported Muchen to the first floor of the Forbidden Tower.
As the most elite hidden academy of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the Forbidden Tower naturally had a dedicated space for students to complete their promotion tasks. At that moment, over 40 students were queuing in the hall, waiting to receive their tasks. Upon seeing Nalan Xian appear in person, the students stepped aside and bowed respectfully to the mentor of the Shaoxiang Academy, the goddess Nalan.
Muchen followed closely behind her, bypassing the queue, and directly approached the designated counter area, where he presented a token.
This is the Dragon Emperor's order.
Among the crowd of students nearby, a seasoned senior disciple immediately exclaimed in astonishment. A buzz of discussion erupted around them.
Muchen also looked at the token in confusion and asked, "Master, what is this token?" Nalan Xian smiled.
Senior Sister Ning specifically instructed me to give this token to you while you were asleep.
It is called the Dragon Emperor's token.
As the name suggests, it is a symbol of the highest privilege, allowing you to enjoy the highest level of privileges anywhere in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Now that you hold the title of 3 emperors, only the Dragon Emperor's edict is worthy of your status.
This token grants unimaginable privileges even during promotion tasks. Just wait and see.
As the staff member at the counter glanced nervously at Muchen, his expression grew tense, and he quickly began entering the information.
Level 72, a single segment of a priest? What's going on? Has the system glitched? Such a high level and he's only a level 1 priest? The name Muchen sounds familiar.
I remember now, he must be the prodigy from the Single Element Wasteland.
It's definitely him.
Even his promotion task is accompanied by Nalan Mentor from the Shaoxiang Academy.
This level of treatment is truly extravagant.
Even the 10 Directions probably doesn't have such a grand entourage. The other students' memories of Muchen were still stuck at the stage when he single-handedly cleared the 5 Elements ruins. If they knew about the miraculous event that occurred at the War Cave frontlines, they would probably worship this legendary newcomer with the utmost reverence.
Greetings, Lord Muchen.
Your second stage promotion task has been successfully claimed for you. Muchen was about to check it himself when Nalan Xian smiled. It's just a second stage task, there's no need to go through all this trouble.
She then refreshed the Dragon Emperor's edict once more, requesting to transfer the Azure Dragon Guards to temporarily execute the rank advancement task. As soon as Nalan Xian finished speaking, the students who had been waiting in line for tasks were completely dumbfounded.
Even Muchen was filled with questions.
Acting as the Sunlone Guard? What kind of setting is this? Ding. You have obtained the task item 9 Colored Coral. Ding. You have obtained the mission item War God Armor Fragment. Ding. You have successfully defeated the Desert Butcher boss. Obtained the task exclusive item, Fragment of the Butcher's War Axe. Congratulations on completing the Priest's Epic Tier 2nd Stage Promotion Quest. Would you like to submit it immediately? What's going on? I've been standing here motionless, and it hasn't even been 5 minutes yet, but the 2nd Stage Promotion Quest completed on its own? This is just cheating.
Seeing Muchen and the students around him staring in disbelief, Nalan Xian smiled and spoke.
This is the exclusive privilege of your Dragon Emperor's edict.
It allows you to summon the exclusive Azure Dragon seat of the Dragon Emperor's Hall, automatically designating you as a team member. They can assist you in completing any task you desire in the shortest possible time. For example, the second stage promotion task is a complete waste of time for you right now, but once you request to mobilize the Azure Dragon Guards, all the troubles will be resolved effortlessly. Because they possess the highest level authority to mobilize any non-restricted resources within the Eastern Dragon Empire.
Muchen silently sucked in a breath of cold air and cautiously asked, "What if I ask them to kill an awakened individual? Can they do that?" Nalan Xian shot Muchen a disdainful glance. "What are you thinking?
It must be within the reasonable scope of imperial regulations. They won't help you with anything that violates the rules." Driven by the unimaginable privileges enjoyed by the other trainees, Muchen completed his rank advancement from a 2nd-tier priest to a 4th-tier priest in just 2 hours without even leaving his room. The 3 epic level promotion tasks alone yielded resources and gold coin rewards totaling over 30 million.
Ding! Congratulations! You have become a 4th-rank senior priest. Ding! You have learned a new skill, Curse Magic. Muchen's eyes lit up instantly.
The term curse was no stranger to him. This skill tree was extremely powerful, but the number of awakened individuals capable of cultivating such abilities was extremely rare. Only the legendary rare profession of curse mages were said to master such abilities. I never expected that the 4th-tier advancement would directly grant me curse magic. This should make my overall combat strength much more well-rounded. No wonder the previous 2 promotions didn't unlock any new skills, they were saving the big one for last.
Muchen couldn't suppress the smile on his lips, this was an unexpected windfall.
Currently, he lacks neither money nor resources, and even in terms of equipment, though the quantity is limited, the quality is top-notch, with 3 legendary great items. The only thing missing was learning new skills, which was the most direct path to improvement. Glancing at his skill point balance, which had already surpassed 5 million, Muchen couldn't wait to level up in a big way.
Congratulations, kid.
You've reached the 4th tier senior pastor rank so quickly, but judging by your expression, you're not satisfied yet.
Muchen smiled. Only my mentor Nalan understands me. But let me guess, the promotion task for the 5th rank probably can't be completed by just leveling up passively anymore, right?
This Dragon Emperor's edict may have astonishing permissions, but I'm guessing that the Sanglong guards I can summon from the Dragon Emperor's Hall also have level and ability restrictions.
Nalan Xin nodded with a smile.
That's correct. The eligibility requirement for the 5th rank promotion task is level 70 or above.
The tasks the Azure Dragon Guards can execute on your behalf must be at least 10 levels below their own.
And tasks for promotions above the 5th rank are far beyond the difficulty of level 70, so you must complete them personally.
Muchen smiled and nodded. No problem. He then approached the window once more. Hello, could you please help me process the 5th tier promotion task again?
The young, attractive staff member, upon seeing Muchen return, nearly burst into tears with envy. It was the first time she had ever seen someone like him, a prodigy who had advanced 3 ranks in a single day.
You truly have extraordinary talent.
The few older men waiting in line beside him were completely flabbergasted.
What's going on?
I remember when I came to queue this morning, Muchen was already here. How come I finished my task and he's still here? A student from the Forbidden Tower smiled and patted him on the shoulder.
Bro, get your facts straight. When you were here this morning, he was completing his 2nd rank promotion task. Now Muchen has already taken on the 5th rank promotion task. What did you say? 5th stage? Passing 3 promotion tasks in 4 hours? How is that possible? Does that mean his level is already over 70? A prodigy, a true prodigy. Why did I have to ask so much?
I shouldn't have pried.
Chill out, buddy. Don't compare yourself to him.
Otherwise, the dignity of us, the pride of the Forbidden Tower, will be trampled into the ground. I've been working on a 3-stage mage task for nearly a month, and all he did was stand there chatting with the goddess mentor, then submitted it on the spot.
Where the hell do we go to complain about this? Forget it, forget it. I'm in a bad mood today. I'll try again tomorrow. Chapter 101, One-on-One with Bai Li Xiongfei? That's going to take some time.
Originally, changing professions should have been something to look forward to and be happy about. However, when the students of the Forbidden Tower saw Muchen's method of advancing his rank, they all became disheartened.
Ding! 5 rank promotion task draw completed.
Task content: clear the old Earth tier difficulty in the Outer Realm Space Dungeon, City of Sin.
Time limit: 7 days. Task difficulty: epic. Number of players required: 3 to 10.
Upon seeing the task details assigned to him, Muchen shrugged indifferently. However, Nalan Xin beside him, along with the staff member responsible for registration, all turned pale.
City of Sin. You kid, I don't know whether to call you lucky or unlucky. You just had to draw the Sin City dungeon. Muchen looked puzzled. Seeing his mentor's expression, could it be that he also knew something about this dungeon? Nalan Xin sighed. Do you know that the original head of the War God Academy wasn't Zhou Dehuzi, but his younger brother, Josiah Huzi? Muchen. Those nicknames are pretty unique. Nalan Xin continued.
Little Huzi himself, 5 years ago, when he was attempting to break through the bottleneck of the 100-level Master Realm, challenged the sinful dungeon of the old Earth level difficulty, and ultimately became lost within it, never to emerge again.
Muchen lost all his playful mood, furrowing his brows.
The little mustache mentor's strength, compared to his younger brother. At the same level, he could easily defeat the big bearded one with one hand.
This left Muchen speechless. Are you telling me that clearing this dungeon has nothing to do with one's own strength? Nalan Xin shook his head.
It is naturally related to strength. If you're a novice, entering this dungeon would make survival even more impossible. However, strength is only one part of the elements needed to clear the dungeon. What truly tests you is your inner resolve, your soul.
It includes various comprehensive qualities, including insight.
Trying to rush through it with all your firepower isn't possible. Additionally, there are some complex elements of luck involved. In short, my advice is, never attempt to clear this dungeon alone.
Even someone as exceptionally talented as you would likely fail.
Regarding the City of Desire dungeon, there are no guides available that are worth referencing, as its content undergoes drastic changes every time it is activated. Only no more than 10 people have ever participated in this dungeon, and all of them have only cleared it once. It seems likely that you've advanced your rank too many times in a single day, causing the system to assign you a task that exceeds the current difficulty limit. That said, you're capable of creating miracles in the future.
If you manage to complete it, the rewards from the Desire system will far surpass those from any other promotion tasks.
That's the nature of fortune and misfortune.
Are you sure you want to proceed?
With the Dragon Emperor's edict, you have the right to cancel this promotion task once. However, if you choose to cancel now, you won't be able to apply for a 5-rank promotion task again for 2 months. Muchen heard this and shook his head without hesitation.
Of course not. I have never stopped moving forward. If I encounter difficulties and choose to retreat, I will never stand at the pinnacle.
Muchen placed his palm on the scanning screen without hesitation and bound himself to the 5-stage promotion task.
This action left the staff inside in awe.
No wonder he's a top-tier prodigy.
Muchen's mindset is far more mature than that of other tower dwellers. Alright, that's all I can do for you. Go back and prepare thoroughly.
You should have obtained quite a bit of resources on this trip. Take some time to assimilate them, and remember to inform Jinghong before heading into the dungeon. Nalan Xin handed the Dragon Emperor's edict to Muchen, then the two departed the task hall and returned to their respective dwellings. Lying on the soft couch on the top floor of his villa, Muchen enjoyed Yanji feeding him various fruits while basking in the sunlight, feeling as though he had returned to the leisurely days after the college entrance exams, when he was relaxing at home. At the same time, he didn't forget to open the interface panel.
Name, Muchen. Awakened profession, Senior Priest. Awakened rank, 4th tier. Hidden occupation, Angel of Light, Demon of the Night. Current level, 72. Health, 537,898,537,898.
Energy, 38,380,000.
5-dimensional attributes affecting growth rate, current remaining attribute points, 0. Strength, 655. Stamina, 3,877. Endurance, 1870. Agility, 855. Mental strength, 2155. Skill points remaining, 5,081,126. Skills, Priest exclusive, Light Bathing skill tree. Wound healing skill tree. Enlightenment skill tree. Light Angel exclusive, In the Name of Light skill tree.
Night Demon exclusive, Blood Slaying skill tree.
General skills, Rock Solid skill tree.
Ancient Earth Witchcraft skill tree.
Curse Arts skill tree. Divine exclusive, Fire God skill tree.
Seeing that his health had surpassed 500,000, Muchen suddenly felt as though he had been transported to another world. Looking back to when he was level 30, his health was barely over 4,000. Now, in less than 2 months, his health had increased by over 100 times. Besides the attribute point bonuses from maxing out his stamina attribute, there were also the talent enhancements from consecutive rank ups. Of course, the most crucial factor in his growth was his equipment. Just the Angel's Heart given to him by Master Ning alone had increased his health by 150,000. This didn't even account for the temporary boosts from various buff spells. If his status is maxed out, Muchen is confident he can instantly boost his health to over 800,000. With this level of strength, not only ordinary priests of the same class, but even tank-type classes like Knight class Blood Warriors, any frontline class below the rank of 100th tier master would pale in comparison to Muchen.
Suddenly, Muchen's phone rang.
It was a private message from Jinghong's senior sister in the virtual battlefield.
Junior, I almost forgot to tell you something important.
Although your permission level has been exceptionally upgraded to S rank, the default information in the virtual system hasn't been updated yet. You're still defaulted to be rank permission, so you can't participate in the old Earth level difficulty dungeon in the City of Desire.
Muchen simply replied with an exasperated emoji. When will the information be updated? Su Jinghong replied immediately.
The simplest method is to challenge a trainee in the virtual battlefield, fight them, and your permission level will be refreshed. Muchen sent an OK emoji and immediately accessed the virtual system panel on the top floor of the villa. Opening the battle space list, the default top position was none other than Bai Li Xiangfei.
What's going on? Bai Li Xiangfei is actually in the queue for the virtual battlefield? Can I challenge him directly? Muchen suddenly recalled Nalan Xian's unfinished words in the cave and clicked on Bai Li Xiangfei's name without hesitation. Ding! The current opponent's permission level is too high.
Your strength is significantly inferior to the target.
Do you wish to force the challenge? Muchen curled the corners of his mouth slightly, showing no hesitation, and issued the confirmation command. Ding! Personal competitive dungeon is generating. Please wait. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Whoosh!
A flash of light, and the virtual battlefield projections of Muchen and Bai Li Xiangfei quickly materialized. When their projections faced each other in the arena space, Bai Li Xiangfei was completely stunned, his expression turning shocked, then growing increasingly dark. How could it be you? Muchen, however, smiled warmly, waving his hand in greeting with a sunny expression.
Senior Bai Li, it's been a while. How have you been? You want to challenge me?
Bai Li Xiangfei clenched his fists tightly, his expression growing icy cold. Kid, I think I should remind you that while you performed well in the dungeon, you're ultimately a support class.
In a one-on-one fight, I won't give you a single chance to cast a spell. Once the challenge begins, I can reduce your health to 0 in just 10 seconds. Muchen nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain. Senior brother is right. Let's get started then.
I'm in a hurry to continue the dungeon run. Bai Li Xiangfei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger, roaring furiously. Arrogant! I'll make you understand the price of not knowing your place. Bai Li Xiangfei really did speak his mind a bit too much. Before every competitive duel, there is a 30-second preparation period. Muchen had already pressed the ready command long ago. But Bai Li Xiangfei droned on for 30 seconds, and only when the match was forced to begin did Muchen finally exhale deeply, his face relaxing in relief. However, at the exact same moment, Bai Li Xiangfei charged forward at full speed, his bloodthirsty eyes erupting with a ruthless and menacing glint.
You brat, I've been waiting for this moment for far too long. Let me vent my frustration. You'll see that a double S-ranked tower elite isn't someone you can treat with such disregard. Boom!
Bai Li Xiangfei darted toward Muchen like a ghost, unleashing his strongest close combat technique at the 6th tier. In that instant, his right fist struck out, and Muchen's body exploded into pieces before him. The 2-digit health bar on the screen was instantly reduced to 0.
Is that all you've got?
Bai Li Xiangfei sneered coldly with a defiant glint in his eyes, but 2 seconds later, he suddenly realized something was wrong.
The competition wasn't over. Muchen wasn't dead. Bang! With a deafening explosion, a colossal ancient frog emperor descended from the sky.
Bai Li Xiangfei saw the massive shadow looming overhead and had no time to react before being smashed into the ground by the giant frog, leaving only his head exposed.
Damn it! You ambushed me! Muchen's melodious voice echoed with laughter.
It's your own fault for being so stupid.
You can't even tell the difference between the real body and the illusion.
I say, Bai Li Sr., you don't seem to have made much progress lately. As soon as he finished speaking, Muchen unleashed a fiery command. The 3rd evolution technique of the fire skill tree was completed. Yan Ji showed no mercy, instantly sketching ancient earth runes and planting the restriction rules directly into the head that had emerged from the ground, burying it deep underground.
Senior Bai Li, who had only exposed his head, was completely unprepared and couldn't move an inch. The Dominion Blade could strike down at any moment to end the duel. However, Muchen suddenly halted his movements. Ending it like this seemed rather pointless.
Muchen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, snapped his fingers, and instantly chanted the summoning spell for the fire spirit. He summoned a fire spirit warrior of level 80. It approached the senior, wielding the flaming blade in its hand, and swung it down with all its might toward the senior's remaining head.
Bang! The first strike dealt 3,000 points of damage.
However, Bai Li Xiangfei was still a formidable opponent, with over 130,000 total health points.
Combined with the slight health regeneration and elemental resistance boost from his equipment, the damage wasn't too severe.
Muchen paused for a moment before summoning 30 fire spirits one after another. They surrounded Bai Li Xiangfei's head in a circle. Each held a flaming sword, slashing back and forth. One swing, then another. Those who didn't know better might have thought the fire spirits were playing whack-a-mole. As Bai Li Xiangfei's health was about to drop to 0 and he was about to be eliminated from the arena, Muchen cast a flash of light, instantly restoring Bai Li Xiangfei's health to full.
Damn it, you dare to humiliate me.
Muchen hurriedly spread his hands and corrected himself.
Don't misunderstand Senior Bai Li.
I heard that last time I was soloing a dungeon, you broke your own record and shared it with the seniors in the Forbidden Tower just to make me famous. Then, while I was away, you intentionally humiliated senior sister Ginghong and bullied us from the Shaoxiang Academy. As a student of the Shaoxiang Academy, I can't stand seeing my own seniors being bullied by students from other academies. Today's battle is just a wake-up call for you.
Muchen finished speaking and began to chant once more.
4th tier evolved technique of the Enlightenment art, Healing Spring Flow. In an instant, within 100 meters of the area where Bai Li Xiangfei was trapped, a pool of clear, turquoise-colored spring water began to form.
It began to continuously heal Bai Li Xiangfei's injuries.
Additionally, the water attribute domain partially counteracted the damaging effects of fire attribute elements, completely nullifying the continuous burning buff inflicted by the 30 fire spirits slashes. As a result, Bai Li Xiangfei was constantly being burned by flames and then healed by the spring water, over and over again,
enduring an endless cycle of torment. You bastard, Muchen!
The humiliation you inflicted today, I will repay tenfold. Bai Li Xiangfei was so enraged that his nose nearly twisted, but at that moment, he was utterly powerless to struggle. Before he could finish speaking, he was forced to swallow a full belly of spring water.
What's even more embarrassing is that Bai Li Xiangfei's authority level and combat attributes far surpass those of Muchen.
Therefore, in this duel, he had no right to surrender. This was actually a glitch in the virtual system, which Muchen had cleverly exploited. Little did they know that at the same time, the public chat channel had already erupted. Hundreds of students from the Forbidden Tower flooded in to watch the battle, with the screen filled with mocking and sympathetic comments toward Bai Li Xiangfei.
What's going on? Muchen is actually fighting Bai Li Xiangfei in the arena? My idol Muchen is actually online?
I sent him over a dozen private messages, but he didn't even reply.
I'm so sad.
I heard that Bai Li Xiangfei had been giving Su Jinghong a hard time recently. It looks like this new freshman from the Shaoxiang Academy is coming to defend his senior sister. This is bad, I feel so sorry for Bai Li Xiongfei. This guy's rank is 2 levels higher than Muchen's, so it's automatically considered a mismatch. He doesn't even have the right to surrender. Muchen can keep fighting as long as he wants. This is called digging your own grave. Who told him to provoke Muchen? He can even solo the 5 elements ruins and suppress the Zhuke spirit. How could someone from a prominent family like him compare? He deserves this torment. This is interesting. From now on, no one will dare to provoke the disciples of the Shaoxiang Academy. With Muchen around, his reputation is more powerful than that of the chief's senior sister. A prodigy is a prodigy. Is it trendy these days for new students to protect the chief's senior sister? Countless comments flooded the screen. More and more students rushed into the battle space to watch the commotion. Muchen wasn't in a hurry. He simply brought his tea set into the arena's instance space, sipping tea while enjoying the fire spirit he had summoned, continuing to torment Bai Li Xiongfei. I say, senior brother Bai Li, if you're not satisfied, let's keep fighting for a while longer. I've got all the time in the world. Once Jinghong's senior sister says she forgives you, that's when this battle ends. Anyway, you don't have the authority to end the battle unilaterally. You can choose to keep talking tough, but it's not me who'll be embarrassed. Of course, I'll give you a suggestion. It's best to apologize to senior sister Jinghong now and show some humility. As long as you can make her happy, you'll suffer less yourself, right? As soon as Muchen said this, the chat room exploded with reactions. Wow! That's way too bold. Muchen is trying to make Bai Li Xiongfei apologize to Su Jinghong in front of all of us viewers. This is just too much. Even a romantic drama wouldn't write it like this. If I were Xinghong Sr., I'd be so jealous. I'm officially envious. In an instant, hundreds of messages tagged Su Jinghong flooded the chat screen. Little did they know that at that very moment, Jinghong, who was staring at the large screen in her own cave, was already moved to tears. Chapter 102, The Protector has arrived? Let's all charge in. Enough. Muchen, show mercy where mercy can be shown. Bai Li Xiongfei is, after all, the chief disciple of the War God Academy. Shaming him in public like this, where does that leave the War God Academy? Muchen was sipping tea contentedly when a voice with overwhelming pressure suddenly echoed from the sky above the arena. Immediately afterward, a magnified face appeared on the sky screen. Who are you? Muchen remained unfazed, raising his cup toward the elderly figure on the sky screen with interest. He was not the least bit affected by this person's intervention, and his mood remained unchanged. However, Muchen was well aware that the old man had immediately sided with Bai Li Xiongfei upon his arrival, and had deliberately brought up the reputation of the War God Academy, clearly harboring ill intentions. The old man spoke coldly. I am a council member of the Enforcement Court of the Forbidden Tower, responsible for overseeing the conduct of its students. Your actions now violate the moral principles that Forbidden Tower students must adhere to. Muchen heard this and immediately laughed. Then may I ask, sir, which moral principle have I violated? Has anyone ever stipulated that private duels in the arena are not allowed to heal opponents? I am a priest, healing is my specialty. Is it wrong for a student of the Forbidden Tower to use their own skills in combat? The elder's eyes flashed with anger, and his voice grew colder. You're twisting the truth. You've openly humiliated the chief disciple of the War God Academy and disregarded the warnings of the disciplinary court's mentor. I will report this to all the major academies in the name of the disciplinary court and request that your status as a banished tower student be revoked. Muchen didn't bother arguing with the old man. He was now certain that the old man was a henchman of Bai Li Xiongfei. He immediately activated the Light's Name Insight skill. Upon seeing the old man's identity panel, Muchen burst into laughter. Bai Li Xiao was actually an elder of the Bai Li clan, here to protect his own? Interesting. Muchen waved his hand, retracted the tea table, and strolled over to Bai Li Xiongfei. He looked down at the old man's lone head still lying on the ground and stomped down with all his might. This single action caused the entire virtual system's public chat to explode. Wow, my idol Muchen is so bold. Isn't this openly defying the enforcers of the executive court? Executioner my ass. This Bai Li Xiao is just a pawn the Bai Li family planted in the Forbidden Tower to consolidate their influence there. After all, one of the 3 founding elders of the Forbidden Tower was an ancestor of the Bai Li family. In recent years, the new generation of the Bai Li family has been lacking in talent and family power has gradually weakened. Therefore, they have increasingly regarded the Forbidden Tower as their foundation and have been constantly trying to strengthen their influence within it. It's clearly just a way for them to give their own young generation a chance to shine. The guy above is spot on. That's exactly what's happening. Bai Li Xiongfei isn't the first time he's provoked the people of the Shaoxiang Academy. Relying on his status as the chief disciple and the eldest son of the Bai Li family, how many newcomers in the Forbidden Tower has he betrayed? Finally, a figure like Muchen has emerged to vent our frustration, yet he's still being targeted by this old man. How despicable. For a moment, the virtual system's public chat was dominated by messages supporting Muchen. Su Jinghong saw the situation getting out of hand and immediately began contacting Nalan Xan, but the woman was busy with something else, and her account remained offline. Just then, Muchen on the battlefield swiftly trampled Bai Li Xiongfei's face into the ground. Seeing his opponent in such a pitiful state, he couldn't help but sneer. I say, Bai Li Sr., with you looking like this, you could definitely become famous throughout the entire Forbidden Tower. Bai Li Xiongfei roared in fury. Muchen, you're asking for death. Uncle Four, hurry up and stop this duel. Little did they know that the rules of the Forbidden Tower's virtual battlefield were jointly established by the 7 courts of the Forbidden Tower. As a mere enforcer from the enforcement court, he had no authority to interfere with the progress of the dungeon instance. Apart from Muchen himself, no one else can stop this battle. Bai Li Xiao, enraged beyond control, finally lost his temper and began to openly threaten Muchen. You think Jean can't touch you? Do you really think you can act however you please again? Don't forget, this is just a projection of the virtual battlefield. Your true body should still be in the cave residence. I'll send people from the enforcement court to suppress your true body. Muchen heard this and stopped moving, his gaze domineering and defiant. He looked up at the light projection in the sky and coldly said, Are you threatening me? At that moment, the pressure emanating from Muchen was so overwhelming that it caused even this 99th ranked elder of the Bai Li clan to tremble in fear. Old fool, if you want to protect your own, just say so. If you had revealed your identity from the start, I might have given you some respect. A cowardly waste of space, thinking you're someone important just because you're a counselor? If you have the guts, come into the dungeon and fight me. As soon as Muchen finished speaking, he immediately adjusted the dungeon battle permissions to multiplayer mode. After all, the virtual combat system of the Forbidden Tower inherently supports simulated team battles. However, the Ban Tower students watching from the shadows never expected Muchen to dare challenge a senior advisor directly. This was a 99th level expert. A peak 6th rank powerhouse just one step away from becoming a 7th rank master. He was also one of the core members of the Bai Li family's practical combat faction. Bai Li Xiao was also a seasoned veteran who had fought on the front lines for years, but had been transferred back to the Forbidden Tower due to internal changes within the Bai Li clan in the past 2 years. He was far from an ordinary 6th rank awakener who had been pampered and lived a life of luxury. Yet despite this, Muchen spoke with unmatched arrogance, leaving the students on the public chat in awe once again. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight, brothers. A newcomer who has been at the Forbidden Tower for less than a month dares to declare war on a counselor of the enforcement court. That's way too bold. Regardless, I'm giving Muchen a thumbs up. This is the kind of fiery spirit we expect from the top young talents of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Exactly. When faced with injustice, one must dare to fight back. If one merely endures and retreats, what kind of prodigy are they? You're right. What's so special about the enforcement court? What's so special about a counselor? They're all just a bunch of hypocrites from the Bai family. I support Muchen, let's crush this corrupt old man who's abusing his power for personal gain. In an instant, the crowd was filled with anger, and the bystanders from the Forbidden Tower rushed to support Muchen. The tense standoff between the two sides reached its peak. Bai Li Xiao suddenly let out a cold laugh and spoke. Boy, this was your own request. I have not overstepped the rules. After speaking, Bai Li Xiao actually had the nerve to accept Muchen's challenge. A flash of light appeared, and Bai Li Xiao materialized in the combat arena's battle instance space. The old man stood over 2 meters tall, with a muscular build. Muchen continued to analyze his data and began formulating a counter-strategy. Fist Master. The advanced title after reaching the 6th rank of Fist Dominator. A super rare occupational inheritance unique to the Bai Li clan. Today, I'll finally see what your Bai Li clan is made of. Muchen pondered in his heart, growing equally serious. He knew full well that the cold, ruthless battle aura emanating from this old man was far beyond what someone like Bai Li Xiongfei, a pampered flower, could ever hope to match. However, the students on the public chat screen continued to flood the screen with complaints. This old man is truly shameless. He actually accepted the invitation? Teacher versus student? The Forbidden Tower Enforcement Court really has no standards? Are the students from the Shaoxiang Academy here? Hurry up and have your Nalan goddess step forward. Everyone, quickly tag your own dean and show up. The virtual battlefield is probably about to get chaotic again. The students were all helpless. Last time, Muchen's stunning victory made him famous overnight, causing a huge stir in the virtual battlefield and shocking the entire Forbidden Tower. Now, just over half a month has passed, and after a trip to the front lines of the war cavern, it seems Muchen's temper has grown even more fiery.